Chapter 1. The Arrival of the Chaotic Blue Lotus Through the Sign-In. In the world of Douluo Continent, within the royal Tiando Empire, stands the esteemed Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. A magnificent palace, constructed of white walls and adorned with dazzling gems, rises majestically at the rear of this opulent and expansive hall. A brilliant beam of light suddenly flashes and vanishes. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully signed in at the medicinal fields of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received a supplementary signing card. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have attained innate full soul power. Before us stands a boy of approximately 5 or 6 years of age. His skin is a healthy wheat color, and his short black hair appears neat and tidy. Though his attire is simple, it is impeccably clean that he inhales slowly through his nose and exhales gently from his mouth. Ah! The boy lets out a soft sigh, displaying a look of astonishment that is quite unexpected for someone of his tender age. He murmurs to himself, "The rewards for my first sign-in are truly abundant." The boy harbors a secret that is unbeknownst to others. He is a time traveler. Coincidentally, his previous incarnation was also named Jiang Chuan. After his village was devastated by the aftermath of a Soul Masters battle, he was rescued by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and brought back to the sect, where he was enrolled as a disciple. At the age of 6, the sect invited Soul Masters to assist the newly initiated disciples in awakening their martial souls. However, it was discovered that Jiang Chuan possessed a useless martial soul and was devoid of soul power. This revelation meant that he would forever miss the opportunity to stand alongside Soul Masters in this lifetime. Ultimately, due to his familiarity with the Douluo Continent, he was assigned to the medicinal fields of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. At this very moment, Jiang Chuan has acquired a divine-level sign-in system. As long as he continues to sign in, he can grow stronger. A warm current flows through him. It feels as though a force has unshackled the constraints binding his entire being. With a martial soul deemed useless, yet now endowed with full soul power, he is finally able to commence his cultivation journey. Jiang Chuan, remember to plant the netherworld grass. An elder beckons to him. This elder is Liao Lao, who oversees the medicinal fields of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Recognizing Jiang Chuan's keen intellect and his profound understanding of medicinal herbs at such a young age, Liao Lao willingly takes him under his wing. As he turns away, he adds, "That is a highly toxic substance. Be sure to avoid contact." Jiang Chuan nods slightly in acknowledgement. Ding! Would you like to open the first day gift package? A sudden voice resonates in his mind. His eyes brighten with anticipation. Having already obtained innate full soul power from the sign-in, the first day gift package piques his curiosity immensely. Determined, Jiang Chuan declares, "Open, Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received level 1 soul power, currently unusable. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received level 2 soul power, currently unusable. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a strongest auxiliary martial soul, the chaotic blue lotus." Upon seeing the notification, Jiang Chuan finds himself swallowing hard. Suddenly, a vibrant and lush green lotus appears in his hand. The undulating dance of light flickered above and below, casting a resplendent glow. In an instant, the overwhelming vitality, akin to the surging tides of mountains and seas, engulfed the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Hundreds of disciples gazed upward, their faces painted with confusion. Ning Fengji set aside his affairs, his gaze drawn to the window, astonishment washing over him. Even the quarreling Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo paused, their spirits trembling as they turned to behold the tempestuous sky. My heavens! Is this the vitality emanating from the martial soul? Lying on her sickbed in a delicate lace blue gown, Ning Rongrong murmured with her pale lips, her gaze fixed upon the celestial lotus above. She firmly believed that even the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower paled in comparison to the prowess of the opposing martial soul. The direction of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect? A girl clad in a deep blue robe suddenly turned her gaze out the window, her smile faltering. Cradling the translucent 9-heart sea buttercup in her hands, she could not help but feel diminished. A strikingly beautiful woman strolled leisurely, sighing. It seems the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect has a promising successor. Under the cover of the system, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect remained unaware of Jiang Chuan's presence. The latter, oblivious to the turmoil outside, wore a mask of perplexity that in Jiang Chuan's understanding, there was no such thing as a chaotic blue lotus in the Douluo Continent. Even if it were a mutated martial soul, it simply did not exist. It was highly probable that the system's rewards encompassed a vast array of possibilities. One could only imagine that the rewards to come would be even more extraordinary. With this thought in mind, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. His gaze then fell upon the chaotic blue lotus in his left hand. That it was not mandatory to acquire a soul ring to unleash the powers of the martial soul. Calmly centering himself, Jiang Chuan sought a connection with the chaotic blue lotus. Endeavoring to comprehend its capabilities as they intertwined, he articulated, "The chaotic blue lotus is truly formidable, capable of disregarding any injury and facilitating healing." With a sense of lingering astonishment, Jiang Chuan slowly opened his eyes. Did this not imply that even a blow from a deity could be healed, provided his soul power was sufficient? Jiang Chuan was intent on conducting a test. His gaze scanned the surroundings, landing on a seed of the ghostly grass. Ultimately, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect did not possess the extensive resources of the Douluo family. Here, there were not even seeds of the Aster Ice grass or the Heartbreak Red, let alone the means for cultivation. Yet, the ghostly grass held significant deterrent power for ordinary soul masters. Those who touched it would be corroded by its toxic gas in merely 10 seconds. A high-ranking soul master could perish. However, Jiang Chuan bent down and effortlessly picked it up. Instantly, a terrifying corrosive force swept over his right arm, turning half of his body to gray and etching countless cracks, as if a mere breath could shatter it. Chaotic Blue Lotus. He unleashed his soul power, and the chaotic blue lotus in his left hand radiated with brilliance. With a resonating hum, the verdant blue lotus unfurled, exuding vibrant vitality, instantly healing the corrosive effects of the ghostly grass and filling Jiang Chuan's right arm with life, as if it possessed a restorative effect. Most astonishingly, a captivating fragrance of azure lotus wafted through the air as it brushed against his nose, causing a jolt. In his mind, that moment, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. This, Jiang Chuan marveled silently. The consumption of soul power is alarmingly rapid. Without further hesitation, he began to excavate the soil and planted the nether flower, subsequently adding fertilizer and an ample amount of water. Unbeknownst to him, a shadow darted forth. Lao Yao, sensing the immense life force, alertly rushed out of the room, only to discover Jiang Chuan planting the nether grass with his bare hands. He was about to call out, but in the next instant, the words caught in his throat. To his astonishment, Jiang Chuan's right arm was completely unscathed, and there were no signs of any abnormalities on his face. There wasn't the slightest indication of corrosion. What is going on? Lao Yao was left speechless. The healing effect is indeed astonishing, disregarding any wounds, yet consumes a substantial amount of soul power. Jiang Chuan rendered his judgment. Auxiliary soul masters are generally characterized by their singularity, and their enhancements are often limited. However, the chaotic azure lotus was different. It directly facilitated complete recovery. How terrifying was that? He then spoke slowly. Different injuries draw varying amounts of soul power from the chaotic azure lotus. It is no wonder. If every wound were to utilize the same soul power, it would indeed defy the laws of Douluo. Chapter 2. Random check-in point, titled Douluo Injury. To touch the nether grass without harm? Quite rare, but what have you practiced? Lao Yao, clad in a black robe, approached, scrutinizing Jiang Chuan with a discerning gaze. However, he quickly frowned. The soul power was thin, and his bone age was inadequate. He shook his head slightly. It would be challenging for him to ascend to the ranks of a soul master. How could he have known? Jiang Chuan had merely exhausted his soul power while using his martial spirit, and he was already an exceedingly rare, innate, full soul power being on the entire Douluo Continent. Just now, the sudden surge of soul power was rapid. I initially thought it was indicative of a certain martial spirit, but now I realize I was mistaken. He sighed deeply and addressed Jiang Chuan. Do not plant the nether grass if it lacks medicinal properties. Tell me, did you observe anything unusual just now? Upon seeing Lao Yao approach, Jiang Chuan replied truthfully, no. As for the phenomenon generated by the chaotic azure lotus, he, as the party involved, was indeed unaware. The latter nodded. Buzz, two crisp sounds resonated. A white and a yellow soul ring appeared, swirling down from Lao Yao's head, hovering around his waist, exuding a tremendous amount of soul power. The aura surrounding him gradually intensified, imposing an inexplicable pressure upon Jiang Chuan. However, within his body, the chaotic azure lotus pulsed gently, effortlessly dissipating this oppressive force. I will report the anomaly to the sect leader and deliver healing herbs to the little princess. Hence, I shall be away for a time. Lao Yao stated coolly. Suddenly, a vividly lifelike brown monkey appeared behind him, scratching its head and ears, and let out a fierce screech at Jiang Chuan. In an instant, the brown monkey's eyes reflected a blue lotus, causing it to be frightened to the point of losing its spirit, which in turn destabilized the soul rings on the elder's body. The elder, sensing an anomaly, mistakenly believed it to be a malfunction of his own soul power. Without further thought, he leaped into the air, scattering a cascade of leaves that floated above and swiftly vanished from the spot. Is this the beast martial soul? It appears rather feeble. Jiang Chuan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. In the world of Douluo, there existed only two types of martial souls: weapon martial souls and beast martial souls. Each had its own merits when compared to the other. Regardless, he had been granted another chance at life. He was determined to strive for strength. Moreover, upon reaching level 100, he could seek the divine abode and ascend to godhood, thus attaining eternal Lithia prospect, most delightful. Time for cultivation. Jiang Chuan wasted no time and resumed his training. He returned to his solitary wooden cabin, sipped a bowl of rice porridge, nibbled on some pickled radish, and then sat cross-legged on his bed, focusing his mind. Immediately, a trickle of soul power coursed through his limbs, not only nourishing his empty body, but also invigorating his spirit. Thus, half a month passed in diligent cultivation. Excellent. My body has fully adapted to the innate full soul power, Jiang Chuan declared confidently, cracking his right fist with a satisfying pop. The immediate priority is to find a soul ring for the chaotic blue lotus. He contemplated, his eyes gleaming with determination. Suddenly, he recalled that he had yet to sign in for the day. System, sign in. He commanded. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received a supplementary sign-in card. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have gained a power increase of 1 usable. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have gained a speed increase of 1 usable. In recent days, the rewards from his sign-ins had predominantly been these, significantly enhancing his physique. If one signed in at the same location repeatedly, the rewards would diminish. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received a 6-month soul ring. Duration cannot be used without possessing a soul ring. Upon seeing the prompt, Jiang Chuan paused momentarily, only to be filled with uncontainable joy and disbelief. Did this not imply that, even if he obtained a 10-year soul ring, as long as he continued to sign in, he could extend its duration to 1,000 years or even 100,000 years? If the system proved sufficiently powerful, achieving a 1,000,000-year soul ring was not beyond reach. However, Jiang Chuan was resolute in not pursuing a 10-year soul ring, for it was unnecessary. The prospect of extending the duration of soul rings ignited his aspirations for the future. After such an extended period of cultivation, his stomach grumbled with hunger. He spent half an hour tidying up his room, feasted on 3 chicken legs, 2 steamed buns, and a cup of tea, then let out a long yawn before lying down on his bed to drift into slumber, not awakening until the dawn of the next day. Beep. Random sign-in task triggered. Sign in at the Little Witch's boudoir of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, distributing random rewards. Upon seeing the sign-in prompt, Jiang Chuan instantly snapped to attention. Wasn't the Little Witch none other than Ning Rongrong? Without much hesitation, he promptly made his way towards the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, eager to discover the rewards that awaited him from the random sign-in. Not far off, he observed the sword Douluo and bone Douluo embroiled in a heated argument. Yet you cannot ensure Rongrong's safety even after capturing a century-old soul ring? And you call yourself a titled Douluo? How dare you? Old Bone, I merely let my guard down. Who could have foreseen that Rongrong would recklessly venture forth? Caught off guard, I was embroiled in a fierce battle with an 80,000-year soul beast and sustained injuries, barely managing to escape. I'm already burdened with guilt. Must you continue to criticize me? The 2 titled Douluos were engaged in a passionate dispute, their faces flushed with emotion. Ning Fengji paced back and forth, a frown etched upon his face, occasionally sighing heavily, his crystal staff tapping rhythmically against the ground. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, cease this quarrel, he interjected with an irritable tone, like to his words. The 2 finally fell silent. Observing this, Jiang Chuan experienced a moment of revelation. He had not anticipated that Ning Rongrong harbored such a past. At present, there was no alternative but to boldly step forward. Sect Master Ning, might I take a shot at it? Approaching the trio, Jiang Chuan confidently offered his assistance. The random sign-in was time-sensitive, and he made this clear. Are you not the disciple tasked with guarding the medicinal field of the Glazed Tile Sect? Ning Fengji regarded him with a hint of skepticism. He had discerned this individual's intelligence during their encounter in the main hall. Alas, with a useless martial soul and lacking soul power, his subsequent attention had waned. Jiang Chuan added, Indeed, I possess a method to aid the young princess. The sword Douluo scrutinized Jiang Chuan and retorted, Do not speak nonsense. The young princess requires no treatment from you. Out of goodwill, I shall grant you 30 gold soul coins. Now be off. Jiang Chuan understood well that the young princess was cherished by them like a precious jewel they would not so easily entrust her care to another. It was imperative to sway the trio. Sect Master Ning, my useless martial soul has undergone a transformation and possesses healing properties, Jiang Chuan declared with righteous conviction. His assertion was indeed accurate. His once feudal martial soul had indeed transformed due to the system. The chaotic pure Lotus also bore healing capabilities. While the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect was renowned for its formidable support martial souls, it lacked the ability to heal ailments, which was precisely what made Ning Fengji apprehensive. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, his eyes gleamed with intrigue. A mutated martial soul. The three spoke in unison, their gazes fixed intently upon Jiang Chuan. If what you say is true, then let us test it on me first. The sword Douluo pulled aside his garment, revealing a deep, fierce gash upon his chest. Uncle Jian, Ning Fengji exclaimed in alarm. Someone assist Uncle Jian back. Old man, you truly are injured? At your age? Douluo remarked, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. The latter shot him an exasperated glance, disregarding the two, and instead focused on Jiang Chuan, resolutely stating, let us proceed. Chapter 3. The Glazed Princess, a reunion with an old friend. There is no need for me to be completely healed. Merely demonstrating the efficacy of your treatment will suffice, Jian Duo elucidated. Jiang Chuan nodded. If he were to employ the Chaos Blue Lotus for healing, his soul power would undoubtedly be insufficient. He was not foolish enough to reveal his martial soul, instead directing a glimmer of green light into Jian Douluo's wound. Buzz! An astonishing scene unfolded as the injury experienced a tangible healing. The toxins within his body significantly diminished. It is worth noting that Jian Duo had been wounded by an 80,000-year-old azure snake, and such venom would typically require a prolonged period to dissipate. To Jiang Chuan's surprise, he managed to eliminate a tenth of it effortlessly, perhaps even saving Ning Rongrong in the process. Ning Fengji, being exceptionally astute, could easily discern the hidden intricacies on Jian Douluo's face. Consequently, he regarded the composed, yet unassuming Jiang Chuan, feeling somewhat perplexed by the young man's depths. Jian Duo, taken aback, inquired, are you a naturally full soul power? For formidable beings like themselves, a mere gaze would suffice to unveil Jiang Chuan's soul power with clarity. How could the Grand Hall test yield such results when you clearly possess no soul power? Ning Fengji was taken aback. Full soul power? Even Rongrong is merely at level 7. The bone Douluo was no longer composed. It is not merely the strength of innate full soul power that matters, but rather its rarity across the entire Douluo Continent. Otherwise, it would not warrant the attention of tidal Douluo-level powerhouses. Perhaps it is due to a mutation of the martial soul. Jiang Chuan offered a vague response, suggesting that the young swordsman should give it a try. He remained composed, confident that even if he failed, it would not bring any harm to Rongrong. Dear brother, please do your utmost. Ning Fengji altered his address and assured Jiang Chuan that they would discuss everything after the treatment concluded. Without wasting any more time, Jiang Chuan stepped into the Grand Hall under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The tidal Douluo were undeniably formidable. Yet they too had their blind spots and were in need of assistance, much like the Seven Treasures Glazed School seeking to procure Zhuge from Tang San. Upon reaching the blue door, it was evident that this must be the room of the little witch. So he pushed the door open and was greeted by the sight of the ailing Ning Rongrong. System, sign in. A chime echoed. Sign in at the boudoir of the little witch from the Seven Treasures Glazed School completed. Random task accomplished. Another chime followed. Congratulations to the host. You have received the Mystic Jade Hand. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Jiang Chuan's mouth. This was indeed the ultimate skill of the Tang sect. With relentless practice, even the most venomous of substances, like the Yama King's decree, could be grasped in one's hand. This journey was not in vain. Who are you? He turned his gaze to the feeble little sorceress, who propped herself up and met Jiang Chuan's bewildered gaze. This condition must be the result of an injury inflicted by the mandala snake. Jiang Chuan spoke lightly, if you wish for my assistance, you must exchange it for the Wuhuan Hall token. How could you possibly know that I was attacked by the mandala snake? The question seemed almost rhetorical. Jiang Chuan's nonchalance prompted a slight bite of her ruby lips from the other party. Very well, the Wuhuan Hall token it is, then. But mark my words, should you fail to heal me and continue to jest at my expense, I shall unleash my wrath. In the face of the little witch's threat, Jiang Chuan merely chuckled, confident that once she was healed, her bravado would wane. In the next moment, a flash of verdant light pierced her brow, eliciting a sharp cry of pain. Beads of sweat, as small as mung beans, fell from her brow. With a pleading gaze, she looked towards Jiang Chuan, and soon, the toxins that plagued her body vanished, leaving her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. The little witch exclaimed in astonishment, "You've actually restored me. I recall now. You are the one with the so-called useless woohooing, Jiang Chuan? Do you remember your promise?" Jiang Chuan replied with a melodic smile. If he were to ask Ning Fingji for the token, he would undoubtedly evoke suspicion. It was far more convenient to request it directly from the little witch. After the healing was complete, he turned to leave, encountering Ning Fingji at the door. The three of them hurried into the grand hall to see Ning Rongrong, to which Jiang Chuan offered no comment. At present, he sought a soul ring, setting his sights on a century-old crimson blood pangolin. This rare creature possessed formidable defense and a unique ability to sap the will of its foes while enhancing its own, making it an ideal candidate for his soul ring requirements. Returning to the medicinal field to continue his training, Jiang Chuan signed in multiple times during this period. The probability of acquiring a soul ring with an extended lifespan was high, yet those with longer durations were scarce, most averaging 1 to 2 months, with very few exceeding a year, considering that soul rings typically span hundreds of years. Nonetheless, he believed in the adage that many small efforts can yield great results. As of now, he had accumulated over 3 years' worth of soul ring lifespan. Not far down the hillside, a striking figure emerged. "I believe this is the right place." A girl clad in a lace-trimmed blue robe, with delicate hands resting on her slender waist, declared with undeniable certainty. On that day, having rid herself of the mandala toxin, she seized the opportunity to enter seclusion, successfully breaking through to the 12th level of soul mastery. Upon her emergence, she sought this very spot. At that moment, she spotted a young man seated cross-legged upon a bed and approached him, exclaiming, "Hey, so you were here, Jiang Chuan." Hearing her voice, Jiang Chuan turned to look, and was struck by the sight of a young lady, exquisitely sculpted, her figure both alluring and graceful. With her arms crossed behind her, she appeared pure and unblemished. In an instant, he recalled her identity. Noticing Jiang Chuan's momentary daze, Ning Rongrong let out a soft laugh, a playful smirk gracing her lips, for her intentions were shrewd. The little witch inquired with curiosity, "What is your woohooing? Also, my father mentioned he would soon invite you to the grand hall as a gesture of gratitude. By the way, what level are you at now, little princess?" Jiang Chuan did not respond, but instead posed a question. The latter nodded slightly, revealing her proud and snow-white neck, and let out a light laugh. "A 12th level soul master." Suddenly, a resonating hum echoed. A yellow soul ring emerged from Ning Rongrong's forehead, swirling downwards around her waist, enveloping her in a fragrant essence of life that transformed her demeanor significantly. However, when compared to the chaotic azure lotus aura, it still fell woefully short. Can a mere firefly ever be compared to the resplendent moon? Witnessing this confident display from her opponent, one could not help but be struck by the contrast. Jiang Chuan could not help but recall, with a touch of dark humor, her experiences at the Shrek Academy, where she faced numerous setbacks during her martial soul testing. The 100-year soul beast, which grandfather Jian had assisted her in hunting, originated from the Stardow forest, and its first soul skill was an amplification of strength. As she spoke, the soul ring concealed itself, severed from her soul power. The latter sighed, recognizing the advantage of having a powerful ally in the pursuit of soul beasts, while also reflecting on the carefree nature of childhood. Soul Master's abilities, unless shared with those most trusted, should not be disclosed lightly. Individuals like Ning Rongrong were indeed rare. Shaking her head, she acknowledged that these matters were beyond her concern. "What about the soul hall token I mentioned earlier? What did you say we should do next?" "Of course, we must venture into the soul hunting forest." "You intend to go to such a place? Have you been there before?" Jiang Chuan inquired. The paths of soul masters varied greatly. Some sought the ultimate trials by confronting soul beasts, a pursuit primarily for battle soul masters. Support-type soul masters also existed, albeit rare, such as the eager and ambitious Oscar. Chapter 4. The Way of the Runaway Soul Hunter, where reality is essential. "I have never set foot there. Do you wish to undertake such trials?" Ning Rongrong asked, a hint of concern in her voice. "Are you suggesting that Jiang Chuan would take such risks for the sake of testing himself?" "That could very well be the case." Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's leisurely reply, Ning Rongrong grew somewhat impatient, disliking such evasive rhetoric. She pressed on, "While the soul-hunting forest is indeed a habitat for soul beasts, the annual fatalities reported are far from negligible. Does that little princess dare to go?" Jiang Chuan remained unhurried as ever. What does the little sorceress fear the most? Undoubtedly, it is provocation. He could not possibly depart in silence, bearing the emblem of the spirit hall, but with the little sorceress leading the way, it became entirely justified. "What nonsense is this? The little sorceress proudly thrust out her chest, fixing her gaze upon Jiang Chuan. I have undergone extensive mimicry training. Jiang Chuan anticipated the reaction of the other party. However, I can unequivocally inform you that venturing into the soul-hunting forest without proper training, like you, is a perilous endeavor. As fate would have it, I am eager to explore the outside world. Why not accompany you on this adventure? Ning Rongrong revealed a cruel smile, stating that if you fail to keep up, you shall be torn apart by soul beasts. There was no need for further elaboration in her mind. Jiang Chuan's demise was already predetermined. The disparity between a first-ring soul master and another soul master is as vast as the heavens and the earth, particularly in terms of physical strength. After countless simulated training sessions, Ning Rongrong's physical prowess even surpassed that of battle soul masters, showcasing her remarkable abilities. Very well, Jiang Chuan replied. It was quite normal for the little princess to flee from home. The latter gradually departed, promising to return in 2 days, during which she would pilfer her father's spirit hall token and summon Jiang Chuan to the soul-hunting forest. However, he must prepare food and serve as her follower. The little princess, with her noble disposition, naturally proclaimed her authority, insisting that all matters must adhere to her arrangements. Jiang Chuan outwardly acquiesced, yet internally he weighed the consequences. Following her directives could very well lead to his immediate demise. Should he find himself in such a dire situation, he would no longer be bound by her whims. Upon returning to his solitary wooden cabin, he signed in at the medicinal fields of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the medicinal fields of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a supplementary sign-in card. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gaining an increase in strength by 2. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a level 5 soul power card. Duration: 3 minutes. This was indeed a novelty that captured Jiang Chuan's attention. The soul power card, which disregarded any circumstances, could temporarily enhance his soul power. However, it would vanish once the time limit expired. Jiang Chuan contemplated profoundly. The level of soul power directly reflects the strength of a soul master. This was no trifling matter. A mere 1-level difference in soul power could entirely crush an opponent. It was exceedingly rare to surpass levels, as Tang San did, with the prior level 5 soul power. Combined with this temporarily limited level 5 enhancement, it implied that upon obtaining a soul ring, he could instantly wield the strength of a 20-level great soul master. Indeed, entering the soul-hunting forest now seemed assured. Jiang Chuan was resolute. Furthermore, despite being an auxiliary soul master, he had recently experienced significant gains in strength and speed. His once frail physique was now robust, and his agility was remarkable. He might very well contend with century-old soul beasts. A flash of insight struck his mind, heightening his alertness. He was convinced that this was no mere illusion. There must be someone secretly observing the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. The likelihood of it being a soul beast is rather slim. However, individuals from the Spirit Hall present a plausible possibility. Alternatively, it could be the evil spirit cult. Yet, it is said that this organization was established only after a millennium, bearing the formidable title of Evil Spirit Master. They are known to utilize the blood of soul beasts to concoct potions that rapidly enhance one's soul power, swiftly forging a cadre of formidable soul masters. Nonetheless, the foundations of such soul masters are precarious, and their lives and deaths hold no relevance to Jiang Chuan, who is disinclined to delve deeper into the matter. His sole aspiration is to tread the path of strength and ascend to true divinity through the deities. After such an extensive period of cultivation, Jiang Chuan finds himself somewhat fatigued, having slept for 2 consecutive days. The following morning, the sky remains shrouded in a gentle haze. A crisp autumn breeze gently caresses, penetrating to the core. Lao Liao has yet to return from his departure. Jiang Chuan swiftly packed his belongings and arrived punctually at the entrance of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. There, he indeed found Ning Rongrong adorned in lace with blue trim, her hands clasped behind her back, a triumphant expression gracing her face. "I thought you wouldn't dare to come," she exclaimed, a hint of audacity in her tone. Without pausing to contemplate, Ning Rongrong urged, "Let us hurry." "How long do you expect it will take on foot?" Jiang Chuan retorted with a roll of his eyes. "If we turn this corner, a carriage will come to fetch us." It seemed rather surprising that the little princess, having run away from home on multiple occasions, lacked even the slightest bit of experience. The sole advantage of working at the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect was the substantial earning of soul coins, which was more than sufficient to rent a carriage. He had made the necessary arrangements just the day before. Yet, the latter looked utterly perplexed. "What does monkey year, horse month mean?" Jiang Chuan remained silent. gesturing for the other to follow. The two turned down a side street and soon beheld an opulent carriage. The coachman, upon receiving their confirmation, nodded and beckoned them to board. With a swift crack of the whip, they set off towards the soul-hunting forest. Upon noticing Ning Rongrong sitting opposite, her fists clenched and her delicate face betraying signs of anxiety, Jiang Chuan couldn't help but smile silently. "Are you frightened? Who's afraid?" he teased, only to be met with a frosty retort from her. Nonetheless, she was acutely aware that while managing the periphery of the soul-hunting forest was already a challenge, venturing further would ensnare her in peril. Jiang Chuan's demeanor suggested a reckless disregard for danger, yet she knew she could not afford to falter. In a moment of crisis, abandoning him to flee on her own might not be a bad strategy. With this thought, a flicker of solace washed over her. Having lived 2 lifetimes, she was certainly perceptive enough to discern his intentions. Today, he had deliberately reserved an opportunity to sign in, hoping to explore the soul-hunting forest and perhaps unearth some surprises. Logically, there should be a chance to acquire a soul ring. The journey proceeded in silence until they reached the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest, where a cacophony of voices erupted around them. "Form a team. Entering the soul-hunting forest is perilous. We only need 10 gold coins," called one voice. "This young brother, it's vital to team up with reliable individuals. I just saw them. They're a band of swindlers. We 3 are all second-ring soul masters, absolutely trustworthy. Our team includes a soul sovereign. We are more than equipped to enter the soul-hunting forest. 50 gold coins is quite a bargain. Think it over." The clamoring voices surrounded them incessantly. Ning Rongrong opened the carriage window and suggested, "Jiang Chuan, should we not hire a soul sovereign?" To which Jiang Chuan replied, "If the little princess is willing to entrust her safety to someone she does not trust, I have no objections." Jiang Chuan regarded the soul masters before him with indifference, perceiving them as an insubstantial assembly, frail and lacking cohesion. The realm of soul masters is rife with malevolent individuals, warranting caution. Moreover, the prices of provisions here are exorbitantly steep. Fortunately, Jiang Chuan had made prior preparations. Chapter 5. The soul-hunting guard stops, signing in for the soul guidance device. The two disembarked from the carriage, the sky still shrouded in gloom. Gazing into the distance, they observed 2 guards from the spirit hall, clad in golden armor and wielding spears, stationed at the entrance of the soul-hunting forest. They stood resolutely on either side, their countenances stern, exuding a formidable aura, clearly surpassing the rank of great soul masters. Their duty extended beyond merely preventing external soul masters from entering the forest. They were also tasked with ensuring that no soul beast escaped from within, which was the reason Jiang Chuan refrained from attempting to sneak in. As Jiang Chuan and Ning Rongrong approached, the guards abruptly crossed their weapons at the entrance, barring further passage. "Entry is prohibited here," one of the guards declared, his voice infused with soul power. "We come to hunt souls," Jiang Chuan asserted. Upon hearing their declarations, the guards scrutinized the 2 young figures, offering only a slight nod in silence. However, when they noticed the spirit hall token raised by Ning Rongrong, their expressions shifted to one of astonishment. Exchanging glances with each other, curiosity soon followed. "Are you certain this is your token? Could it possibly belong to you?" Ning Rongrong retorted sharply, her temper flaring. "Given that I possess the token, I trust my esteemed brothers have no reason to deny us entry." Jiang Chuan smiled faintly. The guard hesitated for a moment, opened his mouth, and solemnly declared, "Let them pass." With a thunderous sound, a series of gears began to turn, and the heavy gate, enveloped in dust, slowly descended to the ground. Before his eyes lay a vibrant forest, teeming with life, its rich and invigorating fragrance wafting through the air. Jiang Chuan could not help but take a deep breath, realizing that cultivating here would undoubtedly surpass the experiences of the outside world. "If you do not wish to enter, then wait for me outside." Jiang Chuan gazed at Ning Rongrong and spoke. He had obtained what he desired. "Humph," the latter scoffed, placing her hands on her hips and striding forward, casting an indignant glance back. "Aren't you coming?" Jiang Chuan followed closely behind, wishing fervently for someone to lead the way ahead. The ground beneath his feet was remarkably fertile and somewhat damp, providing an ideal habitat for soul beasts. A thunderous bang echoed as the great door swiftly closed, shrouding the area in a lingering haze. The system announced, "Sign in at the soul hunting forest successful. Congratulations, host." On successfully signing in at the soul hunting forest, "Congratulations, host, you have obtained a soul ring with a duration of 1 year. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a soul ring with a duration of 2 years. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the ancient bloodline. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 2-star soul guiding device. This unexpected wave of rewards left Jiang Chuan utterly astonished. As the accolades were bestowed upon him, his eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. Most astonishing of all was the ancient bloodline, which could temporarily enhance his strength, greatly compensating for the shortcomings of his auxiliary soul master abilities. At the very least, it would prevent him from being easily vanquished in life and death situations. Furthermore, as the ancient bloodline continued to evolve, it would grant him the power of ancestral awakening, an ability akin to the profound techniques employed by Tang San. Each possessed their unique merits. He retrieved the 2-star soul guiding device from the repository, a silver crystal pendant that shimmered brilliantly under the warm sunlight. It boasted a storage capacity of 2 cubic meters, albeit somewhat inferior to the renowned 24-bridge moonlit night. While the space was limited, it was practical. After all, he did not possess as many concealed weapons as Tang San. Moreover, this was merely a sign-in event. There might be more advanced soul-guiding devices available later. In summary, his journey to the soul-hunting forest had proven worthwhile. The ancient bloodline manifested as sacred texts inscribed within his mind. As he channeled his soul power, a golden wave of energy enveloped him, his aura surging dramatically. However, the immense consumption of soul power compelled him to cease, releasing a breath of turbid air. To his surprise, it also had the effect of purging impurities from within his body, leaving Jiang Chuan elated. Ning Rongrong sensed something unusual and cast a sidelong glance at the seemingly nonchalant Jiang Chuan, furrowing her brow. This place is teeming with 10-year soul beasts. Let us test our skills here. You attract the soul beasts. No, Jiang Chuan firmly rejected her suggestion. We should head to the 100-year soul beast area first. Are you mad? The soul beasts are far more formidable than you can imagine. Ning Rongrong regarded him as if he were insane. Then why have we come here? With righteous fervor, Jiang Chuan spoke, simultaneously taking resolute strides deeper into the century-old soul beast zone. Ning Rongrong experienced a peculiar sensation. As if upon entering the soul-hunting forest, Jiang Chuan transformed into a different being altogether. Suddenly, a chilling wolf howl pierced the air. Occasionally, a few leaves from a nearby pine tree fluttered to the ground, and a shadowy figure darted past, eluding the naked eye. There exists a soul beast. Ning Rongrong remained vigilant. Indeed, Jiang Chuan noncommittally nodded. The soul-hunting great forest undoubtedly harbors soul beasts, especially upon noticing the cured meat in his hands. How could they possibly resist the alluring aroma? Before departing, Jiang Chuan deliberately coated the cured meat with a layer of honey, enhancing its allure to the soul beasts. After stowing all the food inside the silver pendant around his neck, Jiang Chuan shook his hand and continued to stride forward. Ning Rongrong trailed behind, timidly clutching the back of Jiang Chuan's garment, suggesting, perhaps we should leave instead. It's getting late. Jiang Chuan halted in his tracks. 3 nether wolves obstructed the path, each peering curiously, howling incessantly at Jiang Chuan, their eyes glinting with a chilling, ghostly light. 10-year soul beasts, nether wolves? Each soul beast possesses its unique flaw. Jiang Chuan still vividly remembers that the weakness of the nether wolf lies in its scarred right eye, which serves as its source of energy. Once that eye is destroyed, its lifespan dissipates, rendering it no different from an ordinary wolf. Such soul beasts are not particularly challenging to deal with. How do you know this? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, astonished. Hadn't Jiang Chuan never set foot outside since arriving at the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect? Wait, what are you planning to do? To her utter shock, Jiang Chuan leaped toward the 3 wolves with a commanding presence. Unbeknownst to her, he wielded a silver blade in his hand. The ancient bloodline surged through him, enveloping his entire being in a radiant glow reminiscent of flames licking at golden waves. Without hesitation, he executed a swift slash, resulting in a spray of blood as one of the nether wolves' heads was severed and sent soaring through the air, landing with a thud beside a nearby tree. What a pity, only one has been slain. I underestimated your speed, Jiang Chuan remarked with a slight smile. It was his first time utilizing the ancient bloodline, and he was still somewhat unpracticed. Moreover, that single strike had drained him of 40% of his soul power. He had hoped to eliminate all 3 wolves in one decisive blow. He wondered when he would be able to manifest a formidable attack-type martial soul. With a sense of anticipation, he mused. A howl erupted from another nether wolf, filled with a chilling lament. It crouched low, its purple eyes glinting menacingly, and pounced fiercely. Ning Rongrong, paralyzed with astonishment, could hardly comprehend how Jiang Chuan possessed such immense power and was capable of engaging in close combat with soul beasts. She was utterly bewildered. Chapter 6. Battle of the Ancient Bloodline. Tang San's astonishment. In an instant, the netherwolf lunged forth with lightning speed. Jiang Chuan pressed forward resolutely. For he bore the ancient bloodline within him. How could he possibly be thwarted by 2-decade-old soul beasts? With a resounding hum, he brandished his silver blade. And in a flash of brilliance, 2 heads of the netherworld wolf were severed by a golden ribbon of light. Subsequently, with a thud, the bloodied wolf bodies collapsed to the ground on either side. Jiang Chuan hastily retracted the golden radiance enveloping him, exhaling a breath of murky air. And the silver blade in his hand vanished into thin air, absorbed by the soul guide device. A melodious sound resonated as 3 white 10-year soul rings floated around him, emanating a pure, luminous aura. He paid them no heed, for they were beyond the limits of his absorption. What was the meaning of that golden light moments ago? Aren't you supposed to be a discarded martial spirit? Ning Rongrong inquired, her voice filled with perplexity. Why is your soul power so abundant? Aren't you leaving? Jiang Chuan coldly regarded the crumpled figure before him. Unless I've gone mad like you, Ning Rongrong retorted with a scoff. Then wait here. From what I know, the soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest are particularly attracted to the scent of blood, so take care of yourself. Jiang Chuan discerned that she was indeed a nuisance. Though the latter was willful and headstrong, she was not foolish. It was evident to her that Jiang Chuan harbored profound depths. He had probably ventured into the soul-hunting forest to procure soul rings. Yet, he intended to hunt a 100-year soul beast alone? However, recalling the scene where Jiang Chuan had slain the 3 wolves, perhaps he truly had a chance of success. Unconsciously, her perception of this youth shifted. I've sprained my ankle, he remarked. Jiang Chuan chose not to engage further with her but instead turned, leaping with resolve towards the 100-year soul beast zone. The chilling aura of murder gradually closing in, it was not a place to linger. Ignoring Ning Rongrong's cries, he had barely taken a few steps when a sudden voice rang out. Run, Shao San. Luo Sanpao, you block it. The voice was strikingly familiar, followed by the appearance of 2 panicked figures fleeing, pursued by a massive snakehead. The serpent's body, extending 10 meters in length, shimmered a vibrant green, exuding an indescribable allure. The mandra snake, Jiang Chuan's expression shifted slightly. A middle-aged man, bearing the marks of time with a long, dark beard, donned a simple black robe. His visage not unfamiliar. Master. As for the other figure, a youth clad in blue, possessed a pair of bright, piercing eyes. Tang San. Jiang Chuan instinctively exclaimed. It was a fortuitous encounter with the timeline, awakening his martial spirit at 6, entering Nodding Academy, and apprenticing under the master. They were now on the verge of obtaining their first soul ring. The slaughter of the wolf pack had emitted a scent of blood, thus attracting the mandra snake. What a coincidental meeting. This is bad. We have been targeted. The master thought, alarmed. Shao San, do not concern yourself with me. Quickly escape. Teacher, be cautious. It approaches. Tang San exclaimed, drenched in sweat, as the situation grew increasingly dire. With that, a colossal mandala serpent, over a century old, lunged forth with great vigor, stirring a cloud of dust in its wake and scattering stones in all directions. Yu Shaojiang, caught unprepared, felt a sharp sting as he was bitten by the serpent's venomous fangs. He grimaced but bore the pain in silence. Observing this, Jiang Chuan stood serenely, his arms crossed before him, gazing down upon the unfolding scene from the verdant shade. The strife of Tang San seemed to bear no consequence to him, nor did the stakes of life and death. However, the flesh of the mandala serpent held a significant allure for the rare and elusive blood-red pangolin. The pangolin was a rare find, hard to come by, but with the right bait, the scenario would change entirely. Tang San's eyes narrowed as he drew a gleaming silver blade from his sleeve. With a surge of energy from his Xianyu hand, a mist of cold smoke wafted up, indicating his determination to hurl the weapon. Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. The flesh of a century-old mandala serpent, Jiang Chuan teased. Tang San and Yu Shaojiang exchanged bewildered glances. As the atmosphere grew tense with silence, it was evident they were perplexed by the situation. Yu Shaojiang was the first to break the silence. Why are there children in the hunting soul forest? Meanwhile, Tang San remained stoic, his gaze fixed on Jiang Chuan, his mind a tempest of uncertainty, wary of the stranger's identity. Under Yu Shaojiang's astonished gaze, Jiang Chuan charged directly at the fearsome mandala serpent. With a thunderous crash, he descended from the sky, enveloped in a radiant golden aura, his momentum building as his right fist struck the serpent's abdomen. Did he truly believe he could vanquish the mandala serpent alone? Tang San found it hard to believe. Stop, Yu Shaojiang shouted, instinctively closing his eyes. The serpent's weakness lay in its head. Even targeting that would be perilous, let alone assaulting its most armored midsection. Surely, this battle would end in disaster. Yet, in the next instant, The mandala serpent let out a wretched howl, its cries echoing through the forest. With a tremendous force, the serpent was sent reeling backward, crashing through countless towering trees before collapsing to the ground, a cloud of dust obscuring the sight. Yu Xiaojiang grunted, his mind momentarily blank. Astonishingly, the serpent's abdomen bore a bloodied imprint of a fist. Yet, from his perception, the creature appeared to have no soul rings. How could this be possible? Tang San's eyes gleamed with a cunning light. The golden aura swirling around the stranger was palpable, its oppressive heat evoking a sense of dread. Moreover, why would this individual come to his aid? Tang San swiftly concealed his Xianyu hand, wary of revealing his intentions to the master. Is it still alive? Jiang Chuan's eyes shimmered with a cold light. The mandala serpent's vitality surpassed his expectations. Had the creature mastered some formidable technique? What is a martial art? Yu Xiaojiang observed Tang San's suggestive demeanor and couldn't help but inquire, curiosity piqued. The other party must have some knowledge. Moreover, this disciple was remarkably precocious, seemingly harboring undisclosed secrets. When pursued by the mantis snake, his steps were resolute, and he remained composed in the face of danger, a quality only possessed by those who have faced life and death countless times. Tang San stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. In the Douluo Continent, the concept of martial arts did not exist. How could he explain this to Yu Xiaojiang? For a moment, he felt apprehensive. He merely deflected with a vague reference to his father's teachings, describing it as a method of soul power cultivation. Upon hearing it was Tang Hao, Yu Xiaojiang raised an eyebrow, revealing an expression of understanding. After all, as a titled Douluo, he was naturally more knowledgeable than most, which was hardly surprising. Given the opportunity, he would seek to inquire deeply into the origins of martial arts to see if they ventured into realms undiscovered by soul masters. As the conversation shifted to soul beast knowledge, Yu Xiaojiang's interest was piqued. In truth, he was also aware that there were greater secrets yet to be uncovered regarding soul beasts and soul masters, along with many hypotheses awaiting validation. He placed all his fervor and aspirations upon Tang San. Chapter 7. The Fallacy of Martial Techniques, Twin Swords Against the Mantis. Are you certain that the youth before us is employing martial arts? Yu Xiaojiang pondered. The soul power he exhibited was both profound and formidable, with an explosive force. Yu Xiaojiang was entranced, questioning how one might acquire such martial arts. Tang San felt a peculiar notion. Whenever he mentioned his father, Yu Xiaojiang's enthusiasm soared. I merely speculate. Tang San teased. Observing the other's embarrassment, Yu Xiaojiang refrained from pressing further. With a furious roar, the mantis snake was thoroughly provoked. As it let out a thunderous cry, its scales trembled. In a century, none had ever inflicted such grievous harm upon it. Suddenly, it revealed a ferocious, almost human-like wrath. An enraged mantis snake could unleash 120% of its usual strength. Its preferred method of attack was strangulation. Under these circumstances, even a second-ring agility-type soul master would find it exceedingly difficult to prevail. Yu Xiaojiang, concerned, urged Jiang Chuan to flee. However, the latter surged forward, conjuring a sharp silver blade from thin air, plunging it towards the mantis snake's eyes. With a splatter, a torrent of blood erupted from the blade's dual edges, accompanied by bits of flesh. The mantis snake writhed in fury, its massive body swaying as it madly lunged, baring its bloodied fangs at Jiang Chuan. Yet, the latter moved with astonishing swiftness, eluding its grasp. As blood flowed, the mantis snake's vitality waned. Who could have anticipated Jiang Chuan's rapid response? Beneath the gaze of Tang San's purple extreme demon eye, he discerned that the sharp silver blade had been drawn from a silver necklace around the opponent's neck. He momentarily lost his focus. Was this a soul-guiding device? In the world of Douluo Continent, there exists a second soul-guiding device? Tang San was utterly taken aback. The battle was far from over. Jiang Chuan would not afford the mandala snake any opportunity to retaliate. With a sharp sound, he forcefully drew the bloodied silver blade, subsequently thrusting it towards the side of the serpent's head. Swift and precise, it pierced deeply, causing another torrent of blood to erupt. Regrettably, the mandala snake could only howl in pain, unable to counterattack, nor could it even graze Jiang Chuan. Tang San was greatly intimidated by the opponent's ruthless tactics. Although he had faced life and death, this scene was indeed somewhat overwhelming for him. Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brows tightly, feeling both admiration and trepidation towards Jiang Chuan. The ability to engage in battle without hesitation is an essential quality for a soul master. Observing this, Ning Rongrong, who had rushed from afar, gazed in a daze at Jiang Chuan, whose body was splattered with blood. The wariness was evident in her eyes. It seems that one must indeed target its weaknesses. Jiang Chuan let out a long sigh. What? You are aware of the shortcomings of the mandala snake? Tang San was taken aback. When it comes to the study of soul beasts, few possess as much knowledge as his teacher. Yet, the flaws of the mandala snake remain largely unknown. Not only the mandala snake, but the understanding of other soul beasts among soul masters is also woefully insufficient, let alone their weaknesses. Thus, this is one of the reasons why Tang San chose to apprentice under his master. Isn't that right, Tang San? Jiang Chuan remained calm and composed. I have no use for the soul ring of the mandala snake. I merely seek to draw forth the crimson-blooded pangolin with its flesh and blood. So, would you be willing to engage in a transaction? This is, after all, the soul ring of the mandala snake. Moreover, who are you to know my name? Tang San exclaimed, taken aback, sensing that the other was perhaps delusional. How could a typical soul master casually relinquish such a treasure? Furthermore, I have never encountered you before. Isn't this a negotiation we are having? Are you willing? Your blue silver grass, when combined with the mandala snake, will undoubtedly yield extraordinary results. Jiang Chuan, with a gentle demeanor, coaxed the blood-red pangolin. Master, clutching his chest, feebly inquired, how can you substantiate that the allure of the mandala snake's flesh is substantial? It is worth noting that even the master had yet to fully comprehend this particular soul beast. Observing this, Jiang Chuan merely shrugged with a hint of disdain. He was well aware, having gleaned knowledge from Yu Xiaojiang. Yet the other's countenance suggested a lack of clarity on the matter. He was not obligated to respond. Jiang Chuan scoffed lightly. For a century-old mandala snake soul ring, you may offer me any price, and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School shall comply. Ning Rongrong gasped in astonishment. Such a magnificent soul ring. And the other party dared to sell it? No, only Tang San could afford such a price. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chuan declined. At this, Ning Rongrong stamped her foot in frustration. After all, she was the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, yet this Jiang Chuan remained impervious, publicly undermining her dignity. Me? The latter's gaze faltered, unwilling to meet Jiang Chuan's eyes, as though his secrets were laid bare. Indeed, I am aware you harbor your own mysteries. In such a setting, discretion is paramount. Just agree to my transaction first, and the mandala snake shall be yours. Little San, this is a rare opportunity. The absorption of the century-old mandala snake may prove challenging, yet I have faith in your abilities, provided the price is reasonable. Seize it. Their negotiations were not particularly elevated. For Tang San possessed no significant foundation, nothing of great value to lose. Very well, it's a deal. Tang San's eyes sparkled with fervor. Jiang Chuan seized the massive, dying head of the mandala snake and hurled it towards Tang San with considerable force, simultaneously using his silver blade to sever a substantial piece of flesh. A vague sense of foreboding stirred within Tang San. The reason the other party had not made their demands in public likely indicated that their desires were anything but simple. However, given the implications for his soul ring and the potential advancement of Xuantian's abilities, Tang San did not hesitate to acquiesce. After all, the chances of encountering another mandala snake in his quest for soul beasts were slim. Wait, who exactly are you? I need to know the identity of the one with whom I am making this transaction. Jiang Chuan, an auxiliary system soul master. Do not worry about incurring any debts with me. No one can owe me anything. What? You are an auxiliary system soul master? Yu Xiaojiang's pallid visage betrayed his distress. Impossible. Tang San believed that Jiang Chuan must undoubtedly be a battle soul master with dual rings, for otherwise, such formidable close-quarters combat prowess would be inconceivable. This was utterly astonishing. How could one expect others to believe it? Jiang Chuan spoke softly. Is there any necessity for me to deceive you? The atmosphere suddenly turned chilly, plunging the entire assembly into a profound silence. A monster, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, a sentiment echoed by Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang. This was a blatant violation of the Douluo principles. Jiang Chuan? Yu Xiaojiang emphasized, as if to engrave the name in his memory. Do you aspire to achieve greater heights? Take my advice. Do not squander your exceptional talents. Tang San regarded Yu Xiaojiang with a look of skepticism. Could it be that he intended to take on another disciple? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Jiang Chuan's talents surpassed even his own, and who would not desire to have such a prodigy among their ranks? In truth, the master harbored no intentions of accepting Jiang Chuan as a disciple, for he was undoubtedly backed by an even more formidable presence. He was simply not worthy. Do you wish to recommend me to Shrek? Jiang Chuan's words struck with precision. Chapter 8. The crisis of the forest lurks. When will the army break through? Yu Xiaojiang, possessing a profound sense of self-respect, would never underestimate himself to think he could take Jiang Chuan as a disciple. After all, he was acutely aware that he had little to impart to the young man. Thus, aside from any connection to Shrek, Jiang Chuan could conceive of no other possibility. As if prophetic, Yu Xiaojiang was rendered speechless, caught off guard. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, how could he possibly know about Shrek Academy? Teacher, what is the matter? Tang San asked, concern evident as he supported Yu Xiaojiang. Meanwhile, he pondered, what kind of place is Shrek? The latter's complexion was remarkably pale. The venom of the snake coursing through his veins, yet he managed to muster the strength to inquire, what do you know? To his knowledge, unless one belonged to royalty or was a renowned spirit master, it was improbable for anyone to be aware of Shrek's existence. Shrek's wide recruitment of students was hardly a novel concept. Jiang Chuan spoke candidly. With a gasp, Yu Xiaojiang, impervious to the noxious fumes, finally collapsed to the ground. Teacher Tang San let out a piercing cry, instinctively parting the opponent's clothing, only to discover a long gash upon the chest, from which oozed a pool of black blood, mandala serpent venom. It was to shield you, Jiang Chuan revealed. Tang San, hailing from the renowned Tang sect of another realm, possessed a profound knowledge of poisons that surpassed even that of Dugubo. While he could employ the Xian Yu hand to neutralize the toxin, such a remedy would undoubtedly inflict severe suffering upon Yu Xiaojiang, a torment that would be unbearable for an ordinary person. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Brother Jiang Chuan, are you not a support-type soul master? Can you not alleviate this venom? Regardless of the circumstances, Tang San was determined to pursue this inquiry. Jiang Chuan casually responded, it can be cured. I will promise you one more condition. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will certainly accomplish it. If I were to ask you to teach me the chaotic wind technique, would you be willing? Chaotic wind? Tang San was taken aback. That is the forging technique that your father imparted to you. Jiang Chuan had long coveted the art of chaotic cloak. Mastering it would not only refine his own abilities, but also enhance his combat prowess. The chaotic cloak was a profound technique that could not be grasped through mere words. It required direct instruction from a master to truly understand its essence. The latter, however, remained oblivious to the fact that the forging technique he employed was, in fact, the closely guarded secret of the Haotian sect within the Douluo Continent, the chaotic cloak. Tang San nodded in acknowledgement. Ever since he entered the forging chamber, many had shown keen interest in his hammering technique, and his teacher often exhibited unusual reactions. With the safety of his teacher at stake, caution was paramount. A slight smirk crept across Jiang Chuan's lips. Such a favorable deal was one he could not afford to miss. The chaotic blue lotus. Jiang Chuan softly exhaled, raising a resplendent azure lotus with his left hand, exuding wisps of vibrant life energy. Naturally, Jiang Chuan refrained from revealing the physical form of the lotus. He preferred to keep it concealed from the public eye. After all, the chaotic azure lotus transcended the comprehension of this world, and he sought to avoid unnecessary complications. Moreover, the individual before him was not yet someone he could fully trust. In an instant, the refreshing aroma of the azure lotus enveloped him like a mountainous tide. This essence caused Ning Rongrong to hold her breath, inwardly marveling that its healing potency must surely surpass that of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda. Auxiliary martial spirits? This was a realm that Tang San was encountering for the first time. The abundant life force caused a tremor of awakening within him. No wonder his teacher asserted that the primary target to be dealt with in battles involving spirit masters was indeed the auxiliary spirit masters. Their role was indispensable. If control-type spirit masters were the brains of the team, then auxiliary spirit masters were its very soul. Noticing that the other party did not reveal their martial spirit, Tang San understood. Unless one was a teammate or an individual of great intimacy, revealing martial spirits and spirit abilities to outsiders was uncommon. However, from the aura alone, he could discern that the other's martial spirit was certainly extraordinary. Suddenly, a strand of life's brilliance entered Yu Xiaojiang's chest. In the next moment, the long, deep black streaks of injury began to heal, and the black blood transformed abruptly. The scene before him was nothing short of miraculous. Was this the power of an auxiliary spirit master? Tang San could scarcely believe it. If within the realm of life and death their team possessed an auxiliary spirit master, it would equate to acquiring a second chance at life. Ning Rongrong covered her lips, pondering the gravitas of healing the dead and restoring flesh to bones. She was acutely aware that even the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, with all 7 rings in place, could not guarantee such a remarkable healing effect. You understand flesh and bones? Jiang Chuan had not anticipated this. The latter nodded slightly, recalling what his father had conveyed. Cough, cough. The master forcefully cleared his throat, and a rush of blackened blood was expelled from his chest, his consciousness wavering momentarily before he fainted once more. What a monster! Ning Rongrong was taken aback. Even the healing prowess of the 9-heart begonia could not yield such swift results. What on earth was your martial spirit? For reasons unknown. She suddenly recalled the colossal azure lotus she had seen high in the sky that day, radiating a sacred aura. No comment, Jiang Chuan replied tersely. The transaction is complete. When the time is ripe, I shall seek you out to fulfill my promise. With a hint of jest, he then turned serious, his expression darkening. Quickly slay the mandala serpent. In an instant, a series of thunderous collapses echoed, the ground tremored violently, and it was clear without observation that a colossal being was approaching. Tang San understood. The soul beasts possess an intense sense of pride. Even in death, they refuse to become a soul ring for the soul masters. Thus, the adversary is conveying a message. They intend to use the bloodshed from its body to lure the bloodthirsty soul beasts of the soul-hunting forest, including the crimson blood armored pangolin. Dust swirled around, and faintly, one could glimpse the heads of soul beasts emerging. It is already too late, Jiang Chuan remarked with a sense of calm. Tang San felt a sudden wave of dread. Having slain the mandala serpent, this was certainly not the moment to absorb a soul ring. To refrain from killing would undoubtedly attract a relentless stream of soul beasts. The situation was dire. Hurry! What are we waiting for? Ning Rongrong exclaimed to Jiang Chuan, her voice filled with trepidation. As a level 12 soul master, did she not realize that we have already been encircled by soul beasts? Jiang Chuan reproached. What? Ning Rongrong was taken aback. Upon calming her mind, she indeed sensed the imminent dangers lurking from all directions. How unfortunate. Why didn't we simply eliminate the mandala snake? Are you intent on leading us to our doom? What shall we do now? Even Tang San felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Given his temperament, he could only confront the challenge head-on. Otherwise, there would be no chance of survival. With a silent blade hidden in his sleeve, Tang San murmured, Xianyu hand. A vigorous wave of energy enveloped him. As the Xiantian skill channeled his soul power ceaselessly, he stood ready, bracing himself for the worst. There was no escape. Jiang Chuan's expression hardened. His 5th-level soul power was locked in place. He had initially hoped to acquire the first soul ring, amplifying the 3rd-level soul power obtained from the system, thereby gaining the strength of an 18th-level soul master, which would grant him the capability to contend in the 6-ring forest. However, it now appeared utterly impossible. In an instant, the aura emanating from Jiang Chuan underwent a profound transformation, its terror reminiscent of an ancient, awakening behemoth. The bloodline of antiquity. As Jiang Chuan opened his eyes, his pupils instantly transformed into a resplendent gold. Chapter 9. The Moment of the Hunt. Following this, a series of golden runes emerged from Jiang Chuan's body, intricately adorning him as they ascended gradually, enveloping his neck and dancing across his visage, endowing him with an undeniable aura of gallantry. Jiang Chuan sighed deeply, his fist clenched tightly, producing a resonant sound. The power of a 15th-level soul master. Noticing Jiang Chuan's unusual demeanor, Ning Rongrong's eyes narrowed in intrigue. What have you been training in? Is it solely this close combat? Tang San, with his meticulous mind, recalled the earlier incident. There was no time to respond. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted. A bloodthirsty spider, aged a century, lunged forward. Its gaping maw filled with razor-sharp fangs, aiming to devour the mandala snake meat in Jiang Chuan's grasp. Was it merely 100 years old? Jiang Chuan cast aside the snake meat in his hand, bending his bow, drawing his waist, and tensing his entire body, concentrating his soul power into his right fist. With a thunderous crash, the bloodthirsty spider was instantaneously shattered into fragments, blood splattering into the air, followed by a faint yellow soul ring swirling around. This revelation was akin to words of a ferocious beast for Ning Rongrong. What did it mean to have just surpassed a century? Such a soul beast would strike terror into the hearts of soul masters of their age. Yet it was obliterated by Jiang Chuan's single punch. She could scarcely believe her own eyes. You just claimed to be from the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect school? Tang San pressed Ning Rongrong. What is Jiang Chuan to you? He was not unfamiliar with the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect school, having heard his teacher mention it numerous times. To his astonishment, he found himself fortunate enough to encounter it today. Ning Rongrong opened her mouth, only to realize that she was equally ignorant of Jiang Chuan's true background. Furthermore, there was little connection between the two of them. This was the century-old soul beast territory, where the soul beast rarely exceeded 300 years. Upon witnessing the brutal demise of the bloodthirsty spider, many intelligent soul beasts regarded Jiang Chuan with trepidation, instinctively retreating. The Seven Treasures are renowned, known for their might. Given the circumstances, their fates were intertwined. Ning Rongrong did not hold back her soul power to assist the two. Without Jiang Chuan and Tang San, she would be unable to escape on her own. The notion of preserving her own safety was impossible. Tang San was entangled with a black-horned rhino. Finding himself at a disadvantage, yet with the aid of the Seven Treasure Glazed tile, he swiftly turned the tide. At that moment, Jiang Chuan, feeling the inadequacy of his soul power, was invigorated by the enhancement of the Seven Treasure Glazed tile, and he unleashed a powerful punch to slay a century-old flying madness. Exhibiting a relentless fury as if in an uninhabited realm, the power enhancement of the Seven Treasure Glazed tile, according to my soul power, can only elevate your strength by 20% for a mere minute. Hurry, Ning Rongrong spoke in a low tone. Blue silver grass. Tang San exerted all his effort to channel his soul power, unleashing robust blue silver grass. With a resounding hum, the blue silver grass struck the soul beasts. Some, unable to withstand the force, were toppled, while others sustained serious injuries. Although it could not bring the soul beasts to their demise, it could deliver punishing blows that made them hesitant to act recklessly again. They merely needed to drive them away, as killing so many soul beasts would yield no benefit for them. The ancient bloodline. Jiang Chuan ultimately located the crimson blood pangolin. Drawn by the allure of the mandrake serpent-esque flesh, the remaining soul beasts, sensing danger, began to flee. With a stride reminiscent of a dragon and a tiger, he advanced. His right hand transformed into a hue of white jade, emanating an icy chill. With a thunderous clap, his jade-like palm struck forcefully against the pangolin's most vulnerable abdomen, delivering a blow akin to a fatal strike. A spurt of blood erupted from the creature, painting the sky a vivid crimson as it fell, crashing into the ground with a resounding thud that created a deep pit. At that moment, few soul beasts remained to escape. Jiang Chuan unsheathed his silver blade with utmost decisiveness, plunging it into the abdomen of the crimson-blooded pangolin, thereby ending its life without granting it a moment's chance to escape. A pure golden soul ring hovered and shimmered around him, entwined with delicate waves of energy, exuding an extraordinary brilliance. It appears that this was a pangolin beast of over 300 years of age. Jiang Chuan promptly made a decisive resolution. The observation of the thickness of the pangolin scales in relation to its body length had been relentlessly pursued for nearly 4 centuries. This was indeed a limit that only a grand soul master could endure. He was not one to hesitate. Taking advantage of the amplification provided by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, coupled with the enhancement of the ancient bloodline, he was still capable of contending with the consciousness of the soul beast. After this momentum fades, it would be unwise to disregard potential risks. Elder brother Jiang Chuan, you should absorb the soul ring first. I will stand guard for you. Tang San volunteered eagerly. Moreover, with their teacher rendered unconscious, he was unable to absorb the rings himself. Your enhancement fortifies our safety. Ning Rongrong was well aware of the precarious dangers they might encounter during this critical period, especially as her pallor indicated the toll of her soul power consumption. Jiang Chuan nodded slightly, settling into a cross-legged position. He summoned his martial soul, and his soul power surged upward. The yellow soul ring of the crimson blood armadillo encircled his head. Fortunately, due to the influence of the chaotic green lotus, this soul ring exhibited no repulsion, and malevolent thoughts were greatly suppressed. The sensation of absorbing the soul ring was akin to a vast emptiness being filled, revitalizing his entire being. The consumed soul power not only replenished but continually increased. It is important to note that soul power levels do not merely double with each rank. Rather, they increase exponentially with each advancement. Was Jiang Chuan merely a soul master without a ring? Tang San was astonished. He was absorbing a soul ring that was over 300 years old. How could he discern that this was a soul ring of such age? The scales were thicker than half a foot, dark in hue, and the armadillo's flesh was a vivid crimson, indicating an exceptionally pure bloodline, and notably, its length reached 1 meter. Such soul beasts are naturally small. To reach a meter in size is already extraordinary, and the creature before them might be over 300 years old. Tang San was concerned, fearing that Jiang Chuan might not be able to absorb it, risking his own explosion. What puzzled him was that Jiang Chuan must have known the age of this soul ring beforehand, yet he still chose to absorb it. Why? To absorb a soul ring over 100 years old as a first ring is already extraordinary. Jiang Chuan was evidently unwilling to settle for anything less. Tang San's final words rang out with unusual clarity. Suddenly, a waft of fragrant green lotus filled the air, intoxicating his senses. Behind Jiang Chuan, a fleeting shadow of a blue lotus petal danced gracefully, exuding a fragrant aroma that swayed with the breeze. Buzz, the yellow soul ring nestled at his waist, merging seamlessly with Jiang Chuan. The first soul ring, a triumph? Tang San felt a surge of excitement surpassing even Jiang Chuan's own. This was nothing short of a miracle on the Douluo Continent. The absorption process, completed in a mere span of a few minutes, revealed no signs of difficulty from Jiang Chuan, indicating he faced no obstacles whatsoever. Truly an anomaly. How could such an individual exist within the realms of Douluo? Ning Rongrong covered her small mouth in astonishment. Was it truly completed? So this is my first soul skill? System, activate level 3 soul power. Jiang Chuan abruptly opened his eyes, emanating an icy brilliance. Having just become a soul master, his soul power surged to the 13th level, hinting at a potential breakthrough to the 14th. Chapter 10, The Revival of the Master. Extracting teeth from the tiger's mouth as a first-ring 12th level soul master, Ning Rongrong could immediately sense Jiang Chuan's overwhelming soul power, which enveloped her like an expansive ocean within the blink of an eye. After absorbing his first soul ring, Jiang Chuan's strength grew exponentially, far surpassing his previous self. Even a 1,000-year spirit beast would find itself crushed under his might. His first soul ring, titled Borrowing Arrows with Straw Boats, bore an intriguing name. A subtle smile graced Jiang Chuan's lips as he contemplated its effects upon enduring damage from an enemy. The user would return 150% of that harm as healing power from the chaotic azure lotus. Effective for 3 minutes and impervious to any injury, unless met with death. Such an extraordinary soul skill caused Jiang Chuan's expression to shift slightly. The notion of returning 150% of healing implied that, barring a single fatal blow, he would remain immortal. Most terrifyingly, this skill could be bestowed upon up to 5 soul masters, with the potential to increase as the skill level advanced. The concept of team healing was something many dared not even dream of. Tang San and Ning Rongrong both gazed at Jiang Chuan intently, observing their scrutiny. He refrained from revealing his soul skill readily, unbeknownst to Ning Rongrong, who felt a burgeoning curiosity towards him. Tang San's eyes dimmed with a hint of sorrow. Jiang Chuan's caution was almost excessive. The system activated, utilizing the 3-year soul ring limit. A green radiance emanated from Jiang Chuan's forehead, enveloping his soul ring, which then shone brilliantly, confirming the extension of its duration. Amidst the aftermath of battle, Yu Shaojiang furrowed his brows tightly, clearing his throat dryly. Teacher, you have awakened? Tang San supported Yu Shaojiang, offering him some warm water from a flask. How do you feel now? Am I poisoned? Yu Shaojiang's expression faltered as he began to inspect himself, finding no harm apart from a slight discomfort in his chest. Teacher, it was Jiang Chuan who healed you. Tang San explained. No, Jiang Chuan gently waved his hand. This was our transaction. I am not so magnanimous as to offer aid indiscriminately, even to you, Yu Shaojiang. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude to this young brother. Yu Shaojiang regained his composure, intrigued by the young man's auxiliary martial spirit that seemed capable of countering toxins. Whose disciple are you? Which sect do you belong to? His curiosity about Jiang Chuan's origins deepened. In the Douluo Continent, strength was often reliant on lineage, firstly martial spirits, and secondly, soul power. Given Jiang Chuan's formidable prowess, it was evident that his parents could not be ordinary. I am a disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect school. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, grasping Jiang Chuan's right arm. What are you trying to do? Usurping authority. Having recognized Jiang Chuan's brilliance, Ning Rongrong would undoubtedly ensure that the sect does not lose such a promising disciple. Jiang Chuan's expression darkened. The little princess was indeed easy to conquer, provided one possessed formidable strength. The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect school? Master was taken aback. Indeed, among the top 3 sects, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect school. Ning Rongrong proudly lifted her snow-white neck. You cannot possibly be the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect school, can you? Yu Shaojiang had encountered her in her youth. Ning Fingji is my father, and the sword Douluo and bone Douluo are my grandfathers. When it came to her lineage, Ning Rongrong had nothing to conceal. Her forthright nature left Jiang Chuan feeling quite embarrassed, as he repeatedly attempted to withdraw his hand, only to be met with her indignant expression. Douluo? Tang San's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Little San, do you recall what I previously mentioned regarding the rank of soul masters? Yes, teacher, only a titled Douluo can possess a unique title, and there are certainly no more than 20 such soul masters across the entire continent. Their power is unparalleled, capable of altering the very fabric of the world. As he spoke, Tang San could not help but reveal a look of longing. Indeed, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect school was extraordinary, boasting 2 titled Douluo, namely the sword Douluo and bone Douluo, as mentioned by the little princess. Along with their leader Ning Fingji, hailed as the strongest support-type soul master in the entire continent. With such combat prowess, they could easily stand shoulder to shoulder with empires, basking in glory. Yu Shaojiang chattered incessantly. Ning Rongrong beamed radiantly, her girlish vanity immensely satisfied. However, Jiang Chuan, standing nearby, remained as unyielding as wood, showing no signs of emotion. Tang San narrowed his eyes. This background was indeed astonishing, worthy of admiration from countless individuals. Little San, there is no need for envy. Yu Xiaojing meaningfully patted Tang San's shoulder. As a soul master, one must always maintain a steadfast mind. Upon hearing of such incredible powers, it is only natural for one's heart to be stirred. The latter regained his composure and nodded in agreement. Dismiss your thoughts. Jiang Chuan is our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's foremost disciple and would never bow to you. I believe you're mistaken. To join is not to serve under me, but rather to enter the highest-ranking Soul Master Academy in the Douluo Continent. Yu Xiaojing declared with righteous conviction. The highest ranking? Tang San's worldview was thoroughly shaken today. Uft. Ning Rongrong chuckled playfully. Cease your nonsensical chatter. You are but a charlatan, a mere second-ring Soul Master claiming to represent the highest-ranking Soul Master Academy in the Douluo Continent. What qualifications do you possess to gain our trust? Moreover, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School can provide Jiang Chuan with the finest resources. He has already absorbed soul rings over 300 years old. Should he become a great soul master, you might lack even the strength to procure a single soul ring for him, which we can effortlessly achieve. The first soul ring is over 300 years? Yu Xiaojing's pallid complexion stiffened. As a support-type soul master, he was already at a disadvantage when it came to absorbing soul rings. It can be said that the limit of a battle soul master extends to over 2 centuries, while auxiliary soul masters rarely exceed a century. He initially believed that Jiang Chuan possessed extraordinary talent, but to his astonishment, the latter turned out to be a true prodigy. The young girl was unaware that the finest soul master instructors are not determined solely by their strength. Rather, it is the training methodologies of the academy and the depth of soul master knowledge that truly define the excellence of a soul master institution, a quality that Shrek Academy fortuitously possesses. Indeed, Tang San nodded in agreement. It was this realization that led him to become a disciple of Yu Xiaojing. Simultaneously, Jiang Chuan echoed this sentiment. For as an instructor, one cannot simply bestow their soul power and martial spirit upon their students. Consequently, the most invaluable asset remains knowledge. Ning Rongrong, of course, was oblivious to this fact. However, she was not foolish. At that moment, she fell into a contemplative silence. Never let this opportunity slip by, the master exclaimed with great enthusiasm. I am an advisor at the academy. Shrek will always reserve a spot for you as a student, and you will be exempt from the enrollment fee. Oh, you have the authority over the fees? Jiang Chuan scrutinized Yu Xiaojing. Could he really extract a tooth from the mouth of a tiger, as Flander had suggested? Undoubtedly, the master replied with resolute conviction. Chapter 11. The beginning of the glazed sign-in at Nodding Soul Master Academy. Shrek could indeed welcome Jiang Chuan without concern for gold soul coins. Yu Xiaojing spoke earnestly. The existence of Shao San serves as proof of the dual martial souls of soul masters and the possibility of cultivation. Meanwhile, Jiang Chuan's presence shatters all constraints, even dismantling the very laws of the Douluo world. A mere handful of gold soul coins. Can the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School not afford them? Ning Rongrong, unwilling to yield, winked at Jiang Chuan and urged, come back to the sect with me. What does my enrollment have to do with you? Jiang Chuan shot her an irritated glance and then turned to Yu Xiaojing, stating, without proof of being a junior soul master, one cannot advance to a mid-level soul master. This is quite simple. I can provide you with an enrollment certificate from the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, complete with the principal's seal. All you need is to be present at the academy, and you will also be granted your own space for cultivation. Yu Xiaojing's eyes gleamed with fervor as he handed Jiang Chuan a letter he had prepared. As for the solitary space, I shall pass. In 3 days, I will come to the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy to find you. Farewell. Hey, you just agreed? What if they are deceivers? There is no need for you to fret. You needn't accompany me. Let's head to the soul hunting forest. Our transaction is complete. What? It was merely a transaction? Ning Rongrong's expression shifted slightly. How cold-hearted Jiang Chuan must be. She insisted, I don't care. I want to accompany you to Nodding Academy. You are our auxiliary soul master from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Even if it's just for enrollment, please don't leave. Jiang Chuan, overwhelmed by annoyance, took a step into the void and dashed away with a swift sound. His decision to depart from the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect was not a spur-of-the-moment choice, but rather a carefully devised plan. He intended to sign in at various locations to reap substantial rewards. As he watched Jiang Chuan's retreating figure, Yu Xiaojing regained his senses and inquired of Tang San. What agreement did you just make with him? Tang San replied, he expressed a desire to learn my hammer technique. Although Jiang Chuan's martial soul may not be entirely suitable, he can certainly learn the power and speed. Tang San dared not conceal the truth. What? Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed, realizing that Jiang Chuan's ambitions were far from trivial. What is it, teacher? Is there an issue with the hammer technique? No. Yu Xiaojiang's expression darkened. The foundational hammer technique of the Haotian sect was being bartered by two children. Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. The following morning, Jiang Chuan bid farewell to Old Liao and embarked on the solitary journey towards Notting City. Old Liao generously bestowed upon him some herbs and 10 golden soul coins. Jiang Chuan, possessing an extraordinary intellect, felt no apprehension. However, with his soul power being rather feeble, he was bound to encounter numerous challenges along the way. Nonetheless, as this was Jiang Chuan's choice, he naturally opted to support him. Furthermore, the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had completely vanished without a trace. Surely, this must be the essence of Notting City. Jiang Chuan's gaze momentarily sharpened. Before him lay a city brimming with prosperity, an endless expanse of exquisite buildings rising like mountains. The Notting Junior Soul Master Academy lingered vividly in his memory, guiding him effortlessly to his destination. Indeed, upon arriving at the central park of Notting City, he glimpsed the words Junior Soul Master Academy through the iron gate. At the entrance, a disheveled man stifled a long yawn, his indifferent gaze falling upon Jiang Chuan. This individual was no stranger. He was the one whom Tang San had soundly defeated on the day of his enrollment. However, after being reprimanded by the master, he ought to have learned his lesson by now. Please open the door. I wish to seek the master. Jiang Chuan raised the handwritten letter from Yu Xiaojiang in his hand. The guard snorted disdainfully, casting a hostile glance at him. Who are you to the master? This is the Soul Master Academy. Do you think you can simply present a note and gain entry to see the master? Jiang Chuan's lips twitched slightly, revealing the unwavering nature of the guard's peculiarities. With the master's credentials and personal notes at hand, one could easily discern the truth. Mere words hold no weight. How can I trust you? Are you seeking trouble? I have clearly presented the evidence to you. Can you not distinguish between authenticity and deception? Do not misunderstand. If you wish to enter the Soul Master Academy, that can be arranged. The guard rubbed his hands together, casting a sly glance at Jiang Chuan. Observing your attire, it is evident you hail from a wealthy family. A simple offering of some wine money would facilitate matters for us both, would it not? You still desire payment? Jiang Chuan raised an eyebrow. Naturally, with just 1 gold soul coin, I could grant you access through the back door, allowing you to explore for as long as you wish. Whether you seek out the master, a teacher, or any particular mentor, it's all inconsequential. Oh, gold soul coins, you say? I have plenty of those. Jiang Chuan delicately fashioned a golden soul coin from the silver drop, letting it fall into his palm before tossing it playfully. The guard's eyes sparkled ever more brightly, and he nodded repeatedly. In the next moment, a thunderous sound erupted. Jiang Chuan unleashed his punches with astonishing ferocity and swiftness, striking the guard squarely on the face and shattering his nasal bridge. Subsequently, like a projectile, he soared through the air, colliding with the wall and creating a gaping crater, from which layers of dust lingered for an extended period. So you desire the golden soul coins? On this very day next year, I shall offer you a token of my regard. Jiang Chuan jestingly remarked. Puff. A stream of crimson blood erupted from the guard's chest, his expression lost and dazed. It seemed that his bones were shattered, and his internal organs gravely injured. Without timely treatment, he was unlikely to escape death. Even he had not anticipated that this youth would strike so suddenly. Unrepentant to the end, Jiang Chuan coldly declared. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in at the entrance of the Notting City Primary Soul Master Academy. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained a soul ring duration of 1 year. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained a soul ring duration of 3 years. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired first-level soul power. These rewards were precisely what Jiang Chuan needed most. Gradually, the duration of the soul rings he had acquired increased by years, a promising sign indeed. He refrained from hastily utilizing them, as the scene before him still required attention. The commotion from the earlier skirmish quickly attracted individuals from the academy, led by Yu Xiaojiang, with Tang San by his side. Upon seeing the situation, the duo understood at once. Take him away, Yu Xiaojiang approached and curtly instructed the others, replace that guard. Tang San, familiar with the scenario, disdainfully glanced at the guard. Over the years, it was evident that the latter had profited considerably from the academy. Brother Jiang Chuan, I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly. My teacher and I were just discussing coming to fetch you and helping you acclimate to life in Notting City. Tang San expressed politely. Not a problem, I am quite familiar with this place. Jiang Chuan waved his hand lightly, sensing that Tang San had undergone some changes. Thanks to the mandala serpent you left behind, after absorbing the century-old soul ring, my soul power has gradually improved. Tang San concealed much. The rapid enhancement of his soul power was inextricably linked to his Xiantian skill. It was delightful to note that the Xiantian skill had broken through to the second layer. And the purple extreme demon I was also progressing. All of this was attributed to Jiang Chuan's blessings. Chapter 12, The Chaotic Green Lotus Name, The Trial of Work-Study Students. In accordance with your request, Jiang Chuan, your accommodation will be arranged at Little Sand's place, specifically in the work-study student dormitory. Bedding and uniforms have been prepared for you. We must first go to my office to welcome you properly and address a few questions, Yu Xiaojiang said while shouldering Jiang Chuan's bag. And the trio made their way into the academy. I have even forgotten my true name. Just call me Master. Along the way, Yu Xiaojiang spoke as he pushed open the spacious office door. Before their eyes lay an array of delectable dishes, the aroma wafting through the air. Jiang Chuan and Tang San were swiftly guided by the master to take their seats, whereupon the two indulged in a sumptuous feast. Jiang Chuan Zui savored the dried beef. Mumbling incoherently, how many questions do you think there are? The matter concerning Yu Xiaojiang essentially revolves around 2 points, soul power and martial soul. Upon hearing this, the latter nodded in agreement but refrained from responding immediately. Instead, he remarked, as a soul master, proper nutrition is imperative. Otherwise, it will adversely affect your training. Henceforth, you must dine at the second cafeteria. Additionally, may I take a look at your martial soul? Yu Xiaojiang was quite curious about the nature of martial souls within the Douluo Continent, particularly those possessing healing abilities. You mentioned the chaotic blue lotus? Jiang Chuan spread his left hand, and a resplendent azure lotus flower shimmered to life. With a soft splash, akin to the sound of jade, it released a clear, resonant note, sending forth a cascade of droplets. Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San gazed intently at the chaotic azure lotus. I have dedicated years to the study of martial souls. Yet I have never encountered anything quite like this, even among mutated souls. The vitality emanating from it is unprecedented. It undoubtedly surpasses the 7 treasure glazed tile and the 9 heartseed butterfly. Perhaps, in the future, it will emerge as the most potent supportive soul. Teacher. Isn't the 7 treasure glazed tile regarded as an invincible supportive martial soul? Indeed, when it comes to true supremacy, it must be Jiang Chuan. Moreover, once the 7 treasure glazed tile reaches the soul sage level, it becomes exceedingly difficult to progress further, presenting a considerable disparity when compared to Jiang Chuan. Is the 7 treasure glazed tile limited to the soul sage rank? Tang San fell into deep contemplation. Jiang Chuan, you have named your martial soul the chaotic azure lotus? That is quite an admirable name. Yu Xiaojiang teased. I wonder, could you also possess innate full soul power? Jiang Chuan nodded in affirmation. You also possess innate full soul power? Tang San was astonished. At this moment, he had already encountered 2 individuals with innate full soul power. The first was Xiao Wu, and the second was Jiang Chuan. As the music concluded, Yu Xiaojiang had little to advise Jiang Chuan on. After finishing their meal, he bid farewell to the two. Brother Jiang, it may be somewhat chaotic when you enter the work-study dormitory shortly. Just consider them as children, Tang San forewarned. It's all right, Jiang Chuan is well prepared, he replied. As soon as he pushed open the door to the 7th dormitory, a youth leapt forth, towering above Jiang Chuan. Are you the new work-study student? I am Wang Xing, a future battle soul master. What is your martial soul? They had long heard that another work-study student was to arrive at the 7th dormitory, and naturally, they would not miss this opportunity to assert their dominance. Jiang Chuan casually responded, brushing past the crowd to reach his bed. Support-type soul master. Oh. Wang Xing mused thoughtfully, support-type soul masters are quite rare. In that case, I want to resort to violence against you. However, you must participate in all the major skirmishes within the 7th dormitory in the future and be available to heal us whenever needed. Wang Xing, do not go too far. Tang San admonished from the side. It's fine, third brother, we know our limits. Wang Xing replied with a slight smile. In truth, Tang San was concerned for Jiang Chuan's safety. Jiang Chuan is ostensibly a supportive soul master, yet his true combat prowess surpasses that of many. Even Xiao would find it challenging to withstand 3 of his attacks. Moreover, having acquired the soul ring of the blood-red mountain armor, which boasts an impressive lineage of over 3 centuries, a mere flick of his hand could render Wang Xing incapacitated. Healing you? A subtle smile of amusement played at the corners of Jiang Chuan's mouth. Wang Xing had evidently taken it upon himself to embody the role of a hapless victim. Indeed, Within our 7th dormitory, there exists a tradition that mandates all newcomers to undergo practical combat training. Yet, how fortunate it was for Wang Sheng to be an auxiliary soul master. How rare such a talent is. Little did he anticipate that today he would be discovered by our 7th dormitory. It was imperative to utilize him to our advantage, even if it meant revealing a semblance of tyranny. As for practical combat, that was a matter easily addressed. Jiang Chuan raised 3 fingers and calmly stated, "If you can withstand my 3 moves, I shall concede defeat." A ripple of laughter erupted not only from Wang Xing but also from the work-study students behind him. Had he lost his mind? Wang Sheng was a battle soul master, albeit without a first soul ring, yet he could effortlessly overpower Jiang Chuan. This was the first time I had heard of a support-type soul master daring to challenge a battle soul master. Was he insane? Wang Xing waved his hand to quell the murmurs and turned to glance at Jiang Chuan, imparting a lesson. "Youngster, you may have just stepped into the realm of soul masters and remain unaware that aside from support-type soul masters who cannot counter each other, any other type of soul master can easily defeat you. You stand no chance against me. Come at me." With his words, Jiang Chuan's form transformed into a fleeting shadow, instantly appearing before Wang Xing. What? Wang Xing's expression froze in disbelief. What incredible speed! This movement was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Only with Tang San's purple extreme mystic eye could one discern Jiang Chuan's rushing figure. "This is bad," Wang Xing exclaimed in alarm, leaping into the air to evade the impending punch. As a battle soul master, had he truly exposed himself in midair? Was he inviting punishment? Jiang Chuan wore a cruel smile. In an instant, he swung his fist upward, forcing Wang Xing to retreat repeatedly until he crashed into the grand door, creating a deep crater as stones shattered and dust ascended into the air. "Wow!" exclaimed a student worker, displaying an exaggerated expression. "Is it possible that this year's student workers are all so extraordinary? How can each one be more terrifying than the last?" Another youth, with a swollen countenance, exclaimed in astonishment. First it was Tang San, then Xiao Wu, and now another has emerged. This revelation greatly diminished their confidence. "Take them away." Jiang Chuan waved his hand dismissively, his tone imbued with emotion. "How dare you flaunt your authority on my sister Xiao Wu's territory?" A familiar youthful voice echoed, and a hint of disdain curled at the corners of Jiang Chuan's mouth. A pink figure flitted past, weaving gracefully around him. "Xiao Wu, return quickly." Tang San's authoritative shout sought to halt the impending assault. "Xiao San, having just returned from the soul-hunting forest, why do you seem so timid? If you dare to wreak havoc on my turf, you shall certainly learn a lesson." A carefree yet commanding female voice rang out, followed by a burst of pink light cascading down upon Jiang Chuan. Chapter 13. Xiao Wu arches her back, stunning all with her grace. "Sister Xiao Wu, avenge Wang Sheng." A nondescript male student declared vehemently. "This new work-study student is utterly intolerable. Beat him." Another female work-study student echoed loudly. "Fear not. There is no one my sister Xiao Wu cannot defeat." With a melodious exclamation, the sweet and enchanting girl finally emerged from the pink haze, revealing an exquisitely delicate visage. Her soft, pink lips reminiscent of a succulent peach. Jiang Chuan was no stranger, directly calling her name, "Xiao Wu." Upon hearing this, she momentarily lost her focus. But soon her gaze sharpened. She lifted her scissor-like legs, ensnaring Jiang Chuan's neck, engaging in an intimate encounter, a technique she often employed. Did she intend to use her waist as leverage? Jiang Chuan let out a cold laugh, meeting the astonished gaze of Xiao Wu. With swift precision, he seized her delicate ankle and yanked with fierce intensity. The power he had recently acquired from his daily sign-ins was formidable. Despite Xiao Wu's ability to counter strength with grace, resisting such immense force proved nearly impossible. Xiao Wu, unable to bear the weight, was flung away. Thud. She landed heavily on the beam, panting as she exclaimed, "Impossible. How can you possess such overwhelming strength? Even as a spirit master of the first rank. This feat is unattainable. Could it be that you are a master spirit master?" Yet, upon further contemplation, she wondered if Jiang Chuan truly were a master spirit master. Wouldn't he have graduated from the Spirit Master Academy? Jiang Chuan merely smiled silently, offering no reply. Was Sister Xiao Wu not his match? How could that be? After all, he was clearly an auxiliary soul master. One student jeered. Even Sister Xiao Wu cannot prevail? How bizarre. Another student retreated cautiously. What? You are an auxiliary soul master? Xiao Wu returned to her senses, realizing that Jiang Chuan had not employed his martial soul. She paused for a full minute, her expression turning serious. Sister Xiao Wu, do not continue fighting. You have no idea who you are up against. This battle is devoid of suspense. Tang San urged. Come back. A soul beast that has lived for over a century would perish in Jiang Chuan's hands in less than 10 seconds, let alone you. Xiao Wu, unwilling to concede, gritted her teeth and retorted, "Today, Sister Xiao Wu will let you experience the taste of a bow." With that, her delicate feet sprang forward, and she lunged at Jiang Chuan, leaping gracefully behind him in an attempt to evade his grasp. However, when her foot landed behind him, she found herself unable to budge him even slightly, which left her utterly astonished. At that moment, her mind recalled Tang San's words. Could it be that this young lad before her was of great significance? His agility was commendable, yet he lacked a measure of strength, Jiang Chuan assessed. As he clenched his fists tightly and swept them back, he exuded an aura of overwhelming force. Boom! Xiao Wu crossed her arms in front of her chest. But when his hefty fist collided with her arms, a jolt of numbness coursed through her body, sending her soaring like a marionette with severed strings. Tang San, quick-witted, intercepted her midair. The outcome was clear. "San, do you know him? Why did you not warn me sooner?" Xiao Wu looked at Tang San, bewildered, seeing her confusion. Tang San raised an eyebrow in annoyance. "This is what I meant by Jiang Chuan, the remarkable figure we encountered in the soul-hunting forest, a first-ring auxiliary soul master." "Is it really him?" The crowd was left speechless. They had heard tales of Jiang Chuan's exploits. This was a ruthless individual who could slay soul beasts that had lived for decades. The thought sent a chill through their hearts. "San, why did you not mention this earlier?" Xiao was scolded, her cheeks puffed in frustration. Was he not simply watching her make a fool of herself? "You all came charging in brazenly, and any attempts to stop you were in vain," Tang San replied, his expression darkening. "All right, you have defeated me. From now on, you shall be the leader of the 7th dormitory," Xiao Wu said, dissatisfaction evident as she pointed at the still unconscious Wang Xing. "What are you waiting for? Take him to the infirmary." 2 students nodded vigorously, lifting Wang Xing and hastily making their exit. "Brother Jiang Chuan, please forgive us," Tang San explained with a wry smile. "They are merely work-study students and are bound to attract attention, sometimes being bullied by affluent science, the leader among them being Xiao. Thus, they sought protection from a strong individual among the work-study students, inadvertently offending you, and I apologize on their behalf." Jiang Chuan nodded slightly. The party involved, Xiao Wu, glanced at Jiang Chuan, her lips pursed in a display of bashfulness. Subsequently, her enchanting eyes curiously scrutinized Jiang Chuan, as if she were on the verge of speaking but hesitated. Sensing her gaze, Jiang Chuan broke a piece of steamed bun, casually remarking, "Feel free to ask whatever you wish." "Oh, it's nothing," she replied awkwardly, shaking her head. "Brother Jiang Chuan, I sincerely apologize for my earlier offense. I hope you can forgive me." A student worker approached, scratching his head in embarrassment. "I hope you can be magnanimous, Brother Jiang Chuan." A female student murmured as she drew near. Observing that Tang San addressed Jiang Chuan in a similar manner, the others echoed in unison. Jiang Chuan waved his hand. "From today onward, Jiang Chuan shall be our leader. If Shada would dare to offend us again tomorrow, we shall make him regret it." "Bah, who is Shoda?" One student, filled with indignation, declared he should be called Xiao Turtle. Indeed, Wang Xing had been beaten to such a state while protecting us. This matter cannot be left unresolved. If they dare to intrude again, we shall ensure they return with nothing. This female student was eager for action. "By the way, it is rumored that another work-study student is arriving today." This student whispered conspiratorially, "I have heard it is yet another girl." Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. "Another girl is coming?" Some unconsciously raised their brows, glancing towards Xiao Wu. What is happening with the recent work-study students? Each one seems more formidable than the last. Moreover, how could such rare work-study students come consecutively? Finally, someone could not contain themselves and spoke up. "I overheard what Teacher Wang mentioned. This female student's background is extraordinary. She ought to belong to nobility yet insists on enrolling as a work-study student." And even the dean personally came to greet her, displaying such cordiality. As this student spoke, a look of reverie crossed her face. Jiang Chuan felt an unsettling premonition as a fleeting figure emerged in his mind. It was peculiar that work-study students like them were required to perform cleaning duties for the academy in order to continue their enrollment. Yet here was a noble offspring eager to seize the opportunity. Not only was this female student astonished, but those around her were equally perplexed. "Have you seen that work-study student?" An anxious male student inquired. "I have," the student responded excitedly, her visage is akin to that of an angel, rivaling even Sister Xiao Wu. The innocent words were spoken without reservation, causing the atmosphere to abruptly chill. Everyone gasped in astonishment, their hearts filled with anticipation. In the next moment, with a loud thud, the The door to Dormitory 7 swung open, revealing a face that resembled that of a celestial being. With a gentle smile, she greeted, "Hello, I am Ning Rongrong, a support-type soulmaster. May I ask if this is Dormitory 7? Silence enveloped the crowd. Chapter 14, The Little Princess's Entanglement. The chaotic wind-forging technique. The work-study students swallowed hard. This angelic visage was indelibly etched in their minds. Observing the crowd blocking the doorway, Ning Rongrong displayed a look of confusion. "Are you not allowing me to enter? Are you truly a support-type soulmaster?" A female student exclaimed in disbelief. "Since when have there been so many support-type soulmasters?" Another voice echoed in shock. Numerous students gathered, surrounding Ning Rongrong. "The rules of Dormitory 7 cannot be altered," a male student remarked, raising an eyebrow at Jiang Chuan. "Go," Jiang Chuan retorted curtly, casting a glance at the individual. "Jiang Chuan?" Ning Rongrong parted the crowd and approached him, walking silently. "You truly have come to this Nuoding Junior Soul Master Academy? Do not forget that you represent the prestige of our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School." The work-study students were taken aback. "So they were acquainted? You are from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School?" Xiaowu covered her lips in surprise. The strongest support-type martial spirit in the entire continent was known to all. Could it be that these two shared some connection with that sect? "I ran away from home," Ning Rongrong replied with an innocent smile. Tang San explained the situation to the others, dispelling their doubts. As her gaze scanned Dormitory 7, she noticed that among them, only Jiang Chuan and Tang San had neatly arranged bedding. "You left in such haste that you forgot your bedding? You're so big," she remarked, and without hesitation sat on the right side of Jiang Chuan's bed. "I don't mind sharing a bed with you." "I do mind," Jiang Chuan replied coolly. Ultimately, he could not resist her persistent advances and chose to ignore her further. The onlooking students were left speechless, yearning for a similar honor. Subsequently, the work-study students voluntarily took it upon themselves to clean the playground that Ning Rongrong and Jiang Chuan were responsible for, seeking shelter in exchange. Soon, the next morning arrived. As Jiang Chuan accompanied Tang San to the blacksmith shop, Tang San elaborated on the character of boss San, a remarkably kind individual who had taken him in upon discovering he was a student from Notting City. He only needed to serve tea and water daily to earn 3 silver soul coins each month. Gradually, he unveiled the hammer techniques bestowed upon him by his father, thereby becoming San's apprentice and embarking on his forging journey, earning a gold soul coin monthly. Thus, if one wished to learn the hammer technique, it would be prudent to seek instruction there. Jiang Chuan remained silent. Indeed, Tang San was astute. He had registered as a soul master at the Soul Hall branch, still earning a gold soul coin each month. Rather than indulging in leisure, he continued to refine his hammer techniques, laying the groundwork for his future endeavors. As they spoke, the two arrived at San's forge. Before them stood a man vigorously wielding a hammer, striking the glowing red metal on the anvil. In the dappled sunlight, one could discern the sculpted contours of his muscles. Upon sensing the presence of visitors, he paused and looked up at them. "Oh, little San has arrived? And you've brought a friend?" San remarked with a knowing smile. Since Tang San had joined his forge, business had flourished. Despite his modest stature, Tang San's strength surpassed that of many. His exceptional forging skills left everyone in awe. Therefore, San regarded him not merely as an apprentice but addressed him with respect. Tang San replied noncommittally, "This is my friend Jiang Chuan. He wishes to learn the forging techniques from me, and today is when I fulfill that promise." "Uncle San, could you please place the unfinished metal pieces from last night next to my forge? I will finish them shortly. For now, while the morning is quiet, I would like to impart the forging techniques to my brother." Certainly, San agreed readily, though his gaze turned to Jiang Chuan with a hint of skepticism. But can such a young child truly wield a hammer? Tang San assumed Jiang Chuan possessed soul power and, being from a blacksmith lineage, would have considerable strength. Yet, the frail-looking child before them hardly resembled a potential blacksmith. "We can give it a try," Jiang Chuan replied with a calm smile. "My brother's strength far exceeds mine." Tang San vouched for him. Within a year, he should grasp the forging techniques. Nevertheless, Tang San harbored doubts about Jiang Chuan. The child's appearance did not align with that of a blacksmith, raising questions as to why he was so determined to learn the forging art, specifically the hammer techniques passed down from his father. "Is that so?" San's lips twitched slightly, then he murmured quietly, "Can such a young child really lift a forging hammer?" "Yes, Uncle San. I will strive to not delay the work," Tang San responded, leading Jiang Chuan to the right side. "Brother Chuan, while I know you possess immense strength, forging hammers require wrist strength first, followed by arm strength, and finally, core strength." Tang San contemplated for a moment, The hammer techniques imparted by his father were fundamentally a philosophy of leveraging power against power. Moreover, it emphasizes the importance of speed, precision, and decisiveness, necessitating relentless training day by day to achieve even modest accomplishments. Thus, allow me to demonstrate once, so as to leave a lasting impression upon you. As he spoke, he lifted the iron hammer, which was half his height, raised it high, and pronounced with clarity. This hammer technique is easy to learn yet challenging to master. You may wish to contemplate it with great care. Jiang Chuan observed with great interest. He had only heard of the illustrious reputation of the chaotic wind hammer, but had never witnessed it firsthand. What captivated Jiang Chuan the most was the potential transformation into the great Sumera hammer, capable of unleashing a series of 9 explosive strikes that could even repel deities. Soon after, Tang San's hammer descended with fervor, producing a resounding clang. The iron stone, glowing red before him, was instantly flattened. Sparks flying in all directions as waves of scorching heat surged forth, flooding his nostrils with a warm, intense air. Immediately, the surrounding forge shops swung open their doors, their occupants gazing intently at Tang San. Little San, forging again so early? A burly man leaned out of a window, laughing heartily at Tang San. Old man, we need to open up quickly, or else all the business will be snatched away by that fellow Sher San. What's the rush? Who isn't aware that Sher San has taken on a young apprentice who can wield the ancestral hammer techniques of the forging world? The ironworks produced are both sharp and practical. Who would come to our blacksmith shop? Hey, get up already. Peering through the window, he caught sight of an elderly couple playfully bickering. It was evident that Tang San had quickly garnered the attention and affection of the crowd. Tang San merely smiled in response, raising his hammer once more, channeling the Xinyuan energy, and struck down fiercely again. Clang! Another blow fell, swifter than before, creating a deep indentation in the iron stone. My father once said, through relentless hammering, even a mundane piece of iron can be forged into a divine artifact. As Tang San imparted his insights to Jiang Chuan, he swung his hammer wildly, the iron stone in the furnace bouncing vigorously, and in no time, it transformed into a sheet of iron. Tang Hao's words seemed somewhat exaggerated. To turn ordinary iron into a divine artifact requires a catalyst. For now, let it be regarded as a form of inspiration, Jiang Chuan mused inwardly. He almost forgot that accompanying Tang San to Sher San's forge had another purpose. System check-in. Chapter 15. The Sorrow of Chaotic Wind. Preserving Strength begins. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successful check-in at Sher San's blacksmith shop in Notting City. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the chaotic wind hammer technique. A brief observation was insufficient to grasp its essence. With the system's enhancement, the chaotic wind hammer technique repeatedly emerged in his mind. In an instant, clang clang, Tang San's hammer, wildly swinging, reached its conclusion after 57 strikes, transforming a piece of iron stone into a silver dagger radiating a chilling glow. Exhaling deeply, with residual momentum, he continuously regulated his breathing, slowly rotating the hammer in his hand, completing a full rotation of 81 times before the hammer thudded to the ground, signaling his pause. In times of crisis, I have also practiced for a year. With soul power activated, I can strike 57 times at most before I must cease. Otherwise, I will be unable to withdraw my strength. Once my soul power has recovered somewhat, I will demonstrate for you. Observe for 3 days before you take up the hammer. Tang San advised. The art of forging requires patience and time. I feel ready to give it a try. Jiang Chuan approached, surveying his surroundings, and grasped Tang San's hammer firmly in his hands, inhaling deeply. Brother Chuan, do not be overly ambitious. I have observed this hammer technique numerous times before I dared to wield it. Tang San cautioned, adding, moreover, it is only through my own mastery that I can barely control its force. His words held merit. Without the Xinyu hand, he would likely struggle to lift the hammer. Young man, do not rush. Sher San interjected, unable to restrain himself, fearing that Jiang Chuan might be overwhelmed by the weight of the hammer. Haha. Is it true that the apprentices from your blacksmith shop are all extraordinary? Boomed a burly man from the opposing forge, laughing heartily. How could such a small lad possibly lift that hammer? A woman chimed in mockingly. At that moment, passers-by began to cast disparaging glances in their direction. Stop laughing and look. This little fellow is truly lifting it. A voice rang out, capturing the attention of the crowd, who turned their gaze toward Jiang Chuan. Boom. Jiang Chuan grasped the iron hammer effortlessly, positioning it behind him, his gaze fixed upon the glowing iron or in the furnace. The strength of his wrist propelled his arms, and with a twist of his waist, a continuous surge of soul power gathered in his arms. With a resonant clang, an invisible shockwave emanated, causing Tang San and the others to stagger in their steps. What? The smile of the burly man froze on his face. Bystanders began to murmur and point. Even Sher San was left speechless. The most astonished of all was Tang San, who alone understood the arduous nature of mastering the chaotic wind hammer technique. Yet, after just one observation, Jiang Chuan grasped it with remarkable ease. His innate talent far surpassed his own. And this was just the beginning. Clang, clang, in Jiang Chuan's hands. The hammer pounded relentlessly, striking down upon the iron with unyielding force, causing the entire forge platform to tremble precariously, sparks flying and iron shards scattering. Waves of energy surging forth. With the fifth hammer's 30th strike, the 51st, and the 60th hammering, Tang San's excitement was beyond words. At this moment, Jiang Chuan showed signs of pausing. The opponent not only surpassed him greatly, but exhibited an extraordinary level of skill. The more he unleashed his chaotic technique, the more fervor surged within Jiang Chuan's chest. Finally, upon the 62nd strike, he ceased his relentless pounding, lifting the hammer high above his head and spinning it 81 times. For the forge platform was on the brink of collapse, and the iron had been transformed into a mere sheet of metal. Such a method of forging was unprecedented. A marvel. Someone exclaimed in awe. Young brother, how about coming to my forge? I can offer you 2 gold soul coins each month. That should suffice. The burly man from the opposing blacksmith shop presented an enticing offer. Come to my side. An elder rushed down from the upper floor, raising 3 fingers. And I will settle 3 gold soul coins each month. This young brother clearly possesses a soul masteress potential. Already registered with the spirit hall and holding a gold soul coin. Is that all you can offer? I will give 4 gold soul coins. Surely that is enough? Such benefits were non-existent throughout the entire forging street. From this day forward, consider your salary settled. Another woman, with a broken leg, appeared, coaxing them gently. Brother Chuan, how did you manage this? Tang San inquired with curiosity. Perhaps it's because of your excellent teaching. Jiang Chuan hesitated for a moment, then sincerely patted Tang San on the back, responding with newfound ease. Tang San nodded slightly, fully aware that Jiang Chuan was concealing something, merely hinting without revealing the truth. Tang San stood dumbfounded. If it were truly excellent teaching, then why had he and the others observed Tang San's forging numerous times yet failed to grasp the essence of his chaotic technique? It was undoubtedly a matter of talent. This young brother is a born craftsman, Tang San praised. It seems our craft community is about to witness the rise of a new star. If you work here, I can offer each of you 3 gold soul coins per month, and the more equipment you forge, the greater your commission. I know you are all students from the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy, so I want to impose any work requirements. If you wish, stay here with me. Tang San laid out an enticing proposal. Of course, he was no fool. Having these 2 prodigies as his frontmen would only enhance his forge's reputation. Thank you, Uncle San, Tang San replied joyfully. Assisting Jiang Chuan in mastering the hammering technique had yielded unexpected rewards. Jiang Chuan's eyes lit up, and he readily accepted the offer. What joy it would be to have an additional sign-in location. This journey would not be in vain. Upon witnessing the 2 align themselves under Sher San's tutelage, the remaining blacksmiths fell into despondency, each wearing a bitter smile. While business may falter, righteousness remains. Sher San, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and addressed the gathered blacksmiths with a hearty voice. Today, my forge shall take in 2 apprentices. After work, I shall treat everyone to some wheat beer. Come one, come all. His repeated attempts to recruit had made him feel somewhat awkward. The conversations among the blacksmiths were refreshingly genuine. Alas, a burly man hesitated, offered a reluctant smile, and nodded in agreement. Sher San, you truly are cunning. The elder ambled back to the forge with hands clasped behind his back. Ha. Sher San, with such a lucrative deal, shouldn't you offer some compensation to everyone? All the beer for the next 3 days shall be on you. In response, Sher San nodded affirmatively and then warmly handed Jiang Chuan a cup of tea. Come, little brother, drink up. We must get to work. The latter calmly accepted the cup and drank it down in one gulp. As a support-type soul master, he found the chaotic cloak to be of no practical use. However, the system had hinted at a second martial soul. While he was uncertain whether it would be a powerful attack-type weapon soul, it was better to be prepared. This would also help lay a solid foundation. Moreover, cultivating tranquility and refining oneself was an excellent opportunity that could not be forsaken. Even support-type soul masters like Ning Rongrong and Oscar required extraordinary physiques and rigorous training according to battle soul master standards. How could he expect any less of himself? Chapter 16. The Soul Ring of 10,000 Years, the Master Seeks an Apprentice. 6 years have swiftly passed. Jiang Chuan and his companions have experienced remarkable growth. Their continuous sign-ins have allowed him to amass countless resources, particularly in augmenting his soul power. However, having reached the pinnacle of a level 20 Great Soul Master, he can no longer enhance his soul power. It is time to hunt for his second soul ring. Notably, over the span of 6 years, his first soul ring has ascended to the extraordinary age of 80,000 years, a pitch-black soul ring. As the years progressed, the duration of his first soul skill, borrowing arrows with grass boats, has evolved magnificently. This team support skill can simultaneously target 7 individuals. After enduring damage, it grants a recovery power of 250. Such a formidable collective healing soul skill, if unleashed in a competitive arena, would render him an invincible presence even in real combat. No one could inflict fatal harm upon him. Nevertheless, Jiang Chuan found himself in contemplation. For someone like him, entering Shrek Academy seemed futile. At most, it would merely entail signing in. The master expressed admiration for Jiang Chuan's growth, proclaiming that his enrollment in Shrek was merely nominal. He could graduate early, and the Academy's principal would provide him with monthly supplies, imposing no restrictions on his freedom. Most importantly, they wished for him to train the next generation of students, serving as a consulting teacher for Shrek Academy. This decision was not made impulsively. Rather, it was a gradual realization as Yu Xiaojiang absorbed a wealth of knowledge from Jiang Chuan. His theories were even more audacious than his own, all worthy of consideration. Unconsciously, each inquiry was posed with a sense of reverence and admiration, leading him to contemplate taking Jiang Chuan as his mentor. However, Jiang Chuan declined outright. He held no interest in such matters. Consequently, Jiang Chuan has been appointed as the new teacher at Shrek Academy. Yet, he remains uncertain whether that old rascal, Flandra, will delay his salary. Yu Xiaojiang has personally acknowledged that if he were to serve as a teacher at Shrek, he would receive 100 gold soul coins monthly. Teaching others would merely involve training the likes of Dai Mubai and the others in physical prowess. There is little to conceal. With the ability to sign in discreetly and earn gold soul coins, why would he not seize the opportunity? Regarding the matter of the 10,000, your soul ring, he chose not to disclose it publicly, fearing it might intimidate Tang San and the others. In recent years, the latter has grown increasingly respectful towards Jiang Chuan. Even Tang San's teacher seeks guidance from him, and he, too, approaches Jiang Chuan with utmost reverence, unwilling to show any disrespect. At the stone and iron blacksmith shop, he has repeatedly served tea and water to Jiang Chuan. Questions abound. The little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is exceedingly clingy. Not to mention that mischievous little rabbit. This has become quite a nuisance for him. Almost every 3 days, he is compelled to engage in sparring. At the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, the moon hangs high and the stars are sparse. Jiang Chuan reclined languidly on a wooden chair, savoring a sip of hot tea, releasing a long sigh. The 6th grade work-study students had completely let loose. All cleaning duties were relegated to certain unruly nobles. This wooden chair, situated beside the flower-laden square, had been custom-made for Jiang Chuan. 6 years prior, those predecessors, including the likes of Xiao Laoda, had all bowed before him. Daunted by his formidable presence, let alone considering rebellion, their only hope was to survive until the next day. Brother Chuan, esteemed Brother Chuan. Several noble disciples nodded repeatedly at the tea-drinking Jiang Chuan, passing by with deference. Within the halls of the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, Jiang Chuan had ascended to a nearly divine status. He waved his hand, signaling for everyone to depart. Jiang Chuan, indeed, you are here. A familiar melodic voice chimed. Entering his view was a tall, enchanting young lady, her beauty captivating. She sported a pair of playful pigtails. Her large, sparkling eyes glimmered with vitality, as if she were inherently infused with vibrant soul energy, radiating an ethereal glow. After 6 years, Xiaowu had blossomed into a striking figure. No longer the innocent child of her youth. Ah, Jiang Chuan, you've come to spar with me again? Indeed. Sister Xiaowu refuses to believe that I cannot defeat you even once. With that, Xiaowu puffed her rosy lips and placed her hands on her hips. She herself was perplexed. No matter how powerful she became, she could never best Jiang Chuan, feeling instead as if she were battling against an endless ocean. It was almost unbearable to witness Jiang Chuan indulging in tea and merriment daily, seemingly devoid of any training, yet his prowess was astonishingly unparalleled. Even overshadowing the diligent Tang San. Could he truly be the prodigious talent spoken of by the master? As it stands, you have challenged me 186 times. 187. Very well. Jiang Chuan sipped his green tea, his gaze fixated on the pastries at the side of the table, and remarked casually, "Do you think you can win now? I advise you to return and hone your skills." He truly had no time to deal with this. Humph. Xiaowu let out a light snort. "Do you dare to look down upon me, Xiaowu? Today, I must triumph over you." With a sudden leap, Xiaowu's agile form spun gracefully 3 times in midair before diving down towards Jiang Chuan. She swiftly swept her right leg, unleashing a pink ribbon of brilliance that revealed an enchanting spectacle, captivating Jiang Chuan's sight entirely. With a helpless smile, Jiang Chuan seized her ankle. "Xiaowu, Xiao San is about to return. It's fine. He's still at the stonemason's workshop. Come on, shall we continue? Are you afraid? What is there to fear?" Jiang Chuan shrugged indifferently. Humph. Frustrated, Xiaowu stamped her foot, launching herself once more towards Jiang Chuan's face with a fierce kick. Despite exerting all her strength, she was unable to land a hit on Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan's agility surpasses that of and his strength eclipses that of a battle spirit master. This leaves her questioning whether he is truly a support-type spirit master. Xiaowu, drenched in sweat, finds herself unable to land a single hit on him, which fills her with both urgency and frustration. The enhancement from the ancient bloodline has already elevated his physique to an extraordinary level, one that mere mortals cannot hope to match. "Dare you challenge me in a test of strength?" Jiang Chuan taunts, and as he speaks, he collides his fist with Xiaowu's delicate punches. The sheer force of the impact sends her reeling, and she gazes at him in astonishment. "Shall we take a moment to rest?" The river flows serenely. With a slight smirk at the corner of her mouth, Xiaowu swiftly turned and arrived behind Jiang Chuan, executing a sudden embrace akin to that of a four-clawed bear. Her speed was astonishing, leaving onlookers in disbelief. However, to Jiang Chuan, it was but a trifling matter. "Dare to underestimate Sister Xiaowu? Today, let me demonstrate the resilience of my waist and bow," Xiaowu exclaimed playfully. Jiang Chuan was well aware of Xiaowu's intense competitive spirit. The more curious she became, the more fascinated she was, persistently seeking him out. Finally, Xiaowu seized an opportunity, her feet pressed against Jiang Chuan's waist, and with a swift motion, a wave of pink energy surged from her toes towards him. However, he remained unyielding as a golden aura enveloped him, effortlessly nullifying her force. Chapter 17. The Spirit Ring Breakthrough, Awkwardness Unveiled. The disparity in their strengths was overwhelming, after all. She was a 100,000-year-old spirit beast. Though her powers had yet to be fully awakened, she was far from being an opponent that an ordinary spirit master could contend with. Unfortunately for her, she encountered Jiang Chuan, leaving her with no recourse. As they engaged in combat, their techniques intertwined, inevitably leading to physical contact that left Jiang Chuan quite flustered. Eventually, they both tumbled into a cluster of flowers, bringing their fierce altercation to a close. Xiaowu emerged with flushed cheeks, tightly clenching her delicate fists, exclaiming, "You are insufferable. In the near future, I shall accompany the principal of Notting Academy to hunt for the second spirit ring, and then I will return to spar with you. I will make you regret it." With that, she huffed dismissively and strode away. The second spirit ring. Jiang Chuan's eyes sparkled with clarity. He had already determined that his goal for the second spirit ring was a millennium. It would still be within the soul-hunting forest. He aimed to select a rare unicorn. It was well known that the sacred spirit unicorn possessed incredible abilities. He pondered what delightful surprises its spirit skills would bestow upon him. "Jiang Chuan?" Another voice called out. He propped himself up, shaking off the dust from his garments. The girl before him resembled a neighborhood goddess. Her fair complexion and striking beauty captivating, especially her gracefully confident legs that stirred the imagination. Wang Xing and his companions had been bullied by 3 rather unsavory individuals. Ning Rongrong rushed over, seizing Jiang Chuan's right arm, insisting he follow her outside. "Is Xiao San not around? Why not go find Xiaowu instead? Why come to me?" Jiang Chuan said softly. The other party possesses a soul master of the third ring, along with 2 soul sect members of the fourth ring. Oh? Jiang Chuan's eyes brightened as familiar faces floated in his mind. Following closely behind, he arrived outside the Notting City Hotel. He glanced at the direction indicated by Ning Rongrong's slender finger. At the forefront was a brazen man, his mouth protruding with a set of prominent buck teeth, eliciting a sense of disgust at first glance. To his left stood a burly figure, his attire adorned with a large pink heart, while a lewd, short man with a beard, hunched over and brandishing a jade-green dagger, cast a cold, disdainful gaze over the crowd. Indeed, it was these 3 individuals. Jiang Chuan recalled the frequent entanglements between Shrek and them. This group was notorious for their nefarious deeds, driven by greed and lust. Yet, in the end, Ma Hongjun had inexplicably spared them, prompting a sigh of regret from Jiang Chuan. To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. Brother Jiang Chuan will arrive shortly. None of you ruffians will escape today. Wang Xing declared fiercely, pointing an accusatory finger at the scoundrel. As graduation approached, the work-study students were enjoying a day out, only to fortuitously encounter these three rogues. They immediately set their sights on Lucia, a work-study student, and began to behave inappropriately. To make matters worse, the lewd man attempted to drag Lucia into the hotel. What audacity! Sensing the impending danger, Ning Rongrong hurried to find Jiang Chuan. Wang Sheng held firm in his belief that, despite the trio's formidable prowess as Grand Soul Masters, Jiang Chuan's intervention would certainly prevent a tragedy from unfolding. Ha! Old goose, you crack me up. The scoundrel laughed heartily, pointing at Wang Sheng's face. A bunch of junior soul masters think they can summon someone named Jiang Chuan? I've never even heard of him. Let's see how he stands up for you. Tianya licked his lips mockingly and joined in the derision. Brother Jiang Chuan is beyond your imagination. You should either flee quickly or await my brother's arrival to cripple your legs. Wang Xing's smile turned cruel as he prepared to make them regret their actions. Under Jiang Chuan's protection, the work-study students had grown accustomed to arrogance, their spirits high as they declared their intent to charge at the likes of the scoundrels. I have no time to play with children like you. If that so-called brother of yours arrives, have him come find me on the 3rd floor of the hotel. And I'll take this junior soul master with me. The scoundrel taunted, seizing Lucia and making his way towards the hotel. So it was you all along? Jiang Chuan remained calm and composed, leisurely sipping from a bottle of green tea. As his words fell, the eyes of the crowd were fixated upon him. Who are you? Queried Douluo, astonished. I am Jiang Chuan from the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. Oh, Douluo replied, his gaze laden with significance. You are the leader of the Notting City Academy? Jiang Chuan nodded, remaining noncommittal. Huh. Tianya's smile widened, revealing that he was still just a child at heart. However, he was quite handsome. Douluo, he belongs to me now. Douluo was well aware of the other's inclinations and did not object. Brother Chuan, Tang San approached, carrying his satchel, having just finished his shift at the blacksmith shop. Initially, he believed it to be mere childish antics. But upon observing the soul power and spirits of the group, he felt a sense of trepidation. The situation was rather precarious. This group was wreaking havoc. I am fully aware of their actions. Jiang Chuan waved his hand dismissively. Oh, Brother Chuan, do you know them? One could say that, Jiang Chuan replied evasively. Brother Chuan. Seeing Jiang Chuan arrive, Xiao Wu felt a wave of relief wash over her. Brother Chuan, it's them. Wang Sheng exclaimed indignantly, pointing at Douluo, who was manhandling Lucia, taking advantage of his superior soul power to suppress us, leaving us unable to intervene. Xiaoten has been severely injured, and afterward, they intended to take Xia to a hotel. Wang Xing clenched his fists tightly. Survival of the fittest truly is the law of Douluo Continent. Hey, release that girl, and you may leave with your hands unscathed. As Jiang Chuan finished speaking, a sudden chill enveloped the air. Even the students of Nottingham Academy were left in speechless astonishment. Jiang Chuan remained as audacious as ever. However, his opponent was a formidable soul master, a being of soul sect caliber. Could he truly contend with such power? As Tianya prepared to strike, he was taken aback by Jiang Chuan's demeanor, feeling a mix of exasperation and mockery. This lad, could it be that his wits were lacking? The old goose summoned his soul energy, and 2 yellow and 1 white soul rings fell from above his head, causing a dramatic shift in his aura. Young one, do you not see? I am a 4-ring soul sect master. And what of that? Jiang Chuan retorted with a question of his own. This response left Douluo and the others momentarily speechless. Yet, witnessing Jiang Chuan's nonchalant stride, as if he possessed unwavering confidence, one could not help but ponder if he had some secret assurance. Arrogantly, the old goose inquired, and how many rings do you possess? Soul Master, do you think you are worthy to know? Jiang Chuan curled his lips in disdain, declaring that only after withstanding a punch from him could one engage in further discourse. What? Are you certain of what you see? I am of the 4-ring soul sect. The old goose found this individual exceedingly arrogant. How could he possibly expect a soul sect member to endure a single punch from him? Throughout the entirety of Douluo Continent, such a notion has never been heard of. What fear could one have of a wasteful soul sect member, aged over 50, who had neither undergone proper soul master training nor acquired a century-old soul ring through legitimate means? In Jiang Chuan's words, there was a hint of mockery. Hiss. Not only the old goose, but also Douluo and others were taken aback, unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the depth of the earth. Let me show you a move from the soul sect. The old goose was utterly enraged, brandishing a verdant blade, gesturing towards Douluo, warning him to step aside lest he be splattered with blood. Chapter 18. The First Encounter with the Soul Sect. Bula terrified. Be careful, Brother Chuan. Tang San fixed his gaze intently on the four soul rings. White, yellow, 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 encircling the old goose. It was the first time he had witnessed a four-ring soul master. A chill ran down his spine. The silent sleeve arrows in his left hand turned with a click, ready to be unleashed at any moment. Hiss. The four rings on the old goose rolled back and forth, the soul power reaching a boiling point. Boom, raising the verdant blade high. He struck mercilessly at Jiang Chuan's waist, the blade seemingly entwined with tendrils of poison. Yet, the latter remained utterly still. This left Tang San and the others in a state of frantic anxiety. This is bad. The soul sect has made its move. Quickly return to the school and fetch the dean, or Brother Chuan may be in peril, ordered a subordinate beside Wang Sheng. The latter dashed out in a panic. If the soul sect truly strikes, we can only join forces. Tang San clenched his Xianyu hand tightly, turning to seek the opinions of his companions. Let us fight them. Xiao Wu echoed in agreement. The Seven Treasure Glazed tile appeared in Ning Rongrong's hand, manifesting a crystal-clear seven-layered tower that radiated vibrant life energy. Everyone stood ready. Suddenly, the air was filled with cries of despair. Following the sound, they saw the diminutive and sinister old goose descending in a parabolic arc, crashing into the steps beside Bo Lu, reducing them to dust. The old goose spat a mouthful of blood onto the floor. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone was bewildered, uncertain of what had transpired. It was the old goose who broke the silence. Yui trembled, pointing a shaking finger at Jiang Chuan's face. The crowd was taken aback to see him stammer, unable to articulate a complete sentence. The four-ring soul master, in terms of strength and agility, was undoubtedly far superior to an ordinary soul master. Yet, the old goose had been sent flying. Although Tang San and the others understood that Jiang Chuan was extraordinary, they simply could not comprehend the scene before them. Old goose, what are you doing? Bu Li's smile froze, his withered lips twitching. This boy is rather ominous. The old goose gasped, struggling to speak. What are you waiting for? Kill him for me. As a soul master. To be brought down by a mere teenager. How could he maintain his dignity? Tianya clutched his chest in anguish. The four rings, white, yellow, 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 hovered above his head, swirling around his waist as he tightened his fists and ruthlessly swung them towards Jiang Chuan's face. Brother Chuan, quickly dodge. Tang San, seeing Jiang Chuan neither dodging nor evading, anxiously exclaimed, have you not employed any soul techniques? Jiang Chuan remained composed as a pure black soul ring emerged from his chest, its edges faintly pulsating with a crimson aura, though none among the crowd noticed. Suddenly, the ancient bloodline surged forth. Boom. Tianya's strike was tremendously forceful, aimed directly at Jiang Chuan, yet he found himself unable to react, as though ensnared by an unseen force. A fact that did not escape the attention of those around him. At that moment, Jiang Chuan casually remarked, borrowing arrows with straw boats. Buzz. The soul ring concealed itself. His entire being was enveloped in a verdant azure glow. As he employed the technique for the first time, his soul power surged fervently. This strike, originating from the soul sect, felt utterly feeble, even as a warm current coursed through him. It was a manifestation of the soul ring's healing capacity. A remarkable 250%. Jiang Chuan let out a soft breath of white, turbid air from his abdomen. Suddenly, he opened his dazzling eyes, gleaming like bright white light. In that moment, Tianya revealed an expression of sheer disbelief. Is this the extent of your power? Do you wish to gaze upon my soul ring? Jiang Chuan smiled cruelly, revealing the depths of his power. After all, it was the soul ring of 80,000 years, rendering even the soul sect pale and powerless. Previously, it was clear that Brother Chuan could effortlessly crush the noble offspring of the Nodding City Soul Master Academy. Yet one could hardly imagine that he also possessed the ability to contend against the soul sect. Wang Sheng, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, is this truly the case? Another female student turned pale with shock. The teacher had once remarked that a soul master S rank requires years of accumulation, and it is exceedingly difficult for ordinary soul masters to transcend the limitations of their lifespan. Perhaps Tang San had merely jested about this, but he then added, it genuinely does not apply to Brother Chuan. Even he was struck by the revelation. At that moment, Xiao Wu realized that when she had sparred with Jiang Chuan, he had indeed held back. Otherwise, she would not have been able to withstand even a single strike. The monster Tianya could no longer suppress his laughter, exclaiming how utterly astonishing it was, truly bizarre. Jiang Chuan, with an impassive demeanor, firmly grasped Tianya's robust right arm, and with a swift turn, He executed a maneuver that wrenched the arm, shattering the bone in the process. Seizing the moment, he flung Tianya to the ground, towering over him with an icy gaze that radiated coldness. Tianya emitted a desperate and agonizing scream. Witnessing this, Buell instinctively withdrew his steps, beads of sweat cascading down from his forehead and splattering onto the ground. He struggled to swallow, overwhelmed by a sense of unease. What transpired? What had just happened to Old Goose? Buell was so taken aback that he forgot to assist his companion. The significant expenditure of soul power from the first soul skill had indeed taken a toll. Jiang Chuan sighed, pondering the nature of this soul master. What exactly was their level? The Old Goose, disregarding the unease that clouded his mind, turned to gaze incredulously at Jiang Chuan. He was acutely aware of the laws governing the Douluo Continent. At such a tender age, even a child endowed with innate full soul power would be fortunate to attain level 10 and become a soul master. Yet, how to account for that formidable strength displayed moments ago? Perhaps being sent flying was merely a fluke, but what about Tianya, who lay prostrate on the ground? They were all left speechless, laughing uproariously. Just moments ago, they had been so arrogant. Wang Xing, emboldened by false bravado, exclaimed, "Have you lost your senses? My brother Chuan is a level 20, first-ring support-type soul master. Surprised, are we?" Upon hearing Wang Sheng's declaration, the students from Nodding Academy erupted in laughter. They had expected a formidable soul sect, only to discover it was a mere paper tiger that couldn't even hold its own as a soul master. The female students beside them were in fits of laughter. "This is the most pathetic soul sect I have ever encountered, bar none." Ning Rongrong covered her lips, chuckling softly. "In my opinion, they must have overexerted themselves, leaving them utterly drained." Wang Sheng, relentless in his teasing, delivered his words with precision. Nodal's face flushed crimson with suppressed anger. Yet he dared not voice his fury. What sort of soul sect was this? Even Xiao would cast a disdainful glance. Among them, only Tang San furrowed his brow, realizing that it was not the weakness of the soul sect, but rather their own negligence from the very beginning. The soul technique of Jiang Chuan possesses an air of enigma. Perhaps none among the crowd have noticed the mysterious aura of life that enveloped him just a moment ago. Yet Tang San distinctly sensed it. That ethereal azure light did not belong to this realm. "You must be jesting. How could he possibly be a soul master?" The Old Goose fixed a piercing gaze upon Wang Xing, who merely frowned in annoyance. In contrast, Ning Rongrong patiently elaborated. "What do you think is the extent of soul power a soul master of such tender age could possess?" The atmosphere grew palpably tense. The Old Goose turned his head, encountering Jiang Chuan, who radiated a vibrant green light. Chapter 19. Punishing the Old Goose Brigade. Mastery of chaotic winds. Yet the Old Goose found himself at a loss for words. An auxiliary soul master? This was truly difficult to comprehend. This support system was nearly on par with that of the attack system. "Let us move." With a sudden leap, he sprang from the ground, clutching his heavy chest. His expression filled with reluctant understanding. Lu Xia seized the opportunity to evade his displeasure, retreating behind Jiang Chuan. "What are you dawdling for? Bring Tianya over." The Old Goose, now increasingly irritated, summoned forth a yellow soul ring, emanating a shimmering green light. This was his signature escape technique. "Since you have instigated this turmoil, there will be no easy departure." Jiang Chuan stepped imperceptibly upon the head of Tianya and calmly remarked, "Previously, I offered you the option to leave at your own expense. But since you have forsaken it, let us render them all useless." With a thud, Bula fell unceremoniously to the ground. In that moment, darkness enveloped his vision, and his world view shattered. He could scarcely bring himself to meet Jiang Chuan's gaze. "Brother Chuan, is it all truly wasted?" Wang Xing inquired, peering forward. "If not, what purpose does it serve? However, if you desire, you may take them with you." Jiang Chuan spoke of the gentle breeze and light clouds. "No, no, no." Wang Xing replied with an awkward smile, repeatedly waving his hands. "You are courting death." The Old Goose, gritting its teeth, brandished the verdant short blade in its grasp and swung it at Jiang Chuan. However, as the blade descended, no blood was shed, no pain was felt. Instead, Jiang Chuan's life force surged even stronger. "It is you who is courting death." Jiang Chuan let out a cold snort, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap to the Old Goose's head. Thud. The latter was instantly sent sprawling to the ground, not afforded a moment's respite, as Jiang Chuan's shoe imprint pressed down upon his face, rendering him as limp as a lifeless dog. Who are you? Why?" Notably, Bulu was so frightened that he lost control of himself. A foul stench wafted through the air, causing the onlookers to pinch their noses in disgust. "Wang Sheng, I recall he is the one who stole your girlfriend." Jiang Chuan beckoned to Wang Xing, urging, "The killer shall always be slain. Eliminate him now." "Please, no, Brother Chuan," he pleaded, mimicking the hoarse tones of Wang Xing and his companions. "Do not incapacitate me, spare my life, Brother Chuan." Wang Xing pointed his index finger at himself, casting a suspicious glance toward Jiang Chuan. "I leave him in your hands." Jiang Chuan evidently stated that, after all, he was a grand soul master, far beyond the capabilities of Wang Xing and his companions. With a mere kick, he rendered the three unconscious, uttering no further words as he gradually departed with his head held high. Tang San followed closely behind, while Wang Xing and the others acted with reckless abandon, which ultimately provoked their response. Jiang Chuan elucidated, "Tang San is remarkably astute." He instantly comprehended the latter's words. Had he not been present today, Lucia would likely have found herself in a precarious situation. With this thought, my heart bears no burden. Brother Chuan, I shall not return to the 7th residence today. I intend to stay in the teacher's dormitory. Tomorrow, I will accompany the teacher to the soul-hunting forest for the director's meeting, where I will procure my second soul ring. Are you certain you do not wish to accompany the teacher to the soul-hunting forest? Tang San inquired patiently once more. Jiang Chuan's soul power has ascended even more rapidly than his, having attained the remarkable level of 20 at an early stage. However, he has yet to procure a soul ring. You may proceed ahead. I must allow my soul power to further settle. Jiang Chuan comfortingly patted Tang San's shoulder, displaying an expression of benign ignorance. His first soul ring had already existed for 80,000 years. How could Tang San possibly be aware of such matters? Furthermore, with the enhancement of the Chaos Blue Lotus, he could absorb soul rings of a higher caliber, rendering the notion of a century insignificant in his considerations. Thus, his next target was set at a minimum of 1,000 years. Should he unveil a soul ring, it would undoubtedly astonish Yu Xiaojiang and the others, provoking a wave of astonishment that he preferred to avoid. Tang San understood that his counterpart was steadfast in his resolve and refrained from offering further counsel. He initially intended to inquire about the other soul skills, but the question lingered on his lips before being swallowed back. Waving goodbye, Tang San's silhouette gradually faded into the distance. After tonight, it seemed unlikely that Wang Sheng would return. He took the opportunity to pack his belongings. After finishing, he enjoyed some tea before retiring for the night. The following morning dawned. Jiang Chuan arrived early at the smithy of Sher San. As time passed, the business of the smithy flourished, with the regular provision of 3 meals a day. After consuming several pieces of dried beef, Jiang Chuan picked up the hammer. Tang San had already accompanied Li Xiaojiang to the soul-hunting forest. Last night, he had also borrowed the Soul Palace token from Ning Rongrong. Over the past few years, he had amassed a fortune in gold soul coins, nearly 100,000. The reason he toiled day and night at the smithy of Sher San was to train the windbreaker. Jiang Chuan, with Sha San absent today, I may need to trouble you more. Today's wages will be tripled. However, this will not affect your afternoon leave. Any unfinished work can be left for later. Sher San smiled slightly, gesturing towards the towering pile of iron stones beside the furnace. Jiang Chuan readily accepted the challenge. Having mastered the chaotic wind hammer technique with remarkable proficiency, he could scarcely recall the number of strikes he could deliver, as the iron stone glowed a fiery red. His eyes remained devoid of emotion. Suddenly, with a swift motion of his right hand, the hammer soared into the air. An endless stream of soul power coursed through his body, flowing through his limbs and permeating every sinew as he unleashed his full potential. With a resounding clang, sparks erupted from the iron stone, and waves of force rippled outward, shaking the forge. Without a moment's pause, he continued to swing the hammer. Clang, clang. The iron stone yielded immediately under the relentless blows of gravity. In a mere span of a dozen strikes, a formidable weapon was forged, leaving the onlookers in awe. Truly, the chaotic wind was the pinnacle of the forging realm. Observing Jiang Chuan's relentless strikes, the towering pile of iron stone diminished rapidly. As half an hour slipped by, even the hammer in his hand was on the verge of breaking, yet Jiang Chuan remained tireless. With a clatter, he discarded the battered hammer and retrieved a new one from the wooden crate, resuming his forging. In recent years, he had unknowingly worn out countless hammers, and Sher San had specially prepared a whole box for him. He had to replenish his supply almost every month. Unless it was the Haotian hammer, no other could withstand such relentless pounding. Jiang Chuan still refrained from utilizing the ancient bloodline. Otherwise, the consumption would surely accelerate even further. Sher San stared, astonished. At the missing iron stones, his mind rendered numb. The pace of work he witnessed rivaled his entire workload from the past 3 months. Before long, by midday, The iron stones, resembling small mountains, were transformed into weapons. Surrounding blacksmith shops cast envious glances. Jiang Chuan, it's time to eat, Shrek San said, holding a spread of 4 dishes and a soup, offering a gentle smile. I'll take care of the rest this afternoon. By the way, where are you headed later? Do you need my assistance? With that, he also extended a pair of wooden chopsticks towards him. Jiang Chuan nodded, neither declining nor resisting. After sipping a cup of clear tea, he began to eat before responding, I intend to venture into the soul-hunting forest. All by yourself? That place is fraught with peril. You must exercise caution. What is your purpose there? Jiang Chuan smiled wryly, not beating around the bush, naturally. It is to hunt for a soul ring. Chapter 20. First encounter with the Hout team, the Soul Master's desire for wealth. Shrek San was momentarily taken aback. Sensing the scrutiny from the other party, Jiang Chuan then buried himself in his meal. What is the matter? Have you reached the 10th level of soul power? Shrek San understood that both individuals working in his blacksmith shop were students of the Soul Master Academy. However, bound by the rules of Soul Masters, he had never probed into their martial souls. This led him to believe that the other party aimed to hunt for their first soul ring. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan hesitated for a moment, opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by the other's inquiry. Did you just say you were going to the soul-hunting forest alone? Shrek San's brows furrowed slightly. Jiang Chuan nodded, affirming the words of his counterpart. Absolutely not. Shrek San quickly intervened, even rising from his seat in agitation. The hunt for the mixed spirit is of great significance. It cannot be taken lightly. Instantly, Shrek San fell into contemplation. If I accompany you, using the golden soul coins in my possession to recruit a soul sect, we can venture into the soul-hunting forest together, ensuring your safety while you acquire your spirit ring. With that, Shrek San prepared to take the lead. If Jiang Chuan were indeed a first-ring soul master, his blacksmith shop would undoubtedly gain immense renown, a true win-win situation. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a broad smile spread across Shrek San's face. Uncle San, do not rush. I have the support of my teacher from the Notting Town Soul Master Academy accompanying me. Jiang Chuan promptly grasped the arm of the burly man. His claims were indeed accurate, yet Jiang Chuan had courteously declined. Oh, Shrek San suddenly realized, harboring no doubts regarding Jiang Chuan's words. Upon returning, a warm welcome shall be arranged for you. However, as a soul master, one must not become overly arrogant. Securing a soul ring of merely 10 years will suffice, and one must refrain from excessive greed, he cautioned repeatedly. If he were to learn that Jiang Chuan had not only acquired a second soul ring, but that the first one had an astonishing age of 80,000 years, he might very well leap in astonishment. Nevertheless, Jiang Chuan chose not to reveal this. With that, he took his leave. Jiang Chuan embarked alone on the path to the soul-hunting forest. At a bend in the road, a carriage awaited him. In the brief span of half an hour, the vibrant blossoms before him gradually gave way to a desolate expanse. Soon, a familiar little town came into view. It was the commercial area just outside the soul-hunting forest, where countless soul masters eagerly promoted themselves, each claiming that for a mere golden soul coin, one could assemble a temporary team. Some vendors, with obsequious smiles, beckoned to potential customers seeking sustenance. Young man, just ahead lies the soul-hunting forest, the driver remarked, glancing at Jiang Chuan. After settling the fare, Jiang Chuan stepped into the bustling scene. Immediately, he was surrounded by a throng of soul masters. This young man seems intent on entering the soul-hunting forest alone. If you lack companions, for 50 golden soul coins, 3 esteemed soul masters will be at your command. Quite a bargain, wouldn't you agree? A rather unsavory-looking old man approached, his demeanor dubious. With a faint smile, Jiang Chuan chose not to respond and continued towards the forest. Do not be deceived by them, young man. They are merely merchants attempting to leverage your token to gain entry into the soul-hunting forest and seize your wealth. I overheard their scheme. Should you require allies, seek me out. 2 genuine third-ring soul masters will assist you for just 10 golden soul coins. This is a special offer for you. As it is our first time aiding someone in forming a team, the dignified gentleman interjected. Jiang Chuan's gaze sharpened, immediately drawing his attention to him. Hout, the very one who had relinquished a soul bone to Oscar, now found himself unexpectedly in the soul-hunting forest. Jiang Chuan reminisced for a moment. So, this is where his inaugural journey of teamwork began. Did this young fellow recognize me? Hauti's expression froze in surprise. Jiang Chuan offered no explanation, continuing on his way as he replied, No, I do not require it. The young fellow, filled with concern for Jiang Chuan's safety, called out to him with a loud voice, Even though you intend to hunt for the 10-year soul ring, you cannot escape the potential onslaught from soul beasts during the absorption process. I see no reason for your refusal. It merely costs 10 gold soul coins. In the realm of Douluo Continent, one rarely finds anyone genuinely concerned for another's safety. Jiang Chuan tilted his head slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yu Hao was momentarily taken aback, then fell into silence. What the other party stated was indeed true. However, upon observing Jiang Chuan's appearance, he appeared youthful and somewhat naive, his stature hardly surpassing his countenance. With this remark, one could discern the nature of this individual. Hey, did none of you notice that this lad arrived by horse-drawn carriage? An elderly man revealed a cunning glimmer in his eyes. Just now, I caught sight of his backpack, and it contained not just 1 gold soul coin. Another rotund individual raised his hand and exclaimed loudly, such a small child, carrying dozens of gold soul coins on his outing. A charming woman asserted with utmost righteousness. Upon her words, Jiang Chuan was instantly scrutinized by the crowd. A multitude of soul masters, their gazes rife with avarice, fixated upon him. Thud. Jiang Chuan halted his steps, turning his head with a cold smirk. In his attempt to attract the unicorn, he had refrained from placing the dried beef into the soul-guiding device, only to find that instead of the mythical creature, he had conjured a pack of greedy wolves. A team of 6 soul masters was the first to confront him. At the forefront was Elder Yin, who leered at Jiang Chuan as he rubbed his hands together. This young lad, which noble family does he hail from? Arriving here to show kindness and assist us poor souls. The old man's intentions were unmistakable. Hey, a burly man stepped in front of Jiang Chuan, indignant. Is it really appropriate to prey upon such a young child? Aren't you ashamed to tarnish our soul master team's reputation? Are you not afraid of becoming infamous? Who are you to speak? The soul master retorted, his aura commanding as 2 white and 1 yellow rings descended around his waist, exuding an overwhelming pressure towards Hout. Excessive? A charming woman mocked, as if she had heard a grand jest. Ha. Enough of this chatter, let's not waste time. Elder Yin, let us proceed. Hout, step aside. This does not concern you. 3 formidable soul masters lunged at Jiang Chuan. Little brother, flee quickly. Why are you still standing there? Hout's expression grew serious. His fists clenched tightly, poised to intercept the 2 attackers. Boom. Ultimately, 2 fists could not withstand 4 hands. The moment Hout met their assault, he was sent flying by their overwhelming soul power, crashing to the ground 100 meters away. Hand over your soul coins, the woman demanded with fierce authority. In the realm of soul masters, countless lives have been taken and goods plundered. Robbery along the road is a frequent occurrence. Jiang Chuan's eyes were clear and unclouded, oblivious to life and death. The expression on the woman's face shifted slightly, an inexplicable chill sweeping over her entire being. The man, cloaked in mystery, approached from the right, raising his massive fist. The yellow soul ring at his waist pulsed ominously, enhancing his momentum as he aimed to strike at Jiang Chuan's forehead, simultaneously reaching for his satchel. This seemingly flawless maneuver suddenly halted midair. Yunji Xiang, what are you doing? Act swiftly. The golden soul coins must not be compromised. Elder Yun bellowed at the man. Chapter 21. Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, a first encounter with brilliance. In an instant, Yun Tianxiang gasped softly, his entire being quivering before he silently collapsed to the ground. Hade propped himself up, staring vacantly at Jiang Chuan's retreating figure. How can it be? The soul power emanating from him is terrifying. He murmured in disbelief. A mere child of his teenage years has managed to bring a grand soul master to the ground? This was utterly inconceivable. The crowd was left in a state of confusion. Elder Yin, stammered the fallen Yun Tianxiang. The latter shot him an irritated glance. What a waste. You can't even defeat a mere child? Have you indulged too much in revelry? With that, Elder Yin let out a cold snort. First soul skill, furious lion's roar. Another middle-aged man, who had stealthily approached from the side, was enveloped in a golden blaze. Grasping a colossal golden hand, he unleashed a tremendous force toward Jiang Chuan. First soul skill, borrowing arrows with straw boats. Jiang Chuan stood motionless, a figure of grandeur. Beneath his feet, a black soul ring emerged, casting a profound silence over the crowd. What is this phenomenon? Elder Yin appeared as though he had encountered an extraterrestrial being. A soul ring? Could it truly be a soul ring? The enchanting woman was left utterly speechless. Haoti's thoughts disintegrated, much like seawater evaporating under the sun. All eyes reflected the inky black soul ring, gazing at it in a trance. If I am not mistaken, this should be a 10,000-year soul ring? A portly man interjected. Are you jesting with me? A 10,000-year soul ring? Is this something a mere teenager could possess? The woman stammered in disbelief. Jiang Chuan was enveloped in a radiant emerald glow, as if, in that moment, he were possessed by a divine oracle. The ancient bloodline surged within him. Suddenly, A resounding thud echoed as golden light emanated from his being, instantly adorning him with ancient runes, as though deities had descended. Raising his right index finger, he confronted the furious lion with relentless fury. In a fleeting moment of astonishment, a piercing wail escaped the lips of the man, reverberating throughout the surroundings. The instant he made contact with Jiang Chuan's finger, it felt as though he had encountered a colossal force akin to a raging tide, sending him hurtling through the air. With each step Jiang Chuan took, the imposing black soul ring upon him compelled the onlookers to retreat involuntarily. "Are you bewildered?" Jiang Chuan chuckled coldly, leaving the crowd in disbelief. Some, pressed by Jiang Chuan, stumbled backward and fell to the ground. "Do not approach me. I am merely carrying out orders," he exclaimed. "Do you not understand? Those who deceive others are invariably deceived in return." Jiang Chuan displayed no compassion in his demeanor. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the man's lower abdomen, rendering him incapacitated. If he could not protect himself, how could he possibly safeguard others? Thus, a decisive strike was imperative. "Old Yun, is this truly a 10,000-year spirit ring?" inquired the enchanting woman, incredulously. "Are you a fool?" Old Yun retorted without answering. "Cannot you sense the aura of a 10,000-year spirit ring? But how could this be?" The captivating woman exclaimed in astonishment. "He is merely a child of a mere 10 years. How could he possess such an ancient spirit ring? Moreover, how did he absorb it?" Old Yun remained silent. No wonder how suddenly comprehended. With such strength, did he still require the aid of a spirit master team? Earlier, it must have been you who spoke so foolishly. Jiang Chuan cast a cold, piercing gaze upon Elder Yun. "No," Elder Yun jested, stumbling slightly. No. This young brother, esteemed sir. I sincerely apologize for the offense. It was an act of desperation. In the world of Douluo Continent, strength reigns supreme. It is not an exaggeration for Elder Yun to address Jiang Chuan with such respect. Do you truly believe that I would fall for your deceitful words?" Jiang Chuan offered a light, mocking smile. Without lingering further, he lifted a foot and forcefully stomped down onto the old man's dantian. The third soul skill, Tortoise Manifestation. A yellow soul ring emerged from Elder Yun, flickering momentarily before vanishing. Instantly, he was enveloped in a layer of dark green turtle shell, safeguarding his entire being. This third soul skill, Tortoise Manifestation, was Elder Yun's life-preserving technique, acquired after slaying a nearly 1,000-year-old black tortoise beast, usable only once a day. When unleashed, it rendered him nearly invulnerable, impervious to ordinary weapons, and even difficult for a four-ringed soul master to breach, with a duration of 3 minutes. Yet, unexpectedly, Elder Yun had employed it against this young man. Just how formidable was his opponent? The man, bewildered, pondered this. However, with a resounding thud, an overwhelming force descended, suffused with golden energy. The surrounding soul masters witnessed it firsthand. In the next moment, Tortoise Manifestation was shattered, producing a sharp crack before it completely fractured. "Ah!" Elder Yun let out a hoarse scream. Jiang Chuan followed up with another kick, rendering him unconscious. A great soul master was effortlessly subdued by the youth. This left them in disbelief. Could this truly be happening? The enchanting woman blinked in astonishment. "Little brother, you can't be serious, can you?" Hao's expression turned grave. The implications of a 10,000-year soul ring were immense. No one dared to overlook it. "Ha!" A man clad in luxurious attire laughed heartily behind the soul masters. "What are you laughing at?" A great soul master could not help but shout. "It's quite evident why I laugh. A group of soul masters, great soul masters, in soul sects. Utterly frightened by a mere teenager. Ha ha." The man cleared his throat and sneered. "Moreover, it is such a despicable trick. I ask you, has anyone ever witnessed a child possessing a 10,000-year soul? Setting aside those above 50,000 years, can one so easily absorb a 10,000-year soul? Furthermore, it necessitates multiple mediums." His words awakened those lost in thought, relieving the burdens in their hearts. Jiang Chuan did not argue with reason. The false cannot become true, and the true cannot be deemed false. What is there to debate? However, he did recognize the individual before him. Clad in an opulent blue robe adorned with a vividly depicted golden dragon, the proud demeanor unmistakably belonged to Yu Tianheng of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Yu Tianheng spoke with righteous fervor, asserting that your soul ring is unique, capable of changing colors at will, and can alter its aura, leading others to believe it is a genuine 10,000-year soul ring. My uncle is a revered master in the realm of soul masters, and he possesses theories that confirm the existence of such soul rings in the Douluo Continent. If he were to learn that even his own uncle, Yu Xiaojing, sought to apprentice under Jiang Chuan, I can only imagine his astonishment. It would likely shatter his entire worldview. Do we have any grievances between us? Jiang Chuan inquired softly. There is no enmity, yet one resorts to bullying, sparing not even an elderly man, regardless of which noble family you hail from. You must not engage in such wanton behavior here. As he spoke, Yu Tianheng raised his hand to indicate the assembled soul masters. His indignation palpable. I have witnessed your coercion and enticement with my own eyes. This is indisputable. I, Yu Tianheng, shall not stand idly by. Chapter 22. The Thunder Dragon Claw Technique, a mere flickering firefly. Indeed, Yu Tianheng is proud and arrogant, precisely as depicted in the original narrative. With a commanding shout, Yu Tianheng summoned 2 yellow soul rings that floated above his head, lingering at his waist, as he cast a threatening gaze towards Jiang Chuan. Sensing the opponent's soul power, the arrival of the other party here is likely for the purpose of acquiring a 3rd soul ring. Yu Tianheng, truly a simpleton. Jiang Chuan spoke with profound significance. Enough. You sycophants of the Spirit Hall, engaging in heinous acts. Today, I shall uphold justice. Accompanied by the thunderous voice of Yu Tianheng, a colossal blue divine dragon, enshrouded in crackling lightning, emerged, raising its head and letting out a chilling roar as it fixed its cold gaze upon Jiang Chuan. The atmosphere crackled with intense energy, leaving the onlookers aghast. It is the blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit. A bewitching woman exclaimed in alarm. Yu Tianheng, does his surname truly bear the name Yu? Could he possibly be from the blue lightning tyrant dragon lineage? Another man ventured fearfully. Upon hearing this, a collective intake of breath resonated among the crowd. The blue lightning tyrant dragon is akin to an existence among the top 3 sections. Even a trace of its bloodline, manifesting as a diluted blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit, would be enough to dominate the realm. Heavens! Hort was drenched in sweat. This is the ultimate beast spirit, the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Though merely a spirit master, the overwhelming power it exudes is utterly suffocating. Little brother, you must flee. Meanwhile, the mention of the Spirit Hall struck them like a thunderclap. According to Yu Tianheng, this young man hails from the Spirit Hall? The sheer magnitude of their backgrounds was terrifying. Have they truly been rendered speechless? Yu Tianheng sneered. I can allow you to strike first, Jiang Chuan declared, shocking everyone. The adversary assumed he was a member of the Spirit Hall, likely due to the satchel he carried, emblazoned with the emblem of the Spirit Hall, which he received as a monthly allowance. However, it mattered not. Suppressing these prodigies would prove to be quite entertaining. Arrogance! Yu Tianheng's expression stiffened, and he erupted with fury. Even Elder Yun, at the helm, deemed Jiang Chuan insane. To provoke the blue lightning tyrant dragon was tantamount to courting death. Ignorant of the peril, he unleashed his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. A yellow soul ring extended along Yu Tianheng's arm, transforming his hand into a blue dragon claw, radiating a piercing cold light, crackling with electricity. His left eye shimmered blue, emanating a wave of soul power. Is it truly the Thunder Dragon Claw? He is indeed of the blue lightning tyrant dragon lineage. This soul skill boasted single target attacks, increasing its potency by 30% when not in dragon form, and doubling its might upon transformation. Hort was astonished, having already assessed Jiang Chuan's fate in his mind. Yet, Jiang Chuan remained unfazed, maintaining his composure amidst the turmoil. Let alone the 30% enhancement before dragon transformation, even a 100% increase is inconsequential. For I possess healing power that surpasses 250%. This utterly shatters the established norms of the Spirit Master realm. Boom. Yu Tianheng pressed against the Azure Dragon Claw, akin to an arrow released from its bow, radiating a palpable intent to kill that caused those around him to break into a cold sweat. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the dragon claw pierced Jiang Chuan's chest. However, the scene before Yu Tianheng was far from what he had anticipated. In fact, it was drastically different. To his astonishment, the dragon claw appeared to have become ethereal. Not only did he fail to perceive any harm inflicted upon Jiang Chuan, but the latter's vitality seemed to flourish even more than before. Is this it? Is this the Thunder Dragon Claw? The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit is not as formidable as it seems. With a mocking grin, Jiang Chuan declared, You have no chance to retaliate. Yu Tianheng was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, a resplendent golden light surged forth, crashing violently into his abdomen. A gasp escaped him as the stagnant blood erupted from within, causing his entire body to convulse in agony. It was said that the blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit possessed formidable defenses. Evidently, those claims were not mere exaggerations, for after just one strike, you were already at your limit. Without hesitation, Jiang Chuan unleashed another blow. With a resounding crack, Yu Tianheng's very bones shattered under the force. Blood spewed forth from his mouth like a torrential storm, his gaze becoming vacant as he was propelled towards the heavens. Jiang Chuan forcefully yanked, and with a thud, Yu Tianheng fell against an ancient tree, akin to a deflated balloon, colliding intimately with the trunk, which sent a flurry of fallen leaves cascading to the ground. Am I seeing things? The man exclaimed, panic-stricken, as he fled in haste, too frightened to linger. Dozens of onlookers quickly followed his retreat. The blue lightning tyrant dragon martial spirit was firmly in the hands of his opponent, leaving no room for resistance, as if it were a jest. It's impossible. This is the power of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, my first soul skill, undeniably flawless. Yu Tianheng's confidence shattered. Since his birth, he had always been proud of his martial spirit and soul skills, never encountering a rival. He was accustomed to defeating enemies in a single strike. Even against formidable soul masters, they would meet their demise within 3 moves. He had even once slain a disciple of the martial soul hall at a higher rank. Yet now, why had he succumbed to this nameless individual? Who on earth are you? He demanded in exasperation. Run, run, Yun Lao urged, supported by a charming woman. As their group fled in disarray, even a fool could discern that this was a place fraught with peril. Jiang Chuan strolled leisurely towards Yu Tianheng. With each step he took, the black rings adorning his body faded into obscurity, and the ancient bloodline dissipated alongside them. Arriving before his opponent, he placed a foot upon Yu Tianheng's forehead, gazing down from an elevated position. Holding the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul may inspire pride and arrogance. But does one not realize that there are always those greater than oneself? Even your esteemed grandfather, Yu Yuanjin, still requires diligent study and practice. How much more so does a younger generation like yours? With a firm thrust of his foot, Jiang Chuan crushed Yu Tianheng's foot, causing him immense pain. Even if you are a dragon, you are but a dragon in distress, trapped in a mire with no means of escape. What audacity do you possess? Do you still harbor any defiance? You have no opportunity left. Jiang Chuan was acutely aware of Yu Tianheng's fatal flaw, the destruction of his confidence and cultivation. His objective had been achieved. With a sharp crack, Yu Tianheng's right arm was shattered beneath Jiang Chuan's weight, eliciting a wail that sent shivers down the spines of the surrounding soul masters, beads of sweat streaming down their foreheads, particularly for Heido. It was at this moment that he recognized the true nature of this youth. Ruthless and principled, his future achievements are bound to be boundless. A gold soul coin fell into Heido's hand. He raised his gaze to meet Jiang Chuan's clear and unwavering eyes. For reasons unknown, being scrutinized by the other made him feel somewhat uneasy. My lord? Go, eliminate all those who surrounded me just now. A gold soul coin shall be your reward. I am not a petty person. I wish to serve you, my lord. Please ensure it is done swiftly. But what if that person, unafraid of me, uses the gold soul coin to flee? As long as you dare, Jiang Chuan stepped forward, slightly tilting his head. Chapter 23, Young Auxiliary Soul Master. A reunion by the waters. Jiang Chuan's tone was both commanding and threatening. Hade was drenched in sweat, his eyelids fluttering as a white figure receded into the distance. With each step he took, the dark soul rings that had been swirling around him gradually dimmed until they vanished entirely. The chaotic mess left by Yu Tianheng and the others was now entrusted to him. The soul-hunting forest. The surroundings remained lush and vibrant. As esteemed guests of the Spirit Hall, we are permitted to utilize the soul-hunting forest. But no one is allowed to enter without the Spirit Hall's token from the top 3 sections. If one wishes to hunt for soul rings, they may do so after a day has passed. 2 guards, clad in golden armor and wielding long halberds, fixed their solemn gazes upon Jiang Chuan, speaking in unison. Understanding their intent, he promptly retrieved a blue Spirit Hall token and waved it before them. Young brother, are you hunting for soul rings alone? Upon seeing the identification from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, the man on the right scanned the surroundings before finally resting his gaze upon Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan fell into a brief silence. Indeed, my young brother, do not hold it against us for failing to caution you about hunting for a soul ring alone. Such an endeavor is fraught with peril. However, representing the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, the Spirit Hall can dispatch guardians to assist you in slaying a suitable soul beast. The guardian on the left enunciated clearly. That will not be necessary, Jiang Chuan replied without a moment's hesitation. The 2 guardians exchanged glances, deliberating for a moment before both nodded in agreement. Very well, before you enter the soul-hunting forest, we must record your information. Please present your soul master credentials. If you do not possess them, you may recite your details, and we shall verify before granting passage. The guardian on the right extended his hand. To Jiang Chuan's surprise, the second time entering the soul-hunting forest required verification. He rummaged through his satchel and produced his soul master registration token, sufficient to confirm his identity. Oh! The right guardian exclaimed in astonishment upon receiving Jiang Chuan's soul master token. He noted the emblem of the spirit hall engraved on its backside and remarked with a knowing tone, "So, you are indeed a registered soul master at the spirit hall." Meanwhile, he internally scoffed at the idea of such a young soul master. Upon seeing this, the left guardian visibly relaxed. The right guardian stammered, "What is the matter? How can this be? Is there something amiss?" The left guardian took Jiang Chuan's spirit hall token from the other's hand and, after scrutinizing it, was taken aback. Soul Master Jiang Chuan, age 12, support-type Soul Master, with the martial spirit green Lotus and a first soul ring of 100 years. A support-type Soul Master with a first soul ring capable of absorbing a century? The left guardian raised an eyebrow in disbelief. A 12-year-old support-type Soul Master was unprecedented. It was no wonder that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, renowned as the strongest among the 3 great support sects of the continent, was teeming with talent. The right guardian offered a word of admiration. In the world of Douluo, the status of support soul masters was exceedingly high. For instance, Ning Fingji could even sit alongside the king of the Heavendo Empire. Had they known that Jiang Chuan currently possessed a 10,000-year soul ring, their expressions would surely have been even more varied. "May I inquire if we may proceed?" Jiang Chuan took his token. "Are you jesting, young brother? As a support-type soul master, you intend to venture alone into the soul-hunting forest? You wouldn't even be able to capture a 10-year soul beast. Since you are from the Spirit Hall, I shall accompany you on this journey," the left guardian declared as he opened the heavy stone gate. "I appreciate your kindness, but I shall decline." Jiang Chuan slightly inclined his body, his figure flickering before vanishing into thin air. The moment he entered the soul-hunting forest, he unleashed his soul power, causing several 10-year soul beasts to flee in terror. Before him, towering ancient trees swept by like shadows. Yet Jiang Chuan's form remained in constant motion, swiftly leaping to the heart of the century-old soul beast zone. He opened his satchel and retrieved a piece of mammoth meat, marinated with rosemary, which he had purchased at the auction house in Notting City for 53 gold soul coins. This was also a delicacy favored by unicorns. The rampant slaughter by soul masters perpetuates a vicious cycle in the world of Douluo. Even in the center of the century-old soul beast area, only a scant few soul beasts could be found, all just around 100 years old, confirming the theory previously mentioned by Yu Shaojiang. Roar. A century-old armored rhinoceros beast let out a growl, sensing the soul power emanating from Jiang Chuan, and dared not approach. Suddenly, a grotesque face emerged from the tree above, with 4 pairs of eyes fixed intently on Jiang Chuan. Its mouth dripped with toxic green venom, which splattered onto the trunk with a sizzle, corroding a small hole. The century-old human-faced demon spider arrived, yet due to Jiang Chuan's soul power, it refrained from attacking. Why have the 1,000-year soul beasts yet to make their appearance? Jiang Chuan cast a swift glance. His comprehension of soul beasts surpassed even that of the master, and with a mere glance, he could discern their age. It appeared that this particular soul beast had indeed reached the millennium mark. In Jiang Chuan, as he strides through the Millennium District, a cacophony of howls erupts from several ancient spirit beasts approaching him. Jiang Chuan raised his eyebrows slightly, channeling his soul power. With a resonating hum, a pitch-black soul ring detached from his head, lingering around his waist, pulsating with a faint shimmer of black light, interspersed with fleeting glimmers of red. A thunderous roar erupted as the soul power unleashed by the soul ring swept through the surroundings, caressing the faces of the soul beast like ethereal smoke. This overwhelming pressure, born from the passage of time, compelled many restless soul beasts to withdraw in trepidation. The unicorn, in particular, held a fondness for the serene waters of the pond. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chuan approached the nearest water pool. In an instant, his feet landed upon the trunk of a towering ancient tree. The next moment, with a surge of soul power, a golden ancient rune imprinted itself upon his dual pupils. This signified the second stage of the ancient bloodline-esque capabilities, allowing him to perceive a vast expanse of 1,000 miles. After surveying his surroundings, he found no trace of the unicorn. Just as he was about to depart, his attention was drawn to the ethereal white silhouette by the water pool. Could it be the unicorn? Jiang Chuan's heart suddenly contracted. This spirit beast was inherently drawn to purity. He swiftly approached, but upon the ancient dual gaze, he immediately discerned an anomaly. Who? This familiar voice echoed in his ears. And Jiang Chuan felt a wave of unease wash over him. He awkwardly cleared his throat. It's a misunderstanding. Please continue. Seeking death. The latter erupted in wrath. And with a flash of crimson light, strands of alluring energy intertwined within it. In the next moment, the woman's garments materialized out of thin air, concealing her exquisite figure and fair legs. Thief. The woman, possessing a beauty that could topple nations, gritted her teeth and retaliated. It was unintentional. After Jiang Chuan provided his explanation, he quietly departed. Suddenly, a gleaming blade shot forth, striking the back of Jiang Chuan's head. Under the impetus of his soul force, the sound of the blade slicing through the air resonated sharply. Jiang Chuan spoke coldly. Immediately, he extended his hands to meet the incoming silver blade, neither dodging nor evading, even seeking to catch the sharp weapon. To the observer, this was akin to courting death, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of their mouth. Crack. The cacophony of successive fissures was jarring. Chapter 24. A strike from the sky, the escape of the evil moon. Bang. The sharp silver blade was effortlessly crushed by Jiang Chuan's golden palm. He turned to face the alluring woman. Her skin was as fair as jade, with exquisite features, bright brows, and pearly teeth. Most striking were her long, slender legs. The woman flirtatiously tousled her short, golden hair, equally intrigued as she scrutinized Jiang Chuan. With such formidable power, a soul master? I am Hulaina from the golden lineage of the Spirit Hall. Who are you? Why are you able to enter the soul-hunting forest now? Hulaina's eyes were clear and unclouded. As Jiang Chuan recalled, 2 guards recounted the arrival of a distinguished guest from the Spirit Hall, and was it not this enchanting figure before him, Hulaina? Indeed, she was captivatingly beautiful. However, it was merely a misunderstanding. I take my leave. Did I permit you to depart? Hulaina replied coldly. With a hum, 2 golden soul rings descended from above her head, shimmering with a radiant glow, exuding an alluring aura that seemed to ensnare one's very consciousness. A few strands of crimson mist emerged, attempting to distract Jiang Chuan, yet they were effortlessly dispelled by the chaotic blue lotus. Seeking death, Hulaina bellowed, her soul power surging forth as her figure flickered like an afterimage, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear directly before Jiang Chuan. In her hand, a sharp silver blade materialized, which she wielded with graceful precision as she lunged toward him. Ancient bloodline. As Jiang Chuan's dual pupil shimmered with a chill, the flickering golden light on his right arm began to swirl with an almost frenzied brilliance, akin to a kaleidoscope. Since his opponent had resorted to lethal force, he could hardly be blamed. Boom. As Jiang Chuan raised his arm, the sound of clashing steel reverberated through the air. Hulaina's silver blade was instantly reduced to mere powder under the immense force, and she gazed at him with trembling eyes, disbelief etched across her features. With the activation of her 10th-level soul power, how could he possibly shatter my silver blade? A hint of astonishment flickered within her. While she had engaged in sparring with Yin, such an extraordinary occurrence had never transpired. Is this truly so surprising? With a countenance as turbulent as the ancient waves, Jiang Chuan brandished his resplendent fist, aiming it fiercely at Hulaina's face, the force resonating powerfully in the air. Upon witnessing the ferocity of his assault, which sought to inflict severe harm, Hulaina's expression shifted dramatically. This was dire. She invoked her first soul skill, Enchanting Fox Charm. This ability served as a mass control technique, emanating a violet glow from the caster's eyes, compelling adversaries into a 3-second state of paralysis. In an instant, a beam of purple luminescence surged forth from Hulaina's gaze. Jiang Chuan's lips curled into a faint smile, as if to say, a man is trying to stop a chariot. The shimmering purple light was directly dispersed by the chaotic blue lotus. Immediately after, a resounding boom echoed as a massive fist, enveloped in golden radiance, struck Hulaina's abdomen. She coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood and collapsed to the ground, her body feeling as though her very organs were turned upside down. How could this be? My first soul skill has never failed before. Yet today, it seems, it has met its defeat. Jiang Chuan gazed down from his elevated position, looking down at the prostrate Hulaina, his eyes devoid of any emotion. How could you possibly have dispelled your dizziness? It is utterly inconceivable. He invoked his second soul skill, Foxfire Command. Another yellow soul ring circled around him, and a striking pink flame emerged, manifesting in accordance with Hulaina's will, hurtling toward Jiang Chuan. This soul skill could amplify strength by 150%, and could even morph into various forms at the behest of its wielder. I have already stated, it is futile. Your soul skill holds no effect on me. Jiang Chuan raised his hand and grasped the incoming pink fire fox with a firm grip. With a powerful squeeze of his right palm, a resounding crack echoed as the flame was utterly extinguished, its residual brilliance drifting away into the sky. At that moment, Hulaina felt as though darkness enveloped her, and the world crumbled around her. This second soul skill, although derived from his brother, was invincible even to the wicked you. How dare you harm my sister? I shall see you perish. His fierce voice resonated. Jiang Chuan glimpsed the reflection of a shadowy figure in Hulaina's eyes. A fleeting wisp of darkness that appeared and vanished in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, with a resounding clash, A black blade of light sliced through the air. Was it the evil moon? Jiang Chuan asserted with conviction. It is said that the swift blade in his opponent's hand is even faster than the hidden weapons employed by Tang San. Jiang Chuan advanced rather than retreating, charging forward with unwavering determination. To Hu Laina, this was tantamount to courting death, no matter how formidable his fists were. They could not possibly rival her elder brother's martial soul, the Moonblade. With a flourish, the first soul skill was unleashed. Slash. Xiaoyu propelled himself into the air with a powerful leap, wielding his long knife with a fierce sweep that traced a crescent moon in the sky. In an instant, a crescent blade of light surged forth, slicing through the air with astonishing speed. Madman, my first soul skill, Slash, can fell any foe below the rank of Grand Soul Master with a single strike. Though it is a defensive martial spirit, evasion from death is hardly possible. Xiaoyu's eyes widened in fury as he enunciated each word with deliberate intensity. Die. Such arrogance. Jiang Chuan let out a light, resolute laugh. Directly confronting the black blade of light with a powerful punch, shattering it with a resonant boom. The remnants of the blade dispersed, and his soul force lingered as he emerged from the chaos, raising his fist once more to strike directly at the face of the malevolent Yu. All along, his intention had never been the blade itself, but rather to conclude the matter with a single punch aimed at the wicked Yu. What? The latter was taken aback, gasping in shock as the fierce gust of his oncoming fist left him momentarily breathless. He quickly regained his composure and hastily uttered, Second soul technique, defense. The yellow soul ring hovering by his waist began to glide along his arm towards the edge of the blade, while the youthful visage before him drew ever closer. Jiang Chuan murmured, your strike is too slow. You have missed your opportunity. With a single, forceful punch, he unleashed a sound that reverberated like thunder. The blow collided with the crescent blade of Xiaoyu, whose face contorted in terror as he was overwhelmed by the sheer force. The resounding noise echoed, akin to the sound of mountains trembling. Above, the soul power dispersed like waves of air, obscuring Hu Laina's vision, leaving her bewildered about the unfolding events. A cry of anguish pierced the air, followed by Xiaoyu's pained wail as he crashed to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. Jiang Chuan, with a sweeping motion, dispersed the ethereal mist conjured by his soul power. What? Even Hu Laina, despite her naivety, understood the gravity of the situation. However, her brother was celebrated as a paragon of the Golden Clan of the Spirit Hall, undoubtedly unrivaled among the younger generation. Yet, this youth before her bore a youthful visage, appearing even younger still. How could such an individual exist within the continent? Cough. Xiaoyu emerged from the abyss, forcefully expelling the congealed blood from his body, forming a crimson droplet that he weakly directed towards Hu Laina, urging her in a feeble whisper, flee. Quickly. Leave the soul-hunting forest. The two moved as shadows entwined. And Xiaoyu's presence in the soul-hunting forest did not surprise Jiang Chuan. Elder brother, Hu Laina had not fled. Instead, she rushed to support the weakened Xiaoyu. In that moment, she was struck by the realization that his torso had been shattered. What kind of power was this? Throughout the encounter, Jiang Chuan had not revealed his martial soul, nor even a soul ring. Could it be that he had become so formidable that he could inflict harm without summoning his martial soul? Or perhaps, he possessed a mutated martial soul. Hu Laina dared not contemplate further. Whether it was the former or the latter, both possibilities were enough to instill terror. Chapter 25, The Soul Master Jiang Chuan. The title Douluo has arrived. No longer daring to linger. Second soul skill, Foxfire Command. Hu Laina's yellow soul ring tightened in her grasp, and a mesmerizing pink flame began to rise. In an instant, the flames engulfed the surrounding flora, transforming the area into a sea of fire. She hoisted Xiaoyu onto her back and hastened to flee, as Jiang Chuan was poised to end the lives of the two. A sudden sound of nimble hoofbeats echoed from his right. The sound was light and crisp. In an instant, a flash of inspiration surged through his mind, invigorating his legs with ethereal energy. He leaped forward, landing 100 meters away. His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld a snow-white, crystalline equine soul beast before him. On its forehead, a white jade horn, approximately 50 centimeters in length, adorned its majestic form. Flanking the exquisite body of the snow steed were a pair of broad, pristine wings. A unicorn, perhaps a millennium old? Jiang Chuan's gaze sharpened as he spoke deliberately, each word measured. The lifespan of a unicorn is dictated by the length of its horn. Surpassing 40 centimeters signifies a millennium. Simultaneously, this unicorn radiated a resplendent glow, its bloodline remarkably pure. Thus, there was no time to concern himself with Hu Laina. The unicorn, drawn by the flames, let out a resounding cry, its fury igniting. Its territory was not to be trespassed, and it sought to uncover the source of the disturbance. A piercing roar echoed forth, as it remained blissfully unaware of the unwelcome presence behind it. An ancient bloodline. As Jiang Chuan unleashed his fist, it was a strike that could shake the heavens. With a resounding shout, his punch landed squarely on the unicorn's abdomen, the very point of its vulnerability. The unicorn let out a piercing cry, its body sent soaring, crashing through dozens of towering ancient trees, finally becoming ensnared in a cracked and stubborn boulder, barely managing to support its form. With a mournful wail, the unicorn expelled congealed blood, its mouth spewing forth a crimson spray, its eyes wide with fury as it fixated on Jiang Chuan. In response to its lament, a brilliant orb of white light materialized from its maw. With a sudden whoosh, this fierce light surged towards Jiang Chuan, overwhelming him. The first soul skill. Borrowing arrows with straw boats, Jiang Chuan utilized his left arm as a shield, propelling himself forward with a vigorous push of his legs, colliding with the radiant light. In the next moment, a resonating surge of soul power erupted, causing the surrounding soul beasts to stagger on their feet. Witnessing this, the unicorn unleashed an even more ferocious stream of sacred light, piercing through the air with a resounding impact. The brilliance that shot forth cleaved through the ground, affirming that this place had not been obliterated by my hand. Jiang Chuan offered a subtle explanation, yet the latter appeared unconvinced, adopting an unwavering stance. In light of this, Jiang Chuan charged forward recklessly, his left arm basking in the fierce light, as he drew closer to the unicorn. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful right punch that echoed with explosive sounds, landing 3 consecutive blows upon its forehead, sending blood scattering. The unicorn let out a mournful cry, its form once again hurled away by the immense force. After a series of cries, it gazed at Jiang Chuan with a human-like astonishment. For a striking black soul ring prominently encircled his waist, the surrounding soul beast recoiled in trepidation upon witnessing this soul ring. Realizing the dire situation, the unicorn flapped its wings vigorously and swiftly retreated, quickly vanishing from sight. Attempting to flee? With a firm grip of his left hand, Jiang Chuan declared resolutely. The primordial bloodline converged upon his legs, and with a resounding bang, his figure materialized 1,000 meters away. A dark soul ring swirled beneath his feet, and in just 3 swift flashes, he had closed the distance to the unicorn. Suddenly, the unicorn turned its head and unleashed a surge of sacred radiance. The latter raised his hand and flicked, shattering the blazing light effortlessly between his palms. Boom! Jiang Chuan's feet touched the ground as he leapt forward, his hands vigorously clasping a colossal boulder weighing over 100 kilograms. With a chaotic yet skillful motion, he twisted his wrists, channeling his spiritual energy into his arms. With a resonant thud, he hurled the boulder, which trailed layers of soul power, directly towards the rear of the unicorn. In an instant, a thunderous crash echoed as the massive stone struck the unicorn, unleashing a burst of crimson light in midair, signifying the creature's mortal demise. What formidable force lies within the chaotic cloak hammer technique? Jiang Chuan's gaze was deep as he focused intently on his right hand. This was, indeed, his first time employing it in actual combat. Soon, as he approached the unicorn, he discovered it was on the brink of death. After surveying his surroundings, Jiang Chuan swiftly ended the unicorn's life, acquiring a violet soul ring. He then leaped gracefully onto an ancient tree to begin his absorption. The soul ring radiated immense resentment. In a flash, the chaotic blue lotus's ethereal light swiftly diluted the aura of the soul ring. Subsequently, the black soul ring, aged 8,000 years, trembled, instantly suppressing the 1,000-year soul ring, rendering any resistance futile. In just a fleeting moment, a breath was drawn. A plume of white mist escaped from Jiang Chuan's mouth, while the soul ring lingered at his waist, radiating a resplendent glow. This was the second soul skill. The second soul ring, the sacred shield. It could enhance the soul master's defense by 200%, effectively nullifying a fatal blow. Jiang Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This soul ring undoubtedly solidified his capacity as a support. Zhao Wuji's 7th soul skill, the embodiment of his martial spirit, merely augmented his defensive prowess by 200%. Furthermore, it possesses the ability to enhance longevity. System, sign in. Jiang Chuan resolutely declared. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully checked in at the 1,000-year soul beast zone of the soul hunting forest. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have acquired the demon blade of 1,000 edges. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have obtained a 10-year soul beast lifespan. Jiang Chuan's gaze fell upon the purple long blade within the warehouse. A weapon that specializes solely in offense. The demon blade of 1,000 edges? He rubbed his chin, realizing that the rewards bestowed by the system also included weaponry. This revelation spared him the necessity of engaging in hand-to-hand combat. The young boy was in the soul-hunting forest, and I had just sensed the fluctuations of a battle. It was imperative to seize the opportunity. Hulaina, with an air of righteousness, pointed her finger towards the area inhabited by the Millennium Soul Beasts. Behind her stood a formidable array of soul masters from the Spirit Hall. Jiang Chuan cast a cold glance over the crowd, unwilling to engage in any entanglements. Instead, 2 soul rings, one black and one purple, gracefully descended from above his head, vanishing into thin air. Suddenly, a colossal golden bird appeared in the sky, gliding towards Hulaina and the others. Laina, a woman with short golden hair and an exquisite visage, called out softly, her tone laced with skepticism. Are you certain that boy easily defeated both you and Xiaoyu? Elder Jiojio? Hulaina observed the slight daze on the woman's face before respectfully clasping her hands together. I did not expect to trouble you. Given the gravity of the matter, how could I not come? The woman was enveloped in a vibrant and resplendent golden light. 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 4 black soul rings leisurely floated from her being. This immense power made the entire soul-hunting forest tremble. A tidal Douluo. A soul palace guard gazed at the short-haired beauty in awe, involuntarily whispering, "Search the entire forest. We must locate this individual," Elder Jiojio stated calmly. Understood. The guards of the soul palace echoed in unison. Meanwhile, Jiang Chuan had long since disappeared into the depths of the soul-hunting forest. The pressing matter was to return to the academy, approaching graduation and handling the necessary formalities. Subsequently, he intended to visit the Soul Palace to upgrade his Soul Master certification. Chapter 26. A subtle exchange of glances, Matthew's humble deference. Graduation from the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. The Stone 3 blacksmith shop had become a thing of the past. Before him stood the familiar Soul Division of Nodding City, a 2-story establishment adorned with opulence. Stepping into the corridor, he was surrounded by intricately carved totems. No outsiders were permitted entry. A man clad in the white robes of the Soul Palace raised his hand. Mr. Xiaoka. Jiang Chuan presented his Soul Spirit certificate before the other, inquiring, "Have you forgotten me?" "Oh, it is you, Jiang Chuan," Xiaoka replied, momentarily taken aback. At merely a decade or so old, possessing a century-old soul ring, he stood as the foremost auxiliary soul master in all of Nodding City. Even upon witnessing Matthew Nua's assessment, he could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. "You," Xiaoka paused, "you haven't returned for another soul spirit test, have you?" Jiang Chuan tucked away the spirit hall token and smiled slightly. "My goodness! In such a short span of time, you have already become a great soul master?" Xiaoka was momentarily speechless. What a prodigy! "Young brother, would you be interested in serving the spirit hall? A talent like yours would undoubtedly receive special nurturing." He spoke with gentle persuasion. "For the time being, I do not have any plans to settle in." Jiang Chuan spoke ambiguously before stepping through the door. "Very well. By the way," Jiang Chuan turned his head and inquired about the current pope of the Spirit Hall. "Hush." Xiaoka gestured for silence. "Are you out of your mind? That is the pope of the Spirit Hall. How could we dare to speak carelessly?" It was during my report to Matthew about the branch in Nodding City that I had the fortune to catch a glimpse of her esteemed presence. "Indeed, it is she." "What? You have seen the pope as well?" "Absolutely, she possesses an admirable figure." "Little brother, are you trying to get yourself killed? Speaking such things in public?" Xiaoka cautiously scanned the surroundings. "Nonetheless, it is true that breathtaking beauty is meant to be admired, not desecrated. Let us not dwell on it further. It is a realm we shall never touch. I am merely stating the truth." Jiang Chuan smiled faintly. Upon entering the interior of the Spirit Soul branch, he ascended the staircase and beheld the 2nd floor. "Cici, listen to me. I will undoubtedly become a soul master. Just grant me another 10 years, the man implored. His demeanor one of humility. "Humph," scoffed a stunning woman of tall stature, her voice laced with disdain. "Su Yuntao, we inhabit 2 disparate worlds. What does it matter to be a soul master? You have exhausted your potential. No, Cici, I shall have the opportunity to ascend to the rank of soul sect." Su Yuntao knelt in abject humility. "You are beyond redemption," Cici retorted, her finger tapping her brow in exasperation. "Are you not aware that prodigies in the outside world attain the title of soul master by their teenage years? You do not deserve it. The lineage of soul masters relies on inheritance. I refuse to have children who lack a worthy spirit to inherit." "Cici, you speak of disciples from the top 3 sects. The cream of the crop, their futures are assured." "Indeed, Su Yuntao, but why can you not be among the elite?" she challenged. "If you were, I would acquiesce to any request of yours. Even those teenagers who recently registered as soul masters at the Nodding Spirit Soul branch surpass you by leaps and bounds." Cece declared, her back turned as she descended the stairs. Jiang Chuan, having witnessed much, remained unfazed. He silently sipped his tea, awaiting the arrival of Matthew Nua. Alas, with a hint of surprise, he remarked that the Seoul division of Notting City does not permit casual entry. Do you have an appointment? Huh. Jiang Chuan let out a gentle breath, savoring the aroma of tea, and presented his Wuhuan Palace token. The latter entered his hand, and his gaze sharpened. You were that child from before? Cece's eyes brightened. The soul masters who come to the Wuhuan branch are merely those awakening their martial spirits or registering as soul masters. The individual before him was evidently not the former. Jiang Chuan clearly understood what the other party wished to inquire, merely relying on luck. A soul master of the auxiliary system at the level of a great soul master? Cece was taken aback, raising her delicate fingers to cover her ruby lips. Her heart was already in turmoil. Considering the timeline, he should be merely 13 years old. This, in comparison to the golden lineage of the Spirit Hall, is no less impressive. Moreover, who on the entire continent is unaware that auxiliary soul masters are the rarest of all? Jiang Chuan nodded and withdrew the token. Becoming a Grand Soul Master entitles one to a more generous monthly allocation of soul coins. Although he was not in need, there was no reason to squander them. Jiang Chuan's younger sister, with a delicate smile, radiated an alluring charm. Under the gentle caress of the morning sun, Jiang Chuan's refreshing visage stirred her heart. Despite her tender age of merely 13, her stature was comparable to that of an adult. She was acutely aware that opportunities to encounter geniuses were rare. Jiang Chuan's expression momentarily faltered. You were just brought to the Wuhuan branch in Notting City by me. Why have you become so distant? Cece remarked casually. With the wisdom gained from 2 lifetimes, Jiang Chuan perceived the obvious intent behind her actions. Matthew is on the 2nd floor, Cece said, raising her right arm, subtly revealing her figure to Jiang Chuan. I shall take you to register as a Grand Soul Master. Jiang Chuan followed closely behind. Su Yuntao gazed at the two with a face full of sorrow as they gradually receded into the distance. Matthew Newell, seated cross-legged in the awakening hall on the 2nd level, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Upon learning that Jiang Chuan was the one awakening the Great Soul Master, he was momentarily taken aback. Release your 2nd soul ring, they exclaimed in astonishment. Good heavens, could it be that the 2nd soul ring is a millennium old? Brother Jiang Chuan, how on earth have you achieved this? A millennium soul ring? This surely warrants a report to the Spirit Hall. Matthew Newell, filled with enthusiasm, turned his attention to Jiang Chuan, saying, Dear brother, I wonder if you would be interested in serving the Spirit Hall? With your qualifications, it is even possible for you to meet the Pope and perhaps receive special training. I will consider it, Jiang Chuan replied. Jiang Chuan deflected with a casual remark. He had never relied on anyone. Jiang Chuan, now addressed as Cece, delicately grasped his right arm with her slender fingers and urged. Joining the Soul Palace will surely allow you to shine brilliantly. Do not forsake this opportunity, as it will serve as your support in the days to come. Very well. I shall petition the higher-ups to increase your monthly allocation of soul coins to 30. Matthew nodded with a beaming smile. Cece's eyes shimmered with increasing brilliance. Jiang Chuan's future is boundless. My heartfelt gratitude goes to Master Matthew Nua. Jiang Chuan smiled faintly and offered a courteous gesture to the other party. No. You are now a distinguished individual. Perhaps, Matthew, with a self-deprecating smile, you may one day become an elder of the Spirit Hall, overseeing numerous spirit branches. Aha. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Chuan's eyelids twitched slightly. There was a hint of flattery directed towards him, even to the extent of making many overtly bold remarks. In the end, she even subtly conveyed her place of residence with a flirtatious glance. However, Jiang Chuan had no time to indulge her whims. He merely responded politely and sent her on her way. How could a mere great spirit master presume to occupy his time? Shrek Academy? Jiang Chuan's gaze was fixated on the rudimentary invitation letter in his hand, a handwritten missive from Flanders, extending an offer for him to assume the role of a teacher at Shrek Academy. The teachings he was to impart encompassed both theoretical knowledge and training methodologies. Given his expertise, which far surpassed that of the masters, it was only natural that he piqued the interest of Shrek. Chapter 27, Dean Flanders, The Arrogance of Dai Mubai. Soto City. Jiang Chuan clutched the envelope bearing the address, murmuring to himself, it should be around here. From a distance, he heard a familiar voice. Dean Flander, said the man, rubbing his hands together. You see, there is still quite some time before the recruitment of the centrifugal students. I have some matters to attend to. Please grant me a day off, esteemed Dean. He raised an eyebrow at the middle-aged man as he spoke. The man, whose skin was lined with wrinkles and whose face bore a long, prominent mustache, resembled an eagle with a hooked nose. He let out a dismissive snort and pointed his index finger at the man's nostrils, reproachingly saying, "You rascal." The young man possessed striking dual pupils, exuding a valiant aura. Clad in luxurious attire, he radiated confidence. His long golden hair cascaded down his back, shimmering with brilliance. "Dean, our regular training is so arduous. It's rare for us to have a few days off. The others have been taken out by you. Can I also have a moment to relax?" Daimubai pronounced the last two words with a delicate emphasis. Such smooth-tongue persuasion, though natural, was not overly restricted by me, Flander mused, clapping his hands together with a tone of earnest advice. "You must understand moderation. If I discover that your training in the next semester lags behind, or if you fall short of the new Soul Masters, just wait and see what happens then. Rest assured, Dean, we will not bring shame upon Shrek." Daimubai raised an eyebrow, his expression turning serious as he saluted the Dean. "Alas, where are you going?" Flander exclaimed. "Finish moving the items outside before you leave." "Oh," Daimubai replied, his spirits dampened. As he turned, he inadvertently collided with an unfamiliar face. From a distance, the young man appeared exceptionally refined. His gentle demeanor was as refreshing as a spring breeze. "Who is he? Is this young brother here to shop?" Daimubai gestured invitingly towards the interior. "No." Jiang Chuan shook his head slightly, asserting with conviction, "I am a Shrek teacher." He recognized Daimubai. What? The latter was dumbfounded, stammering, "Are you joking with me?" Daimubai scrutinized the youthful figure before him, who was significantly younger than himself. "Whether this is jest or truth, you will come to know in due time." Jiang Chuan extended the envelope in his hand towards the other party, inquiring, "Is Dean Flander present?" "Yes, indeed," replied Daimubai, who, perplexed, stared at the envelope and called out towards the interior of the room, "Dean, there is someone here seeking your audience, proudly assuming the role of a Shrek teacher." "Ha. Do come in, do come in. I have prepared tea for you," came the voice from within as Flander rose from his recliner. "Ah, you must be young Jiang Chuan." Upon hearing this, Daimubai's expression grew increasingly grave. Could it be that this was truly the case? Indeed, as Jiang Chuan strolled closer, he beheld the rather despondent figure of Flander. You. Are you truly the master that Xiao Gang spoke of?" Flander found himself at a loss for words, realizing that the title of master was but an empty honor. Jiang Chuan sat before Flander with a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant, humbly responding to him. The latter was utterly astonished. According to Xiao Gang's correspondence, Jiang Chuan was a rare talent. If he could provide guidance to Shrek, it would undoubtedly enhance their capabilities. Xiao Gang was well aware of who Flander was. Yet given the latter's assertions, he could not doubt the authenticity of the claims. The letter further elaborated that Jiang Chuan was merely in his youth. However, Flander assumed that he was akin to Qin Ming, a teacher in his 20s, yet the person before him undeniably appeared as a mere child. Without a shadow of a doubt, I am the Jiang Chuan mentioned by Xiao Gang. I took the liberty of bowing to Flander, who, in a gentlemanly manner, expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "Seeing this young brother fills me with great excitement. As for specific matters, we shall await Xiao Gang's arrival to discuss further. Tomorrow marks the selection of new students for Shrek. At that time, young brother Jiang Chuan, you may directly take residence at Shrek." Daimubai stood to the side, bewildered. What was the origin of this young lad? Jiang Chuan pondered for a moment before responding, "Very well. I have heard that you are an auxiliary spirit master of the first ring." Flander, with a hint of intrigue, replied, "This is my student from Shrek Academy, Daimubai. A third-ring battle spirit master. Of course, the theories you impart will only be put into practice once Xiao Gang arrives. As Shrek teachers, we also require a foundational understanding." "Haha. I hope I do not offend you. Please reveal your martial soul and unleash your soul skills. My student will launch an attack, and you need only withstand one blow." Truly, as he is often referred to as the old fox, he would not naively employ Jiang Chuan without reason. In reality, this was a test. What if one of his students were to be injured? Jiang Chuan took a sip of Flander's starlit wine and rose from his seat. "Aha. One can only blame Mu Bai for his lack of skill. Without Mu Bai, do not bring shame upon me." Flanders chuckled at the jest. "Humph." Dai Mu Bai huffed in annoyance, his competitive spirit ignited by the provocation. How could a support-type spirit master contend against him, a battle spirit master? Dai Mu Bai? Level 32, a 3-ringed assault spirit master. I welcome your guidance. Suddenly, a colossal white heavy-eyed tiger materialized behind him, exuding an overwhelming aura of a beast king. The display was far from over. 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, descended from above, causing his aura to surge dramatically, shaking the surrounding teacups and furniture. With the activation of his martial soul, his muscles appeared to swell and expand. Spirit masters each possess their unique attributes. Jiang Chuan activated his spirit ring, evoking an aura of sovereign majesty, an exalted presence that seemed unattainable. In contrast, Ning Rongrong's activation of her spirit ring rendered her ethereal, almost otherworldly. Why do you hesitate to act? Dai Mubai pointed at Jiang Chuan, an inexplicable heat coursing through him as he unleashed his martial soul. Unleash your third spirit skill, the White Tiger's diamond transformation, or you shall find yourself unable to withstand even a single blow from me. With a spray of stardust, Flander erupted in laughter, genuinely amused by the exchange. Are you jesting with me? I am a 3-ring battle spirit sovereign, regardless of your status as a 1-ring support spirit master. Even if we were of equal rank, you would be incapable of inflicting any harm upon me. Dai Mubai swung his arm with great force, his voice resonating with rugged intensity. In that case, I shall refrain from employing my spirit rings or martial soul, and even from utilizing spirit power. As I engage with you, Jiang Chuan spoke with remarkable calmness. If he were to unleash his soul power with a single blow, Dai Mubai could very well spend the remainder of the semester confined to his bed. Flinder, unable to bear the sight any longer, interjected, "Young brother Jiang Chuan, I urge you to exercise caution. Although our Shrek Academy suffers from financial constraints, Mubai is indeed one of the most promising students I have had the privilege to teach in recent years, surpassing many talents from the outside world." Dai Mubai, extending his long tiger claw, retorted with a hint of mockery. "I need not even resort to soul power or soul skills. Very well. Let us put that to the test." Jiang Chuan placed his left hand on his abdomen and gestured to Dai Mubai with his right hand for permission. Chapter 28, The Transformation of the White Tiger and the Pursuit of the Enchanting Maiden. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying fist surged forth, larger than Jiang Chuan's own face. "Mubai, just a light touch will suffice. There is no need to take a life," Flander advised from the sidelines. Has he only utilized 30% of his soul power? Jiang Chuan immediately perceived the situation, letting out a light chuckle as he advanced with a raised fist. A spark of excitement ignited in Flander's eyes as he discerned the extent of Dai Mubai's soul power. The latter scoffed coldly. Was he truly seeking his own demise by colliding his single fist against Flander? Boom. The fists met with a resounding crash, unleashing a wave of golden soul power. Staggering back 3 steps, Dai Mubai finally steadied himself. Flander was taken aback, his gaze fixated on Dai Mubai's right arm, which was trembling ever so slightly. "You?" Dai Mubai exclaimed in astonishment, raising his head. "I instructed you to utilize all of your soul power." Jiang Chuan raised his hand towards his opponent, declaring, "Activate your first soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave." "How could you possibly know my soul skill?" Dai Mubai was taken aback. "Never mind that," Flander interjected, unable to remain composed. "Dai Mubai, I command you to unleash all your soul power and activate your first soul skill." He finally understood why Xiao Gang had so fervently recommended Jiang Chuan in his letter. The young man must possess extraordinary abilities. "Very well, young brother, do exercise caution." Dai Mubai's pupils glinted with cold determination as he proclaimed, "First soul skill, White Tiger's Rending Radiance Wave." As he channeled his soul power, his first soul ring began to tremble, revealing the immense strength of his opponent. Immediately, Dai Mubai formed a gesture reminiscent of a whale's consumption. Boom. A beam of transcendent lightning surged forth, engulfing Jiang Chuan. Now this was beginning to be interesting, an ancient bloodline. With a clenched fist, Jiang Chuan swiftly struck towards the surging wave of the White Tiger's blazing light. In an instant, as the two forces clashed, a golden plume of smoke erupted. From this thick, golden tide emerged the figure of Jiang Chuan. "Awaken your third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, and engage me in battle once more." Without warning, Jiang Chuan unleashed a punch towards Dai Mubai's abdomen. The latter coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. Flinder sprang to his feet with a sharp gaze akin to that of an eagle, exclaiming with excitement, "Mubai, what are you waiting for?" "According to our esteemed teacher, unleash your 3 soul rings and strike with full force. Do you still think you need to hold back?" With great effort, Dai Mubai propped himself up with his left hand on his abdomen and strained to respond. "Old teacher." "Understood. Third soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation." In that moment, his muscles swelled once more, and his eyes reflected an imposing brilliance. He activated his second soul skill, White Tiger's Protective Barrier, followed by his first soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. He assumed a stance reminiscent of a great whale ready to engulf, his aura now 3 times more terrifying than before. causing the surrounding wooden chairs and tea table to splinter under the pressure of his soul power. Jiang Chuan remained motionless, his left hand clenched in frustration. Flander pondered for a moment before continuing, "Master Jiang Chuan, might I inquire about your understanding of soul rings?" Jiang Chuan paused momentarily, comprehending the implications. The third soul ring, derived from a millennia-old diamond white tiger, grants the soul skill White Tiger Diamond Transformation, resulting in the expansion of muscle and the appearance of black horizontal stripes on the skin. During the half-hour transformation, both the resistance to abnormal states and attributes such as attack power, defense, and strength are doubled, serving as a formidable enhancement technique. He articulated his thoughts comprehensively. Clap, clap. Dean Flander applauded, revealing a look of approval. "Well done, Mubai. Do you truly wish to harm our esteemed teacher? Be cautious, or you may suffer during future training." "Not at all. Dean Flander, you seem to have misunderstood. I am engaging in practical combat with the students, not conducting a test." As Jiang Chuan opened his radiant white eyes, a soul ring emanating a pure aura materialized from his hand. "Purple. Is it truly purple?" Flander exclaimed in disbelief. "Is your first soul ring a millennium?" If he were to discover that Jiang Chuan's first soul ring was infinitely close to 100,000 years, would he be rendered speechless? "No, I believe you have misunderstood, Director." Jiang Chuan jested. "I have never claimed to be a soul master." With a buzz, 2 purple soul rings descended from Flinder's form. His eyes, in an instant, transformed into a striking violet, with a bone age not exceeding 13. A 2-ring 1,000-year support type Great Soul Master. How extraordinary. Flinder was taken aback. Suddenly, Dai Mubai also gathered his strength, unleashing his soul power upon Jiang Chuan without reservation. The ground was torn apart, and the surrounding murals were ripped asunder, akin to a roaring tempest. Second soul skill, Sacred Shield, in Jiang Chuan's right hand. The violet soul ring transformed into a resplendent white shield as he met the fierce wave of the white tiger's radiant light. The tremendous force was entirely dissipated by the protective barrier. "Is this truly your utmost power?" he mused, shaking his head slightly in judgment. "Allow me to demonstrate genuine strength." With a powerful push of his feet, he struck forward, his right fist, encased in the white shield, crashing into Dai Mubai's torso. The impact resounded like thunder. Dai Mubai expelled a mouthful of congealed blood, his body completely weightless as he collided with the wall, enveloped in a thick cloud of dust, struggling to cough. "You are clearly a support-type soul master. This is precisely the intention of Yu Shaojing, to train the Shrek students." Flinder was left speechless. "How could you possess such formidable strength? Your speed even surpasses that of a great soul master, exceeding that of the Battle Soul Sect by several folds." "Director, I believe I am not currently a teacher at Shrek, thus I cannot provide you with an answer. I have revealed enough today. I hope you will deliberate thoroughly and respond to my request for 200 gold soul coins per month." Very well, Flinder exclaimed repeatedly. "I take my leave." As Jiang Chuan prepared to depart, he was urged to stay for a meal. "Master Jiang Chuan, do join us for a simple repast." However, he paid no heed, recognizing that the invitation was likely a ploy for negotiation. "Is that not Jiang Chuan?" a melodious voice remarked. Following the direction of the voice, he beheld Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong approaching. "Ah, Jiang Chuan, this princess has sought you repeatedly and even waited for you at the 7th dormitory. I never anticipated you would arrive in Suatua City ahead of me," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, tugging at Jiang Chuan's garment as she spoke. "Humph." Xiao Wu, observing the scene, turned her head with a hint of jealousy, letting out a delicate huff. Even best friends have their moments of vulnerability. "If you wish to enroll in an academy, you could have come on your own." Jiang Chuan shrugged, indicating that it was of no concern to him. "You, Ning Rongrong, found yourself at a loss." "Hiki." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu couldn't help but let out a silent giggle. "May I inquire who you are?" Flander emerged from within the room. This peculiar old man appeared rather odd. Xiao Wu whispered cautiously, "Is this the little princess? Flander? What brings you here?" The two exchanged glances, both revealing a mischievous glint in their eyes. Chapter 29. The Shrek Advisor encounters Tang San's gate. Ah, Dai Mubai, covered in dust, emerged from the pile of rubble, shattering the tranquil atmosphere. "Master Jiang Chuan, your actions were rather excessive," he lamented. "What master?" Flander adjusted his spectacles, rebuking him. "You should refer to him as teacher." "What? Flander, have you lost your mind?" Ning Rongrong's expression shifted slightly. "Do you intend for Jiang Chuan to become a teacher at Shrek?" "Why not?" Jiang Chuan spoke ambiguously. "You will certainly be one of us from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School in the future." Ning Rongrong, infuriated, stamped her foot. Flinder and Dai Mubai exchanged knowing glances. Not one to back down, Xiao Wu seized Jiang Chuan's arm. All right. Rong Rong often causes misunderstandings with her words. Dai Mubai interjected. Thank you, teacher, for your leniency. Otherwise, I would have been utterly defeated today. His gaze shifted towards Jiang Chuan, a sense of trepidation washing over him. How could there be such a person in the Douluo Continent? Even with his royal status, he would be no match. His brother would not even be worthy of being considered in Jiang Chuan's presence. A support-type soul master who has even surpassed battle soul masters is beyond imagination. Upon witnessing this, both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong covered their mouths, sharing a gentle laugh. The news of his battle with Jiang Chuan brought them a sense of schadenfreude. Thankfully, you were sufficiently cautious to activate the White Tiger's protective barrier in time. Otherwise, you would find yourself unable to attend classes next semester. Jiang Chuan, with a teasing remark, quietly departed unnoticed by the crowd. Was it truly so? The power of a teacher left me feeling embarrassed. I could not fathom from whom he had learned nor to which sect he belonged. Dai Mubai humbly inquired. Looking around, he discovered no trace of Jiang Chuan. Alas, do not search any longer. Brother Chuan has surely vanished again, as he always does, appearing and disappearing like a wisp of smoke, Xiao Wu explained with accustomed ease. It has been said that he is of our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong retorted, placing her hands on her hips and glaring at Dai Mubai. How many more times must I repeat myself? Though the teacher is indeed a support-type soul master, this continent is not solely dominated by your Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. There are certainly hidden masters who do not reveal themselves. Given the teacher's qualifications, he undoubtedly surpasses your sect. Why would he confine himself to your domain? Dai Mubai spoke candidly. Ning Rongrong was infuriated, but then her expression brightened. Brother Chuan is destined to marry into our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Humph. Did you not know? All of Flanders' thoughts scattered like seawater evaporating under the sun. He felt it necessary to report this matter to Master Ning. Absurd. Dai Mubai silently scoffed. What kind of person is the teacher? Even joining Shrek Academy would only make him an advisor, not a position holder. What virtue does your Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School possess? Enough of this, little girl. Do not cause a ruckus with your nonsensical chatter. What did you say? Ning Rongrong's voice was laced with fury. What? Are you angry? Dai Mubai, now incensed, jested with a mocking grin. The little princess of the support system isn't planning to strike me, is she? Haha. Dai Mubai, are you not of royal blood? You still rely on my Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Your father must be courteous to my father, so what is there to be proud of? What did you say? Have the courage to repeat that. Dai Mubai's eyes widened in fury. I said it. What of it? Between them, it seemed as though lightning flashed. On the road, Jiang Chuan murmured. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at Soto City. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a 30-year soul ring. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring third-level soul power. Speaking of soul power, Jiang Chuan regained his focus. System, utilized 10th-level soul power. In the next moment, Jiang Chuan was enveloped by an overwhelming surge of soul power, directly elevating him to the rank of soul master at level 30. He would need to consider the next soul ring soon. The soul power he had prepared in his storage was already sufficient to reach maximum level. It was merely the soul ring that was lacking. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a 10,000-year purple-winged demon extreme soul beast's right arm bone. The last reward caused a spark of realization in Jiang Chuan's mind. Within this continent, the value of soul bones is indisputable. Moreover, it is a 10,000-year one. This purple soul bone radiated a sacred glow, and then it automatically adhered to Jiang Chuan's right arm, causing his arm to shimmer brilliantly. Buzz. The surge of warmth coursing through his arm sent a jolt of energy through Jiang Chuan's spirit. A soul bone that had endured for 100,000 years. Accompanied by soul skills? This was indeed an unexpected boon. The bone of the purple-winged demon extreme beast, once activated, could bestow an astonishing 250% increase in power, sustained for a duration of 3 minutes. As the limit approached, the force unleashed would grow ever more potent. Most terrifying of all, any attack directed at his right arm would be compressed within his body with 300% of its original strength. Ready to be unleashed at the will of the Soul Master, Jiang Chuan was secretly astonished. The terrifying nature of this soul bone was truly remarkable. Coupled with the chaotic cloak, did this not imply that he would be invincible in future battles? His identity as a Soul Master granted him great esteem in Soto City. Upon arriving at a modest hotel, he enjoyed a simple lunch. Brother Chuan, I never expected to encounter you here. A familiar voice resonated. He turned to see a youthful figure with sleek hair and a beaming smile approaching. "Oh, Xiao San." Jiang Chuan's eyes revealed a contemplative expression. Suddenly, he recalled that the third party, on the way to the Rose Hotel, had similarly come to this establishment for lunch. Graduating from Notting City, everyone lamented their desire to follow in his footsteps, yet after waiting for several days, they had not laid eyes on him, and thus dispersed. Indeed, all gatherings must eventually come to an end. What plans does Brother Chuan have next? What are his intentions now that he has arrived in Soto City? Tang San inquired while eating, lifting his head to pose the question. Given Jiang Chuan's capabilities, he might recommend him to the illustrious Shrek Academy, a renowned institution said to be composed of exceptional soul masters. The teacher's endorsement would undoubtedly make it a worthy endeavor. In response to Xiao Gang's long-standing wish, he was to serve as an advisor at Shrek. Tang San nearly choked on his food. Clearing his throat, he looked at Jiang Chuan in disbelief. "Wait, you're going to Shrek? As an advisor? Brother Chuan, our destinations are the same, but I am merely going as an invited student." Haha. His heart was tumultuous. He had initially believed that Jiang Chuan's future was boundless, and that the teacher had not invited him to Shrek Academy. Yet unexpectedly, he had leaped to the position of advisor at the Soul Master Academy. Truly, he was impressive, and Tang San felt deeply awed. If Tang San were to learn that Jiang Chuan had just battled the Academy's strongest student and astonished Dean Flinder, how would he react? However, Jiang Chuan was not becoming an advisor merely to fulfill Xiao Gang's wish. His true motive was to sign in. "By the way, Brother Chuan, do you know where Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong have gone? Since graduation, I have not seen them, and Wang Sheng mentioned that they had set out to find you." Tang San said, a subtle emotion flickering in his eyes at the mention of Xiao Wu. "Oh." As Jiang Chuan was about to explain, he caught sight of two graceful figures outside the door. Chapter 30. The students of Tsanghui Academy, Shermang's Grudge. The two individuals were none other than Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. "Is there truly only this hotel in Soto City?" Jiang Chuan spoke up. "That's not true. Rongrong and I have been following you all this way, and it took us quite a while to catch up. You walk so fast." Xiao Wu pouted in surprise. "Tang San, you're here too?" Tang San politely greeted them with a nod. "Xiao Wu and I have decided to enroll in Shrek Academy. I've heard the entrance examination there is quite rigorous, but I believe we should have no issues. Are you also enrolling in Shrek?" Tang San's face broke into a smile. Just then, a cacophony erupted behind him. "Hey, where's the owner around here?" A group of 7, all appearing as young ruffians, strutted in. Clad in white uniforms adorned with a rune emblem, eliciting wary glances from the surrounding patrons. "Do I need to repeat myself? Where's the owner?" The leader of the group placed his hands on his hips. "What are you staring at? Get out of here." Another stout girl pointed at the crowd, scolding them. "This establishment is about to close. Anyone unrelated should clear out." A young man threatened once more. Bang, bang, bang. Numerous diners fled in panic, while others cowered in a corner, trembling with fear. Tsanghui Academy? A middle-aged man in a suit approached with exaggerated politeness. "I did not expect such esteemed guests today. Allow me to take care of your bill. Chef Liao, hurry up and prepare the dishes to welcome these young gentlemen." Although they were merely spirit masters, their status in the continent was far superior to that of ordinary folks, especially upon seeing the Tsanghui Academy uniforms. Many could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. "Boss Tan, I hope there will be no misunderstandings like last time. Serve us your best food and drink, and after we finish, we'll each give you 50 gold spirit coins, and that will settle it. Otherwise," the leader of the group threatened, 2 spirit rings, one white and one yellow, hovering ominously above his head. "My lord, gold spirit coins are negotiable. As long as you spare my humble establishment, everything can be discussed." Boston wiped the sweat from his forehead. 50 gold spirit coins each. That amounts to 350 gold spirit coins, equivalent to 2 generations of income for an ordinary family on the continent. Why don't they just rob instead? Is this how spirit masters behave? Xiao Wu spoke vehemently. "What audacity from such a small academy!" Jiang Chuan retorted. "They're no match for me. They have no right to act so domineering. Useless." Ning Rongrong crossed her arms defiantly, her expression stern. The leader cast a cold glance toward the nearby table. Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes met his gaze unwaveringly. A group of ants, how insignificant. Jiang Chuan immersed himself in his meal. How audacious to whisper behind our backs. "Do you seek death? That lad, did you not notice the look in your eyes just now? Are you also a soul master?" The foremost man slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly from his chair. Alongside him stood the students of Tsanghui Academy. Esteemed gentlemen, Old Tan lamented, standing at the center, pleading with both factions. You call yourselves soul masters. You bring disgrace upon our kind. You might as well find a place to self-destruct. Tang San let out a light scoff. What did you say? Are you courting death? The leading man charged at Tang San, raising his massive fist to strike him on the forehead. You initiated this. Xiao Wu, unable to restrain herself, swiftly dashed behind the leading man and delivered a gentle kick that sent him crashing against the glass. How dare you lay a hand on someone from Shanghai Academy? Everyone, attack! The burly man bellowed. You deal with this purple-eyed freak. I will handle the other two. With such insignificant minions, do you really need Jiang Chuan to intervene? Ning Rongrong remarked sarcastically. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first is strength. The second is speed. At that moment, an aura of purity emanated from her, and a delicate 7-layered tower materialized from her right hand, exquisitely crafted, with 2 yellow soul rings swirling around the first and second layers. Is that the 7 treasure glazed tile? How could he possess such a soul? It is said that this lineage is singular. Could he be that esteemed individual? The woman's voice faltered. Look, her 7 treasure glazed tile even bears a 100-year soul ring. Another student pointed at Ning Rongrong's tower in astonishment. The 7 treasure glazed tile? Old Tan focused intently. Those 5 words resonated like thunder. Ning Rongrong nodded slightly, reveling in the attention of the crowd. Enhanced by the 7 treasure glazed tile's amplification, Tang San and Xiao Wu felt an unprecedented surge of power with just a few punches. They sent the 7 members of Shanghai Academy fleeing in disarray. I am sure dream. You youngsters, if you have the courage, stay here and do not flee. If you dare to strike someone from our Shanghai Academy, you shall pay. The leading man stumbled, clutching his swollen face, and hurriedly fled towards the door. Sure dream? If you dare to return, Sister Xiao will make you search for your teeth. Xiao Wu raised her pink fist. Haha. Ning Rongrong chuckled softly in response. This is already a place of chaos. Let us avoid escalating matters and merely give them a lesson. If the teachers from Shanghai Academy intervene, the outcome will undoubtedly be dire, Tang San stated, placing 3 gold soul coins as compensation for the disturbance. What is there to fear? With Jiang Chuan here, what can they possibly do? Ning Rongrong remained indifferent. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble, as Tang San wisely advised. Let us depart. Do you intend to wait for someone to create difficulties for you? It is utterly devoid of meaning. Jiang Chuan stretched languidly and stepped towards the door. This is a small token of appreciation from our establishment. I hope this esteemed soul master will graciously accept it. Boss Tan approached, bowing slightly as he presented Jiang Chuan with a bag of gold soul coins. With this amount, it would be wiser to hire some soul masters to deal with this unruly bunch. Jiang Chuan waved his hand and chose not to collect. This esteemed soul master was unaware that the soul masters from these academies were not to be trifled with, as they had formidable soul masters backing them. How could we dare to offend them? After driving away one group after another, Boss Tan could only manage a bittersweet smile, mocking himself. Once Jiang Chuan departed, he never returned. That was a matter concerning the other party, irrelevant to him. The 4 travelers stepped outside, observing that dusk had fallen, seeking a place to rest before embarking on their journey to Shrek Academy for the entrance examination the following day. Ning Rongrong stifled a lengthy yawn, weariness evident in her demeanor. Jiang Chuan, the inn ahead appears quite suitable. Shall we take shelter there for the night? She gestured towards it. Jiang Chuan was taken aback by the revelation. Chapter 31. The Battle with the Princess, demanding an explanation. Rose Hotel. At this moment, the lobby was brightly lit and brimming with enthusiasm. Upon entering, one could immediately feel a wave of warm air enveloping them. This hotel is truly exquisite and remarkably clean. This shall suffice, Ning Rongrong decisively declared with her hands on her hips. How frustrating. Young Master Dai clearly stated he would come, yet he remains conspicuously absent. A woman adorned with heavy makeup lamented. Another provocatively dressed lady gestured for silence. Shushing, are you seeking death? Young Master Dai is a spirit master. Who in this continent would dare to provoke a spirit master? It was simply disheartening. I merely engaged with him because I was intrigued by his spirit master background. The woman continued, her words trailing off before she flashed a seductive smile. Could it be that you have genuinely developed feelings for him? Nonsense. The woman replied, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, revealing her shyness. The latter giggled softly. The 2 women brushed past Jiang Chuan and his companions and exited the Rose Hotel. How is it possible to hear that insufferable fellow everywhere? Who? Tang San asked, bewildered, glancing at Xiao Wu. Who else but Dai Mubai? Xiao Wu replied, her face contorted with disdain as she arched her pristine neck. It was then that Tang San learned that, prior to his arrival, Jiang Chuan had already sought out the principal of Shrek Academy and had engaged in battle with the Academy's strongest student, suffering a complete defeat. Upon hearing that the opponent was a three-ring spirit ancestor, Tang San felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Brother Jiang Chuan is indeed an enigma. He grows stronger when faced with formidable opponents. However, should he dedicate himself fully and utilize his hidden cards, he believes he possesses a 70% chance of triumphing over his adversary. Xiao San, what kind of soul ring did you acquire while accompanying the principal of Notting City Academy to the soul-hunting forest? Xiao inquired with curiosity. It is a ghost vine nearly 1,000 years old. Oh. Xiao nodded in a subdued manner. Jiang Chuan's second soul ring is genuinely a millennium in age. A fact witnessed by all. Conversely, Tang San's can only be considered commendable. Please arrange for 2 separate rooms. Jiang Chuan produced 4 golden soul coins. The bed here is indeed quite splendid. With these coins, one can indulge in a delightful feast. In a few days, when he enters the Shrek Academy, although it will be the teacher's dormitory, he will only have a wooden plank to lie upon, and that will certainly be exhausting. He intends to book 2 rooms for himself and Tang San, as well as Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. However, Ning Rongrong suddenly burst into joyous exclamations, clearly misunderstanding the situation. The receptionist, upon noticing the emblem of the golden soul coins, which originated from the spirit hall, bowed slightly and smiled. We have only 1 VIP suite remaining. It was originally reserved for a distinguished guest, but he is unable to come due to urgent matters, so we can offer it to you. Jiang Chuan felt a sense of unease. Had he once again encountered the timeline? It would be better if the 4 of us shared a room. The receptionist raised an eyebrow knowingly, and indeed, the VIP suite was quite spacious, boasting not only a single bed but also numerous sofas. What? Tang San sensed something amiss. Furthermore, the ambience around them evoked certain thoughts. 1 room will suffice. This hotel is so small, it's even smaller than my bedroom. Ning Rongrong exclaimed playfully. If it's just 1 room, Tang San, you'll have to sleep on the sofa, Xiao Wu said with a hint of regret. I'm already quite exhausted. Having a place to rest is all that matters. We all need to head to Shrek tomorrow for enrollment, Tang San thought, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Before long, their check-in was complete, and the 4 entered the VIP room. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from beyond the wall. Teacher, those 4 little soul masters we encountered today were insufferably arrogant. They showed utter disdain for our Tsanghue Academy, beating our junior students mercilessly and even requesting you to seek justice for us, to redeem our honor. Sherming embellished the tale, dropping to 1 knee before the man. What? How outrageous. They dare to disregard us? Did you not mention they were students of Yujiqiu? I did, yet they remained dismissive, even insulting you, claiming you were merely a dead turtle. How bold of them to treat me, Yujiqiu, with such contempt. Truly, they are ignorant youngsters. Tomorrow, we shall confront Boss Tan at that hotel to uncover where those little wretches have gone. The lecherous man with glasses on his left eye seethed with rage. His hands clenched tightly as he threw his head back and bellowed, causing the surrounding furniture to shatter. At these words, Sherming and the man beside him exchanged glances, smirking as if a cunning plot had succeeded. Brother Chuan, it's them, Tang San warned. So it is him. No wonder the Tsanghue Academy has been so arrogant. Jiang Chuan spoke with lingering enthusiasm. Brother Chuan, do you know them? The leading lewd man is Yi Zhiqiu, a teacher from Tsanghue Academy, far surpassing the ranks of soul masters. All right, let us not concern ourselves with them. The 2 proceeded to the VIP suite. Brother Chuan, I shall remain in the living room tonight, Tang San replied with a knowing smile. Jiang Chuan was rendered speechless, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. With a creak, he pushed open the inner door, only to find the young princess changing and bathing, seated on the edge of the bed, restlessly shaking her delicate, rosy feet. This left Jiang Chuan at a loss for words. Jiang Chuan, why are you so slow? Your appearance can easily lead to misunderstandings. Misunderstandings? Isn't it only a matter of time? Although she was merely 12 or 13 years old, the absorption of soul rings could hasten one's growth. The 2 young girls had already blossomed, rivaling even the renowned models of the outside world. You 2 should take a rest. I will accompany Xiao San to the outer hall. Jiang Chuan cleared his throat and was about to step outside. Gentle technique. A familiar voice echoed from afar, and a petite figure in a pink dress darted towards him, swiftly immobilizing his limbs, finally seizing an unguarded moment. Such occurrences require a sense of timing, do they not? 7 treasures are renowned, first for strength and second for speed. Two soul rings suddenly illuminated. The intertwining soul powers of the two young women collided with Jiang Chuan. Bang! Tang San, who had been dozing in the living room, was jolted awake by the commotion. With a disgruntled glance at the door, he turned slightly, grabbed a pillow, and covered his head, sinking back into a deep slumber amidst the night. Jiang Chuan leisurely wandered through the hotel corridor. He raised his gaze to the sparse stars and the luminous moon, and an overwhelming sense of melancholy washed over him. With a sigh escaping his lips, he was suddenly alerted by the sound of hurried footsteps. "So, you truly are here?" Sherming exclaimed, raising her index finger towards Jiang Chuan. "It is he who has spoken ill of you in public, and our junior, who has been beaten, lies unconscious. You must stand up for us, teacher." Sherming had come prepared to secure a separate room for herself and the junior, while everyone gathered here undoubtedly sought enjoyment. The front desk attendant's report that the VIP suite had been occupied by 4 soul masters could not be overlooked. Chapter 32, Sherming and others in shock. The purple-winged extreme demon beast. Which academy do you belong to? Why have I never seen you in Suatua City before? Yujichio raised her left eyebrow, indignantly questioning. "Oh, you beat the young, and now the old has come?" Jiang Chuan jested. "I find your manner of speech quite disagreeable, young man. You have harmed my student, and I shall not relent until you have paid the price. Moreover, your disrespect towards me is intolerable. What do you intend to do about it?" "Humph, you foolish lad. Believing that becoming a soul master grants you the liberty to act as you please. You have yet to traverse the vast distance that lies ahead on the path of a soul master." Yujichio regarded Jiang Chuan as one mighty simpleton. In that moment, 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, descended upon him, emanating an aura as relentless as the surging tides of the Yangtze River. The surrounding walls trembled and shattered, drawing forth the startled inhabitants of the hotel's second floor, men and women alike, hastily clad. "What is happening? Are the soul masters engaged in battle?" A sultry woman shouted in exasperation. "Go fetch your hotel manager." Another man bellowed. "Are you all daft? When soul masters clash, even the Lord of Soto City would not intervene. At this moment, it is a matter of survival. Quickly, retreat." The woman led the crowd in a hasty exodus, while a few bold souls lingered, gazing in astonishment at the unfolding conflict. "Well, young man, are you struck dumb with fear? My teacher is none other than Yujichio, a senior instructor at the Sanghui Academy of Soto City, a 5th-ring defensive equipment soul master, more than capable of dealing with you. While my teacher has yet to make a move, you would do well to kneel forthwith, sever an arm, and surrender the 2 young ladies from earlier. If you do this, we shall consider the matter resolved." Thus, the dream fox wielded its intimidation. Jiang Chuan smiled knowingly, pondering why the other party was so incessant in their chatter. It turned out they were preoccupied with thoughts of Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. Almost immediately, he discerned a trace of a wicked smile on Shermang's face. "Are you jesting with me? What on earth is a soul king?" Jiang Chuan smirked lightly, displaying an air of indifference as he remarked, "You are a defensive spirit soul master, correct? How many punches do you think you can withstand from me?" Suddenly, a chill enveloped the atmosphere. The crowd fell into a hushed silence, their expressions painted with confusion as they gazed at Jiang Chuan. Then, with an uncontrollable burst of laughter, Sherming erupted into mirth. The man beside him joined in with hearty guffaws. The group of 7, along with their mentor Yujichio, all shared in the cacophony of derisive laughter directed at Jiang Chuan. "Brains are a wonderful asset, but too bad you lack them. I always thought you were merely brutes. It turns out you are, in fact, lunatics." A woman pointed at Jiang Chuan's nose, her laughter spilling forth as she regarded him with a look of pity. "You are truly unbearable. At this rate, I cannot bring myself to strike you." Yujichio cast a gaze filled with condescension. Finally, another female student could no longer contain herself and explained, "Spirit masters, great spirit masters, spirit venerables, spirit sects, and ultimately spirit kings, some may never touch upon this realm in their lifetime. Young man, you are in for a world of trouble. Go ahead and make your move. If you are willing to kneel and sever your own arms right here, I might consider granting you a more peaceful demise." Jiang Chuan spoke with righteous indignation. Perhaps in the past, he had held some reservations. However, now equipped with the soul bone of the right arm from a 100,000-year-old spirit beast, he dared to confront even Zhao Wuji, let alone a mere Yujichio. It was the perfect opportunity to test the true strength of the right arm bone of the purple-winged extreme demon beast. "Aha, young man. I shall send you straight to the underworld." Yujichio retracted his soul ring, channeled his soul power, and struck towards Jiang Chuan's face with his right arm. "I share precisely the same thoughts as you do. Jiang Chuan's eyes glimmered with a chilling light as he extended his right arm to collide with his opponent. A resounding crash ensued, accompanied by a tempestuous shockwave. The force of their clashing fists unleashed a torrent of soul energy. Terrifyingly, the surrounding walls were torn asunder by this violent gust. Yujichio recoiled in astonishment, retreating 3 steps in quick succession. You gazed at Jiang Chuan in disbelief. Led by Ming, the others regarded the scene with suspicion, perplexed by the inexplicable event that had just transpired. Is this word, the guiding principle for all of you? On Jiang Chuan's right arm, wisps of faint purple energy coiled, reminiscent of flowing light, exuding an extraordinary potency. Are you a Soul Master? Level 30, second ring. Support type Soul Master, Jiang Chuan. Do you have any questions? Level 30? Yujichio and the others exclaimed in unison, their disbelief palpable. It was hard to fathom that a youth, merely in his teenage years, could possess such soul power. Was he jesting? You claim to be a second ring support type Soul Master? I find that hard to believe, said Ming, cradling his head, his eyes wide with astonishment. A support Soul Master? Unless my vision has betrayed me, a female student declared with conviction. Whether you believe it or not is of no concern to me. Jiang Chuan shrugged nonchalantly, advancing upon them with relentless determination. Today truly felt ominous. Yujichio was utterly perplexed. The prowess of the youth before him was indisputable. He likely possessed a soul power of level 30. His heart surged with tumultuous waves. At such a young age, with a potential level 30, he was destined to evolve into a formidable powerhouse in the future. However, Jiang Chuan prided himself on being a supportive Soul Master, and he was the first to doubt that such a fierce aura could belong to a battle Soul Master, let alone one endowed with an exceptional martial spirit. What a remarkable lad! Across the continent, I, Yujichio, have never regarded any student with such disdain. If you are willing to become my disciple, I shall let today's incident pass. A mere Soul King as a mentor? Come forth, unleash your full soul power, martial spirit, and soul rings. If a genius is not to be utilized by me, then he must face destruction. Yujichio stomped his right foot, assuming a bow stance. Thud, thud. A resonant sound echoed as a verdant turtle shell materialized on his chest and back, exuding an aura of unyielding stability. Buzzing. 5 soul rings descended from above, colliding with one another, producing melodious chimes akin to piano keys. Destruction? Jiang Chuan sneered disdainfully, his lips curling in mockery. Approaching 50 years of age and having ascended to the status of a Soul King, yet possessing such feeble soul ring longevity, what audacity bestowed upon you this confidence? At that moment, not only did Ming feel the chill, but also the guests behind him gasped in astonishment. In this realm, the title of Soul King, let alone that of a Grand Soul Master, was as elusive as the heavens above. Yet, here was Jiang Chuan, rendering them as insignificant as mere mortals. This could not help but instill profound dread among them. Simultaneously, they began to question Jiang Chuan's identity. What fueled such arrogance? In truth, Jiang Chuan merely spoke candidly, devoid of any intention to mislead or seek admiration. With sharp wit, Yujichio gritted her teeth and retorted. However, at such a young age to already be at level 30, she found herself lacking the confidence to counter his claims. Could it be that this youth had formidable backing? To withstand his punch at this tender age was indeed a matter for deep contemplation. Teacher, does he truly possess level 30? Ming exclaimed in disbelief, his worldview crumbling around him. It might even exceed level 30. Yujichio spoke candidly, feeling her right fist quiver in response. Chapter 33. Before the battle begins, Yi falls. Ming's arm severed. With these words, it was as if thunder had erupted in the minds of the onlookers. Boom. The next sound shattered the silence. With a powerful push from his legs, Jiang Chuan surged forth like a dragon soaring or a tiger leaping, resembling an arrow released from its bow, accompanied by a piercing shriek. Third soul skill, Xian Gui's protection. Yujichio assumed a bow stance as the emerald shell of his tortoise exuded tendrils of blue smoke, ultimately coalescing into frigid ice, transforming everything within a meter's reach into shards of frost. What? The teacher is actually utilizing the third soul skill? How can this be? Is it possible that this young man is truly such a formidable adversary? The absurdity of the situation was only heightened by the audacity of the youth, who believed he could single-handedly breach the teacher's third soul skill. There was a significant disparity in soul power between them. With a level 20 and 3 soul rings separating them, such a chasm could not be traversed. Ming could not help but sneer as she added, "He's as good as dead today. Transforming into ice, you say? How do you intend to accomplish that with a 100,000-year-old soul bone? And this punch, enhanced by 250% of strength, how will you withstand it?" With unwavering resolve, Jiang Chuan unleashed a fist enveloped in a cascade of violet radiance. The resounding impact echoed like a thunderclap, causing Ming and others to clasp their ears in response to the overwhelming sound. The surrounding area trembled, as if on the brink of collapse. In an instant, Yushichio's body contorted, spewing forth torrents of oppressive crimson blood. His lips drawn tight as if he had endured a cataclysmic blow. Even the protective shell upon his chest began to fracture. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg within. The Soul King had been sent flying with a single punch. Furthermore, it had been dealt by a Grand Soul Master? Surely, my eyes were not deceiving me. This scene was beyond comprehension. Coughing, I proclaimed with audacity, fifth soul skill. Ice Ray. From the ruins of Yunyan, a formidable beam of icy light surged forth, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Second soul skill, Sacred Shield. With a gentle lift of his right hand, Jiang Chuan conjured a violet soul ring that emanated from his palm. As it oscillated rhythmically, it produced a melodious chime, reminiscent of the delicate notes of a piano. Violet, a shade of purple? A millennium soul ring? Ming found himself engulfed in a state of numbness, entirely unaware of the formidable entity he had provoked. If the claims of his opponent were indeed true, that he was a level 30, second ring soul master, it was utterly unfathomable. The second soul ring? A millennium? Indeed, a millennium is enough to defy the heavens. This was a monstrosity, not merely a soul master. The words of the woman were devoid of restraint. Esteemed guests, please cease your hostilities. My Rose Hotel is on the brink of destruction. A portly man rushed forth, lamenting in despair. With a resounding thud, as the icy beam collided with Jiang Chuan's palm, a white shield fashioned from the soul ring erupted with a billowing cloud of smoke, dispersing the nearby soul masters and onlookers in a tumultuous wave. The second soul skill. A millennium? What manner of creature are you? Moreover, one would expect you to be a defensive soul master, not an auxiliary one. Yushichio, clutching his abdomen, was deeply moved to witness Jiang Chuan successfully deflect his fifth soul skill. His thoughts drifted towards Jiang Chuan's formidable influence. Whoever told you that an auxiliary soul master is limited to healing alone? With a gaze of disdain, Jiang Chuan's patience had worn thin. The shield in his right hand gradually became enveloped in a radiant white glow, strands of light continuously converging until they intricately wove into a tapestry of sacred runes. This was the accumulation of his second soul skill, capable of absorbing the enemy's damage and transforming it into 300% of its original force, ready to unleash at any moment. Coupled with the soul bone in his right arm, he was unaware of the sheer power that his next punch would unleash. I concede. Yushichio exhaled, the soul rings and martial spirit enveloping him dissipating into the ether. Jiang Chuan smiled silently, acknowledging the cleverness of his counterpart. Ming covered his ears, his expression momentarily frozen in disbelief. Had he possibly misheard? His own teacher, a prestigious instructor from Shanghai Academy, a rank 53 Soul King, was conceding defeat to a great soul master. The female students hesitated, their voices faltering. Silence. Were it not for your insufferable antics, would this esteemed individual have been provoked? Should any calamity befall me or Shanghai Academy, you will be the ones to answer for it. Groveling before this soul master in apology, Yushichio's tone brooked no dissent. Witnessing this scene, Ming and the others were taken aback. Yet the intimidating gaze of Yushichio instilled a sense of trepidation within them, compelling them to kneel before Jiang Chuan in supplication. They begged for the esteemed one's clemency. Subsequently, Yushichio also bowed slightly to Jiang Chuan, her voice imbued with humility. Esteemed soul master, I sincerely apologize for my previous transgressions, the ignorance of a mere mortal who has offended you and incurred the wrath of many. We humbly seek your mercy and a chance for reprieve. Everyone was struck by Yushichio's dramatic transformation. Yet, upon reflection, they pondered whether this remarkable youth might possess some hidden power. As these thoughts coursed through their minds, several felt a chill run down their spines, their resolute gazes fixed upon Jiang Chuan. My lord, the owner of the Rose Hotel immediately fell to his knees, pleading. I beseech you, do not bring calamity upon us. Is there a chance to leave us with a path to survival? Brother Chuan? What has transpired? Tang San exclaimed, surveying the surroundings in shock. Where has the wall gone? Is this truly the Rose Hotel? Why are so many people gathered here? And why are there individuals clad in Shanghai Academy uniforms kneeling before Jiang Chuan? I previously stated that each must sever an arm. Should you refuse to heed my counsel, then after severing both arms, you may depart. Jiang Chuan surveyed the crowd with a calm demeanor, his hands crossed behind his back. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. At such a young age, his composure was unsettling. What manner of being had this group of wretched souls? led by Meng, provoked. Now, they sought to entangle him in their troubles. Yujiqiu was at a loss for words, his wrinkled face trembling with distress. Teacher, I implore you, save me. Not only have I been dragged into the mess of your own making, but now you expect me to rescue you? Very well. If you can best this esteemed individual, or even challenge his formidable background, I shall assist you. Yujiqiu growled fiercely at Meng. Esteemed one, I am but a fool who failed to recognize your greatness. Please, consider me inconsequential. Do you truly believe you possess the power of choice? Jiang Chuan turned his head, leaning forward to gaze down at Yujiqiu, playfully inquiring, do I really need to take action myself? No, no, no. Such trifles are best handled by me. Yujiqiu, drenched in sweat, decisively seized Shidream's arms. Ah! The latter cried out in a cacophony of despair before fainting. A pool of blood oozed onto the ground, capturing the attention of those present. Are you truly serious? A female student was so startled that she collapsed onto the ground. Several students from Songhui Academy fled in panic. Whoever dares to act recklessly again, Yujiqiu bellowed, do not blame me for resorting to violence. Witnessing this scene, the owner of the Rose Hotel swallowed hard. Chapter 34, The Millennia of Shrek, the so-called genius dregs. Several students from Songhui Academy immediately halted in their tracks. Ah, teacher, spare me. Is there any point in saying such things now? Teacher, you have taken 100 gold soul coins from my parents. You cannot treat us this way. Teacher, I have even drugged her to help you and over-teacher you. Please for mercy echoed relentlessly. The onlookers trembled in fear, their bodies convulsing. The blood pool shimmered ominously, captivating and horrifying. Subsequently, Yujiqiu severed his own arms, a look of sorrow etched upon his face. Esteemed one, how shall we assess the losses here? It would be unnecessary for you to trouble yourself. I shall resolve it. Jiang Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Take your students and leave. Should I encounter you again? It will not be so simple. Yes, yes, yes. Yujiqiu bowed thrice, carrying Shidream and others as he fled, casting a glance back, his eyes betraying a glimmer of an untraceable chill. Jiang Chuan stifled a long yawn as he approached the doorless room. Passing by, he gently patted Tang San on the shoulder, signaling him to continue resting. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Jiang Chuan gradually departed, prompting a collective twitch of their eyelids. The proprietor of the Rose Hotel, sensing the atmosphere, refrained from intruding, and the crowd dispersed. I shall bear all the losses incurred today. Do not disturb the Soul Master's rest. The woman hesitated for a moment before letting out a sigh. One cannot fault the proprietor for the Soul Master's battle. Alas, let us disperse. What a predicament. My enjoyment has been disrupted, and the hotel shall incur losses. Old Wang, don't just stand there foolishly. If you have the courage, go argue with that Soul Master from earlier and see what fate befalls you. The thought of that terrifying scene sent shivers down the man's spine, and he swiftly fled. The following morning, wow, Ning Rongrong yawned widely, her eyes blinking open in an instant. Where's the room? She exclaimed, her voice trembling. What happened, Rongrong? Xiao Wu, resembling an octopus, clung to Jiang Chuan, rubbing her drowsy eyes in disbelief as she scanned the surroundings. What is going on? Is this still the Rose Hotel? Jiang Chuan raised his body and cast an annoyed glance at the two individuals. Ultimately, it was their doing that led to this predicament. Soon, the four of them were dining and making their way to Shrek Academy. This was a quaint little village, with scattered ancient trees dotting the landscape. They followed a winding path that led them forward. In his line of sight, a row of dilapidated wooden railings came into view. At the pinnacle, 5 large characters formed from wooden planks read Shrek Academy. Why haven't I arrived yet? It is said that this is the most prestigious Soul Master Academy on the entire continent. Is that true? I only came here after seeing the poster. Why is it in such a rundown place? Another boy expressed his indignation. I am a level 17 first-ring Battle Soul Master. Even the primary Soul Master Academy in Soto City invited me to enroll. I only came to this shabby academy after seeing the poster, and it has truly disappointed me. A girl placed her hands on her hips and huffed a couple of times. Upon hearing level 17 first ring, the crowd turned their heads to the girl, casting envious glances her way. Moreover, the registration fee is 2 gold soul coins. What gives him the right? A man chimed in. Indeed, after waiting in this long queue, they don't even provide a chair. Speaking of which, is the front making any progress? If this continues, I might as well switch schools to register. The girl chattered incessantly. Old Fong, don't keep your daughter waiting anxiously. Think of a solution, a beautiful woman said, stamping her foot in frustration and turning her head away with a huff. Xiaoling, don't worry. Daddy will go ahead to check. said the middle-aged man with a laugh. If all else fails, we can offer the teacher a few more gold soul coins to facilitate our entry. He raised his head proudly, weaving through the crowd towards the elder at the admissions office. At Shrek Academy, the elderly man, with hair as white as snow, slammed the table and said irritably, "Everyone, settle down. No one is forcing you to enroll here. If you are unwilling, you may leave. Missing the opportunity at Shrek is your loss, not mine." This esteemed teacher from Shrek, the middle-aged man retorted mockingly, tossing a bag of gold soul coins onto the table. His long eyebrows raised slightly. "This teacher, my daughter, is a level 17 first-ring battle soul master, a top talent across the continent. We have come here to seek some leniency. Let us take the test first. My daughter will surely be one of your students in the future. So it's best we get acquainted." "How old is she?" the elder asked lazily. 14. "Oh, a 14-year-old level 17 first-ring battle soul master? Is that what you call a genius? Is it enough just to have hands? Go on, go, and remember to return in 30. I do not allow any backdoor dealings here. You should wait patiently." "What? Are you out of your mind? A 14-year-old level 17 battle soul master? Are you even a soul master? Do you have any common sense at all?" Numerous instructors from various academies vie for the opportunity, yet the middle-aged man, with a sardonic smile, expressed his exasperation. I understand. It's truly bothersome. If it's not permissible, then it simply is not. Just wait and see." The elderly man, with white hair, waved dismissively and declared, "Next." Sighing, the middle-aged gentleman was taken aback as he was jostled by those around him. In the distance, Tang San and his companions exchanged astonished glances. The academy did not permit favoritism, a rarity indeed. It was evident that the elder was not seeking the so-called prodigies spoken of in the outside world. He sought someone of far greater caliber. "Sir, my son is 13 years old and a level 17 support-type soul master. Such talent is exceedingly rare. Surely he can be admitted?" The man, upon hearing the previous remarks, felt a surge of apprehension and implored the elderly man for reconsideration. "What? I hardly wish to comment. At 13, he has only achieved level 17 soul power? What have you been doing all these years? Utterly useless." The elder, lacking the patience to conduct a test, waved his hand dismissively, indicating the man and his son could leave. The father fell silent, rendered speechless. "Wah, father, I don't want to attend this dreadful school." The youth wept, wiping his tears away. "My son is a celebrated figure at the Soto City Junior Soul Master Academy, yet here he is deemed worthless? Humph." The father grasped the boy's hand and walked away, only to turn back and shout in anger, "You fail to recognize true talent. There is something fundamentally flawed with your academy. What a collection of oddities." The scene drew a chorus of murmurs from the onlookers. Another one gone. To this day, I have yet to witness this elder accept a student. Is he merely toying with us? A young woman cast a sly glance at the white-haired elder. Toying? I believe he is quite mad. It is said that graduation from this academy guarantees one the title of Viscount. I foolishly believed such nonsense and brought my daughter to enroll. This esteemed gentleman is beyond my means to serve. Sisters, let us remain here." A woman resolutely pulled her daughter away. "Humph." The elderly man shot a disdainful glance at the departing woman, then turned his attention back to the boy. He raised his right hand, placing his index and middle fingers upon the boy's palm to gauge his bone age. "Did you not claim to be 14? Your bone age is nearly 18, and why is your soul power merely at level 19? Your soul ring is barely a decade old. We at Shrek do not accept students of this caliber. I kindly ask you to leave." The elder sighed. "Esteemed teacher, I may have inadvertently overstated his age earlier, but the difference is negligible. I believe it poses no significant issue. Please, consider admitting my brother." The young maiden spoke earnestly, declaring that if it was deemed impossible, then it was indeed impossible. The elderly man, with silver hair, abruptly stood up and addressed the crowd. "Our Shrek Academy has made it abundantly clear. One must be under the age of 14, with a soul power of at least 20 levels, and the first soul ring must be of 100 years, preferably accompanied by exceptional talent. The first challenge is relatively simple. If you cannot pass this initial test, do not even consider the subsequent ones. Those who do not meet the criteria may leave at their discretion. Do not waste your efforts." Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in disbelief. "Did I hear correctly? You are stating that a child under 14 must possess a soul power exceeding 20 levels? How is that even possible? How many children across the continent can achieve such a feat?" The young maiden inquired. "Indeed, that is why we at Shrek are known as the Monster Academy." The elderly man replied with righteous fervor. "We seek quality over quantity. Even if we do not enroll any students today, We will not accept any soul master with a soul power below 20 levels. Do you understand? What? Is this old man out of his mind? Does he think Shrek is on par with the Royal Tiendo Academy? A young man exclaimed. Even the Royal Tiendo Academy does not dare to impose such stringent requirements. They are simply mad to provoke us. I refuse to believe that any students will pass their tests. A bunch of lunatics. I am leaving. A stout man tugged at his child, reassuring him as they departed. Do not cry, little one. We shall not attend this worthless academy. Instead, let us go to a hotel for a meal, and then we will enroll in the Soto City Intermediate Soul Master Academy. See, those who are unwilling to join Shrek may leave with him. We will not force anyone to stay, the elderly man said with a smile. The crowd fell into a contemplative silence. This academy is quite unique, Tang San remarked, his interest piqued. Indeed, especially the phrase only accepting monsters, Xiao Wu agreed, bouncing slightly on her feet. Yes, this institution does seem promising, Ning Rongrong stated, breaking into rare praise. Their dean, Flinder, was once part of the renowned Golden Iron Triangle. And the faculty is exceptionally strong, far surpassing that of several intermediate soul master academies in Soto City, as well as the Tiendo Royal Academy. It is indeed worthy of pursuit for those with monstrous potential. Well, Rongrong, this is the first time I've heard you speak so highly of something, Xiao Wu said, turning to Ning Rongrong with a playful smile. I merely spoke the truth, Ning Rongrong replied, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Chuan, who was tightly embracing her right arm. Are you not going to enter? Flinder himself has acknowledged you as a teacher. Why are you simply waiting here? Jiang Chuan shook his head and chuckled softly. Who says teachers do not need to take the test? I happen to have a greeting to exchange with this Shrek instructor. At this, Ning Rongrong revealed a mischievous smile. Jiang Chuan's greetings are not something an ordinary person can easily withstand. Speaking of which, what transpired last night? Why was the Rose Hotel dismantled? Tang San mentioned that this incident is somehow linked to you. Clearing his throat, Tang San added, Rongrong, I merely awakened to find Brother Chuan. It's nothing. Jiang Chuan casually dismissed the matter. I simply dealt with Yujiqiu. There is no honor to be derived from it. If they were to learn that a Soul King had been bested by Jiang Chuan, stripping him of his armor, one can only imagine their astonishment. Noticing Jiang Chuan's reluctance to elaborate, Ning Rongrong wisely refrained from pressing further. She was becoming increasingly adept at discerning Jiang Chuan's temperament. The crowd gradually thinned. Soon, it was Tang San and the others' turn. At the age of 13, he was suitable, yet his martial spirit was still lacking, and his soul power barely reached level 19. The elder blinked, shaking his head. No, he is not suitable. A soul master must reach level 19 to acquire the next soul ring and subsequently elevate to the rank of a 20th level great soul master. In terms of soul power, this student was qualified but still fell short. Li Yusong was not inclined to accept him. Next, greetings, that will be 2 gold soul coins, correct? We are a party of 4, so here are a total of 6 gold soul coins. Tang San said as he took out a pouch and deposited the coins into the wooden box. I believe this young man has misunderstood. For 4 individuals, 8 gold soul coins are required. Li Yusong gestured with his right hand to indicate 8. With a chuckle, Ning Rongrong displayed an expression of feigned ignorance. And Xiao Wu rolled her eyes in agreement. Wait, is it necessary to pay gold soul coins to apply for a position as a Shrek teacher? Tang San asked in bewilderment, then turned to Jiang Chuan. Brother Chuan, didn't the master state that not only would the teacher's assessment be waived, but you would also receive hundreds of gold soul coins monthly? What? Li Yusong reacted as though he had heard the most absurd joke. You wish to become a teacher at Shrek? To earn a monthly salary of hundreds of gold soul coins? Young man, are you jesting? Ha ha. I have never heard such a thing. Following the direction of his gaze, he noticed Jiang Chuan, arms crossed, and smiled wryly. A child in his teens aspires to teach at Shrek? What a fantastical notion. If you are merely jesting, I kindly ask you to leave. Be cautious, or I shall summon the Academy's students to escort you away. Jiang Chuan comprehends that Shrek only accepts monsters, and there is no fault in this. Their ideology represents the pinnacle within the continent. Yet, their very existence has shattered even the highest standards of the Douluo Continent. They are indeed the most extraordinary among the extraordinary. Greetings. Jiang Chuan leisurely stepped forward, and Shrek's esteemed teacher, Jiang Chuan, was invited. A burst of laughter erupted from a woman, her smile radiant. Goodness, has this school lost its sanity? Indeed, it seems that lunatics attract lunatics. A mere child barely in his teens is to become a teacher for the students? At Wang, I find this quite fitting. Madness begets madness. A man, reveling in the absurdity, chimed in, insinuating that only a madman could serve as an educator at their institution. Chapter 36, Soul Master, the Soul Emperor, and the Demon Blade Thousand Cuts. Laughter resonated among the crowd. Those who lingered did so merely to witness the farce surrounding Shrek. I'm not jesting, Jiang Chuan replied resolutely. Li Yusong's pupils constricted as he rose from his seat and circled around Jiang Chuan, nodding in acknowledgement. What level of soul power do you possess? 30. 30? Are you jesting with me? To be precise, it is 29. Upon acquiring the next soul ring, I shall immediately exhibit the strength of 30. Advancing to the rank of Soul Master. Ah, Li Yusong mused, his tone laden with skepticism. Prattling in broad daylight, this lad appears younger than my own child. Claiming to possess 29 levels of soul power. How absurd. Is he attempting to amuse me to death? A wave of incredulous murmurs and laughter swept through the assembly. The most ludicrous part was that this teacher from Shrek seemed to take him seriously. Just look at his expression, nodding in agreement. Ha! Another male voice erupted in amusement. Li Yusong, undeterred by the chatter, regarded Jiang Chuan with newfound admiration, his eyes glowing crimson. Excellent. Truly a remarkable little oddity, a rare sight indeed. However, I wonder how you fare in practical combat. Fear not, there will be assessments to determine your potential, and I shall waive the enrollment fee. Join our Shrek Academy. As he spoke, he returned to his seat, presenting a letter of recommendation from the Shrek faculty as proof. Jiang Chuan set aside the jade and presented the letter handed to him by Xiao Gang before the latter. Li Yusong perused the contents and remarked, "We do not have a teacher named Yu Xiaojiang here." Jiang Chuan suddenly recalled that at this moment, Yu Xiaojiang had yet to settle at Shrek Academy. In fact, Li Yusong hesitantly lifted his gaze, meeting Jiang Chuan's eyes, and with a hint of intrigue remarked, "If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall acknowledge you as a Shrek teacher. Are you certain?" Ning Rongrong, hands on her hips, and with a smile that danced between mirth and challenge, was the first to inquire. Tang San followed suit with a light chuckle. This left Li Yusong taken aback. Could it be that Jiang Chuan possessed some extraordinary ability? It was enough to embolden his companions. Very well. Jiang Chuan did not refuse. The communication between soul masters invariably begins with combat. The onlookers were curious, eager to discern the true level of this elderly man with white hair. Humph, young one, how naive you were to dare challenge me, Li Yusong proclaimed, stamping his right foot, unleashing his soul power in a torrent akin to a dragon. A resonant hum filled the air as 6 soul rings materialized above him, 1 white, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, encircling his waist with a dazzling, ominous glow. With a swift motion, he drew forth a crimson iron ring, gripping it tightly. And with a simple tug, it transformed into a fiery red staff. At level 66, with 6 rings, he was the Soul Emperor Li Yusong, wielding the martial soul of the dragon-patterned staff. With a powerful flick of his wrist, the staff emitted a blinding light, forcing the gathered crowd to retreat in alarm. Hiss. The admissions officer is actually a Soul Emperor? Impossible, they gasped. A Soul Emperor, a title worthy of nobility. Why would he choose to teach here? Even at Songhui Academy, he could be a renowned mentor. A couple exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Such strength. Was this truly the essence of a Soul Emperor? Tang San found himself entranced, while Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong were unfazed, merely expressing their astonishment. Very well. At level 29, with 2 rings, I am Jiang Chuan, an auxiliary soul master. I humbly seek your guidance. Jiang Chuan suddenly exerted force as his soul power coursed through his entire being from his feet. Shall you not reveal your martial soul and soul rings? Li Yusong inquired, noticing the latter's calm demeanor and heightened interest. It is rather unique. Hence I shall refrain from showcasing it. Jiang Chuan elegantly withdrew a long sword radiating a violet glow from the silver chain of Bogong. Speaking softly, this is my enchanted blade, Jiaren, to be wielded as a soul weapon for our duel. The hilt of the sword was intricately carved with the visage of a half-purple demon, while the blade bore a multitude of spiderweb-like fissures. Yet, an unmistakable, sharp glint emanated from it, marking it as an exceptionally rare weapon in the world. This weapon, it is incredibly sharp. How is it forged? Tang San gazed intently at the enchanted blade, overwhelmed with admiration. What is the matter, Xiao San? Xiaowu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Tang San patiently elaborated. You may not have dabbled in blacksmithing, hence you lack comprehension of weapon quality. The sword in Chuan's hand undoubtedly belongs to the pinnacle of epic-grade weaponry, imbued with a spirit that surpasses even my hidden weapons in sharpness. He mused, could it be that Chuan forged this at Uncle Shursan's blacksmith shop? Is it truly that formidable? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her spirit invigorated. She gazed at Jiang Chuan, her eyes betraying a hint of admiration. The enigma of this man deepened. Young man, although I am not well versed in the art of forging, I can discern that the weapon you wield is a rare find, Li Yusong remarked. Channeling his soul power through the dragon pattern staff, his aura surging once more. However, compared to a true soul weapon, it still falls short. One strike from my staff could shatter your enchanted blade. To stand firm against my soul power is already a remarkable feat. If you seek to beg for mercy now, you still have time. In response, Jiang Chuan, with a hint of a smile, declared, this blade is intended for severing. With a swift movement, he vanished and reappeared above Li Yusong, raising the enchanted blade high and unleashing a lethal strike. The violet arc sliced through the air, enveloped by waves of soul power. What a swift sword, Li Yusong remarked, lifting his dragon pattern staff in defense, the sound resonating like a roar of mountains and seas. A battle between a great soul master and a soul emperor? This young man may not comprehend the peril he faces. A young man shouted in disbelief. I see it now. This is nothing short of a monster academy filled with monstrous females fleeing in panic. In the next instant, a resounding clash erupted. Layers of soul power unfurled, revealing the two combatants. To everyone's astonishment, the enchanted blade stood toe-to-toe with the 66th level dragon pattern staff. Sparks flew and faint thunder crackled as their weapons collided. Remarkable. How have you cultivated such power? Li Yusong exclaimed in astonishment, augmenting his right arm with a white soul ring, barely able to withstand the force. With a right arm soul bone aged over 100,000 years. How could he lack such power? The onlookers gasped in horror. They had anticipated Jiang Chuan would be defeated in a single strike by the dragon pattern staff, or at least left severely injured. Yet, he remained steadfast, engaging the Soul Emperor in a stalemate. This was truly beyond comprehension. Indeed, Jiang Chuan is remarkable. And Ning Rongrong had anticipated this long ago. After speaking, Tang San rested his forehead on his hand, offering a self-deprecating smile. I truly cannot fathom how Brother Chuan cultivates. What cultivation? Xiaowu pouted her rosy lips, indignantly retorting, all he does daily is sip tea and sleep. Not only does his soul power surpass that of others, but his strength and speed also far exceed that of soul masters. He is truly a marvel. Chapter 37, The Battle of Offense Without Defense. Am I the fool? Oh, is this young man truly so peculiar? Could it be that he is a natural anomaly? Li Yusong gazed intently into Jiang Chuan's eyes, his expression laden with meaning. As a soul emperor, he was not oblivious to the murmurs surrounding him. Jiang Chuan wielded the enchanted blade, Chanren, executing a graceful horizontal slash that released a streak of violet energy, colliding with the dragon pattern staff. The sound pierced the air. Immediately, he reversed the Chanren, aiming directly at Li Yusong's brow. With a decisive strike, the enchanted blade returned in a fierce downward arc, forcefully bestowing an additional yellow soul ring upon Li Yusong's right arm. Even he found it hard to fathom why Jiang Chuan's speed was astonishingly swift. Was he truly a support-type soul master? How could his velocity rival that of agility-based fighters? His strength surpassed that of a battle soul master. A freak, a monster. It was time to get serious. With a stomp of his right foot, the ground trembled under Li Yusong's might as his white soul ring spun violently. Igniting the fire staff, he swung the long staff with great force, aiming squarely at Jiang Chuan's forehead. First soul skill, borrowing arrows with straw boats. Second soul skill, sacred shield. Jiang Chuan, known for his swift actions and words, swiftly employed two soul abilities. From his palms, he conjured a black and a purple soul ring, ensuring that his actions went unnoticed. Instantly, the aura surrounding Jiang Chuan surged dramatically, even approaching that of a soul master. Such is the superiority granted by the soul rings, a testament to the tumultuous power of his soul energy. At this moment, Jiang Chuan appeared as a sacred sovereign enveloped in an ethereal azure light, transcendent and pure. Suddenly, a burning staff struck Jiang Chuan, yet he remained utterly unmoved. The collision of soul forces birthed a tempestuous turbulence, causing the surrounding ancient trees to sway in response. What kind of soul technique is this? Li Yusong experienced a succession of setbacks. Why does this soul technique evoke such an overwhelming sense of unattainability within him? Teacherly. I hope that in the following moments. In an instant, Jiang Chuan opened his piercing eyes, imbued with the sanctity of the cold realm, and spoke in a chillingly deliberate tone. You can exert your utmost effort. The demon blade, 1,000 edges, strikes solely with offense and neglects defense. The grass boat borrowing arrows, with 250% healing capability. The sacred shield, boasting 250% defensive strength. An astounding 300% damage absorption capacity. This emboldens him, granting him unparalleled audacity. What does Brother Chuan intend to accomplish? Having withstood 3 strikes, does he truly wish to contend with Teacher Li? Tang San was left astounded. He had correctly surmised the situation. All were captivated by the clash between these soul masters of vastly different levels, their hearts racing in sync with the rhythm of Jiang Chuan's blade. Whoosh! With a fleeting motion, Jiang Chuan appeared before Li Yusong in the blink of an eye. Bang! A horizontal slash. Bang! A second stroke like a long rainbow. Bang! 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 The 2 figures moved with unparalleled swiftness, their silhouettes merely flickering in and out of sight as they collided in an ephemeral moment. It seemed that even the clash of their weapons cast shadows upon their eyelids. What a strategy of relentless offense! Yet a single misstep could lead Jiang Chuan to utter ruin. Tang San, eager to witness the confrontation, activated his purple extreme demon eyes. Exclaiming from the depths of his heart, suddenly he beheld the dragon pattern staff strike Jiang Chuan's abdomen, yet the latter remained unscathed. Not only Tang San, but even Li Yusong was utterly bewildered. Had his soul technique failed, or was something peculiar emanating from Jiang Chuan? Is this what you referred to as a purely offensive approach? I require no defense at this moment, thus I need not guard myself. Focused and unwavering, he wielded his blade with determination. Jiang Chuan's presence was formidable and resonant. With a swift motion, Li Yusong dissipated his soul ring, and the dragon-patterned staff in his grasp seemed to vanish like mist. A line of separation formed between him and Jiang Chuan. Enough. Who exactly has nurtured you? What is the nature of your soul power? Moreover, from whom have you acquired such speed and strength? What is your true identity? Li Yusong's inquiries poured forth with urgency. Such an individual could not possibly lack a formidable background. Yet, as he pondered, he found no affiliations with Jiang Chuan among the Spirit Hall, the 3 great sects, the 4 minor sects, or any clandestine entities. The answers eluded him. Jiang Chuan declined with a resolute tone. He had heard such words countless times before. Who could possibly comprehend that it was his daily dedication that had fortified him over time? If the opponent were to catch a glimpse of his eternal soul ring, who could say whether they would be so astounded as to faint? This battle can be deemed a draw, to have contended with the Soul Emperor to such an extent. Young man, you are the foremost individual on the continent. Li Yusong gestured for Jiang Chuan to proceed, presenting an expression of deference. Farewell. Jiang Chuan took the lead. Alas, can't they wait for me? Ning Rongrong gazed longingly at the figure ahead, her voice rising and falling as she spoke. Jiang Chuan, what astonishes you is the perception of others. It turns out the true jesters are they. A youth who can contend evenly with the Soul Emperor is absurdly branded as a madman by them? The fierce battle we just witnessed deeply impressed upon them the merciless nature of the Soul Master lineage. In an instant, they felt a twinge of shame for their earlier mockery. Li Yusong, understanding, fixed his gaze upon Tang San. You all have come along with Jiang Chuan? Haven to you? Allow me to assess you. He placed his hands upon Tang San, and as expected, Jiang Chuan's companions were all extraordinary. This young brother possesses remarkable potential. What soul skills have you cultivated? Yes, please reveal your martial spirit. Buzz. A dazzling strand of blue-silver grass floated from Tang San's hands. Level 20 soul power. A martial spirit of blue-silver grass? You are indeed able to cultivate such a martial spirit? Quite remarkable. It is all thanks to Brother Chuan's guidance. One might say he is half my teacher, Tang San replied candidly. He truly imparts knowledge? And has nurtured a soul master of your caliber? Indeed. We have all received Brother Chuan's mentorship, Xiao interjected. I usually spar with him, which has greatly enhanced my strength. Witnessing this scene, the parents' expressions darkened. While other children in their teens had become teachers, their own were still delicate and immature, a stark contrast indeed. This revelation reshaped their perceptions of soul masters. They turned their gazes towards Jiang Chuan's silhouette, filled with longing. If only their children could receive even a modicum of his guidance. Wouldn't they soar to great heights? Yet now they could only lament their missed opportunity. Could it be that he truly engaged with the Academy's principal? Let us discuss this later. Your soul power and bone age are commendable. You may all proceed inside. At this point, Li Yusong paused, turning towards Tang San and the others, exempting them from the 2nd and 3rd trials and directly granting them access to the 4th. All right. Jiang Chuan nodded slightly to Li Yusong. At this moment, Jiang Chuan stood within the Shrek Academy grounds. System check-in. He had anticipated this moment for quite some time. Eager to uncover the treasures available for check-in. Was it a soul ring S-Age? Or perhaps 100,000-year soul bone? Or something else? Chapter 38, Oscar S. Sausages. An uneven matter with monsters. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in at Shrek Academy. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a 30,000-year soul ring duration. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a second martial spirit, the human emperor bell. A fleeting spark illuminated Jiang Chuan's mind. From his right hand emerged a diminutive bell, entwined with faint strands of lightning, while its circumference was enshrouded in a billowing mist of clouds. Instantly, the clear blue sky transformed into a somber overcast. Thunder rumbled and vibrations resonated. With the emergence of the Emperor of Humanity, the heavens themselves shifted in hue. This Emperor's bell represented its primordial form, destined to ascend into the infinite bell and the Eastern Emperor bell in their myriad manifestations. It could be considered an exquisite weapon of spiritual essence. Jiang Chuan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The bell felt remarkably heavy in his grasp. At present, he was a soul master of the 29th rank. It was nearly beyond his control. Compared to the Haotian hammer, it was perhaps even more formidable. What was happening? Just moments ago, the sky was clear and bright. How had it suddenly turned overcast and cloud-laden? A woman walked by, muttering, "It's raining, drip, drip." The sound of a worn-out flute resonated through the air. A dilapidated yellow handcart, seemingly on the verge of collapse, approached, but the enticing aroma wafting towards Jiang Chuan invigorated him. Drip, drip. Oscar's little sausages. Would you care for one, newcomer? The man, with a head full of white hair and a tuft of white beard adorning his face, wore a pair of flamboyant sunglasses perched atop his forehead. His hair stood upright, framing a pair of charming peach blossom eyes that exuded a friendly demeanor. Oscar? Jiang Chuan pondered with a knowing look. Indeed, that is my name, Oscar replied with a beaming smile, lifting the small sausage in his hand. With a slight arch of his brow, he continued, "What do you think? Fragrant little sausages, and there are grilled ones too. Would you care for a few? Perhaps they might aid you in better preparing for the examination." Huh. Jiang Chuan smirked insidiously, his gaze wandering. He shouldn't be blamed for the matter concerning Ning Rongrong. Should he? Very well, one each of both the sausage and the grilled sausage, generously sprinkled with cumin and chili. Jiang Chuan placed a gold soul coin down. Too many. Too many. I need to find you dozens of silver soul coins, Oscar said, feeling uneasy. No need to rush, more people will come. I will treat them. You just need to do your part. Jiang Chuan smiled awkwardly yet courteously. Although Oscar's sausages had a somewhat unsavory reputation, their taste was undeniably exquisite, and their effects remarkable. He was one of the few meat-type soul masters within the mainland. After enduring a prolonged period of simple fare, one could truly struggle to adjust. Oscar beamed as he busied himself with the sausages over the fire, yet a lingering sense of loss hovered over him, as if he had misplaced something of significance. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. How delightful! Xiao Wu exclaimed, her admiration evident. What delectable treats are you enjoying, Chuan Ge? And this academy even offers food for sale? Leading the charge, she was accompanied by Ning Rongrong, Tang San, and Dai Mubai, all drawn to the aroma. With a swift motion, Jiang Chuan savored a bite, relishing the flavor. Not bad at all. Come, Xiao San, join us for breakfast. Tang San and the others beamed with delight, their praises flowing freely as they tasted the food. Teacher Jiang Chuan, Dai Mubai said. A wry smile on his face as he rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Oscar, how dare you serve this to a teacher of our Shrek Academy? Are you not concerned about the repercussions? Not at all, Jiang Chuan replied nonchalantly, raising his hand. I am well aware. Being a meat-type soul master entails a bit of eccentricity and incantations, but otherwise, it is quite satisfactory. You should all try it. I've already paid. Wait, you knew? Dai Mubai was taken aback, soon realizing that the teacher must have been aware of Oscar's sausages from the very beginning. Teacher? Dai Mubai, are you still half asleep? Oscar remarked, stifling a yawn. How can you refer to a freshman as a teacher? Surely you weren't indulging in romantic escapades last night? Enough, Dai Mubai rolled his eyes, playfully pressing Oscar's smiling face down. What you may not realize is that this is our newly appointed teacher, Jiang Chuan, personally chosen by Dean Flander. Dai Mubai, you want to see a doctor? Are you truly attempting to deceive me with your eyes wide open? Oscar retorted, playfully jumping down from the cart and curiously circling Jiang Chuan. After inspecting him, he declared, I refuse to believe it. Well, it matters not whether you believe it or not. I have merely spoken the truth, Dai Mubai admonished, raising a finger meaningfully. Disrespecting teacher Jiang Chuan will surely lead to dire consequences in the future. Jiang Chuan nonchalantly enjoyed his breakfast. Suddenly, Oscar, with his striking peach blossom eyes, fixated his gaze intently on Xiao Wu, stirring an unexpected flutter within him. Her porcelain cheeks flushed immediately. Is this a new female student? He thought. Hastily, he ran his fingers through his tousled hair and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, I am Oscar, your senior. May I have the pleasure of making your acquaintance? Are you also a student here, sir? Judging by your appearance, it seems you haven't graduated for over a decade." Xiao Wu timidly inched closer to Jiang Chuan, posing her inquiry. "Sir?" Oscar felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Hee. Ning Rongrong stifled her laughter nearby. To Oscar. Her smile was like a gentle spring breeze, as if a goddess had bestowed her blessing upon him. "May I ask who this young lady is?" he inquired. "Enough of this idle chatter. These new students have been specifically chosen by Teacher Zhao," Dai Mubai interjected, his voice resonating as he faced the crowd. "Tang San, you and the others are exempt from the second and third trials and may proceed directly to the fourth." "All right," Tang San nodded. "But what does the fourth trial entail?" "We are Shrek Academy, and we do not adhere to conventional methods. From day one, we engage in practical combat," Dai Mubai teased, raising an eyebrow at the assembly. "What? There are actually exemptions for the second and third trials here?" A young boy's voice rang out, tinged with discontent. "Why must we follow the standard trials while they, being newcomers, can directly enter the fourth? This is unfair." Another girl chimed in, adding to the outcry. "Dai Mubai, Tang San seems apprehensive," he noted. Tang San himself was not one to take shortcuts, preferring to let his strength speak for him. Dai Mubai placed a calming hand on Tang San's shoulder, reassuring him. "You are exempt from the second and third trials based on your abilities. You are not comparable to them, so there is no need for any psychological burden. Entering the fourth trial directly has the approval of the teachers. Here at Shrek Academy, we welcome those with extraordinary talents. If you possess exceptional skills, we shall open the doors to vast and boundless realms for you." Chapter 39. The Shattering of the Soul Power Sphere, Zhao Wujia's Challenge. "Is that so?" Tang San replied, skeptical. "What? Did they pay with golden soul coins? Do we appear to be in need of such things?" The young boy crossed his arms defiantly. "Be careful, or I shall report you to the spirit hall." Dai Mubai let out a cold snort, maintaining his patience as he explained, "My dear student, I believe you may have misunderstood our Shrek Academy. We only accept exceptional talents. If your cultivation aptitude matches theirs, reaching level 20 or above, your request will be fulfilled. Of course, golden soul coins are not required." "What? You must be insane. We are merely teenagers. How could we possibly possess such high soul power? Insanity or not, the facts will speak for themselves." Dai Mubai picked up a soul power ball and tossed it to Xiao Wu. With a firm grip, Xiao Wu crushed it. And in an instant, the ball radiated brilliant light. "My heavens, is that innate full soul power?" The young girl was left speechless. Following her, Tang San took his turn. And the brilliance from his soul power ball intensified even further. Another innate full soul power. How could this be? How could there be yet another with innate full soul power? In the next moment, boom, the soul power of the girl in the blue dress revealed itself to be an astonishing innate level 7. "Level 7. I shall give it a try." A cool voice interjected. It belonged to a woman whose physique had fully developed during her youth, clad in tight-fitting black combat attire. She had 2 black cat ears atop her head. Her clear, unblemished eyes seemed capable of piercing through the hearts of others. With an exquisitely delicate face that appeared to keep others at bay, Zhu Qing, while chewing on a sausage, mumbled indistinctly. Everyone was deeply captivated by this woman's figure. With a flick of her slender fingers, Zhu Qing gripped the soul power ball tightly. Boom. As the soul power surged, yet again, a dazzling light erupted. Innate soul power level 7, yet another level 7. What on earth is happening? The young man was utterly astonished. Zhu Qing coldly handed the soul power ball to Jiang Chuan. Dai Mubai displayed a bittersweet expression of ignorance, then added, "This is our newly appointed teacher at Shrek, named Jiang Chuan. His soul power may far exceed your expectations. Those with low soul power should remember to close their eyes." "Mubai, do I also need to test my soul power?" Jiang Chuan harbored doubts. "This is necessary for statistics." "You claim he is a Shrek teacher?" Zhu Qing approached Dai Mubai, her expression grave, as if imploring him not to deceive her regarding such a significant matter. Some high-ranking nobles were acutely aware of the implications of the name Shrek. To hold a teaching position there, one must possess at least the strength of a soul emperor. Turning to the latter, Dai Mubai nodded uncertainly. Yet Zhu Qing, with her brows tightly knitted, found it hard to believe. Her demeanor was frigid, but turmoil raged within her. Jiang Chuan summoned his soul power, squeezing the soul power orb with force. Whoosh! Boom! The soul power erupted like swirling smoke, tousling the hair of those present. Whoosh! Crackle! The soul power orb shattered. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong shrugged, having anticipated this outcome. Tang San also displayed a knowing expression, affirming Jiang Chuan's prowess. Daimu Bai raised an eyebrow, signaling to Zhu Qing that he spoke no falsehoods. A young girl broke the silence first, her teeth chattering. Is this truly soul power? This force far exceeds that of a fully innate soul power. What is this? Moments ago, the soul power had engulfed her like an expansive ocean, nearly suffocating her. The youth lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Daimu Bai spread his hands, appearing almost comical. I have long told you, monsters cannot be compared to ordinary individuals. Should you attain such soul power, the gates of Shrek shall be wide open for you. Otherwise, you will merely be wasting your registration fee. Let us proceed, Tang San declared, taking the lead. By the way, Teacher Jiang Chuan, please accompany us to the 4th round. We shall assess the students' physiques and make necessary adjustments to their training, as per the dean's instructions. Daimu Bai inclined his head slightly towards Jiang Chuan, his tone respectful. Jiang Chuan did not refuse. He was also eager to meet Zhao Wuji, the renowned powerhouse of the assault department, to gauge his strength. Having recently acquired the Emperor's Bell, he felt a surge of excitement. Under the gaze of the other students, Jiang Chuan and his companions ascended the back mountain of Shrek Academy. Upon entering, the familiar scene unfolded before them. A towering man, with a fierce and intimidating visage, sat on a wooden chair, eyes closed in deep concentration, appearing as if he were in slumber. Gulp. Daimu Bai swallowed hard. What is it, Dai Boss? Is something amiss? Tang San noticed the unusual atmosphere, particularly the peculiar quality of the surrounding air. Ahem, I am uncertain whether to congratulate you or to offer a word of caution. Daimu Bai cleared his throat, his expression grave. This is our academy's teacher Zhao, full name Zhao Wuji. It seems he intends to personally assess your capabilities. Oh, what could be wrong with that? Xiao playfully smirked, even teasing Zhao Wuji. He looks rather simple-minded. Hiki, I wonder if he can keep up with me, Sister Xiao. The name Zhao Wuji struck a chord with Ning Rongrong, though she could not recall where she had heard it before. Zhu Zhiqing, arms crossed, narrowed her eyes. Brother Chuan, is there something peculiar about Zhao Wuji? Tang San gently inquired, his tone amiable. He had sensed a hint of unease from Jiang Chuan's expression, a feeling that struck him as eerily familiar, prompting his curiosity. In Jiang Chuan's mind, the image he holds of the other person rises layer by layer with the passage of time. It seems as though the individual possesses boundless knowledge and insight. Though of the same age, they exhibit a fortitude of character that surpasses that of someone who has lived 2 lives. It is merely the encounter with an old acquaintance, Jiang Chuan casually remarked. He was not unfamiliar with Zhao Wuji's appearance. Rather, he found himself intrigued, pondering whether his possession of a second martial spirit would grant him the strength to contend with the man. Had the others been privy to his thoughts, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. Big Brother Dai, I have never seen you wear such an expression. Could it be that this esteemed teacher Zhao Wuji? Tang San turned to Daimu Bai, his mind filled with questions. Before the latter could respond, another voice interrupted. Young ones. Zhao Wuji abruptly rose from his wooden chair, surveying Jiang Chuan and the others with an imposing gaze, nodding in approval. I truly did not expect that 5 individuals from Shrek would be selected this time. Excellent. However, if you falter at the 4th trial, you shall still be barred from entering Shrek Academy. May I inquire, esteemed teacher Zhao, what does the 4th trial entail? Xiao asked with a playful smile. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Zhao Wuji's endearingly simple demeanor evoked a sense of whimsy within her. Of course, it is within my power to withstand 3 strikes. Chapter 40. The Battle of Zhao Wuji. Tactical Jiang Chuan. Zhao Wuji cast a threatening glance at Xiao Wu. Upon hearing this, she cheekily rolled her eyes. 3 strikes? How difficult could that possibly be? Daimu Bai quickly interjected, Teacher Zhao, I believe this may not be appropriate. While they may exceed ordinary soul masters, enduring 3 strikes from you might prove quite challenging. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Wuji's tone turned resolute, with Flender absent. I hold the highest authority here. What I say goes, and this decision stands. Big Brother Dai, why are you holding me back? Xiao pouted. You may not realize this, but Teacher Zhao is a formidable assault-type battle soul master. His punches and strikes are beyond your capacity to withstand. Understood. So he is merely a power-type soul master? All we need is for one of us to keep dodging, right? How difficult can it be? His physique is so robust. He surely cannot hit me, Xiao mused innocently. Humph. Zhao Wuji flicked his hand, driving a long incense stick into the ground. There is also a time constraint. Within the duration of a single incense stick, one of you must withstand 3 of my strikes, or you shall be deemed defeated. Having uttered these words, Zhao Wuji returned to his previous position, closing his eyes to meditate. Teacher Zhao despises being labeled as slow. Dai Bai then led Xiaowu and the others to step back 3 paces, forming a huddle. Just now, I introduced you to the history of Shrek Academy, its illustrious masters and principals. Now, I must earnestly emphasize that the man before you, Zhao Wujie, is acclaimed in the outside world as the immutable king. He is a level 73, 7-ring battle soul saint. I suddenly recalled that he is the one referred to by father, the immovable Ming Wang Zhao Wujing, emphasized Ning Rongrong. The fact that he possesses a formidable soul power of 73 levels and is a 7-ring soul saint is indeed astounding. Xiaowu's reverie was shattered. Tang San felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His village is named Holy Soul Village, a symbol of divine oracles. And every villager takes immense pride in this aspiration. Even old Jack, whenever he speaks of the soul saints, cannot help but be overwhelmed with emotion. Tears streaming down his face, as if his heart is filled with boundless glory and longing. Yet, the person before him, Teacher Zhao, is indeed a soul saint, which he finds hard to accept. A soul saint, Zhu Zhuqing murmured. Indeed, Dai Bai replied with increased gravity. Due to the disparity in soul power among you, Teacher Zhao's only apparent flaw, his sluggishness, does not factor into this. All I can advise is that you exercise caution. I have a foolproof plan, Xiaowu giggled, clutching Jiang Chuan's right arm with certainty. If Jiang Chuan takes action, there will be no cause for concern. Dai Bai offered a wry smile, neither affirming nor denying her words. Tang San stepped forward, firmly countering. I oppose this. How many battles have been resolved by Brother Chuan for us? If we do not showcase our strengths upon entering Shrek Academy and instead resort to opportunism, relying solely on Brother Chuan, when will we ever grow? How will we protect those we wish to safeguard? Furthermore, how can we serve Brother Chuan in the future? He addressed the group candidly. Dai Bai's gaze towards Tang San shifted subtly. Truly, as a follower of Jiang Chuan, possessing such insight is indeed rare. Zhu Zhuqing observed Jiang Chuan with curiosity, feeling as though all eyes were directed at him, as if to say this individual is formidable. Yet, it seemed implausible that they would be so intimidated as to tremble before a soul saint. This left one deep in contemplation. Very well, if I were to act first, it is likely that Zhao Wujing would be unable to contend with you. Jiang Chuan also pulled up a wooden chair to sit beside them. Dai Bai, displaying remarkable insight, presented a platter of grilled sausages along with a cup of tea, offering them with great attentiveness. Zhao Wujing's eyelids twitched as he let out a disgruntled grunt towards Jiang Chuan. What was the matter with this young man? Who was he? Did he not intend to join this group of juniors in their offensive? Furthermore, why was Dai Bai being so overly solicitous? Zhao Wujing found himself utterly perplexed. He subtly gestured towards Dai Bai, who remained unperturbed, only deepening Zhao Wujing's confusion. Dismissing these thoughts, he continued to meditate with his eyes closed. Tang San and the others were huddled together, exchanging glances as they deliberated their strategy against the enemy. Each took turns to introduce themselves. Zhu Zhuqing, a 26th level agility attack system soul master, spoke with a fleeting gaze, occasionally darting her eyes towards Jiang Chuan, who merely smiled warmly at his teacup, leisurely sipping his tea. Still enigmatic. I hope everyone remains fully focused for this battle, as our opponent possesses a soul power level several ranks above ours, not to mention 5 soul rings. Tang San declared. I am Tang San, a control system soul master, with my martial spirit being blue silvergrass and a soul power level of 25. The tactic I propose is to adhere to our usual roles. Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing will be responsible for distracting Teacher Zhao, while I will control the battlefield. Additionally, I will safeguard Ning Rongrong. Given the overwhelming strength of our adversary, even the most coordinated formations may prove ineffective. So I suggest we adopt a bold approach and then adapt as the situation unfolds. Tang San raised his eyes, meeting the gaze of each individual present. I concur. Zhu Zhuqing was the first to raise her hand. Very well, Ning Rongrong agreed, then turned to Jiang Chuan, seeking his opinion. Jiang Chuan, what do you think? As he was directly consulted, Jiang Chuan replied succinctly, my suggestion is to launch a direct and aggressive assault without holding anything back, as your only advantage at this moment lies in your superior numbers compared to Zhao Wujing. Moreover, he appears to be quite temperamental during your offensive. You might feign weakness and aim for his less sensitive areas to avoid provoking his competitive spirit, which could prolong the encounter. Upon Jiang Chuan's words, the remaining matters were left to their own devices. His reasoning was both sound and compelling. Should they proceed in this manner, it would undoubtedly enhance the situation for Tang San and his companions. A spark of realization illuminated Tang San's mind, prompting him to exclaim almost instinctively, Brother Chuan also understands the strategies of control-type combat? The assertions made by Jiang Chuan were not only more decisive but also more straightforward than his own, striking directly at the heart of the matter. However, as he pondered, enlightenment dawned upon him. Even his own mentor sought guidance from Jiang Chuan, suggesting that the latter's expertise extended far beyond mere comprehension of soul beasts, soul masters, soul rings, and soul power. It encompassed the intricacies of combat and tactical cooperation among soul masters as well. Jiang Chuan is truly an existence that he can never hope to catch up with. Nearly a fade, Jiang Chuan responded evasively. In truth, having thoroughly immersed himself in the world of Douluo Continent, he had already gained an intuitive understanding of everything here. Moreover, with his strength steadily increasing, he had long since laid the foundation for his future divinity. Ning Rongrong's eyes shimmered with brilliance, while Zhu Zhuqing stood astonished, as if she had discovered a new world. Chapter 41. The Twin Spirit Emperors, Under the Shadow of Haoyan. Xiao Wu tilted her head and winked at Jiang Chuan. The latter discerned her unspoken words and offered a reassuring glance. If the battle descends into an insurmountable predicament, I shall intervene to rescue you all. After all, the adversary is a soul sage, and a heavy weight pressed upon everyone's hearts, rendering it difficult to breathe. Jiang Chuan's words provided them with a reassuring sense of calm, instilling a greater sense of stability within their hearts. Teacher Jiang Chuan, I must offer a word of caution. While your abilities undoubtedly surpass those of your peers, Zhao Wujie is a soul saint renowned for his impeccable prowess. Once he unleashes his soul skills, it becomes exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to approach him. And even you should exercise caution to avoid encountering insurmountable obstacles. Daimu Bai feared that the other party might act irrationally. Just moments ago, in his eagerness to assist Zhu Zhuqing, he was unaware that Jiang Chuan had already engaged with the Soul Emperor, Li Yusong. Otherwise, he would never have uttered such words. The recent spectacle had been nothing short of breathtaking, a vivid memory etched in the minds of all present, particularly the thunderous declaration of the demon blade Thousand Edges, which resonated in their ears long after. This was especially true for Ning Rongrong. The greatest flaw of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect school lay in its scarcity of powerful assault-type battle souls, with only a handful capable of shouldering significant responsibilities. Without a fresh influx of talent, this sect was destined for decline. Yet, at this moment, Jiang Chuan brought her immense joy. He had repeatedly come to her aid at the Nodding City Soul Master Academy and met her father's criteria for a suitable match, leading Ning Rongrong to internally designate Jiang Chuan as her ideal partner. Even more remarkable was his character. You lot, Zhao Wujie interrupted, shaking his head with a crackling sound. His authoritative tone commanding, are you prepared to face this hellish trial? Come forth. Tang San stood tall, meeting Zhao Wujie's gaze squarely. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing flanked him, while Ning Rongrong hid behind Tang San, forming a simple yet effective formation. Observing this, Zhao Wujie's lips curled into a grin. But his gaze turned sharp as he focused on Jiang Chuan, his tone turning unfriendly. Is that student not participating in the fourth challenge? Before Jiang Chuan could respond, a dart from Tang San shot silently toward him, almost imperceptible due to the absence of soul power. What a quick little rascal, Zhao Wujie remarked, swiftly shattering the dart with a punch. I am a level 73 soul saint, as Mubai has surely informed you. Now, I will not employ any soul skills. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, you shall pass. With these words, he launched a powerful punch at Tang San. Combat erupted in the square in an instant. Teacher Jiang Chuan, where are you going? After glancing at Daimu Bai, Jiang Chuan turned and waved his hand dismissively. This battle will not conclude any time soon. I must go meet another esteemed individual. Another esteemed individual? Here? Daimu Bai was utterly perplexed. In Shrek Academy, there were only a few of them. What kind of figure would Jiang Chuan refer to as an esteemed individual? Jiang Chuan is perpetually enigmatic. Upon arriving at the rear mountains of Shrek Academy, one is greeted by a dense forest. The air is hauntingly serene. Jiang Chuan, you recall that before Tang San entered Shrek Academy, the renowned genius of the Haoyan sect, an exceptional talent rarely seen in a century, as well as the youngest titled Douluo on the continent, Tang Hao, had already arrived at this place and quietly observed Tang San's actions. He was undoubtedly aware of the terrifying capabilities of this man, someone who could obliterate the Pope's Hall with a single strike. When he unleashed his true form of Haoyan, it was as if he had divine assistance. Having acquired the Emperor's Bell, he sought a weapon spirit to test his prowess. Li Yusong was certainly not an option. Should his dragon-patterned staff falter, it would result in a calamity. Xiao Xing was only skilled in culinary arts. In any case, none from Shrek Academy seemed particularly suitable. Only through a clash between weapon spirits could a true competition ensue. The Haotian hammer in Tang San's grasp remained a secret, which he chose not to reveal. Thus he had no choice but to seek out Tang Hao. His evasive demeanor was indeed ill-suited for an elder. Jiang Chuan gazed meaningfully into the shade of the trees, channeling a wisp of soul power to disperse the surrounding flora. In an instant, a shadowy figure emerged, faint yet distinct. Accompanying this presence was a resonant voice. "You are quite intriguing. I do not even know your origins. Who are you and what do you seek?" From the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City to the Iron Shop of Sher San, then to Soto City, and subsequently to Shrek Academy, my predecessors have followed. Jiang Chuan understood. "Ah, you are indeed capable of perceiving my existence? How curious. My intrigue towards you grows ever stronger. Nevertheless, while I cannot fully comprehend you, I must first express my gratitude for the guidance you have provided to Shao San over the years. Furthermore, I hope you will continue to mentor him. Rest assured, I shall reciprocate with what you may require. Additionally, my curiosity regarding your powers intensifies. Perhaps we could take this opportunity to test your abilities." The man in the black robe appeared like a specter, his voice resonating with a thunderous echo as he stood silently behind Jiang Chuan. "I share the same sentiment." Under the Haotian crown, the sound emanating from Jiang Chuan's right hand resonated softly as a small black bell gradually floated into view. "Oh, you can actually recognize me?" Tang Hao exclaimed in astonishment, his gaze piercing through a cluster of leaves to fixate on the black bell in Jiang Chuan's hand. His profound eyes flickered slightly, and his brows knitted together in intrigue as he inquired, "What is this object? Isn't the esteemed Haotian Douluo aware?" "This is my second martial soul," Jiang Chuan replied, lifting his right hand and presenting it before Tang Hao. "It is a weapon martial soul, the Imperial Bell, and I seek your guidance, esteemed Haotian Douluo." "Second martial soul? You possess dual martial souls?" Tang Hao's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, a low murmur escaping his lips. He was well aware that within the entirety of the continent, the number of individuals endowed with a second martial soul could be counted on one hand. Yet here stood a youth before him, a dual martial soul wielder, who had somehow concealed this remarkable truth for years without revealing even the slightest hint of it. Had he already discerned Tang Hao's identity? Moreover, the weapon martial soul named the Imperial Bell, such a name was simply astounding. Not only in the Star Luo Empire, but throughout the continent. Who would dare to claim the title of Imperial? Was this not inviting calamity upon oneself? This is the first time I have felt such curiosity towards an individual. I have accompanied my elder brother across the lands, and having traversed the Douluo Continent, I have prided myself on witnessing myriad wonders and traversing countless mountains and rivers. Yet, encountering someone like you is truly unprecedented. It is utterly peculiar, Tang Hao remarked, his tone heavy. As he closed the distance with each step, an oppressive aura enveloped the atmosphere, a testament to the might of a titled Douluo. Jiang Chuan did not retreat. Instead, he gradually coalesced, with his second martial soul inching closer to Tang Hao. Chapter 42. The Emperor's Bell Shatters. A tremor breaks the dawn. "You actually wish to confront me?" Tang Hao sought to confirm once more. He momentarily fell into a daze, as if he had misheard. Soon after, he found it amusing. Jiang Chuan affirmed the words of the other. Indeed, he did not shy away from meeting Tang Hao's gaze, as if to reinforce his earlier statement. "I must admit, you are a youth who surprises me." With this, Tang Hao moved closer to Jiang Chuan and slowly continued, "I shall not rely on my martial soul, nor will I employ soul skills. Today, I intend to test you and see just how many surprises you can still provide me." For reasons unknown, these words, though remarkably calm, struck Jiang Chuan's ears with an air of menace, akin to being hunted by a ferocious beast. Jiang Chuan was acutely aware that the opponent possessed the characteristics of a deity of slaughter. The Emperor's Bell was laid bare before Tang Hao, compelling him to muster all his strength to confront this terrifying man. Contemplating this, a slight smile crept upon Jiang Chuan's lips, and a surge of boldness swelled within him. Mingled with a palpable excitement, he was already eager to engage. The second martial soul. In Jiang Chuan's grasp, the black bell expanded continuously, adorned with intricate, uncharted ancient Sanskrit symbols. Amidst the flicker of lightning and the emergence of dark smoke, the bell grew to a height equivalent to half of Jiang Chuan's stature, exuding an imposing presence. "Oh." Tang Hao's expression darkened beneath his black robe as he exhaled a plume of murky white energy. Having prided himself on his travels across the continent for years, he had encountered countless extraordinary martial souls. While he had witnessed several remarkably powerful mutated martial souls, the one in Jiang Chuan's possession was entirely unprecedented. The force entwined around it felt alien, as if it did not belong to this world. From head to toe, Both the youth and his martial soul radiated an enigmatic aura. The elderly man, with a beard resembling a spear, smiled with a hint of amusement. Buzz. As the bell of the human emperor was raised, the surrounding leaves, disturbed by an immense force, converged upon the bell's body, embodying a profound silence of the Great Way. The soul power within Jiang Chuan was instantly siphoned away, leaving him significantly weakened. With a resounding crash, he plummeted heavily to the ground. The surrounding air shimmered visibly in response. Tang Hao clenched his right fist, and as he forcefully twisted it, the imprint of his fist collided violently with the emperor's bell. The sound reverberated like the roar of a tiger or the cry of a dragon. A tempestuous wind surged fiercely. With a crack, the ground beneath them split open, creating a gaping chasm. The billowing cloak of Tang Hao rustled ominously, and his unwavering expression was nothing short of astonishing. One could only wonder about the appetite of the martial soul beneath the Haotian crown. The excitement in Jiang Chuan's eyes was palpable. The first strike of the title Douluo was indeed formidable, and his martial spirit was nothing short of remarkable. However, his palm tingled, almost slipping from his grasp. It was likely that the latter felt similarly. It was truly peculiar. To wield such a martial spirit was a rarity that I have seldom encountered in my lifetime. You have successfully piqued my interest. Therefore, I shall not hesitate to engage with you in combat. As Tang Hao spoke, wisps of crimson soul power coiled around his legs, then coursed throughout his entire being, flowing through his limbs and meridians. In an instant, a massive iron hammer materialized in his right hand, adorned with ancient runes, towering as tall as a person and weighing beyond measure. Upon observing this hammer, Jiang Chuan felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. It undoubtedly belonged to the unparalleled weapon spirit, the Haotian hammer. Following the established protocol, without the utilization of soul power or soul skills, and while restraining the might of the weapon spirit, it remains to be seen whether your human emperor bell can withstand the onslaught of the Haotian crown. Jiang Chuan took the lead, his feet propelling him forward with a sound as powerful as a dragon soaring and a tiger leaping. With a soul power of 29 levels, he infused the emperor's bell with vitality, and the heavy black object in his hand instantaneously magnified several dozen times. The majesty of the martial soul surged forth, not much less formidable than the Haotian hammer. Sensing the intensity of his opponent's aura, Tang Hao wasted no time. His gaze sharpened as he directly locked onto the emperor's bell in Jiang Chuan's grasp. With a swift motion of his right hand, the Haotian hammer ascended, stirring a cloud of debris, and with a sudden shift of his foot, the hammer's face carved a deep trench into the ground. He seemingly regarded this youth as someone far beneath his son's age. At the moment the emperor's bell and the Haotian hammer intersected, a profound resonance erupted. The sky, once bright and clear, was abruptly shrouded in dark clouds. The booming sound of thunder echoed like a ferocious beast roaring within the clouds. The intersection of these two ultimate martial souls unleashed a thunderous reverberation, devastating the surrounding area within hundreds of meters as if subjected to an energy onslaught. Ancient trees splintered, stones shattered, and the ground became a chaotic landscape of pits and mounds. The destructive force was palpable, the sound of the bell seemingly coalescing into a wave that spread far beyond the immediate vicinity. This surge of power even reached Shrek Academy, where the participants of the fourth examination were present. Zhao Wujia looked at Jiang Chuan and the others with a smug expression, taunting. "Ha! You juniors are still too inexperienced. You lack the strength to withstand even 3 moves from me, yet you dare to call yourselves monsters?" Observing this, Daimyo Bai could only sigh helplessly while holding his forehead. Although Zhao Wujia's words were harsh, his heart was tumultuous. The newly inducted Shrek students undoubtedly possessed unparalleled talent on the continent, and their temperament and perseverance were evident. Even though they had not endured 3 moves from him, it was still remarkable that they had managed to stand their ground. As he pondered this, his gaze wavered. He recalled that another student had vanished without a trace. He had just unleashed his martial soul and had focused his eyes on that youth, only to see a vast ocean of soul power, leaving him uncertain whether it was merely an illusion. Just as he was about to voice his inquiry, an unexpected sound interrupted him. Layer upon layer of resonant bell tones surged forth. Bang, bang, bang. The glass of the Shrek Academy dormitories shattered under the impact, and the wooden structures were reduced to dust. With a sudden jolt from the bell's resonance, Zhao Wujia felt as though his insides had been turned upside down, causing him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of congealed blood, his complexion turning pale. With a look of bewilderment, he directed his gaze toward the source of the sound on the back mountain of Shrek Academy, his lips twitching slightly, utterly unaware of what had transpired. "What is that?" Ning Rorong asked, fear evident in her expression. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu exchanged startled glances, their faces frozen in shock. No one could provide an answer. Tang San succinctly elucidated, "It is the sound of the bell." He possessed a meticulous mind, his purple extreme demon eye fixated upon the source of the bell's toll. The resonance within the continent could not possibly wield such influence. He surmised it was a manifestation of the martial soul. Although this conclusion seemed rather hasty, the bell's sound undeniably harbored soul power, leaving only this final possibility. "The bell," Ning Rongrong murmured softly. "Teacher Zhao." The crowd turned in unison to the pallid face of Zhao Wujie, exclaiming in chorus. Chapter 43, A Contest of Souls, Zhao Wujie in Confrontation. Daimu Bai, astonished, instinctively blurted out, "Teacher Zhao?" The two fell into a profound silence. They withdrew their hands as their respective ultimate martial souls receded, and the chaotic soul power surrounding them gradually subsided. Jiang Chuan's hands trembled with a numbing sensation, and the Emperor's bell in his grasp felt as if it had been heated to a fiery red. He was acutely aware that the power wielded by Tang Hao was merely a fraction of its usual intensity, yet in their collision, he remained steadfast. Astounded by the resonance of the Emperor's bell, its remarkable utility extended far beyond this. It is worth noting that this bell grows stronger in the presence of formidable force. Had it not been for the impact of Tang Hao's Haotian hammer, the sound it produced would not have been so resounding. Intriguingly, this could be employed as a ranged soul skill. "What is the name of this remarkable bell?" Tang Hao inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Jiang Chuan once dismissed the name of this martial soul, yet now he finds himself intrigued by the identity of this bell. "The name of the bell is the Emperor's bell." Jiang Chuan's voice resonated with authority. "The Emperor?" Tang Hao's expression shifted slightly. "Which sect does it belong to? Under whose auspices does it fall? This is certainly not a mutated martial soul, yet I have never heard of such an artifact on the continent." In truth, Tang Hao wished to express that if this Emperor's bell indeed stands in the realm of the continent, its sect stature must be at least comparable to that of the Haotian sect, if not superior. Yet, with such a resplendent martial soul, how could he have been unaware of its existence? For instance, the nine-heart sea butterfly, though a lineage passed down solely through one branch, still holds its name in the world, not entirely overshadowed by the brilliance of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda. It appears Jiang Chuan jested slightly, his gaze directed towards the fourth barrier square. Their competition has also concluded. The latter understood, as Jiang Chuan evidently did not wish to elaborate. He exchanged a knowing smile, refraining from further inquiries. However, the martial soul of the other had indeed captured his attention. Fortunately, as a titled Douluo who has weathered many trials, he would not be easily astonished by such a martial soul as another might be. "Very well, I require your assistance with the task. It seems that even under the mantle of Haotian, my opponent remains distracted. I too have the desire to seek counsel from Master Zhao Wujie." Jiang Chuan understood the situation well. Tang Hao's eyes brightened. It seemed that the young man bore not only extraordinary strength, but also a profound character. "Very well. This matter shall be entrusted to you, and rest assured, I shall not treat you unjustly." The latter's gaze flickered, a smile dancing at the corners of his lips. He was not seeking to avenge Tang San and the others, nor did he find it particularly useful to rely on Tang Hao. He merely wished to engage in a friendly spar with Zhao Wujie. Whoosh! Tang Hao's figure flickered as he concealed himself back into the shade of the trees. Although Jiang Chuan's prowess is formidable, he remains far from Zhao Wujie's level in a life-and-death struggle. He intends to stay here to settle the score. What on earth transpired during that day? When Flanders returns, I must inquire thoroughly. Zhao Wujie, clutching his chest, managed to sit upon a wooden chair. He had inadvertently harmed Xiao Wu, which ignited Tang San's fury. The boy's piercing gaze still lingers in his mind. Just as he was poised for confrontation, he was unexpectedly shaken by a sudden, profound revelation, nearly spilling blood. At that critical moment, Zhao Wujie had failed to activate his soul power and martial spirit, which resulted in his injuries. He shifted his tone, his expression calming. The recent recruits, though small, possess commendable talent. Among them is Flanders, that old ghost from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. This should be thrilling. The young lad named Tang San has an impressive intensity in his gaze, warranting focused cultivation. After all, jade must be carved to reveal its brilliance. As he mused on this, Zhao Wujie chuckled softly. However, his enormous palm struck the wooden table, revealing a flash of indignation. That brat Daimu Bai, displaying such earnestness towards others, had never before shown such emotion. It piqued his curiosity regarding the boy's identity. Tomorrow, he would certainly question Mubai to uncover the reasons behind it. Humph. Zhao Wujie let out a cold snort, preparing to address recent affairs concerning Shrek. Suddenly, A gust of cool wind swept through. Upon closer reflection, it carried an unsettling chill. He felt a shiver run down his spine. Bang! The window burst open under the force of the wind. Zhao Wujia, allow me to conclude what remained unfinished during the day. The voice dripped with mockery. Daytime. Zhao Wujia's expression darkened. He suddenly recalled the chimes of the bell from earlier. Could this person be the culprit? Humph. A bold rogue daring to commit violence within Shrek? Zhao Wujia's anger flared as he slammed the table, standing on the window ledge, his robust arms tensed. Spirit energy coursing through his legs as he shot forth like an arrow. That little brat runs surprisingly fast. The shadow ahead darted through the shade of Shrek's back mountain. Moving with remarkable agility, Zhao Wujia charged forward, his swift actions sweeping aside trees and boulders that obstructed his path, reducing them to dust. Suddenly, he arrived at an open area. He surveyed his surroundings, detecting no immediate threats. If I have been lured out, why does he not show himself? Zhao Wujia's voice dripped with menace as he declared, if you do not reveal yourself soon, do not blame me for being impolite. Teacher Zhao, it has been a while. As Jiang Chuan gradually emerged under the resplendent moonlight, his tone remained indifferent. Oh, you are that student who came to the fourth gate this afternoon, are you not? Zhao Wuji fixed his gaze upon him and directly spoke. Why did you suddenly vanish? Moreover, did you just provoke me? Are you not aware that I am Zhao Wuji, the immutable king? This matter may not end well. Boom. Surrounding Zhao Wuji were 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings, emanating a fiery crimson glow. Simultaneously, his muscles swelled as if inflated, and he teasingly raised his chin towards Jiang Chuan. Zhao Wuji was a level 73, 7-ringed, fierce attack-type soul master, while Jiang Chuan was merely a level 29, 2-ringed, support-type weapon soul master. What? You are a support-type soul master? Zhao Wuji exclaimed in astonishment. It was difficult for him to fathom that the soul power just displayed had been unleashed by a support-type soul master. Furthermore, it appeared that today's tolling of the bell was not orchestrated by the man before him. Puff. Jiang Chuan leisurely conjured a budding emerald lotus with his left hand, exuding an aura brimming with vitality and a gradually ascending sacred presence, rendering him akin to a divine oracle. So, how do you intend to confront me? Zhao Wuji, visibly disheartened, shook his head and then revealed a cruel smile. In that case, let the heavy price for your earlier audacity be paid. Who says that a support-type spirit cannot be employed in actual combat? Teacher Zhao, feel free to strike. I, Jiang Chuan, shall receive it all. Jiang Chuan smiled softly and murmured, System, extend the duration of the first soul ring. Chapter 44, The Mighty King Kong Bear, A Battle of Life and Death. Bestow an enhancement of 20,000 years. Buzz. The black soul ring between Jiang Chuan expanded incessantly, gradually shifting in hue. With a soft hum, the soul ring trembled in response. Under Zhao Wujia's astonished gaze, it slowly transformed to a vivid red. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Jiang Chuan. Utterly captivated, the latter chuckled awkwardly and remarked, Some people fancy themselves as celestial dragons, unaware that they are but mere ants. With a mocking gaze, Jiang Chuan cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Wuji. 10, 100,000 years of soul rings. Zhao Wuji, appearing as though he had lost a dear relative, hesitated, his voice faltering. His legs trembled involuntarily. Are you, perhaps, a titled Douluo? He believed that only such a distinguished status could validate the scene before him. Yet, Jiang Chuan seemed no older than Daimubai. How was this possible? His head spun as if the very heavens were in turmoil. Zhao's forgetful nature was certainly unappealing. I pride myself on possessing the soul power of the 29th level, a second-ring auxiliary system soul master. Jiang Chuan spoke in a low voice. He was not concerned about Zhao Wujia and Tang Hao discovering his 100,000-year soul ring. Firstly, there was no necessity for them to eliminate him, and moreover, they may not possess the capability to do so. Secondly, this would further underscore his identity as a monster. Otherwise, once he became a teacher, given Zhao Wujia's temperament, he would likely create numerous obstacles. It would be far better to settle everything in one go today. Impossible, Zhao Wujia snapped back to reality. Pointing at the 100,000-year soul ring on Jiang Chuan's hand, his voice laced with urgency. This must be a fabrication. Your soul possesses the ability to change colors? In response, Jiang Chuan fixed Zhao Wujia with a calm gaze, then silently smiled. Tang Hao, observing from the shade of a tree, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He shook his head slightly, muttering gloomily, This fool Zhao Wujia is utterly flustered. It is undoubtedly a genuine 100,000-year soul ring. The aura emanating from it cannot be feigned. He smirked, raising a red soul ring from his fingertips and emphasizing, It is identical. Had it not been for the multiple shocks Jiang Chuan had inflicted upon him, He might have anticipated the extraordinary signs manifesting in his companion. One could only imagine that Tang Hao's expression at this moment would mirror Zhao Wuji's. A profound silence enveloped the air. No matter how you perceive it, you little rascal, daring to deceive even me, I shall certainly put you through your paces. Zhao Wujie revealed a cruel smile, cracking his knuckles. Without even activating his martial soul, he lunged towards Jiang Chuan's forehead. The 100,000-year soul ring had already transcended. He now possessed a chaotic blue lotus healing ability that returned 500% of the damage taken. Such healing from injuries would render Jiang Chuan virtually indomitable. In the face of Teacher Zhao, how could I not give my all? First soul skill, borrowing arrows with straw boats. Second soul skill, holy shield. Jiang Chuan raised his hand, drawing forth a long blade enveloped in purple light from the silver chain at his chest, the demon blade of 1,000 edges. Fully armed, he radiated an aura of sanctity, with 2 rings, one red and one purple, encircling his feet, emanating a holy brilliance. Wrapped in this formidable energy, he appeared remarkably divine. Humph, such pretense. I have already seen through your first soul ring. Will you continue to deceive yourself? Let Teacher Zhao impart a lesson to you. Zhao Wujing let out a cold snort, his right fist enveloped in a layer of golden energy, ready to shatter you with a small dagger. In the next moment, a piercing sound echoed. The surroundings seemed to plunge into a pitch-black silence, eerily tranquil. In an instant, a streak of purple light carved a path of blood. Crash! The faint impressions of fists on Jiang Chuan's abdomen gradually faded away. His complexion turned a shade paler, only to be replaced miraculously by a flush of vitality on his cheeks, as if life itself surged within him. Each breath resonated with an exuberant vigor. Aha! Such a sensation is truly exhilarating. Jiang Chuan tilted his head, casting a glance back, and with a smile, he remarked, never tiresome. Zhao Wuji fixated his gaze on the back of his hand, where blood had seeped from the wound, and 2 drops fell upon the green leaves below. As he met Jiang Chuan's gaze, a chilling unease seeped into him. How could your blade possibly harm me? Just moments ago, my left fist clearly struck your abdomen. Yet you appear unscathed, and your vitality seems to flourish even more. Perplexed, Zhao Wuji touched his own cheek, his expression one of bewilderment, as he pondered. Am I still dreaming? Tang Hao, stationed beneath the tree's shade, coldly interjected, Fool, do you not see the truth even now? This is evidently the opponent's soul skill. With a smirk, his lips parted slightly, and his eyes gleamed as he regarded the demonic blade, Qianren, in Jiang Chuan's hand. Lingering on it for a moment before he continued, this weapon possesses craftsmanship far superior to any I forged at my peak. How could it possibly be shattered by you? Tang Hao's mind was no less tumultuous than Zhao Wuji's. The mere great soul master withstood a strike from a soul sage, remaining utterly unharmed and seemingly rejuvenated. This environment must be extraordinary. It is evident that the opponent's auxiliary soul tool is anything but ordinary. Furthermore, how did he manage to absorb a soul ring of 100,000 years right from the start? It could not be a result of his own hunting. It must be a legacy. 100,000-year soul beast willingly becoming Jiang Chuan's soul ring. Yet, such a notion is even more confounding. How could such a soul beast exist within the continent? Tang Hao wore an expression of utter perplexity. Young man, you have thoroughly enraged me, Zhao Wuji bellowed, his voice reverberating with golden ripples as a colossal brown bear, enveloped in a haze of golden energy, materialized behind him, its presence fearsome and imposing. Towering at 3 feet high, instilling sheer terror. With a roar from the giant bear, the surrounding trees were uprooted, and rocks scattered like firecrackers. The left eye of his martial spirit bore a scar. Jiang Chuan straightened his slightly hunched back, and the formidable Titan bear finally compelled me to take him seriously. You actually recognize the Titan bear martial soul? That shows some insight. Wait, what did you say? Haha. You want me to take you seriously? Haha. Zhao Wujie's voice was somewhat distorted, resembling a colossal brown bear roaring. In a fit of rage, he did not hesitate. With a powerful push from his legs, he lunged forward like a cannonball, raising his resplendent right arm to strike down fiercely. However, Jiang Chuan did not flinch or evade, boldly meeting him head-on. The collision of their forces created a tumultuous surge, with the intertwining soul power suffusing the area. Yet, Jiang Chuan seemed far from satisfied. He unleashed all his soul power, unreservedly charging towards Zhao Wujie. In Tang Hao's eyes, the encounter had escalated from mere sparring into a battle for survival. Chapter 45, Ultimate Weapon Martial Soul. Uniting to strike the Ming King. Most importantly, Zhao Wujie was fueled by fury. If Jiang Chuan's strength were insufficient, he would undoubtedly be at risk of being fatally harmed by his opponent. Tang Hao was eager to join the fray. Jiang Chuan must not perish. For both personal and public reasons, he must survive. The feeble ant shakes the tree, and before Zhao Wuji, the aurora bursts forth in a dazzling display. A resonant hum fills the air. The intertwining of spiritual energies ensnares dust, air, and leaves into a singular mass. With a sharp crackle, another flash of crimson light ignites. To the naked eye, a glimmer of blade arcs through the air, executing a sweeping strike that spans 180 degrees, trailing a ribbon of blood. Jiang Chuan was forcefully propelled backward, his body carving a deep trench in the ground as he skidded for several hundred meters. With a great exhalation, he released a wave of warmth, his cheeks flushed with excitement. His second spirit ability had successfully negated the lethal blow, while his first spirit ability, infused with an astonishing 500% healing power from the chaotic blue lotus, enveloped him in a sensation akin to flowing through a warm spring. This surge of vitality even shattered the seals of certain meridians within him, had it not been for the constraints of his spirit rings. His spirit power might have experienced a phenomenal leap. Zhao Wujie, his eyes glinting, focused on the wound on his right arm. He was not a fool, and sensed the peculiar drawbacks of the situation. Turning his gaze toward Jiang Chuan, he bore an expression of profound contemplation, momentarily stunned. Tang Hao hesitated, his grip on the hammer wavering before he retracted it. How could this be the state of affairs? A single strike from Zhao Wujie should have been sufficient to severely injure a spirit emperor, yet Jiang Chuan remained unscathed? Have my eyes deceived me? Tang Hao's voice was laced with disbelief, struggling to comprehend the enigma that was Jiang Chuan. You, young man, are indeed a conundrum, Zhao Wujie stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Teacher Zhao, my interest in battle has only just ignited. Jiang Chuan switched the demon blade Qianren into his left hand, while his right hand formed a grasp in the air. Suddenly, a swirling mass of black smoke emanated from his palm, which then transformed into a small bell of deep ebony hue, expanding relentlessly under the impetus of his soul power. In the blink of an eye, boom, the bell struck Zhao Wujie's face. Despite being renowned for his impeccable form, at this moment he resembled a kite severed from its string, violently pushed back by the imperial bell. Thunderous roars echoed. Zhao Wujie was plunged into unconsciousness, staggering under the relentless force of the bell until he finally came to a halt 100 meters away. The path was littered with the trees he had devastated, and the ground lay pockmarked and uneven. You rascal, I am truly enraged. Zhao Wujie bellowed furiously, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. Behind him, the mighty golden bear, with a slight wave of its arm, incinerated the boulders weighing down upon him as if they were mere paper. Seventh soul skill, martial spirit manifestation. Consumed by rage, Zhao Wujie entered a state of transcendence, his body swelling like an inflated balloon until he transformed into a colossal 3-meter-tall brown bear, his eyes adorned with pure golden runes. With a resounding roar, 7 soul rings twinkled around him, their harmonious clashes resonating like piano keys, creating a cacophony of sound. As a tempest brewed, boom, the essence of Jiang Chuan's soul power intertwined with his martial spirit, causing the Emperor's bell to resonate ominously as it clashed with Zhao Wujie's soul energy. 2 soul rings, one red and one purple, spiraled forth, settling upon his arms, bestowing upon him an even greater reservoir of strength. Zhao Wujie. Tang Hao found himself unable to maintain his composure. If this continued, Jiang Chuan might not even fear the true form of Zhao Wujie's martial spirit. Who else had come to court death? Zhao Wujie spoke with contempt. Now transformed into a towering golden bear exceeding 3 meters in height, his heart of pure courage rendering him utterly fearless. Tang Hao emitted a soft, disdainful snort, a slight smirk gracing his lips. When one strikes the young, the elder shall inevitably seek justice. Zhao Wujie, I shall not employ my martial spirit. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I will let you go. A disheartening scene unfolded. 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black. 1 red. 9 soul rings slowly descended from Tang Hao's head. Zhao Wujie's eyes trembled with disbelief. It was as though he had encountered a specter. Who might you be? Is there some misunderstanding between us? Jiang Chuan interjected. Enough of the nonsense. Do you not wish to battle? I am eager to test the might of your martial soul's true form. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie felt a pang of trepidation. Could a mere youth, possessing a soul power of only 29 levels, truly utter such words? He intended to test his martial soul's true form? Glancing at Jiang Chuan ahead and then at Tang Hao behind him, he found himself ensnared with no avenue for retreat. Moreover, both opponents bore a blood-red, 10,000-year soul ring, which filled his gaze and loomed ever closer. The Imperial Bell, the Haodian Hammer. From these 2 supreme martial souls emanated a faint, crackling lightning, a breath of utter annihilation. as if their very existence was destined for the destruction of heaven and earth. Could it be that there is some misunderstanding between us? Zhao Wujing implored. Behold, I am Zhao Wujing, a teacher of Shrek Academy. He wiped the sweat from his brow, even too proud to acknowledge his title as the unmoved king. Suddenly, a resonant boom echoed. The soul power from Shrek's back mountain surged forth in waves. The slumbering Tang San and his companions were roused, gazing curiously at the back mountain, their vision obscured by the soul power that billowed like smoke. Before them stood a colossal brown bear, appearing fearsome and ferocious, yet displaying an expression of utter distress. First, a resounding bell struck its face, causing it to stumble, followed by the emergence of a massive hammer that drove it into the earth, creating a deep crater. The imposing bear was tossed about like a mere ball, its anguish cries audible from afar. Why does its voice seem so familiar to me? Tang San pondered. Clutching his chest, his voice weak with uncertainty, Oscar yawned widely, pushing back his tousled hair, who was making such a ruckus at this late hour. Gradually, the sky darkened to a deep purple, only to brighten even further, as if an overwhelming tide of soul power was surging toward them. Whoosh! A pair of enormous purple wings swept past, heading directly toward Shrek's back mountain. Hey, Xiaoao, what is it? Tang San followed his friend's astonished gaze toward the majestic wings, his eyes deep with intrigue. Is that a flying-type martial soul? His soul power is immense. Little San, close the windows tightly, and do not concern yourself with whatever transpires tonight, Oscar urged, a shiver running down his spine as he hastily shut the window and drew the tattered curtains. He returned to bed, filled with doubt alongside Tang San. At Shrek's back mountain, might I request that you two cease hostilities? Is it possible there exists a misunderstanding? Perhaps you could temper your anger for the sake of my old friend, Flinder? Chapter 46. The Melodies Fade, Teacher Jiang Chuan. A pair of purple wings drifted across the firmament, obscuring the heavens and veiling the moon, as the twin wings continuously circled, expanding to reveal a weathered visage. It resembled a humanoid owl. Tang Hao waved his hands resolutely, casting a sidelong glance at the heavens, and declared with indignation, "Four-eyed cat owl, Flander? Humph. A level 76 soul saint, unworthy of disturbing me, be gone. My lord, the Haotian crown, I beseech you to cease hostilities with your brother. Surely there is some misunderstanding between us." Zhao Wujing lamented, his face etched with desperation. Upon seeing the Haotian hammer, his heart sank. Even a fool could discern the identity of this title Douluo. Flander, come to my aid. This is a matter of life and death. In response, Flander cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Wujing, snorting softly through his nose, and chose to ignore him. Turning his attention to Tang Hao and Jiang Chuan, he smiled amiably, albeit with a hint of flattery, and suggested, "Gentlemen, might I inquire about the grievances you hold against Teacher Zhao that compel you to bring him to the brink of demise? Perhaps it would be more prudent to sit down and engage in a friendly exchange with him. My meager soul power, I am certain, would not cause him any discomfort." Jiang Chuan chuckled lightly. Zhao Wujie, who concealed his martial spirit's true form, nearly spat out the accumulated blood within him. Jiang Chuan's strikes were lethal, leaving him dazed and battered, his body marred by wounds inflicted by his opponent, yet he audaciously claimed to have held back. This drove him to the brink of madness. I stated that Zhao Wujie could not withstand 3 of my blows. Today, he could not escape the torment of his flesh. Tang Hao's voice resonated with an undeniable authority, compelling even Flander to retreat. A flash of red and black collided with Zhao Wujie's martial spirit's true form, erupting into a thunderous cloud of smoke, leaving Zhao Wujie coughing up blood incessantly. Fear gripped his heart as he helplessly shook his head. The martial spirit, seemingly possessing a will of its own, unfurled its right wing, obscuring Flander's vision. In the aftermath, Zhao Wujie was left bruised and battered, his body repeatedly ravaged. He continued to wail in agony. Yet upon catching Tang Hao's knowing glance, he instinctively silenced himself. Zhao Wujie recalled my earlier instructions. Should he dare to neglect them, he would not be spared. "This young brother Jiang Chuan, may we meet again by fate," came the echo of Tang Hao, who had already vanished like smoke, leaving no trace behind. "Ah!" Zhao Wujie gasped in pain, leaning against an ancient tree, his expression one of grievance. "Brother Jiang Chuan, I sincerely apologize for my previous offenses. Please bear with me." Jiang Chuan stood beside the shade of a tree, gazing down in silence. The water had washed away the Dragon King Temple. Flinder, seeing that the matter had come to a close, hurried over, awkwardly raising both hands in an apologetic gesture towards Jiang Chuan. "Teacher Jiang Chuan, Zhao Wujie's unfortunate enough as it is. If this continues, he will surely feel too ashamed to face his students tomorrow. Why not spare him this time? If there's a next time, I will gladly take care of him for you." He rubbed his hands together. Flinder, what do you call him? Teacher? Zhao Wuji's voice echoed like a battle cry, as if struck by a sudden realization. He clutched his chest, supporting himself with his left hand. Fixing his gaze firmly on Flinder, yearning for clarification. Ahem. Flinder raised his right hand to his mouth, clearing his throat, while his left gestured toward Jiang Chuan in a formal manner, declaring, "This is our new teacher at Shrek Academy, Jiang Chuan." Zhao Wuji's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could inquire further, Flinder leaned in, whispering softly into his ear, "What he possesses is not merely strength. It is a wealth of knowledge that rivals that of masters. Such a talent can provide invaluable guidance to us Shrek students. Will you let this opportunity for fame slip away?" Zhao Wuji scratched his head, suddenly recalling that after manifesting his martial spirit, Jiang Chuan had instantly identified the great strength bear. Furthermore, during their battle, Jiang Chuan demonstrated a profound understanding of his soul skills. Such unparalleled mastery left him in awe. However, the subsequent pain had overshadowed this realization, but Flinder's reminder brought clarity, causing a subtle shift in his gaze towards Jiang Chuan. How is this possible? He is only in his teens. Why ask so many questions? Flinder cast a reproachful glance at Zhao Wuji, saying, "Dare you claim that among the students we've gathered, there are none harboring secrets? Jiang Chuan is simply more exceptional. In time, the truth will become evident." Zhao Wuji nodded in understanding, then abruptly changed the subject. "True enough. Flinder, you old rascal, how could you stand by and watch me get beaten?" The latter slapped his forehead, momentarily taken aback by Zhao Wuji's sudden shift in tone. One was a titled Douluo, and the other a rising star. He was well aware of the power unleashed by their discarded martial spirits. What good would it have done for him to intervene? It would only result in one more person taking a beating. He might as well let them fight freely. Moreover, who could blame him for being eager to test his skills in the afternoon? To become a monster within Shrek, how many possessed backgrounds that were extraordinary? Was he someone to be trifled with? Alas, such misfortune befalls me, Zhao Wuji conceded, burying his head in resignation. Teacher Zhao Wuji, Jiang Chuan leaped gracefully to the ground, appearing beside Zhao Wuji with an enigmatic presence, patting him on the shoulder and saying meaningfully, "There will be many opportunities for collaboration in the future. I hope for your kind assistance." Zhao Wuji forced a smile that was more painful than tears, replying, "All right, let us support each other." Flinder's expression darkened. "Blaming you for the altercation with the students today, which resulted in substantial damage to the Academy's property. Will you cover the repair costs? Or shall you work here for several years without pay to offset your wages?" "No, Flinder, you old rogue," Zhao Wuji stammered, attempting to explain. But the latter had already departed. "Teacher Jiang Chuan, due to this fool Zhao Wuji setting the Academy's buildings ablaze, our institution has suffered irreparable harm. Consequently, we can only reside in temporary accommodations. Please bear with us. The renovations will be completed shortly, and I shall escort you to my quarters. However, from my observations regarding this matter, you too bear part of the responsibility." Flinder habitually rubbed his hands together, a glint of mischief dancing in his eyes. "You shall receive your monthly soul coins," he chuckled. "Flinder, the dean, ought to know that in this world, only I and Yu Shaojiang can impart the correct philosophy of soul masters." As Jiang Chuan spoke, the two had already arrived at the student dormitory. He smiled and stepped into the room, shutting the wooden door behind him. "Ah, is there truly no opportunity for a little detour? After all, a mere 10 golden soul coins less each month counts for something. Teacher Jiang Chuan, you can collect dozens of golden soul coins at the Spirit Hall each month." Flinder raised his hand to pat the wooden door, only to find himself at a loss for words. The latter was evidently resolute. Chapter 47, The Fiery Horse and the Authority of Students. The following morning, chirp, a few wind chimes sang out as they soared by. Through the wall, Jiang Chuan could hear whispers nearby. "Die, die. A new student has arrived, and today is a holiday. What do you think?" "What do you mean? Die?" At this point, you don't need to pretend, right? Of course, it's time to go out and enjoy ourselves. Scram. Who would go to such a place? If you want to go, hurry up. Huh. Die. Are you feeling all right? Why are you talking nonsense? Why act so innocent at this time? Fatty, I warn you, I have always been quite innocent. All right, don't place such a label on me. Innocent? Huh. I believe a chicken outside the academy is purer than you. This is truly the funniest joke I've heard. Honestly, Die, the women you've been with far exceed my count. Just last week, I saw you with the city lord's daughter, completely naked. Fatty, that was in the past. If you keep babbling, I swear I'll knock your head off. Dai Mubai's voice was slightly anxious. Another voice gradually dimmed, Aren't you the one who takes pride in such things? Fine. Today, I'll go find Suehua. Let me tell you, I've turned over a new leaf. Now I'm heading to deliver meals to teacher Jiang Chuan. You'd better watch yourself from now on. As Dai Mubai spoke, he held a plate of sausages in his left hand and gently pushed the wooden door with his right. Hey, Dai, you're not acting normally. Delivering food to the teacher? Are you still asleep? Or have you been enchanted? The man in a red outfit chattered incessantly, even laughing heartily. In just one night, Dai Mubai's demeanor had completely changed, even boasting of his innocence, which made him laugh even more. Ma Hongjun? Jiang Chuan stepped outside, stretching lazily in the warm sunlight. How did you know my name? Ah, teacher? Oh, you are that new peer teacher from Shrek, right? Ma Hongjun raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Jiang Chuan. You're younger than me, yet you managed to defeat Dai Mubai. It's only because you haven't crossed paths with a powerful assault-type martial spirit like mine. As he spoke, Ma Hongjun even gave a thumbs up to Jiang Chuan's face. Seems you are quite unconvinced. Jiang Chuan adjusted his white sleeve attire and inquired. He was well aware that Ma Hongjun's martial spirit was the evil fire phoenix, inherently accompanied by an insuppressible malevolence that bestowed upon him a fearless confidence. However, this also presented a significant flaw. The abundant evil energy necessitated a release of yang. Moreover, failing to subdue this little rotund fellow could lead to unforeseen troubles in the future. Enough talk, fatty, commanded Dai Mubai from the side. Fully understanding the implications of the latter's words, Jiang Chuan is acutely aware of his own true strength. It is not merely a matter of defeating him. Even a solo confrontation against both himself and the robust individual beside him would be more than sufficient. Should the adversary truly take action, the repercussions would be utterly dire. Perhaps, on this day, the portcullis of Shrek would prove insurmountable for the rotund fellow. Dai Lauda, why do you appear so submissive? I hold no fear of him. The hefty man boisterously declared, tugging at his ample belly. Dai Mubai rubbed his forehead, letting out a wry smile, inwardly lamenting the impending misfortune that awaited the bulky individual. Ma Hongjun, you may seek my assistance regarding the matter of expelling thee in the future. There is no need for you to wander aimlessly elsewhere. Jiang Chuan splashed his face with clear water from the side, and after wiping it clean with a towel, he leisurely remarked. Slacking off? Ma Hongjun interjected, his expression darkening as he clenched his fists, producing a cracking sound. I've heard you are a support-type spirit master? How arrogant. Relying on Dai Lauda to bring you meals? Are you tired of living? Fatty, this is my choice, Dai Mubai interjected. Step aside, Dai Lauda. Your indulgence has only encouraged him. Soon his nose will be pointed towards the sky. I must teach him a lesson. I truly do not understand why Master brought him here. Is he meant to serve as our punching bag? Ma Hongjun forcefully pushed aside Dai Mubai's arms, rolled up his sleeves, and fixed his gaze on Jiang Chuan, inching closer to his face with an unfriendly snort. By the look of you, it seems the wicked fire within you is about to burst forth again. Isn't it? Well then, Jiang Chuan seized a sausage from Dai Mubai's platter and, while chewing, mumbled, Come, unleash all your soul power. Boss Dai, do not hinder me. The sight of this brat infuriates me. Ma Hongjun, brimming with intensity, found Jiang Chuan's deliberate tone intolerable. With a hum, 2 crimson soul rings detached from his head, swirling around his waist as his aura surged, rendering the very air around them blistering. Kid, have you been struck dumb? Ma Hongjun taunted, misinterpreting Jiang Chuan's calm demeanor as fear. You, a support-type martial soul, audaciously wish to contend with me? This is what it means to feign bravado. Be wary lest you end up scorched by your own flames. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chuan's words struck like a thunderclap. I shall not employ my martial soul, nor even my soul skills. I will wield only a cold weapon. Dare to fight? Afraid of you? Come forth, and let your recklessness be your downfall. The corners of Ma Hongjun's eyes twitched. With a roar, searing flames erupted from his mouth, the heat intense as it surged towards Jiang Chuan's face. Teacher, Dai Mubai exclaimed, stamping his right foot into a defensive stance, invoking his second soul skill, White Tiger Barrier. No need, I shall handle this. Jiang Chuan gently patted the shoulder of the latter, and in a flash of cold light from his right hand, he wielded the enchanted blade, Thousand Edges, with a speed that was almost imperceptible. An astonishing scene unfolded. Dai Mubai's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the dark flames in the plump man's mouth being cleaved in two, shooting past Jiang Chuan on either side. He stood there, dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. The dark flames were known to refine matter. They could even scorch his tiger claws. So how could they possibly be split asunder? Surely, he must have been hallucinating. Not only Dai Mubai, but the individual involved, Ma Hongjun, also appeared taken aback. How could this be? What manner of weapon do you wield? My dark flames were, astonishingly, severed in twain. Ma Hongjun even exaggeratedly rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Ah, Jiang Chuan and his companions are here? A sudden voice interrupted the trio's thoughts. They instinctively turned their heads to discover Ning Rong approaching with light footsteps. Bathed in the warm sunlight, she radiated charm and smiled brightly at the group, stirring feelings of affection among them. Oh, Ma Hongjun's mouth fell open wide enough to fit an egg, drool pooling at the corners as his gaze fixated on Ning Rong's fair legs. Jiang Chuan. A gentle chime of laughter accompanied by a sweetly adorned girl with rabbit ears echoed, playfully extending her right index finger to tap at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 48. The Arrival of the Enchanted Blade, Altering the Scales of the Defiant. Another one? Dilaуда, surely my eyes are not deceiving me. Ma Hongjun meticulously rubbed his eyes, marveling at the extraordinary talent before him, far superior to any he had encountered previously. Ning Rong, with hands on her hips, pouted and remarked, "Oh, Jiang Chuan, are you battling a soul master? Why are you picking on him?" Xiaowu covered her lips with a teasing smile directed at Ma Hongjun. Tang San cast a sympathetic glance at Ma Hongjun before shaking his head in resignation. They all understood that Jiang Chuan was an existence of formidable strength, akin to a soul emperor. Engaging in combat with a chubby, seemingly simple-minded individual could hardly be deemed fair play. However, they remained unaware of the true circumstances. Jiang Chuan possesses a second martial soul, the ultimate weapon, known as the Emperor's Bell, which is arguably on par with the Haotian hammer. Just yesterday, he had already left Zhao Wujia battered and bruised. One wonders how the girls would feel upon learning this. Upon hearing the remarks of the crowd, the chubby fellow's face flushed with embarrassment, only to be swiftly replaced by anger. It was intolerable for him to lose face in front of the ladies, especially such beautiful ones. Pointing a pudgy finger, he declared, I challenge you to a duel using soul skills. I do not impose any restrictions on your use of soul skills, Jiang Chuan replied, having anticipated this scenario. Fine. The stout Ma Hongjun was thoroughly provoked. He threw his head back and roared, causing a yellow soul ring to emerge, resonating with the sound of clashing steel. Second soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. A torrent of blazing flames erupted from his mouth, incinerating everything in its path, leaving no remnants behind. Even the air quivered under the intense heat. The surrounding flowers and grasses were reduced to mere powder upon the gentlest contact, showcasing the extraordinary temperature of the flames. Truly, it was worthy of the ultimate beast soul. Yet, such power was insufficient to shake Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan raised the enchanted blade high above his head, effortlessly sweeping it forward. Humph, you are merely courting death, believing that your ragged weapon can sever my malevolent flames. Allow me to enlighten you. This is my second soul technique, the Phoenix Fire Line. Nothing can withstand its might, unless you possess the ability to evade it. In his heart, Ma Hongjun had already deemed Jiang Chuan's defeat inevitable. Then I shall simply put it to the test, he declared. Jiang Chuan remained unmoved, resolutely wielding the blade in his hand. At that moment, Ma Hongjun glanced at Ning Rong and others, observing their half-smiling, confident demeanor, which left him with an unsettling feeling he could not quite articulate. He shook his head vigorously, dismissing the thoughts. Suddenly, a flash of purple light erupted before him, blindingly brilliant, causing him to involuntarily shut his eyes. Buzz! The arc of the blade, trailing phoenix flames, spun around. Indeed, the phoenix flames did not sever the demonic blade of 1,000 edges. Instead, they were drawn into its essence, enhancing the weapon in Jiang Chuan's grasp. Immediately, a massive fireball roared to life, engulfing Jiang Chuan in flames as he raised the demonic blade of 1,000 edges high, emitting a resonant sound. I am well aware of this rotund man's flames. My white tiger physique can only withstand 60% of their force. However, the searing heat is beyond my endurance, and I cannot escape injury. But what weapon does Jiang Chuan wield? Dai Mubai pondered, clearly unaware that Jiang Chuan had once engaged in a duel with Li Yusong single-handedly. Otherwise, he would not foolishly inquire why the demonic blade of 1,000 edges possessed such power. Dai Mubai. You are unaware that brother Jiang Chuan and I have both mastered the art of forging. This blade is likely crafted by his own hands. At this, Tang San chuckled self-deprecatingly. Even my hidden weapons cannot compare to the exquisite craftsmanship of this blade. Brother Jiang Chuan's talent is truly humbling. The demonic blade of 1,000 edges is the name of this weapon? Dai Mubai gazed intently as Jiang Chuan wielded the electric purple long knife, and his eyes brightened. He hesitated momentarily before speaking. I never expected teacher Jiang Chuan to possess forging skills as well. This is utterly astonishing. What else could he possibly not know? You are unaware that, in my Douluo Empire, there have been some masters of soul-guided devices who pride themselves on being able to wield the power of soul masters without the need for martial spirits. They are regarded as madmen, yet I have witnessed someone successfully forge a first-grade soul-guided device, akin to the forging techniques you describe. Dai Mubai's words reached Jiang Chuan's ears. I recall that a millennium later, a soul master named He Kai too emerged on the Douluo Continent and joined the Shrek 7 monsters. He was born in the Douluo Empire. It seems that during this era, soul-guided devices have yet to flourish, existing in a time of burgeoning potential. However, these matters hold no relevance for him. They merely flitted through his mind. In contrast, Tang San curiously pressed on, Dai Mubai, soul-guided devices? As he spoke, his hand instinctively moved to his waist, where the 24-bridge Mingwen knight rested, revealing a hint of longing. Jiang Chuan observed Tang San's demeanor and smiled softly. It is noteworthy that his son-in-law, who will emerge as the protagonist of the Douluo Continent a millennium hence, is named Hui Yuhao, affectionately nicknamed Huigua. He's an exceptionally gifted soul master. However, considering Xiao Wu's current situation, whether she and Tang San can ultimately unite remains an enigma. Furthermore, there is Ning Rongrong. His presence appears to disrupt the established laws of the Douluo Continent. As for the soul fusion technique executed in tandem with Oscar, capable of reviving 11 deities, it poses no challenge for Jiang Chuan. The Chaos Qinglian he possesses may well grant him the ability to resurrect independently. It is essential to recognize that this is an ultimate auxiliary spirit soul. Thus, the fair-skinned and beautiful Ning Rongrong need not be tethered to Oscar. In contrast, there are also Lu Erlong, Hulaina, and Bibi Dong. Jiang Chuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. You, of all people, managed to cleave through my phoenix fire line. What manner of power is this? It is inconceivable. The ultimate fire attribute, the flames of the martial soul, can even incinerate gold and stone. Ma Hongjun appeared to be greatly affected, cradling his head in his hands, his bitter expression speaking volumes. Is that so? What do gold and stone truly signify? This demonic blade, 1,000 blades, can slice through iron like mud and sever mountains and stones. When compared, is it not akin to the disparity between a firefly and the bright moon, or an ant and a celestial dragon? Jiang Chuan's tone intensified. For Ma Hongjun, without delivering a fatal blow, he could not attain tranquility, let alone contemplate the revival of the phoenix martial soul. Jiang Chuan was acutely aware of the situation. This chubby lad, once his wicked impulses could no longer be restrained, would inevitably venture forth to wreak havoc upon innocent households. Chapter 49. Gift of the Blade to Slay Demons. Unsheathing the Blade, a natural deity. Ha! Yet another soul master, confidence shattered by Jiang Chuan. As Ning Rongrong stifled a chuckle behind her hand. They had long since grown accustomed to such scenes. In the Academy of Soul Masters in Nodding City, numerous nameless challengers approached Jiang Chuan, some even renowned, all bearing expressions of trepidation as they fled in disarray. Compared to them, this chubby fellow possessed somewhat greater talent. Yet he too faced defeat. Only Tang San remained, observing Ma Hongjun's martial soul and strength. He pondered whether he could withstand this chubby boy's prowess. Logically, he could not endure the flames just unleashed. Perhaps only by resorting to hidden weapons could he turn the tide. Tang San sighed wistfully. His words lingered in Jiang Chuan's ears, prompting a knowing smile. After all, it was Tang San, whose thoughts were intricately woven. While Ning Rongrong and the others cared solely about victory or defeat, he discerned the underlying intricacies. How could such a person not be favored by fortune? With genuine curiosity, he addressed Tang San. Little San, it seems you have a penchant for this blade? Why don't we engage in another transaction? What? Tang San inquired. His gaze drawn to the demon blade Qianren in Jiang Chuan's hand, revealing a look of longing. He was utterly perplexed. The blade, adorned with tortoise-like patterns and appearing on the verge of breaking, nevertheless, as Jiang Chuan had asserted, could slice through iron like mud and cleave stone as though it were gold, undeniably sharp. You seem puzzled. I can elucidate the construction of this blade for you. Jiang Chuan remarked, catching the glint in Tang San's eyes. He wiped the blade's edge with his right hand, producing a hissing sound, and continued. This demon blade Qianren is a weapon imbued with the essence of the soul, and thus cannot be compared to mere inanimate weapons. At this, Tang San interjected, inanimate weapons? His expression was one of confusion. Indeed, I too have heard of this matter, gleaned from Sword Grandfather, Ning Rongrong added. It is said such weapons require countless years to nurture, Even a titled Douluo like him has only managed to cultivate a few strands of divine resonance, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to access this realm. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong mention the sword Douluo, the crowd involuntarily shivered, casting aside their peculiar expressions. Save for Daimubai, who feigned indifference. Enough, Jiang Chuan raised a hand to halt the discourse, turning to gaze intently at Tang San. I am acutely aware of your doubts. Regarding your forging techniques, the objects you create are indeed weapons aimed at lethal intent. Tang San, anxious, queried, have I misunderstood this? Having lived 2 lives, he retained the knowledge of the Tang sect's hidden weapons and their philosophies. If Jiang Chuan were to refute him today, what would that mean for the hidden weapons he would wield in the future? No. Jiang Chuan raised his index finger and shook it before the other party, promptly dismissing the notion. The weapons forged are not contingent upon emotions. Such considerations bear no significance. As one well-versed in concealed weaponry, you ought to recognize that these are merely means to achieve the end of taking a life. There are myriad paths leading to Rome. The journey need not solely traverse the avenue of the soul. However, your most pressing dilemma lies in your current inability to wield lethal instruments to fulfill your higher hunting aspirations, which is precisely why you require the magic blade of 1,000 edges. With this revelation, Brother Chuan elucidated, and Tang San felt enlightened. He sincerely nodded in acknowledgement, acutely aware that what was being imparted to him was indeed the truth. Curiosity then prompted him to inquire, are you suggesting, Brother Chuan, that the magic blade of 1,000 edges could even be employed as a concealed weapon, despite it being a longsword? If it were merely a longsword, I would not engage in this transaction with you. Jiang Chuan gently flicked his fingers towards the demon blade of 1,000 edges. With a resounding crack, the longsword shattered as if it were mere fragments, transforming into wisps of iron and stone that floated in the void. How astonishing it was that these shards defied gravity. Could it be that the soul energy was infused during the forging of this blade? Yet, I have never heard of such a practice within the confines of the forging period. Daimubai found himself utterly perplexed, even momentarily lost in thought. The more he observed Jiang Chuan, the less he could fathom him. Just how much depth and hidden prowess did he possess? Is it not already abundantly clear? Jiang Chuan spoke with a pointed meaning. In truth, it is understandable that many do not grasp his intent, as their understanding of the forging profession is rather superficial. At present, they can only look towards Tang San with hope, wishing he might comprehend. The latter clenched his right hand into a fist and struck his left palm, realizing, Brother Chuan, your implication is to break in order to establish anew. The sharpest weapon is, in fact, the most fragile, for it has no fear of shattering. This embodies the essence of the demon blade with 1,000 edges, and what you refer to as my concealed weapon consists of these thousands of tiny fragments. Tang San's eyes narrowed as he gazed intently at the scattered shards on the ground. Such concealed weapons, once launched, could hardly avoid claiming lives. He now felt confident enough to challenge teacher Zhao once more. Jiang Chuan nodded in acknowledgement, neither affirming nor denying the other's words. That is partially correct, but sufficient. There is no need for perfection, just as nothing in this world is flawless. Take this blade, consider it alone. Tang San accepted the demon blade with 1,000 edges that Jiang Chuan offered. He looked at the blade's edge, his eyes sparkling with admiration. This blade is exquisite. Its craftsmanship rivals that of the King of Hell's seal. Little San, what is the King of Hell's seal? Xiaowu inquired, playfully tapping her ruby lips with her finger. Her curiosity piqued. It is a type of concealed weapon I created myself. This blade, Brother Chuan, can even cleave through my phoenix fire line. Why not sell it to me? I, Ma Hongjun, am willing to offer a generous price. Jiang Chuan shook his head, stating with gravity, such a transaction is beyond your means. Only Tang San is capable of affording it. Even Daimubai, standing nearby, displayed a glimmer of envy. If only he could possess such a weapon, complemented by the evil soul White Tiger. Wouldn't that allow him to engage in battles of a higher caliber? To sweep through foes effortlessly? Just as he was about to voice his intent to purchase, the words caught in his throat, leaving him momentarily speechless. All he could do was gaze longingly at the exquisite 1,000 blade, held by Tang San. It was indeed a remarkable blade. Tang San caressed the blade's edge, feeling its sharpness and clarity, exuding a crisp and invigorating aura. Although it was merely lent to him, it provided an immense sense of security. This transaction was truly worthwhile. However, Brother Chuan, I currently have 2 potential deals. What is it that you wish to gain from me? Tang San could not help but ask out of curiosity. In his experience, Jiang Chuan was the most inscrutable of individuals, as if he were a seer, possessing knowledge of all things, especially regarding Tang San. It seemed as though he could perceive everything. This thought provoked a deep contemplation within him. Do not rush. I have my own ingenious purposes, Jiang Chuan replied. A faint smile of amusement danced at the corner of Jiang Chuan's lips. Chapter 50. The Unrepentant Game of Douluo, the Monster Training Method. Tang San was engulfed by an inexplicable sensation of impending loss. However, at this moment, the enhancement of his strength took precedence. Xiao San, keep this blade close. Jiang Chuan approached Tang San, gently patting his shoulder, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he opened his mouth, only to leave his words unspoken. Tang San, what treasures do you possess? How could they command a price that even the Star Luo Empire and the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect cannot afford? Ning Rongrong interjected, her expression a mix of pouting and indignation. Dai Mubai rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It must be unrelated to gold soul coins and soul master resources. Otherwise, Teacher Jiang Chuan would not have declined my offer. His eyes brightened as he raised an index finger, pointing at Tang San's face with conviction. It must be something nonpareil in this world. Xiao San, this implies you are quite enigmatic. Dai Mubai's expression turned contemplative. To be esteemed by Teacher Jiang Chuan surely indicated his extraordinary qualities. That sounds quite plausible, Xiao Wu chimed in. So Xiao San, what secrets are you concealing? As a 10,000-year soul beast, she had encountered countless experiences. Tang San, possessing a transcendent disposition since childhood, regarded her as a sister. The only skepticism she felt was about his remarkable composure. Soon, Ma Hongjun revealed a mischievous glint in his eyes, as if attempting to discern any flaws in Tang San. Perhaps it's merely some concealed weapons, all of which I have developed, or perhaps this is what Brother Chuan desires. Tang San scanned the gazes of his companions. Chuckling lightly, concealed weapons? Ma Hongjun babbled on, as if eager to pry further. In a playful manner, he wrapped an arm around Ma Hongjun, raising an eyebrow with a teasing smirk, and quipped, Fatty, are your injuries not severe enough? Why delay your recovery? Should you fail to satisfy Tsui Hua, you understand. Ma Hongjun, not lacking in wit, discerned the underlying meaning and could only shake his head in dejection, clutching his chest as he staggered away towards the dormitory. Xiao San, the dean has declared today a holiday, Jiang Chuan remarked. Whenever I am capable of besting you, I shall challenge him once more. Xiao Wu, with a flirtatious gesture, beckoned with a coy finger, her voice laced with a hint of provocation. From this day forth, you shall train with me, allowing you to witness Sister Xiao Wu's prowess. With that, she playfully showcased her delicate fist before Tang San. Jiang Chuan remarked that she couldn't even defeat Tang San, which further ignited Xiao Wu's competitive spirit. Tang San, with a wry smile, murmured in a barely audible tone, is Brother Chuan entrusting this troublesome task to me? Allowing Xiao Wu to challenge herself is undoubtedly intended to aid her in enhancing her combat abilities. Yet, if I were to let her win too easily, wouldn't that ultimately harm her? He pondered. Very well, should you manage to evade the stone in my hand, I will gladly accept your challenge. A faint grin tugged at the corners of Tang San's mouth. Damu Bai and Ning Rongrong, witnessing this, promptly withdrew. The Shrek playground lay desolate. Humph! Xiao Wu, indignant, let out a defiant snort and then sprang forward at Tang San with an unpredictable angle, propelled by her agile legs. I, Xiao Wu, am a speed-oriented soul master. Do you dare to compare speed with me? Even if you wield the magic blade of 1,000 edges, what could it matter? Drink, she called, arching her waist. Upon hearing her spirited shout, Tang San's expression darkened. He abruptly raised his forehead, conjuring a stone from thin air, which he hurled forward, striking Xiao Wu squarely in the abdomen. A fierce battle ensued. Outside Shrek Academy, a man clad in simple black attire, his head shaved to a buzz and his face adorned with stubble, carried a black leather case. His sorrowful eyes scanned the dilapidated gates of Shrek Academy. Sighing, Yu Xiaojing murmured, once again, I have returned to the place where my dreams began. This was once the sacred ground for our golden iron triangles bond. Now, it has transformed into an academy. I fervently hope that what I have learned and understood can cultivate a formidable cadre of soul masters and prove to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family that I, Yu Xiaojing, am not a failure. At this point, his fist clenched tightly, producing a taut sound. Xiaogang, you have finally arrived. I thought you might break your promise. Flinder exclaimed excitedly, leaning against a wooden railing. It has been several years since we last met, after witnessing your grand performance. You old rascal. If it weren't for Jiang Chuan and the others, would we ever have crossed paths again in this lifetime? Flinder approached, raising 2 fingers in front of Yu Xiaojing. Yu Xiaojing brushed aside Flinder's hand. I wish for you to refrain from mentioning that matter. It bears no relevance to me. He referred to the incident years ago when he was about to marry Lu Erlong, only to be thwarted by his uncle, Yu Luomin, with a forceful declaration that she was his cousin. The memories of that event lingered vividly, sending chills down his spine. Born into the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, it was both a source of pride and a mark of shame for him. I say, Xiao Gang. Flinder gazed deeply into his eyes and hesitated before earnestly saying, "Do you truly believe you can let go of the past? Are you really willing to abandon her? Does that seem right to you?" After years of emotional detachment, this ethical dilemma was a hurdle we could not overcome. If there exists a good man, I sincerely wish them well together. Yu Xiaojiang spoke with unwavering determination. It appears that you have truly let her go. Flinder sighed, remarking that it was not merely the past that had been relinquished. Enough of your matters. Yu Xiaojiang raised his hand to halt the conversation, signaling his desire to avoid further entanglement, and promptly address the main topic. I have reviewed the list of students you provided, and their qualifications are commendable. These monsters, when placed in the outside world, would undoubtedly dominate everything. Monsters must be nurtured with methods befitting their nature. What? Flinder inquired with curiosity. Of course, through hellish training, pushing them to their limits. Yu Xiaojiang clasped his hands behind his back and stepped toward the Shrek Academy gates. However, these matters require consultation with Jiang Chuan, and we shall proceed according to his methods. Are you mad? Entrusting all these promising candidates to that child? It seems exceedingly risky, while his strength is beyond question. Every time I consider his age, I am left speechless, Flinder remarked. Flinder, when did you start judging by appearances? If Tang Hao the Haotian clan could become a titled Douluo in his 20s, why can't someone even stronger emerge? Remember, Yu Xiaojiang asserted firmly, tapping his temple. Never let the Douluo regulations confine your thoughts. The latter nodded earnestly, indicating he understood. It is well known that Yu Xiaojiang harbors a fiercely independent spirit. Had it not been for his martial soul's mutation, he might have already become an illustrious titled Douluo. The 10 core competitive theories solemnly represent his alternative views on soul masters, revealing the pride that lies hidden within him. Chapter 51. Yu Xiaojiang's Plan, the Outlawing. Flinder approached the training of students with utmost caution, leaving no room for error. It is essential to recognize that each of these students possesses formidable backgrounds, representing various powerful factions. Among them is Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, accompanied by 2 peak title Douluos. Should there be even the slightest misstep, he would have no choice but to resign. Since you trust that child named Jiang Chuan so implicitly, then let us adhere to your approach in managing this situation. I have faith in your choice. Ever since our golden iron triangle emerged, you have been the beacon of wisdom. Who else could I possibly turn to if not you? Flinder amiably draped an arm around Yu Xiaojiang's shoulder, sharing a knowing smile. Yet, the former found it difficult to voice his thoughts. Words rose to his lips only to be swallowed back down. With a solemn gaze, Yu Xiaojiang glanced sideways, suggesting, "You wish to say that Shrek currently cannot provide Jiang Chuan with his monthly gold soul coins, correct?" Beyond that, he could not fathom what else the other party might find daunting. Financial constraints remained the most significant issue for Shrek Academy. It perplexed him that, as a rank 76 soul sage, Flinder had managed for so many years without a single gold soul coin, prompting him to sigh in exasperation. Only someone who truly understands me, like Xiaojiang, could grasp this. Flinder, with a weary expression, spread his hands and lamented. You are well aware that I have no desire to live under someone else's roof, nor do I wish to relinquish the pride that resides within me. This pride is also a testament to the honor of our esteemed golden iron triangle. The martial soul hall and I are like oil and water, consequently. The only gold soul coins I can collect are from the students' tuition fees. I also maintain a miscellaneous shop in Soto City, where I could let Jiang Chuan peruse and take whatever he desires. From your tone, I gather you trust him? Your choices have always been impeccable, Flinder reiterated. In truth, he had witnessed Jiang Chuan's remarkable abilities, battling Li Yusong and resisting Zhao Wujie. He eagerly anticipated whether Jiang Chuan would bring forth a miracle. Jiang Chuan was correct. On this continent, only he and I could impart the most accurate and practical knowledge of soul masters. Whatever the fee, it is duly warranted. The master, with a comforting pat on Flinder's shoulder, spoke with a hint of melancholy. When did your vision become so myopic? If you could truly cultivate several titled Douluos among your students, your name would resonate throughout the continent. So why lament over a mere handful of gold soul coins? I do not wish to engage in idle talk. The crux of the matter is that he has come to the academy as an advisor and can leave at any moment, Flinder retorted. Jiang Chuan imparts concepts and does not require constant companionship. Must he be bizarrely tied to Shrek? Such an arrangement bears no efficacy or benefit. I shall cover half of the expense, the master declared generously. Flinder beamed with delight, slapping his thigh in agreement. Excellent. Xiaojiang, You truly embody the spirit of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, for I knew you must possess gold soul coins." Observing Flander's jubilant demeanor, the master shook his head. In the dormitory of Shrek Academy, Jiang Chuan remained oblivious to the fervent discussion between Flander and Yu Xiaojiang regarding him. The following day marked the commencement of classes, and he needed to procure his third soul ring. His target was none other than the Duel Forest, the nearest location. Why not attempt to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring? Jiang Chuan hesitated. The chaotic Azure Lotus possesses the ability to counteract the malevolent intentions of soul beasts. Furthermore, his current soul power is extraordinary, with the first soul ring being 100,000 years and the second soul ring a remarkable 13,000 years. Absorbing a 1,000-year third soul ring seems rather implausible. Moreover, there is the enhancement provided by the soul bone in his right arm. Jiang Chuan felt a surge of daring within him. With resolve, he prepared to embark on his journey. Silently, he leapt forth with the vigor of a dragon and a tiger, hastening towards the Duel Forest. His heart brimmed with aspirations, pondering whether the chaotic Blue Lotus, possessing healing and defensive capabilities, might also grant him the power to weaken foes while bolstering his own strength. After all, one could not simply stand idle and endure attacks upon manifesting a martial spirit. Even as a support-type soul master, he yearned for the ability to turn the tide against his enemies. Such synergy with the Emperor's Bell would undoubtedly elevate his combat prowess to an even loftier echelon. Before long, he arrived at the outskirts of the Duel Forest, where a verdant expanse of dense foliage greeted him. The air was rich with a damp freshness, awakening his senses to the hidden mysteries within. He sought to hunt but a single 10,000-year soul beast. The Duel Forest lay nestled between the heavenly Luo Empire and the Star Luo Empire, drawing soul masters from both realms into its depths. As night enveloped the land, he reflected on the arduous day he had endured. Tomorrow heralded the moment to venture into the forest and procure a soul ring. For now, he required a place to rest, and to his right stood a quaint wooden inn, featuring 2 levels. Jiang Chuan stepped through the threshold and was immediately met with warm hospitality. Those who could afford to stay here were either soul masters or nobles of considerable standing. The proprietor of this establishment was not to be trifled with, for a mere disagreement could escalate into a grand melee. As for his lodging, he ordered a plate of steamed buns, a platter of chicken, accompanied by a cup of oolong tea. Jiang Chuan produced a golden soul coin and handed it to the man before him. The man, clad in work attire and slightly bowing, nodded repeatedly, smilingly inviting Jiang Chuan to take a seat, assuring him that it would be ready shortly. As the man departed, Jiang Chuan's gaze fell upon another figure. A man draped in golden silk, his face obscured. There was an inexplicable familiarity about him. Stroking his chin, Jiang Chuan mused, who could it be? With a wry smile and a shake of his head, he dismissed the thought. Thud, thud. The heavy sound of footsteps reverberated through the hotel, causing it to tremble. When Jiang Chuan looked up again, he noticed that everyone around was staring in shock at the entrance. Curiously, he turned to see 7 burly men. Their bodies adorned with crimson muscles, their faces adorned with wolf fangs, glaring fiercely, fists clenched tightly. The atmosphere around them crackled with an intense energy. As some weaker soul masters were immediately pressed down, unable to stand upright. The powerful soul masters exchanged glances, and sparks seemed to fly in the air. The leading man, wearing braces, slammed his fist onto the wooden table, instantly reducing it to splinters. Ha ha. The 7 men erupted into a frenzied laughter, resembling a band of outlaws. What are you all still doing? If you don't want to die, get out of here. The man with the wolf fangs bellowed, stomping his right foot forward, causing the ground to tremble. The wooden structure of the hotel swayed in response. How audacious. Who are these lawless ruffians to make such a disturbance? Do you not realize this is the dwelling of soul masters? You have no right here. A man, dressed in luxurious attire, slammed his palm onto the wooden table, causing the coffee table to rattle as he stood and approached the intruders. Since when did this hotel become your sanctuary outside the Duel Forest? Do you even acknowledge the existence of other soul masters? The man stamped his right foot, and 3 soul rings, 2 black and 1 yellow, descended from above his head, buzzing ominously. Perhaps due to the abundant soul power he possessed. At level 39, he was a formidable 3-ringed assault-type soul master, wielding the spirit of the lone wolf, Suyun Tao. As he clenched his hands, a purple greedy wolf materialized behind him, roaring fiercely, causing the air to boil with energy. Suyun Tao? Jiang Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. The name of this soul master, renowned for his divine spirit awakening, was well known. He had not encountered Suyun Tao during his 2 visits to the soul master registration in Notting City. I told you. This hotel is to serve our fearsome god battle team. How dare you contradict me? Then prepare to meet your demise. The burly man with braces laughed heartily, a sinister crimson aura emanating from him, thick with the scent of blood. He raised his massive fist and struck. With a sickening thud, Su Yuntao's abdomen was pierced by the giant fist, blood and flesh exploding outward, his gaze gradually dimming. The soul rings buzzed ominously. A sound of disintegration echoed, leaving the crowd as silent as cicadas in winter. They were all witnesses to this gruesome scene, their eyes wide with shock. The serviceman gasped, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Being an ordinary person, he had never encountered such a spectacle. With a laugh, a man withdrew his right fist, pressing his left hand against Su Yuntao's forehead. And with a thud, the latter fell weakly to the ground. This is the consequence. Why not hurry and leave? A domineering figure behind pointed to the ground and gestured forcefully towards the door. Go, move swiftly. One man urged a middle-aged companion, pulling him toward the exit. The latter, indignant, retorted, I am from the Fourth Ring Soul Sect. What have I to fear from them? Brother Cheng, you may not have heard of the fearsome reputation of the Fiendish God Squad. They're a ruthless band of killers. The man observed the middle-aged man's face pale slightly, understanding he was merely saving face. With an exasperated tug, he insisted, let us go. Let us go. The crowd followed suit, leaving the scene behind. Only Jiang Chuan and a man opposite him, clad in a resplendent golden court robe, remained undisturbed, savoring the meal before him. Jiang Chuan took note of the situation. Su Yutao was not significantly weaker than the captain of the divine killing team. Rather, the latter exuded a menacing aura that intimidated his opponents from the outset. His extensive experience in taking lives had honed his skills to a level that made him appear far more formidable than his peers among spirit masters. Unexpectedly, Su Yutao did not appear again in the original work, as he met his demise here. At this time, the divine killing team was still at the third ring, having ventured into the Stardow Forest undoubtedly to enhance their abilities and acquire their fourth spirit ring. Their notorious reputation lingered vividly in Jiang Chuan's memory. In an instant, the place was deserted, leaving only a handful of individuals. The hotel owner approached Jiang Chuan with a forced smile. Esteemed spirit master, you must leave at once. They're the renowned divine killing team, far beyond your capacity to confront. It would be prudent to avoid any trouble. I will refund you double your golden spirit coins. Should another spirit master bloodbath occur, this establishment may not endure. Jiang Chuan raised his hand to halt the proceedings, a smile playing on his lips as he remarked, how can one depart before being fully satiated? In such a vast expanse, can those clumsy giants truly accomplish everything? As these words echoed, they jolted the assembly from their reverie. The man, who had been engrossed in his meal, gradually lifted his gaze. This young brother exuded an air of composure and nobility. And amidst the snowfall, he inquired, might I ask for your name, dear brother? Shui Qinghe, uncovering his hat, revealed a handsome visage, his golden locks cascading gracefully as he regarded Jiang Chuan with refined elegance. Jiang Chuan did not rush to respond. It was Shui Qinghe, who had come alone to the Stardow Forest in search of a soul ring. It was no wonder. She must be employing such a daring approach to win the favor of the emperor of the Tiandou Empire, thereby solidifying her position as the crown prince. Jiang Chuan was aware of the tensions between the Spirit Hall and Shrek Academy. However, these matters were of no concern to him. He would not mind acquiring an angel. Jiang Chuan, he replied. Ah, it is brother Jiang. I have long admired you, Shui Qinghe said, clasping her hands in greeting. She picked up a teacup from the table and gracefully offered a toast to him. The two engaged in conversation for a brief moment, while the hotel owner stood by, his hair standing on end. The fearsome god squad was watching them closely. Did they not fear following in the footsteps of the infamous Su Yutao? Observing their youthful countenance, they appeared to be no more than great soul masters. Tell me, lad, are you courting death? A man with braces glared at them menacingly. Brother Jiang, you two are here to hunt for a soul ring? Shui Qinghe asked knowingly, gesturing towards the Stardow Forest while disregarding the roar beside her. Naturally, Jiang Chuan smiled faintly. His demeanor was inherently graceful. Shui Qinghe possessed a discerning eye. From Jiang Chuan's expression, she could perceive his profound background, distinguishing him as truly extraordinary and of a rare temperament. At that moment, Jiang Chuan regained his composure and understood the implications of Shui Qinghe's words. Unable to suppress a gentle smile, he had ventured alone to the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. Shui Qinghe's seemingly probing question was undoubtedly meant to ascertain whether he intended to enter the forest alone. Ha ha, brother Qinghe, you are indeed astute, Jiang Chuan complimented. Such conversational tactics had only once ensnared him, a lesson learned from Tang San. Not at all, Shui Qinghe waved her hand dismissively. Observing Jiang Chuan's youth and his audacity to venture alone into the Stardow Forest in pursuit of a soul ring, She regarded him as a remarkable young hero. How about we become brothers? Should you encounter any difficulties, you are welcome to seek me out in the royal palace of the Tiando Empire. Shuqinghe extended her right hand, adorned with a white glove, resting it on her chest as she slightly bowed towards Jiang Chuan, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Jiang Chuan readily acquiesced. However, he harbored a preference for discussing emotions rather than brotherhood. Contemplating this, a subtle smile graced his lips. It is widely acknowledged that Shuqinghe is none other than Qian Rangshu, the descendant of the six-winged angel and the daughter of Bibi Dong from the Spirit Hall. How brazen! I see you are courting death. A remarkably burly man stepped forward, charging forth like a raging bull. As he forcefully stomped the ground, a resounding thud echoed, leaving behind a profound imprint. Subsequently, his speed intensified, and from above, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, descended with grandeur, poised to unleash a fatal strike. Truly bothersome. Merely a swarm of ants daring to prance about. Do you not grasp your own insignificance? With a tone laced with irony, Jiang Chuan presented a striking incongruity in the eyes of the hotel proprietor. What audacity could a mere child possess to remain unflinching in the face of an approaching soul sovereign, exhibiting the composure of a mountain? It was truly perplexing. Shuqinghe lowered her gaze, gently blowing on the tea in her cup, clearly reluctant to engage, opting instead to test Jiang Chuan's strength. What confounded her further was that even as the fearsome members of the fierce god battle team advanced upon them, Jiang Chuan remained serenely engrossed in his meal. Her brows furrowed in concern. Little did she know that the adversary's power was boundless, rendering the use of a martial soul unnecessary for vanquishing a soul sovereign. Chapter 53. The leader of the fierce god battle team, Shuqinghe is astonished. Boom. As Jiang Chuan unleashed a powerful punch, an eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings. The approaching man barely comprehended the speed of Jiang's strike before his body was violently propelled through the air, crashing into numerous tables and chairs. Ultimately, his robust form became embedded in the earth, blood gushing and trailing down the remnants of brick and stone. Is he dead? The portly hotel owner squatted down in shock, hastily making his way towards the exit. The actions of a soul master are no trifling matter. They can easily lead to fatal outcomes. He viewed the destruction of the hotel with indifference, prioritizing his own survival above all else. The members of the fierce god squad had witnessed their share of bloodshed. The demise of a single teammate was hardly a cause for concern. Yet, what puzzled them most was the presence of the young boy before them. Despite his tender years, the force behind his strike exuded an overwhelming aura, akin to a primordial beast breaking free from confinement. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a mixture of astonishment and a cloud of uncertainty lingering above their brows. How could this be possible? Such immense strength. Seemingly devoid of soul power, could it merely be the raw power of his physique? The leader, adorned with a wolf-tooth necklace, feigned ignorance. I truly despise the motto that all of you uphold. That phrase is utterly irksome. In a swift and startling motion, Jiang Chuan appeared behind the leading man, playfully tapping him on the shoulder with a smile. Let us begin with you. With a forceful tug of his right arm, the captain of the fierce god battle team heard a sickening crack as his arm shattered. A gasp escaped his lips, stained with blood, his trembling gums betraying the agony he felt, resembling a mask of suffering as he stammered pleas for mercy. A chilling sensation rose from his feet, enveloping him in a profound despair akin to plunging into an icy abyss. Those embroiled in the bloodshed understood all too well. This was murderous intent. The youth before them was a genuine threat, one capable of taking a life. The recent display was irrefutable proof. What? Such power and speed without activating a martial soul? It was already on par with high-level beast martial souls. Shuqinghe gasped in astonishment. In truth, he was unaware that this was merely the tip of the iceberg of Jiang Chuan's abilities. Should he unleash his full strength, one could fear that even the tavern would collapse in an instant. Where would they find rest tonight? The anticipation was palpable. He yearned to witness what martial soul Jiang Chuan possessed. Shuqinghe's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope and yearning. With a resounding punch, the captain of the fierce god battle team was struck down, his skull obliterated. The remaining members of the team erupted in a cacophony of terrified wails, trembling uncontrollably. Oh, you, who are hailed as demons, gods of slaughter, and harbingers of death, are capable of such sorrowful and pitiful cries. It truly astonishes and refreshes my perspective. With a tone laced with mockery and amusement, Jiang Chuan remarked, their expressions are truly captivating to behold. Come, let us hasten. This is not a battle of the same caliber. If we do not leave now, it will be too late. One of the team members shouted, immediately taking off from the scene. Some even activated their martial souls, channeling their soul rings into their legs to flee. Others wished their parents had given them additional limbs. resorting to the most primal method of escape, scrambling on all fours. Buzzing. Dozens of soul rings resonated in unison, producing a sound akin to the striking of piano keys. Thud. Thud. Thud, echoing incessantly, reminiscent of a divine proclamation. Ah, Jiang Chuan smirked, crushing the head of the captain of the fierce god team with a single hand, casting it aside. He turned his head to the serviceman, Liu, who was curled up in the corner, and coldly commanded, "Clean up thoroughly. Dispose of the bodies in the Star Doe forest to feed the soul beasts." Such is the cycle of existence. Yesterday, they hunted soul beasts. Today, the soul beasts feast upon them. Clap, clap. The splendid Xue Qinghe clapped his gloved hands together vigorously, exclaiming in admiration, "Brother Jiang, your skills are indeed exceptional. When it comes to such extraordinary strength, I cannot fathom how one might cultivate it." Observing Brother Jiang's remarkable debut, I can only surmise that his origins must be equally impressive. I wonder which powerful sect he hails from. Jiang Chuan's eyes lit up as he sat in his original position, gnawing on a chicken leg. Xue Qinghe's greatest delight lay in encountering individuals who could shatter her cognitive boundaries. His actions undoubtedly piqued her immense interest. After all, a deity would be necessary beyond the 100th level. The angelic deity remains to be considered. With no sect or affiliation, he relies solely on his own cultivation. Jiang Chuan remarked nonchalantly. Yet, the more he presented himself thus, the greater intrigue he aroused in Xue Qinghe, self-proclaimed as one well-versed in human nature. She understood the caliber of talent before her. This temperament, this composure, coupled with such humility was rare indeed. Even upon hearing of the royal family of the Tiando Empire, he remained neither obsequious nor arrogant, a rarity. Perhaps she herself was unaware that her eyes sparkled with admiration. With her lofty self-regard, she found no one worthy of her esteem throughout the Douluo Continent. Yet, Jiang Chuan had captivated her curiosity. "Brother Jiang Chuan, you are exceedingly modest," Xue Qinghe said with a fist clasped in respect as she took a seat before him, daring to inquire, "If I may be so bold, could you share what your beast spirit is? I surmise it must be an extraordinary martial soul." At her words, Jiang Chuan merely raised an eyebrow, unfazed. "What beast martial soul? I possess no beast martial soul. I am merely a level 29 auxiliary system weapon spirit master." Xue Qinghe spattered tea in shock. She stared at Jiang Chuan, disbelief etched across her face, yet the sincerity in his gaze suggested no deceit. Was he truly an auxiliary system spirit master? Was he jesting with her? Who in the continent was unaware that auxiliary spirit masters represented the most fragile segment of any team? Not only was their strength unlikely to match even a fraction of Jiang Chuan's earlier display, but their speed also fell significantly short of that of a typical spirit master. Yet, his self-identification as an auxiliary spirit master left her utterly astounded. "Brother Qinghe, you appear quite astonished," Jiang Chuan remarked. "Every individual who learns of my status as an auxiliary spirit master tends to display such an expression. Is there something amiss?" Indeed, Xue Qinghe's eyelids fluttered in disbelief. What a perplexity! An auxiliary spirit master of such caliber would require no protection on the battlefield. They could easily be deployed as a formidable assault spirit master. "You must be curious about my strength and speed. Both are the fruits of my diligent cultivation, and moreover, my auxiliary martial soul continually repairs my deficient body, enabling my physical form to grow at an accelerated pace." Jiang Chuan spoke with a profound demeanor. He was not lying. Every summer and winter break, he would undertake training in Nanning City, though it remained undisclosed to others. This clandestine regimen allowed his body to acclimate to the strength and speed gained from his efforts. Otherwise, he would be unable to maintain control. How enlightening. Chapter 54. Sharing the same bed, the first encounter with Liu Erlong. Xue Qinghe nodded, suddenly enlightened. Yet, the strength of her counterpart left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. What kind of brutal training could possibly empower Jiang Chuan to surpass even the beast martial spirits in strength and speed? Truly, he was a monster. Crash. The wooden structure of the hotel collapsed with a resounding crash, accompanied by the sound of splintering wood. This illustrated just how formidable the force of Jiang Chuan's fist had been. Xue Qinghe, recognizing the inappropriateness of further inquiries, chose not to delve deeper. Her gaze swept over Su Yuntao, lying on the ground, and she could not help but express her regret. He was likely one of their Soul Palace members. Commendable in bravery yet lacking in wisdom, he should not play the role of the foolhardy hero. The serving staff swiftly tidied the area. Alas, the hotel was completely destroyed, leaving only a wooden hut for shelter. The two of them awkwardly squeezed into the cramped space for the night. During this time, Jiang Chuan discreetly observed and discovered that the other person could convincingly revert to a male form, prompting him to ponder the peculiar nature of the angel martial spirit. The following morning dawned. Jiang Chuan stretched his body languidly. The figure beside the pillow had already vanished. Ah, truly deserving of her reputation. The astute Qian Ruxue even timed her departure from the soul-devouring forest with such precision. Jiang Chuan let out a bitter smile. Lifting the teacup beside the tea bricks and tilting it back for a hearty sip. He typically awoke at his own leisure. After a leisurely breakfast, he stepped out of the hotel with measured strides. As he inhaled deeply, embracing the morning sunlight, his heart swelled with boundless aspirations. With a sudden leap, he plunged into the vast, starry forest. The surrounding trees whirled past him like fleeting shadows. Echoes of howls reverberated in the air, intermingled with the resentful and sorrowful cries of the soul beasts. At this moment, Jiang Chuan had ventured deep into the soul beast zone for a decade. Just a step away from entering the realm of millennium-level beasts. Along the way, he had encountered several soul beasts, some of which trailed behind him. Yet none could match his speed. A thunderous roar echoed as a colossal greedy wolf, enveloped in a radiant purple glow with white pupils, leaped toward Jiang Chuan. Drool dripping from its mouth. Was this a greedy wolf beast of 50 years of age? Jiang Chuan chuckled lightly, nonchalantly throwing a punch that reduced the creature to a mere powder, blood splattering across the surrounding trees and earth. Indeed, within the starry forest, the spirit beasts harbor an innate hostility towards humanity. It is no surprise that I have already slain no fewer than 10 10-year spirit beasts since my arrival in this decade-old spirit beast territory. Jiang Chuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. These soul beasts were all rushing headlong into danger. There was little he could do. Thus, he had no choice but to resort to his tried-and-true method. Chaos Blue Lotus. As Jiang Chuan uttered the incantation, a red and a black soul ring materialized above his head, and his aura surged dramatically, radiating an essence of purity. The soul beasts surrounding him instinctively recoiled. Yet they did not flee. Instead, they gazed at him with unwavering intensity. The pressure emanating from the 100,000-year soul rings was formidable and could not be underestimated. There were even 10,000-year soul rings present, far beyond the capabilities of mere 10-year soul beasts. A 10,000-year soul beast, the flowing wooden horse. Jiang Chuan gently prodded his chin, determining the next soul beast he would hunt. With a clear objective in mind, he leaped forward, propelling himself into the air with the grace of a dragon soaring and a tiger leaping. With that single step, he covered a distance of several thousand meters, leaving all creatures in his wake startled. The Stardow Forest today was far from desolate. Countless hunters had come to pursue soul beasts, and from what Jiang Chuan observed, there were dozens of soul master teams. Just as he stepped into the realm of the 1,000-year soul beasts, he suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of soul power rushing towards him, as if it sought to invade his very lungs. However, it was repelled by the chaotic azure lotus, sweeping away this fiercely aggressive aura. Who could it be that could unleash such ferocious power? It was truly beyond comprehension. Jiang Chuan's pupils suddenly transformed into a brilliant golden hue, as he discerned a tumultuous aura akin to mountains and seas emanating from a nearby lake region. This was precisely the destination he sought. The meteoric steed, fond of aquatic environments, typically inhabits damp and pristine locales. With a swift whoosh, his feet propelled him forward, his form darting forth with the swiftness of a shooting star. The closer he drew, the more this fierce energy resonated within him, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Before him, a scarlet ribbon blazed with fervor, shattering silence and seeming poised to rend the very fabric of this place, entwined with searing flames that blazed fiercely. Oh, it was difficult to fathom that such a sound belonged to a woman. It conveyed a raw intensity, laced with indignation and discontent. In the realm of spirit masters, maintaining emotional control is paramount, as it enables one to unleash greater strength. Only in the case of certain mutated martial spirits is it necessary to harness varying emotions, thereby amplifying their power. Jiang Chuan gently waved his hand, parting the blood-red curtain before him. Suddenly, he caught sight of a familiar silhouette. It was a woman of enduring charm and timeless beauty, tall and proud, with finely arched brows tightly knitted together. Lu Erlong? This woman, renowned as the most beautiful among them, elicited a faint smile of intrigue from Jiang Chuan. Curse it, this millennium-old soul beast has taken refuge within its shell. I shall not rest until I force it out. With a fierce shout, Lu Erlong's right fist transformed into a fiery dragon, unleashing a barrage akin to cannon fire as it descended upon the turtle shell. The force was reminiscent of a cataclysmic wave, causing Jiang Chuan to flinch. Such power would likely scorch even the turtle hidden within its shell. It seems the original text did not exaggerate, due to the influence of Master Yu Shaojiang. Lu Erlong's already volatile temper had worsened. Coupled with years without a man to temper her spirit, her anger was even more difficult to quell. It is often said that a woman at 30 is like a wolf, and at 40, like a tiger. Lu Erlong embodied this completely, her pent-up frustration unleashed. Yet, her lack of strength prevented her from confronting the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan for an explanation, and Yu Xiaojiang's indifference only fueled her impatience. With wolves before her and tigers behind, it is likely that Lu Erlong herself never anticipated finding herself in such a predicament, a bitter irony indeed. Despite her helplessness, she occasionally sought solace within the Stardow forest to vent her frustrations. However, she was not alone. A female student trailed closely behind her, and the girl's condition was far from ideal. Upon hearing tales of Principal Lu's notorious temper, she had merely dismissed them as exaggerated. After all, she had never witnessed it firsthand. Yet, upon this encounter, she was left utterly astonished. Was this merely a case of a bad temper? It had clearly escalated into uncontrollable rage. The murderous glint in Lu Erlong's eyes sent a chill down her spine, causing her to shudder involuntarily. The female student huddled beside a tree, watching the bloodshed before her with trepidation. It was evident that her legs trembled with fear. Such a harrowing scene was beyond what a mere junior soul master could endure. The very sensation she felt was a formidable surge of dread. Under normal circumstances, Lu Erlong's demeanor would not befit someone in charge of an academy. Seventh soul skill, true body of the Crimson Dragon. With a fierce and passionate cry, Lu Erlong gritted her teeth, her fists clenched tightly. Black mist cascaded from the crown of her head, swirling around her waist and igniting with brilliant blue flames. The conflagration surged upward, dazzling in its intensity, utilizing her seventh soul skill, the true form of the Scarlet Dragon. To vanquish a mere 1,000-year-old red-armored dragon tortoise seemed an extravagant display of power. Jiang Chuan stood with his arms crossed, observing the tumultuous scene before him with a knowing gaze. Lu Erlong's eyes transformed into an abyss of blue, and as her soul rings dissipated, a profound metamorphosis enveloped her entire being, gradually instigating her dragon transformation. As sharp blue scales sprouted across her body, a roar erupted from the blue dragon, echoing into the heavens and sending ripples of energy throughout the land, causing the earth to tremble and mountains to sway, instilling fear in all who beheld it. With a powerful exhale, the dragon unleashed a torrent of breath, shattering the shell of the red-armored dragon tortoise into fragments. In a flash, the dragon's claws carved a luminous arc through the air, cleaving the ground and leaving a gaping chasm, rendering the creature significantly weakened. The battle was swift and decisive. The female student felt a tremor of unease as she witnessed the colossal dragon advancing relentlessly, a flicker of retreat crossing her mind. What was there to fear? This was the 1,000-year soul ring I had procured for you. It now clung to its last breath. Hurry and slay it. The dragon spoke in a commanding tone, exuding an air of authority. Nodding fervently, she dashed toward the red-armored dragon tortoise, plunging her blade into its forehead. Instantly, a purple soul ring emerged, and without hesitation, the student harnessed her surrounding energy to connect with the ring, preparing to absorb its essence. The great dragon inclined its head slightly, its piercing blue eyes fixated on the shadows, menacingly declaring, "Now, it is time to deal with this uninvited guest. You have observed long enough, Soul Master. Will you not reveal yourself?" "I have no intention of hiding. I have been watching intently." Jiang Chuan stepped forth calmly, his demeanor unperturbed as he regarded the dragon. The searing aura enveloped him, yet was repelled by the power of the chaotic azure lotus. Noticing that Jiang Chuan remained unflinched by its dragon might, the dragon furrowed its elegant white brows in confusion, pondering the identity of this intriguing visitor. "Who are you, to stand before my dragon might without bowing? Neither submissive nor arrogant, an admirable prospect. Your soul power appears abundant. How fascinating. I shall first subdue you and ascertain your intentions." Lu Erlong's lips curled into a seductive smile. Jiang Chuan was deeply moved. Upon encountering Lu Erlong today, he was indeed struck by her remarkable prowess. Her appearance was truly commendable. It would be even better if she could be accepted. The seventh soul skill, the true form of the martial soul, is hindered by the fact that you possess a mutated martial soul. Such an environment will cultivate a more malevolent mindset within you. The reason you have yet to ascend to the rank of Soul Douluo is due to the barriers in your heart. In light of this, I shall not hesitate to extend my guidance to you. With a smile gracing his lips, Jiang Chuan extended his left hand into the void, and in an instant, he drew forth a grand and weighty emperor's bell, resounding with a deep and resonant thrum. In that moment, he seemed to embody the very essence of existence, possessing the power to determine the fate of any soul. Given that Master Lu Erlong was in high spirits, It was only fitting for him to showcase his true prowess to satiate the other's appetite. Today, I shall embody the Dragon Knight. Jiang Chuan leaped forward with a ferocious intensity, resolute and unyielding. The stage was set for an imminent clash. How audacious. This insignificant wretch dares to challenge me. Lu Erlong was utterly astonished. Upon witnessing the figure of her opponent, her shock deepened. A mere youth, audacious enough to select a martial spirit and confront her? Such a claim would surely be met with disbelief, especially under the circumstances of her martial spirit's true manifestation. What manner of creature is this? Does he not comprehend that once a soul master activates their martial spirit's true form, they become nearly invincible, save for the intervention of a soul Douluo? It is exceedingly rare for anyone else to inflict harm upon her. Behold, receive the might of my imperial bell. As Jiang Chuan wielded the emperor's bell, it swelled with the surge of soul power, its imposing aura intensifying in an instant, as the air converged around the bell's body, coiling like a silken thread, descending upon the dragon's head like the blazing sun in the heavens. What a magnificent momentum, Lu Erlong exclaimed with genuine admiration. Boom! The crimson dragon stirred, drawing clouds from the sky, enveloping itself in swirling blue flames, charging fiercely towards Jiang Chuan with the vigor of a dragon leaping and a tiger pouncing. I shall accompany you to the end, Jiang Chuan declared, his emperor's bell accumulating more soul power, surpassing his figure, heavy as a mountain. With a tremendous clash of these two formidable forces, an earth-shattering explosion ensued. The mountains and seas boiled, the ground trembled, and the roar of the blast echoed relentlessly. Fragments of stone scattered in every direction, and even the nearby thousand-year soul beast fled in terror, unwilling to linger in the vicinity. The intertwining of flames and the bell's resonance created an inextricable connection. With a powerful roar, the great dragon expelled a clear breath, dispersing the swirling clouds and smoke around it, locking its gaze upon Jiang Chuan, who stood resolutely in the shade of the trees, its eyes reflecting a subtle change. A single strike from the true form of a martial spirit could rival even a soul Douluo, yet this young man before it remained unscathed. How could this be? Lu Erlong's face was etched with confusion, an enigma beyond comprehension. Who are you, and what is the nature of your martial spirit? It is truly peculiar. Reveal it to me. Lu Erlong's tone carried an air of command. Very well, what harm is there in sharing? Jiang Chuan replied with a teasing expression, leaping onto the back of the blue dragon, gripping its horns tightly, pressing his body against its back. Though this was the true form of a martial spirit, Jiang Chuan could distinctly feel Lu Erlong's smooth scales. No wonder rumor had it that once Lu Erlong activated her true martial spirit, flames would erupt from her body, incinerating her clothes to ashes. He harbored a certain fondness for this woman. Yu Xiaogang hesitated, and then decided to proceed without reservation. You. Lu Erlong's voice rang out, filled with fury. In truth, feeling Jiang Chuan's warmth ignited a fierce energy within her, causing her breath to quicken. Roar. The blue dragon howled to the heavens, racing through the Stardow forest. Chapter 56, a stunning scene, Lu Erlong's magnanimity. The dragon flailed wildly, soaring in all directions, causing Jiang Chuan to be jolted about. Despite this being the true form of the martial spirit, it could not shake him off. Instead, he clung tightly to the dragon's body, compressing himself, prompting Lu Erlong to roar in pain. Impudent wretch, how dare you treat me this way? Do not let me cast you aside, or the consequences will be dire, Lu Erlong threatened. Then you may attempt to do so. Jiang Chuan tightened his arms, and with a crack, several dragon scales were crushed. The fire-blue dragon's body immediately recoiled. With a thunderous roar, the colossal dragon bellowed to the heavens, crashing through trees, stubborn stones, rivers, and mountains, yet it failed to dislodge Jiang Chuan. Ultimately, as the soul force gradually dissipated, it transformed into a pale, alluring humanoid figure. Has she finally resorted to desperation? Jiang Chuan mused lightly. When Lu Erlong became fierce, she would even strike herself, promptly shedding her martial spirit form, willing to expose her body in a bid to break this entangled stalemate. However, what she remained unaware of was that relentless persistence was not Jiang Chuan's most esteemed ability. Rather, he excelled in direct confrontation, tenacious, much like Lu Erlong. Furthermore, what Jiang Chuan presently possesses is the unparalleled weapon spirit, the Emperor's Bell, which even surpasses the formidable Haotian hammer in might. He harbors no fear of engaging in a fierce confrontation with Lu Erlong. While there exists a disparity in soul power, the longevity of his soul rings and the extraordinary supportive weapon spirit he wields are not to be underestimated, fully capable of compensating for any deficiencies. Moreover, Lu Erlong's irascible nature can be deftly exploited. With the Emperor's Bell in his grasp, a sudden stratagem to subdue Lu Erlong would suffice. He is not so foolish as to engage in a tit-for-tat exchange of blows. Such a little rogue, to have compelled me to this extent at such a young age. You ought to take pride in that. Allow me to demonstrate the might of the Scarlet Dragon spirit, but be cautious not to be obliterated by my punch. Lu Erlong declared, devoid of any compassion. With swift strides, he raised his right fist, enveloped in azure flames, and hurled it towards Jiang Chuan. Rest assured, Teacher Lu, I need only unleash a single full-force strike. However, I fear that your blow will be rendered utterly ineffective against my unparalleled weapon spirit. Jiang Chuan spoke with unwavering conviction. As the Imperial Emperor Bell in his grasp spun relentlessly, casting forth a radiant luminescence that seemed to summon the primordial forces of antiquity. This transformation imbued him with an air of serene composure. Ha! How utterly arrogant, he scoffed, a mere insignificant wretch. Unwilling to unleash even the true form of their martial spirit. I am a soul sage of level 76. Lu Erlong smiled confidently, and with a sudden, forceful punch. She struck the surface of the Imperial Emperor Bell. The resonant sound reverberated like thunder rolling across the heavens. The shockwave from the impact rippled outward, causing Lu Erlong to involuntarily retreat a step. What is this martial spirit? Lu Erlong gazed incredulously at the Imperial Emperor Bell, her brows slightly furrowed, pondering how she had never encountered a being capable of withstanding her might. Though she had only exerted 30% of her soul power, it was more than sufficient to annihilate anyone below the rank of soul sage, and yet this bell had absorbed her strike, truly perplexing. The echo of the bell persisted in her ears. Lu Erlong, known for her fiery temperament, found herself in a precarious situation. Why endure such trials? I had previously warned you that this is an extraordinary martial spirit, rivaling even the might of the Haotian hammer. I shared this knowledge with you due to our past connections. Had it been anyone else, my strike would have surely led them to their demise. Jiang Chuan was the first to speak, offering an explanation. Lu Erlong stood boldly in place, her formidable martial spirit rivaling even that of the Haotian sect. How could you possibly be aware of the Haotian sect? Who exactly are you? In contrast, my curiosity about your identity has only intensified. The bell you wield. Could it also be a variant martial spirit? No, the aura of a variant martial spirit does not resonate in such a manner. Odd, truly odd. You are not the first to express curiosity about my identity, yet such curiosity serves no purpose. Jiang Chuan shrugged lightly. The two locked gazes. Neither of them so naive as to blush at the sight of a woman in her natural form. Instead, they regarded one another as formidable entities, capable of unleashing cataclysmic forces. Lu Erlong's ferocity was evident to Jiang Chuan, and their serendipitous encounter today naturally sparked a sense of intrigue within her. Why did Xiaojiang earn Lu Erlong's admiration? Perhaps it was a blend of curiosity, diligence, and an unwavering spirit that ultimately moved her. In this regard, Jiang Chuan had surpassed Yu Xiaojiang. Hence, it was not Jiang Chuan who was persistently pursuing, but rather Lu Erlong who was intent on ensnaring him, probing to uncover the mystery that surrounded him. After all, having spent many years alone, she felt a profound loneliness. The sight of such a young man inevitably captured her attention. Today, allow me to demonstrate the heights of a soul sage's power, lofty and inviolable. Should you fall to my fist, you must reveal the origin of your identity and the sect to which you belong. Lu Erlong raised her right fist, clenching it with a decisive snap, her unwavering gaze fixed upon Jiang Chuan, filled solely with a sense of conquest. This fervor ignited a palpable intensity in the surrounding atmosphere. Very well, you have lost. Do not blame me for taking you to warm my bed. Jiang Chuan chuckled lightly, unwilling to engage in further conversation. In his grasp was a figure, and the Emperor's bell continuously enlarged, suddenly transforming into a colossal entity, thrice his size, descending upon Lu Erlong's head with an overwhelming force. As if it were capable of uprooting mountains and dominating the world, possessing an unstoppable might. Ha ha ha, at my age, to still be remembered. If you truly can withstand my punch, I shall gladly acquiesce to your demands. Lu Erlong declared resolutely, for in her mind, a soul sage was an invincible being. Anyone with a soul power inferior to hers was destined to succumb beneath her fists. This was a battle devoid of any suspense, a wager assured of her victory. She was already prepared to inquire about her opponent's lineage and sect, for such a prodigy could not possibly lack formidable backing. Indeed, it was certain that they hailed from one of the esteemed three great sects. Chapter 57. Erlong Suppression, unable to resist the soul bell. The first soul skill. Tyrant Dragon Possession. A fierce, fiery yellow soul ring erupted from Lu Erlong's right hand, producing a resonant buzzing sound. Boom. The moment this soul ring emerged, it summoned forth not only a terrifying and surging soul power, but also caused the surrounding air to quiver. Tyrant dragon possession. Dragon scales envelop the body, forming armor that enhances strength, attack power, defense, and speed. As one's power increases, the coverage of the dragon scales expands until complete encapsulation is achieved. At the Soul Sage level, dragon scales encompass the torso, right arm, right shoulder, both calves, and feet. Indeed, this is correct, is it not? Jiang Chuan, known for his directness, immediately articulated the power amplification brought by the Tyrannosaurus. Instead of retreating, he resolutely stepped forward, directing his right foot toward Lu Erlong's brow. The human Emperor Bell in his grasp absorbed the surrounding air, creating violent whirlpools that surged fiercely towards his opponent. How could you possibly know my first soul skill? There are certainly no more than 10 individuals across the entire continent who are aware of it, Lu Erlong asserted with unwavering confidence. Every soul master conceals their martial soul rings, and soul skills to avoid being targeted or hunted by enemies, rendering them defenseless. This is one of the greatest taboos among soul masters. Yet, Jiang Chuan merely cast a glance at her, heard her soul skill, and made a corresponding judgment. What on earth was happening? It was exceedingly bizarre. He recalled that only Shao Gang had demonstrated such capability over a decade ago. And so what if you can see it? That does not guarantee you can counter it. There is at least a 50-level gap in soul power between us. Do you really believe that merely recognizing my soul skill will enable you to withstand it? Lu Erlong's expression radiated determination. She believed that regardless of whether it was a miracle or an accident, the absolute disparity in soul power would inevitably manifest as a definitive outcome in their clash. This was a law of the Douluo Continent, one that no one could defy or contest. However, at the moment of collision with the human Emperor Bell, a chill swept through her heart, leaving her momentarily stunned. The essence emanating from her opponent's martial soul rendered her unable to advance another step. The material was something she had only felt from the Haotian hammer. Yet she never anticipated that the bell wielded by her adversary could rival such an exquisite weapon of martial soul. But how could this be possible? To her knowledge, the only supreme weapon martial soul in existence was the Haotian hammer. If another comparable soul were to emerge, it would surely ascend to the ranks of the top 3 sections. Yet, it was evident that this was not the case. Could it be that her opponent hailed from a secretive, reclusive family? The reason for their anonymity could be attributed to their sect's deliberate concealment of their prowess. This, Lu Erlong concluded, was the only plausible explanation. With a resounding clang, the formidable bell reverberated, causing Lu Erlong to stagger back. The booming sound echoed incessantly in her ears, the vibrations disorienting her, leaving her trembling, even causing her hands to shake. What is happening? Isn't your martial soul a supreme weapon? Why does such a soul still pose a threat to others' consciousness? What kind of weapon martial soul is this? Lu Erlong rested his forehead upon his hand, enveloped in a haze of confusion. Were it not for his sheer willpower, he would have unleashed a torrent of congealed blood from his mouth. Although Lu Erlong possessed an extraordinarily resilient physique, his mental acuity was not immune to the haunting toll of the spectral bell tolling incessantly. Is this what they refer to as a fade of strength concealing inner frailty? It seems that Master Erlong's usual cultivation endeavors have solely focused on physical prowess. Jiang Chuan's eyes were as clear as a tranquil lake, gazing intently at the Emperor's bell in his right hand. The surface shimmered with ethereal light, while faint impressions of runes flickered with a piercing cold radiance, as if responding to his presence. The Emperor's bell was not only an unparalleled weapon spirit, but its chime also possessed a formidable deterrent effect. However, it had a notable flaw. When unleashed, it would not spare even its own allies, rendering it ill-suited for team competitions. Yet, he had never contemplated engaging in such contests. Moreover, akin to the original character Tang San, he was not yet capable of affixing soul rings to the Emperor's bell. Firstly, his soul power had yet to reach the pinnacle of a title de law. Secondly, there was no rush in this matter. At the very least, his supreme auxiliary weapon spirit could also serve as a means of combat, and he had yet to encounter foes beyond his capacity to handle. How audacious! Have you truly outsmarted me in my moment of unpreparedness? Lu Erlong clutched her chest, coughing repeatedly, her expression one of disbelief. In response, Jiang Chuan offered no reply. Her nature was inherently fierce. One might call it fearless, but less charitably. One could describe it as simple-minded and physically strong. Such temperament, in the realm of soul masters, would inevitably lead to peril if not backed by absolute soul power or weapon spirit dominance, risking betrayal or even death. To put it plainly, all her talent was channeled into physical strength, leaving her intellect woefully unrefined. In their recent encounter, her defeat was a foregone conclusion, with no room for doubt, an outcome Jiang Chuan had anticipated. Teacher. A female student rushed over, having just absorbed a millennium-old soul ring, which now swirled in purple hues around her waist, emanating a soft violet glow and resonating with a sound akin to piano keys striking, ringing out with a delightful chime. Her aura steadily ascended, yet it still fell short in comparison to the soul power present in the atmosphere. With a look of astonishment, she helped Lu Erlong to her feet. The teacher was a formidable soul sage of level 76, renowned both within and beyond the continent. Frequently honored by the Spirit Hall, and even offered positions as an elder, all of which she had declined. The fact that such a person had been bested by a mere youth was unfathomable to the female student, leaving her in utter shock. Who on earth are you? How is it possible? Although one may be a distinguished disciple with exceptional talent, it is inconceivable that you could injure teacher Lu Erlong, who should not be surpassed by anyone under level 20. The female student found the situation utterly bizarre, unable to grasp the reality before her. My identity is of little consequence. What truly matters is that your teacher has been defeated by me, a fact that renders your inquiries increasingly difficult to address. However, there is no rush. I intend to hunt a soul beast. Until we meet again. Jiang Chuan, having steadied himself against the handrail, was about to depart. However, after taking merely 3 steps, he abruptly turned his head to glare at Lu Erlong and remarked, "Indeed, your lack of understanding regarding the soul rings has inadvertently caused harm to your female student." Chapter 58. The Trend of the Trojan Horse, the Golden Armored Angel. Jiang Chuan felt it necessary to remind the other party, not out of genuine compassion, but rather due to the significant potential that the female auxiliary system student, Jiang Zhu, possessed. As an auxiliary soul master, her capabilities were of great importance. If Lu Erlong were to foolishly jeopardize such a promising talent, Jiang Chuan's future plans would undoubtedly falter. Lu Erlong was momentarily taken aback and asked, "How do you possess such profound knowledge of soul masters and soul beasts?" It was worth noting that even Yu Xiaojiang could not deduce her martial soul or the capabilities of her soul skills from mere fragments of information. Without thorough understanding or direct conversation with a soul master for analysis, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone, including Yu Xiaojiang, to interpret the synergy between martial souls and soul rings. "You need not concern yourself with that," Jiang Chuan replied with unwavering conviction. Lu Erlong, taking a step back, insisted, "Then please provide me with a compelling reason. Whether you believe it or not pertains solely to you," Jiang Chuan asserted. Jiang Zhu's martial soul is her staff, which grants her auxiliary abilities meant for healing the team. Yet you have misconstrued it as a defensive auxiliary martial soul. Is this not a consequence of your own frustrations and carelessness, leading to a misdirection for this student? The words spoken by Jiang Chuan plunged Lu Erlong into a state of deep contemplation, even leading to a moment of self-doubt. The arguments presented by the other party were comprehensive and undeniably convincing. Noticing that Lu Erlong had momentarily lost focus, Jiang Chuan continued, "It is not without remedy. If one were to hunt a millennium-old 9-winged sky parrot during the 4th soul ring, all your troubles could be effortlessly resolved. Should you doubt this, you are welcome to give it a try." After Jiang Chuan uttered these words, he chose not to linger on the matter, leaping gracefully into the air and vanishing silently within the clouds. How could he possibly know my name? Moreover, is what this youth, Teacher Lu, claims truly accurate? Has an issue arisen with the absorption of my soul ring? Jiang Zhu inquired, tilting her head. Lu Erlong merely numbly turned his head, at a loss for how to respond. "By the way, teacher," Jiang Zhu broke the silence, "what wager did you agree to with Jiang Chuan? Why did I notice your face flush when you heard that you had lost? Is this young man perhaps threatening you?" Her curiosity intertwined with concern as she questioned him. "Oh, it's nothing," Lu Erlong replied, his complexion reddening as he turned his head away. Seeing his demeanor, Jiang Zhu chose not to pursue the matter further. In this Star-Doe forest, the ancient soul beasts appear to be in a state of anxious tension. The first soul skill, borrowing arrows with straw boats. And the second soul skill, sacred shield. Having engaged in a brief skirmish with Lu Erlong, I had already sensed a meteor horse lurking nearby. Strangely, why did the creature's aura suddenly vanish in an instant? This is truly perplexing. Could it be that this meteor horse possesses the ability of instantaneous teleportation? Although Jiang Chuan is familiar with the lore of Douluo Continent, there are certain pieces of information that remain elusive to him. He has leapt into the realm of 10,000-year soul beasts. Jiang Chuan's pupils transformed into a golden hue, and as he surveyed his surroundings, he soon fixed his gaze upon his prey to the southeast. Before him stood a woman clad in a resplendent golden robe, boldly appearing as he raised the angelic holy sword in his hand and executed a swift horizontal slash, instantly claiming the lives of dozens of soul masters. These individuals stood before her, utterly powerless to retaliate. Thus commenced a battle of soul masters, ignited by human ambition. The sound of countless soul rings resonated like the notes of a piano, soaring into the air as the aura of the ring masters surged, forming a confrontation with the celestial maiden. The meteoric steed? This spirit beast now belongs to me. If you wish to avoid demise, you may leave now. But know that those who remain shall find no mercy, declared the angelic figure with righteous conviction, as if her words were an undeniable truth. What a sharp-tongued young lady. It was one thing for her to boldly intrude upon our territory, but to disturb the meteoric steed, which we had captured with such effort, was simply outrageous. She demanded compensation, yet had the audacity to attempt to seize our soul rings as if they were her due. Truly, her arrogance knew no bounds. The middle-aged leader of the group laughed heartily. Very well. None among our soul master team require this 1,000-year-old meteoric steed, so you may take it. However, you must offer a reasonable and enticing proposition in return. At that moment, a man with a lewd grin chimed in. By your appearance, you must be of noble lineage. Correct? Why not spend some time with us? When we are pleased, the meteoric steed shall be yours. Of course. It would be amiss for us to gain a fine bride in the process. Ha ha ha. His words evoked a thrill among the crowd, and those behind him joined in uproarious laughter, leaving the situation ambiguous. Another man stepped forward, gradually approaching the armored woman, stating, "Let me remind you of the rules of our continent. The soul beast belongs to the one who captures it. To claim another's soul beast without consequence requires a substantial price. Consider your options." The woman, in response to their laughter, smiled even brighter, a hint of derision dancing in her expression. "Let us not forget, the very rules of this continent were established by me. Even by those rules, this meteoric steed remains mine. What need have I for negotiations with the dead?" As she spoke, she drew forth an angelic divine sword from her side, its golden radiance enveloping her right arm, symbolizing an unending wellspring of sacred power. You merely slaughtered a few high-ranking soul masters. Mere scapegoats we procured from the outside world. Do you truly believe we are of the same caliber as those fools? The lecherous man stomped his right foot against the ground, and in an instant, a yellow soul ring descended from above his head, followed by another yellow and 3 purple rings, totaling 5. Yet, this was far from the end. A leopard with a scarred face emerged from behind him. A rank 53 agility-type soul king, Su Lai, he warned, "I advise against futile resistance. Should you sustain injuries, my brother's enthusiasm will surely wane." Ha. The leading man laughed unabashedly. Suddenly, in a moment imperceptible to the crowd, a woman clad in armor slashed her sword horizontally through time and space. A flash of golden light and thunder vanished in an instant, almost impossible for the naked eye to trace. With a sharp sound, the leading man felt a tingling sensation at his neck. In an instant, he struggled to breathe, his face flushed and swollen with blood. As he writhed in agony, pleading and crawling on the ground, he coughed up bright crimson blood, looking grotesque. Chapter 59, The Angel Soul King Battle, one punch to determine the outcome. In a silent yet shocking display, Su Lai fell, bloodied, to the ground, leaving onlookers dumbfounded and horrified. How could this be? Su Lai was a rank 53 Soul King. How could he perish so easily? A fellow Soul King stood in disbelief, questioning what had transpired. Standing beneath the shade of the trees, Jiang Chuan harbored no doubts. It was said that Qian Rinxue had inherited her father's sacred martial spirit, the 6-winged angel, and possessed innate soul power at level 20. Years had passed, and she had come to obtain her 4th soul ring. Such strength, coupled with the element of surprise, made the swift elimination of a Soul King entirely plausible. One must remember that the 6-winged angel martial spirit had been utilized to its fullest by Qian Rinxue. Ultimately, with the assistance of her grandfather, Qian Douluo, she even attained the angelic deity status. In fact, even during the peak of Tang San's prowess, he had only narrowly prevailed against Qian Rinxue through the use of hidden weapons. In the jungle, the sound of clashing swords echoed, a chilling yet resounding cry reverberating through the ancient trees. A fierce golden light erupted from Qian Rinxue's hands. "May you all perish. With this sacred sword in hand, I shall cleanse your tainted souls," Qian Rinxue commanded in a prophetic tone, as if her strike were a blessing upon the crowd. Buzzing sounds filled the air as 2 yellow and 2 purple rings simultaneously resonated with the sound of clanging metal. Gradually, 4 soul rings descended from above Qian Rinxue's head. With each step she took, a ring encircled her waist, her aura of purity intensifying like mountains and seas. In the trembling pupils of the lecherous man, he beheld these 4 soul rings and uttered in disbelief, 4-ringed soul master? How could this be? Her bone age is evidently so young, yet she is already a rank 49 soul master? The crowd pondered in confusion, unable to fathom the scene before them. In their eyes, this moment shattered the very laws of the Douluo Continent. Who was this woman? Together with Brother Su, we had narrowly escaped death multiple times in the Star Doe Forest, acquiring countless opportunities along the way, and even consumed several rare herbs, elevating our soul power to over 50 levels. Yet, how could a mere child possess a soul power of 49 at such a tender age? A man, visibly anxious, turned his head and noticed the bewildered expressions of those around him. It was then that Jiang Chuan, a soul master of over 40 levels, standing in the shade of a tree, surveyed the battlefield with a knowing gaze. He initially assumed that Qian Rinxue sought the 4th soul ring, only to realize she was here to claim the 5th, thus becoming a soul king. Her rate of growth was indeed remarkable, enough to instill awe across the continent. It was no wonder she remarked that only Tang San was worthy of admiration. However, a soul master should not be capable of dispatching a soul king in an instant. This provoked immediate dissent among the female soul masters present. Before the crowd could fully grasp the situation, dozens of angelic holy swords flew from Qian Rinxue's hands, producing a resonant chime. With a series of muffled thuds, the soul master team fell like straw men, each clutching their chests stained with crimson. Among them, a significant portion were 4-ring soul masters of the same rank as Qian Rinxue, yet due to the disparity in their martial souls and soul rings, they were easily dispatched by her. Who are you? What kind of martial soul is that? I have never seen anything like it. One female soul master, struggling to rise from the pool of blood, managed to speak in a strained voice. Is your martial soul the ultimate form? She believed this was the only theory that could explain the scene unfolding before them. With those final words, the last remaining female soul master collapsed to the ground, her life extinguished. A half-collapsed meteor wooden horse let out a thunderous roar, resembling the release of lightning. The crackling electricity surged towards Qian Rinxue. She smiled slightly, and at that moment, 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings appeared around her, suddenly converging upon the blade of her angelic sword, radiating a brilliant golden light. With a swift motion, 6 long wings unfurled behind her. Angel's judgment. The golden light engulfed the lightning without warning, striking the meteor wooden horse's abdomen. The creature, unable to bear the weight of such force, was sent flying, crashing through several towering ancient trees before barely managing to land, groaning in agony. Humph. Submit and become my 5th soul ring, Qian Rinxue declared, lifting her golden sword and stepping forward. She paused momentarily, addressing an unseen observer. You have watched this spectacle for quite some time without intervening. Now, you gaze hungrily at my soul rings without revealing yourself. Do you intend to strike me by surprise? As the words of Qian Rinxue faded, he swiftly flicked his hand back, and the radiant sword energy instantly severed several fragments of time that lingered in the air, hurtling towards Jiang Chuan. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised the golden longsword in his grasp and dashed towards the meteor steed, determined that the soul ring must not fall into another's possession. The primordial bloodline. As Jiang Chuan expanded his torso, he resembled a colossal being awakening from slumber, radiating beams of golden brilliance that exuded a profound weightiness. With a single punch, he shattered the golden sword aura and, as if by instantaneous transference, appeared 100 meters away, coincidentally encountering Qian Rinxue. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his fist and struck directly at Qian Rinxue's head. Ah, you? Qian Rinxue snapped back to reality, realizing that the adversary did not recognize her true form. Hastily, she transformed her golden longsword into the 6-winged angelic sword, the 4 soul rings resonating with a metallic clang. With a descending slash, she unleashed a formidable aura akin to mountains and rivers. Boom. Qian Rinxue was forced to retreat several dozen steps beneath the might of his colossal fist, and indeed, she found her own strength woefully inadequate in comparison. Her speed, too, was insufficient to prevail. What a monster, Qian Rinxue thought earnestly. Just the night before, he had effortlessly dispatched the captain of the Fierce God squad with a single blow, an act she found remarkably impressive. Her estimation of his strength was nothing short of astonishment. However, it was only upon feeling the force of his fist that she comprehended the sheer brutality of his might. Even when activating her martial soul, She struggled to contend with him. Buzzing. The angelic sword in her grasp trembled slightly, sending vibrations through her right palm. The meteoric wooden horse was elusive. Indeed a rare soul beast, invaluable to me, and moreover, it was ill-suited for your martial soul. Thus, I suggest you seek another in a different locale, for after all, this soul beast was acquired through your own efforts, and you would not be at a loss. Jiang Chuan spoke with a remarkable nonchalance. Chapter 60. Unable to withstand a single blow, unintentionally shading the willow. While I can indeed slay my soul beast, it must never be given to another. Qianren Xue. Her right hand propped against the angelic sacred sword, lifted herself from the ground, her gaze towards Jiang Chuan gradually igniting with fervor. A blend of admiration and excitement illuminating her countenance. The exhilaration was palpable, expressed through her words. Jiang Chuan appeared exceedingly dubious. She could not ascertain the number of rings he possessed as a soul master, but one thing was clear. His strength was formidable and warranted her utmost effort in battle. 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings, propelled by soul power, resonated with a rhythmic clang akin to hammering iron. The immense force began to whirl, enveloping the angelic sacred sword, which instantly erupted with radiant golden light, a fervently divine aura assaulting the senses. The day prior, Qianren Xue had already harbored intentions of engaging with him, and by a twist of fate, they had crossed paths once more. She was determined not to squander this opportunity. Intent on testing her mettle against his, she hoped Jiang Chuan would surpass her, for in her eyes, within the vast expanse of the Douluo Continent, it seemed unlikely that anyone else would prove worthy to stand beside her as an equal. Yet, simultaneously, her competitive spirit stirred restlessly, a sentiment that heightened her anticipation to the brink of tension. With a swift motion, she propelled herself forward, unleashing a thunderous crack akin to a lightning strike. The 6 wings of the angel soared gracefully, cleaving through the surrounding trees and rocks as if they were mere reeds. With the angelic sacred sword raised high, she swung it forcefully, golden light cascading like a river of brilliance. Angel's judgment. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Chuan suddenly looked up, his right hand rubbing a green leaf. So this is the sacred essence of the angelic martial soul? Indeed grand, with both speed and power that are extraordinary. Within the realm of martial souls, it possesses not only innate talent but is truly a natural ruler of the continent. Alas, you have chosen the wrong opponent. Jiang Chuan was not jesting. As he stumbled, he bent down, waist deep, and with a resounding crash akin to thunder, he charged into the dazzling golden wave, piercing through. He plunged straight in, his waist adorned with a black soul ring, the sacred shield absorbing most of the damage. Without hesitation, he swiped his hand, tearing the golden radiance apart, reducing it to mere fragments. Witnessing this, Qianren Xue felt a surge of alarm. Was her soul skill so effortlessly dismantled? She had intended to compel Jiang Chuan to reveal his martial soul, but that clearly was no longer feasible. She had overestimated her own abilities and underestimated Jiang Chuan. This was not the time for hesitation. With a swift flap of her 6 wings, she surged forward, her long sword emitting a sharp, piercing sound as it sliced through the air, enveloped in a torrent of deep blue. This strike encompassed all of Qianren Xue's strength. If Jiang Chuan could withstand this, then there would be no need to continue the battle. Though she was a proud 6-winged angel, undefeated in combat, she dared not recklessly gamble with her life in the face of such overwhelming power. Very well. Jiang Chuan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he struck out with his bare fist against the oncoming edge of the sword. He raised his right arm and surged upward with unyielding force. The sacred shield, embodying a 300% return of power, faced the daunting might of the holy sword wielded by Qianren Xue. Fearful of being overwhelmed by his ferocity, the sword suddenly shattered. With a thunderous roar, a fist imbued with the ferocity of a tempest collided with the sword's edge, producing a resounding crack like a thunderclap. Qianren Xue was propelled backward by this force, crashing into a heap of shattered stones and withered wood before she could barely regain her footing. Struggling to rise from the ground, she pressed her hand against her chest, directing her gaze downward, and with a gasp, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Raising her head, she gazed at Jiang Chuan with disbelief in her crimson eyes. Realizing the grave error she had made, Jiang Chuan is truly beyond the realm of ordinary judgment when it comes to soul masters. His strength has ascended to a level that leaves her utterly awestruck, yet she foolishly entertains the thought of withstanding a blow from him. Had it not been for the angelic holy sword that absorbed the force, she would have surely been shattered, her very essence scattered, and her corporeal form reduced to mere fragments. At that moment, mere survival would have been a formidable challenge. Such a prodigious young talent must not be allowed to roam freely. He must be brought into the fold of the spirit hall. Furthermore, This individual is not to be eliminated. Within the entirety of the Spirit Hall, it is likely that no one possesses the capability to do so. What a magnificent six-winged angelic spirit! Is this truly the extent of your prowess? With a graceful flourish of his right hand, Jiang Chuan dispelled the mist that enveloped them, casting a lofty gaze upon Qianren. If you have no objections, this illustrious wooden horse shall henceforth belong to me. Of course, in seizing your soul beast, I must also express my gratitude for your assistance in discovering this meteorite steed, which I shall consider as a condition of your salvation. Today, I shall spare your life. Depart. Upon finishing his words, Jiang Chuan turned to leave. Wait. Oh, might there be some hidden skills? If so, do reveal them all. No. You may not fully comprehend who I am. I am Qianren of the Douluo Continent, the daughter of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, granddaughter of Qian Douluo. Additionally, I possess another identity, that of the hidden prince of the Heaven Do Empire, brother of Shui Qinghe. Just yesterday, we shared a boat and a pillow. How could you awaken and fail to recognize me? Truly, this is an egregious lapse of memory. Jiang Chuan's words were laden with meaning. He subtly sensed that Qianren harbored some ulterior motive. Upon hearing her name so boldly spoken by him, Qianren felt a profound embarrassment at having her secret laid bare. Instinctively, she raised her right finger, aiming it at Jiang Chuan's nose, momentarily rendered speechless. Soon after, she let out a long, weary sigh. Qianren found herself utterly defeated by his revelations, to put it succinctly. She had become so accustomed to his startling insights that nothing he said could surprise her, only leave her in a state of astonishment. How could you possibly know such things? It must be noted that aside from the few titled Douluo among the upper echelons of our soul hall, no one else is privy to this information. Jiang Chuan tirelessly elucidated, rest assured, you need not concern yourself with how I came to know these matters. For the discord between the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Do Empire bears no relevance to me. I am indifferent to whichever side meets its demise, and I have no inclination to intervene in this struggle. Furthermore, judging by your demeanor, it seems you are extending an olive branch towards me to join the Spirit Hall. Am I correct? I must explicitly inform you that I would not consent to such an invitation. Qianren understood that she would glean no answers from Jiang Chuan. As he remained tight-lipped, resolutely, she bit her lip and continued, I am merely requesting Brother Jiang to serve as an advisor for our Spirit Hall. Your role would be nominal, requiring no effort on your part. The Spirit Hall provides offerings each month, and there is even a titled Douluo at your service to hunt soul beasts for you. What is there to hesitate about? Upon hearing the potential benefits, Jiang Chuan's eyes glimmered with contemplation. What, then, does your Spirit Hall seek? I am wagering, she replied. Wagering on what? He inquired. On whether you are the person I have been awaiting. Across the continent, countless prodigies appear as mere ants in my eyes. I have often lamented the tranquility of my heart, yet you may indeed be the one I seek. You are far too weak, Jiang Chuan stated bluntly. To his surprise, he had unwittingly captured Qianren heart, a fortuitous twist of fate. Chapter 61, Advisor of the Spirit Hall, Absorbing Soul Rings. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's candid response, Qianren smiled gently. No, you may not fully grasp my meaning. It is essential to understand that being a titled Douluo is not the pinnacle for a soul master. Rather, it is merely the commencement of their journey. In our Spirit Hall, there exists a deity reserved specifically for me, which indicates that while my current strength may not match yours, and may even be vastly inferior, it does not signify anything definitive. In time, I shall ascend to godhood, becoming the sole deity on this continent, achieving level 100 with 10 soul rings. Do you comprehend my words? It is exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to reach this realm. Qianren was, in essence, preemptively revealing her ambitions. At the very least, Jiang Chuan's impression of her was not unfavorable. Moreover, this was not a secret shrouded in obscurity. After all, deities are a rarity on the Douluo Continent. Furthermore, one does not need to be a renowned soul master. Even a titled Douluo can inherit divinity, as there are examinations involved. A person of her age exhibiting such extraordinary potential indicates that she has already begun the trials of an angel. Once a certain opportunity arises, she could ascend to godhood and enter the divine realm. Such opportunities are exceedingly rare for ordinary individuals. From the outset, she had been treated as a deity, nurtured as such, far exceeding the limits of this continent. This has fostered the Spirit Hall's ambition to dominate the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. After all, those at the pinnacle of the clouds permit no ants to stand beside them. To Jiang Chuan's surprise, he remained unshaken and merely nodded in quiet acknowledgement. This time, It was Qianren Xue who became suspicious, her eyes gleaming with curiosity as she asked, "Do you possess knowledge of divine positions?" How could it be possible to glance across the entire continent and ascertain that no more than 5 individuals are privy to this information? Within my realm of understanding, 2 have already perished, leaving merely 3, all of whom are high-ranking members of my spirit hall. This implies that only we are aware of this clandestine message. How, then? Do you possess such knowledge? Qianren Xue was once again provoked by the other party. So what if I know? What significance does it hold? It seems I have no obligation to answer your inquiries. However, if you propose that our establishment may offer me resources on a monthly basis, I certainly have no intention of declining that. Jiang Chuan revealed a gentle smile. Should Qianren Xue dare to deceive him, he would not hesitate to eliminate this 6-winged angel without a second thought. Certainly, she was a member of the Spirit Hall, destined to be an angelic deity, and possessed an unparalleled grace. Yet, should she infringe upon Jiang Chuan's interests, her demise would be inevitable. The atmosphere enveloped them in a serene stillness. Autumn breezes swirled around, carrying remnants of leaves, sweeping between Jiang Chuan and Qianren Xue. With a resounding stomp, her golden battle boots echoed against the ground as she extended her right hand, a smile illuminating her face, her brows arched slightly with a teasing undertone. "Ah, the esteemed chief consultant of the Spirit Hall, Jiang Chuan, is it not?" Qianren Xue playfully covered her rosy lips, concealing a smile. The corners of Jiang Chuan's mouth curled upward. "Indeed, I have always been forthright during interviews. Jiang Chuan is my true name. In truth, a name holds little significance. I trust my stature will be forever etched in your memory as the vanquished general you have encountered." As he spoke, Jiang Chuan prepared to depart, unwilling to linger any longer. Considering the time, Shrek Academy had already commenced training for new students, and as a teacher, he could not afford to be tardy, especially given the generous monthly remuneration of gold soul coins and various cultivation resources he received from Shrek. It was no small feat to extract such offerings from Flinder. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Qianren Xue's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment, recognizing the implication of his remarks regarding her evasiveness. Yet, for the ambition of the Spirit Hall, she was determined to endure, despite her discomfort. "Very well, accompany me to the Spirit Hall today," she proposed, lowering her suspended right arm, tilting her head slightly. As long as you acknowledge me as the chief consultant of the Spirit Hall. Do remember to augment my resources monthly. However, it will require some time. Please take your leave, and allow me to assure you, if you intend to choose a 5th soul ring, it is advisable to select a flying-type soul beast, such as the purple-winged windbell bird. With that, Jiang Chuan patted Qianren Xue's white-feathered wings, bestowing upon her a comforting smile before vanishing like a fleeting breeze. "Are you suggesting I enhance the power of my wings to increase my flying speed? But why pursue such a course? It is essential to recognize that the innate flight capability of the angel martial soul represents the pinnacle of all martial souls, achieving speeds that can rival the fury of a tempest." As Qianren Xue posed her inquiry, Jiang Chuan had already dissipated into the ether like mist. With his angelic gaze fixed ahead, she finally discerned the receding silhouette, which, like a cannonball, was hurtling into the distance while clutching the meteoric wooden horse. It seems that the individual was in pursuit of a secure haven to absorb the 5th spirit ring. In Qianren Xue's memory, Jiang Chuan's strength was comparable to her own, and both sought to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring, suggesting that their soul power was indeed aligned. However, the true nature of his martial soul remained a mystery. In reality, Jiang Chuan was merely preparing to advance to his 3rd spirit ring. Should Qianren Xue uncover this fact, one can only wonder if she would be left astounded. Thud. Jiang Chuan, with one hand supporting the meteor, stood by the lakeside, where the wooden horse immediately kicked up splinters of stone and water. The autumn wind whispered, and countless willow leaves drifted down. Jiang Chuan strolled around, appreciating the serene atmosphere, undisturbed and imbued with a certain ethereal essence, making it an ideal location for absorbing the soul ring of the meteor horse. The choice of venue is crucial when absorbing a soul ring, as it greatly facilitates the process. However, equipped with the assistance of the Chaos Blue Lotus, he harbored no fears of failure or the lingering resentment left by the meteor horse, as he absorbed the soul ring with ease. The awakening of his ancient bloodline caused his entire being to ignite with fervor, the blood coursing through his veins, harmonizing with the intricacies of his meridians and circulating through his entire system. Raising his right fist, he swung it like a pendulum, striking the meteor horse's forehead with explosive force, sending flesh and blood flying, and in that instant, a black soul ring materialized in Jiang Chuan's palm. resonating with a crystalline tremor. Familiar with the power of a 10,000-year soul ring, he felt a sense of recognition. For his first soul ring had endured a century without yielding to any oppressive force, now resting at his waist. He settled into a meditative position, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit and absorb the soul power. With a long sigh, he exhaled a cloud of white mist, feeling his body relax completely as the boiling soul power surged through him. Before his eyes, the ethereal silhouette of the meteor horse gradually filled his vision, expanding as it approached. This was the manifestation of the soul beast's lingering resentment, yet the moment it touched Jiang Chuan's soul power, it was utterly obliterated. Even the residual harm inflicted by the soul beast was gently dispelled by the chaos blue lotus, shattering like glass with a crisp crack. Chapter 62, The Hundredfold Crushing Speed. The celestial radiance descending dragon bone. It felt as though he had shattered his own shackles, granting Jiang Chuan a sensation of soaring above the mundane world, purely through power. The soul power surged like billowing smoke, swelling rapidly like tumultuous waves, causing the surrounding soul beasts to scatter in fear. In just a fleeting moment, the third 10,000-year soul ring entwined itself around Jiang Chuan's waist, radiating brilliant starlight with dark speckles, reminiscent of heavy black iron. Following this, the sound of clashing rings resonated, one red, two black, creating a symphony of divine authority, exuding an aura of sanctity that compelled the soul beast within a radius of several kilometers to withdraw, wary of approaching. Some 10,000-year soul beasts observed with keen interest, their eyes fixed on Jiang Chuan. However, upon noticing the soul rings coiled around his waist, they found themselves swallowing hard in trepidation. Was this the power of the third soul skill? The power of the soul skill brought a dazzling sensation to Jiang Chuan. Although this third soul ring is the weakest and has the shortest age among the soul rings he currently possesses, the nature imparted by the soul skill remains unchanged, and it will subsequently enhance. The third soul skill, Starlight Radiance, boasts a damage capacity of 150. Any target struck will have 200 of their speed, strength, endurance, and soul power extracted. Furthermore, at my behest, these abilities can be bestowed upon myself or any target within the team. It is truly breathtaking. Jiang Chuan was filled with astonishment. Such an enhancement effect made him feel embarrassed. The soul skills brought forth by the popular Trojan were entirely within his grasp. Yet this level of amplification was unprecedented. It was only now that he realized the chaotic blue lotus was not merely an ultimate auxiliary apparatus. It was a martial soul that, as one's soul power continuously grew, possessed increasingly extraordinary capabilities, reminiscent of a super auxiliary martial soul. This level of enhancement could rival not only the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect but also the Nine Hearts Begonia. It could be said that with the acquisition of his third soul ring, he had already attained the strength of a healing titled Duel-level soul master. He had the inclination to experiment further, but at present, he could not find a suitable soul beast. Once his divine level signing system concluded, he would hasten back to Shrek Academy. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in at the Stardow Forest in the 10,000-year soul beast region. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the left leg soul bone of the 10,000-year Songhui dragon beast, the second soul bone, and yet another of 10,000 years. It is noteworthy that soul bones are far more beneficial than soul rings. However, due to his current lack of soul power, he was unable to utilize the skills contained within the two 10,000-year soul bones. Otherwise, he could have engaged in a fierce battle with the soul sage. Indeed, this was the reason Jiang Chuan could maintain a prolonged standoff against Zhao Wujie and Lu Erlong. The 10,000-year Songhui dragon beast was an entity that approached the dominance of soul beasts. This formidable creature resembled a dragon in appearance, with limbs that traversed the ground, moving swiftly and capable of spitting clouds and mist. It was said to have the ability to traverse a distance of 8,000 miles with a single step, earning it the titles of Furious Strike of the Nine Provinces and Celestial Wanderer. Jiang Chuan spoke softly, well-versed in the lore of Douluo, and thus was quite clear on the matter. He recalled the countless titled Douluos who coveted the soul bone of the Songhui dragon beast, yet none could ascertain its origin. This soul beast was not only exceedingly rare but also elusive in speed. Being a 100,000-year-old soul beast, its unmatched swiftness rendered it virtually invincible. The likelihood of such a soul beast ascending to divine status was considerable, as they were notoriously difficult to vanquish. Naturally, the prospect of possessing such a soul bone filled Jiang Chuan with elation. With an ancient bloodline, his right arm adorned with a six-winged 100,000-year soul bone, the left leg soul bone of the Songhui dragon beast, the Emperor's Bell, a 100,000-year soul ring, and two 10,000-year soul rings, coupled with his abundant spiritual energy. Jiang Chuan found it hard to fathom the extent of his current strength. After all, engaging in sparring with him would come at the cost of one's life. A tremor resonated within his heart. With the enhancement of the 100,000-year Sanghui Dragon Beast Soul Bone, his soul power surged to a formidable level. Having just become a 30-level Soul Master, he immediately skyrocketed by 5 levels, now standing at 35 as a Soul Venerable. System, activate the Soul Power card. After years of signing in, Jiang Chuan had amassed nearly 50 Soul Power cards. This meant that, should he desire, he could effortlessly ascend to the rank of Soul Douluo in the blink of an eye. He could absorb 5 additional soul rings that very day, however. He refrained from doing so. First and foremost, possessing a divine-level sign-in system had already granted him an extraordinary life in this Douluo Continent, rendering him invincible among his peers. Engaging in battles beyond his level was not out of the question. Life and death contests were met with a smile. Even against the formidable Soul Sainting, he faced no defeat. Before the 94th level title Douluo Tang Hao, he could maneuver with ease. There was no necessity to hastily enhance his strength at the expense of his soul power foundation. Were you Xiaojiang to learn of Jiang Chuan's actions, he would undoubtedly be rendered utterly aghast. This was far from conventional soul master training, unprecedented and unheard of. Jiang Chuan predicted that every 10 days, he would be able to adapt to the impact brought by his soul power. By that time, Zhao Wujie would lead Tang San and others to the Star Doe Forest to hunt for the 3rd soul ring, allowing him the perfect opportunity to pursue the 4th soul ring and ascend to the rank of Soul Master. The two endeavors would not conflict. If he were to indulge and instantly become a Soul Douluo, the exhilaration would indeed be profound, and he would have the chance to experience the true strength of a formidable warrior. However, Jiang Chuan felt there was no need for such haste. Ding. Host soul power enhancement successful. Congratulations, you have reached level 39 as a 3-ring soul sovereign. As he felt the surging power coursing through his body, Jiang Chuan gently squeezed. With a resonant hum, the very air around him began to swirl. Since he had just acquired the left leg soul bone, he decided to test the speed of the Sanghui Dragon Beast to see if it was truly as legendary as its reputation suggested. Jiang Chuan smirked and leaped into the air, his form darting forth like a ray of light. His left leg ignited, producing swirling clouds of smoke that gradually deepened in hue. The velocity was astounding. Not only was his body light, but the ground beneath him seemed to retract in reflection, illustrating just how swift he was. In the blink of an eye, he reached the outskirts of Soto City, a distance exceeding 1,000 miles. This meant that as long as he locked onto a target within this continent, he could arrive in less than an hour, surpassing even the 6-winged angels in speed by hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of times. Feeling the soul power burn intensely, Jiang Chuan sighed, recognizing the considerable consumption of his soul energy. However, it was not fatal at this stage, and he was unperturbed. Chapter 63, Surge of Soul Power. With 2 soul bones, Jiang Chuan felt invigorated, and his soul power surged dramatically. Having just acquired his 3rd soul ring, he had already reached the 39th rank as a soul master, and with a bit of consolidation, he would soon attain his 4th soul ring. Without delay, he channeled his soul power into the azure dragon bone of his left leg. With a force akin to a mighty dragon leaping, a wave of scorching energy shot forth towards Shrek Academy like a clap of thunder. Such a sensation was indeed extraordinary. At Shrek Academy Square, 7 students and 3 teachers stood silently, seemingly in anticipation. Xiaogang, why is our teacher Jiang Chuan so uncharacteristically silent on the first day of school? Where could he have gone? Did he not inform you that he would be absent today? Is he toying with us? Long, bewildered, pondered aloud, turning to the furrowed brow of Yu Xiaojiang. In response, Zhao Wujie merely supported his swollen cheek, offering no reply. I suggest we let the students begin their training. The early bird catches the worm. We must not squander any training time at Shrek Academy, Zhao Wujie finally interjected, unable to hold back. After enduring Jiang Chuan's overwhelming prowess, he had become more subdued. At such a tender age, one could already rival or even injure him. If given time to grow, how fearsome would they become? The mere thought sent chills down Zhao Wujie's spine, especially considering that Jiang Chuan was acquainted with the Haoyan Douluo. It felt as if a great weight pressed upon his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Absolutely not, Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed with resolute authority, raising his right hand to admonish the two, stating earnestly, do you not yet understand the value of cultivation methods? If our students can cultivate according to his method, even sidestepping unnecessary dangers as outlined in my tutorial, they will undoubtedly progress at a swifter pace. We shall not commence our studies until Jiang Chuan arrives. Yu Xiaojiang declared with unwavering conviction, as if Jiang Chuan's presence had already been solidified. Seeing this resolute demeanor, Franda understood that the other had relinquished all hope regarding Jiang Chuan and thus refrained from further discourse, choosing instead to await alongside him. The cultivation methods of Jiang Chuan are undoubtedly precious, and he himself serves as the finest testament to their value. However, it is somewhat peculiar for a soul sage like him to be kept waiting here. Rest assured, in my recollection, Jiang Chuan is not one to employ flowery words only to vanish after reaping benefits. Moreover, he has no need to sacrifice his dignity for mere gold soul coins. Yu Xiaojiang held his conviction firmly. Very well, Xiaojiang, your word is law, sighed Flander. Within the esteemed golden iron triangle, Yu Xiaojiang has always been the cerebral core of their battles, and Flander had grown accustomed to trusting his decisions. After all, following him was invariably a sound choice. Dear teachers, please have faith. Brother Jiang Chuan will surely arrive. He merely departed temporarily due to certain matters, Tang San remarked with a faint smile, displaying an understanding of Jiang Chuan. Ma Hongjun, feeling bored, kicked at the gravel beneath his feet, remaining silent. In days gone by, he might have protested, but as soon as he moved, the soreness in his shoulder reminded him painfully, silencing his tongue. Boom! A wave of energy surged forth from the distance, fierce and unrestrained. Thud! A foot suddenly struck the ground, sending dust and stones flying, obscuring the vision of the assembled crowd. Who goes there? The power emanating from this figure immediately alerted Flander, who clenched his fists, his eyes transforming into brilliant violet orbs, as he scrutinized the center of the swirling mist. Raising his right arm to shield Yu Xiaojiang behind him. Humph! Zhao Wujia's imposing presence emerged, striding confidently ahead of the others, first ensuring the safety of the students behind him. His aura, however, soon faltered, cascading like piano keys, producing a resonant thud. Within the fog, a colossal hand swept through, dispersing the clouds, leaving only wisps of lingering haze. Dean Flander, do you not recognize me? Jiang Chuan said, a smirk playing on his lips as he cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Wujia, sending a chill down the latter's spine. It seems that Teacher Zhao's injuries have healed remarkably well. I look forward to our next spar. However, as today marks the opening of the new academic year, it would be inappropriate for us to linger. As he passed by Zhao Wujia, Jiang Chuan gave his shoulder a light pat before turning his serious gaze towards Yu Xiaojiang. All right, Yu Xiaojiang clenched his right fist, an expression of excitement illuminating his face. Jiang Chuan, I wish to know how you cultivated yourself. Employ the same methods for this new batch of students. I do not expect them to attain your level of strength, but possessing a third of it would suffice. Additionally, we must align their training with the plans for the remaining students. Jiang Chuan waved his hand. I understand that you want them to cultivate their fighting spirit, but due to my unique constitution, it is difficult to ensure they can adapt to my training. Ha ha. Xiao Wu, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter. Jiang Chuan, have you ever trained anyone? Ha ha. I must thank you for that. Let us train using your methods. Xiao Wu is well aware that, while one might not label Jiang Chuan as lazy, his singular experience in cultivation was hardly commendable, with only a visit to the blacksmith's shop qualifying as genuine practice, which was exceedingly rare. Wait. A voice imbued with gravitas interrupted the crowd. Flender's eyes darkened to a deep purple as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Jiang Chuan. You. Soul power at the 39th level? The swiftness of such advancement was astonishing. If his memory served him correctly, during the previous encounter with Dai Mubai and Zhao Wujia, Jiang Chuan had barely reached the second ring. Yet now he had ascended to the third ring soul master in the blink of an eye. Upon hearing this revelation, the onlookers cast incredulous glances at Jiang Chuan, their astonishment palpable. What? 39th level soul power? Ma Hongjun was immediately struck dumb, his eyes widening in disbelief. Tang San gasped, recalling that just a few days prior, Jiang Chuan had only possessed the 29th level soul ring. In an instant, he had acquired the third soul ring, elevating his prowess to 39 soul power. Was it possible that the acquisition of each ring automatically elevated one to full capacity? He felt it imperative for the assassin to remember Jiang Chuan's soul power. Otherwise, in the future, he might once again be met with overwhelming astonishment. Ning Rongrong gently covered her lips with her hand, retreating slightly in shock as she gazed at Jiang Chuan. How can this be possible? In her heart, she felt a mixture of awe and admiration for Jiang Chuan. Such an acceleration in growth could no longer be described as mere genius. Even the term monster fell short. Only the word divine could suffice. Chapter 64. The Shrek Trials. Yu Xiaojiang regarded Jiang Chuan intently, his expression affirming that he had indeed not misjudged him. He became increasingly convinced of employing Jiang Chuan's training methods. Simultaneously, he exchanged a knowing glance with Flinder, who responded with a wry smile and a series of nods. Flinder cleared his throat. Jiang Chuan, since you have returned, let us review the training methods for the next semester. Students, identify any discrepancies, or perhaps we should directly adopt your approach. Li Yusong slightly inclined his body, presenting the documents he held in his hands. Jiang Chuan furrowed his brows slightly before arriving at a definitive conclusion. Undoubtedly, this must be the work of Master Yu, employing a shock-inducing training method, which holds no significance for me. Furthermore, these peculiar little creatures possess exceptionally unique physiques, rendering any concerns about their training being in vain entirely unwarranted. Thus, I find no value in such training, save for one particular aspect. As Jiang Chuan spoke, he left a tantalizing pause. He turned to the crowd, seeking their counsel. Is there something amiss? If so, we shall amend it. Flander was the first to respond. No, Jiang Chuan, your intellect surpasses mine tenfold. To call me a master is truly humbling. Please feel free to point out any inadequacies. The master, taken aback, waved his hand modestly. Witnessing the master's reaction, Jiang Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. Just yesterday, he had been entwined with Lu Erlong, and it seemed he had indeed made quite an impression, as if he had bestowed a title upon the other. Hence, all tasks would be doubled. Jiang Chuan, with unwavering certainty, raised his index finger, pointing it towards the crowd. Is it possible, Jiang Chuan? Can you truly bear to watch me suffer? Ning Rongrong implored with her eyes. Suddenly, Ma Hongjun displayed an exaggerated expression. His jaw dropped wide enough to accommodate an egg. Brother Chuan, we bear no grievances against you. Are you suggesting we cease to exist? Oscar remarked, somewhat disgruntled beside him. Daimu Bai, with a reproachful gaze, patted his brow and cast a sidelong glance at Oscar. What are you saying? It could very well be your fault. Tang San and Xiao Wu remained silent. Their presence at Shrek Academy primarily aimed at enhancing their soul power and skills. They understood the value of diligent training, recognizing that their current efforts laid the groundwork for future endeavors, even if they could not match Jiang Chuan's pace. Merely being able to catch a glimpse of his progress from afar was commendable. Yu Xiaojiang, after a prolonged contemplation, finally spoke. Jiang Chuan, I fear the students may not withstand this. He had previously stated that, given their physique, such an intensity of training would not cause irreparable harm, at most leading to temporary unconsciousness. Jiang Chuan patiently reiterated, the essence of soul master training lies in mental fortitude. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang affirm Jiang Chuan's conclusion, Flander leaned in, adjusting his reading glasses and blinking in surprise. Xiaogang, are you certain? This isn't just my students. It includes yours as well. What if they become incapacitated? Doubling the intensity of training means they won't even have a chance for normal rest each month. Indeed. Ma Hongjun joined in, clasping his hands together with a beseeching look. Dean, we are not afraid of training. But our only request is that we are not pushed to the brink of death. If we follow this doubled regimen, will there be anyone left standing? Daimu Bai cleared his throat beside him, remaining silent. Jiang Chuan waved his hand dismissively and remarked, perhaps Dean Flanders has misunderstood something. During the upcoming training sessions for the students, I will accompany them. I require you and Master Zhao Wuji to bring us food and water supplies. There will be no time for sleep, nor will there be any opportunity for relaxation. From this day forth, their sole focus will be on training, with no other distractions. Jiang Chuan's intention is exceedingly straightforward, to train them using methods that far surpass those employed against monsters. Furthermore, the offerings from Shrek are indeed considerable. In a moment of startling revelation, Flinder leaned in. No time for rest? Indeed, not until one reaches the brink of collapse. Moreover, no one is permitted to utilize any soul power or martial souls. The priority is to enhance physical constitution. The body serves as a vessel for soul power. And without expansion and training, one inevitably cannot attain greater levels of soul power. What, then, is there to hesitate about? Jiang Chuan turned his head and faced the crowd, speaking with a tone of righteous authority. Now, let us begin. From this moment forth, he shall be your teacher. His commands are to be regarded as those of an instructor. Every action taken is in consideration of your training tasks. Henceforth, all your training activities will be overseen by Jiang Chuan, while we shall stand by as your support. Flanders suppressed the urge to look at the crowd, waving his hand for them to proceed. Please ensure your safety. Upon hearing this, the crowd gazed in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. In particular, Ma Hongjun even pinched his ear, questioning whether he was experiencing an auditory illusion. Jiang Chuan hoisted a massive curved stone, towering at 2 meters, upon his back, and lifted it with an ease that resembled the handling of a mere piece of wood. With a resounding thud, the ground erupted in a cloud of dust. And by visual estimation, the stone weighed no less than 100 pounds. Witnessing this, both the monsters of Shrek Academy and their instructors stood in stunned silence. In comparison to Jiang Chuan, they were not merely outclassed, they were unworthy even of the title of sheep. Quickly, keep up with teacher Jiang Chuan, you bunch of rascals. Zhao Wujing admonished, raising his robust finger to emphasize his command. Hurry up. If I catch anyone lagging behind, humph. His eyes glinted with a threatening intensity, and a slight tremor ran through his chest as he issued the warning. Dai Mubai, upon shouldering a hefty stone from the ground, felt its weight bearing down upon him, as if a boulder were pressing against his chest, hindering his movements. Reluctantly, he steeled himself and followed closely behind Jiang Chuan. Teacher Jiang Chuan has set the standard for you. What are you waiting for? Flender remarked, gesturing for everyone to hasten their pace. With no other choice, the group trailed behind as the master departed to procure ingredients that would enhance the students' meals. As time passed, Flender paced anxiously, his expression betraying a deep concern, as if he feared for something dire. I must follow and see for myself. This could very well lead to calamity. And Jiang Chuan's physical prowess far surpasses that of others. His training may not be suitable for Dai Mubai and the rest. Flender, wait for me, Zhao Wujing shouted, hastening to catch up. Chapter 65, Combat to Annihilate the Enemy. 1 hour. 2 hours. Under the leadership of Dai Mubai, the Shrek Academy students were utterly exhausted, to the point of feeling nauseous. No, their throats were filled with a rich, metallic sweetness, with traces of blood barely concealed, and their eyes were heavy-lidded and bloodshot from fatigue. The distinction between soul masters and ordinary individuals lies not only in soul power, but also in a physical constitution that far exceeds that of the average person. The body serves as a vessel, while soul power is akin to water. Do you understand? Jiang Chuan effortlessly raised his right hand, lifting a colossal boulder 3 times his height, weighing over 100 pounds, as estimated by Tang San. Thus far, Jiang Chuan had replaced several stones, seemingly dissatisfied with their weight. Jiang Chuan's voice echoed into the abyss, met with silence. Tang San and the others were drenched in sweat, their backs soaked, struggling to keep up with a sense of exhaustion. I thought to myself, am I on the verge of death? Ma Hongjun gasped for breath, his corpulent form pinned beneath a stone, his scarlet tongue lolling as he pleaded, just once, just once. Oscar repeatedly emphasized, dramatically pointing a finger at the group. Isn't this a matter of life and death? Moreover, as a support-type soul master, how can I possibly compare to you battle soul masters? Fatty, please lend a hand. Faced with Oscar's earnest appeal, Ma Hongjun was momentarily taken aback, his exhaustion overwhelming him. Dai Mubai slowed his pace slightly and approached Ma Hongjun. In this situation, there's no need to waste energy. Don't you think that saying such things only highlights our helplessness? As he spoke, Dai Mubai retrieved a stone from Oscar's bamboo cage, the latter casting a sideways glance filled with excitement and eagerness. Oscar shoved him playfully, causing his face to contort in mock annoyance. Who did I think it was? Just this group of impoverished Shrek students. Ha ha ha, look at their pitiful state. It's absolutely hilarious, especially that foolish pig. The red-haired youth at the forefront pointed at the Shrek group, laughing heartily, particularly at Ma Hongjun, which only elicited more laughter from him. Upon hearing this, a girl beside him let out a delicate chuckle, her chest gently heaving, causing Ma Hongjun's heart to flutter uncontrollably, leaving him entranced. Haha, I've been waiting for you all. How is it? After running for so long, you must be exhausted. Do you still have the strength to struggle? A young man beside him grinned wickedly. You impoverished lot have been flaunting before me for too long. I've grown weary of you, especially this red-haired chubby one. Without hesitation, the young man from Songhui Academy kicked Ma Hongjun to the ground, the latter collapsing with a soft whimper, unable to rise again after a couple of jolts. Nearly on the brink of unconsciousness. Witnessing him lie there like a defeated dog, the crowd erupted in boisterous laughter, a cacophony of mockery. Fatty, weren't you quite the formidable one? How dare you pursue our female classmate? You're simply asking for trouble. Today, I shall leave an indelible mark of my shoe on your face, the young man sneered, mercilessly trampling Ma Hongjun's face, taunting, aren't you quite the screamer? Go on. Shout some more. Enduring relentless blows akin to a torrential downpour, Ma Hongjun shrank back, his entire being curled up in trembling submission, too afraid to retaliate. The Shrek students were rendered speechless, their hearts filled with frustration yet lacking the strength to act, struggling merely for self-preservation, let alone coming to Ma Hongjuan's aid. Helplessly watching him suffer blow after blow. Dailao, please save me. Can you really bear to watch me endure this beating? 3. Teacher Jiang Chuan. Teacher Jiang Chuan. Ma Hongjun continuously lamented and pleaded, on the verge of being severely injured, his body marred with bruises, and in some places, even torn. Teacher Jiang Chuan. You only need to allow me to unleash my martial soul. Indeed. The reason everyone was unable to intervene was that Jiang Chuan had repeatedly cautioned them not to employ their martial souls or soul power upon leaving. Anyone who violated this rule would be deemed to have failed the trial, which would jeopardize their chances of remaining at Shrek Academy. What? Without martial souls and soul power? Are you unable to defeat this group of worthless opponents from Songhui Academy? If that is the case, what face do you have to claim the illustrious name of Shrek Academy, which symbolizes monstrosity? Do you not understand that a monster is something extraordinary? The stubborn boulder that Jiang Chuan bore upon his back crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, sending up billowing clouds of dust. He strode forward with unwavering determination. Leading the charge for Songhui Academy, his demeanor resolute and unyielding, as if he were a shrimp with the heart of a pig. Ha ha, look at his ridiculous visage. Does he truly intend to strike at me? He mocked, ha ha, without martial souls and spirit power, he dares to contend with us. The leading man, filled with disdain, pointed a finger at Jiang Chuan, his face a mask of derision, as if the latter were but a jester in his presence, audaciously boasting. Suddenly, a refreshing breeze swept through, cool and crisp, stirring the air with an eerie chill. A sharp crack echoed, the sound of bones fracturing, capturing the attention of all present. In that moment, the weight of its significance lingered in the air, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. The next instant, wails of despair pierced the surroundings. But the cries did not emanate from Jiang Chuan. Rather, it was the captain of Songhui Academy who was pleading for mercy. The scene was drenched in blood. A severed index finger lay starkly on the ground, a gruesome reminder of the chaos. What audacity! Exclaimed a young woman from Songhui Academy. Her chest puffed with indignation as she boldly approached. With a gentle stamp of her right foot, her purple and yellow attire billowed around her, shimmering with a radiant glow. Her aura steadily rising as if she had been imbued with divine grace. Qingyu possesses me. Activate martial soul. It's of no consequence that this group from Shrek Academy cannot wield martial souls or spirit power. Surely, they must be taught a lesson. A burly man stepped forth from Songhui Academy, his fists clenched tightly. Drawing upon the winds and sands, he unleashed a torrent of energy that coiled around his arms, enveloping his fists in a thick layer of power, exuding an aggressive potency. Then came a harmonious sound, akin to the striking of piano keys, resonating in the air. A symphony of dozens of martial souls awakening, the weakest among them being a great spirit master. To the untrained eye, they appeared as celestial beings descending from the heavens. Yet to Jiang Chuan, they were mere rubble, easily dispatched as one would slaughter a chicken or dog. The lesson being imparted was one of practical combat, devoid of martial souls and spirit power. You all bear witness. Chapter 66, The Rise of Wicked Flames. Ha ha ha, practical combat without martial souls? Are you jesting? The burly man erupted in laughter, his massive Songhui Academy emblem shaking with mirth, tendrils of brown spirit power swirling around him, amplifying his already formidable presence. In this realm, such reckless words would never be uttered unless one possessed absolute spirit power. Thus, the audacity of the opponent's claims left him incredulous and amused. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a sound echoed. The man felt an overwhelming force strike his abdomen, nearly knocking him unconscious. With a resounding thud, he fell to the ground. A metallic taste lingering in his throat, a sign that his internal organs had been grievously injured, causing him to spit out blood. His martial spirit was extinguished along with his soul ring. Before he could even muster a cry of agony, he succumbed to darkness. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers from Songhui Academy were stunned, their expressions exaggerated in disbelief as they turned to Jiang Chuan, filled with suspicion. The man who had just fallen was one of their academy's most exceptional talents, possessing a soul power of level 32 at such a young age. Adorned with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, indicating extraordinary potential. However, this did not fully encapsulate the formidable prowess he bore. With a level 32 3-ring auxiliary martial spirit, he possessed absolute defensive capabilities, capable of holding his own even against their instructors. It was unfathomable that he could be felled by a single punch from Jiang Chuan. Impossible. This could not be, for Mo Tai wielded 32 levels of soul power. While this youth could barely muster the same, how could he have knocked Mo Tai unconscious with one blow? The female student retreated repeatedly, not in shock, but in utter bewilderment. In her mind, her senior brother was invincible, at the very least, unyielding. How could he possibly be struck down by a mere punch? Ha ha ha. Ma Hongjun sprang to his feet, laughing heartily at the female student and pointing his swollen right hand at her nose, exclaiming, "Is so-called fearlessness merely ignorance? The strength of teacher Jiang Chuan is beyond your comprehension." Witnessing Jiang Chuan effortlessly overpower the crowd and severely injure two opponents from their rival academy, Ma Hongjun felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, even laughing unabashedly. Seeing Ma Hongjun display such bravado, Ning Rongrong and the others joined in, covering their faces to stifle their laughter. Daimubai relaxed his clenched fists, a slight smile gracing his lips. Although he harbored resentment towards the fat one for being beaten, he felt a sense of relief at witnessing these individuals falter under Jiang Chuan's might. "Why don't you hurry and leave?" Tang San's expression darkened as he spoke with a threatening tone, his pupils shimmering with a purple light, which concealed a myriad of stars, giving off an extraordinary aura. It instilled a profound sense of dread in the hearts of the Tsanghue Academy students, causing some to involuntarily step back, their intentions to retreat becoming apparent. Don't believe them. They must have resorted to some nefarious means to injure senior brother Emotai. Otherwise, how could such a situation arise? The female disciple, feigning composure, gritted her teeth and retorted. A sudden chill enveloped the air, leaving only echoes in its wake. It was as if, in that moment, a murderous aura pervaded the mist. Oscar let out a cold laugh, his expression shifting to one of schadenfreude. Ma Hongjun stifled a chuckle, as if to imply that their lives were on the brink of termination. Instead of hastily fleeing the scene while they still had control, they lingered, incessantly disputing Jiang Chuan's power. This was not merely a lack of faith in Jiang Chuan. It was akin to digging a grave for themselves, audaciously challenging the latter's limits. And they would likely face dire consequences as a result. Indeed, Jiang Chuan clenched his right fist, mercilessly striking the female student in the abdomen. A thunderous sound erupted as the force of his palm, enveloped in swirling smoke, dispersed. The impact devastated her internal organs, leaving her body a mangled mess. Her true form barely discernible. Even more astonishing, she was sent flying, crashing in a parabolic arc into a tree 100 meters away. With a loud crack, the sheer force snapped the branch, and she fell heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. Was this a jest? Lu Ruoqi was utterly astounded that the opponent could not withstand even a single blow. This was no trivial matter, although he was not a defensive spirit master. He possessed a soul power of level 35. The disparity of a single level was akin to a chasm. How was it possible that he could not resist the might of that punch? Who was this individual endowed with such formidable strength? He had never encountered him before, nor had he ever heard his name. The student from Tsanghue Academy, still rooted in place, cradled his head and screamed in a frenzy. Even more exaggerated, he rubbed his eyes, as if mistakenly believing he was still trapped in an illusion. Not only he, but the remaining female student beside him trembled uncontrollably, daring not to approach. Seeing Jiang Chuan in such a state was akin to witnessing a malevolent spirit. They were utterly terrified. The two exchanged glances, realizing that if they did not flee now, when would they? With Jiang Chuan resembling a solitary harbinger of doom, they dared not linger. Even the severely injured students of Tsanghue Academy had no time to assist one another. A stout fellow with a mohawk of crimson hair approached, his large face brimming with mischief as he rubbed his hands together, speaking in a sly tone. "Teacher Jiang Chuan, what shall we do about these Tsanghue Academy students?" "What else can we do?" the stout one continued. "We must teach them a lesson for their audacity to humiliate us when we were unprepared. If it weren't for teacher Jiang Chuan, who knows what might have transpired?" Dai Mubai retorted angrily, advancing menacingly toward the students of Tsanghue Academy. Ning Rongrong rushed over, her gaze filled with approval, her expression seemingly declaring that her judgment had been vindicated. "Wait, big brother Dai," Ma Hongjun interjected, raising an eyebrow with a teasing glint in his eye. "What I meant was that female student S appearance and demeanor were quite appealing. If I were to venture outside, I might not even find such beauty for a price. Teacher Jiang Chuan, considering how hard we worked, shouldn't we take a day off to enjoy ourselves before resuming this devilish training? Are you insane, fatty? Do you dare speak like that in front of teacher Jiang Chuan? Have you been possessed by a lecherous spirit?" Oscar chided, nudging Ma Hongjun with his elbow, signaling him to refrain from further folly. Chapter 67, The Mystery of Soul Bones. At this moment, the demands put forth by Ma Hongjun were utterly incomprehensible. akin to challenging Jiang Chuan's very limits in the eyes of the onlookers. Jiang Chuan merely chuckled softly, approaching with measured steps, gently patting Ma Hongjuan's broad and burdened shoulders twice before revealing a gentle smile. It appears I have truly underestimated your fiery spirit. I did not anticipate it had reached such a fervent state, still lingering in your thoughts. In light of this, Ma Hongjun shall bear an additional 50 kilograms. Tang San had foreseen the gravity of the situation, yet he was taken aback by Jiang Chuan's even harsher approach, striking like a thunderous bolt. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before Ma Hongjun would be utterly exhausted. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun contorted his face into a grimace that was more painful than tears, seemingly on the verge of collapsing to the ground before Jiang Chuan. Xiaowu, too, could scarcely conceal her delight, instead wiping the sweat from her brow, gasping for breath. This is untenable, teacher Jiang Chuan. If we train like this, we will be rendered incapable. At this rate, we may not even possess the strength to become advanced soul masters, let alone keep our limbs intact, Ma Hongjun implored. Before he could finish, Jiang Chuan continued to bear the unyielding stone upon his back, slightly tilting his head to deliver a startling proclamation to Ma Hongjun. His expression unyielding. The journey shall extend an additional 500 miles. Day and night of relentless training ensued. The Shrek team found themselves breathless and exhausted. After a full month, they endured inhuman trials, unable to stand upright. Particularly Ma Hongjun, who no longer dared to speak of his fiery ambitions. They slept for 2 days, only to awaken in a daze. To their astonishment, the usually genteel Jiang Chuan transformed into a taskmaster, instilling a profound seed of fear within them. The mere sound of his commands would set them on high alert. These little prodigies have truly withstood it. This grueling training, even I have never experienced such intensity. Their future achievements will undoubtedly surpass our own, Flender remarked, pushing up his spectacles. Their potential is unfathomable even to me. I watched in trepidation, fearing for their lives. Zhao Wujia admitted, particularly recalling the time at Shrek Academy, when Ma Hongjun nearly met his end. You should consider yourselves fortunate. It is estimated that these little monsters have significantly enhanced their soul power overnight, with even Oscar and Tang San reaching the impressive level of 29. This is a testament to Jiang Chuan's training methods, truly remarkable. Yu Xiaojiang remarked, holding a thick black wallet, his expression unchanging as he furrowed his brow. What? Is it truly this terrifying? Flander's mouth slightly agape, he cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Chuan, his expression imbued with a sense of astonishment. Yu Xiaojiang refrained from elaborating. The benefits of this rigorous training extended far beyond mere physical exertion. The students would, in the future, exhibit remarkable resilience when absorbing soul rings. Although this was a subtle transformation occurring imperceptibly, such potential is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals to cultivate, akin to the rarity of acquiring a soul bone. Yet, Jiang Chuan's training had achieved this feat. Should Tang San and his companions hear of their circumstances, their faces would undoubtedly darken with dismay. This was a situation born out of desperation. The soul power had been forcibly extracted by Jiang Chuan, and their bodies were on the verge of collapse. After enduring relentless toil day and night, they concluded their first phase of trials. Presently, after a 3-day respite, not a time for relaxation, but rather a necessity. As 2 students had reached level 29, we must venture into the Stardow Forest to procure 2 soul rings. As Jiang Chuan's words fell, a chorus of jubilant cheers erupted. For entering the Starry Forest without the need for training was an opportunity surpassing their wildest dreams. However, after capturing the soul rings, we, the Shrek team, shall engage in practical combat training, with you as my sparring partners, Jiang Chuan stated with an even tone. Upon hearing this, the crowd was struck as if by a devastating blow, left speechless and in stunned silence. All right, let us depart now, Flanders declared, gesturing for Jiang Chuan and Zhao Wujia to lead the way. I eagerly anticipate your results, he added with a chuckle, as Jiang Chuan prepared to embark on his journey. He sought to seize the opportunity to acquire the 4th soul ring, thereby elevating himself to the status of a 4-ringed soul master. Yu Xiaojiang placed a reassuring hand on Jiang Chuan's shoulder, asserting, the choice of soul rings is entirely yours, it need not be the most suitable, but rather one that lies within their capacity for absorption and poses no danger. Yu Xiaojiang's intent was clear. He was deeply concerned that Jiang Chuan might exceed the absorption limits typical of a soul master student, a perilous endeavor that could lead to dire consequences. History has recounted instances where soul masters, in pursuit of higher-level soul rings, tragically met their demise in the process. Jiang Chuan nodded slightly. It was the student's prerogative to choose which soul ring they desired. As for the age of the soul rings, he himself had no means of assessment. To Jiang Chuan, The absorption of a 10,000-year soul ring bore no distinction, for he was accustomed to such soul rings, rendering any consideration of their age irrelevant. Observing Jiang Chuan's demeanor, Yu Shaojiang felt a deep concern, uncertain whether his words had been comprehended by the other party, who, far beyond the realm of mere mortals, was an enigma difficult to gauge. Rest assured, master, I shall lend some insights to the little monsters from behind. Zhao Wujie offered a gentle smile, casting a reassuring glance as he departed alongside Jiang Chuan. The task of acquiring soul rings was simple. The Shrek team organized themselves, with teacher Zhao responsible for their safety and managing unforeseen circumstances. As for myself, I would refrain from intervening unless in exceptional situations. Jiang Chuan, with swift eloquence, leaped into the air, vanishing at a speed too swift for the naked eye to follow. This speed, how could it be possible? Ma Hongjun stood dumbfounded, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. You all claim that teacher Jiang Chuan possesses a second martial soul, an ultimate flying-type martial soul. And I believe it. Yet, why do I feel that even teacher Flinder cannot keep pace with him? Ma Hongjuan's words sent a shiver through the crowd, and they turned their attention to Jiang Chuan's departing white figure, their eyes widening in disbelief. This matter, I fear only teacher Zhao can comprehend, Tang San remarked, his tone laden with significance. His assertion held merit. Moreover, estimating from the Soul Sage's perspective, Jiang Chuan's speed was even more difficult to gauge. This velocity, it seemed, might even elude the old ghost Flinder. I can concede this fact, but Zhao Wujie furrowed his brow. Why on earth does Jiang Chuan possess such speed? This is something I have rarely witnessed in my lifetime. Could it be due to a soul bone? Zhao Wujie enunciated the term soul bone with great emphasis. Chapter 68. The Jealousy of Dean Fu. The term soul bone had eluded most individuals. Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong felt a jolt of surprise. Many soul masters might be unaware, and some may have never even heard of it. Yet, the higher one ascended in the ranks of soul masters, the clearer the significance of soul bones became. Soul bones originated from soul beasts, with a probability of less than 1 in 1,000 to be obtained. Acquiring a millennium-old soul bone could be regarded as a treasured heirloom, let alone those exceeding 10,000 or even 50 or 60,000 years. Beyond that, such treasures ceased to exist. Accurately speaking, no one had ever laid eyes upon them. If Jiang Chuan truly possessed a soul bone, it would indeed leave them astounded. The priceless value of a single soul bone transcended monetary measurement. Even as heirs of prominent sects or royal dynasties, none could claim a soul bone to inherit. Ning Rongrong bit her finger, feeling a mix of embarrassment and astonishment. Goodness, the value of a soul bone is enough to drive soul masters mad. Even titled Douluo, my grandfather Jin and grandfather Gu have long coveted it, yet they are unaware of its origins and how to obtain it. According to my father, soul bones rely on serendipity and one's own strength. It is said that the Hotian Douluo possessed 2 soul bones, enabling him to battle above his rank, even contending with the spirit hall. As she spoke, a glimmer of longing appeared in Ning Rongrong's eyes, and she slightly tilted her head, gazing skyward. Tang San felt a sudden jolt in his heart at the mention of Hotian Douluo. Rongrong, he paused, carefully structuring his words before continuing. How do you know that the Hotian Douluo possessed 2 soul bones? Moreover, that he engaged in battle with the spirit hall? Ning Rongrong replied with unwavering conviction, her hands resting on her hips. These are all things my father has said. I am not fully aware of the specifics, but I believe he wouldn't deceive me or evade the truth. What he stated is undoubtedly a fact. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong invoke her father, Ning Fengji, a profound silence enveloped the group, each member lost in contemplation. Zhao Wujie, supporting his forehead, turned slightly. This group of young prodigies not only possessed formidable strength but also bore backgrounds capable of overshadowing any force within the Douluo Continent. Given time, their growth could potentially surpass that of previous generations. In his heart, he sensed that under Jiang Chuan's guidance, Shrek Academy might well foster 7 titled Douluo. Yet, Jiang Chuan was an anomaly. He was not merely a monster among monsters, but a demon amongst them. Zhao Wujie's estimation of Jiang Chuan's future potential was elusive, as he felt that title Douluo was merely a starting point for him. With this thought, Zhao Wujie couldn't help but let out a long sigh, chuckling to himself. He had previously served alongside Jiang Chuan as a teacher at Shrek. Once Jiang Chuan rose to prominence, Zhao would surely bask in reflected glory. Shaking his head to dispel such musings, he turned to Dai Mubai and He Sheng, commanding, Mubai, lead the Shrek students toward the Stardow Forest and strive to catch up with teacher Jiang Chuan. This will also serve as a trial of your speed. Remember, Do not pursue recklessly, or your stamina will deplete rapidly. At that point, our Shrek Academy will be unable to afford the cost of horse-drawn carriages. With that, Zhao Wujie swiftly concluded his instructions, launching himself forward like a cannonball, enveloped in a thick cloud of dust as he sped into the distance. Watching the two depart, a resigned smile crossed his face as he turned to Tang San. Alas, little San, as a control-type soul master, it falls to you to strategize our formation. The two teachers are disinclined to oversee us unless danger arises. You shall determine how we arrange ourselves. The crowd cast their gazes upon him. Apart from Jiang Chuan, the only individual in whom they placed their utmost trust was Tang San. Without hesitation, Tang San responded affirmatively, stating with kindness, "Since everyone has faith in me, I shall speak. Given our current circumstances, we have yet to enter the Douluo Forest. Thus, there is no need for a formation to control danger levels. Our primary objective should be speed. Douluo will lead. I shall position myself on the right flank, and the rest will align in a single file, utilizing our utmost strength to reach the outskirts of the Douluo Forest. We shall then adapt our formation based on the situation at hand." Tang San was meticulous in his thoughts. Throughout his life, he had adeptly navigated the complexities of the Douluo world by embracing the philosophy of remaining unchanged amidst change, and adapting to the unchanging amidst myriad changes. It is undeniable that his cautious nature, which ultimately led him to attain divinity, is inextricably linked to his inherent personality. However, it must be noted that Tang San's caution was not born of indecision, but rather a deliberate choice of what was most suitable and essential in the moment. Such qualities naturally captivated the likes of Xiaowu and others. Yet, fortuitously or unfortunately, the stunning Jiang Chuan appeared before him, eclipsing all of Tang San's brilliance, leaving no trace behind. After Tang San made his decision, the others nodded in agreement, indicating their willingness to follow his arrangement. With a flurry of movements, figures sprang forth like arrows released from a bow. Within Shrek Academy, Xiao Gang remarked, "Are you certain you do not wish to join them? You are well aware that in matters concerning soul rings, you excel above all." Flander interjected, "I understand what you wish to convey. However, relying solely on Jiang Chuan's words leaves me feeling quite uncertain. Wouldn't it be much more stable with your insights? You must consider this, Oscar. You are a rare soul master of the food system, possessing exceptional potential. At a young age, you already wielded soul power at level 39, making you one of the finest among the Shrek students. If such a talented soul master were to be lost, we would be deemed sinners in the realm of soul masters," Flander continued earnestly, emphasizing his point with fervor. Upon hearing this, Xiao Gang shook his head resolutely. Adopting a didactic tone, "You clearly do not understand the intricacies of soul rings. I can assure you, during the process of obtaining a soul ring, one must never disrupt it. Such interference could not only cause fluctuations in the absorbing soul master, but could also result in a misselection of the soul ring." Xiao Gang acknowledged, "Your reasoning is always sound and convincing. Perhaps when it comes to soul rings, I shall forever remain in your shadow." Flander remarked with a hint of envy, his words implicitly aimed at Lu Erlong, as his admiration for her grew with each passing day. Chapter 69. Farewell to the Shopkeeper. Yet, it can only remain a bittersweet secret buried deep within. Whenever he recalls Lu Erlong, Flander cannot help but feel an irresistible itch in his heart, while simultaneously lowering his brow. Perhaps that which is unattainable is the most exquisite. Lu Erlong might be the one who truly appreciates Yu Xiaozhang's intellect. Contemplating this, Flander lets out a long sigh and shakes his head slightly. At least in this regard, he knows he can never measure up to Yu Xiaozhang. Ironically, the two share a blood connection. Otherwise, they could be deemed star-crossed lovers, and despite Flander's regrets, he would willingly accept it. Alas, they have not ascended to such heights, and Lu Erlong would certainly be unwilling to embrace him. "By the way, Xiaozhang," Flander exclaimed, extending his right hand to halt Yu Xiaozhang as progress, and urgently addressed him. "A few days ago, Erlong sent you an envelope, seemingly entrusting you with something. Should you not reply? I say, at such a time, we should not indulge in these petty squabbles. What does blood relation matter? Aren't the sheets the same? If something uncontrollable were to transpire, we shall deal with it then. After all these years, it is time to cease the ruckus. Moreover, at 40, one is like a wolf. Ponder it well. Can you endure? Can Erlong endure? As soul masters, surely they cannot forsake their desires, lest you end up regretting it too late." Flander nudged Yu Xiaozhang's waist with his elbow, raising an eyebrow at him. "What of your furious glare, Xiaozhang?" he jested, as Yu Xiaozhang turned slightly, facing away from Flander. Rebuking him, "You divulged my whereabouts in Shrek to her? Look, you mention Erlong, And you grow agitated, Flander replied, patting his brow in a lecturing tone. Therefore, I told her that it was Lu Erlong who entrusted me with finding you and delivering the envelope. She, of course, was unaware of your presence here. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojing exhaled a sigh of relief as the tension in his heart eased. Flander immediately grasped the unspoken truth. If Yu Xiaojing had truly moved on, he would not be so tense. What a pity, indeed, this stubborn temperament. In the end, it would be difficult for Erlong to guarantee where her affections would land. Furthermore, from the contents of the letter, it was filled with greetings and words of an open-hearted nature that felt like a gentle spring breeze, seemingly imbued with a romantic undertone, yet not directed at them. In the tone of her words, they had been regarded as nothing more than the best of companions, while her heart had drifted far away. It remains uncertain how Yu Xiaojing would feel upon learning this. Flander, you may reply on your own behalf. I shall not interfere any further, Yu Xiaojing remarked, turning slightly to gaze upwards, taking a deep breath as his chest rose and fell. It is this group of little monsters. Whether they can attain the best soul rings is not a concern with Jiang Chuan's prowess in battle. But what truly worries me is whether they can bear the burden themselves. Reassured, acquiring a soul ring undoubtedly entails risks. However, it is indeed a fortuitous endeavor. Flander echoed in harmony with the sentiment expressed by his counterpart. On the periphery of the Stardow Forest, a multitude of soul masters congregated in this locale, gathered at the soul establishment offering shelter. Jiang Chuan's gaze narrowed slightly, sensing an inexplicable familiarity. Suddenly, he recalled that this was the wooden hotel he had previously demolished. After waiting for some time, he finally saw Zhao Wuji trailing behind, and as they awaited the arrival of Tang San and the others, the sky had already darkened. At this point, settling into the hotel was inevitable. He did not display any sign of discontent. After all, his speed was unparalleled. Even the soul beast would struggle to keep pace with him. It was worth noting that he possessed the Tsanghui Dragon Bone, a treasure of 100,000 years. Renowned for its profound essence and astonishing swiftness, allowing him to cover vast distances in the blink of an eye. Tang San and the others were drenched in sweat, panting heavily as they leaned against their chests, their faces pale with anxiety as they stared at Jiang Chuan, fearful that he might utter something shocking. During their grueling training, Jiang Chuan had been perceived as a formidable demon in their minds. His commands were akin to mantras. They had no choice but to follow him, whether it be through treacherous terrains or fiery trials. Reflecting on their previous experiences in that rigorous training, they believed their physical capabilities and strides had significantly improved. Though they did not expect to match Jiang Chuan's pace, they at least hoped they could keep their backs straight. Yet, ironically, Jiang Chuan once again invigorated their senses. His demeanor suggested he had been awaiting their arrival for an inordinate length of time, even indulging in oolong tea. It was evident from Zhao Wujia's flushed face that he had just arrived, breathless and momentarily bewildered. It's you. A young man clad in simple white garments emerged from within, fortuitously locking eyes with Jiang Chuan, who was taken aback, instinctively retreating in astonishment. This visage was one he could recognize even if reduced to ashes. Sensing the unusual tension, Zhao Wujia's rugged face approached, perplexed as he inquired, "What is the matter?" "I say, innkeeper, is the tavern already full? Are you gentlemen soul masters?" The young man seemed at a loss for words, hesitating for a moment, yet unable to articulate his thoughts in Jiang Chuan's penetrating gaze. The atmosphere grew as silent as a still night. He had not intended to accommodate Jiang Chuan and his companions, fearing potential commotion or the disarray of his establishment, which he could ill afford. "What's wrong?" Zhao Wujia suspiciously glanced at Jiang Chuan. "Do you know each other?" Their expressions were too interconnected to ignore. Furthermore, Jiang Chuan's behavior led Zhao Wujia to surmise some underlying truth. "Rest assured, dear innkeeper, there will be no issues this time. Just allow us to rest our weary feet." Jiang Chuan reassured with a comforting glance. "Moreover, prepare some provisions. We must carry supplies into the Stardow Forest, as you surely understand." Upon reaching the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, most guests were soul masters seeking to procure their soul rings, often unprepared with provisions. The innkeeper was certainly aware of their needs. Very well, very well." The innkeeper reluctantly nodded, eagerly passing Jiang Chuan a luminescent soul guidance necklace. "I beseech you, noble sirs, as soul masters, show a bit of compassion and spare us." In response to the innkeeper's pleas, Jiang Chuan nodded in assurance. Only then did the group secure their lodgings. The students, weary from their day, and Jiang Chuan, whose stomach rumbled audibly, requested the innkeeper to serve some delectable dishes, prompting the group to feast heartily. Among them, Ma Hongjuan's voracious appetite was particularly conspicuous. Yet, Jiang Chuan said nothing. Hunger warranted indulgence. Chapter 70. The Resurgence of Tsang Hui. At a nearby desk, a young man and woman sat, and upon witnessing Ma Hongjuan's gluttonous display, the woman couldn't help but stifle a giggle, delicately covering her lips. Xiaoya. Do not underestimate them. Those individuals are soul masters. Do not be deceived by their youth. Their soul power is already on par with mine. We have come to the Douluo Forest merely to assist you in obtaining your soul ring. It is unnecessary to involve ourselves in matters beyond that. The man rapped his fingers against the table, adopting a didactic tone as he admonished Xiaoya. Oh, I am utterly exhausted. After a day of travel, the jolting of the carriage has left my back aching and my waist sore. The leading female student, clad in a crimson robe, consented to open the wooden door while massaging her shoulders, displaying an unmistakable impatience. Junior, your elder brother can help alleviate your fatigue. The man leaned closer, a playful smile gracing his features as he affectionately kneaded her shoulders, inadvertently brushing against her sensitive areas. The latter did not seem bothered. Instead, her autumn-like eyes widened momentarily. Heavens! Upon glancing aside, the female student was confronted by the imposing figure of Ma Hongjun, causing her to stumble back in shock. She quickly covered her mouth. Is this the amount of food one consumes? Following closely behind were several other students, all adorned in red garments emblazoned with the emblem of Shrek Academy. Led by a middle-aged man with spectacles that exaggerated his eyes, guiding them towards a hotel on the outskirts of the Douluo Forest. Host, what are you waiting for? Can't you see who we are? Hurry and bring forth the finest food and drink. A student from Shrek Academy bellowed, tilting his head back as he plopped down onto a wooden chair, his gaze fixed on Ma Hongjun. Is this a pig? It seems as though he hasn't eaten in ages. As this student settled in, those following suit took their seats, their eyes drawn to Ma Hongjun. The middle-aged man, still wearing his exaggerated spectacles, sighed deeply before joining them at the wooden table. Teacher Yi, please, you eat first. One female student poured tea for Yu Zhiqiu, bringing it to his lips, then promptly offered a chicken leg before him. Yes, eat well and rest quickly. Tomorrow we venture into the Douluo Forest to hunt for spirit rings. We must avoid any unnecessary troubles beforehand. We won't, teacher, the female student replied gently, waving her hand with a warm smile. And what of the last esteemed individual? You must remember the disgrace of Shrek Academy, the shameful loss of life experienced by the last batch of your seniors. Have you all already forgotten? Even I lost my arms due to such recklessness. Yu Zhiqiu asserted emphatically. Remember? A chill swept through the air. The students of Shrek Academy nodded in agreement, their expressions betraying their compliance. Yet, within their hearts, there was no sense of reverence. The previous generation of students had simply lacked the capability. They were different. At merely a few years of age, they had already attained spirit power exceeding level 20, a rarity across the Douluo Continent. The synergy within their team far surpassed that of their predecessors. They spoke of Yu Zhiqiu as their teacher, yet in their hearts, they had already diminished his worth. A man who had lost both arms, what right did he have to speak so boldly before them? To speak candidly, Yu Zhiqiu's wife is rather commendable. Several students have taken a liking to her, and once their soul power increases, this teacher will no longer be merely a teacher. Very well, teacher. Noticing that Yu Zhiqiu has yet to finish his words, one of his students interjected, we understand the gravity of our situation. The journey has been arduous. And since you have accompanied us throughout, we have arranged several rooms at the inn for you. Please, retire and rest. I, as the team leader, shall handle the remaining matters. Another voice interrupted the discourse. Innkeeper, please bring me 10 baskets of dumplings and 8 chicken legs. And ensure there is plenty of soup. It's simply insufficient to fill one's stomach. Ma Hongjuan's remark elicited laughter from the group. The students from Shrek Academy laughed heartily, especially one male student who exclaimed, Huh, is he a pig? Those lion dragon dumplings could sustain me for 5 days. Another female student joined in the mirth, adding, What is truly amusing is his request for 8 chicken legs. That is not just a pig, his appetite rivals that of an adult soul beast. I fear he may burst any moment now. The raucous laughter from Shrek Academy resonated throughout the inn. Upon hearing this commotion, Shrek students turned to glare at their Shrek counterparts. While conflicts in the soul realm are commonplace, such blatant provocation was intolerable for Ma Hongjun and the others. Just a moment ago, they were engaged in jovial conversation about their prior training. In the next, their expressions hardened, their aura intensifying with formidable presence. Daimubai, known for his temper, could not contain his irritation at the jibes directed at Ma Hongjuan's appetite. Xuanji, equally displeased, retorted sarcastically. Is this the only refinement you possess as a soul master? Truly, Sanghui Academy excels at belittling others. Instead of wasting time on mockery, perhaps you should devote yourselves to cultivating your soul power or enhancing your intellect through study. Ning Rongrong chimed in, her tone dripping with derision. Humph. Just the sight of Sanghui Academy students irks me. A bunch of timid tortoises, a truly dismal institution. Naturally, Ma Hongjun, with his fiery temperament, raised his voice in response. The words exchanged between the Shrek group and Sanghui students escalated tensions. Who are you lot to insult Sanghui Academy as a garbage institution? Have your eyes deceived you? Are you unaware that Sanghui Academy is affiliated with the Royal Sky Class Academy? Moreover, it stands as a prestigious mid-tier Soul Master Academy in Sotoa City. You are courting disaster. The female student, feeling indignant, retorted with a resounding bang. Witnessing this, the male students were equally incensed, gritting their teeth in frustration. It was evident that this overweight individual was merely seeking trouble. Not only had he never witnessed the world beyond his confines, but he also dared to spout foolishness here, which was tantamount to courting disaster. Sister Na, let us refrain from further words. Let them witness the prowess of Zhang Hui's student firsthand. One of the men, combing his hair back with a flourish, charged forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Ma Hongjun's nostrils. I've long found this rotund fellow intolerable. Allow me to impart a lesson. Branding the name of Sanghui Academy upon his visage. Laughter erupted among the crowd, each person seething with indignation. Chapter 71. An Unexpected Encounter. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai's insults directed at Sanghui Academy, Yu Zhiqiu was equally enraged. He lifted his chin defiantly and confronted the crowd, demanding, "Which academy's juniors are you? How dare you insult us to our faces? It is sheer recklessness." With arms crossed over his ample belly, Ma Hongjun let out a dismissive huff, displaying his disdain. What is a mere Sanghui Academy to be so arrogant? Dai Mubai silently fumed. As Tang San beheld Yu Zhiqiu, he was suddenly struck by a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered him before. A memory flashed through his mind. While traveling from Notting City to Soto City to enroll in Shrek Academy, he had spent a night at the Rose Hotel and had a fleeting interaction with this middle-aged man. The individual's features were distinctly recognizable, characterized by a rather unsightly appearance, complete with a pair of glaring white spectacles, a diminutive stature, and, most notably, the absence of both arms. Yes, the dismembered arms. Jiang Chuan has made a definitive decision. To this day, I can still recall that this individual seemed to have faced punishment from Jiang Chuan, even to the extent of having his arms severed. The latter furrowed his brow, recognizing Tang San as somewhat familiar. Yet he could not recall where he had encountered him before, unable to reach an agreement. The female student clad in the uniform of Sanghui Academy shrugged her shoulders and mockingly frowned, then let us settle this by strength, woohoo in manifestation. With that, as the first student from their ranks called out, a chorus of Sanghui students echoed the cry. In an instant, the tavern was once again filled with a surging wave of soul power, an overwhelming aura that struck at the heart. The innkeeper's expression darkened at this sight. Very well. Since you initiated this, do not blame us later when you find yourselves in dire straits, he chuckled ominously. Ma Hongjun laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. How could this bunch of Sanghui Academy weaklings compare to us? His words were laden with meaning, for under Jiang Chuan's hellish trials, their physiques had long since transcended the ordinary. While they could not claim to be able to fight beyond their levels, it would still be a simple task to crush this group of Sanghui students. Observing the Shrek students' unyielding confidence, Yu Zhiqiu's eyes lit up. Why does that figure seem somewhat familiar? He revealed a cunning glint in his eyes, pondering. That silhouette. There. A youthful boy with a somewhat tender complexion was earnestly devouring his food, until he finally discerned the face, causing Yu Zhiqiu's heart to leap, and he gasped in astonishment. This. Yu Zhiqiu stammered, unable to articulate a coherent sentence for quite some time. That visage was his nightmare, a fear that he could never shake off. Each recollection sent tremors through his heart. Jiang Chuan, hearing the commotion, looked up and furrowed his brows, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. You? Who are you? My lord, I am Yu Zhiqiu, he replied, kneeling before Jiang Chuan, his face adorned with a pleading expression. Even trembling slightly, I did not expect to encounter you here today. Are you also heading to the Stardow Forest? Wherever you require assistance, I, Yu Zhiqiu, shall serve you with all my might. So it was Yu Zhiqiu, teacher Yi? Jiang Chuan rose, wiping his mouth. I wondered which academy was so audacious. And it turns out to be Sanghui Academy. As for what you intend to do with these 7 students, I am indifferent. However, one of your students spoke with great disrespect just now. When Jiang Chuan uttered these words, Yi Zhiqiu felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Jiang Chuan's temperament is akin to that of a lethal blade. He possesses not an iota of tolerance. Anyone who dares to offend him is destined for demise. This is precisely what instills the greatest trepidation in Yi Zhiqiu. Across the expanse of Douluo Continent, no one has been encountered quite like him. He evokes both fear and respect, rendering one unable to voice their indignation. Sir, they are merely children, prone to speak without restraint. I beseech your understanding. This is the most formidable cohort of soul masters from Sanghui Academy, Yi Zhiqiu hastily articulated, immediately realizing he had misspoken. He looked up, only to be met by the penetrating gaze of Jiang Chuan, within which he discerned a flicker of cold light. Ah! Since they are the most exceptional students of Sanghui Academy, it is only fitting that they undergo rigorous refinement. Jade must be polished to achieve perfection. Would you not agree? Jiang Chuan raised his right fist and continued, moreover, does being a genius grant one the liberty to cast aspersions upon others, especially against me? If your students are so confident, let me witness the true depth of Sanghui Academy's foundation. Teacher Yi Zhiqiu, why do you show such courtesy to him? He is merely some brash child, audaciously declaring enmity against us. Is this a jest? The leading female student cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Chuan, as if to mock her own vision. She shook her head in ironic disbelief. You appear to be of similar age. How powerful could your soul power possibly be? Do not let the guise of authority deceive you. Even in terms of background, we have nothing to fear. Indeed, a mere wolf with glaring eyes has emerged, spouting human words, radiating a fierce green light. You are but a mannish trying to stop a chariot, utterly oblivious to your own insignificance. Allowed Sanghui Academy to demonstrate what it means to be a true powerhouse. Upon hearing the words of the Sanghui Academy students, Shrek Academy, led by Daimubai, retreated to the sidelines, whispering amongst themselves. Laughter erupted, particularly from Ma Hongjun, who exaggeratedly pointed at a female student from Sanghui Academy, shaking his head in bemusement. Such audacity! You young ones go too far, exclaimed the green-eyed wolf, lunging forward, its claws converging to summon a yellow soul ring that encircled its arms. Its power surging dramatically as a green wind swept towards Ma Hongjun's forehead. Your mouth is far too unruly, and I can scarcely contain my desire to tear you to shreds, it laughed. Are you not going to activate your martial soul? Surely. My first soul ring has left you in a state of shock. This is a 100-year-old martial soul. I have long informed you, this group of Shrek's inferior students, that you are but a manus attempting to obstruct a carriage. Sir, your establishment is on the brink of tears. Once again, your hotel shall face plunder, a voice lamented. Yet, Ma Hongjun remained steadfast. They all understood that when Jiang Chuan made his move, no one was permitted to intervene. This was not only a rule of the Douluo Continent, but also a matter of respect for Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan appears to be an ordinary individual, harmless to both people and animals. However, once he takes action, it inevitably leads to either death or injury. The principles of Jiang Chuan evoke a sense of shame, rendering one hesitant to approach. Chapter 72, The Primal Bloodline. Tang San and his companions are well aware that any disputes with the students of Sanghui Academy would be met with indifference from Jiang Chuan. The opposing party merely seeks to obtain the remuneration from Shrek Academy and nothing more. It cannot be said that Jiang Chuan is heartless, rather. The others are devoid of any concept of friendship. Within Shrek, they even possess a title, not as the Shura or the Evil Eye, but as the terrifying and dread-inducing Yama. Indeed, they truly deserve such a moniker. Jiang Chuan's complaint was trivial. He merely used the golden soul coin to impart knowledge. However, when Daimubai and Ma Hongjun set their sights on Yi Zhiqiu, who stood aloof with downcast eyes, their joy faded. The demeanor of the individual suggested a familiarity with Jiang Chuan, hinting at an underlying connection. Yet, why did the soul master appear so submissive? According to the students of Sanghui Academy, this individual was referred to as a teacher named Yi Zhiqiu. Given the status of being a teacher at Sanghui Academy, particularly to the most formidable batch of students, it was likely that their soul power was considerable. Daimubai and Ma Hongjun were unaware of Jiang Chuan's prowess, which could now rival that of Liu Song, a level 63 soul emperor within the Shrek Academy. Although he had once relied on the power of the demon blade Qianren, time had passed, and considering Jiang Chuan's rate of cultivation, he had undoubtedly surpassed that level. Even without external aid, he could engage in sparring at the level 63 soul emperor rank. Could it be that this Yi Zhiqiu had also faced Jiang Chuan's oppression? And what of the severed arms? Such thoughts inevitably led one to ponder further. Your enemy is not me. Ma Hongjun, sensing the situation, retreated to evade the green wind disk held by the other party. He knew all too well that Jiang Chuan would not come to his rescue and could only rely on his own speed to evade. Yet, he was taken aback by the student's sluggishness, unable even to graze the hem of his garment. Haha, I told you there are no students here. With your strength in the wedding, even a century-old soul ring would scarcely harm our teacher Jiang Chuan, let alone a millennium soul ring. It would be best not to humiliate yourself here, Ma Hongjun scoffed. What did it mean to humiliate oneself? Clearly, there was no basis for comparison. Daimu Bai tilted his head slightly. At the moment of his strike, he ought to have implored teacher Jiang Chuan to rein in his strength. Or else he would surely be met with a fist that could shatter him. What a farce. Jiang Chuan, a formidable presence, could effortlessly vanquish a multitude of Shrek Academy students. He easily subdued the students of Tsanghui without any unforeseen circumstances. Humph. Those oblivious souls still boast here, declaring their prowess. With his first soul skill, Poisonous Wolf's Destruction, this student extended his palms, unleashing a whirlwind of shimmering green light, accentuated by a striking yellow soul ring. With a resounding whoosh, it expanded beyond 3 meters, strands of soul power interweaving and coiling together. Boom! The air erupted with a deafening crack, shattering nearby tables and chairs into splinters. Before the battle commences, all of you, get out, Jiang Chuan declared, stepping forward. The black soul ring pulsated with a sound akin to piano keys being struck, resonating throughout the hotel, enveloping the entire space in an aura of dread. It felt as if a colossal weight pressed upon everyone's chests, rendering them breathless and suffocated. The massive green whirlwind, before even making contact with the black soul ring, dissipated under the force of its energy, shattering into fragments. The male student was sent soaring, akin to a projectile, crashing through the wooden structure and landing outside with a resounding thud. Impossible. Black. What? A black soul ring? How can a soul ring be black? This is inconceivable. In that instant, a dense fog of confusion clouded the brows of all present, leaving them utterly bewildered, fixated on the black soul ring, their gazes frozen. Yujichio clenched his teeth, the haunting shadow of the black soul ring resurfacing in his mind. Only he understood that this was no illusion. Based on the perception of power and speed, it was indeed a 1,000-year-old soul ring. This revelation astonished Yujichio the most. Who, exactly, was this young man before him? Very well, I shall show you mercy, Jiang Chuan thundered. Ancient bloodline. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted forth, like a surging tide, blindingly radiant, enveloping the entire restaurant in its glow. The brilliance was so intense that it rendered the onlookers momentarily incapacitated, a tremendous force propelling the Tsanghui students away without hesitation. What? At this moment, my martial soul manifestation has been extinguished? How is this possible? The disparity in power was staggering, despite their similar ages. The fiery phoenix behind the girl dissipated, and even her 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings vanished, fading into obscurity. Puff. The male student clutched his chest, his face ashen, desperately suppressing the metallic taste rising in his throat. Ultimately, he could no longer contain it, coughing violently. He had narrowly escaped a fatal encounter, nearly succumbing to the onslaught. Such terrifying power could scarcely be deemed soul power. How could soul power possess such ferocity? Could he possibly be a powerful assault-type martial soul? The female student spoke in a hoarse voice. My strength has been utterly suppressed. I cannot even unleash my martial soul. How could this be? I understand now. It is an absolute suppression stemming from the martial soul itself. In the presence of such overwhelming power, we have no chance of resistance. Who on earth is he? Jiang Chuan slowly emerged from the entrance of the hotel, casting a calm gaze upon the multitude of Tsanghui Academy students sprawled on the ground. Is this truly the so-called strongest generation? Is this what they refer to as Tsanghui Academy? Is this what they consider young soul masters? All utterly worthless. How could they be so feeble? I have yet to exert myself. Jiang Chuan exhibited no signs of arrogance. He merely spoke the truth. Nothing more. The shopkeeper rushed out, casting a grateful glance towards Jiang Chuan. A black soul ring? Jiang Chuan raised his right hand, upon which lingered a jet black soul ring, exuding a crystalline black luminescence that captivated the onlookers. The air resonated with a continuous sound, akin to a melancholic chime, possessing an almost corrosive influence upon the hearts of those present. If one were to assess its power, his soul ring would indeed be the weakest among them. The ancient bloodline, the 1,000 blades of the demon sword, and the Emperor's Bell are formidable weapons capable of vanquishing hundreds with a single strike, leaving devastation in their wake. Their might rivals, if not surpasses, that of the Haotian hammer. In the future, should he acquire additional soul rings, he is likely to redefine the title of the most potent weapon spirit within the Douluo Continent. In such stark contrast, the 10,000-year soul ring pales in significance. He was not exaggerating. It was simply too feeble. If you can withstand a single punch from the ancient bloodline, perhaps I might spare you. Chapter 73. The Golden Soul Coin Redemption. To withstand Jiang Chuan's punch? Was this not a jest? Merely the shockwave propelled by his soul power rendered them nearly incapacitated, let alone the prospect of resisting a direct blow from him. An utterly fantastical notion, devoid of any possibility. Yeah, there was no confidence to be found in such a claim. Yujiqiu trembled as he approached, flustered and at a loss, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Jiang Chuan. My lord, you vented your anger and struck. Surely this cannot be the end. They are the strongest assets of our Shanghai Academy and must not be harmed. Not to mention, the shockwave you unleashed has already inflicted injuries upon them, some of which may leave lasting shadows and ailments. If the dean learns that these children were ruined under my watch, I fear I shall find no refuge. Among them is a student, the grandson of a senior teacher from Shanghai Academy, and you wouldn't wish to invite unwarranted calamity upon yourself, would you? It is worth noting that this senior is now a soul sage. Oh, Yujiqiu, your tone suggests a threat. Do you believe I would be concerned about a mere soul sage? Jiang Chuan responded with a derisive smile, casting a dismissive glance. Regardless of whether you are a soul sage or a soul Douluo, all must adhere to my rules. Of course, I would not mind if you and your students wish to share the burden and face my punch from the ancient bloodline together. Jiang Chuan, regardless of whether they can withstand his prowess, merely experiences a twinge of restlessness. Having possessed the ancient bloodline for so long, he has yet to unleash the true might of his fist, leaving the extent of its ferocity shrouded in mystery. Before him lies an opportune moment to demonstrate the ancient bloodline's power. However, he must refrain. I beseech you, esteemed sir, to temper your hand. My brother is an honorary student of the Shanghai Academy and harbors no intentions of threat. The female student, straining to maintain her composure, lifts her forehead with great difficulty. Her gaze directed at Jiang Chuan. She is acutely aware of his taboos. It is imperative not to issue threats, but rather to propose enticing benefits. I merely wish to convey that if you require golden soul coins, I would be more than willing to offer you hundreds in tribute. And my brother's monthly resources can be devoted to your service. Jiang Chuan, with a hint of amusement, remarked, is there truly no intention of threat? Even if I grant you this opportunity, will you be able to seize it? Can you? Upon hearing these words, the female student felt her spirit extinguished. Instantly chilled to the core, and her mental state crumbled in tandem. She feared that, at any moment, she would be subjected to Jiang Chuan's frenzied assault. After all, merely the mention of his wedding had inflicted such deep wounds upon them, coupled with the presence of Huan, or perhaps the ancient bloodline he spoke of. She could not help but wonder if a single blow would reduce them to mere dust. However, Jiang Chuan shifted his tone, proclaiming, very well. However, I demand 1,000 golden soul coins. If that is not feasible, then there is nothing left to discuss. This is a fixed price. Upon hearing this glimmer of hope, the female student immediately broke into a smile, but the staggering sum of 1,000 coins soon dampened her spirits, leaving her in disbelief at such an exorbitant amount. Yet, for the sake of her safety, she gritted her teeth and acquiesced. Excellent, a most prudent choice. However, should that be the case, the remaining students will find it even more challenging to withstand my ancient bloodline. Haha, I wholeheartedly welcome you to appease my ire with golden soul coins. Furthermore, for the second soul master wishing to secure their survival, the price doubles, 2,000 golden soul coins, a fixed price. If this is not acceptable, then there is nothing further to negotiate. Jiang Chuan cast a mocking glance at them, his expression tinged with disdain. It seemed no one was willing to be the scapegoat. So let them all perish. As soon as Jiang Chuan's voice fell, a golden aura of primordial chaos enveloped him, intricately weaving and intertwining all around his body, transforming into an enigmatic rune, profound and elusive. No, allow me. I offer a flat price of 2,000 gold soul coins. Spare me. Jiang Chuan clapped in approval, exclaiming, excellent. As your ranks diminish once more before the onslaught of the ancient bloodline, your chances of survival dwindle even further. If you possess sufficient confidence, you may indeed endure without expending a single gold soul coin, provided you wield adequate strength, defense, or speed to evade my ancient bloodline. For reasons unbeknownst to him, upon witnessing this, Dai Mu Bai felt a chill creep down his spine. It was an unadulterated blow, yet it rendered one incapable of uttering a word of complaint, compelling even a sense of urgency for self-preservation. Ma Hongjun was equally unnerved, his entire being tingling with apprehension. The temper of teacher Jiang Chuan is not merely poor, it is nothing short of tyrannical. He is not to be trifled with. The current situation has made the members of Shrek acutely aware that Jiang Chuan's position is untouchable, casting an inescapable shadow over their hearts. Observing this, the people from Shanghai Academy have already fallen into a state of panic. Given their past glory, they now question whether they can withstand the formidable might of Jiang Chuan, especially since they are not even at full strength. It seems increasingly difficult to cope, and they find themselves in a predicament akin to riding a tiger, where retreat is not an option. Without offering gold soul coins to alleviate their plight, it is feared they may not survive. With gritted teeth, they reluctantly pledged 2,000 gold coins each. I too am willing to contribute 2,000 gold soul coins. I implore you, my lord, to spare me, and I shall be eternally grateful for your mercy. I will also provide 2,000 gold soul coins, the grandson of Shinian said eagerly, gazing at Jiang Chuan with an earnest expression, a flicker of cold light passing through his eyes. As long as you spare me, I promise not to pursue any trouble for you afterwards, and I shall dutifully present the gold soul coins to you. Should Jiang Chuan allow him to return, he would immediately seek out Shinian. The audacity of claiming to fear nothing, even the soul saint, was mere bravado. One could only imagine that the grandfather could crush him with a single finger. It is remarkable that Jiang Chuan still desires gold soul coins. For the mere act of allowing them to keep their lives would already be a considerable mercy. Jiang Chuan is no fool. This year's grandson is certainly not someone to be underestimated. He is as cunning as his grandfather. He enjoys making things particularly challenging. Perhaps there is a misunderstanding regarding my intentions. I meant to convey that the amounts are cumulative 2,000 gold soul coins for the first person, and 3,000 for the next. As the younger generation of Shanghai Academy, the most formidable of their kind, how could they possibly lack even a modest sum of gold soul coins, given your esteemed status, formidable abilities, and considerable soul power? It should be feasible for the individuals from Shanghai Academy to procure the necessary gold soul coins for your release. Wouldn't you agree? Thus, it would be prudent not to wear such troubled expressions. Jiang Chuan shrugged casually and stated, "Let us see who among you is willing to offer this 3,000 gold soul coins, if we were to increase it to 4,000. I fear it may be beyond your means." Such audacity. There were even some attempts at sowing discord. However, Jiang Chuan held no regard for such tactics. He simply relished observing their grim and helpless expressions, which brought him immense satisfaction. Chapter 74. Collecting Payment. My lord, each of us utilizing over 1,000 gold soul coins? Not to mention that we are still but juniors. Even if our families possess sufficient gold soul coins, it would be impossible to produce them in full. If the last individual were to be required to contribute nearly 10,000 gold soul coins, it would be preposterous. The youth fell silent, staring blankly at Jiang Chuan, seemingly at a loss for words. I beseech you, my lord, to show mercy. We did not intend to offend, and we hope for your understanding. Jiang Chuan raised a finger and waved it mockingly before the young man, a sneer upon his lips. No, no, no. While you may address me as sir, let us forego the term ocean of tolerance. I am not one to embody such magnanimity, for I am, in essence, a vast expanse of stars. Should you fail to provide the requisite amount of gold soul coins, the consequences will be insurmountable for you. Do not engage in perilous endeavors for the sake of Shanghai Academy. Otherwise, when the time comes, you may find that regrets are futile and cannot be undone. Jiang Chuan is well aware. The golden soul coin, just give it. If not, death. As long as it poses no loss to him, that is sufficient. It seems that if I do not take serious action against you, you may very well think I am jesting, correct? A faint smirk graced Jiang Chuan's lips. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through his entire being. An unparalleled golden light surged forth, enveloping his limbs and bones, traversing through the extraordinary meridians, unifying as one, intertwining with his soul force, and reaching a boiling point, teeming with overwhelming potency. A thunderous roar erupted. The ground quaked in response, the terrain collapsing beneath the weight of this golden force, striking a chill deep within the hearts of onlookers, sending shivers down their spines. What level of soul power is this? Is he even human? The female student gasped, her voice filled with disbelief. It's impossible. We are merely in our teens. He appears to be no older than us, perhaps just a year or two our senior. How could he possibly possess such formidable soul power? What has transpired here? To withstand such a punch could mean either total annihilation or utter destruction. Survival seemed an unattainable luxury. Even the mere desire to live had become a distant hope. I offer 3,000 gold soul coins, the young man declared, raising 3 fingers toward Jiang Chuan, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "What say you, my lord? This is all the savings from both my family and the Tsanghui Academy's scholarship fund. I truly cannot procure any more gold soul coins." Jiang Chuan smirked and remarked, "Those who recognize the times are indeed wise." He then turned to face the 3 members of Tsanghui Academy, who were emanating an air of coldness, and continued, "However, should I discover any deceit on your part, any delays in repaying my gold soul coins, or attempts to exploit the situation, the outcome will be self-evident. You may wish to test the waters." Though Jiang Chuan's gaze exuded an unparalleled tranquility, its impact upon the crowd was an entirely different matter, invoking a profound sense of oppression. Their hearts chilled abruptly, and their bodies involuntarily convulsed. Upon awakening their souls, endowed with soul power, they should have felt a renewed, invincible spirit, yet, before Jiang Chuan, they appeared as insignificant as mere droplets in the vast ocean, facing the cosmos, sun, moon, and stars, rendering them utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance or rebellious thought. "My lord, how could we possibly jest with you?" The female student was visibly shaken, succumbing to a chill of fear. The 2 male students had already been silenced, cowering in a corner, trembling without the ability to act. "Let me see who shall be next, or have you chosen to withstand the might of my ancient bloodline?" As he spoke, Jiang Chuan clenched his right fist, summoning a radiant golden aura akin to blazing flames, layers upon layers of energy that made the onlookers feel their soul power boiling to its limits. The overwhelming pressure drew nearer, causing the remaining students to tremble slightly. When Yijiqiu, too, sensed Jiang Chuan's murderous intent, he realized that he had unwittingly included himself in this perilous equation. "Esteemed sir, they are but fledgling soul masters. How could they possibly possess 1,000 gold soul coins? Instead, allow me to offer you 4,000 gold soul coins, and let us leave this matter be. What say you?" Yijiqiu inquired tentatively, his eyes pleading, hoping to spare his own life and that of his students. "Since you pride yourselves as the strongest students of Tsanghui Academy, you must demonstrate your true prowess. To be called the mightiest without 1,000 gold soul coins is indeed a source of embarrassment," Jiang Chuan remarked, his tone laced with incredulity. "As your numbers increase, the value of those coins must not diminish. Should you fail to present them, you shall not leave here alive." Such audacity in broad daylight left the others speechless, unable to articulate a defense. Even Yijiqiu felt a chill of trepidation. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he could not resolve it himself and would likely have to summon Xinian for assistance. Otherwise, the day would conclude with this generation of Tsanghui Academy's strongest being unable to muster 1,000 gold soul coins unless they resorted to selling their possessions. Casting a glance at the female student, Yijiqiu signaled her to flee and alert Xinian for help, while he could not directly threaten Jiang Chuan. Saving these few strongest students of Tsanghui Academy would suffice. The latter nodded eagerly, addressing Jiang Chuan directly, "My lord, I shall return to Tsanghui Academy at once to procure the gold soul coins for you." "Certainly, go to your academy and summon all your resources. I, Jiang Chuan, shall accept them all. No matter who you are, today you shall be thoroughly convinced of your defeat. Let us see if the gold soul coins I claim are worth the trouble. Ha ha ha." Jiang Chuan laughed heartily. "The so-called strength of the champions you have summoned merely serves to augment my wealth by a few thousand soul coins. It is of no consequence." Jiang Chuan, indifferent to the unfolding chaos, allowed the female student to flee unimpeded, while the male students hastily made their way towards the warehouse academy, not daring to look back. The words that lingered on Yijiqiu's lips were abruptly stifled. Jiang Chuan, with discerning insight, immediately comprehended their intentions. They were seeking reinforcements, and audaciously claimed that any newcomers would merely serve to augment her collection of gold soul coins. This was indeed a source of trepidation. However, considering that a decade had passed, a being nearly on par with the soul duel level would not be easily vanquished by Jiang Chuan, even if the latter's abilities were not on the same plane. With such confidence, it would be worthwhile for them to put this to the test. In any case, this matter must not be taken lightly. Otherwise, thousands of gold soul coins would indeed fall into Jiang Chuan's hands. Moreover, when accounting for the number of individuals involved, the sum could exceed not merely 1,000 but even reach 10,000. Possessing 10,000 gold soul coins would not only be significant in Soto City, it would equate to the financial might of a sect leader within the Douluo Continent. Chapter 75, The Arrival of the Powerful. The sheer magnitude of this undertaking left them at a loss. 10,000 gold soul coins, such an amount would be unattainable for even a soul saint registered at the Spirit Hall within a month. Yet the opposing party sought to amass that sum in a single day. This was no mere lion's share. It was akin to being devoured by a whale. It appeared that unless they took decisive action, they might mistakenly believe I was jesting with them. Aha! With a smile playing on his lips, Jiang Chuan shaped his right hand into a fist and, with a swift motion, struck the face of the youth before him. The force of the blow surged forth like the tumultuous waves of mountains and seas, rendering any resistance futile. Not even Yujiqiu had the chance to intervene before the resounding slap landed squarely on the boy's face. The impact echoed like thunder, shattering stones and causing the earth to tremble. The youth's body arched backward in a parabolic arc, crashing through dozens of towering ancient trees, dragging down a cascade of rustling green leaves as he fell silently to the ground. With just a fraction of his strength, how astonishing, Jiang Chuan mused, a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of his mouth. Could it be that the younger generation of Songhui Academy cannot withstand even a mere 1/10 of my ancient bloodline's power? Wang Ping and Yujiqiu instinctively shouted the boy's name in alarm. This single blow had nearly brought Wang Ping to his demise. He now teetered on the brink of life and death. With a sickening thud, Wang Ping collapsed, blood oozing from his mouth. Given his condition, immediate medical attention was imperative. Otherwise, he would surely perish. How dare you? Do you not know who Wang Ping is? The nephew of Lord Sachuo. You are in grave trouble now. Another youth, his hair disheveled, scrambled to his feet, his blood-red eyes fixed intently on Jiang Chuan, madness flickering within them. To oppose Lord Sachuo? Surely, you must be insane. Despite your formidable strength, you stand alone against the tide. Jiang Chuan stroked his chin. The air once again surged with intensity. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Yujiqiu hastily clutched the boy, yet he had already succumbed to chaos. It appeared yet another had come seeking demise. Since he refused to relinquish the golden soul coin and chose to provoke me, I shall not allow you to depart unscathed. Whether it be in this moment or in dreams of time, I, Jiang Chuan, shall bear it all. Unyielding, Jiang Chuan remained steadfast, and then with a sudden force, he struck the boy's chest. The latter was propelled into the air, soaring into the distance, becoming an elusive figure, perhaps even beyond the grasp of life and death. Having slaughtered many soul beasts, one finds that they are not so different from humans. Jiang Chuan's psychological state remained largely unchanged. Instead, he appeared rather indifferent. Moreover, the fate of the opposing party was still uncertain. The Shrek Academy students stood unwaveringly to the right, observing the unfolding events with astonishment. Profoundly shaken by Jiang Chuan's decisive and unambiguous manner of dealing with the situation, this incident had certainly escalated. Ma Hongjun stammered, his eyes wide as saucers. Was it merely an escalation? Daimu Bai, with a weary expression, rested his forehead in his hand, exclaiming, "This has transcended a mere conflict among ordinary students and has evolved into a rivalry between academies. If this continues, we might witness a battle of instructors between the institutions." Ning Rongrong covered her lips in disbelief. Surely not? Daimu Bai cast a frustrated glance in her direction, replying with a tone of resignation. When it involves thousands of gold soul coins, can it not be related to the contention between academies? Not everyone is from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Treating money as if it were mere refuse. Daimu Bai, I do not wish to argue with you right now, Ning Rongrong retorted, her hands on her slender waist, gritting her teeth defiantly. Where is Teacher Zhao? If the opposing side truly brings in a renowned teacher from Songhui Academy, the situation will become exceedingly difficult to manage. Although teacher Jiang Chuan's talents far surpass our own, and he could even rival the six-ring Li Yusong, who possesses the strength of a soul emperor, can he truly contend with the esteemed instructors of Songhui Academy? Xiao Wu interjected anxiously from the side. In Jiang Chuan's eyes, he exists as a divine entity, an invincible presence that could never be defeated. Should he truly be vanquished, it would utterly shatter his worldview. However, due to the bond of friendship, it is imperative for teacher Zhao to intervene. Otherwise, the situation would be exceedingly difficult to manage. Regrettably, what many do not realize is that even Zhao Wuji, under Jiang Chuan's command, could only manage to achieve a stalemate. This was before Jiang Chuan acquired the Songhui Dragon Bone. If supplemented by 2 soul bones and 3 soul rings, it is likely that even Zhao Wuji would find it impossible to contend with the current Jiang Chuan. In truth, Zhao Wuji is well aware of this reality. If Jiang Chuan cannot resolve an issue, how could he possibly manage it? Moreover, in the entirety of Suatua City, including the city lord, who could possibly restrain Jiang Chuan's actions, he himself is emboldened by his position. Did not Song Huishui once bestow upon him a token of advisory authority from the Spirit Hall? He could wield this token to assert his identity and strength. completely overpowering a mere second-year student. Aside from him, who else in Songhui Academy possesses such prowess? Very well, I, Yujiqiu, am willing to offer my entire fortune. Tens of thousands of golden soul coins as a gift to you, my lord. I implore you to show mercy. You must not kill again. If you do. Yujiqiu's words abruptly caught in his throat. He was genuinely stunned by the opponent's power, which was even more terrifying than what he had witnessed months prior. Having incapacitated a second-ring soul master with ease, this strength is truly formidable. Ah, splendid, Jiang Chuan chuckled. Delivering a heavy pat on Yujiqiu's shoulder, a person who understands the times is a person of vision. You are indeed worthy of the title of honorary teacher of the conventional academy. Oh, I almost forgot. You are not yet an honorary teacher, are you? This left Yujiqiu bewildered. What did it mean that he would become an honorary teacher in the future? Could the other party possess prophetic abilities? What exactly is his martial soul? However, it matters little whether you are an honorary teacher or not. As long as you can present those tens of thousands of golden soul coins, you may all depart. Jiang Chuan's words became prophetic. Today has truly opened my eyes. I never imagined there would be individuals brazen enough to extort members of the Songhui Academy. Who is this audacious rogue? A so-called noble? Nonsense. If you manage to defeat me, then what would it matter to bestow upon you 10,000 gold soul coins? The chilling sound of a sardonic laugh reverberated through the air, echoing ominously. It pierced the hearts of those soul masters below the second ring, causing them to shiver in trepidation. In a flurry, Ma Hongjun rushed over, grasping Jiang Chuan's right arm tightly. Teacher Jiang. A wise man does not suffer losses in front of his adversaries. We should flee swiftly. What if our opponent is a formidable soul emperor? Chapter 76, A Soul Saint? The condescending tone was unmistakable, revealing the identity of the newcomer. Upon hearing such words, the students of Songhui Academy beamed with joy, as if liberated from chains. Some even secretly rejoiced for their past ties with the grandson of the arrival, hoping that in this moment of peril, he would extend a helping hand. Ha. The youth wore a smug grin, pointing at Jiang Chuan. Prepare for your demise. My grandfather is here, and he is a soul saint of over 70 levels. Humph. Killing you will be as easy as slaughtering a pig or dog. I see you must be utterly desperate to think of plundering the possessions of Songhui Academy students. If you leave today, it will be without return, or I shall not bear the surname sure. The boy spoke with unwavering certainty, as if this were already an established fact. Jiang Chuan wore a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. He did not even deign to cast his gaze upon the youth before him, deeming him an inconsequential fool, unworthy of his attention. His eyes, lost in contemplation, were fixed upon the vast expanse of the sky. Suddenly, a venerable elder, with hair as white as snow, strolled forward gracefully, his gaze cast downward, exuding an air of disdain. Most striking were his pupils, which bore the imprint of a cerulean hue, bestowing upon this aged figure an ethereal quality. The air was filled with the enchanting sound of chimes, resonating like a delicate melody, from the convergence of two streams of azure spiritual energy in the heavens. Soul rings materialized, forming a mesmerizing display. Yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black, black, 7 soul rings in total. Tang San, taken aback, could not help but murmur in astonishment. Ma Hongjuan's eyes trembled, leaving him unable to articulate a coherent thought. Dai Mubai clenched his fists tightly, clearly shaken by the spectacle. Ning Rongrong cast a glance at Tang San before observing the immovable Jiang Chuan. The disparity between the two was striking. The former had suddenly lost interest, while the latter remained steadfast. Oh, Jiang Chuan's lips barely moved. In the Douluo Continent, there exists a soul master bold enough to meet my gaze? Truly, a reckless child. Ha. Very well. Let me show you the prowess of my martial soul. Jiang Chuan tilted his head back, fully engaging in eye contact with his opponent. A slight smirk graced his lips as he spoke in a tone laced with sarcasm, as a soul saint of the 7 rings. Regardless of your level in the 70s and the power you possess, your lower half has merely succumbed to the earth. Furthermore, I see no reason to boast. You have simply lived longer. I truly cannot fathom how a waste like you, who relies solely on soul rings to oppress the younger generation, has managed to cultivate into a revered soul saint, celebrated by the masses. Ha. Do not misunderstand. I do not intend to mock you. Rather, it is a mere expression of irony. You are not worthy. Jiang Chuan spoke with unwavering determination. Alongside this, a glimmer of golden light etched itself into his eyes. Suddenly, Sun Zi burst into laughter, clutching his belly, as if Jiang Chuan had amused him to the core. Are you trying to kill me with laughter? You dare to declare that a soul sage is worthless? Then what? Pray tell, are you? The students of Tsanghue Academy regarded Jiang Chuan as if he had lost his mind. Is this the kind of statement a rational person would utter? I believe this individual is truly deranged, boldly proclaiming that a soul sage is mere trash. The words of a female student escaped her lips, only to be choked back abruptly. She fixed her gaze upon Jiang Chuan, a mix of exasperation and amusement flickering in her expression. Though all present were disciples of Shrek Academy, they too felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. Teacher Zhang's remarks have always been astonishing, and this is not the first instance. However, such a remarkable statement is unprecedented. Perhaps Jiang Chuan had previously refrained from articulating his thoughts, deeming it unnecessary. Meanwhile, his counterpart harbored such aspirations. Not to mention, within the Douluo Continent, there exists a scarcity of soul masters. Those who manage to ascend to the rank of great soul master are revered as paragons. To speak of the exalted soul sage, it is indeed a lofty status. Yet, Jiang Chuan seemed to regard it as inconsequential. Regardless of how elevated a soul sage may be, they are merely a soul Douluo, a title Douluo. This is the unparalleled pinnacle of existence. Oscar couldn't help but smirk, playfully remarking, "How must teacher Zhao feel about this?" Aha! Ningrongrong, who already harbored lofty ambitions, found herself even more intrigued by Jiang Chuan's words. Not to mention, within the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda, there are numerous powerful soul sages. And having spent considerable time in the company of two titled Douluos, she naturally felt little trepidation towards the concept of a soul sage. Isn't that so? Jiang Chuan retorted abruptly. His words sent chills down Yi Zhiqiu's spine. The arrival of a soul sage at Tsanghue Academy should invoke fear. Yet why did he seem unfazed? It was implausible that Jiang Chuan, before them, was entirely unperturbed by the presence of a soul sage. This was indeed a matter of considerable nerve. Having already sunk halfway into the earth, he still roamed the external world with raucous bravado. However, the martial soul merely manipulates the dreams of others. I am keen to discover what nightmares lurk beneath the ancient bloodlines, capable of rendering my twin pupils blind. I almost forgot. Should your martial soul's dreamscape be shattered one by one, it will inflict damage upon your soul power as well. Would you not hasten to kneel? The voice of Jiang Chuan was as thunderous as a storm. As his voice grew in intensity, his pupils transformed into a resplendent golden hue. The decade-long dream remained unfulfilled, firmly suppressed by the ancient bloodline of his opponent, rendering him unable to rise. The smile on Shurnian's face faltered, replaced by a profound change in expression. How could this be possible? What exactly transpired just now? Why can I not summon my martial soul? And what is the meaning of your unusual pupils? His mind was a whirlpool of confusion. In an instant, he could even sense his own soul power slipping away. If you were a powerful assault-type battle soul master, perhaps you could contend with me, but when it comes to the realm of dreams... Jiang Chuan revealed a cruel smile. Even with three of you combined, you would still not be my match. As for what has defeated you, you are not yet worthy to know. Do you understand? The gaze of the ancient bloodline is said to be the eye that annihilates all loss. However, if we are to truly discuss the art of the eye, Jiang Chuan yearned for the revered supreme dual pupils of ancient times, pondering whether he would ever acquire them in the future. The two figures hovered in midair as the soul rings adorning Shinian gradually faded, their brilliance diminishing until they became utterly devoid of light. Meanwhile, the Shrek Academy students, including Tsanghue, stood on solid ground, gazing skyward in bewilderment, unaware of the unfolding events. They could only observe the intense gaze exchanged between the two individuals. My dreams are invincible. None can escape their confines, nor can anyone emerge unscathed. Even a soul sage of the same rank may falter. Who are you truly? And what sorcery do you wield? Shinian found himself momentarily flustered, his complexion paling. Grandfather, what is happening? What is wrong? Chapter 77, The Stardo Great Forest. Shurnian's body trembled violently, coming to a sudden halt, leaving the onlookers in utter confusion. What could possibly be amiss with the soul sage? Suddenly, everyone was caught off guard. Jiang Chuan remarked with a hint of amusement. As for the grievances between you and Shrek, I have no interest. That is a matter for another time. After a brief hesitation, he continued, however, there is one thing. If you wish to preserve your life, produce the golden soul coins. As a soul sage of over 70 levels, it is hardly conceivable that you cannot muster at least 10,000 golden soul coins. Therefore, whether it be your grandson or the students of Tsanghue Academy, you shall be the one to pay their golden soul coins first. In that moment, Shurnian was rendered speechless, as if the biting cold wind had pierced his very soul. Over 10,000 golden soul coins. Jiang Chuan's mouth gaped wide, as if he were facing a lion. It was a matter of life and death for him. Although the support from the Soul Sage was considerable, it certainly did not reach the point of frivolously spending over 10,000 gold soul coins. This was akin to stripping him of his entire fortune. As the performance concluded, the members of Shrek Academy fled in disarray. In a stunning turn of events, before everyone's horrified gaze, Shernyan unexpectedly drew forth over 10,000 gold soul coins from his sleeve and presented them to Jiang Chuan. Daimubai and the others stared in disbelief, their jaws nearly touching the ground. What was even more astonishing was that Jiang Chuan commanded Ma Hongjun to unleash his soul skills on Shernyan without restraint. In the past, even the latter would not have dared to imagine such a scenario, where a Soul Sage-level powerhouse unleashed their soul skills. This was tantamount to courting death. Yet Jiang Chuan asserted that it was a task from Shrek Academy. The 7 Shrek team members surged forward, each activating their soul rings, directing their martial spirits towards Shernyan with a barrage of attacks. Under Jiang Chuan's intimidation, Shernyan dared not move an inch, fully understanding the clear intent to humiliate him. In the end, a Soul Sage was reduced to a quivering turtle, curled up and immobilized, his body bruised and battered. The sight was enough to send chills down Yu Jiqiu's spine, prompting him to tightly shut his eyes in fear. The following morning, on the road, I found myself utterly perplexed. How could Shernyan, a dignified Soul Sage of over 70 levels, possess such a palpable sense of dread that he dared not move in front of me? The sensation was undeniably delightful, Ma Hongjun remarked, even shaking his ample belly as he gestured with both hands, seemingly relishing the moment. Ha ha ha, a living Soul Sage has been reduced to a turtle. Dai Mubai nudged Ma Hongjun's rotund waist with his sturdy elbow, casting a questioning glance at Jiang Chuan. Who else could it be but teacher Jiang Chuan? I simply cannot conceive of another possibility. At the very least, we have not seen teacher Zhao make an appearance, have we? Suddenly, the air grew noticeably colder. Jiang Chuan was the first to notice. His delicate face slightly tilted as he met the gazes of dozens, perceiving their astonishment through their expressions. Had he truly overheard their hushed whispers from such a distance? The latter maintained a stoic demeanor and turned away, striding towards the starry forest. Had that old fellow from years past suffered a defeat at Jiang Chuan's hands? Zhao Wujie shook his head in resignation. Well, the enmity between Shrek Academy and Shrek had grown profound, and Jiang Chuan's actions had cast a shadow over the adversary, eliminating a potential threat. Yet, the martial soul of that old foe was particularly unique, seemingly akin to a dreamlike entity, while Jiang Chuan was a support-type soul master. Despite possessing a formidable attack-type weapon martial soul, it would be of no use against dreams. How had the opponent managed to unravel it? Standing amidst the shade of the trees, Zhao Wujie gazed at Jiang Chuan's retreating figure, filled with doubt. Tang San stared at Jiang Chuan's back, murmuring in awe. What just transpired? That was a formidable Soul Sage. It seems implausible that Brother Chuan could have defeated him with a mere glance. Moreover, why do I sense an unusual power, one that feels alien to this world? Had he not already been profoundly astonished by Jiang Chuan? Even Tang San might have contemplated delving into the mysteries of Jiang Chuan's constitution. It was precisely this boundless shock from Jiang Chuan's actions that led them to believe that the very notion of miracles was crafted for him. Noteworthy was the escalating shock. Each instance more bizarre than the last. Each revelation more startling. The Soul Sage had been so thoroughly overwhelmed that he dared not retaliate, standing there as a mere target for punishment. However, all were cognizant that it was not Jiang Chuan granting them a chance to train. Rather, he simply could not be bothered to eliminate the old foe. Under Jiang Chuan's gaze, one could see that he far surpassed the Soul Saint. Yet, astonishingly, his adversary indeed possessed such formidable power. Tang San, Daimubai, you should be well aware of how to navigate the forthcoming circumstances in the Stardow Forest. Jiang Chuan stated with unwavering resolve. From this moment forth, Zhao Wujie and I will no longer accompany you. The ensuing challenges must be faced alone. At this juncture, Zhao Wujie leapt from the verdant shadows, drawing closer to Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan, this seems somewhat inappropriate, does it not? We are, after all, in the Stardow Forest. Zhao Wujie gestured towards the dense, mountainous thickets that stretched infinitely before them. Although we are merely venturing into the Stardow Forest's 1,000-year soul beast region, there is a significant possibility that 10,000-year soul beasts may also manifest. Moreover, these creatures are not domesticated. They possess a formidable wild instinct. I fear that Daimubai and the others might struggle against the might of these wild soul beasts. Therefore, for the sake of prudence, I shall remain in the rear to negotiate. Before them lay a majestic mountain range, and as they gazed towards the peaks that touched the horizon, they lifted their eyes. Jiang Chuan lightly sniffed, sensing a dampness within his nostrils. He realized that the air within the starry forest was not only infused with a moist humidity but also laced with refreshing notes. A profound silence enveloped the group. As they dared not interrupt one another, Jiang Chuan shook his head. When faced with the brink of life and death, it is better to address matters as they arise. Without excessive caution, Tang San, do you think it is necessary for teacher Zhao to maneuver behind us? Dai Mubai stepped forward resolutely, asserting, it is unnecessary. If we can maintain our formation as per Xiao San's strategy, we should be able to survive in the 1,000-year Soul Beast region. Dai Mubai's confidence was not mere bravado. Rather, it stemmed from a sense of trepidation. Before Jiang Chuan, one must not utter the word cannot. This is a great taboo. Moreover, seeing Jiang Chuan's demeanor, he found himself unable to voice such thoughts. Therefore, let us commence. As Jiang Chuan was about to leap, another voice chimed in, halting him. Hey, I want to join too. Upon hearing this, he turned his head and shot a displeased glance at Ning Rongrong. With an expressionless face, he retorted, What? Do you possess some special ability? Or do you believe that a support-type soul master should not be part of the team? Faced with Jiang Chuan's words, Ning Rongrong felt a twinge of guilt. This person evoked a complex blend of affection and resentment within her. She resented his indifference, unable to perceive her heartfelt emotions, and even felt a hint of urgency. Chapter 78. The dual-pupiled path is unassailable. It is important to note that she was not alone in this regard. Even Zhu Qing gazed at Jiang Chuan with eyes full of wonder. And there was also Xiao Wu, eager to participate, who was stamping her feet in impatience. Amidst this, Dai Mubai stifled a chuckle behind his hand, managing to muster an awkward yet polite smile. Dai Mubai? Ning Rongrong approached him, pushing him back a couple of steps. A true gentleman does not engage in disputes with women. Dai Mubai chose to walk away, unwilling to prolong the confrontation, but he turned his head to add, Don't provoke me. The two continued to be at odds with one another. Jiang Chuan delicately savored a piece of cured meat, his gaze inadvertently catching sight of a pair of clear, untainted eyes, prompting a slight furrow of his brow. The young girl possessed an exquisite figure, her youthful visage radiating a strikingly enchanting allure. At merely a tender age, she already exhibited a captivating charm that was hard to overlook. Zhu Qing, this girl, who was neither prone to laughter nor given to idle chatter, had gazed at him more than once before. Jiang Chuan leaned against the shade of a tree, letting out a long sigh. The tactile sensation of the Zhu Qing was indeed exquisite. During training, the former had inadvertently gravitated towards him. However, compared to Lu Erlong, he was still vastly inferior. The latter possessed a seasoned prowess. The feeling was entirely different. Lost in a myriad of thoughts, Jiang Chuan cleared his throat, striving to appear composed. In truth, he was not as fearsome as others imagined. In his battle against Li Yusong, he had relied on a century-old soul bone and the demonic blade of 1,000 edges. In his confrontation with Zhao Wujia, he had harnessed the power of a second martial soul alongside another century-old soul bone. Similarly, in his duel with Lu Erlong, he had adeptly exploited the opponent's weaknesses. If it came to a true contest of strength, however, Jiang Chuan seems ill-equipped to cope. He possesses a mountain of gold and silver, along with inexhaustible resources. Yet he has barely begun to harness them. In other words, he is no different from Tang San at this moment. With two soul bones that are each 100,000 years old, he is yet to unleash even a fraction of their power, let alone the speed. Beneath the Douluo Continent, the Min Clan, the Wind God Academy, and the nine-tailed wind bell bird martial spirit represent the pinnacle of swiftness. His speed is comparable only to that of Feng Xiaotian. While he can draw upon the ancient bloodline for strength, he still requires time for refinement. System, sign in. Jiang Chuan murmured softly. The wind swept through the remnants of leaves, boundless and unrestrained. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the 1,000-year Soul Beast Zone of the Starry Forest. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the supreme dual pupils. A flash of insight ignited in Jiang Chuan's mind. He abruptly straightened his posture and swallowed a piece of cured meat. Indeed, it has arrived. The Supreme Heavy Eye. A transcendent artifact inherited from ancient sages. There exists a saying, born a wielder of the Heavy Eye, why borrow the bones of others? However, Jiang Chuan's expression shifted slightly. The Supreme Heavy Eye was supposed to reside in another realm, yet it manifested here in the Douluo Continent. If that is the case, he mused, could it not imply that I could possess powers far surpassing those of this realm, akin to Tang San's ability to summon the control crane and capture dragon. The purple extreme demon eye and Tang Sect's hidden weapons, perhaps even the tears of Guanyin and the Buddha's wrath lotus. It is worth noting that Tang San's later ability to stand shoulder to shoulder with the god of slaughter and the angel god was largely due to the tears of Guanyin, which offered strength that transcended this world's limitations. Otherwise, he would have long since met his demise. In comparison to the supreme heavy eye, Jiang Chuan nodded in judgment regarding the ancient bloodline's red eye. Undoubtedly, the former holds the advantage, as the ancient bloodline pertains solely to bloodline constitution, rendering its spiritual power in the eyes relatively weaker. The only reason he was able to suppress Shinian last night was due to the latter's carelessness. Once Shinian regained his composure, he would undoubtedly be furious. Yet, it matters not. The next encounter shall be at the Soul Master competition. As for any grievances, Jiang Chuan would gladly accept them. The Supreme Heavy Eye, your timing is indeed impeccable. A faint smile graced his lips as he praised its arrival. Before the Soul Master competition, he would cultivate the Supreme Heavy Eye to its utmost strength. While it may not be sufficient to contend with the likes of the Slaughter City, it would certainly be more than adequate to deal with Shinian. The Supreme Heavy Eye. As Jiang Chuan's dual pupils opened and closed, they seemed to encapsulate the profound mysteries of the universe, radiating a vibrant starlight of life, imbued with extraordinary charm. His pair of eyes transformed into shades of black and white, adorned with a gentle brilliance. His vision was remarkably clear, even from a distance of over 100 meters. He could discern the scenery with precision. Furthermore, he could penetrate the leafy canopy, unraveling the entirety of his surroundings. This sensation of mastery over all things prompted Jiang Chuan to gently clench his right fist and exhale a breath of scorching, turbid air. He then proceeded. Jiang Chuan retracted his supreme divine eyes. The sacred aura surrounding him gradually diminished. Wait, has the Millennium Soul Beast Zone already arrived here? Before Jiang Chuan spoke his words to completion, he was suddenly aware of a whispering sound from the southeast, swift as the flight of an arrow released from its bowstring. Could it be that with the possession of the Supreme Heavy Eye, my hearing has now expanded to 100 meters? Jiang Chuan's eyes were as clear as a pristine lake, his brow slightly furrowed. A golden radiance shimmered like the stars in a sacred realm, illuminating the vast forest of the ancient soul beasts. In the 1,000-year soul beast zone, towering green trees cast deep shadows everywhere, while the 7 monsters of lake were overpowering a mountain tortoise soul beast, aged over 90 years, rendering it unconscious upon the ground. Boom! The soul beast, nearly 2 meters tall, was forcefully pressed into the earth by Daimubai's white tiger's light wave. Plunging deeply into the soil and rubble under the tremendous force, this fierce light was blinding and awe-inspiring. Thud, thud, thud. It was evident that everyone could not overlook the intensity of this tremor. Just hearing this commotion was enough to ascertain that a colossal creature approached. A sudden jolt coursed through everyone's hearts. From the sounds emanating, it was undoubtedly a 1,000-year soul beast, though the specifics of its nature remained a mystery. If it were suitable for soul rings, our journey would not be in vain, and it would simplify matters. Tang San remarked, we have only just entered the outskirts of the 1,000-year soul beast zone. Venturing deeper will undoubtedly be perilous. At that point, we will need the assistance of Teacher Zhao and Teacher Jiang Chuan. His meticulous mind, nourished by years of knowledge from Jiang Chuan and the master regarding the actions and physiology of soul beasts, had led him to a certain judgment. Nonetheless, Tang San remained composed amidst the crisis. Instinctively, he positioned Xiao behind him, his expression grave, regardless of the danger. He was unwilling to let his sister suffer even the slightest harm, not even from verbal insults. The latter, visibly agitated, clutched Tang San's sleeve tightly, tilting her head to scan the area. She soon spotted Jiang Chuan, leisurely sipping green tea beneath the shade of a 3-meter tree, and curiously inquired, Jiang Chuan, what kind of soul beast is this? Please tell us, so we can prepare accordingly. They had grown accustomed to relying on Jiang Chuan. Chapter 79, The Terrifying Teacher Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan smiled gently, referring to the phoenix-tailed chicken crown serpent. He merely hinted at it, leaving the rest to the crowd's response. Ma Hongjun opened his mouth, exclaiming, what kind of soul beast is this? Everyone was taken aback. Only Tang San, with his pair of purple eyes wide open, concealed the myriad stars of the heavens within, their brilliant hues swirling as he discerned the dense jungle several meters ahead. How terrifying! Tang San felt a shiver run down his spine. He was not speaking of the soul beast but of Jiang Chuan, possessing the purple extreme demon eyes. He could see up to 10 meters ahead. Yet, he had failed to detect the presence of the phoenix tail chicken crown serpent. However, Jiang Chuan could perceive it clearly? This left Tang San questioning the veracity of Jiang Chuan's claims. He rubbed his chin, his gaze profound. Regardless, Tang San paused, slightly tilting his head, and spoke in an undeniably grave tone. Dai Labong is approximately 100 meters to the southeast. Good. Dai Mubai sensed the gravity of the situation and leaped forward with the agility of a dragon and tiger. Zhu Shiqing, Xiao Wu, seek out hidden locations. Remember, whether or not you can inflict significant damage on the target, you must first exhibit the characteristics of an agility-type battle soul master. If we cannot win, we must retreat. Had it not been for the presence of the agile soul masters within Shrek's 7 monsters, including Xiao Wu, Tang San would not have arranged things this way. He would have first sent Zhu Zhuqing to deliver a critical blow to the soul beast's weaknesses, albeit with considerable risk involved. Thus, he dared not take that chance. Understood. Came 2 distinct ringing replies. Then, a flash of black and pink surged forth, darting towards the shadowy trees in the northwest. Zhu Shiqing, having been taught by Jiang Chuan, remained non-committal to Tang San's orders. The rest will confront the soul beast on the ground. Ning Rongrong, stay close behind me, ready to amplify our strengths if necessary. Tang San turned to gaze at her, asking, is that all right? All right. Ning Rongrong clenched her fists. Typically, she would only venture into the soul beast forest protected by several soul saints. But in this moment, aside from Jiang Chuan, she was uncertain of the reliability of the others, especially since Jiang Chuan might not intervene. Third brother, how many years has this soul beast existed? She exclaimed, as the ground trembled beneath their feet, a testament to the beast's colossal form. Ma Hongjun tensed, clenching his fists tightly, the scorching ground thumping increasingly intensely. The overwhelming presence of the enormous creature approached rapidly, raising everyone's hearts in trepidation. What are we waiting for? Unleash your martial souls. Tang San shouted furiously. Instantly, a strand of blue light surged forth from his hand, vibrating with ethereal energy, emanating a faint crystalline glow. In an instant, a blue-silver grass, branded with golden totems, flourished forth, exuding a pure life force. Blue-silver grass. Immediately, a terrifying aura erupted, some exuding an air of sanctity, others surging with ferocity, and still others blazing like a fierce sun. The white tiger possessed. The phoenix possessed. The first soul skill of the 7 treasures is the ethereal 100 claws. The jade rabbit possessed. The first soul skill, grilled sausage. The second soul skill, grilled sausage links. The Shrek's 7 monsters, fully armed, donned hues of red, orange, blue, green, cyan, indigo, and violet. In an instant, these vibrant colors flooded the forest, lingering for a protracted moment. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed through the air. Everyone be cautious. From my perception of soul power, this phoenix-tail coiling snake will arrive no later than 10 seconds. Tang San stood prepared, his brow furrowed. The blue-silver grass on his right hand quivered with anticipation, the azure aura unwavering. For now, await my command. Act when the opportunity arises. If I do not issue an order or become incapacitated, expand the combat zone and retreat towards the safe area. He conveyed this urgently and swiftly. Flames ignited. Yu Qing, conceal yourself in the shade of the trees, not merely for assassination, but also to assist us in expanding our field of vision. Now, I wish to inquire. What exactly is it? Please describe its appearance to me. Jiang Chuan took a slight step back, tilting his head to inquire. Soon, a chilling voice from the tree resonated. Akin to a serpent capable of flight, though it soared no higher than 3 meters above the ground. Adorning its head was a vivid crimson crest, seemingly larger than its own head, as red as blood. Its tail was uniquely shaped, resembling a fan, while the sound of wind grew increasingly pronounced. In that moment, the surroundings appeared to slow down, as if time itself had paused. Upon hearing this, Tang San involuntarily cast a glance at Jiang Chuan. Indeed, it was a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. He then murmured in a whisper only he could hear, I never expected that Brother Chuan's deduction would prove accurate. This only affirms that he was not speaking frivolously, but rather, with utmost sincerity. Has Brother Chuan's spiritual power ascended to a level beyond even my purple extreme demon eye? How utterly terrifying. Oh, you little rascals are quite fortunate to have attracted a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. I believe it would serve as an excellent third soul ring for Oscar. Zhao Wujie remarked, his hands resting across his chest, his eyes gleaming with interest. However, I am uncertain of the age of this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. If it is merely a century old, it may not suffice. After all, Oscar possesses one of the continent's premier food-based martial souls, and his third soul ring should ideally begin at a millennium. Witnessing his students gradually flourish brought Zhao Wujia immense joy. To bear witness to a food-based martial soul absorbing a millennium-old soul ring was akin to witnessing a miracle, filling him with elation and excitement. "Is it for me?" Oscar asked, taken aback, scratching his head with his right hand and offering a polite smile to Zhao Wujia. "Indeed, young Oscar, you are indeed fortunate." Daimubai suddenly inquired, "What is the length of this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, and what color are its wings?" Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled as she replied, "The wings are a pale red, and its length ranges approximately between 6 to 8 meters. Tang San calculated briefly in his mind, interjecting with certainty, "This is a millennium-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The pale red wings signify its evolution over a millennium. Based on its length, it likely possesses an age between 1,300 to 1,800 years. Oscar, it is perfectly suited for you." "Are you sure?" Oscar asked, excitement evident in his voice. As he foolishly chimed in, "What do you think?" Tang San smiled. The prospect of soon acquiring a third soul ring was exhilarating for anyone. It not only sparked immense anticipation for one's soul abilities but also fostered hope for becoming a stronger individual in the future. Moreover, despite Oscar's remarkable talent, he had previously neglected his training. It was only after encountering Ning Rongrong that he began to rein in his behavior, diligently refining his skills. Chapter 80. The Celestial Net Binds the Serpent. However, it is evident to all that Ning Rongrong harbors deep affections for Jiang Chuan. Oscar, too, is ensnared by unrequited feelings. Fully aware of the reality yet stubbornly unwilling to accept it. It is as if he feels a precious part of himself has been wrested away, leaving an emptiness within. Contemplating this, Oscar lowered his gaze, revealing a pained expression. "Little Oscar, why are you still dawdling? Distribute the sausages." Dai Mubai's voice boomed, resonating with an echo that rang out, reverberating in the air as he called out to Oscar. "Oh right." Oscar hesitated, snapping back to reality, and awkwardly produced several grilled sausages and cured sausages from his right hand, tossing them in the 4 cardinal directions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of sausages flew through the air, landing firmly in the hands of the other members of Shrek, who grasped them tightly. Oscar's face turned pale in an instant. He had expended considerable soul power. "Here it comes." A chilling voice alerted everyone, causing their hearts to leap in their chests. "Good. You little monsters are not yet capable of facing this millennium soul beast. I can step in to suppress it if necessary." Zhao Wujia's left hand pressed against his right shoulder, shaking vigorously, producing a violent crackling sound, resembling a mighty bear releasing its wild energy. In a nonchalant tone, he added, "There is no need for that." Jiang Chuan's expression shifted dramatically. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. The thickets ahead parted like ragged cloth, revealing a colossal brown creature that blotted out the sun, accompanied by a storm of flying debris and gusts of wind that struck the faces of the Shrek 7 like the weight of a mountain, leaving an indelible impression on their hearts. Tang San remained relatively composed, his purple eyes narrowing slightly. He then closed his eyes, exhaling a cloud of white mist. Internally, he mused, "So terrifying." Just as Zhu Zhuqing described, it measures between 2 to 3 meters in length, undoubtedly a millennium soul saint. However, after a moment's hesitation, Tang San spoke up. "The temperament of the phoenix-tailed cockerel snake is remarkably gentle. How could it suddenly attack a soul master? Moreover, it approaches us with malice." Before Tang San could ponder further, Dai Mubai's commanding roar surged forward, crashing down heavily upon the head of the phoenix-tailed cockerel snake. With his first soul skill, White Tiger's radiant wave, he drew in the surrounding air with an intense brilliance, channeling it into his mouth, adopting a posture reminiscent of a whale consuming its prey. His hands framing his mouth, shining resplendently like gold. Boom! The searing winds, akin to golden waves, enveloped in resplendent light, furrowed the ground and thrust layers of mud and stone into the air, striking fiercely against the abdomen of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. To our surprise, the scarlet crest atop the snake's head flashed momentarily, and its supple body arched sharply, deftly evading the tumultuous assault. Realizing that the White Tiger's radiant wave had missed its mark, Dai Mubai hastily withdrew his soul power. "Tang San, at this juncture, what are you hesitating for? Act quickly and restrain the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, or none of us will seize the opportunity. If it escapes, Oscar's third soul ring will be forced to seek another target." Dai Mubai's voice was tinged with urgency. With a resigned sigh, Tang San acquiesced. "Very well." He commanded, "Blue-silver grass, first soul skill, entanglement." Blue-silver grass. Second soul skill, ghostly vine parasitism. The blue-silver grass spiraled upward, forming an expansive net that ensnared the area from all directions, effectively enclosing the space. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake found itself utterly restrained, its movements severely limited beneath the dense and inextricable bindings. As it attempted to twist and flee, it was besieged by the red particles released by the blue-silver grass, and the ghostly vine parasitism activated, wrapping the scarlet-hued blue-silver grass tightly around the snake, rendering it unable to extricate itself. Excellent, Zhao Wujin exclaimed with excitement, clapping his hands together with vigor. This is the brilliance of a control-type soul master. Oscar also clenched his right fist, casting a look of affirmation toward Tang San. However, a note of concern arose. Its strength is formidable. If the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake utilizes all the energy within its crest, it could certainly break free from this confinement, Tang San remarked seriously. In terms of speed, it can rival a soul ancestor. Yet, should we strike its critical weakness, the scarlet crest, any misstep could result in the death of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, thereby eliminating our chance to harness Oscar's martial soul. Thus, we must focus our attacks on its wings first to restrict its movements. No, Daimubai interjected, a glint of determination in his dual-colored eyes. I have spotted a long, fatal wound beneath its abdomen, just 3 inches from the armpit. Everyone, unleash your full power and attack without reservation. Indeed, all eyes were drawn to the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake's vulnerability. Ma Hongjun raised an eyebrow at Oscar, and the two exchanged knowing glances, both displaying expressions of delight. Only Tang San wore a grave expression, sensing an underlying complexity. He speculated that other soul masters might also be pursuing the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. A myriad of soul skills converged, colors of red, orange, blue, green, cyan, indigo, and violet surged forth, aiming for a decisive strike against its abdomen. Jiang Chuan no longer observed the ground battle. Instead, he reclined heavily upon a branch. Occasionally, he sipped a delicate green tea, marveling at the taste. It appeared that the Shrek 7 monsters, under his tutelage, had indeed altered the original laws of the Douluo Continent. In the original narrative, Tang San had failed to perceive the weakness of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake, and it was only through Zhao Wuji's intervention that the colossal serpent was subdued, nearly defeated, thus allowing Oscar to absorb its essence. Suddenly, a memory flickered in Jiang Chuan's mind as he gently stroked his chin. If his recollection served him correctly, it was the Dragon King and the Serpent Empress who were pursuing this millennium-old phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake, intending to present it to their granddaughter, Mang Yiran, as her third spirit ring. The scar beneath its abdomen was indeed inflicted by the Dragon King. He wondered if such an event might truly come to pass. Jiang Chuan chuckled softly. What a delightful bunch of little rascals. It seems that nurturing you has not been in vain. Merely 7 individuals have managed to subdue a millennium-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, achieving remarkable feats. If the old ghost Flanders were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be beside himself with excitement. Zhao Wuji smiled radiantly. Jiang Chuan furrowed his brow, casting an irritable glance at Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji, with his coarse disposition, exhibited a temperament that was even less refined than Tang San's. It is little wonder that during Zhao Wuji's ascension to Soul Saint, he was relentlessly pursued by the Spirit Hall, forced to flee due to the trouble stirred by his indiscreet tongue. The echoing howl reverberated through the vastness, imbued with a hint of sorrowful lament. Xiao Wu clenched her delicate fists, biting her rosy lip, avoiding eye contact. At the moment the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake fell, its piercing gaze remained fixated on Xiao Wu, who could only turn her head away. Chapter 81. Teacher Jiang Chuan's Introduction to Soul Beasts. The Prophet Xiao Wu. Tang San leaned closer, softly calling out to her, only to discover that Xiao Wu was lost in thought. He gently tapped her shoulder, rousing her from her reverie. She offered a sheepish smile in response. What's wrong, Xiao Wu? You are not usually like this, he inquired with concern. It's nothing, Xiao Wu stammered, her face slightly pale, clearly troubled. What is it? At that moment, everyone gathered around. Xiao Wu, are you injured? Demu expressed his concern. If you truly are hurt, do not hesitate to tell us. Lingering injuries could impede your journey to becoming a formidable soul master. Please, do not be polite with us. Zhu Shiqing nodded in agreement. Xiao Wu, you look unwell, Oscar remarked, pulling a sausage from his sleeve and offering it to her. Have a sausage to replenish your soul power. I've noticed you have not rested properly these past few days. Thank you for your concern, Xiao Wu said, embarrassed as she turned her head away. However, that is not the reason. You little rascals, bind the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake and stop your incessant chatter. Hurry and absorb the soul ring. Zhao Wuji raised his right hand, forming a hammer-like fist, and playfully struck Oscar's head twice. "Oscar, why are you still here? Do you not realize the effort Tang San and the others exerted to help you capture the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake?" "Ouch!" Oscar exclaimed, cradling his head in pain. Xiao Wu's displeasure stemmed from an emotional turmoil, unrelated to her soul power or any physical injuries. With a resounding voice, Jiang Chuan leapt down from the shade of the trees, approaching the crowd. "Am I not correct, Xiao Wu?" A murmur of skepticism arose from the 6 members of Shrek, all questioning in unison. Their gazes fell upon Xiao Wu, who surprisingly nodded in agreement with Jiang Chuan. After a moment's hesitation, she parted her lips, yet no words emerged, as if the truth weighed heavily upon her. Indeed, the rampant slaughter of soul beasts by soul masters is countless. A dilemma that lingers in the minds of every soul master, to kill or not to kill. Without the slaying of soul beasts, one cannot obtain soul rings to grow stronger. Yet, the destruction of these creatures disrupts the delicate balance of ecological laws. Jiang Chuan's words became a prophecy. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly realized the underlying cause. Could it be that you, Xiao Wu, are feeling disheartened because of this matter? Tang San expressed his concern impulsively. The delicate pink and white rabbit ears atop Xiao Wu's head slightly curled in response. "Surely, you harbor some inner turmoil, unable to bear witnessing soul masters slay soul beasts. Am I right? Yet, have you considered that among soul beasts, there exist greedy and tyrannical beings? If formidable soul masters do not arise to hunt them, the soul beast territory would remain unbalanced, with older soul beasts dominating the younger ones, enslaving them. This imbalance would not only disrupt the ecosystem, but could also lead to unimaginable consequences." Jiang Chuan, Xiao Wu gazed up at him in astonishment, her voice sweet and gentle. "So, do you mean that it is justifiable for soul masters to hunt soul beasts?" No. I merely suggest that this mutual stalemate can sustain the ecosystem more effectively. However, there will inevitably come a day when the profession of soul master will cease to exist. For once the food chain of the ecosystem begins, it cannot be halted. It operates solely on irreparable consumption. Jiang Chuan spoke candidly, but for nearly a century, it has been manageable. His eyes were clear and unwavering, and he noticed Xiao Wu's pupils filled with uncertainty, glimmering with a hint of mist, as if recalling the past. Indeed, Taming and Erming were also oppressed by a powerful soul beast. Had I not fortuitously rescued them, they would have long been reduced to mere sustenance. Xiao Wu murmured in a daze. Subsequently, they relied on their own robust bloodline to venture into the very heart of the Douluo forest, becoming sovereign rulers of their domain. Had it not been for their gentle nature and aversion to conflict, the entire Douluo forest would likely have fallen under their dominion long ago. "What?" Tang San, who was close to Xiao Wu, blurted out. "Who is Taming?" His inquiry was tinged with confusion as he looked at Xiao Wu. Indeed, Xiao Wuji also sighed, lifting his left hand to examine the patterns on his palm. Perhaps, as Jiang Chuan suggested, in due time, the profession of soul master may truly vanish. A profound silence enveloped the group. "Huh, I finally comprehend why you have been favored. And why Shrek Academy endures through the ages," Jiang Chuan remarked with significance. "It is because you engage in introspection. Wisdom often arises from contemplation." Zhu Zhuqing's understanding blossomed. Dai Bai chuckled in agreement. "Jiang Chuan, you exaggerate. We have not been favored by anyone." Ma Hongjun exclaimed in astonishment, scratching his head. Oscar, with wide, coppery eyes, interjected, "Ha! How can you know that Shrek Academy will endure for eternity?" Jiang Chuan remained silent, offering no response. How could they possibly foresee events a century or even 100,000 years into the future? Unexpectedly, teacher Jiang Chuan exhibited a profound understanding of the soul master lineage, prompting Ma Hongjun to flatter him. Indeed, one could not help but admire the legendary Flinder, a mentor sought after at great peril. Zhao Wujin praised Jiang Chuan. "I concede that you possess the ability to instruct the Shrek students." In truth, on that day, the esteemed Shernyan had already arrived at a hotel on the outskirts of the Douluo forest. Zhao Wujin had been observing from above. He was acutely aware of the former's proficiency in crafting illusions that could lead to lethal consequences. He feared that Jiang Chuan might fall victim to the adversary's machinations. Just as he was about to offer assistance, he noticed a mere glance was sufficient for Shernyan to become ensnared. This young man was a walking enigma. Zhao Wujin chuckled heartily, drawing closer to the two. "Little San, lend Oscar the demon blade Qianren. Let him sever the comb of the phoenix-tailed chicken serpent and directly absorb the spirit ring. No need to linger here any longer." Jiang Chuan exhaled deeply, letting out a yawn as he stretched lazily. Soon, the dragon and serpent duo arrived, heralding yet another wave of troubles. It wasn't fear of the two that troubled him, but rather a simple disdain for the hassle they brought. Just as these thoughts settled, a question arose. Who had inflicted such severe injuries on our phoenix-tailed chicken crown serpent? Now, they dared to bypass us. Attempting to secretly seize the soul ring of this serpent, was this not an audacious act of recklessness? As the aged crone spoke slowly, her voice resonated with clarity and authority, filling the air with an unsettling gravitas that made everyone's hearts race. You insist on wasting time, and now, the principal has intervened. To forcibly absorb the soul ring will require the intervention of Zhao Wuji or myself. Everyone will have to return to Shrek Academy and complete 30 laps as punishment. Jiang Chuan felt a cloud of gloom surrounding him. Chapter 82. A dependable support behind Jiang Chuan. Teacher Jiang Chuan. Oscar contorted his face in anguish. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Ma Hongjun clutched his head and cried out in despair, "No way? It's all your fault, Xiaoao, for dawdling here instead of promptly absorbing the spirit ring." Enough noise, Zhao Wujing intoned with unwavering focus. The sound resonated with him. He lowered his gaze, savoring it in contemplation. He smacked his lips, sensing a familiarity that tugged at his memory. It was indeed reminiscent of something past. Moreover, Zhao Wujing discerned an intriguing detail. The voice carried a hidden resonance of soul power, perceptibly only slightly inferior to his own, suggesting that the newcomer was likely another soul sage. Another soul sage. Tang San's brows knitted together. Recently, it seemed that either soul emperors or soul sages were frequently mentioned. The revered titles that stirred admiration in people's hearts appeared with alarming regularity. His village had become a beacon of revered souls. Clack, clack. A wooden cane rhythmically tapped against the ground. Two indistinct figures gradually emerged. The first to reveal herself was a strikingly beautiful young girl with a slightly pallid complexion. Dressed in sleek black serpent skin, she moved with grace, her long waist accentuating her proud silhouette. Her bright, sparkling eyes radiated brilliance. She slightly inclined her body, supporting the frail arm of the elderly woman beside her. Her expression filled with respect. "Grandmother, please take your time." "Good, good, good." The elderly woman's tone softened suddenly as she smiled indulgently at the girl beside her. "Grandmother will certainly stand up for you. Let me see who dares to seize my granddaughter's spirit ring. Do they truly believe that we, the dragon and the serpent, have idled away our time in the world of soul masters for so long? How dare they bully me?" In an instant, the autumn wind swept through, rustling the leaves. A refreshing breeze filled the air, penetrating the hearts of those present, rendering their limbs icy. "Teacher Zhao, what is happening?" Tang San took a few steps back, edging closer to Zhao Wujing, his gaze fixed on the approaching duo of the elderly woman and her granddaughter. He slightly curled his lips and whispered cautiously into Zhao Wujing's ear, "Teacher Zhao, from what you just said, it seems you know these two? Who are they that they can contend with your soul power?" The old body is a spirit sage of level 72 with 7 rings, specializing in offensive battle soul arts. The elderly woman approached slowly, her dragon-tongued cane tapping rhythmically. 7 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black, black, shimmered brilliantly, producing a clang that echoed like the sound of forging iron, even sparking fleeting embers. "Soul sage." Zhu Zhuqing's cold voice faltered momentarily. "A 7-ringed, 72-level soul sage? Who could she possibly be? Surely, she could not be an inconsequential figure. We may be facing a grave situation." Daimu Bai's expression was solemn as his right fist shimmered with a radiant white light, tightly bound to his arm, accompanied by the ominous crack of bone. "Everyone, be cautious." The chilling aura of the soul sage suddenly surged forth. The elderly woman, once ordinary, was now enveloped in an endless brilliance, exuding an aura of auspiciousness. Her 7 soul rings intertwining in a mesmerizing display. These soul rings reflected in Zhao Wuji's eyes, causing his brows to furrow tightly. He gravely addressed Tang San and the others. "What you do not understand is that in the realm of soul sages, the majority possess their own factions or are affiliated with certain sections. Especially with this woman before us, the esteemed Chao Tianxiang, a level 73 soul sage. Her background is of great significance. I cannot elaborate further at this moment. Earlier, I sensed through my soul power that they have been relentlessly pursuing this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake." "What? Does that mean the hunted soul beast will spark further conflict?" Ma Hongjuan's spirits plummeted. "Why not, Teacher Zhao? You are a level 73 assault-type soul sage. Superior not only in soul power, but undoubtedly in practical combat ability as well. Let us seize the opportunity and take it by force. What do you think? After all, in the realm of soul masters, whose soul beast is it, anyway?" There are no definitive markers. Since we have slain it, it rightfully belongs to us. Ma Hongjuan's thoughts were devious. I am eager to see who dares to leave today. Xiao Tianxiang activated her 7 soul rings and level 72 soul power. Gaining mastery over all sounds and sights within hundreds of meters, perceiving everything as if transparent. Naturally, she caught every word of Ma Hongjun's suggestion. The imposing presence of Xiao Tianxiang left Ma Hongjun awestruck, causing him to take a slight step back, nearly succumbing to the pressure of her soul power. Fortunately, he was the formidable evil fire phoenix martial spirit. Otherwise, he would have been utterly intimidated by the words of this soul sage. I didn't expect it to be Sister Xiao Tianxiang. Haha, what a coincidence. Truly a case of the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple. Zhao Wuji chuckled, rubbing his hands slightly. Then, the 7 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, purple black, and black, descended. The soul power of the level 73 battle soul sage immediately lingered among the shadows of the dense forest. The alternating soul rings emitted a melodious sound, akin to the strumming of a guitar. Oh! Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Tianxiang was momentarily taken aback, closely scrutinizing Zhao Wuji's form. He was short, muscular, with a buzz cut and a somewhat bandit-like appearance, his face adorned with stubble. Ah, so he is a respected soul sage, Xiao Tianxiang mused. In the world of Douluo, strength commands respect. She wondered, could this esteemed soul sage be the revered immovable King Zhao Wuji, renowned in the soul master community? It is undeniable that Zhao Wuji's striking appearance is impossible to overlook. Ah, Sister Xiangxiang, I never expected you would recognize me. Zhao Wuji revealed a rare, candid smile, scratching the back of his head in mild embarrassment. Naturally, Xiangxiang teased him lightly, hinting at her intention to stall for time. How could I ever forget you? The indomitable Ming Wang? I have heard that you were teaching at a rather struggling Shrek Academy? It is quite unexpected that the indomitable Ming Wang has now brought his students to pressure me, Xiangxiang. Zhao Wuji, not one to be underestimated, understood the implications of her words. Sister Qiaodian, if I may speak candidly, the soul beasts within the Stardow Forest are not merely the result of external breeding. Whoever slays them claims them as their own. Zhao Wuji's tone suddenly hardened. Since you did not capture the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, it can only be said that it was a missed opportunity. My students, relying solely on their own strength, managed to subdue this soul beast. The two had yet to engage in battle, but the tension between their gazes ignited sparks. Chapter 83. What? Underestimating Jiang Chuan. The atmosphere among the Shrek group was charged. Only Ma Hongjun gazed greedily at the young maiden, and then, lifting his swollen right arm, he clumsily wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. It had been many days since he had been in the company of a woman, and this ignited a flame of desire within him. Fatty, fatty. The most infuriating part was that Dai Mubai repeatedly called out to him, yet the latter's eyes were fixated on Mang Yiran, as if he could not tear himself away. With a helpless smile, Dai Mubai jabbed Ma Hongjun in the side with his elbow, startling him awake. Are you courting death? Can't you see that Sister Qiaotian's expression is quite displeased? Staring at her granddaughter like that, do you wish to end your life? Boss Dai? Ma Hongjun hurriedly composed himself, feigning calmness and daring not to look at the two again. Observing this, Mang Yiran stifled a giggle, turning her head away with a smile. As a budding young woman, who doesn't relish being admired for their beauty? What she did not realize was that Ma Hongjun, having been long deprived, was in such a state of disarray that his thoughts had wandered to inappropriate realms. Clearing her throat, Xiangxiang cast a disapproving glance at Ma Hongjun. Oscar, do not waste time here. Dai Mubai, accompany little Ao to retrieve the soul ring from the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake and absorb it within 300 meters of the battlefield's residual energy, Jiang Chuan commanded, his right fist cracking as he moved closer to the center between Zhao Wuji and Xiangxiang. Oh, Mang Yiran, utterly bored, glanced at Jiang Chuan with disinterest, rolling her eyes in mockery. Such grandiosity. You present well, but your intellect seems rather lacking. In the realm of soul masters, do you truly believe you can find your place? Upon receiving Jiang Chuan's orders, they dared not defy him. Dai Mubai pulled Oscar aside. As Mang Yiran had described, Jiang Chuan possessed a refined appearance. Though not strikingly handsome, he exuded a rare freshness. Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow, observing Jiang Chuan, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Unfazed by Zhu Zhuqing's scrutiny, Jiang Chuan remained composed. Dai Mubai, fully aware of the situation, felt helpless. His self-destructive behavior had led him to lose count of the women he had been with, indulging in nightly revelries, and consequently forfeiting Zhu Zhuqing's affection. Both Zhu Zhuqing and he hailed from the nobility of the Star Luo Empire, having shared a close bond since childhood, with a natural inclination towards a union. However, due to his elder brother's pursuit of the throne, Dai Mubai chose to leave the Star Luo Empire and sought refuge at the Shrek Academy in Soto City, intending to sever ties with Zhu Zhuqing. To his astonishment, she followed him to the Shrek Academy. Upon their reunion, it felt as though they had traversed time. Zhu Zhuqing soon discerned Dai Mubai's actions. She was a girl who cherished cleanliness, possessing a touch of obsessive neatness. Regret washed over her, accompanied by a flicker of anger. The world had changed, and perhaps even Jiang Chuan himself was unaware of the allure of his decisive and carefree demeanor, which captivated Zhu Zhuqing. Furthermore, she held no fondness for extraordinarily handsome men. A refreshing disposition was all that sufficed. Jiang Chuan appeared nonchalant. Stepping back, Zhao Wuji cast a vigilant glance towards Tianxiang and cautioned, "Be extremely careful. Do not let your guard down. The lives of several young ones hang in the balance. The adversary is a soul sage. While our combined efforts should suffice to thwart her, the Dragon Duke and the Serpent Matron are inseparable. You may not fully grasp the intricate dynamics of the Soul Master realm, but I fear that the Soul Douluo, the Dragon Duke, may be lurking nearby. Furthermore, this delicate young maiden could very well be Ming Yiran, the cherished granddaughter of the Dragon Duke and Serpent Matron. Teacher Jiang Chuan, please be cautious." Oscar interjected as he passed by, concern evident in his voice. Jiang Chuan remained silent, nodding thoughtfully. A flicker of emotion stirred within him regarding Oscar. Ning Rongrong was engaging in flirtation with him, yet Oscar expressed gratitude towards him. This felt rather peculiar. The atmosphere was charged with tension, as if the formidable Ming Wang was poised to engage in earnest confrontation. Xiao Tianxiang tightened her grip on the serpent staff in her right hand, producing a sharp crack. With her left hand, she gestured towards the void, summoning a black soul ring that materialized before her, spinning gracefully like a celestial monarch, radiating a shimmering light. The aura of a soul sage enveloped the air. Once again, it seemed prudent for you to take cover. Xiao Tianxiang's gaze fell upon Jiang Chuan, her tone unmistakably clear. Jiang Chuan extended his left finger to halt Zhao Wuji's counsel, urging, "You may leave. Continuing this entanglement will bring you no benefit. Alternatively, you may all choose to stay." Jiang Chuan spoke with unwavering determination. According to the customs of the Spirit Master realm, the one who slays a spirit beast lays claim to it. The Serpent Matriarch, relying solely on her spirit power and the influence of her background, sought to suppress them and seize the phoenix tail coxcomb snake, so as not to lose face in front of her granddaughter. Jiang Chuan has a peculiar fondness for those who are unreasonable, as he is equally one of them. You, with your skyward eyes trembling, grit your teeth and enunciate each word deliberately. Very well indeed. Jiang Chuan, with a wary glance at Zhao Wuji, acknowledged the formidable reputation of the couple, the Dragon Lord and the Serpent Matron, in the realm of soul masters. Their ability to synergize and execute a martial soul fusion technique is comparable to a strike from a title de law. My goodness, a title de law. Ma Hongjun clutched his head, as if struck by lightning, and the mere thought of it sent a chill down his spine as he glanced at Xiao Tianxiang. The title Douluo. Xiao Wu took a step back, exclaiming, "Douluo?" Although Zhao Wuji intentionally suppressed his voice, Xiao Tianxiang could still catch every word, her lips involuntarily pressing into a thin line. Yet, upon reflection, her smile faded. "So what?" Zhao Wuji, astonished, regarded Jiang Chuan with the eyes of one observing a monster. The latter's potential is indeed unparalleled, but he remains merely a second-ring soul master, still far from full maturity. Currently, he is still too distant from being able to contend with Xiao Tianxiang. "Oh, is this Zhao Wuji's disciple? Indeed, he mirrors your temperament," Xiao Tianxiang remarked as she approached Jiang Chuan, her innocent words betraying her assumption that he was untouched by worldly matters. "Sister Xiao Tianxiang, he is not my disciple," Zhao Wuji said, gesturing toward Jiang Chuan with his left hand, a wry smile forming as he explained, "Jiang Chuan is also a teacher at Shrek Academy." "What? A teacher? Have your financially struggling Shrek Academy fallen so low that you cannot even afford a normal instructor? You are employing a mere teenager to teach?" Xiao Tianxiang scoffed lightly, covering her lips in mockery at Zhao Wuji's statement. Jiang Chuan remained taciturn. The great soul master of the second ring? The non-existent Shrek teacher? Indeed. In the face of the martial soul fusion technique of the Dragon King and the Serpent Matron, even the formidable 93rd level chrysanthemum Douluo, Zhugua, would find himself in a stalemate before achieving victory. He currently could not contend with such powers. However, Xiao Tianxiang and Ming Yiran remained entirely oblivious. He and the Shrek students were already worlds apart. Even Zhao Wujie was unaware that he had acquired his third soul ring. Chapter 84. The 10,000-Year Soul Ring? Jiang Chuan's Revelation. Jiang Chuan exuded an air of confidence. Zhao Wujin, understanding the underlying implications, was bound to support him. Observing the situation, she remarked, "Ah, how brazenly the immovable king dares to bully an old woman like me. Alas, if only my husband were here. Otherwise, I would truly engage in a debate with you." Xiao Tianxiang huffed indignantly, lightly linking arms with Meng Yiran as they strolled away, leaning on her snake staff. "Grandma!" Meng Yiran stomped her foot in righteous anger. "They have stolen my phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake and spoken so rudely, especially that lewd little chubby one, staring at me as if to pop my eyes out. Can we simply let this go?" Xiao Tianxiang hesitated, gently patting the fair, jade-like back of Meng Yiran's hand. "Be patient, dear. We shall find your grandfather and discuss this matter. We will not rest until it is resolved." Afterward, everyone caught sight of Meng Yiran's hawk-like glare, which they met with their own before hastily looking away, until the two gradually disappeared from view. Having brushed against the gates of death, Zhao Wujing touched his chest. Feeling as if he had been reborn, he quickly urged Xiao Ao to absorb the soul ring, for once the snake matron located the dragon prince, she would undoubtedly retaliate, making it exceedingly difficult for them to recover. Moreover, this would unfold after tensions had already escalated, making it inevitable for them to seek revenge. Tang San habitually tapped his fingers, his thoughts becoming meticulous. "I propose that everyone activate their martial spirits to guard against all directions, both to fend off soul beasts and to expand our field of vision." "Agreed." The crowd echoed in unison. "Zhu Qing, we must rely on you to serve as our eyes and scout for soul masters," Tang San instructed. "Certainly," Zhu Qing replied coolly. With a swift leap, she shot forth like a shooting star, her form graceful and agile. "I'll join you," Xiao exclaimed eagerly, not waiting for Tang San to object. Jiang Chuan and Zhao Wujin drew closer, opening their mouths, but remaining silent for a moment. The latter chewed on cured meat, washed it down with green tea, and sighed in relief before looking up to meet Zhao Wujin's gaze. "Ah, Teacher Zhao, feel free to ask whatever you wish." "All right. Then why is your soul power and strength so peculiar?" "It can only be said that they possess different natures," Jiang Chuan replied, raising a finger dismissively. "Having acquired powers that transcend the laws of this world, there is no need to adhere to Douluo's rules. You wouldn't understand, so let us eat. Once we're full, there are tough battles to be fought." "What do you mean by that?" Zhao Wujin was utterly perplexed by the response. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun also cheekily raised his head. "I, too, need to hunt for a soul ring. Tang San still requires one as well. We must delve deeper into the Douluo forest. What else do you propose we do?" Jiang Chuan did not shy away from Zhao Wujin's gaze, returning it defiantly. "Are we to return to Shrek Academy in such a disgraceful manner?" Having concluded his words, Zhao Wujie was left in a state of bewilderment. Typically inarticulate, he coughed, struggling to articulate his thoughts. At that moment, Tang San, filled with concern, returned. He proposed, "The situation is dire, Brother Chuan. My suggestion is to await Xiao Ao's return with the third spirit ring. We could retreat for the time being and stay at a hotel outside the Douluo forest for a few days. Once the dragon and serpent leave the forest, we can then venture into hunt for spirit rings. What do you think?" Tang San, with his meticulous mind, had conceived a strategy of retreat. Zhao Wujie and the others nodded in agreement, finding the plan feasible. However, Jiang Chuan waved his hand dismissively. Observing this, Tang San expressed his doubts. "Isn't that unsuitable?" "Jiang Chuan, I believe we can afford to wait a few days. After all, the dragon and serpent cannot linger in the Douluo forest indefinitely. Within 3 days." Zhao Wujie raised 3 fingers of his right hand, speaking with unwavering conviction, "They will surely depart. At that time, procuring any spirit ring will not prove difficult." "Indeed." Ma Hongjun concurred. "Teacher Jiang Chuan, let us not be obstinate. They are beings capable of executing spirit fusion techniques." They all assumed Jiang Chuan was merely being stubborn and unwilling to concede defeat. In the realm of Jiang Chuan, one ought not to exhibit childishness. Upon hearing their words, Jiang Chuan could not help but smile. "No, what I mean is, it is unnecessary." Tang San interjected. "Unnecessary?" "Indeed. I am already a soul master of the 39th rank in the third ring. Moreover, with Zhao Wujie by my side, why should we waste time fleeing?" Jiang Chuan spoke with remarkable calmness, embodying a spirit of tranquility. "As soul masters, we cannot merely weigh our choices with superficial considerations. We are all soul masters, venturing into the Douluo forest to hunt for soul rings. Who decreed that soul beasts are to be raised in the manner of domestic fowl? Should we retreat to the taverns outside the forest merely based on the fleeting words of others? It is not as if we are incapable of fighting. Jiang Chuan harbored no competitive spirit. He simply perceived no necessity for it. What? Brother Chuan, have you truly become a soul master? And at level 39, no less? Tang San gazed at Jiang Chuan in astonishment, as if he had encountered a specter. He vividly recalled that merely half a month prior, Jiang Chuan was merely a soul master at the low 20s in level. Now, he had inexplicably ascended to a 3-ring soul master? How had he cultivated so rapidly? A sudden wave of anxiety washed over him. A 39 level 3-ring auxiliary soul master? Ma Hongjun, with both hands resting on Jiang Chuan, incessantly speculated. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke. Teacher Jiang Chuan, what exactly is your constitution? Even Big Brother Dai can hardly keep pace with your speed, let alone match your soul power. Ma Hongjun was acutely aware that when Jiang Chuan was merely a soul master, he had already soundly defeated Dai Mubai, who was a 3-ring soul master. And now, the latter could barely keep up with Jiang Chuan's stride. In the pursuit of Zhu Shiqing, Dai Mubai had faced one defeat after another. Well done, Jiang Chuan, your potential indeed lives up to expectations. You are truly the strongest teacher of our Shrek Academy. Zhao Wujie exclaimed excitedly, his gaze fixed on Jiang Chuan as though he had uncovered a new continent. In response, Jiang Chuan offered a slight nod. Rumors abounded within Shrek Academy, claiming the title of the strongest teacher and attributing this unwarranted honor solely to him. No, Teacher Zhao, you may have misunderstood yet again. Jiang Chuan spoke with a rhythmic cadence as he cultivated his martial spirit, never seeking nor yearning, allowing things to unfold naturally, as water flows to its course. If that is the case, are you here to hunt for the 4th spirit ring? Zhao Wujie rubbed his stubbled chin. We must venture into the heart of the Millennium Spirit Beast Zone to procure one for you. Jiang Chuan shook his head and mused to himself. Once the mistress has acquired the 3rd soul ring, you may depart. At that time, I shall personally pursue the 4th 10,000-year soul ring. What? The 4th 10,000-year soul ring? The members of Shrek chorused in astonishment. Fortunately, Dai Mubai and the others were not present. Otherwise, they would have been left speechless, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Chapter 85. An elusive aspiration. It was only at this moment that they truly comprehended the purpose of their journey. The 4th soul ring of Jiang Chuan, a millennium. This surpasses the comprehension of ordinary mortals. Since the decision has been made, we can proceed. Zhao Wujie clenched his right fist tightly, bracing himself for action. However, Jiang Chuan, I advise against absorbing a millennium soul ring. Abruptly, 2 figures approached from a distance. It was Oscar, hurriedly striding forward, joyfully raising his right hand as he ran towards Jiang Chuan and the others, exclaiming, Hi, ha ha. Seeing his demeanor, everyone couldn't help but smile brightly in unison. Dai Mubai closely pursued from behind, pondering why this lad was running so fast after obtaining his 3rd soul ring. He helplessly rubbed his forehead and shook his head slightly. This mischievous boy. Zhao Wujie chuckled, playfully tapping Tang San with his left fist, remarking that after acquiring the 3rd soul ring, Oscar would likely revel in his triumph for quite some time. Little Ao, what soul ring did you obtain? Tang San inquired with curiosity. You'll never guess. Oscar's eyes sparkled. As he activated his 3rd soul ring, a purple, translucent ring materialized above his right hand, while he murmured, imaginative mushroom sausage. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, they gathered closer. In a flash, Oscar's martial soul appeared like a fleeting vision. A dreamlike, glistening, robust sausage emerged, adorned with a cascade of colorful light. Notably, a pair of vibrant, translucent wings were entwined around the sausage. Ugh, Ma Hongjun grimaced, poking the sausage with curiosity. It felt soft and fleshy to the touch. Zhao Wujie, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, Little Ao, why is your martial soul still so bizarre? What is the purpose of this sausage? Dai Mubai, running his fingers through his messy hair, remained composed, nudging Oscar with a hint of impatience. Come on, Little Ao, just tell everyone. Look at where we are. With several pairs of eyes on him, Oscar raised an eyebrow playfully at the crowd, then boasted, It's no trouble to share. This is a soul skill that enables flight. Just by consuming it, one can attain the flying ability of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. As he spoke, he spread his arms wide, feigning wings, and twirled in place. What? Flight? Little Ao, you can't be serious. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, anxiously leaning towards Oscar's hand, only to be thwarted by the latter's outstretched left hand. With a crunch, Oscar bit into the imaginative mushroom sausage, chewing enthusiastically, the taste lingering delightfully in his mouth. In a surprising turn of events, a gust of wind enveloped Oscar, causing a radiant, colorful aura to billow from his back. A purple soul ring manifested, enveloping Oscar's entire being, bestowing upon him a pair of wings as swift as the wind, a truly magnificent sight. "Oh my heavens!" Ma Hongjun exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. "No way. Flight. Certainly, Xiao Ao, you have proven to be invaluable to our efforts." Just moments ago, witnessing the fierce confrontation between Chao Tianxiang and Meng Iran, it seemed they were on the verge of a forceful clash. Had it not been for Jiang Chuan's timely intervention, Zhao Wujia firmly addressed Jiang Chuan, stating, "Your opportunity to absorb a soul ring is non-existent." Upon hearing this, Oscar trembled slightly, bowing in gratitude towards Jiang Chuan. "Thank you, Teacher Jiang Chuan. Your kindness is something I shall never forget." Jiang Chuan, however, waved his hand dismissively, clarifying that his presence was not solely for Oscar, but rather for his own fourth soul ring. "Indeed," Zhao Wujia remarked, giving a thumbs up to Oscar. "Our team of soul masters now boasts a flying martial spirit. Truly, you deserve the respect of the great Flanders, for you are the strongest support-type soul master on the entire continent. Oscar, your growth signifies a new advancement for our Shrek Academy." Hearing this, Oscar felt a flush of humility, lowering his head slightly. Yet, as he faced the eager gazes of the others, he realized the duration of this flying soul skill was quite limited. "How brief is it?" Ma Hongjuan's expression darkened, and Zhao Wujia became fully attentive. Oscar, his gaze shifting uncertainly, hesitated before responding, "Only 1 minute." "What?" Ma Hongjun exclaimed. 1 minute? Come on, Xiaoyao. How can your flying duration be as short as your sausages?" Dai Mubai also appeared dejected, feeling as though their efforts had been in vain. This shouldn't be the case. The phoenix-tailed chicken crown serpent is a rare soul beast among the millennium creatures. Such a lackluster soul skill is simply unfathomable. Tang San stroked his chin, his eyes fixed intently on Oscar's wings. Indeed, encountering the phoenix-tailed chicken crown serpent is a stroke of immense fortune. Why, then, is this soul skill so underwhelming? Zhao Wujia shared in their bewilderment. Jiang Chuan chuckled lightly, awakening their understanding. "Perhaps you are not fully aware of the capabilities bestowed by soul beasts. The wings on Xiao Ao's back, mirroring those of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown serpent, surely grant him the potential to harness its formidable speed. Am I correct?" Yes. Oscar nodded eagerly, both delighted and convinced. He found himself in awe of Jiang Chuan, who could discern the intricacies of his soul skill with a mere glance. Is it truly the case? The others gasped in astonishment at Oscar's acknowledgement, each secretly taken aback. Jiang Chuan's remarkable dual pupils are truly exceptional. Nothing escapes his keen gaze. Does this not imply that, amidst the battles of soul masters, everything becomes transparent in Jiang Chuan's eyes? After all, if he can foresee his opponent's soul abilities, what challenge could possibly remain unaddressed? Alas, such is the lamentable reality. Jiang Chuan is a teacher at Shrek Academy. Unless in exceptional circumstances, he would undoubtedly refrain from participating in the Soul Master tournament. I must concede, the old ghost, Flender, made a wise decision by inviting you here at great expense, as there truly exists no one else across the continent with such profound knowledge of soul beasts and their abilities. Even Zhao Wujia admires you. Now that we have acquired a soul ring, let us summon Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao to continue our pursuit of Tang San's third soul ring and Jiang Chuan's fourth soul ring. Ma Hongjun, with his unfiltered tongue, blurted out this information. Gulp. Dai Mubai and Oscar were left dumbfounded. Suddenly, they fixed their gaze upon Jiang Chuan. Their thoughts shattered in an instant, dispersing like evaporated seawater. What? Teacher Jiang Chuan is already set to hunt for the fourth soul ring? This is impossible. Just a short while ago, the fatty was sparring with Teacher Jiang Chuan, who was only a rank 29, second ring support soul master. How could he have ascended to rank 39 in the blink of an eye? Oscar felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Jiang Chuan is, in essence, an elusive mountain ever beyond reach. Chapter 86, Offering Embrace to Jiang Chuan. I had believed that I could surpass Jiang Chuan in terms of soul power. Yet I found myself to be a mere jester. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed, reminiscent of a collapsing mountain. The ground quaked, trees swayed, and a damp, ethereal energy surged forth, invigorating the senses. What has transpired? Dai Mubai, visibly alarmed, surveyed the diverse soul beasts fleeing in panic, some aged a century, others a millennium, and even those surpassing 2 millennia. The unusual behavior of the soul beast signified something amiss, causing everyone's hearts to race. a tremor rising from the depths of their souls. This is bad. Retreat swiftly. One must never disregard the signs of nature, Tang San warned, his brow furrowed in concern. He called out to the others, fall back, quickly. Where are Zhu Juqing and Xiaowu? Summon them back at once. Oscar, you possess the flying sausage of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. Please go and inform them to return. Boom, boom, boom. As the ground quaked violently, Ma Hongjun, feeling the tremors ripple through his bulk, clutched his abdomen, paling visibly. This is dire. Two figures, one dark and one pink, flashed into view, executing rapid teleportation. Uniquely, two yellow soul rings appeared around them, one adorning each foot, propelling their speed to its zenith. With a swift motion, Xiaowu emerged from a cloud of pink mist, her delicate face flushed from the exertion, breathless and panting. Juqing, what on earth has happened ahead? What extraordinary entity has caused you to flee in such disarray? Tang San inquired, concern evident as he drew Xiaowu close. Raising his brow to gaze at Zhu Juqing. Quickly, we must leave. Zhu Juqing, equally fatigued, placed her hands on her slender waist, gasping for breath, urgently declared. The soul beast is closing in rapidly, and it is terrifying. Its form is as immense as a small mountain, rendering everything else around it akin to mere toys. Being swept aside in its wake. Noticing that the others remained in shock, Zhu Juqing's tone intensified. Such a powerful presence is beyond our means to contend with. We must depart. Just as her words fell, a thunderous roar erupted. Life resembles a distant, ancient roar, creating ripples of crimson that resonate clearly around the vast expanse of this starry forest. Zhu Qing, instinctively raising her right hand, intended to support her companion, only to be gently rebuffed as the latter pushed her hand away. The earth trembled, causing Zhu Qing to stumble, inadvertently. She curled her arms and nestled against Jiang Chuan's chest. Acting purely on instinct, he reflexively wrapped his right arm around her slender waist, smooth to the touch. No wonder. Once her figure fully matured, she would undoubtedly captivate all in her vicinity. The sight of her delicate legs alone was enough to leave one in awe. However, it seemed that her heart was burdened with unspoken worries. Zhu Qing, known for her fastidiousness, had a certain unease. A result of the emotional fissures born from Dai Mu Bai's long-standing associations with various women. Dai Mu Bai stood speechless, his gaze wavering. This predicament was self-inflicted. How could he blame others? He could only turn his head away and let out a soft sigh. Thank you, Jiang Chuan, Zhu Qing said, her clear, unblemished eyes glistening like spring water as she blinked twice. In a moment of spontaneity, her hands reached toward Jiang Chuan's abdomen, drawn in by an overwhelming sense of security. Being close to him brought her immense comfort, as if her very essence flourished in his presence, invoking a desire to bask in the warm sun and drift into a peaceful slumber. Astonishingly, even her previous injuries were gradually healing. Could this be the ability of a support-type soul master? The prospect of healing without invoking a martial spirit piqued her curiosity. What, she wondered, was Jiang Chuan's auxiliary soul? To date, neither the teachers, the dean, nor the students of Shrek Academy had any inkling of the true nature of Jiang Chuan's martial soul, nor did they possess any knowledge of his soul skills. Jiang Chuan released Zhu Juqing, who immediately understood the situation, shyly turning her head aside. Her cheeks flushed with a delicate shade of crimson. Do not hesitate here. Even I can sense the impending danger of this soul beast, which is at least 10,000 years old. I cannot provide a precise estimate, so we must depart quickly. Oscar, prepare more of your sausages. Zhao Wujie exclaimed with a stern expression, nearly shouting in frustration. The intensity of his roar reddened his thick neck and face. Who is Zhao Wujie? He is a formidable soul sage of the 73rd rank, known as the Immutable King. He possesses the strength to contend against numerous soul saints from the Spirit Hall. The very fact that he is pushed to such an extent invites a multitude of speculations. Oscar hastily summoned his martial soul, while Tang San and Dai Mu Bai positioned themselves on either side, ready for any eventuality. Jiang Chuan gazed wistfully at the leaves swept away by the wind, a flicker of understanding illuminating his brow as he spoke. It is already too late. What? Zhao Wujie stammered in disbelief. I mean to say, there is no escape. You are well aware that our adversary is a millennium soul beast. Even the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake would not elude its swiftness. I can already hear it approaching. Jiang Chuan closed his eyes, and from the soles of his feet, tendrils of golden light began to emanate, creating a gentle wave of energy. It was as though time itself had paused. The sound of the wind and the rustling leaves froze in that singular moment. The soul beast took a step forward, covering a distance of nearly 1,000 meters with ease. If we were to employ Oscar's flying sausage, I fear that before our wings could even flap thrice, we would already be pursued by it. Jiang Chuan, Zhao Wuji clenched his fists tightly, his excitement palpable. Even you cannot escape? Having witnessed Jiang Chuan's speed, he knew it was unparalleled. I can indeed, Jiang Chuan replied, opening his eyes and turning to face the others. If you unleash all 7 rings and focus entirely on speed, even transforming into your martial soul's true form, you might still evade it. The intentions of Jiang Chuan have been made abundantly clear. Leave, and 2 may survive. If you do not depart, I shall strike. I shall never abandon my disciples. Even in death, they embody the future hope of the Soul Master world. In terms of innate talent, they surpass even the students of the 4 great elemental academies and numerous royal institutions. Zhao Wujing spoke with resolute determination, stepping forward with his right foot. Little monsters, stay close behind me and do not fall behind. Once the battle commences, utilize Oscar's sausages to escape first. Remember, do not let the residual energy of this soul beast detect your presence, for even a trace of its energy is beyond your capacity to endure. Chapter 87. A desperate gamble. The Emperor's bell stirs restlessly. Boom. The thunderous roar, akin to a steel chariot trampling the earth, was utterly captivating. It drew nearer. If the commotion of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake resembled a clap of thunder on a clear day, then this ancient soul beast, reminiscent of a primordial entity, was akin to a cataclysmic tide, splitting the heavens. It instilled a profound terror. Suddenly, everything fell eerily silent. In that moment, the emotions of all were gripped like never before. They understood. This heralded the calm before the storm. Awaken your martial spirits. Dai Mubai's face paled in an instant. His voice gradually drowned by the relentless winds, leaving only the sight of his lips murmuring. In unison, a phoenix wreathed in flames took flight. From all directions, strands of blue-silver grass, interwoven with golden runes, surged forth. Finally, from the depths of the forest emerged a colossal, reddish-brown stone, resembling a small mountain. Upon seeing this massive head, Zhao Wujing felt his heart sink. The air turned suddenly cool, the oppressive heat now unbearable, as if scorched by flames. Raising his head, he gazed upon the immense creature. Tang San's heart raced, and he was the first to shatter the tranquility, exclaiming, "Is that a Titan giant ape?" The words Titan giant ape detonated like thunder in everyone's ears. The king of the forest, the Titan giant ape? Zhao Wujing nearly blurted out, veins bulging. Roar. The immense head emerged fully from the thicket, its mouth opened wide in a furious roar, shattering the very stones and trees around. The Shrek 7 were nearly knocked off their feet. Amid such a gale, simply standing firm felt like an unattainable luxury. Before them loomed the soul beast, resembling a small mountain. Its body was cloaked in thick, resilient black skin, with rippling muscles that hinted at immense power. Flowing along its form were red totems, and it bore the likeness of a gigantic ape, intimidating without needing to be enraged. There is no need for mortal enemies, Jiang Chuan's voice rang coldly. The Shrek 7 monsters have departed. Their objective lies beyond you. Zhao Wujie interjected, Teacher Jiang Chuan, this is the Forest King, the Titan Great Ape, renowned across the seas. If soul beasts are indeed categorized by rank, then the Titan Great Ape surely occupies the pinnacle of terror at the apex of the pyramid. You must be aware of this, right? He struggled to swallow his parched throat, his lips cracked. Such a soul beast ought to dwell in the deepest marshes of the Stardow Forest, yet it has suddenly appeared on the outskirts. There must be a reason behind this occurrence. Jiang Chuan gazed intently at the towering Titan ape, a majestic figure reminiscent of a great mountain. The timelines converged. The Titan ape, sensing the essence of Xiaowu, hurried over, initially believing that she had fallen under the control of a soul master, which ignited its fury. In truth, the adversary had no intention of harming Tang San and the others. As for Zhao Wujie's claims of the soul master's indiscriminate slaughter, that had indeed provoked the wrath of the Forest King, a detail that Ming likely did not anticipate. With Xiaowu occupying 99% of its consciousness, Jiang Chuan urged, You and Tang San take everyone and leave at once. This is a Titan ape. Zhao Wujie, filled with trepidation, roared in response, Dai Mabai. You take Rong Rong and Xiao Ao away first. Jiang Chuan nodded. Ma Hongjun and Oscar trembled, huddling together in fear. Let Ma Hongjun lead them away. I will stay behind. As the white tiger possessed him, Dai Mubai struggled to suppress the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Titan ape, a force that transcended the nature of their martial spirits. A regal character flashed between his brows, and as the giant tiger behind him continued to manifest, his physique expanded like a balloon, tearing his garments and revealing a sculpted, muscular form. Rong Rong and Oscar hesitated, attempting to pull Ning Rong Rong's hand, only to be disdainfully rebuffed. accompanied by a roll of her eyes. "I will not leave. The seven treasures are renowned for their strength and swiftness." Ning Rongrong infused her companions with a cascade of seven radiant hues. The more individuals aided by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, the stronger they became, albeit at a rapid cost to her own vitality. After merely casting 2 supportive soul skills, she succumbed to weakness, collapsing onto the ground, unconscious. Witnessing this, the Titan ape felt the surge of soul power and was incensed. A terrifying roar echoed, indicating its fury and intent to strike. The results were evident. Bolstered by Ning Rongrong's support, the seven did not succumb to the force of the Titan ape's roar. With a thunderous leap, the Titan ape charged toward Zhao Wujie and the others. There's no turning back now. Zhao Wujie clenched his teeth and lunged forward with determination. Manifesting his true martial spirit, the mighty golden bear, 7 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, flared to life in dazzling brilliance. The 7 rings resonated in unison, as if bound by an immense force. With vigorous soul power, the black and yellow rings intertwined, while the purple rings weaved through, expanding continuously, creating a star-speckled domain that was under their control. At level 73, the 7-ring battle soul saint unleashed their full power. A thunderous roar erupted. 7 soul rings intertwined, radiating beams of golden light, completely enveloping Zhao Wujie. His body exaggeratedly swelled, resembling an inflated balloon. His golden-brown fur, yellow eyes, and robust arms akin to mountains transformed him into a colossal 5-meter-tall golden bear, exhaling flames of gold. Reaching the 30th level as a soul master represents a significant threshold, while the 70th level marks an even greater one. Upon attaining this level, a soul master possessing a beast martial spirit experiences a substantial augmentation in power. Moreover, this form serves as a desperate measure. Once manifested, it grants an invincible state lasting half an hour. Soul skills beneath the 7-ring threshold can be employed infinitely, with their potency amplified to 150 times the norm. More alarmingly, the mighty golden bear possesses a defensive attribute increase of 200. However, forcibly activating the martial spirit's true form exacts a heavy toll on Zhao Wujie. Yet, when compared to Jiang Chuan's ordinary soul skills, these enhancements are akin to clouds and mud. With his first soul skill, borrowing arrows with straw boats, he could easily crush Zhao Wujie's defenses. This dire situation was not lost on Daimu Bai, whose gaze was resolute as he fixated on the golden bear that was Zhao Wujie. He spoke with conviction. Teacher Zhao has actually unleashed his martial spirit's true form. Martial spirit true form? Tang San was taken aback. Indeed, Daimu Bai affirmed, elaborating, though formidable. Once Teacher Zhao exhausts this form, he will retain only 50% of his energy for the next 7 days, rendering him extremely vulnerable. This is a gamble. With the additional enhancement from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, Zhao Wujie now possessed the strength to contend with a soul Douluo. Jiang Chuan remained silent. The Emperor's bell in his right hand stirred restlessly. Could it be that encountering a formidable adversary for the first time has stirred excitement within you as well? Jiang Chuan's voice was deep and profound, his gaze fixed upon his hands. Suddenly, he unleashed his second soul skill, Ghost Vine Parasitism. The second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. The second soul skill, Netherworld Stab, Phoenix Fireline. Chapter 88, The First Glimmer of Brilliance, 10,000 Years of Soul Rings. The air resonated with a sound as the soul skills coalesced into a swirling mass, enveloping the colossal stone of the Titan Great Ape. With a resounding roar, the Titan Great Ape, its body crimson as blood, opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of scarlet ripples that shattered all of these soul skills. Frowning slightly, he cast a glance at the golden brown bear beside him. For him, the greatest threat at that moment was this 5-meter-tall giant golden brown bear. An illusion conjured by Zhao Wujie. Given Zhao Wujie's current state, it posed a significant danger to him. Without a moment's hesitation, the golden brown bear swung a massive fist towards the Titan Great Ape, only to have it met with the latter's stone fists, which not only held firm but also exerted immense force, overpowering the golden brown bear. In terms of strength, the Titan Great Ape was several times more formidable than the golden brown bear. The golden bear, covered in golden fur, felt its powerful arms being crushed and turned to look at Tang San and the others, roaring, "You brats, hurry and escape." Under the pressure of the Titan Great Ape, the golden brown bear was being pressed deeper into the ground inch by inch. Coughing up blood, he was on the brink of collapse, crimson droplets scattering around him, and he appeared to be on the verge of death. Jiang Chuan remained calm and composed. With his left hand resting on his chin, his eyes reflected deep contemplation. He was fully aware that Erming was stirring up trouble solely for Xiaowu's sake. This was indeed a farcical situation. His sole intention was to engage with Ming, to gauge the extent of his disparity compared to the ancient soul beasts. The opportunity slipped away as the golden brown bear's fur began to shed, its pupils dimming, while the Titan giant's stone fists relentlessly pounded, creating gaping holes. Zhao Wujie's complexion turned pale as he plummeted from the sky. With a mighty roar, the Titan giant ape continued to strike its crimson chest, adorned with ancient runes. Exuding an air of authority. Reaching out, it grasped towards Xiaowu, who appeared momentarily stunned. No. Xiaowu Tang San propelled himself forward with a leap akin to a dragon soaring and a tiger pouncing, yet he was ultimately a moment too late. A chill swept through the air, and an undercurrent surged. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. A resounding hum echoed, a long blade's keen edge. Reminiscent of dawn slicing through the darkness, carved a piercing light in the gaze of all present. Swift and precise. It executed a series of 9 strikes, intertwined like a spider's web woven from scars of the blade. With a sharp crack, the blows landed on the Titan giant ape's right arm, leaving a delicate scar, while the demon blade, 1,000 edges, shattered into numerous fragments upon colliding with the Titan's stone palm, scattering a constellation of starlight upon the ground. The Titan, in pain, yanked back its arm, lifting its head towards the night. Jiang Chuan? Zhao Wujie struggled to rise, clutching his chest, coughing violently, crimson streaks escaping the corners of his mouth. His face was a ghastly sight as he gazed intently at Jiang Chuan's white-clad silhouette. Brother Chuan. Tang San's anxiety suddenly eased. Yes, Jiang Chuan replied. Gripping the purple hilt of the demon blade, his voice cold yet resolute, imbued with an air of tranquility. I shall take over here. It was simple yet swift, laced with an undercurrent of menace. The king of the forest, the Titan giant ape, had reached its words. Jiang Chuan tightened his grip on the hilt, producing a crisp sound as the blade clashed against the ground, piecing itself together. With a deep voice, he stated, I seek your guidance. No, this cannot be. The disparity in soul power between you is far too great. Even if a soul Douluo were to arrive, they would struggle to gain any advantage against the Titan giant ape. Jiang Chuan, this is not a force you can withstand. You must flee and take Tang San and the others with you. Allow me to hold the rear. Only after experiencing the Titan giant ape's formidable strength did Zhao Wujie comprehend the true terror of his opponent, the pinnacle of soul beasts. It is no jest. Even he, a soul sage at the 73rd level, finds himself somewhat powerless. How much less so for Jiang Chuan? At this moment, a fresh spurt of crimson blood erupted from his lips, his complexion turning a ghastly yellow. Jiang Chuan, no, Xiaowu exclaimed, raising her hand in concern to halt him. You stand no chance against the Titan great ape. Roar. The Titan great ape, well-versed in human speech, sensed the provocation from Jiang Chuan. It beat its chest in a frenzy, producing a resonant thudding sound, while malevolent flames burst forth from its chest, igniting sparks that flew in every direction. Oh! With a subtle lift of his left eyebrow, Jiang Chuan gently grasped the air with his left hand. A crisp sound resonated as strands of white soul power spiraled forth from his palm, ultimately intertwining to form a black rune, solidifying in mere 3 seconds. A shimmering star-like essence trembled as a black 10,000-year soul ring materialized out of thin air, emitting a series of clicking sounds. 10,000-year soul ring. My heavens. A 10,000-year soul ring. The astonishment was palpable as Ma Hongjun stood dumbfounded, repeatedly murmuring in disbelief. Little Wu gasped, her eyes fixed intently on Jiang Chuan's palm. Goodness. Zhu Qin exclaimed, delicately covering her lips with her long, fair fingers. Daimyo Bai, Oscar, and the others looked up in awe, instinctively stepping back. A soul master of rank 39 possessing a 10,000-year soul ring? What a farce. In all the continent, how could such a soul master exist? Zhao Wujie, however, remained composed, for he alone knew Jiang Chuan's secret. On that fateful day, Jiang Chuan, however, had procured a crimson soul ring of 100,000 years. Yet, constrained by the dignity of the Haotian Douluo, he could only carry this secret to his grave, buried deep within, never to utter a word. Not even to the old ghost Flinder. Another soul ring of 10,000 years. No, Zhao Wujie's expression was blank. A crimson soul ring of 100,000 years, alongside another black soul ring of 10,000 years, while Jiang Chuan was merely a 39th level 3-ring auxiliary soul master, capable of possessing only 3 soul rings. No, it seemed he had stumbled upon a momentous secret. Jiang Chuan. It is highly probable that he is not merely human, but a deity. Otherwise, one cannot fathom the soul rings that adorn him. Suddenly, the emergence of the 10,000-year soul ring unleashed a torrent of swirling black brilliance from his left hand, resembling flowing sand that danced ethereally through his fingers, exuding an exquisite charm. This spectacle left Zhu Zhuqing entranced. The second soul skill, Sacred Shield. This was the first time the crowd had witnessed Jiang Chuan's soul skill. And to their astonishment, it was his second one. Sacred Shield? In an instant, the black soul ring seamlessly encircled the back of Jiang Chuan's head. As if a divine presence had descended, intertwining black and white hues to form a protective barrier that enveloped him in a layer of enigmatic energy. Nodding. The colossal stone fist, ablaze with fervent flames, appeared to magnify relentlessly. Winds, leaves, stones, and wood were all swept up in its wake, plunging the air into an eerie silence as a crushing aura descended, intent on obliterating everything in its path. Chapter 89. Jiang Chuan is simply not human. A monster indeed. Zhu Zhuqing snapped back to reality, exclaiming in astonishment. The suffocating atmosphere bore a deadlier weight than that imposed by the Titan giant ape. Did the laws of Douluo still hold? How could he be so unreserved? Tang San's expression was one of exaggerated disbelief as he fixated on the impending clash between Jiang Chuan and the Titan giant ape, a gasp escaping his lips, deeply shaken. Is he truly engaging in battle so brazenly with a 10,000-year soul ring? Thunderous roars echoed, akin to a tempestuous sea in turmoil. An infinite surge of soul power erupted, creating ripples that expanded and detonated in waves. The winds howled and clouds surged, and merely caught in the aftermath. Tang San and the others were swept away by the force of the soul power. Could it be? Is Jiang Chuan this ruthless? Oscar was left in shock, his voice drowned by the torrent. Is he truly charging so recklessly at the Titan giant ape? Is he courting death? Just as he spoke, the weight of the soul power bore down once more upon his elevated brow. It is over. Jiang Chuan may well be lost, Ma Hongzhen lamented, tears in his eyes, painfully observing that under such a fierce assault, even the soul skills granted by a 10,000-year soul ring would struggle to survive. What kind of power is this? Dai Mubai strained against the ground, his arms trembling, veins bulging as he pondered the sheer magnitude of the force. Suddenly, a crackle echoed through the air. A flash of lightning illuminated the misty haze. Zhao Wujing, taken aback, instinctively looked up. Then, with a resounding boom, the flashes of lightning intertwined continuously, each collision igniting sparks akin to heavenly thunder. What? Tang San's voice was hoarse, nearly a roar. How can this be? How is it possible? The battle rages on. Brother Chuan, and you still live. How can this be? Everyone gazes resolutely at the heavens, as the world spins chaotically around them. Jiang Chuan possesses merely 39 levels of soul power, yet he can contend with the soul sect, albeit underestimating his opponent's 10,000-year soul ring. It is conceivable that he could survive a single strike from a soul emperor, but he remains leagues apart from the realms of soul saints and soul duels. Moreover, he stands no chance against one of the sovereigns of the Stardow Forest, the Titan Great Ape. The Holy Shield must be the source of Jiang Chuan's ability to withstand the Titan Great Ape. It must be so. Tang San, with his meticulous thoughts, swiftly organized his words and confidently asserted this. The crowd suddenly understood, filled with awe. How formidable indeed! Just how high is the defensive capability of Jiang Chuan's auxiliary martial soul? It is known that even under the circumstances where Teacher Zhao activated his martial soul's true form, unleashed 7 rings, and benefited from the enhancement of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, his defense reached 250, nearly on par with the pinnacle of soul duels. Yet still unable to withstand the Titan Great Ape. And Jiang Chuan endured. Is he a monster? No. Such innate talent, such power, transcends the mere label of a monster. He is not a monster. At last, Zhu Zhuqing's mistaken voice shattered the silence. He is a deity. With a sudden thud, a figure descended from the heavens, crashing heavily to the ground. As smoke billowed, it gradually revealed the silhouette. He emerged unscathed, his entire form free of dust, still adorned in a flowing white robe, dancing gracefully with the fierce winds. Jiang Chuan extended his right index finger and flicked a speck of dust from his white collar, his expression remarkably serene, devoid of any fluctuations. Very good, he remarked, his tone unexpectedly profound, leaving everyone astonished. What a disheartening sight. Was this still a monster? Damu Bai's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. At that moment, Jiang Chuan resembled a primordial beast, rendering the term monster woefully inadequate. His second soul skill, the Sacred Shield, had matured over the years to become a soul ring exceeding 70,000 years, bestowing a defense of 300. Astonishingly, beneath such formidable protection, you still managed to strike me. Very well, indeed, he acknowledged, as the mist finally dissipated, revealing Jiang Chuan's right hand, which firmly grasped the hilt of the unyielding demon blade, 1,000 edges. Truly, The king of the forest, the titan great ape, has brought me an abundance of surprises. He conceded that neither his fierce battles with Zhao Wuji nor Tang Hao had been as exhilarating as this encounter with the titan great ape. 300 defense. Ning Rongrong could not contain herself, and a spray of water erupted from her mouth. Coughing incessantly, she clutched her heaving chest, struggling to regain her composure. How much? A defense of 300? Such formidable defensive power. Is he a devil? What face does this leave for our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? And where does this place our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Martial Soul? A defense enhancement of 300. Even her father, Nia Fangxi, a rank 79 Soul Douluo, could barely attain such a level. It is crucial to understand. What Jiang Chuan employs is indeed the second soul skill. Upon hearing such formidable defensive prowess, Ma Hongjun was utterly astonished. Are you certain this is defense and not a steel physique? A defense level of 300, what does that even imply? Even if his Phoenix Fire line were to blaze for 3 days and nights, it would remain unbroken. This statement was astonishing. Dai Mubai, upon hearing it, could not help but twitch his lips in disbelief, exclaiming, Teacher Jiang Chuan's second soul skill, the Sacred Shield, boasts a defense of 300? My heavens! It surpasses the White Tiger's protective barrier by more than tenfold. Tenfold? No wonder, Dai Mubai thought. After my initial shock, I felt an overwhelming heaviness. No wonder. During my spar with Teacher Jiang Chuan, even utilizing the White Tiger's radiant wave, I couldn't inflict a single scratch upon him. Who would have imagined that his soul skill possessed such immense defensive strength? Had I known this at the time, even if granted 100 times the courage, I would never have dared to strike at him. A sense of trepidation washed over him. Tang San interjected eagerly, how much? 300. That nearly rivals the defense of a 10,000-year soul beast, the iron-armored dragon turtle, doesn't it? This shouldn't be possible, it truly shouldn't. Zhao Wujia, bewildered, scratched his head in confusion, muttering, absolutely impossible. Even a 10,000-year soul beast could not possibly possess such elevated defensive capabilities. This is approaching the level of the continent's most formidable support-type soul master, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. No, at this rate. It may even surpass the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda. Suddenly, a realization struck the crowd. If the opponent's soul skill was so powerful, it must be attributed to Jiang Chuan's martial soul. What exactly is his martial soul? I see you're all quite curious about my martial soul. Allow me to show you today. Jiang Chuan extended his right hand, and a translucent emerald lotus gradually unfurled, a delicate bud poised to bloom. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the very essence of life had burst forth. Chapter 90, the 100,000-year soul ring, shattering the heavens and rending the earth. The sound of bells echoed as the chaotic azure lotus fluttered, shedding resplendent stardust in an instant. Jiang Chuan underwent a profound transformation in temperament, exuding an aura of sanctity and grandeur. The intertwining of soul power formed a formidable, net-like web. Suddenly, a black soul ring materialized in Jiang Chuan's right hand with a resounding crack, scattering starlight across the ground, completing its formation. With a thud, the black sea of energy birthed by the soul ring surged upwards along his right arm to his forehead, enveloped in fierce black light. The life force emanating from this martial soul was astonishingly vigorous, reminiscent of a newborn's vitality. Could such an overwhelming life force truly exist? This was unprecedented. Even Ning Rongrong, a fellow support-type soul master, felt a kinship and remarked that while the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda only manifested such life force after one attained the rank of Soul Douluo, Jiang Chuan had yet to reach that level, merely being a soul master of the 40th rank. This extraordinary phenomenon sent ripples through the crowd, and the members of Shrek Academy collectively exhaled deep, appreciative sighs, inhaling the essence of life that invigorated their spirits. Instantly, they felt rejuvenated, their minds cleared, as if the warmth of the sun and refreshing coolness danced together, prompting a sense of serenity that made one want to dream. It seemed as though their wounds were healing alongside this revitalization, particularly the mental fatigue, which received ample nourishment. Zhu Shiqing, calming her spirit, placed a hand on her chest and took a deep breath, feeling as refreshed as ever. With a radiant smile, she expressed her delight. This power is pure and invigorating, making me feel rejuvenated beyond compare, far surpassing the enhancements provided by the support-type soul masters in the palace. It's worth noting that the support-type soul masters in the palace, whom Zhu Shiqing had healed, were all formidable individuals of the Soul Douluo rank or higher, possessing soul power exceeding Jiang Chuan's by over 40 levels. Yet they paled in comparison to Jiang Chuan's prowess. Such revelations sparked the imagination, particularly for Zhao Wujia, who felt the captivating life force nourishing his being, alleviating the negative effects stemming from his martial soul. At the very least, he no longer felt as though his life hung in the balance. Let me share with you. My martial soul is known as the chaotic blue lotus, Jiang Chuan said with a light-hearted smile. Currently, I possess 3 soul rings. Titan Great Ape, arise. Unleash the chaotic blue lotus. Jiang Chuan not only found his vitality nourished but also experienced a remarkable enhancement in his defenses, reaching a level that was astonishing. His encounter with the Titan ape was merely an attempt to gauge the limits of his own capabilities. Chaos? What is chaos? Why had he never encountered such a saying? Was it some nameless entity? Zhao Wuji found himself perplexed, filled with questions as he sought answers. The others exchanged bewildered glances, having never heard such expressions. Only Tang San's eyes revealed a flicker of understanding. His expression shifted slightly. Having lived a second life, he could easily deduce the meaning of the term chaos. It was a legendary essence from his previous world, said to be the primordial energy that fostered the growth of all things at the dawn of creation. Formless, intangible, tasteless, and indiscriminate, it was a mysterious existence akin to the tears of Guanyin. In Jiang Chuan's mind, he was akin to an insurmountable mountain. The deeper Tang San delved into understanding, the more he felt enveloped by a mist that obscured the essence, rendering it impossible to fathom. Chaos energy. Chaos green lotus. His mind was utterly bewildered. Merely 3 minutes had elapsed since the onset of the battle. The clash erupted once more. Boom. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Jiang Chuan cracked the ground beneath him, sending fragments soaring into the heavens. A dense black smoke enveloped him, and a thunderous aura surged skyward. Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed. In that moment, the eyes of all present were filled with vivid flashes of red and black, colliding almost every 3 seconds, unleashing a terrifying cacophony of thunder and fire that resonated painfully in their ears, even causing Oscar to experience a ringing sensation. Waves of flames cascaded forth, and the essence of the soul lingered in the air, creating a whimsical atmosphere. Xiaoyu slightly parted her lips, momentarily entranced. Was it possible that Ming had weakened? Or was Jiang Chuan simply too astonishing? How could such a situation arise? Even the Titan Great Ape displayed a hint of human-like skepticism. From the perception of soul power, this youth appeared to be more than tenfold weaker than himself, yet he effortlessly maneuvered beneath his onslaught. Why was that? Roaring. The Titan Great Ape's eyes transformed into a fierce crimson hue. The landscape is vividly clear. The opponent is about to unleash an ability akin to a soul skill. In the realm of soul beasts, those with a pure bloodline at the soul beast level can awaken their unique soul skills. Moreover, it is a titan, a dominant soul beast that resides at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. Indeed, an unending torrent of crimson flames swirled like a dance of dragons around the Titan Great Ape, engulfing the heavens and the earth. Jiang Chuan advanced rather than retreated, his demeanor calm and composed. He lightly tapped his right foot in midair while slightly lifting his left. With a chime, a black soul ring surged forth. Another tremor followed, accompanied by a melodious sound as yet another black soul ring emerged, even brushing against the starlight beneath the sparse moonlit sky. Ultimately, a resounding echo resonated amidst the swirling clouds, and all present beheld an unmistakable crimson radiance. This brilliance illuminated the surroundings, as fiery red as a sunset, piercing through the mist. A massive, grotesque boulder atop the mountain's summit shattered into powder with a single strike of this red light, a sound like cracking thunder emanating from it. Such was the terror unleashed. The emergence of the 100,000-year soul ring cast a shadow of dread over the Douluo forest. 3 soul rings, each exerting their own immense soul power, spread their influence over a distance of hundreds of meters. At that moment, within a lake in the heart of the Douluo forest, the fiery radiance enveloped the area. Suddenly, a colossal bull-headed creature burst forth from the water, its body adorned with droplets that shimmered under the moonlight, resembling crystal as they cascaded down from its head. With every breath this soul beast took, a substantial gust of wind swirled around it, hinting at its immense age. Its body bore a greenish hue, and this force revealed it to be a 100,000-year soul beast. No one anticipated that this creature, with a bull's head and a serpentine body of verdant scales, could utter words with such raw power. Why does its aura feel so genuine? Could it be that another 100,000-year soul beast has emerged within the Douluo forest? Such overwhelming strength was indeed formidable. However, it appeared that this 100,000-year soul beast's power was somehow constrained, preventing it from unleashing its full potential. Were a true 100,000-year soul beast to roar, it would likely bring about the collapse of the entire Douluo forest. Meanwhile, Dragon Gong, Snake Granny, and Ming Yiran were wandering through the 1,000-year soul beast region of the Douluo forest. What did you say? Someone dares to blatantly seize my granddaughter's phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. A 1,000-year soul ring. Such audacity. Dragon Gong fumed, his mustache bristling with indignation, his right hand gripping the dragon staff tightly, summoning a fierce wind without any external force. Grandfather, please, you must seek justice for me. Ming Yiran pouted, wrapping her delicate arms around Dragon Gong's right arm, swaying them back and forth, eliciting a sigh from him, his expression softening with indulgence. Snake Granny couldn't help but smile kindly at the scene. Is what Yiran said truly the case? Long Gong Mingshu gradually retracted his gaze and turned towards Shipa Chao Tianxiang, while he indulged her. It was inconceivable for him to confront the matter without grasping the full context. To his surprise, she nodded slightly. With a lowered head, she recounted. Just as I was in pursuit of that phoenix-tailed chicken snake, unexpectedly, it managed to escape in an instant. Little did I realize, it was captured by Zhao Wuji, a highly renowned disciple of the immovable king in the spirit master realm. Oh, is that so? Mingshu's expression gradually stiffened. He had heard of the immovable king's name, reputed to be a figure capable of standing out among the formidable soul saints of the spirit hall. With the martial spirit of the mighty golden bear, he possessed unparalleled defense. Chao Tianxiang was somewhat inferior in comparison. No wonder he could seize the soul beast from Shipo's grasp. A mere immovable king. Regardless of how many moves he could exchange with me, even our martial spirit fusion technique would be sufficient to obliterate him into mere dust. How audacious. Anger surged within Mingshu, and as he glanced at his granddaughter Ming Yiran, a flicker of guilt crossed his face. Let us go. No one dares to bully Mingshu in this spirit master world. Humph. If I don't receive an explanation, Zhao Wuji and his Shrek Academy will pay the price today. I won't allow Yiran to suffer injustice. Chao Tianxiang's gaze fixed upon the heavens, her aged eyes reflecting the luminous moonlight. Humph. Ming Yiran, emboldened by her grandfather's presence, declared, and that arrogant Shrek teacher, humph. So presumptuous. Grandfather, let us hurry. In an instant, the fierce brilliance of the crimson clouds pierced the sky, stirring the air with a tumultuous force. Ming Yiran was caught in the surge. Her footing faltered, and she fell to the ground. Who? Meng Shu reacted instinctively, his 8 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 emerging in a cascade, forming a protective barrier around them. Observing this, Ming Yiran murmured, is this the defensive power of Soul Douluo? Wait, what is that crimson streak in the heavens? Her beautiful eyes were enveloped by the magnificent light. This power instilled a sense of trepidation within her. Old man. Chao Tianxiang's expression turned grave as she looked at Mingshu. The red color, it is red soul power. Could it be? Long Gong Mingshu eagerly interrupted. 100,000-year soul ring without a doubt. However, something felt amiss. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead, splashing onto a nearby blue-silver grass. This life force was far from a mere soul ring. It resembled a living 100,000-year soul beast. Mingshu spoke in a tone of disbelief that even he found hard to accept. The living Ming still struggled to swallow. His expression exaggerated as he focused intently on Mingshu, a soul beast of 100,000 years. Such a creature exists only in legends, at least. Even I, a member of a prestigious family, have never laid eyes on one, nor have I seen anyone possess one. Not even my grandfather, a soul Douluo, has the right to claim one. It is worth noting that even the highest-ranking spirit hall in the entire continent has only the supreme pontiff Qian Daolu, who possesses a single 100,000-year soul ring. This is a soul ring that can only be acquired by those who reach the rank of title Douluo. This is dire. My dear, we must leave swiftly. This matter has become a source of contention, Meng Shu said, furrowing his brow. All right, Chao Tianxiang replied without hesitation. Just as the words left their lips, the power of the 100,000-year soul beast began to dissipate, gradually fading away like a fleeting moment. Meng Yi was astounded, her long lashes fluttering as she gazed at the vanishing crimson glow, unable to find her composure. She could easily discern the apprehension in her grandparents' expressions. Could it be that even the martial soul fusion technique of the dragon and snake couldn't withstand a single clash against a 100,000-year soul beast? 100,000 years, what an unattainable existence that is. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji and the others looked up, sensing a sudden flash of red light through the mist. The first soul skill, borrowing arrows with straw boats. The second soul skill, holy shield. The third soul skill, brilliant starlight. 2 brilliant scarlet energies collided, creating a tumultuous spectacle that left Zhao Wuji and the others dazzled. Why did this aura feel so familiar? What was that blood-red energy? Dai Mubai stood in a daze, while Zhu Zhuqing had a bold speculation that she hesitated to voice. Suddenly, a colossal figure broke through the clouds, extending a massive fiery red stone arm. In that moment, it felt as if they were witnessing the hand of the divine. The clouds swirled and the earth trembled, with the target being Xiaowu, who was grasped tightly by the stone-red giant hand, lifted into the air. Jiang Chuan held a crimson soul ring, aged 100,000 years, and suddenly realized that the titan giant ape had vanished without a trace. With a sweep of its supreme gaze, he observed it moving with astonishing speed, clutching Xiaowu as it delved deep into the Star-Dough forest. Has it departed? Jiang Chuan was taken aback. It appeared that the titan great ape was reluctant to continue their entanglement. No, Xiaowu. Tang San's eyes glowed crimson as blood. On the night of the bright moon over the 24 bridges, hidden weapons were rendered ineffective. The fine rain fell like pear blossoms, and the techniques of controlling cranes and capturing dragons were all unleashed. The Mystic Jade Hand and blue silver grass were summoned. Yet none could leave even a scratch on the titan great ape. Why? It intended to strike at Xiaowu. No. Tang San howled in despair, collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, gasping for breath. Suddenly, a solitary mark shot down from the clouds. Jiang Chuan's feet pierced the ground like javelins, leaving behind a series of heavy, tortoise-like imprints. Teacher Jiang Chuan? Ma Hongjun wiped his nose, a shiver running through him. Suddenly, he recalled that he had once challenged Jiang Chuan. If his opponent unleashed his full strength, a single blow could reduce him to dust. The thought sent tremors through his body. Xiaowu, Xiaowu. Tang San knelt, crawling towards the path where the titan great ape had vanished, nodding as he howled. Xiao San, you should first restore your soul power. There's no point in pursuing any further, Zhao Wujie kindly advised, emphasizing the futility of the chase. What prey could possibly be snatched from the titan great ape? It was likely that Xiaowu had already become its meal. No, one must see the living, and the dead must be accounted for. Xiaowu was still alive. A spark of determination ignited within Tang San as he struggled to rise, pleading with Jiang Chuan. Brother Chuan, please save Xiaowu. I can offer you a treasure of extraordinary rarity. Chapter 92, The Debt of Emotions, Bound by Souls. Tang San's near-pleading request echoed in the air. Jiang Chuan was fully aware of the situation. A rare treasure? It could either be the Buddha's wrath or a decree from the King of Hell. To be frank, these items were beyond Jiang Chuan's capability to produce. The system's sign-in rewards were purely random. Observing Jiang Chuan's silence, Tang San pressed on. Is there a condition under which you would risk everything for us, Brother Chuan? I know you possess such power among those present. It seemed Tang San was genuinely anxious. After all, he had once beseeched the Dragon Lord Ming Shu, hoping the latter would rescue Xiaowu from the clutches of the Titan giant ape, even sacrificing his own ambitious future to join the Dragon Lord's family and serve them for generations. Zhao Wujie's spirits were low, not due to a lack of trust in Jiang Chuan, but rather because Xiaowu might have already met her demise. Xiao San, do not rush. Once I have regained some soul power, I will accompany you to find Xiaowu, said Dai Bai, but was interrupted by Jiang Chuan raising a hand. His gaze sharpened slightly. Are you certain? This is merely a misunderstanding. Life and death are not at stake. Xiaowu is perfectly fine. Effortlessly, he retrieved the hidden weapon from Tang San. If I can have it without any effort, I shall take it, he stated with resolute sincerity. Jiang Chuan nodded with a smile, slightly bending his form. With a sharp crack, his waist tightened, and with a swift leap, he propelled himself forward, enveloped by swirling soul power. A loud crash resounded as a deep pit over a meter wide erupted where Jiang Chuan had just stood. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Shuqing awkwardly twitched her fingers around her water pouch, lowering her head and ceasing her pursuit. Hey! Ning Rongrong hurried after them, hands on her hips. Her cheeks puffed in indignation as she turned her head sharply. Given your unpredictable behavior, shouldn't you provide us with an explanation? What is the origin of that black soul ring on you? She preferred to believe she had misinterpreted the situation. Fortunately, the others were unaware of Jiang Chuan's red 100,000-year soul ring. Otherwise, it might have stirred up a considerable uproar. Oscar approached with an apologetic smile, saying, Rong, your injuries are not yet healed. You should eat a sausage. Eat your head, she retorted, shooting him an irritated glance, then playfully smacking the sausage against his forehead. I still have 2 slices of bread. In truth, many believe that Jiang Chuan's second soul ring is a black 10,000-year one, acquired purely by chance. When a soul beast seeks its demise, as long as the age of the soul ring and the soul power of the absorbing soul master do not exceed certain limits, absorption is still possible. Jiang Chuan is indeed an anomaly. Endowed with an extraordinarily potent physique, he can barely accommodate a 10,000-year soul ring for his second. The other 2 soul rings should reasonably be of the typical yellow and purple variety. Otherwise, it would be utterly alarming. Little San, fret not. Zhao Wujing declared, delivering a heavy pat on Tang San's shoulder and firmly grasping his collarbone to prevent him from bolting. You should rest and recuperate your soul power. Let us not forget our purpose for venturing into the Stardow Forest, which is also to assist you in acquiring a soul ring. His gaze turned profound as he contemplated the distant path ahead. Entrusting Xiao Wu's rescue to Jiang Chuan should pose no issues, as he possesses a black soul ring. While it may not suffice to vanquish the Titan giant ape, it is undoubtedly adequate for the task of saving her. Zhao Wujing was resolute. It is worth noting that the mention of a black soul ring serves merely as a facade. That individual harbors 2 black soul rings and a red soul ring. A terrifying existence indeed. Whether he could triumph in a confrontation with the Titan giant ape remains uncertain, but when it comes to rescuing someone, he is more than capable. Ma Hongjun gazed longingly at Jiang Chuan's retreating figure, a tinge of envy creeping into his thoughts. I never imagined that teacher Jiang Chuan not only possesses exceptional talent but also enjoys extraordinary luck. According to him, the probability of encountering a soul beast willing to allow itself to be absorbed by a soul master is nearly non-existent, with odds as low as 0.001. Let alone a 10,000-year soul beast. He clicked his tongue in frustration. Why didn't Ti encounter such fortuitous circumstances? It's simply laughable. Little Ao thought that by absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring, he could gain an advantage before Ning Rongrong. Who would have guessed Jiang Chuan bore the weight of millennia upon him? Little did he know that the jester was none other than himself. Fatty. What were you saying back then? Jiang Chuan's encounter with the Millennium Soul Ring was merely a stroke of luck. Why harbor envy here? Could it be that you are up to no good? Dai Mubai delivered a firm knock to Ma Hongjuan's forehead, causing the latter to wince and shield his head. Turning his gaze to offer solace, Dai Mubai reassured, Xiao San, do not be overly anxious. Since teacher Jiang Chuan has vowed to assist in rescuing Xiao Wu, he will surely fulfill his promise. Rest assured, we must first restore our soul power and prepare to hunt for your 3rd soul ring before reuniting with teacher Jiang Chuan. Xiao Wu, too, was one of the Shrek 7 monsters, and they all shared a sense of unease. Yet, impatience would not solve their dilemma, rather. It would only complicate matters further. Dai Lauda, you mustn't speak so recklessly. What thoughts could I possibly harbor? Ma Hongjun protested, waving his hands and retreating slightly. His expression one of indignation. However, his demeanor shifted swiftly, and he leaned in with a look of eagerness. Dai Lauda, since Zhu Zhuqing has grown quite impatient with you, why continue the charade? I know you can hardly contain yourself. This week of training has likely left you more pent-up than I am. Qingqing from Soto City has sent word, tonight, at the Rose Hotel. With a suggestive arch of his brow, he added emphasis to his statement. Fatty, are you courting death? Dai Mubai growled, enunciating each word with gritted teeth, his eyes flashing with authority, urging him to leave. He cast a furtive glance at Zhu Zhuqing, only to find her expression utterly unfazed, which plunged his spirits. Zhu Zhuqing no longer harbored even the slightest annoyance towards him, and with that, the most fundamental affection had also vanished. Realizing this, Dai Mubai felt despondent. Dai Lauda, how could you let her go? He lamented. Dai Mubai retorted, is it not permissible? Permissible it may be, but she insists on extra payment. As he raised a finger in protest, the tension escalated. Although their conversation was hushed, the presence of soul masters in the vicinity allowed their words to be faintly discerned. Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes in exasperation and walked away, while Ma Hongjuan's face flushed with embarrassment. Zhao Wujia, observing the scene, felt a profound sense of helplessness. Though Xiao Wu had Jiang Chuan's promise of salvation and a chance at survival, discussing emotional debts in their midst was excessive. Silence. Our next course of action is to venture into the millennial soul beast territory to procure a toxic soul beast for Tang San. Zhao Wujia stated, glancing around. Tang San. Where are you? Eh? Where is Xiao San gone? Chapter 93, The 4th Soul Ring, Hunt. Upon hearing Zhao Wujia's words, Zhu Zhuqing and the others looked around in confusion, bewildered by Tang San's sudden disappearance. It was unexpected. Moments ago, I observed San seated cross-legged, recuperating his soul power. Yet in the blink of an eye, he vanished into thin air. How peculiar. Ma Hongjun, clutching his bulging belly, appeared astonished. What just transpired? Everyone else was engulfed in confusion. Only Dai Mubai, with a sly glint in his eye, noticed Oscar intermittently scratching his head and patting his hands, exuding an air of unease while his gaze darted away whenever it met Dai Mubai's. Xiao, what did you just do? Dai Mubai pressed forward, his curiosity piqued. Suddenly, a flash occurred. A pair of resplendent purple wings, shimmering with a crystalline glow, unfurled from behind a towering tree, revealing a pale visage. I apologize. My distrust is not directed towards teacher Jiang Chuan, but rather my desire to ensure the safety of my sister. Teacher Zhao, please do not blame Xiao Ao. My life is at stake in this venture, Tang San said, tears glistening in his eyes as he resolutely unfurled his wings and soared forth. Xiao Wu. He sought to measure the fleeting minute, fraught with uncertainty. Teacher Zhao, you may punish me as you see fit, Oscar declared, shouldering the burden alone. Alas! Zhao Wujia's head tilted in resignation as he let out a long, exasperated sigh. Enraged, he pointed a finger at the group, chiding them for their lack of organization and discipline, lamenting, when will you cease your incessant chatter? Upon returning to Shrek Academy, I shall ensure teacher Jiang Chuan remolds you anew. Xiao Ao, prepare additional mushroom sausages, dry sausages, and links to replenish my strength, then we shall pursue them. Teacher Zhao. Are you certain? What is there to be uncertain about? I, Zhao Wujia, would never abandon my students. The group huddled together, their spirits intertwined. Jiang Chuan's form resembled a parabolic arc as he stood upon the air, and with a resounding splash, he leapt from a height of over 10 meters, creating a colossal spray of water that surged forth from the lake. His expression remained serene. At this moment, Xiao was likely awakening her third soul skill, rendering any notion of redemption utterly irrelevant. All that was required was to wait until I had successfully acquired the soul rings before retrieving Xiao Wu, thus also obtaining the rare treasures bestowed by Tang San. There is likely no better opportunity to seize such advantages in this world. The ability to grasp these benefits stems from my innate foresight. Jiang Chuan pondered deeply, furrowing his brow. Once again, he found himself within the familiar confines of the starry Great Forest's 10,000-year soul beast zone. He took a deep breath, inhaling the moist and invigorating spirit energy that filled the air. Moments ago, upon releasing the 10,000-year soul ring, he had sensed the presence of a soul beast that would be ideal for his fourth soul ring, yet now it seemed to have vanished from sight. Muttering to himself, he scanned the surroundings, reassured by the notion that if it were so effortlessly discovered, the hunt for a soul ring would lose its thrill. Jiang Chuan had already formulated his thoughts regarding his fourth soul ring. It would bestow defensive capabilities upon his martial soul. This was not merely akin to a sacred shield-type soul skill. Rather, it would allow him to summon the Chaos Green Lotus, transforming it into a barrier capable of countering various incoming soul skills. After all, he had already acquired the soul skill borrowing arrows with straw boats, which restored vitality, and the sacred shield to bolster his own defenses. He could effortlessly employ Starlight Resplendent to absorb the life essence of his enemies to enhance himself. Thus, utilizing his martial soul as a defensive soul skill would add an element of excitement to his endeavors. Were others to learn of his intentions, they would undoubtedly be astonished. It is essential to recognize that within the Douluo realm, auxiliary soul masters, such as those wielding the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, possess limited support capabilities. They often function singularly, much like the Nine Hearts Begonia, which can only restore vitality from 1 to 9 soul rings, lacking any defensive capabilities. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tower shares this limitation. In contrast, the evolution of the Chaos Green Lotus trends toward perfection. Moreover, the populace remains unaware that Jiang Chuan's soul skills are designed for team utility. They mistakenly believe his abilities serve only personal gain. Should such soul skills and martial souls be employed in the context of a Soul Master team battle or the biennial Soul Master Academy competition, they would emerge as an unrivaled force, capable of overcoming all obstacles. His prowess would render him invincible, allowing him to act with impunity. With his abilities rendering him impervious to death, harm, and fatigue, what could possibly stand in their way? Even if faced with a Soul Master of considerable rank, such as a Soul Zone, who might overpower Ma Hongjun, Jiang Chuan's team-based auxiliary skills would likely render him impervious to injury for quite some time. Jiang Chuan would undoubtedly refuse. The title of champion of the Grand Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament, a mere figment of imagination, holds no significance for him. It is but a fleeting thought. He is solely focused on personal gain. The 9 mysteries and 8 treasures returning to the Jade Frog. That is your target. This peculiar soul beast dwells perpetually in marshy areas, thriving in cool and damp environments. It is simultaneously revered and reviled among soul masters, often referred to as the poison of the soul master realm. For a mere touch of this jade frog results in an invasion of frigid poison throughout one's body, incapacitating the victim in mere seconds, rendering them ice cold and beyond remedy. Just 3 steps would lead to a gruesome demise. This soul beast possesses unique traits. It requires sustenance thrice daily, and any deprivation invites calamity upon other soul beasts. Its diet is indiscriminate, consuming whatever it can seize. It harbors a peculiar preference for devouring entire families, thus earning a notorious reputation not only in the Soul Master community but also being scorned in the Soul Beast realm. Should a Soul Beast, particularly those of ancient lineage, encounter the 9 mysteries and 8 treasures returning to the Jade Frog, it would surely retaliate with lethal force until it is vanquished. This has become a significant duty within both the Soul Master and Soul Beast domains, as if it were a solemn obligation. Fortunately, such soul beasts are exceedingly rare. Those that reach a century are but 1 in 1,000. It is conceivable that the 9 mysteries and 8 treasures returning to the Jade Frog Jiang Chuan seeks to hunt may be the sole 10,000-year-old Jade Frog within the Star Do Great Forest. Engaging this creature necessitates maintaining distance and exercising extreme caution, for its body is laden with incurable toxins. Jiang Chuan earnestly turned his gaze. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and he chuckled mischievously. I possess a method to coax this jade toad out. Does it not relish its meals? This time, I shall allow it to feast to its heart's content before sending it down to the nether realms, treating it as its final supper. Chapter 94, The Millennium Soul Beast. One strike is sufficient for the jade toad. Jiang Chuan stood in contemplation, his gaze lowered. At the corner of his eye, he beheld a cluster of rabbit burrows, tallying to a dozen or so distinctive century-old soul beasts, the jade rabbits. The flesh of the rabbits was particularly tender and savory, a delicacy favored by the 9 Xian 8 treasures returning to the jade toad. He merely needed to wait. After all, the 9 Xian 8 treasures returning to the jade toad, with its 3 daily meals, would soon make its appearance. This was also contingent upon the fact that the location of the 9 Xian 8 treasures returning to the jade toad, which had vanished from sight, would follow suit. Regardless of whether its target was this hutch of jade rabbits, as long as it hunted, commotion would ensue. Jiang Chuan promptly discerned the situation. He awaited the opportunity like a hunter lying in ambush. Moreover, he seized this chance to quietly cultivate his soul power. Time flowed swiftly. The luminous moonlight gradually faded into the horizon. As dawn approached, a faint blush of pale white emerged in the eastern sky, near a modest hill. Nearly 100 meters high, adjacent to the ancient soul beast region. Jiang Chuan opened his eyes, and a few glimmers of brilliance flickered within his irises. His gaze was sharp as that of an eagle, fixed intently ahead. Thump, thump, thump. The rhythmic sound of rolling clouds approached him. From the measured footsteps, it was evident that this was no small soul beast. However, to Jiang Chuan's ears, it resonated differently. Only the 9 mysteries and 8 treasures returning to the jade toad would move in such a manner. Finally arrived. He had intended to wait another quarter of an hour before embarking on a search, yet unexpectedly, you have approached of your own accord? Very well. This spares me the trouble of a chase. Jiang Chuan's gaze fell upon dozens of trembling jade hares, their delicate ears flapping anxiously, their soft pink fur quivering with trepidation. It was evident they had sensed the impending arrival of the venomous creatures among the spirit beasts, rendering them restless and uneasy. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the tender young hairs curled up within their burrow, and he understood their reluctance to flee. Ah, is this the 9 Xian 8 treasures returning to the jade toad? At first glance, it appeared rather adorably naive, resembling the rudimentary form he had encountered in a past life. Its shape was grotesque, yet it bore a certain resemblance to a toad. The creature was covered in an array of pustules, its skin a golden hue, standing approximately 2 meters tall and weighing close to 200 pounds. Slowly, it emerged from the edge of the sunset, revealing itself step by step. Jiang Chuan, having lost his patience, concluded that as long as he secured the 9 mystical treasures belonging to Yuchan, the latter would have no reason to escape. Come forth, meet your doom. Jiang Chuan stood confidently at the 39th level of the Three-Ring Realm, fully unleashing his soul power. In this moment, he harbored no reservations. Freed from the worry of his soul rings or hidden trump cards being discovered, the 3 soul rings resonated in unison, signaling the commencement of battle with lethal intent. With soul rings aged over 100,000 years, there was no need for intricate martial techniques or swordplay. Such complexities were unnecessary. A single, decisive punch would suffice. If he were to hesitate even against a 10,000-year soul beast, it would be a grave disservice to his formidable soul rings, his ancient bloodline, and his supreme ocular powers. Witnessing Jiang Chuan's imposing presence, Yuchan was rendered speechless, his entire being numb. He felt as though he had been jolted from head to toe. Suddenly, an exclamation escaped him as he emitted a foul, viscous yellow substance from his mouth, a noxious toxin that reeked of danger. The aura of the 10,000-year soul ring enveloped the scene. Jiang Chuan remained calm and composed as he extended his right palm towards the void. A sound akin to a whisper of stars echoed, and fragments of black soul rings from all directions converge with a hum, culminating in a sharp crack as they coalesced above the head of the 9 mysteries 8 treasures returning jade toad. The celestial brilliance intertwined and cascaded. Suddenly, an invisible pressure emanated, forming a shimmering aura that descended from the black soul ring, forcefully pinning the 9 mysteries 8 treasures returning jade toad to the ground. The earth beneath its feet cracked, and its webbed feet sank into the soil. With a ferocious growl, the 9 mysteries 8 treasures returning jade toad struggled laboriously towards Jiang Chuan. The latter, with his left hand resting confidently behind his back and his right hand radiating a dazzling starlight, controlled the black soul ring suspended above. His face bore no trace of emotion. The resilience of the 9 mysteries 8 treasures returning jade toad was indeed impressive. Jiang Chuan's piercing gaze scrutinized, rendering a judgment. He inclined his head slightly. Then allow me to provide you with some more compelling material. Jiang Chuan's right hand, suspended in the air, gently clenched. A resonant sound echoed, as a black soul ring, swirling with soul power and continuously expanding, was grasped within his palm, reminiscent of a rhythmic clicking. With a casual flick, the black ring encircled the head of the 9 Xian 8 treasures returning jade toad. Shall I crush you to death with my soul power? He mused, how convenient. It saves me a great deal of trouble. With the addition of another black soul ring, his aura surged dramatically, pressing down upon the 9 Xian 8 treasures returning jade toad until its body emitted a series of cracking sounds. This moment was reminiscent of the past when Ji Lin and Tai Long had similarly used soul power to pressure Tang San, nearly costing him his life. Now, history repeated itself, as the 9 Xian 8 treasures returning jade toad remained firmly under his control, shielded by the holy shield. Jiang Chuan was enveloped tightly in a duality of black and white, unflinching in the face of the toxic essence unleashed by the 9 mysterious 8 treasures. He did not flinch nor evade. With a resounding thud, the golden, viscous toxin splattered against his chest, and a hissing sound followed as the white scorching smoke gradually rose, revealing its potent toxicity. The chaos blue lotus spun abruptly to the left, releasing tendrils of faintly discernible chaotic white scorching energy, infusing life essence into his chest, thus facilitating his recovery. Indeed, possessing such formidable toxins is a testament to the fact that this millennia-old soul beast has surpassed the threshold of 20,000 years, thereby illuminating its immense potential. Thus, it is destined to become my 4th soul ring. As Jiang Chuan gazed upon the 9 mystical treasures returning to the jade censer, his eyes sparkled with astonishment. Upon making eye contact with the soul beast, a chill coursed through him. This gaze felt peculiar, stirring an unsettling sensation within. In Jiang Chuan's perception, the mightier the soul beast, the more exhilarated he felt, devoid of fear. To him, the soul beast was merely transparent, a living soul ring, nothing more. Having already squandered ample time, Jiang Chuan, weary with ennui, declared it time to conclude this tiresome battle. The 100,000-year soul ring materialized with a flourish. As the crimson ring emerged, its engraved runes began to shimmer. Suddenly, the 9 mystical treasures returning to the jade censer found itself forcefully pressed to the ground. Tasting the earth as it struggled and wailed, its yellow feet flailing helplessly, sending clouds of dust and debris into the air. Perish, echoed a resonant voice. For soul rings struck in unison, akin to the keys of a piano, unleashing a colossal wave of soul power that cascaded downward. The pressure exerted surpassed the pinnacle of 300 pounds, continuously surging, hinting at the potential to transcend Zhao Wuji's gravity-increasing soul skill. Anyone witnessing this scene would undoubtedly be left speechless. Here was a mere youth, effortlessly subduing the 9 mystical treasures returning to the jade censer, which had no chance to struggle before him. 3 frenzied forces intertwined, striking with precision from above. At last, with a resounding crash, golden blood erupted forth. Chapter 95, Seizing the Soul Ring, the Soul Beast coveting Jiang Chuan, the 9 mystical treasures returning to the jade censer hung by a thread. Teetering on the brink of demise, Jiang Chuan gently waved his hand. The soul power, soul rings, and ancient bloodlines rippled through the void. Suddenly, a cacophony arose from the distance. When anomalies manifest, it is often indicative of something extraordinary. Judging by the potent life force sensed earlier, it is certain that some rare treasure has appeared. I am convinced of this. If we continue our search, we may indeed uncover further treasures. The rugged male voice carried a tone of both urgency and excitement. This team of soul masters had been drawn here by the allure of the 10,000-year soul ring. They surveyed their surroundings. Jiang Chuan regained his senses and realized with clarity that, amidst the recent fierce battle, They had unexpectedly advanced from the realm of 10,000-year spirit beasts to that of 1,000-year spirit beasts. This particular team of spirit masters had come to hunt for 1,000-year spirit rings and had fortuitously encountered his own group of spirit masters. Jiang Chuan's expression gradually solidified. Before him stood a formidable team of soul masters, comprising 7 individuals. At the forefront was a wild man, his robust chest bared, clad in leather shorts and sleeves. His legs as thick as water barrels, towering in stature, with a waist broad enough to rival that of a wheel. His hair was styled in a yellow crest, and a mischievous grin adorned his rugged face, exuding an air of bravado. To his left followed a woman dressed in a black, form-fitting combat suit, her gait swaying alluringly, with an appealing visage framed by a black spiderweb hairstyle. Next was a man striking a monkey fist pose. Another soul master, meticulously groomed, stood with his left hand clasped behind him, while his right hand held a compass. To the right stood a man whose back was enveloped by the ethereal shadow of a sheep spirit, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Chuan. Lastly, there was a man with white hair, his gaze vacant, appearing utterly devoid of vitality. The group comprised the wild rhinoceros, twin sheep, twin monkeys, the wishful plate, spider woman, and the white-haired man. What a remarkable coincidence! These 7 were renowned in the Soto City's Grand Soul Arena, famously known as the Frenzied Battle Team, boasting an impeccable record of 10 victories without a single defeat. They had also once been the Shrek 7 monsters, the first Soul Master team to be defeated in the Soto Grand Soul Arena, for which a handsome bounty was placed. Indeed, it was a stroke of fate. The Frenzied Battle Team derived its name from the wild rhinoceros, leading many to assume he was the primary combatant. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the true mastermind was the Spider Woman. Had it not been for Tang San's possession of 8 spear bones during the climactic moments, it would have been exceedingly difficult for him to guide his Shrek team to victory. However, this bore little relevance to Jiang Chuan. After all, the potential of the Frenzied Battle Team lay bare. With the exception of the Spider Woman, the rest were utterly inept. They had merely traversed a single arena in the world of Douluo. "Captain, look, there's a living person up ahead," exclaimed Twin Sheep, pointing a finger at Jiang Chuan's nose, his tone tinged with skepticism. "No kidding. With rare treasures appearing, it's only natural that pursuers will not be far behind." Wild Rhinoceros replied, his voice trailing off as he concentrated intently on the 9 mysterious 8 treasures returning to the Jade Toad, left momentarily speechless. "Is that a soul beast?" "A soul beast on the verge of death, yet to be stripped of its soul ring, though it remains unclear how many years it has endured. I happen to need a 1,000-year soul ring." His eyes gleamed with fervor, overwhelmed by desire. From its appearance, this soul beast was resplendent and remarkable. "Fool." A chilling voice interrupted their conversation, the atmosphere suddenly turning frigid. The Spider Woman stepped forward, her long black lashes fluttering twice, her expression grave. This is the 9 mysterious 8 treasures returning to the Jade Toad." "What?" The crowd was taken aback. Sighing deeply, the Spider Woman addressed them. "The 9 mysteries and 8 treasures of the Jade Toad is an exquisite soul beast. It is understandable that you are unaware, for such soul beasts are exceedingly rare and elusive in both the realm of soul masters and soul beasts. The lineage of the Jade Toad is on the brink of extinction. The existence of those that can mature into 1,000-year soul beasts is already a rarity. And those that reach 10,000 years or even scarcer, their value comparable to that of a 100,000-year soul beast. However, where there is pity, there also lies something abhorrent. The existence of such a soul beast in this world is a calamity. It is not only exceedingly brutal and murderous, but also possesses a peculiar penchant for devouring entire families." "What do you mean?" the double sheep inquired impulsively. "Literally," she replied. "Whether it be a soul beast or a soul master, the 9 mysteries and 8 treasures of the Jade Toad will consume one individual, even to the point of bursting, devouring the entire family of that soul master or soul beast. This quirk is truly bizarre. I cannot elucidate it further." "Kangxi, how did you come by this information?" the fervent Kangxi asked, his eyes ablaze with intensity. "Isn't its quality exceedingly rare? What would happen if I were to absorb its soul ring?" At that moment, Rui Pan squeezed forward, her gaze fixated on the fallen 9 mysteries and 8 treasures of the Jade Toad, eagerly interjecting, "Captain, it's not just the soul ring. Just consider how much gold soul currency the skin and bones of this soul beast could fetch." All eyes turned to the Spider Woman, their meaning clear. They sought an answer. The Spider Woman was the core of this team. They were accustomed to submitting to her commands, and the evidence proved that her experience was indeed worthy of such a role, a tactical nucleus, a strategic mastermind. Nodding in agreement with the crowd, the Spider Woman continued. A 10,000-year 9 mysteries and 8 treasures of the Jade Toad likely does not exist in this world. The one before us must be a 1,000-year variant. Her pupils constricted as she added, to absorb its soul ring is to tread a path fraught with both fortune and misfortune. What does that mean? Kangxi could no longer contain his curiosity. The soul ring of the 9 mysteries and 8 treasures of the Jade Toad is notoriously difficult to absorb, though it may be a century old. To attempt absorption, one must question whether your body can withstand such overwhelming soul power. Moreover, from my perception of soul power, this one before us is indeed 1,000 years old. And as for how I came to this knowledge, I owe it to my mentor from a decade ago. Do you comprehend? It will undoubtedly bring forth immense soul power and skills, but one must also possess the fortune to endure it. The Spider Woman pondered, torn between the potential blessings and curses of encountering the 9 mysteries and 8 treasures of the Jade Toad. Upon hearing this, Kangxi could no longer restrain himself. This 9 mysteries and 8 treasures of the Jade Toad is mine. Ignoring Jiang Chuan, they all crowded around. Jiang Chuan wore an enigmatic smile. Apologies. But this 9 profound 8 treasure returning Jade Toad is my quarry, and I intend to absorb its soul ring. Please step aside. His tone was steady and unwavering. A moment of tranquility enveloped the air. Suddenly, a burst of laughter shattered the silence as the dual-horned man guffawed heartily. How can this be your soul beast? Once it has caught the eye of our wild battle team, it belongs to us and is no longer your concern. The wild battle team was notoriously domineering, particularly when it came to prized possessions. The Spider Woman chimed in with a teasing tone. You must be quite injured from your encounter with the 9 profound 8 treasure returning Jade Toad. Surely you are not alone. Behind you stands a formidable team of soul masters. Chapter 96. Is Jiang Chuan getting a piece of the pie? Are you jesting? The Spider Woman asserted confidently. The 9 profound 8 treasure returning Jade Toad, renowned for its venom, posed a significant challenge even to approach, let alone to slay. Could it be that your soul master team has already fallen prey to the Toad's defenses? Upon hearing this, the likes of Kangxi and others drew closer, casting a sardonic gaze at Jiang Chuan. Realization dawned upon him. They intended to commit murder and plunder. Jiang Chuan descended, seated beside the 9 profound 8 treasures returning to the Jade Frog. With a melodious nasal tone, he exhaled a long note. Then, with a swift motion, he extracted a soft, yellow bread from the soul guide at his neck, tearing off a piece with his teeth while chewing contentedly, alleviating his hunger. He raised a hand towards Kangxi and the others, his demeanor exuding an air of leisurely indifference, as if to say, feel free to do as you wish. Begone, before I finish this piece of bread. Observing this, Kangxi and the Spider Woman exchanged glances, bursting into mockery, gazing at Jiang Chuan as if he were a fool. Ha. You actually want us to leave? Are you trying to make me die of laughter? Kangxi laughed heartily, spreading his arms wide, leaning to one side to meet the gazes of the crowd. He pointed at Jiang Chuan with his left hand, as if viewing a clown. The remaining members of the Mad Battle team also stifled their laughter, grinning widely. Their laughter was neither joyful nor sorrowful. Setting aside the fact that the other party was merely in their teens, the Mad Battle team vastly outnumbered him in terms of soul masters. Moreover, the opponent's soul master team had perished entirely. What could possibly grant him such tranquility and composure? It was evident he was merely putting on a facade. Unexpectedly, he continued speaking. If I were you, I would laugh now, for if I were to take action, not only would I find it troublesome, but you would also meet a most gruesome end. His expression was grave, as if he were stating an undeniable truth. Ha. The 2 monkeys could hardly contain their laughter, their mirth oscillating between fits of giggles, revealing a set of white teeth. Is he mad to utter such insane words? I believe he has lost his wits. In his weakened state, he dares to threaten the captain? Young man, you seek your own demise. It appeared he was self-assured, likely hailing from a prominent family or sect. Let me inform you, this is the Stardow Forest. Even if you belong to the lower 4 sects or the upper 3 sects, you will find no assistance from heaven or earth, no matter your status. You can laugh all you wish, but we will relentlessly press you. Boy, we shall take this 9 profound 8 treasures returning to the Jade Frog Soul Beast. Thank you for your efforts. In return, your life shall remain here. The rules of the Mad Battle team were clear: kill and plunder, leaving no survivors. If news were to leak out, it would undoubtedly attract countless enemies. This was the foundation of their survival thus far. In essence, the Mad Battle team had always operated in the realm of blades and swords. They were a group of madmen, albeit mindless ones, far removed from the likes of Shrek Academy. Oh, Jiang Chuan regarded Rui with a dismissive smile, saying, that statement should be mine to make. If you were wise enough, You would leave now. In due time, someone will escort you to hell. I merely find it tedious to intervene. He spoke candidly. To kill the mad battle team? Wasting time. Considering the lifespan of the 9 mysteries and 8 treasures returning to the Jade Toad, it is perilously close to its end. There is no time to squander with them. The smile of the Spider-Woman froze, and she languidly remarked, "Such courage is indeed extraordinary, worthy of one who can slay the 9 mysteries and 8 treasures returning to the Jade Toad. I must admit, I find it somewhat admirable." Jiang Chuan cast a meaningful glance at her before closing his eyes again. The Spider-Woman displayed a glimmer of discernment. Her martial soul was commendable. However, it was unfortunate that she was aligned with the frenzied battle team. Upon hearing this, Quangxi fell into a moment of silence, a twinge of bitterness stirring within him. What is so praiseworthy about a mere youth? Even if he is a genius, what of it? I, Quangxi, take pleasure in crushing such talents and prodigies beneath my heel, relishing the sound of bones snapping under the pressure. He then exhibited a menacing expression, directing a threat towards Jiang Chuan. The Spider-Woman interjected, her tone alluring. "Young man, may I inquire as to your identity?" Regardless of whether Jiang Chuan feigned profundity or was genuinely self-assured, his composure and resolve were undoubtedly beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Such a visage was one she had only glimpsed once before on the esteemed Master Ning of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, truly worthy of admiration. Jiang Chuan savored the soft bread with great care. "Jiang Chuan, what is there that cannot be said? Are you willing to join our frenzied battle team? Not only can we spare your life, but in the future, we could also become a united team of soul masters against our foes. As for this 9 mysterious 8 treasures returning Jade Toad, do not even think about the soul ring. Moreover, your current physique would struggle to absorb it. However, we could certainly offer you a share, considering it as a benefit of joining our soul master team. I eagerly anticipate your participation." The Spider-Woman suddenly posed a question, leaving the others in the frenzied battle team momentarily stunned. "Spider-Woman, have you lost your mind? Are you seriously suggesting he join our frenzied battle team?" Quangxi was the first to speak up. "What are you doing? Be quiet." The Spider-Woman shot a glare at Quangxi, adopting a lecturing tone. "What do you understand?" Just as everyone assumed Jiang Chuan would agree, seeking to survive, he interjected, "I apologize, but I did not quite hear you." Jiang Chuan extended his index finger, tapping Quangxi lightly before sweeping his finger to land on the tip of the Spider-Woman's nose. "Join your Quangxi battle team? Are you jesting with me? Let alone discussing resource division. The 9 mysterious 8 treasures returning Jade Toad was slain by me. So what claim do you have? Furthermore, do not blame me for not mentioning your leader, Quangxi. I fear he might not even qualify to be a meal for the 9 mysterious 8 treasures returning Jade Toad, let alone absorb its soul ring." Jiang Chuan found it amusing. A 29th level mad rhinoceros, attempting to absorb the millennium-old 9 profound 8 treasures returning Jade Toad as its 3rd spirit ring. Was that not a death wish? Naturally, Jiang Chuan was acutely aware of their lack of insight. They mistakenly believed that the overturned Jioshuan 8 treasures belonged to the ancient Jade Chan, which was 1,000 years old, and looked down upon it. This was akin to striking a blow to the pride of the Quangxi battle team. The expressions of the Shuangho turned crimson, their teeth clenched in fury. The Rui plate also bore a grim countenance. Their battle team was renowned far and wide. Celebrated in the Soto Great Soul Arena, hailed as the undefeated soul team with a record of 10 victories in 10 battles. Countless soul masters had sought to spar with them, yet all returned defeated. Now, when the Spider-Woman extended an olive branch, they had the audacity to reject it with disdain. Quangxi was the first to surge forward, seething with rage. "You're overstepping your bounds, clueless and seeking your own demise." Even the Spider-Woman's expression shifted between fury and uncertainty. As she spoke, leading Quangxi, followed closely by Shuangho and other soul masters, they encircled Jiang Chuan tightly. Chapter 97. The conditions are yours to set. Soon, tension filled the air. "Wait a moment, lad, you actually know Quangxi? You must be from Soto City. Perhaps you've even visited the Soto Great Soul Arena? If you've been there, you should be well aware of the Quang battle team's reputation within Soto City and the Grand Arena." The Spider-Woman's tone turned menacing, her previous rejection leaving her with a lingering grudge. "Are you referring to their infamous notoriety?" Jiang Chuan feigned mystique, retorting to the Spider-Woman. "The Mad Warriors. A name that exists yet is shrouded in obscurity. They have yet to encounter a true monster. How do they compare to Shrek Academy? To the Spirit Hall? You, young lad, possess quite the audacity. I could easily incapacitate you." The Mad Rhino, with an air of menace, reached out to grasp Jiang Chuan. "Why is it that when I speak the truth, No one believes me. Jiang Chuan shrugged. I have told you, this 10,000-year soul beast is beyond your grasp. Begone. A 10,000-year soul ring? Silence enveloped the crowd. Jiang Chuan, indeed. He is truly an unbearable lunatic, daring to utter such nonsense as a 10,000-year soul ring. Setting aside your current soul power, how could you possibly confront a 10,000-year soul beast with your team of soul masters? Haha. The twin goats couldn't help but chuckle, regarding Jiang Chuan as if he were mad. A 10,000-year soul beast? It is indeed a fabrication, Whitehair hastily interjected. Jiang Chuan shook his head helplessly. The audacity of the reckless was beyond measure. Is this what they call the fearless ignorance? Jiang Chuan spoke with an air of indifference. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he vanished from sight in an instant, as if he had been swept away by the wind. The crowd was left in a state of bewilderment. Where could he have gone? Just as the Spider-Woman finished speaking, a sharp crack echoed from behind her, causing everyone to turn their attention to Shuangyang. Their expressions a mix of concentration and shock. They beheld Shuangyang's right arm twisted and broken, the bone severed. As he let out a wail of despair that resonated with the audience, sending a chill down their spines. Jiang Chuan's expression remained calm, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. What a remarkable young man, possessing such formidable strength. It appears he must be a sensory-type soul master. Surround him from all directions. We cannot allow him to escape. Guangxi immediately issued the combat command, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at Jiang Chuan. Consumed by a desire to tear him apart, he was determined to see him perish. A sensory-type soul master? As Jiang Chuan observed the fog enveloping them, particularly the Spider-Woman, he spoke with a hint of righteous indignation. If you are unafraid of death and possess the audacity, then come forth. A 39th level auxiliary spirit master awaits you, but I fear you may not withstand it. Auxiliary system. Their expressions momentarily faltered, only to be replaced by a chilling demeanor that quickly settled upon them. The first to charge forward was the dual simian figure, his fists clenched into claw-like shapes. As a faint silhouette of a small brown-furred monkey appeared behind him, with a fervent sense of justice, he exclaimed, "Since you are an auxiliary spirit master, how can you behave so arrogantly? Are you seeking death?" With a swift motion, he unleashed a striking attack, a yellow claw mark intertwined with solitary streaks, descending upon them with ferocity. Jiang Chuan nonchalantly extracted a piece of cured meat from the sleeve of his double sheep attire and leisurely chewed it as he spoke. I am a person who relishes solitary indulgence. Upon witnessing the merits of others, I yearn to claim them for myself. It is utterly impossible for me to share a morsel with you, yet I could agree to receive tributes each month in exchange for your very life. Nonsense. It seems you have consumed the hearts of lions and tigers, boasting with such arrogance. Come, tear him apart. The mad rhinoceros had never encountered such hubris and was thoroughly incensed. As he charged forward, a tempest of gas, akin to sand and gravel, surged forth. From the very beginning, you have misconstrued the situation. This is not a mere slaughter or a desperate gamble for survival. With a glint of cold light in his eyes, Jiang Chuan declared, "It is indeed you who have sought death." With a piece of cured meat clenched between his teeth, he raised his left hand and swiftly struck the incoming double monkey with a resounding slap. Smack! The double monkey, emboldened and full of bravado, was unexpectedly met with the forceful blow, crashing face first into the ground, pain radiating through its body. With a sickening crack, its pelvis shattered, blood gushing from its mouth as it fell backward, rendered unworthy of even contending with Jiang Chuan. Young man, your arrogance knows no bounds. This path will not lead you far, the Spider-Woman interjected, unable to endure the spectacle any longer. She unleashed her spider silk, encircling the area and exerting control over the situation. For you worthless beings, Jiang Chuan effortlessly severed the spider silk that had ensnared him, shaking his hand dismissively. The resilience is commendable, but utterly futile. There are issues with your body. Upon hearing this, the Spider-Woman's face flushed crimson, her anger palpable as she stamped her foot. Ah, release me. My hand is about to break. The double sheep howled in despair. Jiang Chuan, spare my life. Ah, do not kill me. In response, Jiang Chuan delivered a powerful kick, enveloped in a golden aura, that struck the mad rhinoceros's abdomen, forcing it back several paces. Leaning close to the double sheep's ear, he urged, "Awaken. Your right arm is already broken. Next will be your leg. Choose one of the three options." Jiang Chuan has never shown any signs of weakness. Since today is a day for comparison, he shall unleash his full potential. To confront the unreasonable and the brazen, one must adopt an even more unreasonable stance, disregarding all caution. What have you done to him? Guangxi appears utterly astonished, as if to say he has lost his sanity. Indeed, he seems mad. What do you think? Jiang Chuan remains unfazed. Madness is of no consequence. Now that the wild warriors have gathered around, Jiang Chuan bore no objections to an additional person delivering benefits to him. Over the past few years, the wild warriors had undoubtedly reaped substantial rewards from their victories. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chuan tilted his head back, his eyes gleaming with a frosty light. If one possesses true skill, there should be no need for underhanded tactics. What kind of ability is that? Let us engage in a duel of soul masters. Are you a fool? Jiang Chuan retorted disdainfully. I am here to plunder, not to compete with you lot, you imbecile. With that, he brought his foot down, crushing the 3 legs of the unfortunate twin sheep. The latter grimaced in agony, losing consciousness, froth bubbling incessantly from his mouth. Is this really all it takes? Jiang Chuan disdainfully curled his lips, displaying a lack of interest, utterly useless. The Spider-Woman began to perceive something amiss. This Jiang Chuan was rather peculiar. He had joined the Soul Master team in vanquishing the 9 Xian 8 treasures returning Jade Toad, yet his soul power remained remarkably abundant. Unbeknownst to others, he had effortlessly dealt with the twin goats. The twin goats were indeed a level 30, 3-ringed soul sovereign, although they had just recently ascended. It was inconceivable that a mere youth could rival them. This matter was fraught with too many enigmas. Jiang Chuan stroked his chin, his gaze contemplating the remaining 6 individuals. A playful glint in his eyes. Who shall be next? Have the audacity to release Shuangyang. His tone dripped with disdain. Why should I? We have an upcoming soul duel tournament in Soto City, and Shuangyang must not sustain any injuries. Otherwise, we would have no substitutes. Release Shuangyang, and we shall engage in a duel of soul masters. If you emerge victorious, you may dictate the terms. The Spider-Woman treaded carefully. Chapter 98. The Gleaming Gold Soul Coins. The Jiang Chuan before her was quite the enigma, setting aside how he managed to injure Shuangyang. The mere intensity of his piercing gaze unsettled her. Very well, Jiang Chuan concluded. Upon hearing the prospect of profit, he readily agreed. A crippled Shuangyang, what value did that hold? Who among you wishes to court death first? Let me be clear, my appetite is substantial, and I fear you may not meet my demands. Moreover, should you merely speak empty threats, I would not hesitate to claim a few more lives. A playful smile graced Jiang Chuan's lips as he confidently tilted his head towards Guangxi, tauntingly challenging, Guangxi, I believe your patience has reached its limit. Here, let me offer you an opportunity. Why not all come at once and see how many blows you can withstand from me? This proclamation ignited a tempest of rage among the crowd, threatening to explode. Haha, Jiang Chuan, you are absurdly endearing. Just moments ago, you were threatening Shuangyang, and now, devoid of any hostages, you dare to negotiate with us? Such audacity is truly shameless. It seems you have a death wish. The double monkeys prepared to dig his grave. For in Guangxi's eyes, Jiang Chuan was already a dead man. With a clap of his hands, Rui Panha mocked, well done, Jiang Chuan. Even as your demise approaches, you still consider our interests. Jiang Chuan let out a cold, unspoken laugh. Who, after all, would meet their demise? He raised his hand, grasping at the void above. A torrent of luminous white spirit energy descended, striking squarely upon the back of the dual monkeys, instantly bending him at the waist. Silence enveloped the crowd, their mouths agape as they fixated on the dual monkeys, whose grimacing visage appeared far from feigned. Beads of sweat cascaded from his forehead like a leaky faucet. What transpired? The first spirit skill, the wild rhinoceros, was unleashed with fervor. His right hand tore through his half-sleeve, revealing a robust brown chest. Gritting his teeth, he surged forth, enveloped by a crimson aura, charging at Jiang Chuan. A yellow spirit ring materialized around the dual monkeys, emitting a glint of cold light. Before he could articulate his spirit skill, his throat seized, rendered mute, his body numb, and consciousness fading. He struggled to regain clarity. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Chuan's left hand had ensnared his throat like a vice. Was this auxiliary spirit master so easily intimidated? You, the wild rhinoceros stammered, locking eyes with Jiang Chuan, feeling a chill for the first time. This boy before him exuded an uncanny aura that left him feeling utterly powerless. Perplexed, Jiang Chuan's expression remained placid, as if all of this were predestined. He observed the wild rhinoceros's countenance and smirked disdainfully. What? The latter was taken aback. In the next moment, with a thunderous sound, the wild rhinoceros collapsed to his knees before Jiang Chuan, succumbing to a darkness that enveloped him. He felt a vice grip around his neck, making even the act of breathing seem a luxury, leading him to briefly lose consciousness. How could this be? Who are you? Witnessing this, the spider woman took a cautious step back, regarding Jiang Chuan with trepidation, as though she had encountered a specter. In that instant, tension hung palpably in the air. In their hearts, Jiang Chuan's visage resembled that of the king of hell from the depths of the abyss. As you have aptly stated, within the vast expanse of the Douluo forest, the demise of one or two individuals is indeed a commonplace occurrence, whether devoured by spirit beasts, slain by them, or meeting any other unfortunate fate. Moreover, you are members of the notorious frenzied battle team, held in contempt even within the soul arena of Sota. One might fear that should all of you perish here, no one would even spare a glance at Jiang Chuan with disdainful laughter. Are you truly so resolute? The spider woman feigned composure, even puffing out her chest as she approached. It is audacious for a support type to shamelessly declare that they would leave all members of our frenzied battle team behind. In the eyes of the spider woman, Jiang Chuan merely seized upon a fleeting opportunity, causing their team to repeatedly suffer defeats. What on earth is wrong with you, Quanxi? Hurry up and stand. What are you doing squatting here foolishly? Attack him. The spider woman turned sharply to glare at the kneeling Quanxi, her voice sharp and demanding. What is the matter with you? My legs are weak. Quanxi struggled to prop himself up. The spider woman, her tone fierce and urgent, could not help but feel alarmed. I tell you, the battle is imminent, and we are about to enter the perilous and unpredictable Douluo forest. Why on earth would you venture out at night to pursue women? Would you perish if you refrained from such trivial pursuits? In her tactical approach, Quanxi was the primary target. The latter attempted to explain, yet his weakened state prevented him from articulating a refusal. Unbeknownst to the spider woman, just moments ago, in an uncharted and mysterious circumstance, Jiang Chuan had firmly gripped the neck of the frenzied beast, its survival already a miracle, let alone the audacity to think it could rise again. The spider woman, an auxiliary soul master, was rendered powerless by Jiang Chuan's piercing gaze, which was filled with malice. With a cold snort, he unleashed a wave of soul power that forcefully pinned her to the ground, leaving her unconscious once more. At that moment, the number of available soul masters on the spider woman's side had dwindled to one, a white-haired figure. She would likely perish without comprehending how Jiang Chuan had accomplished this, her eyes trembling with fear. Tilting his head slightly towards the spider woman, he declared, You have wagered and lost. It would be wise for you to reconsider. I am Jiang Chuan, a teacher at Shrek Academy. I expect you to bestow upon me your monthly offerings, and furthermore, I demand all the prize money you earn at the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. Have you noted my request? Since you are so generous in providing me with golden soul coins and various resources, I shall allow you to cling to life, toiling for me and earning those coins. Observing the astonished expression of the spider woman, Jiang Chuan spoke in a didactic tone. Remember this. Do not entertain thoughts of escape, believing that leaving Soto City absolves you of your debt to me. If you doubt my words, feel free to test them. The threat in Jiang Chuan's words sent shivers down the spider woman's spine. You, a teacher? How can that be? Jiang Chuan grinned, chewing on a piece of unfinished cured meat. The latter's eyelids twitched in disbelief. How could someone like him, at such a young age, hold a teaching position? It was utterly incomprehensible. Are you serious? You demand all our prize money from the Soto City Great Spirit Arena? Your terms are unacceptable. Jiang Chuan then placed a foot upon the chest of the fallen figure, causing blood to spill forth and nearly extinguishing his life. His gaze bore down on the spider woman, threateningly fixed. Can you accept this? Chapter 99, 4th Soul Skill, Azure Lotus Protection. The killer is invariably hunted by others. This has always been Jiang Chuan's doctrine. One should never attempt to tame a beast with gentleness. The only way to ensure one's safety is to eliminate the enemy or suppress them. The spider woman watched helplessly as the recently deceased figure lay before her, sweat beading on her forehead, her silver teeth gritting in resignation. Very well, I accept your terms. A wager is a wager. Upon hearing Spider's words, the crowd could not help but feel a sense of relief wash over them, albeit accompanied by profound disappointment. Although they had garnered substantial rewards through ruthless means within the soul arena of Soto City, amassing over 1,000 gold soul coins, which could sufficiently nurture a team of elite soul masters, the abrupt transfer of such wealth left them with nothing but resentment and frustration. They were so diminished in spirit that they lacked even the strength to express their indignation. As they gazed at Jiang Chuan's retreating figure, Spider glared fiercely. Are you truly an auxiliary system soul master? Having reached this point, you should have no reason, nor the inclination, to deceive us further, should you? Do you think I jest when I speak of auxiliary system soul masters? Jiang Chuan slightly tilted his head and stated plainly, as a 39th level. 3-ring auxiliary spirit master. I estimate that the amount is precisely 3,000 gold soul coins. It cannot be less, only more. Remember this. The spider woman could not suppress her fear, glancing at Jiang Chuan's profile, as though she had fallen into an abyss of invincibility, deeply ensnared. She found herself unable to extricate from it. How could he possibly know that they had received 3,000 gold coins in the soul arena of Soto City? It was eerie, evoking a sensation akin to having one's garments unfastened and laid bare for all to see. Jiang Chuan, gripping the 9 Xian 8 treasures returning jade toad, strode forth with an imposing presence, and in the blink of an eye, he had covered a distance of 100 meters. The autumn breeze rustled, carrying with it vibrant green maple leaves that danced across the lake, leaving behind a trail of clear ripples. The expanse beyond was a verdant tapestry of wild foliage, and the air was refreshingly moist. The scenery before him was utterly enchanting, prompting Jiang Chuan to take a deep breath, affirming that this was the ideal location. To absorb the soul ring, one must seek a place free from disturbance. With determination, he delivered a single powerful punch, shattering the 9 Xian 8 treasures returning jade toad, extinguishing its life without a moment's hesitation. Casting a brief glance around, he sat down, his left palm tightly clasping a pitch-black soul ring adorned with mysterious runes. It automatically ascended to rest above his head. At the moment of contact with the soul ring, a surge of power surged into his dantian, radiating divine brilliance. Yet, this force was destructive rather than conducive to Jiang Chuan's ascension in soul power. Just as the 9 Xian 8 treasures returning jade toad's soul ring sought to wreak havoc upon Jiang Chuan's body, it was suddenly gripped by an even more formidable force, its malice swiftly subdued. Ding, ding, ding. 3 discordant piano notes chimed simultaneously, effectively restraining the jade toad's soul ring in an instant. The black, and red rings, in terms of both momentum and age, far surpassed the jade toad's 10,000-year soul ring, resulting in a one-sided slaughter. The 9 Xian 8 treasures returning jade toad could only await its demise. At last, a vibrant blue lotus burst forth, radiating a sacred aura like a dazzling light. This crystalline bloom, pure and resplendent, appeared almost divine. The resentment transformed from the 9 Xian 8 treasures returning jade toad lingered in Jiang Chuan's mind. Upon encountering this immense force, the soul beast's malice disintegrated, willingly becoming Jiang Chuan's 4th soul ring. Any thoughts of resistance were futile. It was far too naive to oppose him. As he concluded this thought, a sensation coursed through Jiang Chuan's spine, invigorating him with waves of soul power. He clenched his right fist tightly, his gaze fixed. As a level 40, 4-ringed auxiliary system soul master, the feeling of transformation was palpable, as if a constraint within him had been shattered. The power bestowed by the soul ring resonated deeply within him. 4th soul skill, Blue Lotus Shield, holding onto a heart full of anticipation. Jiang Chuan sensed the awakening of his 4th soul skill, terrifying as it is. This 4th soul skill enables the summoning of the chaotic Blue Lotus, transforming it into a formidable entity reminiscent of diamond and jade, designed to withstand external harm. Although its duration is a mere 3 minutes, it astonishingly absorbs damage equivalent to 300 of his own capacity. Furthermore, it functions as a protective skill for multiple soul masters simultaneously. Even Jiang Chuan, who had witnessed countless wonders, found himself momentarily astonished by the extraordinary nature of his 4th soul skill. Such an enhancement is indeed a source of trepidation. It is not mere boastfulness on Jiang Chuan's part. In the vast realm of Douluo, such a soul skill has likely never been witnessed before. However, Jiang Chuan lightly rubbed his chin, acknowledging that he still required some time to cultivate his 4th soul skill. With the support of additional years, his defensive capability upon repaying the 10,000 yuan could reach a terrifying level. One could only speculate how formidable it might become, perhaps even surpassing that of specialized defense soul masters. Such words were astonishing, achieving a defense rate of 300, yet still harboring ambitions for further enhancement. This was indeed a pursuit towards divine prowess. Jiang Chuan's soul power surged unexpectedly, reaching the remarkable level of 45. The system, akin to a mystical force, granted him this elevation. In the repository of the system, only 5 soul power enhancement cards remained. However, Jiang Chuan remained unperturbed. He understood that an excessively rapid increase in soul power might compromise his foundational skills. Moderation is key. This level was already sufficient. And such progress had rendered his peers envious, leaving even the previous generation of soul masters feeling inadequate in comparison. When it comes to practical combat, Jiang Chuan now possesses a newfound confidence to engage in a duel with Zhao Wuji. The outcome, however, remains uncertain. The enhancement of his soul power to the 5th level has caused his bright, piercing eyes to shimmer with renewed brilliance. This exhilarating sensation, brimming with vitality, brings him immense satisfaction. In the realm of soul masters, the mere thought of absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring is daunting. Even the endeavor of a 1,000-year ring presents considerable challenges. To encounter soul rings akin to the fearsome man-faced demon spider is fraught with peril, potentially placing one's life in jeopardy. Jiang Chuan's actions were nothing short of miraculous. Such an event deserves a place in the annals of Douluo history. Unfortunately, it went unnoticed. The entire process, from absorption to conclusion, took merely 3 fleeting minutes. Before the ground beneath him had a chance to cool, Jiang Chuan rose to his feet. This revelation would undoubtedly leave Flinder, the architect of miracles, astounded, his jaw dropping in disbelief. It was time to seek out Xiaowu. It was estimated that she was not far away. Jiang Chuan was well versed in the Douluo world, having extensively studied the Douluo forest, which felt like home to him. He moved with ease, his gaze penetrating the clouds on the horizon, where the depths of the Douluo forest marshlands lay. The sky blue bull python? Chapter 100. Is it too much to handle? The Douluo forest, a vibrant realm teeming with millennia-old soul beasts. The waters flowed elegantly, sparkling with the fleeting glow of fireflies, painting a picturesque scene. That's enough, Taming. You needn't guard me any longer. I must return to my team immediately, or else my friends from Shrek will surely be worried, Xiaowu exclaimed, her voice ringing clear with urgency, her carrot-red eyes reflecting her anxiety. The Shrek group would undoubtedly be in a state of panic, especially Jiang Chuan and Tang San, who might be frantic with concern. Taming averted his gaze, slightly bashful as he scratched his head, filled with doubt. It had been years since he last saw Xiaowu, and her transformation was profound. Why was she still in the company of soul masters? Shouldn't soul beasts and soul masters occupy opposing sides? Moreover, Xiaowu had repeatedly urged him to restrain his aura to prevent harm. It was also perplexing. As Xiaowu emanated a purple soul ring, her stature grew significantly, and an enchanting allure enveloped her. For soul masters, acquiring a soul ring marked a qualitative leap, and for soul beasts, the same held true with age. As a 100,000-year soul beast, Xiaowu's ultimate goal was to patiently await her ascension to the rank of a titled Douluo, ultimately evolving into a deity. Despite her graceful demeanor, she could not keep pace with Jiang Chuan, highlighting the vast chasm between their abilities. Even she, who had once been a 100,000-year soul beast, could not help but regard Jiang Chuan as an anomaly. His sincerity was something Xiaowu deeply admired. After all, for soul beasts, a sense of security was paramount. While Tang San remained genuine, his strength paled in comparison to that of Jiang Chuan. Roar, roar. The Titan giant ape growled. I understand. Once these matters are resolved, I will return to the Douluo forest. How is Taming? How has his injury fared? Xiaowu spoke softly, recalling that she had left herbs for Taming before her departure. Did he consume them? The latter nodded in a somewhat wooden manner, offering a response. With this assurance, Xiaowu felt at ease, patting her chest and exhaling deeply, displaying a sense of relief. Indeed, Taming was a soul beast nearing 100,000 years of age. How could it possibly sustain injuries so easily? At that moment, a pink mist enveloped the surroundings. Xiaowu swiftly teleported 100 meters away, leaping onto a branch, turning her head to wave goodbye to the Titan giant ape. The latter understood and ceased its pursuit, utilizing her third soul skill. She traversed the distance in the blink of an eye, covering over 100 meters in mere moments. However, a sense of unease filled Xiaowu. Her speed, already impressive among her peers in the agility-based soul master category, was starkly inferior when compared to Jiang Chuan, a pseudo-support type soul master. She shook her head, dismissing such thoughts. That individual was nothing short of inhuman, a veritable monster. Xiaowu huffed indignantly, convinced that in comparison, he would eventually wear her out. Perhaps within the confines of the Notting City Soul Master Academy, she might still hold her ground against Jiang Chuan. Yet this anomaly had grown stronger over time, experiencing a qualitative leap in power that left her, a 100,000-year soul beast, in the dust. She resolved not to pursue or compare herself any longer. Instead, her attention was drawn to a commotion a few hundred meters away, where mist swirled and a resounding thud echoed. The vibrant green glow illuminated the surroundings entirely. Were the 1,000-year soul beast truly this feeble? This one could not even withstand a single blow. How could it dare to call itself a reaper among soul beasts? The Dark Knight Evil Demon Tiger? This was unacceptable. The youth proclaimed with righteous indignation, his face clearly emblazoned with the word waste. He stepped onto the massive head of the tiger, questioning, "Can you even manage this? Are you still pursuing me? Where did that relentless spirit go?" The malevolent night demon tiger lay on the ground, emitting soft whimpers, with tears glistening in its eyes. It had sensed a hint of life and hastily pursued, only to discover Jiang Chuan. Its stomach rumbled in anticipation of a meal, but it soon realized that this soul master possessed a formidable power that far surpassed its own. Armed with a verdant crystal lotus, Jiang Chuan charged forth. And the night demon tiger swore it had never witnessed such a countenance on any soul master, one that resembled a starving creature yearning to strip the skin from its body. The intensity of Jiang Chuan's gaze was fierce, complemented by an equally raw might. With the mysterious crystal lotus in hand, he struck with unrelenting force, the impact leaving the tiger dazed. The second blow rendered it utterly bewildered, and by the third strike, it found itself ensnared in the earth. Drained of strength and seeing stars, had the outside world been privy to the fact that Jiang Chuan wielded an auxiliary spirit weapon as his armament, their reactions would undoubtedly have been intriguing. The millennium-old night demon tiger ranked among the top 10 of soul beasts in terms of age. Jiang Chuan, eager to experiment with his fourth soul skill, the Green Lotus Guardian, found his opponent disappointingly feeble, unable to withstand even a single strike. The thought of the tiger's claws scratching at his 300% defensive power was laughable. All that lingered in Jiang Chuan's mind was a profound sense of disappointment. Depart. With a swift kick, Jiang Chuan sent the Dark Knight demon tiger flying. Killing it was of no consequence, for his soul rings were sufficient. Nurturing his own interests seemed far more prudent, as it posed no real threat. Jiang Chuan, Xiao Wu, illuminated by the light of dawn, had a delicate face reminiscent of a juicy peach, so tender it seemed one could extract nectar from it. With a long braid cascading down her back, she landed gracefully before him, her feet forming a wide stance as she looked up to meet his gaze. "What brings you here? And how are Xiao San and the others?" "Surely, it is I who should be asking you that. What are you doing here?" Jiang Chuan feigned ignorance, fully aware of the intricate circumstances surrounding their encounter. Upon hearing his words, Xiao hesitated, her eyes darting from side to side, unsure of how to respond. "You were captured by the Titan Great Ape," Jiang Chuan stated plainly, giving her a reason to speak. He tore open a bag of bread, savoring it slowly while keeping his gaze fixed on her. "Are you all right?" "Of course, I, Xiao Wu, am the big sister of Nodding City. How could anything possibly happen to me?" she replied, slightly nodding, playfully poking her nose with her thumb. "That Titan Great Ape suddenly tossed me aside as if there was something urgent it needed to attend to. Coincidentally, I stumbled upon a soul beast on the brink of death, allowing me to absorb its millennium soul ring, turning misfortune into fortune, and even granting me my third soul skill." Her well-organized words flowed effortlessly. Seeing Jiang Chuan's unwavering belief brought her a sense of relief, and she exhaled deeply, patting her chest. Chapter 101. Tonight, there is physical labor. "Are you coming? Let us go," Jiang Chuan said, turning to stride forward while offering the bread in his right hand to Xiao Wu, his words muffled. Xiao Wu caught the bread, puzzled. "What is this for?" "To eat. We have work tonight that will require considerable stamina," Jiang Chuan replied, slightly tilting his head and raising an eyebrow. "You seem off," Xiao Wu exclaimed, her cheeks flushing. "Rong Rong likes you." Jiang Chuan was momentarily taken aback by the other's words, retorting, "What does that have to do with her? What are you even thinking?" The disdainful gaze directed at Xiao Wu made her shyly turn her head away. Suddenly enlightened, Jiang Chuan realized that a rabbit living for 100,000 years could indeed possess a uniquely peculiar thought process. He began to explain. "What I meant was that the third party might currently be encountering some troubles. As you mentioned earlier, by chance, he has acquired the third soul ring, and one must be well fed and nourished to address such matters. At that time, you will still need to lend your support." "What? The third party is truly in danger?" Xiao Wu appeared somewhat anxious, as she had grown accustomed to trusting Jiang Chuan's words. His prophetic insights had been validated on more than one occasion. Simultaneously, concern for Tang San's safety began to arise within her, her delicate little hands intertwining and gently swaying back and forth. In response, Jiang Chuan remained silent. He plunged into the lush greenery, leading Xiao Wu toward the outskirts of the Millennium Soul Beast area. If memory served him correctly, Tang San should have already encountered Long Gong Meng Shu, and it was likely that they had become entangled in a conflict. Outside the Millennium Soul Beast area, Meng Shu observed the young man before him. At such a young age, possessing a soul power of 29. And even 2 yellow soul rings over 100 years old. Such talent is indeed a rarity in my lifetime. It would be a shame to eliminate such a genius. Rather, it would be better to employ him. Young man, what say you? Meng Shu's pupils glimmered as he scrutinized Tang San's expression, his earlier words resonating with genuine clarity. Upon hearing this, the serpent matriarch, Tian Xiang, approached with a furrowed brow, her eyes filled with suspicion as she gazed at Meng Shu. It was as if she were astonished, thinking, "Didn't we come here to advocate for my granddaughter? Why suddenly pivot to adding disciples to the family?" It seemed that the old man's thought process had become quite eccentric in recent days. "Do not interfere with these matters. I have seen something different." Meng Shu's words were resolute, his gentle gaze fixed on Tang San. "So, young man, do consider this. Joining our family would be a privilege for you. Not only would you receive corresponding resources and golden soul coins monthly, but I can also choose to overlook the obstruction regarding the absorption of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake and the human-faced demon spider. How about it?" Such sincerity is likely something no one in the entire Douluo world would refuse. Just as Tang San prepared to pursue Xiaowu, he unexpectedly encountered the hunter among the soul beasts. The man-faced demon spider, relentless in its pursuit, finally fell victim to Tang San's unleashed Haoyan hammer. At that moment, Long Gong Meng Shu, accompanied by Chao Tian Xiang, hurriedly arrived. In a swift confrontation, he was struck down to the ground. However, Meng Shu, for reasons unknown, had his eyes glimmer with intrigue as he fixed his gaze on Tang San, perceiving something subtle and extraordinary, which ignited a desire to recruit him. Tang San understood that this was indeed the greatest concession within the realm of soul masters. Having repeatedly claimed other soul rings and still being offered clemency was a profound grace. Yet, he was unwilling to acquiesce, nor could he. With a flicker of his eyes, he sighed and spoke in a slightly hoarse tone. "I deeply regret the interruptions caused to Miss Meng's soul ring absorption. I shall bear this alone and offer my apologies to Miss Meng Yiran. However, the soul beasts within the Stardow Forest are countless and free-roaming. To assert that I have taken away Miss Meng Yiran's opportunity to absorb a soul ring feels somewhat exaggerated, wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing Tang San's words, Meng Shu let out a nasal grunt, glaring fiercely at him. Gripping his cane with a resounding crack, the surrounding soul power surged, creating a tempest that threatened to choke Tang San. "You audacious lad, do you not realize my patience is wearing thin? If you continue to refuse, I have no desire to linger here. In that case, your life shall serve as compensation for Iran's 2 soul rings." Meng Shu was resolute, declaring that a genius who could not serve his own interests should be swiftly eliminated. As Tang San struggled to breathe, he gasped, "If you would grant me just one request, I would willingly serve as a servant or a slave. Yet without your consent, even if you were to flay my skin and peel my flesh, I would find it hard to accept." Tang San's words carried an undercurrent of menace, his dark expression instilling fear in Meng Yiran and the others. Was this the aura that a youth could exude? "Oh," Meng Shu teased, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. "You truly pique my interest, young man. I wonder what your request might be. Do share it with me." There is nothing that Meng Shu cannot accomplish. He spoke with confidence, as if Tang San were already a member of his family. Realizing that Meng Shu's words were not mere bluster, a glimmer of hope illuminated Tang San's eyes, believing that Xiaowu might be saved. "Old man, have you not always been meticulous with your calculations? Why the sudden promise for the sake of a single disciple?" Chao Tianxiang's face bore a subtle expression of pain as she gazed at Meng Shu, as if she were a stranger to him. Grandfather, Meng Yiran, standing beside them, stamped her foot in frustration, her arms crossed over her chest as she huffed, turning her head away like a sulking child. "Hey, Yiran, be good. Grandfather is attending to important matters. Please do not disturb, all right? Trust me. I will procure for you a soul ring far superior to the human-faced spider," Meng Shu thought to himself, aware that Meng Yiran was his Achilles heel. Sensing her discontent, he felt a pang of sympathy, redirecting his frustration towards Tang San. "Speak up. What is it you desire? There is nothing I cannot fulfill for you." "Very well, then. I implore you, senior, to venture to the depths of the Stardow Forest and rescue my sister, Xiaowu. As long as I can behold her alive, I would willingly join your family without a trace of complaint," Tang San declared with resolute strength. However, upon finishing his statement, he noticed the shocked expressions on the faces of Long Gong and Shi Pa, as if they had encountered a ghost, their eyes swirling with skepticism. Chapter 102, Your Audacity is Remarkable. Meng Shu, caught between amusement and irritation, let out a couple of hearty laughs. "You dare to utter such nonsense simply because you do not wish to join my family? Do you think you are the greatest beneath Douluo? Enough. Let your life serve as an apology to my Iran. Humph, Sheepa added, embellishing her disdain with a huff. Casting a cold glance at Tang San while gripping her serpent staff, leisurely taking a few steps forward. Wait, senior, why do you say I jest? My sister has indeed been captured by that Titan giant ape. If you can rescue her, before Tang San could finish. He was struck heavily in the abdomen by Mingshu's dragon spear, causing him to vomit blood and convulse, lifting his gaze to Mingshu with a pained expression. Listen here, whether you are feigning ignorance or truly oblivious. I must explicitly inform you that there exists only one Titan giant ape in the depths of the Douluo forest. Its age exceeds 50,000 years. Do not think that I alone, a sole Douluo, nor even a title Douluo could contend with it, Mingshu asserted with unwavering certainty. At the very least, it would require 3 title Douluo to have any hope of subduing that Titan giant ape. The notion of rescuing a soul master from its grasp is nothing short of a fantastical dream. Mingshu took a deep breath and continued. I fear that your sister may have already succumbed to his burdens. In recent years, the rampant slaughter of soul beasts has become exceedingly frequent, inciting the wrath of both humans and deities alike. Even the mighty Titan giant ape, standing at the pinnacle of the food chain, can no longer bear to witness this and has emerged to inflict harm. The Douluo forest is indeed fraught with peril. It seems to be on the brink of becoming a desolate wasteland. Let us hasten our departure from this dire situation, my dear. Upon hearing of the Titan giant ape's emergence, the snake lady shuddered involuntarily. Memories of the crimson hue from yesterday flooded her mind, terrifying to the point of sending chills down her spine. Old man, do you think that crimson light we witnessed yesterday could have originated from the Titan giant ape's brother, the formidable sky blue bull python, which is nearly 100,000 years old? Upon hearing the mention of the Titan giant ape's brother, Tang San was taken aback. What? His pupils gradually dilated, and he feared for Xiaowu's safety. Although Jiang Chuan possessed a millennium soul ring and his innate strength surpassed that of his peers in the realm of soul masters, he deemed the risk of rescuing Xiaowu from the Titan giant ape to be exceedingly great, bordering on the improbable, and, most importantly, time was not on his side. A sudden voice interrupted the conversation, cold and cutting. I suggest we abandon the notion of rescue for now. Mingshu, let us put these 2 soul rings aside. You simply indulge your granddaughter's whims. What does that young girl understand? You, a soul sage of over 70 ranks, and you, a soul Douluo of over 80 ranks, are being used as pawns by a mere girl. Is your intellect truly so lacking? The derisive retort was jarring, followed by the approach of a refined young man, calm and collected, exuding extraordinary courage. The air grew suddenly chill. All eyes turned toward the white figure behind them, whose steps were leisurely. Long Gong Mingshu focused intently, recognizing a remarkably youthful boy, distinguished even more than Tang San, a rare sight indeed, leaving him momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Chao Tianxiang seethed with indignation, exclaiming, What? Who is this audacious child that dares to speak so presumptuously? Does he wish for his own demise? In the world of soul masters, soul sages and soul Douluos represented the pinnacle of power, akin to ancient monarchs, their status revered as divine. Yet, here stood a youth, brazenly declaring that soul Douluos and soul sages were merely tools, a most extraordinary occurrence. How audacious! Who are you? Meng Yiran squinted slightly, finally recognizing the white figure several hundred meters away. Enlightenment washed over him. He inhaled sharply, gesturing animatedly towards Jiang Chuan, exclaiming with righteous indignation, It is he. He is the young man who boasts of being a teacher from Shrek Academy, speaking arrogantly, without regard for your status, having witnessed deceit aimed at foes. He had never before encountered such folly directed at his grandfather. Jiang Chuan chuckled lightly, as if amused by Meng Yiran's outburst. What of the soul sages? And what of the soul Douluos? A timid soul master who cannot even proclaim their rank. How could they possibly accomplish such feats? They are soul masters, not merchants. Why must they tread so cautiously? If pressed, I could easily dispatch them all. There is no boastfulness here, merely a refusal to submit to their tyrannical ways. Particularly under the influence of this foolish girl, Meng Yiran. Had she not met Tang San, she might have continued her naive ways, potentially leading to her family's downfall. What did you just say? I did not fully comprehend, Chao Tianxiang responded, her words deliberate as she leaned on her cane. I said, whoever slays the soul beast claims it. You failed to eliminate the soul beast and instead blame Tang San, Jiang Chuan scoffed. Tell me, are you simply seeking trouble? That was the ever-present soul ring, which caught Ko Xiangxiang's attention. I understand. Of course, Jiang Chuan shrugged, nonchalantly remarking, it's merely a case of calling a deer a horse. Your granddaughter has influential backing, so naturally, she can say whatever she pleases. You, as a soul saint and soul Douluo, undoubtedly support that. Jiang Chuan harbors no ill will towards Mingshu or Chao Tianxiang, yet when his interests are infringed upon, it becomes a different matter altogether. After all, he still requires Tang San to forge the Buddha's fury Tangnian for him, or to unveil the secrets he possesses. As the protagonist, Tang San is a veritable treasure trove. Would Jiang Chuan truly relinquish such immense benefits? Moreover, his interactions with Mingshu are merely minor frictions, lacking even the audacity to confront a soul Douluo. In such a case, Jiang Chuan might as well withdraw his martial spirit and engage in a game of chess with Elder Jack in the Holy Spirit Village while tending to the fields or forging metal. However, it is rumored that Elder Jack possesses a hidden identity shrouded in mystery. What was it again? Let us prioritize our mission to rescue Xiao San and refrain from stirring unnecessary trouble here. Xiao observed Jiang Chuan's tense demeanor, feeling a sense of alarm. As if she were witnessing madness, her hands instinctively clutched his sleeve, exclaiming, "Your audacity is excessive. Are you courting death? Am I truly that audacious?" Jiang Chuan retorted, casting a sidelong glance, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "Is this not audacity enough? If it were any greater, you might as well ascend to the heavens. What if you provoke a soul Douluo?" Xiao promptly added, "It feels as though your words are laced with danger." Jiang Chuan blinked his lips. Chapter 103. Enticing Jiang Chuan to serve the family? Ha ha, Long Gong Meng Shu feigned profundity, stroking his beard and chuckling disdainfully as he cast a condescending glance at Jiang Chuan. At his age, he was hardly one to quarrel with a child. "Young man, you are quite amusing, possessing remarkable boldness. It seems you harbor an excessive disdain within. Seeking death." The 7 soul rings atop the Chao Tianxiang fell away with a resounding clang, echoing through the heavens, their fierce light captivating the heart and soul. "What?" Meng Yiran exclaimed in shock. "You dare to act so recklessly before my grandfather after incapacitating this boy? Wasn't it Zhao Wuji who had your back earlier? Do you think you can survive now?" Tension filled the air. What astonished Mingshu was that Jiang Chuan remained steadfast even under the oppressive force of Chao Tianxiang's soul power. He was indeed a promising talent, exhibiting greater potential than Tang San. The solution was simple. "Young man, aren't you disdainful of Iran?" Mingshu chuckled, stroking his beard, his gaze intent on Jiang Chuan. "Since you're unconvinced, how about this? We will grant you an opportunity for fairness. My companion and I shall refrain from intervening, lest the world think we bully you. Therefore, Iran, make him submit with your strength." Mingshu snorted twice, as if he had already envisioned the outcome. Is it really necessary to complicate matters so? Chao Tianxiang stepped forward, glaring at Jiang Chuan. "Just kill him, old man. Do not forget that the Stardow Forest is no place for lingering. Alas, my dear wife, Iran is our family's hope and future. If she remains unrecognized, she will inevitably lack prestige in the upcoming Soul Master Tournament. Allowing her to prove herself now will not only showcase our family, but also secure resources for Iran in the future. What joy that would be. We are situated on the periphery of the 1,000-year soul beasts. If there is real danger, I shall hold the rear. Since this young man is unconvinced, why not give him a chance? He will surely submit in defeat." The last few words were enunciated clearly by Long Gong Meng Shu, as if proclaiming an inevitable outcome, already determining Jiang Chuan's failure. At this juncture, the fainted Tang San gradually regained consciousness. In a hazy state, he looked up to see Xiao Wu and instinctively uttered, "Xiao Wu, you." He furrowed his brow and glanced at Jiang Chuan beside him, suddenly enlightened, realizing everything. Was it possible that Jiang Chuan truly saved Xiao Wu? It was hard to believe. He himself was taken aback. "Little San, do not be agitated. It was merely a misunderstanding. I am perfectly fine now, safe and sound, so do not worry." Xiao Wu spoke softly, her concern palpable as she gently supported the hesitant Tang San, casting a comforting smile. Though they were not siblings by blood, the bond they shared was as profound as that of life and death kinship. "Xiao Wu, please take Xiao San to a safe place. Leave everything else to me," Jiang Chuan stated, turning to meet the gaze of Long Gong Meng Shu, who readily agreed. "All right." The atmosphere was serene, and no one anticipated Jiang Chuan's immediate response. "Haha. That is precisely my intention," Meng Yiran chuckled, her spirit lifted, her left hand delicately covering her lips as she mocked. "I was wary of that bear named Zhao Wuji. But now, you shall be without support." With a determined grip on her serpent staff, she summoned 2 yellow spirit rings that fell away, radiating a brilliant glow that illuminated her smirking visage. Her opponent was already eager to engage. Jiang Chuan welcomed the challenge, unafraid, choosing not even to summon his martial soul as he stood ready to confront Meng Yiran. Such arrogance. I hope you can withstand at least one blow, Meng Yiran sneered, twisting her serpent staff lightly as dust swirled around her feet, a faint purple energy rising gracefully. As per the old rules of Soul Master duels, I am Meng Yiran, a level 29 offensive Soul Master wielding a serpent staff. You seem quite stunned, young one. Observing Jiang Chuan's impassive demeanor, she assumed he was merely dazed and couldn't help but let out a few light-hearted chuckles. What is your martial soul, young one? I hope it piques my interest. Chaos Jinglian, an auxiliary Soul Master, level 40. Before Jiang Chuan could finish speaking, he was abruptly interrupted by a cold snort from Chao Tianxiang, who turned his head away in disdain. What an arrogant support-type Soul Master. I knew this brat was just pretending. Does he have a death wish to boast so brazenly as a support type? Oh, haha. Long Gong Mingshu chuckled knowingly, casting a glance at Jiang Chuan. Young man, becoming a support-type Soul Master indeed has its advantages on the Douluo Continent. Even a support type of the Great Soul Master level is afforded immense respect, for such Soul Masters are exceedingly rare. However, to be so audacious in actual combat, my dear lad, this is akin to striking a rock with an egg. Since you have angered Erand and slandered the Soul Sage, you are left with two choices. 1. To die as an apology, or 2. To serve our family. Grandfather. At this juncture, you still offer him a choice? Meng Yiran's face flushed with indignation as she stamped her foot and turned her head away in defiance. Yiran. Meng Shu smiled indulgently, gently ruffling his granddaughter's dark hair, imparting wisdom. Jiang Chuan is a support-type Soul Master. We could recruit him into our family to aid you in the future. Just think, with a support-type Soul Master at your disposal, how formidable would your power become? As Meng Shu elaborated, a spark of realization ignited in Meng Yiran's mind. She envisioned Jiang Chuan as kindling, tirelessly assisting her day and night. What joy that would be! Very well, since grandfather is so magnanimous, spare this brat's life. Shouldn't you express your gratitude promptly? To speak so frankly to me. You must have quite the stubborn nature. You will surely face the consequences. In Meng Yiran's mind, Jiang Chuan had no option to refuse. With his hands clasped together, he raised his proud neck, awaiting the other party's submission and apology. Unexpectedly, a voice interrupted the assembly, dripping with sarcasm. Are you all joking? This question left them momentarily perplexed. Wait a moment, lad. Has your brain gone soft? You are a support-type Soul Master, while Yiran is an assault-type Battle Soul Master. Who among us is truly jesting? Meng Shu could hardly contain his amusement, his aged eyes twinkling as they fixated on Jiang Chuan, as though he were a curious creature. This boy has a rather unique way of thinking. Jiang Chuan is not merely acting out of the ordinary. Rather, he possesses no cards to play at all. Yet, astonishingly, he maintains an air of calm and composure that leaves others in doubt, which is somewhat uncanny. Chapter 104. What are the support-type Soul Masters? How much higher can they rise? What are the support-type Weapon Soul Masters? Have we yet to engage in battle? You have breached the agreement, Long Gong Mingshu. Jiang Chuan pressed closer, causing Meng Yiran to meet his gaze, evoking a lingering sense of trepidation that prompted her to take a slight step back. Brother Chuan, you have already aided me sufficiently. There is no need to become entangled in this matter. Tang San, with great effort, propped himself up, lifting his right hand to place it upon Jiang Chuan's shoulder, and softly urged, let us depart. I have shouldered the blame alone. Brother Chuan, Meng Yiran is certainly no match for you. Yet with Long Gong Mingshu and Shi Pichao Tianxiang present, the situation is bound to be unpredictable. Take Xiao Wu and leave. I shall hold the rear. Jiang Chuan turned his head, gazing in bewilderment at Tang San, enveloped in silence. The other party must have misunderstood something. How had he become the one to stand up for others? He refrained from responding for Tang San and Xiao Wu. Aware of Jiang Chuan's steadfastness, understood that once he made a statement, it was as unyielding as a nail driven into wood. Nevertheless, they appreciated his kindness. At that moment, Meng Yiran spoke up. Do you still wish to fight? You must truly be mad. A support-type Soul Master stands before me, and without utilizing my martial soul or soul power, I could effortlessly topple you. She ceased her mocking, her expression stiffening as she declared that Jiang Chuan had completely lost his sanity. Very well, if that is the case, Yiran, you should make your move. Long Gong Mingshu, his face expressionless, believed Jiang Chuan was beyond saving. With a long sigh, he followed Zhao Tianxiang as they slowly departed. To them, Jiang Chuan no longer even warranted consideration. In the next instant, a clash resounded. The collision of starlight and flames erupted, and in a heartbeat, smoke billowed forth. Brilliant light flashing, accompanied by a disoriented cry. Ah! With a thud, Meng Yiran collapsed heavily into a thicket several dozen meters away, eventually sliding down silently. Meng Shu and Zhao Tianxiang turned their heads in unison, spotting the shadow curled on the ground, exchanging astonished glances. What is this? Meng Yiran struggled to steady herself, her expression defiant. I merely did not use my soul skills just now. Do you dare to seize the opportunity to ambush me? You are finished, boy. First soul skill. Second soul skill. The rapid succession of her two soul skills revealed her growing panic, a desperate gamble. With a snarl, she charged toward Jiang Chuan, wildly swinging her staff enveloped in purple smoke, unleashing a torrent of poisonous gas that sealed his escape routes, pressing him to the brink. Boy, you might as well beg for mercy. This strike could very well be your end. The toxins contained within my first soul skill, the snake staff, could even overwhelm a soul venerable. Since the moment Jiang Chuan had produced the chaotic azure lotus, Meng Yiran's heart had stirred with interest in his support-type martial soul. Deep down, she yearned to take Jiang Chuan as her own, to serve her in cultivation day and night, which was her intent in issuing a warning. A defeated general is of no concern, Jiang Chuan remarked with a slight smirk as he advanced. He audaciously reached out to grasp Meng Yiran's snake staff, leaving Long Gong and the others in stunned disbelief, their minds clouded. Xianyu Hand. Since the system had granted him the Xianyu Hand, Jiang Chuan had yet to activate it. Today, he intended to use it to counter Meng Yiran's toxins, even if, hypothetically, he were to be poisoned. The chaotic azure lotus would protect him, rendering the mere poison inconsequential. Bang! The Xianyu Hand clutched the snake staff tightly, no matter how much she pulled. It remained unyielding. You have lost your mind. Meng Yiran stared at Jiang Chuan, who was now enveloped in swirling purple toxins, with a gaze that was almost inhuman. Grasp my snake staff, and you shall either be gravely injured or perish. Even as a support-type soul master, you cannot escape this fate. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Brother Chuan, Tang San anxiously extended a hand. Had he known earlier that Meng Yiran would resort to poison, he could have prepared himself to counter it. If Jiang Chuan were to perish under the adversary's toxins, it would indeed be akin to an elephant being toppled by an ant. In the dimness, Tang San discerned an additional layer of jade-like phosphorescence enveloping Jiang Chuan's hand, which inexplicably struck a chord of familiarity within him, though he could not immediately recall its significance. Xiaowu hurriedly approached Jiang Chuan, intending to intervene, yet felt utterly powerless, urging, Jiang Chuan, cease this. In terms of strength, you can easily overpower Meng Yiran. But the poison is beyond your defenses. Strangely, as time passed, Jiang Chuan appeared unscathed, calm and composed. With a sudden flourish, he cast aside the serpent staff, exhibiting a demeanor that suggested he was effortlessly wielding tremendous force. Yet only Tang San understood that it was merely indifference on Jiang Chuan's part. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang San let out a long breath, his weary eyelids drooping, realizing that his concerns for Jiang Chuan had been in vain. Indeed, with a decisive stamp of his right foot, Jiang Chuan unleashed a surging wave of white energy composed of soul power, which swept toward Meng Yiran, causing her to shudder. In the next moment, Meng Yiran cradled her abdomen, her expression filled with disbelief as she exchanged glances with Jiang Chuan. How could this be? How could this happen? It was utterly enigmatic. How could you suddenly possess such formidable soul power and yet remain unperturbed by my toxins? Her expression was rich with astonishment, akin to discovering a new continent. Not only Meng Yiran herself, but even Meng Shu's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Although Jiang Chuan was considered to possess a supportive martial spirit aimed at healing toxins, what was the source of this overwhelming soul power? From her perception, while Jiang Chuan may not possess soul power of her soul saint level, his potential was undeniably tumultuous and vast. Standing in stark contrast to that of an ordinary soul master, one must accept the consequences of their wagers. Jiang Chuan stood beneath the moonlight, resembling a celestial figure clad in white. With a gentle tap of his tranquil right hand, Meng Shu furrowed his brow and approached Jiang Chuan, circling around him. With a heavy sigh, he nodded, expressing his discontent. You have lost once again, let us depart. I never anticipated encountering so many prodigies within the Shrek Academy. It truly astonishes me. It is evident that great masters produce exceptional disciples. Not only does Tang San possess unparalleled talent capable of vanquishing the man-faced demon spider, but his composure is extraordinary as well. In terms of temperament, he is akin to an adult. Moreover, with the unexpected addition of Xiaowu, who escaped from the Titan giant ape and acquired a 1,000-year third soul skill, it is particularly alarming that their youthful instructor, Jiang Chuan, possesses strength that far surpasses even myself. Upon hearing Ming Shu's words, Meng Yiran exclaimed in disbelief. What? Grandfather, how could I have lost? Surely you must have misjudged the situation. He is merely an auxiliary soul master. Yet, Dragon Lord Meng Shu clarified, his soul power exceeds yours by a significant margin. He affectionately patted his granddaughter's head. How much stronger could he possibly be? Even if he surpasses me by 10 levels, reaching the rank of 39, what of it? Auxiliary soul masters fundamentally lack any offensive capabilities. Meng Yiran's assertion held merit, prompting Ming Shu to nod in agreement. He candidly remarked, however, those are but ordinary auxiliary soul masters, while the one before you is a veritable monster. This revelation only deepened the confusion among the onlookers. If you must seek an answer, I shall not shy away from becoming your source of confidence and cultivation. Just moments ago. Do you grasp the extent of this young man's soul power? He continued, his age is comparable to mine, at most 35. And considering the sluggish growth rate of auxiliary soul masters, a soul power of 35 is unprecedented in the annals of Douluo. I may be exaggerating. Meng Yiran, not lacking in discernment, perceived from the earlier display of soul power that it was indeed above 30. This realization only intensified her desire to conquer Jiang Chuan. At most 35? Dragon Lord Ming Shu teased, lifting his left hand to reveal 4 fingers, speaking in a solemn tone. From my perspective, it is at least around 40. How much? Tianxiang inquired, astonished. Meanwhile, Xiaowu assisted Tang San in settling beneath a towering ancient tree, gesturing for him to rest. Both of them gazed up, bewildered by the expressions of Dragon Lord and Snake Lady, unsure of the discourse that elicited such reactions. Meng Yiran, grappling with disbelief, remarked, Grandfather, you cannot be deceiving me. Can you? A soul master of 40 levels? How can he be so young with such potent soul power? She struggled to swallow her astonishment. When have I ever deceived you? However, the potency of his soul power indeed astonished many, which was the reason for my momentary revelation. Yet, ultimately, he is merely a support-type soul master, destined to find it arduous to ascend the ranks of formidable strength. Long Gong Ming Shu lifted his head with profound contemplation, casting a meaningful glance at Jiang Chuan, and then spoke slowly. Young man, geniuses often meet untimely ends. In the entirety of Douluo Continent, encountering someone of your caliber is a rarity I have seldom witnessed. I can choose to keep your information to myself, but inevitably, your martial soul and soul power will be unveiled to others, and sooner or later, they will covet it. Tread carefully. However, I can assure you that at any time and place, you are welcome to join my family. The doors shall always be open for you. It is indeed true that the status of a support-type soul master is held in the highest esteem across the continent, as exemplified by Ning Fengji. Yet, this privilege arises from Ning Fengji's backing of a title de law and the esteemed Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Should someone like Jiang Chuan encounter a powerful soul master, he may swiftly be subdued and used as a vessel, at which point even the most gifted can be reduced to mere fuel, nourishing others at the cost of their own vitality. Still, let us depart. Chao Tianxiang also cast a significant glance towards Jiang Chuan before finally linking her arm with Meng Yiran, utilizing her own soul power to heal the latter's injuries. Gradually walking away, Jiang Chuan remained motionless, not hindering their departure. Jiang Chuan? A rugged voice echoed, and suddenly 5 figures, swift as lightning and adorned with the wings of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, soared through the air towards them. Upon closer inspection, it was Zhao Wujia and his companions, which instantly alleviated Xiao Wu's troubled expression. Teacher Zhao? Tang San exclaimed weakly. Xiao Wu, it's truly wonderful to see you safe. Ning Rongrong, clad in a vibrant blue gown, rushed over, her face illuminating with relief as she embraced Xiao Wu tightly, reluctant to let go. The members of Shrek gathered, their expressions a blend of surprise and reassurance, comforting one another. Xiao Wu, your return is such a relief. We were nearly terrified, especially Jiang Chuan and Tang San, who dared to plunge into the depths of the Star Dove forest for your sake, Ma Hongjun remarked, patting his chest in relief. Oscar chimed in, yes, yes. I'm so sorry for worrying everyone, Xiao Wu replied, her cheeks flushed with shyness at their concern, her rabbit ears twitching slightly. She then proceeded to explain the circumstances she had just encountered. What? A blessing in disguise? That's splendid. Xiao Wu, I never imagined you would become a soul master at the 30th rank, and with a millennium spirit ring no less. Congratulations. I wish I had such good fortune. Dai Mubai congratulated, to which Xiao Wu playfully stuck out her tongue in response, smiling mischievously. Congratulations to you as well, Zhu Qing, accustomed to Jiang Chuan's surprising revelations, maintained a calm demeanor. This is marvelous. Our Shrek 7 has gained another soul master, and our strength has grown even greater. Moreover, Xiaowu is an agile attack-type soul master, which will greatly bolster us in battle. Ma Hongjun and Oscar, the two lively spirits, approach with exuberant smiles, displaying gestures of encouragement. Yet, amidst the joy, only Zhao Wujie wore a worried expression. He scanned the surroundings and inquired with concern, what on earth happened here? Moreover, why do I sense remnants of battle, and even the lingering energy of a Soul Douluo-level powerhouse? What transpired? Upon hearing Xiaowu recount the appearance of Mingshu, the Soul Douluo, everyone's hearts raced anew. However, when they learned that Jiang Chuan had decisively defeated Mingshu with a single punch, winning the wager and forcing Mingshu to retreat, laughter erupted. That young lady Ming Yuran will eventually face consequences for her temper. I never expected her to fall into our brother Chuan's hands so swiftly. Ma Hongjun chuckled brightly. Did she truly dare to duel with teacher Jiang? It's like striking a rock with an egg. After all, he is a 39th rank soul master. Even in terms of physical prowess, he could easily overpower her. The crowd buzzed with chatter, smiles gracing their faces once more. Jiang Chuan refrained from offering an explanation, oblivious to the fact that he had already ascended to the rank of a level 45 soul master. His innate talent was indeed commendable, and as he continued his training, Zhao Wujin, with a reassuring pat on Jiang Chuan's shoulder, spoke in a somber tone. It would be prudent to temper your ambitions. The Soul Sage and Soul Douluo you encountered earlier are formidable opponents, far beyond your current capabilities. They possess both profound depth and immense strength. Thus, in these years at Shrek Academy, it is imperative that you diligently enhance your soul power. The words of concern from the others met with Jiang Chuan's indifferent response. Was the Soul Sage truly unattainable? He resolved to challenge that notion. This was not a matter of Jiang Chuan's intellect faltering or him succumbing to madness. Rather, as a transmigrator endowed with a system, well-versed in the intricacies of Douluo Continent, he understood that shying away from a soul sage was akin to risking his life against a block of tofu. However, he reassured himself that opportunities would arise in due time. Zhao Wujin, upon hearing Jiang Chuan's resolute statement, stammered, "Are you jesting?" Chapter 106, Practical Training. For reasons unknown, Zhao Wujin harbored a fear that Jiang Chuan might venture too far. They awaited Tang San to fully absorb the 1,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. Quietly, a cocoon-like layer enveloped Tang San, and to everyone's astonishment, 8 spider legs sprouted from his back, eliciting gasps, particularly from Ma Hongjun, whose thick legs trembled in disbelief. Ultimately, Tang San succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, he struggled to regain his senses, unable to control the 8 bone spears. In his helplessness, he sought Jiang Chuan's insight into the matter. The latter responded with ease, "This is a soul bone. The power of these 8 bone spears should not be underestimated." Tang San's extraordinary fortune had bestowed upon him a soul bone, a boon that would undoubtedly grant him countless advantages and help him navigate through perilous circumstances in the future. The group did not linger further, hastily departing the Stardow Forest and making their way back to Shrek Academy. Their journey was uneventful, fortunately without any injuries or fatalities among the students, which eased Zhao Wujin's accountability to Flander. Casting a glance back, he noted that none of these youngsters came from simple backgrounds. If any trouble were to arise, not only would he struggle to account to Flander, but Flander himself would also find it difficult to explain to the powerful figures backing these students. Numerous formidable eyes were fixed on Shrek Academy. Behind them stood influential figures, some of whom were titled Douluo. Excluding Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who lacked any backing, the others were all individuals of significant consequence. The training continued. Especially in terms of practical combat experience, the Shrek students are significantly lacking. The following morning, Flander observed with a discerning gaze, "Indeed, within our Shrek 7 Monsters team, we have welcomed 3 additional soul sovereigns of the 3rd ring, and even acquired a soul bone, greatly enhancing our collective strength. It is time to advance to the next phase of training. However, I have heard from Zhao Wujie that your experience and courage in actual combat remain somewhat insufficient." "Teacher," interrupted the innocent voice of Tang San, as Ma Hongjun raised his right hand. After exchanging glances with Flander, he sheepishly scratched his belly, saying, "We cannot be blamed for this. That was the Titan Great Ape, a supreme existence amongst spirit beasts. Even ordinary soul masters tremble in its presence, otherwise they risk being frightened to death on the spot. The fact that we managed to escape is already a stroke of luck." Upon witnessing this, Yu Xiaojiang sighed. "I train you to become stronger, not to seek heroism. Practical combat is essential. Flander, filled with frustration, clapped his hands and earnestly remarked, "A haphazard approach to actual combat will inevitably lead to chaotic outcomes. Enough of this nonsense. Teacher Jiang Chuan will oversee your practical training, understood? You have 3 days to complete it before we head straight to Soto City for our next training mission." With that, Flander spread his purple wings and soared into the sky. "I will be responsible for compiling the students' data," Yu Xiaojing stated sternly, standing to the side. "Humph. You little rascals should count yourselves fortunate that Flander has granted you some time for practical training. Once we reach Soto City, there will be no opportunities left." Zhao Wujie chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude. "Soto City?" Only Dai Mubai grasped the situation, his eyes wide with surprise. "What are we going to Soto City for? Is the teacher inviting us for a meal?" Ma Hongjun, confused, turned to Zhao Wujie with a mischievous glint in his eyes and asked, "Teacher Zhao, what are we going to Soto City for? Could you give us a heads up so we can prepare?" "Prepare?" Zhao Wujie chuckled dismissively. "There is no point in preparing for such a place. Once you arrive, you will naturally understand. Stop speculating and focus on your training." He pushed Ma Hongjun's face away, striding to the side to observe the practical training. Seeing Zhao Wujie's demeanor, the Shrek students shivered, convinced that they might be sold off in Soto City. "All right," Jiang Chuan broke the silence. "The practical training is quite straightforward. It primarily aims to cultivate your qualities and instill in you the resolve to grow stronger in the face of formidable enemies. As long as your soul power is not absolutely inferior, never easily concede defeat. This will be the second lesson I impart to you. Now, let us begin." Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, the crowd found themselves deeply contemplative. However, the final phrase about taking action resonated particularly clearly, echoing in their minds and leaving them momentarily bewildered. The Shrek 7 looked at one another in confusion. Some scratched their heads while others averted their gazes, unable to grasp the meaning. "Shall I elucidate further?" Jiang Chuan prodded, gesturing toward them. "All 7 of you from the Shrek 7 will launch an assault against me. In due time, I shall identify the flaws and shortcomings you possess. Only by addressing these can we become stronger, correct?" Upon hearing the phrase identify flaws, Tang San couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. "Little San, why are you grinning so broadly?" Xiaowei teased, playfully poking his cheeks, leaning closer with a playful pout while her bright, inquisitive eyes scrutinized him. "What does identify flaws mean?" Before Tang San could respond, someone else chimed in excitedly. "Are you joking, Teacher Jiang Chuan? You want us to fight you?" Ma Hongjun exclaimed, raising a thumb in mock bravado, a smug smile gracing his lips. "As long as you refrain from utilizing your eternal soul ring, we'll dare to go all out against you." Oscar, seemingly struck by lightning, rushed over and covered Ma Hongjun's mouth, casting a wary glance at Jiang Chuan before hastily averting his gaze. In a hushed yet fierce tone, he reprimanded, "Fatty, are you out of your mind? Teacher Jiang Chuan could easily overpower you. Claiming you'd be left in a state of utter defeat is no exaggeration. How dare you make such bold claims?" "Oh, come on, Xiaoao, why are you so timid?" Ma Hongjun retorted, nonchalantly pushing Oscar aside. He shook his red attire, asserting, "Jiang Chuan is simply testing our combat capabilities, which is closely related to our resolve. Besides, whether or not we prevail depends largely on you, Xiaoao." Jiang Chuan, lost in his thoughts, approached the wooden table and brewed a cup of green plum tea. After taking a few delicate sips, he gazed at the Shrek 7 monsters as they whispered among themselves, boldly declaring, "I shall not employ my martial soul or spirit rings. You may act as you wish." This marked his first confrontation with the Shrek 7. Having read the original work, he knew each one was more formidable than the last. Yet he couldn't help but wonder if they would disappoint him. With a flicker of hope, Jiang Chuan pondered how he could traverse the Douluo world without engaging with Tang San or the Shrek 7. However, before the might of powerful forces, all else seemed trivial. Chapter 107, Tactical Competition. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's consent, Ma Hongjun revealed a sly smile, exuding an air of triumph. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "To secure victory against Teacher Jiang Chuan, one merely needs to avoid his sharp edge. Why must we recklessly approach him? Don't you agree?" Henceforth, the strategy would rely on the whimsical mushroom sausages possessed by Xiaoao. At that juncture, Ma Hongjun raised his gaze to meet Oscar's enchanting eyes, arching an eyebrow in jest. "Fatty, are you suggesting?" Dai Mubai interjected, seizing Oscar's words with fervor. "We could use Oscar's sausages to fly through the air, rendering Teacher Jiang unable to strike us. Let us not forget how Teacher Jiang soared effortlessly during his battle with the Titan Great Ape." Tang San stood silently by, his eyes contemplative as if weighing unspoken thoughts. At that moment, Ma Hongjun continued, waving his fingers dismissively. Dai, perhaps your observations lack nuance, relying solely on brute force. What do you mean by that? How is my observation lacking? Dai Mubai retorted, brandishing his fist with a subtly menacing expression, casting an intimidating glare at Ma Hongjun, who recoiled in fear. Have you not noticed that when teacher Jiang Chuan ascended, there was a significant disparity in speed compared to the Titan Great Ape? Regardless of the circumstances, it was always the Titan that met teacher Jiang's 1,000 blades first. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's assertion, Oscar clapped his hands, promptly concluding, thus, teacher Jiang Chuan can indeed soar, yet this bears no consequence. You are using my phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake's wings, and during the first minute, we have already managed to slip past him. The prospect of surviving even a minute under Jiang Chuan's scrutiny relieved the group, providing them with precious moments to adapt and potentially control him. Indeed, that is why I suggest we minimize teacher Jiang's utilization of our abilities. However, he has also agreed, which implies my strategy holds merit. As Ma Hongjun stated this, he turned to Tang San. Of course, the final decision rests with you, Sengu. After all, you are the control system soul master. My insights and combat methods may not necessarily be suitable. What do you think, Sengu? All eyes converge upon Tang San, the control-type soul master who had always been the linchpin of the team. Though not the captain, he was undoubtedly capable of fulfilling that role, for his decisions were pivotal to their victories and defeats. Moreover, over time, Tang San had garnered a level of trust from the Shrek team that commanded respect. They were willing to believe in and execute his strategies. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Tang San spoke in a tone laden with significance. Since Brother Chuan wishes to test our combat abilities, we must present ourselves well, showcasing each individual's greatest strengths, complementing one another, and fulfilling our respective roles. What a fine notion of fulfilling our roles, Dai Mubai interjected, unable to restrain himself. Yet, they still needed to employ Ma Hongjun's strategy to ascend into the air for 1 minute, devising every conceivable means to thwart Brother Chuan's movements, aiming to confine him completely. With a unified spirit, everyone surged forward. Upon witnessing the 7 soul masters, led by the illustrious MV, Jiang Chuan could not help but smile faintly. Are we ready? He inquired. The response was a dazzling array of colorful lights and vibrant hues as the Shrek team, led by Dai Mubai, unleashed their martial spirits. Each individual released their soul rings, instantly enveloping the area in a maelstrom of potent and terrifying soul power, which reflected brilliantly in Jiang Chuan's eyes. Very good, very good. Zhao Wuji clapped enthusiastically from the side, praising the display with a sense of satisfaction directed toward the 7 Shrek members. This momentum is quite commendable. At least we did not make the journey to the Stardow Forest in vain. In the realm of soul masters, mental fortitude was paramount. In Zhao Wuji's over 30 years of experience, he had never encountered a team with such formidable presence. Lost in his thoughts, Oscar clasped his hands together, whispering softly the incantation of his soul ring. His voice resonated with an ethereal and soaring quality akin to a divine oracle. In an instant, 7 sausages erupted from his palms. However, the excessive consumption of soul power caused Oscar to cough violently, his complexion paling. Yet, there was no room for hesitation. He swiftly distributed the sausages among the 7, who then soared into the air, ascending to a safe height of 20 meters before daring to pause. With heads bowed, they gazed down at Jiang Chuan, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Yet a sense of emptiness lingered within Oscar. Something still felt amiss. It seems I cannot unleash my full strength just yet. Otherwise, I would inevitably overwhelm you all at once and fail to discern your strengths and weaknesses. Come now, let me first witness your offensive capabilities. Jiang Chuan did not even need to speculate. Oscar's bone-chilling time limit was a mere minute, of which 59 seconds were undoubtedly reserved for him. This was a tactic that Tang San often employed. Indeed, before Jiang Chuan could finish his sentence, he looked up to behold 6 radiant beams of light descending like the sun, enveloping him from all directions, leaving no path of retreat. Supreme Heavy Eye. At the moment Jiang Chuan uttered these words, the surrounding air seemed to momentarily freeze. A cold glimmer flashed sharply. This was his inaugural use of the Supreme Heavy Eye since signing its pact. The power exhibited, having ascended to the rank of a level 45 Soul Master with Supreme Dual Eyes, was even more astonishing. Not only did soul techniques appear transparent before his gaze, but he also dissected the soul rings of Tang San and his companions suspended in midair with meticulous precision. The air, leaves, soul techniques, and people all slowed to a crawl. Every gesture he made was imbued with an ineffable elegance. With a sweeping motion of his right arm, The black and white energy emanating from the supreme heavy eye shot forth like a celestial star, directly engulfing the soul techniques and erupting into a series of billowing clouds, continuously shooting forth. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. They struggled to emit hoarse sounds from their throats, utterly shaken by the spectacle before them. Their hearts raced in unison, resonating within their chests as a surge of heat and fervor coursed through them, as if they were witnessing a true warrior in battle. Too slow. Judging from your earlier soul techniques, your actions were surprisingly hesitant. Did you not realize that once the battle commences, you must unleash all your soul power? Jiang Chuan chastised, pointing first at Daimobai. As the captain, you should have initiated with the White Tiger's light wave, thereby affording your teammates a better opportunity to launch their attacks. After all, as a strength-type soul master, you are the backbone of the team. How could you possibly deliver such a feeble strike? Chapter 108. Assault Strategy. Daimobai was momentarily taken aback by the reprimand. Indeed, what purpose did it serve to conserve so many soul techniques? He should have unleashed a triple barrage of the White Tiger's light wave, or even quadruple or quintuple, depending on the adversary's capabilities. One could merely retain a tenth of their soul power for support. Ultimately, the role of a strength-type soul master is to initiate the battle, to break the stalemate, thus allowing the rest of the team to unleash their full potential, far more effective than any other approach. Jiang Chuan was acutely aware of what Daimobai intended to convey, and promptly took the lead in the conversation. Indeed, within the context of a team battle, a strong assault-type spirit master occupies an irreplaceable position. However, one must not overlook one's own defensive capabilities. Is it not possible to maneuver within the battle even after exhausting one's spirit power? What do you think? I can facilitate mutual cooperation among the team and utilize control cycles to assist in restoring your vitality. Thus, can it be said that within this battlefield, you possess the spirit power of two formidable assault-type spirit masters? His words rendered the crowd speechless, as each statement was cogent, leaving them at a loss for a rebuttal. Yet there lingered an unarticulated discomfort. However, if such maneuvers could indeed be executed in battle, why would anyone not welcome it? The crux lies in the inherent difficulty of achieving such intricate coordination, coupled with the challenge of empathizing with the decision-making process. If the enemy surpasses us in spirit power, such tactics become even more elusive. Ma Hongjun expressed the greatest doubt that weighed on his mind. In response, Jiang Chuan offered a knowing smile, raising his right index finger to point at Tang San's nose casually, stating that it ultimately depends on how the control-type spirit masters manage the situation. Though he believed Tang San was more than capable, this was not merely a show of unwavering confidence in Tang San, but rather a reflection of Jiang Chuan's familiarity with the original narrative, understanding that such tactical maneuvers were indeed orchestrated by Tang San himself. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's remarks, Tang San found himself momentarily at a loss for words, having never personally contemplated such tactics. Yet, Jiang Chuan's insights served as a wake-up call, suggesting future strategies could be oriented in this direction. He was also intrigued, realizing that Jiang Chuan, as a support-type master, not only possessed profound insights into spirit masters and spirit beasts, but had even surpassed his own mentor, Yu Shaojiang, in tactical understanding. This revelation was enlightening, and he could not help but muse about the potential impact of such a talent joining Tang's sect, which would undoubtedly elevate their standing. However, given Jiang Chuan's temperament, the likelihood of him wishing to join Tang's sect appeared slim, as he was a genius who resented being constrained. One could only wonder how Jiang Chuan felt being referred to as a genius by Tang San. Nonetheless, it mattered not, if he had not yet tried. There was always room for gradual exploration. Starting from this moment, he would begin to orchestrate their strategies, assuring them with conviction that within 3 attempts, he would not bring them all down at once, particularly not the crucial assault-type and control-type spirit masters. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's audacious declaration, they were momentarily taken aback. Their perceptions of tactics in the Douluo world refreshed, and they felt the urgency to put theory into practice. This left many feeling disoriented, unsure of how to proceed, as their gazes turned expectantly toward Tang San, anticipating his commands. Very well, Dai Lauda, let us proceed as per Brother Chuan's directives. I cannot guarantee that everyone will succeed on their first attempt. As Tang San concluded his words, his pupils suddenly transformed into a deep purple hue, radiating an ethereal brilliance. With a resonant voice, he proclaimed, "Fivefold White Tiger's fierce light wave, Fatty. Fivefold Phoenix Fire Line, execute an all-encompassing assault and sever all escape routes for Brother Chuan, ensuring that the attacks from Boss Dai and Fatty cannot be evaded by him." Concurrently, Tang San shouted in unison with his companions, within mere moments. He had mentally rehearsed the strategic maneuvers of the Shrek Academy, and he believed there was a 50% chance of success in executing this tactic. Yet the formidable opponent was Jiang Chuan, significantly diminishing the likelihood of triumph. At present, he possessed only a 30% assurance. At this moment, the Shrek's 7 monsters were equally resolute. With a sudden thud, they descended from their aerial position, a vibrant cascade of red, orange, blue, green, cyan, indigo, and violet. They all adhered to Tang San's commands, unleashing a torrent of energy. The thundering clouds descended, stirring a ripple of concern within Jiang Chuan, who blurted out, "Such power will at least keep me from feeling bored." He spoke candidly, devoid of any taunting intent. Suddenly, he raised his right hand, directing it toward the cloud-laden sky, and intoned, "Supreme heavy pupil, all laws shall be extinguished." With a resounding clash, the two immense forces collided, sending Zhao Wujie, who was seated nearby, sprawling to the ground. Such overwhelming power surged like a tidal wave, rising and falling in relentless succession. These little rascals, are they intending to cleanse Shrek Academy once more? As Zhao Wujie paused momentarily, a flicker of realization crossed his mind. He suddenly recalled the recent encounter with the instructor who had tested this group of students in the 4th round. However, an unexpected bell toll, presumably orchestrated by Jiang Chuan, had nearly engulfed Shrek Academy in chaos. Should a similar event occur again, not only would he struggle to endure it, but even Flinder might find it impossible to muster the funds necessary for repairs. Yuxiagang's lips curled into a subtle smile, sensing stability in the situation. Indeed, hiring Jiang Chuan had proven to be his most prudent decision, although the cost was rather steep. The benefits were evident not only in the guidance on soul masters and soul beasts, but also in the intricate strategies for teamwork he imparted. His insights were comprehensive, surpassing even Yuxiagang's own conceptual framework, which he admired sincerely. Simultaneously, Yuxiagang felt a sense of curiosity about Jiang Chuan's origins. He had never heard of such an extraordinary talent existing on the continent. It was truly humbling. If it were merely the younger generation showcasing their prowess, it would be one thing. Yet, even the elder generation found themselves eclipsed by him. Yuxiagang estimated that within 3 years, Jiang Chuan would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of Soul Sect, if not higher. The depth of Jiang Chuan's potential was beyond Yuxiagang's estimation. And this was no exaggeration but a statement of fact. After all, the variables surrounding Jiang Chuan were exceedingly numerous, whether pertaining to his soul power or soul ranks, rendering him an enigma that was challenging to assess. Yuxiagang preferred not to dwell on such thoughts. After all, provoking Jiang Chuan could lead to dire consequences. Each of the Shrek 7 monsters harbored their own secrets, yet Jiang Chuan remained the most inscrutable among them. Chapter 109. Layers of Trials. Who will go first? Drink. The heavens roared incessantly, descending like a billowing cloud of smoke. At that moment, the twin wings of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent behind the Shrek 7 monsters lost their effectiveness, and their suspended feet gracefully touched the ground as they gazed in awe at the colossal being amidst the clouds. Its brilliance shimmered, continuously radiating a cascading glow. "Hey, do you think the leader might have overexerted himself? Just a moment ago, Third Brother mentioned using 5 times the power of the White Tiger's radiant wave. Yet I perceived that you unleashed a force tenfold." Ma Hongjun looked at Dai Mubai, who was panting heavily and had a flushed neck, and asked in astonishment, "Fatty, you truly exerted 5 times your strength against teacher Jiang Chuan? Did you not hear him say that we should boldly attack without hesitation? If we don't use 10 times our power, we may not even have a moment to catch our breath. One must understand that on the battlefield, mercy is a luxury. Either you perish, or the enemy does. As the assault-type spirit master of our team, I must ensure the safety of all members and coordinate our efforts." Among the Shrek 7 monsters, none could be deemed foolish, especially Dai Mubai, who was particularly astute, fully aware of the brutal laws governing Douluo Continent. He would never allow the enemy a moment's respite. Moreover, since Jiang Chuan had explicitly stated he would not utilize his spirit rings or spirit power, it was imperative to launch a bold offensive to prevent an unexpected attack from the adversary. Indeed, Dai Mubai's tactical approach was exceedingly correct, illustrating that the commands of control-type spirit masters were not absolute. The team's strength resided in the synergy of the 7 of us. And I trust you all recognize that in varying combat scenarios, providing me with all pertinent information will enable us to face challenges more effectively. Tang San highly praised Dai Mubai's actions but added a caveat. Failing to communicate feedback is a grave mistake. Observing their seriousness, Oscar too subdued his previous exuberance, his expression turning solemn. Faced with an enemy like Jiang Chuan, they could not afford the slightest negligence, lest they find themselves ensnared. Is that so? Ma Hongjun, still pondering, revealed a contemplative expression. He acknowledged that he had indeed lacked adaptability in that moment. Contributions to the team were not solely about offense, but also about strategic thinking. He took note of this realization. Ning Rongrong's brows furrowed in concern. You all must be extremely cautious. What is the matter? Tang San asked, turning his head to see Ning Rongrong's troubled visage. I sense a surge of life force emanating from this cloud of smoke. To be precise, it feels profoundly sacred, far beyond our comprehension. Even you, the holder of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, cannot perceive the extent of this power? Tang San replied solemnly, sensing both reverence and fear toward Jiang Chuan. How many secrets does he conceal? No, this power is unlike anything I have ever encountered. It surpasses all else. I cannot fathom what Jiang Chuan is unleashing, yet it stirs something within me, causing the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower to instinctively enter protective mode. A testament to the formidable nature of our foe. Ning Rongrong raised the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, which radiated a blue light, and with a sudden burst, it released a mist that enveloped her completely. The protective aura of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. This revelation sparked intrigue and curiosity among them. What on earth has transpired? Exercise caution, everyone. I sense there is something within that may explode. This is a tactic often employed by Jiang Chuan, who delights in concealing deadly traps nearby, ready to strike and annihilate us in an instant. Zhu Zhuqing's solemn words roused Tang San from his reverie. He immediately raised his hands, summoning dozens of shimmering blue-silver grasses that danced in the air. Quickly, everyone retreat. The further away from Brother Chuan's position, the better. Dai Lauda, take the right flank. I will lead the assault, while Fatty assumes my role as assistant. Sister, maintain fire suppression for a while, unleashing nearly tenfold of the Phoenix fire line until you are utterly spent. With the combined strength of the Seven Treasures Glazed tile, Tang San prepared for the impending confrontation. Observing the Shrek's 7 monsters in their battle-ready stance, Zhao Wujia felt a flicker of intrigue. To think I have yet to witness Jiang Chuan's previously unutilized power. It piques my curiosity. Not only could Tang San, who bore the weight of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower and the purple extreme demon eye, discern the impending danger, but even Zhao Wujia, a formidable soul saint of the 70th rank, perceived the sacred aura concealed within the mist. It was terrifying, an unfathomable force beyond description. Suddenly, the void seemed to fracture, and a surge of energy erupted forth, powerful and turbulent, as if it sought to consume everything in its path. A blinding white light illuminated the surroundings, dazzling and overwhelming. No, this is untenable, Oscar exclaimed, his normally resolute demeanor faltering as his legs trembled. This power is beyond our control. Are we truly unafraid of casualties? Indeed, as Oscar articulated, even the others felt the sacred aura, its brilliance almost suffocating, piercing their skin and permeating their very beings. Such terror invoked a primal fear, causing them to tremble uncontrollably, reminiscent of the titan giant ape they had encountered in the Stardow forest. Retreat! Retreat! Dai Mubai assumed a defensive stance, his yellow soul rings flickering uncertainly. Yet, upon encountering the blinding white light, a sense of dread overwhelmed him. The chasm between their strengths was insurmountable, more than a mere difference. It was a chasm as vast as heaven and earth. The others, too, were reluctant to admit their fear, their scalps prickling with anxiety. The command to retreat escaped their lips instinctively. I concede. I concede, Tang San cried out repeatedly. According to the rules of the Soul Fighting Tournament, any team that concedes would no longer be required to continue fighting. Brother Chuan, we concede. A resonant voice echoed. I brought you here to test the synergy among soul masters. While theoretically enlightening, this combat method is rather ineffective. The purpose was to assess your strength, not to invite you to surrender. He presented Shrek with 2 choices. First, concede defeat and leave Shrek Academy at once. Second, fight to the death and unleash your utmost strength. Let me witness to what extent you can push me. Jiang Chuan was acutely aware that the members of Shrek were far from weak. Chapter 110, The Flaws of the Shrek 7, the evil-eyed white tiger, the nether cat, the silver emperor, the Haotian hammer, the 7 treasure glazed tile, the phoenix true form, Oscar's sausages, and the 10,000-year soul beast. Their potential is boundless, capable of being inexhaustibly drawn upon. At present, they have yet to be pushed into a perilous situation. Having read the original work, Jiang Chuan naturally understood each individual's shortcomings and weaknesses, yet this understanding was somewhat superficial. The true circumstances would remain elusive in actual combat. In such scenarios, it would require the Shrek 7 to fight desperately to reveal the genuine disparities in strength. 8 extraordinary martial souls, adorned with a full array of soul rings, are hailed as peerless talents. Within the 4 great elemental academies, they are scarcely distinguished. If such soul masters cannot be relied upon in times of dire need, what purpose do they serve? Merely to be gazed upon as curiosities? What a grand jest! Jiang Chuan's actions, words, and demeanor were akin to forcing the Shrek 7 monsters into an inescapable corner. In a situation where one does not fight valiantly, the only alternative is to retreat in disgrace. This embodies the notion of burning one's boats. With determination, the white tiger manifested. Ma Hongjun exhaled flames, his hair and eyes igniting with an infernal fervor, embodying the phoenix. Could it be? Oscar, cornered and desperate, swiftly revealed a stash of sausages, his expression resolute, declaring that they would fight to the bitter end, with each person receiving 4 sausages. Zhu Qing, with her silver teeth clenched, propelled herself forward with the force of a spring, the first to confront Jiang Chuan, for she had always been a decisive individual, with no retreat in sight. The only option was to strike. At the very least, this had been her principle in the imperial court. As the ominous purple-black claw marks approached like a basin, Jiang Chuan remained unfazed, effortlessly conjuring a swirling wave of energy that shattered the claw marks as if they were mere wisps of smoke, sending Zhu Qing hurtling back. It was a mere flick of his wrist. Zhu Qing, a 28th level dual ring agile attack soul master, was thus casually subdued, leaving the onlookers questioning their own purpose. Ma Hongjun and the others, previously filled with fervor, found themselves swallowing hard, beads of sweat cascading down their foreheads. Zhu Qing, Dai Mubai called out, his body taut like a drawn bow, ready to intercept the opponent. However, he was abruptly restrained by Jiang Chuan's colossal hand formed from smoke. From just that single maneuver, Jiang Chuan had already gauged Zhu Qing as full strength. It signified a reliance on speed, devoid of any substantial power. With merely a gentle wave, she was unable to withstand his might. The necessity for physical training could be temporarily set aside in favor of enhancing offensive capabilities. Although you are an agile attack soul master, you must be of use on the battlefield. It is not merely about speed, especially with your current cultivation. If you continue down this path without confronting formidable foes, you may find yourself in dire straits, unable to escape, lacking even the capacity to engage in a desperate struggle where both sides perish. Jiang Chuan rendered his judgment, dismissing Zhu Qing with an expressionless face, and inquired, "Who is next?" Despite being engulfed in flames, Ma Hongjun was gripped by an overwhelming fear, beads of cold sweat occasionally dampening his attire. The Phoenix Fire line, amplified tenfold, possessed the capacity to drain Ma Hongjun's entire soul power, as well as that of his 4 Oscar sausages. This was his ultimate gambit, a desperate gamble with no retreat. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chuan, shrouded in dense white smoke, did not flinch, effortlessly grasping the oncoming malevolent flames. The Phoenix Fire line, renowned for its insatiable destructive capabilities, was now neutralized by him. Was the force insufficient? The tenfold Phoenix Fire line exhibited only grandeur without substance? Ma Hongjun, you have dispersed the strength of the Phoenix Fire line. How can you mount a concentrated assault? Moreover, as a powerhouse of offensive capabilities, your attack should also serve as your most formidable defense. Such lack of awareness is lamentable. Do you lack the courage to meet your adversary's gaze? After delivering his critique, Jiang Chuan abruptly tore through the flames, sending Ma Hongjun crashing to the ground, creating a deep crater in his wake. Take a good look at what true combat entails. Next, Oscar and Dai Mubai surged forward, with the former relentlessly feeding sausages into Dai Mubai's mouth, one after another, replenishing the soul power he had depleted. Clearly, the duo intended to fight valiantly, striving to repel Jiang Chuan. After all, an auxiliary soul master could never confront Jiang Chuan alone, at the very least. Oscar lacked the confidence to do so, hence their decision to collaborate. With a 5-fold amplification, the white tiger's light wave descended upon Jiang Chuan in a torrent of explosive golden radiance, his assault unleashed without reservation, leaving no remnants of the white tiger's protective barrier. This was a desperate gamble. He sought not to severely injure Jiang Chuan, but merely to push him back, even if just by a step. Had Jiang Chuan been aware of his intentions, he would undoubtedly have smiled wryly. For a formidable assault-type soul master could only aspire to compel a support-type soul master like him to retreat by a single step? It seems that the shadows left in their hearts only grow stronger with time, showing no sign of diminishing. He is acutely aware that the Shrek's 7 monsters secretly refer to him as the King of Hell, and they are akin to his subordinates, with his commands being akin to divine edicts, to be followed without question. Even the usually aloof Daimubai and the boisterous Ma Hongjun could not help but reveal their true colors. Each member of the Shrek's 7 monsters possesses their own strengths and weaknesses, yet all of this dissipates in the presence of Jiang Chuan. How disappointing. When I instructed you to unleash your full power, it was to make the most of your presence within the team. However, you chose to attack me alone with your full-strength White Tiger Light Wave. This not only drained your entire soul power, but also exposed your greatest flaw before me. Furthermore, what if your White Tiger Light Wave fails to strike me? Would that not render your efforts utterly futile? Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's admonition, Daimubai immediately grasped the essence of his words, yet it was too late for regrets. He could only watch helplessly as Jiang Chuan tore through the light and lunged towards him with the ferocity of a dragon and tiger. This overwhelming aura was something he had only witnessed emanating from his father. Chapter 111, Third Brother's Practical Use of Hidden Weapons. Now, it is time for Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong, 3 individuals he is well acquainted with. Their shared history spans several years from the Nodding City Soul Master Academy to the Shrek Soul Master Academy, and he is thoroughly familiar with their tactical approaches and teamwork. They had even engaged in private sparring sessions. Whether in pairs or when they attempted to confront Jiang Chuan as a trio, they had never once emerged victorious. In truth, among the Shrek 7 monsters, he holds high hopes for these 3. After all, if they truly coordinate their efforts and all reach the Soul Sect level, they would undoubtedly be a formidable force in battle, especially considering they each possess 4 extraordinary martial souls. It goes without saying why 4 is significant. Everyone understands the implications. After all, does the Haotian hammer not care for its reputation? Indeed, at the outset, Ning Rongrong exerted her utmost efforts, bestowing the full auxiliary power of her 2 soul rings upon Tang San and Xiao Wu, enabling them to display a far more formidable combat prowess. The synergy between Tang San and Xiao Wu lay in their finesse. Although their raw offensive power was not inherently lethal, their collaborative efforts revealed techniques that transcended the conventional capabilities of soul masters. They could strike at enemies from extraordinarily unconventional angles, rendering them perilously vulnerable. Once they truly engaged, there was little assurance that lives would remain unscathed, particularly with Tang San's Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle and Xiao Wu's agile techniques, such as the Eight, which could inflict devastating harm upon any soul master, regardless of their rank. It is noteworthy that even during his time as a soul master, Tang San had already employed his Xuan Yu hand and Yama S pose to eliminate opponents with a single strike. His concealed weapons warrant serious caution. However, Jiang Chuan, in the present moment, contemplated directly confronting the concealed weapons wielded by Tang San. The latter's techniques posed a significant threat, particularly due to their elusive nature. It was akin to a fly buzzing around a formidable warrior who, despite possessing the might to upheave mountains and rivers, found it frustratingly elusive to strike the insect. Now, he adeptly harnessed the power of the supreme duel pupils, effortlessly discerning the vulnerabilities and gaps in his adversary's defenses. This very power fortuitously countered Tang San's concealed weapons. Ah, Brother Chuan thought, should I face you, I shall leave no stone unturned and unleash all my hidden trump cards. Tang San possesses an extraordinary wealth of combat experience, complemented by a remarkably agile physique, a testament to his origins from the Tang sect. Even in his rebirth, it would be implausible for him to lack any semblance of skillful movement. His blue silver grass significantly amplifies this advantage, enabling him to navigate through numerous adversaries with the grace of a fish in water, leaving even the illustrious golden generation of the Spirit Hall perplexed by his elusive maneuvers, compelling the formidable Xiaoyu to reveal his full arsenal. As the battle looms, Xiao Wu and Tang San engage in a synchronized display of martial prowess. Their collaboration is impeccable, employing the technique of leveraging force to its fullest potential. Initially, Tang San wields the blue-silver grass to deftly propel Xiao Wu towards Jiang Chuan, striking him squarely in the face. Following this, a familiar glint appears, revealing the icy silver needles that radiate a chilling brilliance under the scrutiny of the Supreme Heavy Eye. Unfazed by the oncoming silver needles, Jiang Chuan remains steadfast, seemingly oblivious to their approach as he swiftly neutralizes Xiao Wu. In response to Tang San and Xiao Wu's tactical maneuvers, hesitation is not an option. Granting the opponent even the slightest opportunity for counteraction could be disastrous. The optimal course of action is to strike decisively, and he lunges forward, seizing Xiao Wu's ankle with his right hand. Xiao Wu, taken aback by the sudden grip, realizes the peril of her situation. The instinctual dread wells up within her. Once ensnared by Jiang Chuan's fierce grasp, escape becomes an insurmountable challenge. Xiao Wu, your flaw is particularly pronounced in excessive confidence. While it is not inherently detrimental, it is crucial to recognize that your current prowess does not mirror your past peak strength. If you persist in this overconfidence, you may inevitably encounter formidable foes, hindering your ability to synergize effectively with your team. Having relayed this, it would be prudent for you to take a moment of reflection. Jiang Chuan delivered a swift strike to the back of his opponent's neck, rendering her unconscious. Tang San was taken aback, astonished that Xiao Wu had been incapacitated as soon as she entered the fray. Consequently, their trio's combination was now rendered impossible. And he felt a surge of trepidation. Breathing heavily, his expression bore an unmistakable seriousness. As Jiang Chuan advanced towards him, Tang San instinctively retreated 2 steps, a grave transgression in the Tang sect, where losing one's composure in the face of an adversary was utterly unacceptable. His mind raced, meticulously calculating Jiang Chuan's next move. Tang San unleashed his full arsenal, launching a barrage of attacks from every conceivable angle. The silent sleeve sword, the torrential pear blossom needle, and the Zhuge divine crossbow. At this moment, the efficacy of his techniques was of little consequence. He was acutely aware that such force would scarcely inflict any harm upon Jiang Chuan, merely a trivial annoyance. However, with the aid of Ning Rongrong's soul ring, the hidden weapons in Tang San's hands seemed to take flight, hurtling forward with a piercing whistle. What exactly were these projectiles that third brother cast forth? This technique appeared unfamiliar, as if it belonged to a prestigious sect beyond comprehension. Ning Rongrong's expression morphed into one of exaggerated astonishment as she instinctively covered her slightly parted crimson lips, overwhelmed by the incredibility of the scene before her. Third brother, you truly harbor many secrets. Dai Mubai felt a surge of alarm, recognizing that aside from Jiang Chuan's own mysteries, the most enigmatic variable in Shrek Academy was undoubtedly Tang San. His ingenuity was boundless, and his clever tactics were ceaseless. It was no wonder he could assume the role of a control-type soul master, orchestrating the entire situation. This was not merely a testament to trust, but also a reflection of capability. It was difficult to fathom that talents like Tang San and Jiang Chuan had not joined Shrek Academy but instead become adversaries. Dai Mubai felt a chill. The chasm between them was insurmountable, an enemy that could not be defeated. Such sentiments were devoid of any exaggeration. Their current strength was formidable. Their composure in the face of danger, coupled with an extraordinary mindset, was particularly rare. Given time to develop, they would undoubtedly rival the greatest in the realm of soul battles. And this was a conservative estimation. Future accolades and titles awaited them. Third brother, I believe you should exert your utmost effort. Otherwise, our battle will conclude swiftly. Do you comprehend my intent? Unleash all your hidden cards. Jiang Chuan did not threaten him. Instead, he spoke candidly, stating that once a confrontation ensued, it would lead to either death or injury. At that moment, if Tang San did not wield the Haoyan hammer, he would be unable to withstand even a single move, rendering the shortcomings he bore immeasurable. Chapter 112. The combat gradually draws to a close. Tang San seemed to comprehend the underlying message in Jiang Chuan's words, instinctively glancing from his right eye to his left hand. For soul masters, their souls and soul rings are akin to life itself, known only to their closest friends or family throughout their existence. The existence of his twin martial souls was a monumental secret, aside from his teacher Yu Xiaojiang and his father Tang Hao. No one else was privy to it, not even the ever-closest Xiao Wu. This was not due to a lack of trust, but rather the recognition that twin martial souls are an exceedingly rare phenomenon in the world, one that could potentially attract calamity. He wished to shield Xiao Wu from such peril. Shaking his head, Tang San immediately dismissed the notion of Jiang Chuan discovering the truth about his second martial soul, for it was simply too astonishing. Well, Brother Chuan, the forthcoming offensive techniques will be extraordinarily sharp, he began, his voice trailing off momentarily before he continued. This power is something I have yet to learn to control. I may very well be unable to harness it. However, if the adversary is you, then I can unleash my full potential. In the next instant, Tang San was enveloped in a tempest of lightning, the blue electric sparks intertwining and dancing around him, creating an aura that was almost ethereal, as if he were undergoing a transformation at that very moment. This compelling presence struck the air like a bolt of lightning, piercing their nostrils and tearing through their lungs. Xiao San, what is this power emanating from him? Do not tell me this is the force unleashed from the blue-silver grass martial soul. Ma Hongjun did not underestimate the blue-silver grass martial soul. On the contrary, after Tang San's nurturing, it had transformed into a formidable controlling martial soul that commanded respect. Yet, no matter how it evolved, it could never possess such an imposing aura. Upon hearing this, Daimubai rubbed his forehead, a bitter smile gracing his lips. The power Xiao San wields is not merely derived from the blue-silver grass, is it? His relentless array of strategies dazzled those around him, leaving them to ponder the origin of his concealed weapons. At this juncture, Xiaowu raised her right index finger to interject. The members of Shrek collectively gasped, their eyes drawn to Tang San, as this fierce contest unfolded like a battle between dragons and tigers. However, it was only under the circumstance that Jiang Chuan could not wield his martial soul or soul rings that they dared to label it thus. Otherwise, a mere 10,000-year soul ring would have been sufficient to render Tang San utterly powerless. Thus, the battle commenced in grand fashion. Indeed, from the gaze of the purple extreme magic eye, any attempt to assault Jiang Chuan appeared futile. He resembled an unyielding stone, devoid of any vulnerabilities. At least, given the current level of Tang San's purple extreme magic eye, he could not discern any weaknesses to exploit. In light of this, Tang San clenched his silver teeth. In his previous life, he had faced countless life and death crises and formidable foes, though none equaled Jiang Chuan's prowess. Yet, breaking through such defenses was no easy feat. The only solution in such a predicament was to create openings where none existed. Even Zhao Wujing, who had ascended to the rank of a level 77 ring battle soul sage, could identify subtle flaws. Tang San was unwilling to believe that. By merely relying on the Haotian hammer, he could not uncover even the slightest imperfection in his opponent, unless Jiang Chuan was a deity. But did deities truly exist in this world? Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Chuan had already anticipated Tang San's deductions. Under the supreme heavy eye, there were no secrets to conceal. The power of the purple extreme magic eye was rendered insipid. Regardless of the circumstances, the supreme heavy eye could always counter the purple extreme magic eye with preemptive superiority. Tang San exerted himself to the fullest. He swiftly drew the Haotian hammer, striking the ground with a thunderous blow that sent dust swirling into the air, enveloping the surroundings in chaos. This was intended both to obscure Jiang Chuan's vision and to prevent anyone from observing the Haotian hammer. Just as he had contemplated earlier, his concern was not that his former companions at Shrek Academy harbored ill intentions, but rather that the secret of his dual martial souls would not be seen as a blessing but a calamity during their formative years. Such a catastrophe must be concealed at all costs. He had resolved that unless he reached the Soul Sage realm, he would never reveal his Haotian hammer, though he would naturally wield it if his life were in peril. This consideration was also in adherence to his father's directive and master Yu Shaojiang's prudent counsel. Oh, do you think that by obscuring the surrounding view, I cannot deduce your attack's trajectory? Truly, as a control-type soul master, your tactical acumen on the battlefield is commendable. Demonstrating meticulous thought and thorough consideration, Jiang Chuan stroked his chin and rendered his judgment. Within the Shrek Academy, although your rank may only be second, and your talent merely a result of your age, when it comes to actual combat, it is likely that even Daimubai would not stand a chance against you. Jiang Chuan's words possess considerable reference value, subtly reflecting the circumstances that Tang San faces, as well as the vulnerabilities of his adversary. In the next moment, suddenly, a sinister visage emerged beneath Jiang Chuan's eye, causing a grave expression to wash over his face, as if the very air around him had become charged with tension. It was Tang San, exuding an aura of darkness. Instantly, Tang San himself displayed a look of astonishment. Despite having executed the Xiantian skill to its utmost limit and wielding the Haotian hammer with the finesse of controlling a crane and capturing a dragon, he firmly believed that no one could detect his presence within 3 seconds. To his surprise, Jiang Chuan's perceptive abilities were remarkably acute, and he sensed Tang San immediately, leaving him momentarily stunned. It appeared their understanding of Jiang Chuan was still woefully inadequate. Without further hesitation, he clenched his silver teeth, pressing his palms firmly against the colossal Haotian hammer. With a thunderous roar, he swung it with the ferocity of a tempest. Even the typically unshakable you found yourself rattled. Indeed, since our encounters at the Nodding City Academy, we have sparred countless times, with you emerging victorious each time. It is only natural that a sense of unease and trepidation would linger in one's heart. Yet, what perplexes me is your lingering apprehension even as you grasp the Haotian hammer. How can one hope to comprehend the true essence of its formidable power under such conditions? As Jiang Chuan spoke, his right fist coalesced into a golden claw, striking the oncoming Haotian hammer with a resounding thud that echoed deafeningly. Chapter 113, A Complete Rout. Not only that, but even your most adept technique, the chaotic cloak hammer method, has remained unutilized. It is evident that you are utterly disorganized. Intelligence and precise calculations can indeed lead one to ruin, a hallmark of Tang San's pride. However, should he lose such capabilities, it is akin to a youth possessing the mightiest of martial souls yet unable to wield them, rendering him feeble and, indeed, somewhat tragic. How could it come to this? Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Tang San's mind became increasingly chaotic, leaving him in a state of helplessness. After all, facing an opponent devoid of any flaws makes it exceedingly difficult to summon the spirit to fight or to harbor any confidence in victory. Well then, I believe I have observed enough of this battle for now. Let us conclude it here. Tang San, your predicament is particularly critical, driven too much by emotions. I trust you comprehend the essence of my words. Jiang Chuan's words were well understood by Tang San. He referred to the turmoil in Tang San's heart caused by Xiao Wu's unfortunate past. This turmoil led Tang San to obsess over the notion of achieving decisive victory. Yet he relinquished his most formidable and proudest asset, his wisdom and meticulous combat calculations. If this situation remains unaddressed, I cannot assert that you will meet your demise in battle. Jiang Chuan cleared his throat, for Tang San was not so easily vanquished. However, in desperate combat scenarios, your mind will only grow more chaotic, resulting in the potential loss of a battle that could have been narrowly won. Remember that in the future, when Shrek Academy represents the Tiando Empire in the final competition of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament, they may inadvertently encounter the title Douluo of the Wuhuan Temple, Zhu Guan, who had long been lying in wait. It was Tang San's loss of emotional control that led to his brutal beating, nearly costing him his life. Had it not been for the red, heart-wrenching flower on Xiao Wu, which bought them a fleeting moment of delay, the members of Shrek Academy would certainly not have survived to reach the realm of Soul Sage, let alone to ascend to godhood in the Sea Goddess domain. Of course, this is likely closely linked to the protagonist's halo. Zhao Wujin witnessed a captivating battle and approached Jiang Chuan, clapping his hands in delight, his face beaming with joy. Wonderful, wonderful. Indeed, from a practical combat theory perspective, Jiang Chuan, your experience surpasses even mine. You have unveiled the flaws of these small monsters so perfectly, I doubt I could achieve such a level myself. Truly, I am in awe of you, old Zhao. There is no need for further pleasantries, since you all believe my teaching is commendable and I concur. The students have likewise gained valuable guidance. Therefore, shouldn't he this month see an increase in gold soul coins and resources for training? Jiang Chuan has always prioritized personal gain above all else. He typically regards those who come to curry favor with indifference, yet he readily accepts tangible benefits when offered. Zhao Wuji found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Judging by the demands presented, they indeed surpassed even the notorious Flanders in audacity. The soul coins and training resources that Shrek provided Jiang Chuan had far exceeded those of certain royal academies, yet the other party remained unsatisfied. Although what he imparted was knowledge unattainable by anyone else on the continent, such exorbitant demands left them feeling overwhelmed. Jiang Chuan, esteemed teacher, would you consider postponing payment for now? Once these little prodigies mature, will Shrek Academy not attract illustrious figures to reside within its halls? At that moment, suddenly, Jiang Chuan interjected, raising his hand to halt the ongoing discourse. By that time, I fear the flowers will have withered. Moreover, will I still be lacking in soul coins and cultivation resources then? He required gold soul coins, the universal currency of the continent, capable of purchasing all manner of resources and conferring a distinguished status. He also needed cultivation resources to ensure his steady growth. If time were to pass, the Spirit Hall would scarcely be able to provide him with adequate resources. In such a case, would he still concern himself with these trifles? Zhao Wujie sheepishly scratched his head, offering an awkward smile, yet feeling utterly helpless. Noticing Zhao Wujie rubbing his hands together, Jiang Chuan refrained from further comments and turned to face the Shrek 7 monsters, stating, "What I have imparted to you today is complete. Upon your return, reflect deeply on it. It would be beneficial to overcome certain habits or flaws you possess. Of course, rectifying these shortcomings cannot be achieved overnight. I do not expect you to grasp everything in a mere half day or a single night, but you must engrave these mistakes deeply in your memory, ensuring they are not repeated. As soul masters, one must forge ahead without hesitation." Dismissed. The group merely nodded at Jiang Chuan's lecture, sinking into contemplation. Yu Xiaojiang. With his heavy black notebook, scribbled notes before finally tucking his pen back into his pouch, displaying a solemn expression. He strolled toward Jiang Chuan and addressed the others coldly. Tonight, each of you will receive an additional 10 chicken legs. You are not permitted to sleep until they are finished. Starting tomorrow, we shall commence the second phase of training. 10? Ma Hongjuan's eyes sparkled at the mention of chicken legs. He immediately pushed aside Dai Mubai and Oscar, peering between their shoulders with a bewildered expression. Master, has our Shrek Academy won the lottery? Why is there suddenly such a lavish feast? Upon hearing Ma Hongjuan's words, the remaining 6 members of Shrek shook their heads in exasperation. It was evident that the mere mention of food sent him into a euphoric daze, causing a momentary lapse in his memory. In Shrek, such banquets typically occurred under 2 circumstances, either as a celebratory feast to honor the Academy's members or as a foreboding sign of an imminent crisis, likely involving casualties. One could only imagine how grueling the second phase of training would be, warranting the Master's decree of 10 chicken legs with the stipulation of not sleeping until they were consumed. Just sensing Dai Mubai made Ma Hongjuan tremble. Ma Hongjuan, grasping the underlying tension, shivered involuntarily and looked to Jiang Chuan for assistance. They all regarded Jiang Chuan simultaneously, uncertain of what methods awaited them in the second phase. The first phase had nearly cost them a life. Surely, this time, it could not lead to actual fatalities, could it? After all, facing such a formidable figure, they felt no sense of security. Jiang Chuan is a variable, capable of performing any action under any circumstances, utterly unpredictable even to the meticulous Tang San. For he is fundamentally inhuman. Chapter 114, 2 letters, the golden soul coins. To put it euphemistically, he is said to be carefree. To put it less kindly, he is a madman, more monstrous than a monster itself. With a sly grin, Jiang Chuan chuckled softly, his left hand delicately holding a fragrant chicken leg, which he savored before raising his gaze to them and elucidating. The tutorial for the second phase is not of my design, so you need not fixate on me. From here on, heed the master's guidance. Remember, should you find yourselves ensnared in battle, reflect upon your own shortcomings and endeavor to rectify them. It may yield unforeseen advantages in your strategy. Having said his piece, Jiang Chuan concluded his address. The duration of the Shrek 7 monsters' tenure in the Soto City Soul Arena would be their own fortune, yet Jiang Chuan, familiar with the original narrative, understood that this group had once performed miracles within the arena. He pondered whether they would advance this time. Jiang Chuan, there are 2 letters for you outside. A middle-aged man hurriedly approached, bearing a large bag of golden soul coins on his back and clutching 2 envelopes, one white, one red, in his left hand. One bears the emblem of the Spirit Hall, while the other, by its heft, seems to contain a significant amount of soul coins. Over 1,000, I would surmise. I wonder who has sent this to you? The man, panting heavily, rushed towards Jiang Chuan. Oh, they are indeed obedient. It seems my earlier display instilled some fear. Yet this is fortuitous, as it aligns with my intentions. With these golden soul coins, I can alleviate many troubles. Jiang Chuan remarked as he accepted his belongings from the man. Dear gatekeeper, I must trouble you to make a trip to the bank and deposit these soul coins into my Soul MasterCard. It's no trouble at all, the gatekeeper replied. A resident of the area who often managed trivial matters for Shrek Academy. He found joy in his tasks, particularly since rumors had spread of an exceptionally gifted teacher, a Soul Master, now at the Academy. By heavens, to be recognized as a Soul Master is no trivial matter, he thought. Feeling a sense of urgency and reverence towards such a figure, the gatekeeper perceived Jiang Chuan's words as divine commands that he dared not disregard. Jiang Chuan, where did you suddenly acquire such a wealth of golden soul coins? Who might have bestowed them upon you? Would you care to share? Zhao Wujie exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with envy and desire as he grasped the bear-shaped head, pressing it eagerly towards Jiang Chuan's embrace. Just imagine, if I were to receive golden soul coins as well, it would not only resolve the Academy's financial woes, but could also settle the debts Shrek owes you. Do you truly wish to know? Jiang Chuan retorted with a hint of irony, deliberately leaving the matter ambiguous. The other party nodded repeatedly, his gaze fixed intently upon him. It is quite simple. Are you not a level 77 ring battle spirit saint? Just engage in robbery. But specifically target those disreputable individuals who possess a substantial amount of gold soul coins. Jiang Chuan wore an enigmatic smile as he spoke, and in an instant, he had appeared several meters away, gracefully departing from the gaze of the onlookers. The golden soul coins that the war team had prepared were already sufficient. However, there had been no response whatsoever from Tsanghui Academy, not even a single letter. indicating that they were clearly intent on denying their obligations. It was hardly surprising, the old man, upon returning to Shanghai Academy, would likely find himself dulled in awareness, only to realize that his temporary setback had led him to his own folly. He would certainly not submit to humiliation by diligently preparing the golden soul coins. On the contrary, the more hope he harbored, the more he wished for Jiang Chuan to approach the gates of Shanghai Academy, at which point he could set the dream trap to eliminate Jiang Chuan. Little did he know that, if it were the Jiang Chuan of the past, such tactics might have offered a chance of victory. However, the current Jiang Chuan had acquired the supreme divine eyes and stood as a level 40 soul master. Such power was more than sufficient to shatter Shi Nian's dream realm and even to annihilate him. Indeed, Jiang Chuan suddenly recalled that this old fellow possessed a fragment of soul bone, although it was not one that had existed for 100,000 years. It was nonetheless a precious piece, suitable for auctioning for gold soul coins or exchanging for certain cultivation resources, making it a treasure in its own right. It seems he must swiftly dispatch this old man and extract the bone from his head. As a transmigrator, such tasks are remarkably convenient. Being well-versed in the hidden cards of characters makes manipulation a mere trifle, hardly worth mentioning. He is acutely aware of who would drop a soul bone upon death. The night had grown deep, and the autumn wind blew cold and chilling. The members of Shrek had donned additional layers of clothing. At this moment, the Shrek 7 were indulging in a feast in the kitchen. Osmanthus cake, chicken legs, beef, steamed eggs, bread, buns, and milk were all present in abundance. This scene evoked a poignant sense of farewell. In solitude within his dormitory, Jiang Chuan unfolded 2 letters, glancing over the contents. The red envelope from the frenzied battle team conveyed that the offerings of the past month had been duly cleansed, beseeching him for mercy, filled with countless prayers. It was likely a reflection of the words spoken by that spider woman, which he dismissed with a sense of ennui. He then picked up the white letter from the spirit hall, the only connection he had with them being Shuqinghe, or rather, Qianrenxue to be precise. The latter candidly revealed her identity and took the time to explain the regulations of the spirit hall, a matter Jiang Chuan needed not ponder further. In her missive, Qianrenxue extended an invitation for Jiang Chuan to visit a CAF in Suatua City, expressing her desire to introduce a friend and discuss matters concerning spirit beasts. The prospect of a spirit beast deemed significant by the spirit hall stirred an unsettling curiosity. Was it a creature of 10,000 years, or perhaps 100,000? However, judging by Qianrenxue's words, it seemed likely to be a spirit beast of merely 10,000 years, as they lacked the prowess to engage with anything of greater age. Did they truly believe that a 100,000-year spirit beast could be so easily vanquished? Without the support of numerous titled Douluo, how could they possibly triumph? It seemed more plausible that she sought to strategize for a spirit ring belonging to a member of the golden generation of the spirit hall. Jiang Chuan felt indifferent. For the tempting offer presented by the other party, a mature star anise ice grass, was already substantial enough. The letter explicitly stated that his mere presence and guidance would suffice to reap the benefits. The underlying conflict between the Spirit Hall and Shrek Academy was a personal vendetta, one in which Jiang Chuan deemed it inappropriate to interfere, nor did he wish to stir the pot. However, he believed it prudent to maintain a semblance of principle. Chapter 115, The Grand Soul Arena of Soto City. The vagaries of fate indeed posed some challenges. Yet, he had no intention of aligning himself with either faction. Both Shrek Academy and the Spirit Hall were driven by their own aspirations, leading to divergent outcomes and fierce confrontations. Perhaps, he mused, it would be better to seize the opportunity and transform Lu Erlong's academy into his own sect, thus cultivating a loyal faction. Nevertheless, he soon shook his head. His primary reliance lay within the sign-in system. Thus, his clear objective was to acquire resources by successfully signing in at various locations, thereby obtaining corresponding rewards. Now, the pressing question remained, should he pursue this soul ring or not? Jiang Chuan has always been a resolute individual, never one to dally. After much contemplation, he decided to wait until the following day to lead his companions from Shrek Academy to the Soul Arena in Soto City. After their tasks were completed, he would then prepare to meet with Qianrenxue and others at the tea house. In Tang San's view, any place that could yield resources was inherently worthy of pursuit. On the following morning, Flender personally guided Tang San and the others as they approached the Soul Arena along Soto City's main thoroughfare. This left Ma Hongjun and the others puzzled, uncertain of Flender's true intentions. Wait, why does it feel like we're heading into the city of Soto itself? Ma Hongjun exclaimed with a chuckle, scratching his head in confusion. Teacher, if we continue down this path, Are we not supposed to be heading for the second phase of training? Why are we suddenly going into the city for a meal? His words elicited laughter from the group. Fatty, you truly are an idealist. If the dean were to openly treat us to a meal, he would no longer be the dean, Daimubai stated candidly, for he alone understood Flinder's true purpose. Humph. Flinder huffed, casting a cold glance at Daimubai. Of course. If you all manage to complete the second phase of training, I wouldn't mind treating you to a splendid meal myself. At Flinder's subtle persuasion, Ma Hongjun quickly took the bait. For him, it was simply a matter of remembering the good while forgetting the bad, as long as there was food involved. He was content. Dean Flinder, what sort of training requires us to enter Soto City? Ning Rongrong couldn't help but inquire. You will find out in due time. Daimubai replied, having already bridged the gap between himself and Ning Rongrong through several cooperative efforts. He regarded her as part of their team, for in their group, each member was indispensable. As the leader, he could not afford to be petty, especially with a young girl. This consideration stemmed from Tang San's guidance. Otherwise, he feared he would still be lost at this moment. Little monsters, you should prepare yourselves mentally. What lies ahead may very well challenge your perceptions. However, do not be afraid. Should any danger arise, the teacher will be there to ensure your safety. But remember, as long as you are able, you must fight until the very last moment, Zhao Wuji commanded, his tone imbued with gravity. The group could easily discern the seriousness underlying his words. What did he mean by a threat to their safety? The boundless imagination within this narrative is truly astonishing. A group of individuals came to a halt as they encountered a colossal structure looming ahead, seemingly perched upon the clouds. The edifice before them radiated a resplendent gold, resembling a grand celestial dome, boldly displayed before their eyes, illuminated even in the daylight with an intensity that was nothing short of blinding. This was the central structure of Soto City, the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. My heavens! Exclaimed Ma Hongjun. His mouth agape in a manner so exaggerated it seemed capable of accommodating 3 eggs. Indeed, little monsters. Your training for the second phase shall take place within the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. Flinder chuckled, urging them to enter without delay. Do not linger behind. My young ones, Zhao Wujin encouraged, gesturing towards them as he supported the trembling Ma Hongjun, leading the way inside. A grand procession of individuals surged into the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. Inside, they discovered a labyrinth of spectators, with layers of opulence that rivaled the exterior splendor. The surroundings were filled with cheering crowds, all passionately rallying for their favorite teams. The members of Shrek were not oblivious. They understood well that Flinder had brought them here for reasons far beyond mere observation. You little monsters have engaged in numerous practical battles and ventured into the Stardow Forest. The emergence of the Titan giant ape has undoubtedly bolstered your courage. Hence, I thought it prudent to arrange for you to face some combatants in earnest, to engage in true life-or-death encounters, Flinder candidly elucidated. Upon hearing of the impending real combat, they were taken aback, instantly sharpening their focus, fully aware that injury was an inevitable consequence in such circumstances. Very well, I shall cease my discourse here. I leave the remainder to Daimubai, who has now attained the Silver Soul Badge. Should you have any uncertainties or inquiries, you may seek answers from him. That is all I have to say, Zhao Wujin added, as he followed Flinder towards the VIP room, awaiting favorable news. With their departure, Daimubai stood as the sole figure upon whom the others could rely. Addressing the crowd's inquisitive expressions, Daimubai cleared his throat. Well then, since the dean has entrusted me with such a task, feel free to express your thoughts candidly. However, I must forewarn you about the rules of the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. Rules? Tang San interjected, unable to restrain himself. Isn't it simply about battling here? As long as we defeat our foes, isn't that sufficient? Little Dan sweetly remarked. It's not that simple, Rong interjected with a bitter expression. Indeed, Daimubai pondered for a moment. The situation is not as uncomplicated as Little Dan suggests. Yet it is not exceedingly intricate either. As you mentioned, the primary task is to vanquish our foes. However, before that, you must register for the Soul Arena emblem. Akin to this, Daimubai retrieved a gleaming silver token from his sleeve, gesturing for everyone to observe. Chapter 116, the Soul Arena emblem, then let us battle. This radiant silver emblem immediately captivated everyone's attention. Ma Hongjun was the first to express his astonishment. A Silver Soul Arena emblem? After some discussion, everyone became aware that the so-called Soul Arenas in Soto City were merely venues where Soul Masters wielded their Soul Arena emblems to accumulate points through combat, gradually earning the qualification for advancement. Boss Dai, is this place intended for battle? Tang San inquired. Jiang Chuan elucidated on behalf of Daimubai, stating that shortly we shall proceed to collect our badges, which will upgrade according to our points. The hierarchy of these badges, from lowest to highest, is as follows: iron, copper, silver, gold, platinum, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. Teacher Jiang Chuan, you have been here before? How do you know this so well? Daimubai remarked, acknowledging the convenience of Jiang Chuan's insights. Indeed, as teacher Jiang Chuan has mentioned, the esteemed dean has also proclaimed that prior to graduation, we must attain at least the Silver Soul Badge. As for teacher Jiang Chuan, his prowess is extraordinarily formidable, being at level 40. He must secure at least the Gold Soul Badge before graduation. Failure to do so would preclude him from obtaining the qualifications to become a Shrek professor. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan smiled gently, realizing that the old ghost, Flinder, had included himself in the equation. If he could not obtain the Soul Badge, the promised reward would dissipate like a fleeting dream. However, a mere Soul Badge could not deter Jiang Chuan. Tang San and Xiaowu reminisced, as they were still unaware of how to acquire these points. What if I expose my spirit rings in the Soto Great Spirit Arena? Tang San inquired, for this question weighed heavily on his mind. Moreover, there was the issue of spirit power. A 12-year-old boy possessing over 30 levels of spirit power seemed rather preposterous. One wondered if there existed any dedicated research on the human body in the Douluo Continent. If such research were available, surely they would focus on him. The dean had instructed them that this place was shrouded in darkness, and one could not afford to refrain from using spirit abilities, lest they fail to protect themselves. Furthermore, enduring silently was not the style of Shrek Academy. He encouraged them to unleash their full potential, to fight fiercely, assuring them that he would handle all ensuing issues. Daimubai patted Jiang Chuan on the shoulder. Since the other party had said so, Tang San felt reassured. The Soul Badge should not be insurmountably difficult to obtain. Then, Brother Chuan, do you know how to acquire these points? If it involves battle, how many points are awarded per match? Tang San asked. Jiang Chuan nodded. After all, it was Tang San, whose intellect was undeniably sharp, immediately discerning the crux of the issue. Winning a match earns 1 point, but a loss deducts 1. Moreover, each Soul Master can only engage in 1 contest per day, though they may participate in various categories, solo, duo, or team. Thus, a maximum of 3 matches can be held each day. To ascend from Iron Fight Soul to Copper Fight Soul, one requires 100 points, from copper to silver, 1,000, from silver to gold, 10,000, and so forth. Jiang Chuan remarked. Daimubai increasingly found Jiang Chuan perplexing. It was clear he had previous experience. Securing victory in the first match grants 1 point, while consecutive wins yield 10 points. Achieving more than 10 consecutive victories results in 100 points. And surpassing 100 wins grants 1,000 points, continuing in this manner. Is that so? Tang San pondered. Daimubai, what is your current score? Daimubai suddenly flushed, admitting, I currently possess only 2 points with the Iron Fight Soul Badge. Hearing this, Tang San and the others were taken aback. How could someone of Daimubai's caliber still be at the Iron Fight Soul level? Just how formidable must the Soto Great Fight Soul Arena be? Surely, they wouldn't falter within it. Daimubai explained, I began participating in the Great Fight Soul City contest at the age of 29, and to date, I have engaged in 56 matches with a record of 29 wins and 27 losses. Initially, at level 29, I would win most matches, but upon reaching level 31, my opponents were all Soul Masters, primarily above level 37, resulting in far fewer victories. Ah, I see. It became clear that once one attains the status of Soul Master, they cannot compete in battles designated for great Soul Masters. Fortunately, Daimubai provided clarification, otherwise, the group's confidence might have waned. Nevertheless, Jiang Chuan still held a distinct advantage. With a sly glance at Jiang Chuan, Daimubai remarked, you are at level 40 but have yet to acquire your 4th Soul Ring. According to the rules, your opponents will still be Soul Masters. With your skills, you should be able to remain undefeated among those at level 40, correct? His words struck a chord. Daimubai was indeed correct. As long as Jiang Chuan refrained from obtaining his 4th Soul Ring, he would be free to dominate the arena. Armed with his superior soul power and combat skills, he could continue to achieve victory, rendering him virtually invincible. However, one must consider the circumstances. There may well be formidable opponents lurking among the ranks of level 40. Casting a glance at the group, Jiang Chuan wore a faint smile. For they remained oblivious to the fact that he had already acquired his 4th Soul Ring, elevating him to the status of a level 4 Auxiliary Soul Master. Before long, everyone registered their soul fight badges. Immediately, they signed up for the competition. To their surprise, the first contestant to take the stage was none other than Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan stepped into the number 8 soul fighting arena and began to observe. The arena was vast, featuring hundreds of soul fighting stages, each encased in a small venue, with barriers in the center. The host, adorned in flamboyant attire and sporting an extravagant hairstyle, stood atop a flying platform and exclaimed in an alluring yet excited tone, "Welcome to the number 8 stage, where 2 competitors of the Soul Master rank will face off." Since the crowd presumed Jiang Chuan had not acquired a 4th soul ring, he chose to remain silent, intent on winning the current match. If he was acknowledged as a Soul Master, so be it, it mattered little to him. However, he was curious about how his opponent would react when confronted with a formidable adversary wielding the power of a level 45 soul. With a mere wave of soul energy, he could easily subdue and obliterate his foe. The battle information illuminated the screen. Support-type Soul Master, Jiang Chuan versus Agility-type Soul Master, Su Ling. Just as this announcement concluded, a woman clad in a purple qipao ascended the stage, exuding an enchanting demeanor. Her appearance was quite striking, and though she took only a single step, it seemed as if the ground beneath her had contracted, swiftly vanishing behind her. Everyone understood that a support-type Soul Master would hardly stand a chance in a one-on-one duel. They lacked both defensive and offensive capabilities, rendering this encounter devoid of suspense. Thus, it appeared that the outcome of this battle was already predetermined. It was absurd. How could the Soto City Soul Fighting Arena not find other Soul Masters to compete? Why was a support-type Soul Master suddenly summoned? This was no longer a jest but an affront to their intelligence. Suddenly, some spectators began to voice their disdain, accompanied by laughter that echoed throughout the arena. Chapter 117, Support Type versus Agility Type. The throng of spectators at the Soul Master competition felt as though the Soto Great Soul Arena was mocking them. They wondered if the arena was simply short of participants or if there were unresolved disputes, leading to the random selection of a support-type Soul Master. Moreover, the fact that her opponent was an Agility-type Soul Master only amplified the absurdity, causing the audience to roar with laughter. How could the officials possibly endorse such a match? What chance did it have of being competitive? It was feared that a single strike from the Agility-type Soul Master could send the support-type crashing to the ground or worse. There was nothing entertaining about this. It felt like a farce. Not only the audience, but even the referee gripped the microphone tightly, staring intently at Jiang Chuan, momentarily at a loss for words. After a stammered attempt, he finally declared the match to commence. Su Ling was the first to shatter the silence. As a support-type Soul Master, do you not realize that you lack the strength to contend with me? Or do you wish for me to humiliate you? With that, Su Ling could not help but chuckle, her laughter ringing out melodiously. Jiang Chuan indeed possesses a certain understanding of his martial spirit, regardless of the type of Soul Master he encounters. As long as they do not belong to the support category, they are undoubtedly deemed unworthy of a fair fight in his eyes. However, for ordinary support-type Soul Masters, he boldly invites them to test their mettle. He makes it clear that unless they can vanquish him, he will never concede defeat. Before that moment arrives, they may unleash their attacks freely, and he is eager to see how many blows they can withstand. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Su Ling was momentarily taken aback, gazing at him with a look of incredulity, as if he were a madman. Apart from his imposing demeanor and a handsome, refreshing visage, he bore no other conspicuous traits. What could possibly grant him such composure? Was he jesting, or perhaps attempting to elicit mercy from her as a support-type Soul Master? She nearly burst into laughter, having never encountered a Soul Master quite like Jiang Chuan, whose demeanor was utterly absurd, despite his steady tone, suggesting he held some hidden strength. What could a mere support-type Soul Master truly possess? Their attacks were typically inconsequential, and it seemed unlikely he could even land a hit on her. A swift attack-type Soul Master. On the spectator platform, Dai Mubai and others wore expressions of bemused derision, not aimed at Jiang Chuan, but rather at his opponent, Su Ling. Clearly, they perceived this as a match devoid of suspense. They doubted even a Soul Master of over 40 levels, let alone one above 50, could withstand even a fraction of Jiang Chuan's might. Ma Hongjun, seated on a red wooden chair, swayed back and forth, commenting on Su Ling's physique, noting her admirable form and striking appearance. He mused whether all agile attack-type Soul Masters possess such allure. His thoughts drifted to inappropriate fantasies, contemplating seeking out an agile female Soul Master for future escapades. However, the image of Jiang Chuan's face suddenly intruded upon his mind, prompting him to remark, "If the next bout of bloodshed intensifies, feel free to seek my assistance in quelling the flames." Hearing Ma Hongjuan's blunt remark sent chills down his spine, causing him to reconsider his frivolous intentions. Upon catching wind of Ma Hongjuan's unfiltered words, Dai Mubai shot him a fierce glare, laden with an unspoken threat. You'd best exercise some restraint with your tongue, or my claws shall show no mercy. Zhu Qing held a special place in his heart, and he pondered whether she too was included in the lewd musings of Ma Hongjuan. At this moment, Dai Mubai, regardless of Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts, was fully aware of the admiration that Chuan Jiang had cast upon her. However, he felt no concern over it. After all, it was his own entanglements that had led to this irretrievable outcome. He harbored no complaints, nor did he feel resentment or regret. Was he still to remain oblivious at this juncture? Sensing Dai Mubai's gaze, Ma Hongjuan immediately covered his unguarded mouth with both hands, apologizing with a hint of embarrassment. My apologies. I spoke out of turn. A soft chuckle escaped Xiaowu as she witnessed Ma Hongjuan in such a flustered state for the first time. Let us go, Tang San said, turning to stride towards another platform. What's the matter, Xiao San? Are you not planning to continue watching? Ning Rongrong inquired softly. I have never seen Chuan Gu encounter a situation or an adversary that could defeat him. Tang San sighed deeply, responding to the puzzled gazes of his companions. I understand your intentions for watching Chuan Ji's match. Naturally, you aim to learn from his combat techniques. However, I must tell you that it is simply unattainable. Unattainable? Oscar was taken aback, his eyes gradually losing their focus, revealing his disappointment. Everyone understood the source of his dismay. As a fellow support-type soulmaster, Oscar longed for the ability to unleash attacks akin to Jiang Chuan's. If Jiang Chuan could do it, why couldn't he? This line of thought stemmed from the fact that Ning Rongrong was not blind. She could undoubtedly perceive Oscar's affections for her. If Oscar could not acquire formidable power or stand against Jiang Chuan's might, he would lose his confidence and remain unable to confess his feelings to Ning Rongrong. Although he knew he would likely face defeat, at least he would have made an effort. Yet, now he was denied even that opportunity. Nevertheless, none among them could alleviate his troubles. After all, matters of the heart are inherently mutual. One cannot forcibly bind Ning Rongrong to another. What perplexed them most was Jiang Chuan's utter lack of emotional expression, as if he were a cold, unyielding stone. Indeed, when it comes to Chuan Ji's power, not only can you not learn from it, but comprehending it may also prove elusive, Tang San teased, opting to be forthright. I have cultivated a technique similar to a soul skill, through which I have gazed upon the strength that resides within Chuan Gu. The final revelation left me profoundly astonished. Dai Mubai and the others were taken aback by Tang San's newfound penchant for ambiguity, unless it pertained to something that left him utterly stunned and beyond comprehension. They widened their eyes, awaiting Tang San's subsequent words. Chapter 118. The Left-Handed Agile Attack Soul Master. What astonished me the most was that the power within Chuan Gu did not belong to this world. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjuan immediately quelled his playful demeanor, adopting a solemn expression. What, after all, constitutes a force not belonging to this world? What did you truly witness, third brother? Could it possibly be an illusion? Oscar persistently inquired. The crux of the matter was that Ning Rongrong added in a hushed tone, Indeed, I too sense a subtle flaw within Jiang Chuan. It is essential to recognize that in this world, no martial spirit surpasses the existence of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda. At this juncture, the members of Shrek Academy, intrigued, turned their heads towards the residual turbulence of the battle in the arena, their attention fixated on Jiang Chuan. They observed him exuding an aura of invincibility, subduing Su Ling with unparalleled might. Notably, the latter displayed a human-like expression of terror, as if gazing upon a monster, with drool trickling from the corners of her mouth. Evidently shaken. You. Su Ling's right arm trembled uncontrollably, her eyes ensnared in profound dread, as if she sensed the chilling terror of silence. In that fleeting moment, as Jiang Chuan concluded his statement, he moved with a swiftness that eclipsed her comprehension, and in the blink of an eye, her right arm was dislocated. How could a speed that exceeded that of an agility-type battle spirit master even be fathomed? This left her in a state of disbelief. Was this youth, labeled as a support-type spirit master, truly of that classification? Moreover, Su Ling doubted whether this was an official soul master dispatched by the authorities. If the classification were erroneous, it would provide no explanation for the current circumstances. Even the spectators were abuzz with speculation. Goodness, what kind of speed was that? It seemed that Sister Su Ling had no opportunity to react, and her right arm was rendered useless in such a blatant manner. What transpired? Heavens! Is this truly a support-type spirit master? One faster than an agility type? You must be jesting. This is beyond comprehension for anyone unfamiliar with Douluo Continent. This is utterly terrifying. I merely blinked, and what unfolded? Why did Sister Su Ling succumb so swiftly? Her expression was as though she had been grievously wounded. I suggest, dear brother, that while you may indulge in fanciful thoughts in your mind, voicing them might be inappropriate. This is not merely a matter of being wounded. It's akin to being utterly devastated. The referee stationed upon the flying apparatus adjusted his astonished gaze, uttering in disbelief, "What on earth is happening?" Due to a multitude of spectators vociferously demanding a re-evaluation of Jiang Chuan's identity as a soul master, the referees were compelled to report to their superiors thrice in succession. They steadfastly asserted that Jiang Chuan was indeed an auxiliary-type soul master, as certified by the tokens of the Spirit Hall, which could not possibly be falsified or exhibit any discrepancies. It was merely the truth. However, this incident fortuitously piqued the interest of a president from the Soto City Soul Arena. Upon hearing of Jiang Chuan's exploits, he promptly emerged from his office to observe the unfolding battle, as if he were witnessing a captivating spectacle. I have already afforded you an opportunity, yet you remain indecisive. Do you truly believe my time is so easily squandered? Since you hesitate to take action, I shall simply cast you down. At this moment, you have no chances left. And even your attempts to employ your agility are rendered futile, as your right arm is incapacitated, significantly hampering the speed of a sensitive-type soul master. Jiang Chuan, with clarity and decisiveness, rendered the most precise judgment, effectively silencing Su Ling's words, leaving her utterly incapable of rebuttal. This was an inevitable defeat, devoid of any room for hesitation. You seem quite off," she remarked. "Which of us appears to be the one out of sorts? Very well. Let me engage you in a life-or-death struggle. Although I remain perplexed as to why a support-type soul master like you possesses such remarkable speed, strength, and impeccable judgment. Consider this. If I were left-handed, it would not hinder my velocity in the slightest. Without my right hand, I can unleash 120% of my usual speed. I must thank you for opening this gateway to the realm of agile attack soul masters." With that, the first soul skill, Lightning Hummingbird, the second soul skill, Wing Expansion, and the third soul skill, Thunderous Charge, manifested in an instant. A resplendent display of yellow and purple as 3 soul rings erupted from above Su Ling's head. They resonated rhythmically, akin to the harmonious sounds of a wind instrument, creating an enchanting melody. In that moment, an elusive aura enveloped Su Ling, as if the boundless whispers of the wind lay under her command. Now, prepare to experience the tempestuous dance within the whirlwind. As Su Ling's words echoed, she suddenly transformed into a diminutive yellow wasp, buzzing with a trio of sharp notes before vanishing from sight, leaving an eerie silence in her wake. As the gentle breeze caressed Jiang Chuan's cheeks, he distinctly perceived that this was no ordinary wind. Rather, it was the manifestation of Su Ling's martial soul, transformed into a ferocious yellow wind. It was indeed a manifestation of martial prowess taken to its utmost limits, accompanied by equally formidable soul techniques, elusive and difficult to fathom. However, under the scrutiny of his supreme dual eyes, he discerned every detail of her form with crystal clarity, leaving no room for evasion. It was merely the last gasp of a spent force, even with a staggering increase of 120% in speed. It mattered little, 200 would be but a mere drop in the bucket against his might. In the face of the absolute disparity in soul power, strength, and speed. No matter how much he augmented her capabilities, it was akin to a firefly attempting to compete with the brilliance of the full moon, a chasm that was fundamentally insurmountable. A vast bridge that elicited a sense of shame. "Ah, let me see what other tricks you might wish to unveil," Su Ling threatened fervently. "What you displayed earlier was merely a moment of surprise. Now, you find yourself ensnared within the confines of my soul technique, with no hope of survival. If you wish to concede, there is still time." In her eyes, since Jiang Chuan had severed one of his own arms, she deemed it only fitting to sever both of his in retribution. Jiang Chuan, weary of further pointless conversation, realized he had already squandered too much time. With a swift motion, he unleashed a radiant beam of golden light, akin to the force of confinement, which sent Su Ling hurtling away without a moment's hesitation. The battle concluded with remarkable finesse, leaving onlookers in disbelief at the spectacle before them. It was utterly astonishing. Chapter 119. Invited only for profit. The conflict between the level 40 combatants transpired in the blink of an eye. Just moments ago, they had been apprehensive for Jiang Chuan, pondering how one could possibly survive such a swift and powerful onslaught. Many speculated that he had resigned himself to the worst outcome of severing his own limbs. Yet, to their astonishment, Jiang Chuan counterattacked. With a mere flick of his arm, the nature of the battle had eluded their comprehension. They could only perceive a flash of golden light that seemed poised to burst forth, momentarily blinding them, before Su Ning was sent flying. Blood spilling from her lips as if her life were slipping away. Did I just witness that? In the blink of an eye, the conflict concluded, with Jiang Chuan, the auxiliary spirit master, emerging victorious. Surely, he must have cheated or employed some illicit means. Impossible. How could the beautiful level 40 Su Ning be dispatched with a single blow, in such frenetic speed? We could scarcely perceive how Jiang Chuan had swiftly and accurately locked onto his opponent, delivering a lethal strike. Surely, this cannot be real. This is beyond mere jest. It feels like an elaborate farce. An auxiliary spirit master triumphing over an agile attack-type spirit master? Has the very fabric of the Douluo Continent's rules been shattered? What happened to the notion that all types of spirit masters counterbalanced auxiliary masters? Incredible. This auxiliary spirit master named Jiang Chuan has undoubtedly made a name for himself in a single battle. It is likely that after today, he will become a figure of great renown, yet I cannot help but notice his youthful visage. Little do you know, the path to becoming an auxiliary spirit master is exceedingly rare, and such masters struggle to attain high levels of spirit power. Current estimates suggest that few auxiliary masters across the continent can transcend the rank of title Douluo, and even fewer can reach the level of spirit Douluo. This scarcity underscores the value of such resources. While his youthful appearance may deceive, it is entirely possible that he is an elderly man with a head full of gray hair, merely concealing his true age behind a mask. Indeed, the notion of a young auxiliary spirit master in his 40s is hard to accept, as the arduous journey of cultivation in this field is no secret. Nevertheless, attaining the 40th level is a remarkable feat and must surely indicate the backing of a prominent family. As the crowd took turns to speculate, their gazes and conversations were fixated on Jiang Chuan. There was no other choice. The spectacle of this battle was simply too astonishing. Events that leave an indelible mark upon one's heart are indeed deserving of the term awe-inspiring. Congratulations to Soul Master Jiang Chuan for securing victory and earning a point in this contest. The host, seemingly unaware of his own awkward phrasing, delivered the announcement. How utterly perplexing. The host even touched his own cheek, as if to ascertain whether he was dreaming. Jiang Chuan received the response regarding the competition and promptly turned to leave the stage without a hint of hesitation. For him, the Soto City Great Spirit Arena was merely a machine for accumulating points, arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly. There remained one task to complete, a visit to a tea house in Soto City. Should it consume the star anise mysterious ice grass, it would bestow a powerful elemental attribute upon his martial soul and soul power, significantly amplifying his damage potential. Moreover, with his martial soul being the chaotic blue lotus, once unleashed, even in a defensive stance, any enemy that dared to make contact would inevitably suffer from the ravages of cold poison. A formidable soul master would naturally not fear being slain by toxins, yet they would undoubtedly be left with lingering afflictions in their body. Thus, Jiang Chuan found himself, well fortified. Upon hearing that Jiang Chuan had secured his first victory, Tang San and his companions did not display joy, but rather a sense of clarity, as if this outcome was the only logical conclusion. As Jiang Chuan exited the Soto City Great Spirit Arena, a familiar chime echoed in his ears. Next contestant, Tang San. Although the members of Shrek were still young, their training had sufficiently prepared them to face soul masters lacking in practical skills or tactical acumen. Among them, Tang San was virtually guaranteed to prevail. Watching Jiang Chuan depart, Zhao Wujia, standing in the observation area, narrowed his eyes, casting a searching glance at Flander, who simply waved his hand dismissively. Jiang Chuan is an advisor to our academy. We cannot expect him to follow the students every day. He undoubtedly has his own matters to attend to. Flander, I never suggested such a thing, Zhao Wujia retorted disdainfully. You are clearly overthinking it. Do you not find this lad rather peculiar? Of course, being part of Shrek Academy, only the extraordinary can gain entry, Flander asserted resolutely. Just look at Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. Each one is exceptional in their own right. It is only those who are extraordinary who can overshadow their peers and emerge victorious time and again. If we can harness these peculiar talents, they will surpass mere genius. Yet, Jiang Chuan is not that kind of anomaly. He is something else entirely. Furthermore, I distinctly recall him having an encounter with the Heavenly King last time I was defeated so severely. This individual eludes my understanding. I wonder what your thoughts are on this, Zhao Wujia reflected, his mind racing back to that harrowing encounter. an involuntary shiver running down his spine as he instinctively pressed his right hand to his throbbing forehead. It was precisely there that Jiang Chuan had dealt him a significant blow, nearly knocking the breath from him. The tolling of the bell had left him disoriented, as if he were on the brink of losing consciousness. What? He's also acquainted with the Heavenly King? Flandra was taken aback. It appeared that Jiang Chuan was not merely formidable in strength, his background likely rivaled that of several formidable adversaries. After all, such profound depth was evident, making it difficult not to speculate whether he possessed even greater latent power. The two remained focused, gazing at Jiang Chuan as he departed. Just as he exited the Soto City Grand Sol Arena, a figure came rushing towards him, panting, "Excuse me, may I inquire if you are Mr. Jiang Chuan?" Jiang Chuan, filled with suspicion, inquired, "What is the matter?" "Oh, ha, just moments ago, a noblewoman bestowed upon me a golden soul coin," claiming that the individual depicted in the photograph had emerged from the Grand Sol Arena of Soto City. The man swiftly withdrew a photo from his sleeve, revealing Jiang Chuan himself. Sensing the unfriendly gaze directed towards him, he promptly concealed it, slightly bowing. "Allow me to escort you to the tea house in Soto City." Without further elaboration, it was undoubtedly Qian Renxue. Jiang Chuan nodded and silently followed the other person. Chapter 120. The Tool Miss Hu, profiting Jiang Chuan. The carriage moved swiftly, and within mere minutes, they arrived at the majestic Yizhuang tea house. This grand establishment reminded Jiang Chuan of a certain scene, Master Ning hosting Tang San for a conversation at a tea house, introducing his prized disciple, Shui Qinghe, as a sworn brother. However, that event took place in Silva City, while now they were in Soto City. Resolutely stepping into the establishment, he had come here for a purpose. Upon entering, his gaze was immediately drawn to two striking figures. Dressed in luxurious golden attire, Qian Renxue sat alongside Hu Laiina, who was clad in the ceremonial garb of the Spirit Hall. The two ladies were seated in the southeastern corner, delicately handling a porcelain teacup adorned with blue and white patterns, sipping it gently. As they noticed Jiang Chuan approaching, they both rose in unison. It was Hu Laiina who first shattered the tranquility. Flustered, she cast glances at Jiang Chuan and shot a glare at Qian Renxue, her confusion palpable, as she recalled the mention of an esteemed guest, a mysterious advisor from the Spirit Hall, arriving soon, igniting her curiosity. In private, she and Qian Renxue shared a sisterly bond and were well aware of each other's temperaments. Hu Laiina knew that Qian Renxue was not one to indulge in frivolous banter, yet the identity of this Spirit Hall advisor perplexed her. In a moment of revelation, Qian Renxue exclaimed, "Do you know each other?" At that instant, Hu Laiina wished to express that their acquaintance ran deeper, having engaged in fierce confrontations that nearly led to tragedy, even drawing the attention of the ninth elder of the Spirit Hall, who had anonymously intervened to resolve the situation. "Renxue, he is the mysterious youth I mentioned earlier, who not only completely subdued all my soul skills, but rendered my strength powerless against him, as though I were under a spell." "Xiaoyu," Hu Laiina hurriedly added before Qian Renxue could interject. The three soul skills of Xiaoyu and his long blade were shattered by him, as if he were an invincible deity of war. "Is this the advisor you spoke of? How was I not aware of this?" Hearing Hu Laiina's urgent words, Qian Renxue turned her gaze toward Jiang Chuan, her pupils narrowing slightly as if searching for flaws. Indeed, it seemed this individual brought calamity wherever he went, managing to suppress two prodigies of the Spirit Hall's golden generation. The expression on Hu Laiina's face suggested that shadows of doubt had already taken root in her heart. "The ninth elder has made an appearance. Your influence is indeed remarkable. On your very first day interacting with us from the Spirit Hall, you encountered the ninth elder, a figure shrouded in mystery, renowned as the fastest tidal Douluo in the world. It is astonishing that you managed to depart under her watchful gaze. Jiang Chuan, you have once again left me in awe." Qian Renxue's words were articulated with utmost clarity as she gracefully settled down, pouring herself a cup of tea and extending an inviting gesture. Jiang Chuan cast a glance at the two women, observing their expressions and contemplating their thoughts. It was understandable. As daughters of the Spirit Hall, they were compelled to reveal their true selves while hosting Hu Laiina, rather than relying on Shui Qinghe's identity. Otherwise, it would leave them vulnerable to future repercussions. The soul beast they intended to hunt was already on his list, and given that he was bestowed with the unicorn spirit, he could not absorb it, rendering the precious soul ring a mere waste of its potential. With an amiable demeanor, Jiang Chuan settled in front of Qian Renxue, lifting his teacup for a few delicate sips before addressing the matter directly. "Pray tell, what brings you to seek my presence?" he continued. "I remain quite satisfied with the offerings from the Spirit Hall." Regardless of Qian Renxue's internal musings, Hulaina felt a surge of indignation upon witnessing Jiang Chuan's composed demeanor. A fire ignited within her as she clenched her fists and, with a forceful slam on the table, declared, "The offerings from our spirit hall are not to be taken lightly, especially considering Shue's esteemed identity." Jiang Chuan raised his hand to silence the others, signaling them to be quiet. "Since you hold yourselves in such high regard, do not affix the title of Wuhuan Hall Advisor upon me. There is no need for us to meet, nor to rendezvous in this tea house." Suddenly, Jiang Chuan, with a knowing gesture, pointed his finger and turned his gaze towards Qian Rinxue. "Is your choice of venue perhaps a consideration of this fellow's temperament? Drinking more tea, calming the mind, and tempering your impatience may prolong your survival in battle." If I recall correctly, Hulaina would later enter a place known as the City of Slaughter. Driven by indignation for having lost to an obscure academy, Shrek, in the prestigious Continental Senior Soul Master competition, with the culprit being the unassuming Tang San. After entering the City of Slaughter, Hulaina's hostility intensified, indulging in Bloody Mary after Bloody Mary, further exacerbating her temperament. Strangely, she was ultimately rescued by Tang San. "Now, Laina, we are here to discuss matters, not to vent our frustrations. Let bygones be bygones. I extend my apologies on behalf of the Wuhuan Hall to you, Jiang Chuan." Qian Rinxue, with a generous spirit, lifted her teacup and even inclined her head slightly in a gesture of respect, her tone laced with sincerity. It was indeed a heavy moment for Hulaina, witnessing such a noble figure humble herself. "Shall we consider increasing the offerings from the Wuhuan Hall by 10%? Hulaina was utterly taken aback. Was the Wuhuan Hall so wealthy that they must lavish this sum upon someone who recognized only gold and not people? Admittedly, she acknowledged Jiang Chuan's remarkable prowess in combat, a force capable of entirely overpowering both him and her brother, Xiaoyu, despite their similar ages. Yet, this was merely a fraction of what the Wuhuan Hall could provide. There were countless powerful soul masters within the hall. The title of Douluo was commonplace, and 9 such masters stood as pillars of strength for the Wuhuan Hall. Why then should they concern themselves with a mere Jiang Chuan? The level of offerings proposed was comparable to the benefits granted to a soul sage within the Wuhuan Hall. Am I such a miser? A mere 10% increase in offerings? Speak plainly, Jiang Chuan, who would rise early for a trifling gain. After all, he has already slain soul beasts, claimed soul rings, and amassed wealth. He has even bested the golden generation of the Wuhuan Hall. What more is there to discuss? Chapter 121. Brother used soul ring? How intriguing. Jiang Chuan remains steadfast in his convictions. Does he truly believe he would assist the Spirit Hall without reason? He has no familial ties to them, and moreover, Qian Rinxue and Hulaina have always prioritized the interests of the Spirit Hall, unlike Tang San and Ning Rongrong, who have devoted their sincere hearts to him, fostering a bond of friendship. He is well aware of the complexities of right and wrong, as well as the intricate web of interests at play. Certainly, the Spirit Hall has been thrown into chaos due to the reckless meddling of Qian Xuanji, resulting in disarray and repeated defeats. Yet, it is also evident that Bibi Dong's interference has contributed significantly to this downfall, leading to the rapid dissolution of their once great enterprise. Regrettably, they have unwittingly chosen the wrong adversary, Tang San, the bearer of the Sun of Destiny, who is destined to triumph against them. How could such a faction be expected to serve Jiang Chuan? Once they have extracted all utility from him, they would undoubtedly seek to suppress or even eliminate him. Thus, Jiang Chuan's role as an advisor to the Spirit Hall has always been a means to incessantly extract profits and weaken their influence. After all, when resources are offered freely, there is no rationale for refusal. If he is to gain advantages from Jiang Chuan, that is certainly feasible, provided he manipulates the tasks assigned to him by the Spirit Hall, who could possibly discern such actions. Ultimately, aligning with the Spirit Hall may lead to encounters with the 2 divine positions, the Shura God and the Angel God, allowing him to stir the pot and potentially usurp their places, perhaps even achieving dual or multiple divine statuses. As Jiang Chuan calmly sipped his tea, Qian Rinxue breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the man's composure was indeed remarkable, as he appeared unfazed by their presence. It is known that ordinary individuals would be terrified when faced with the pursuit of the 9 elders of the Spirit Hall. Yet he remained so unfaltering, such a rarity in a century. With this thought, Qian Rinxue did not hesitate. She subtly inclined her head, sharing a perceptive glance with Hulaina. Hulaina, suddenly enlightened, withdrew her gaze from Qian Rinxue's, nodded, and, recalling their purpose, spoke candidly. Our golden generation of the Spirit Hall intends to venture into the Star Doe Forest to hunt for a 10,000-year soul ring. Yet we lack certain measures of assurance. Your strength is undeniable, and we wish to invite you to accompany us as a protector. You would merely need to safeguard our well-being. Should no crises or life-threatening situations arise, you need not intervene. Jiang Chuan was nearly amused by the words of the other party. Was he truly serious? The illustrious Spirit Hall would not begin its gradual decline for several decades yet. At this moment, it stood at the zenith of its power. The number of titled Douluos alone surpassed 5, a figure Jiang Chuan could hardly fathom. Could they possibly lack followers? There was something amiss at this juncture. Sensing Jiang Chuan's disdainful gaze, he lowered his brow and cast his eyes downwards, leisurely holding the pre-prepared teacup in his hand, as if he were in a moment of hesitation. The air suddenly turned cold, and an unexpected calm settled over the scene. Observing this, Qian Rinxue cleared her throat. Lina, before Jiang Chuan, do not indulge in further hesitation. Simply state your intentions. Otherwise, he will neither believe you nor take action. Although their encounters were brief, Qian Rinxue could discern the nature of Jiang Chuan. A slight misstep or ambiguous expression could incite suspicion, leading to Jiang Chuan's lethal retribution. She was averse to witnessing Hulina fall victim to Jiang Chuan's wrath before even emerging from the Star Do Great Forest. For the man before her bore no semblance to a compassionate soul. If pressed, he might even dare to assault the Spirit Hall. Strangely, Qian Rinxue felt an inexplicable sense of boundless possibilities surrounding Jiang Chuan. Hulina, displaying impatience, rhythmically tapped her fingers on the tea table and furrowed her brow. Based on your habits in soul ring hunting, it is evident that you are an exceptionally efficient and practical master of martial spirits. In simpler terms, we require you to procure a most suitable 10,000-year soul ring for my brother, the man you previously gravely injured, Xiaoyu. Hulina's intent was clear. Within the Spirit Hall, countless formidable warriors existed, yet when it came to hunting soul rings or understanding martial spirit pairings, their knowledge was superficial at best. Moreover, with the myriad of martial spirits available, Xiaoyu's unique martial spirit posed a challenge that even Elder Jiu found daunting, leaving no definitive conclusion. In desperation, they sought Jiang Chuan, hoping for his insights. Jiang Chuan could not suppress a chuckle. Upon witnessing his amusement, Qian Rinxue and Hulina's expressions darkened, fully aware of the reason behind his laughter. Having encountered them twice while securing soul rings, and having taken them from their hands, it was indeed infuriating. Yet, given their current predicament, they had to stifle their frustration. Apologies, but my schedule is quite constrained, Jiang Chuan shrugged, appearing disinterested. Were he in need of another soul ring, he might have considered venturing into the Star Do Great Forest. However, accompanying them to hunt soul rings for this so-called Xiaoyu was beneath him, even with the promise of resources. I am aware of your current endeavors, the Soto Great Soul Arena, the Soul Fighting Badge. Just name a rank, and I will have the president arrange it for you. Providing the corresponding Soul Fighting Badge. For the Spirit Hall, it is merely a matter of words, and given your strength, entering would merely be a matter of overwhelming the competition, hardly a significant task, Qian Rinxue declared confidently, stroking her jade-like chin. The resources the Spirit Hall can offer you are truly at their limit. If not for the privilege of your status as a saintess, we could not possibly present such an offer. Even Qian Rinxue felt a pang of reluctance. The mere act of having Jiang Chuan make an appearance had incurred such a substantial cost, along with the exhausting negotiations. However, there was little choice. In the entirety of the Douluo world, aside from Jiang Chuan, perhaps no one else could assist Xiaoyu in determining the appropriate soul ring to pursue. Rarity confers value. And reluctantly, they were willing to acquiesce to whatever he proposed. Observing this, Jiang Chuan understood that Qian Rinxue likely assumed he would continue to raise the stakes. With a wry smile, he decided to speak, stating that he could handle the matter of the soul duel badge himself without the intervention of the Spirit Hall. Although he would not accompany them, he teased a revelation, successfully piquing the curiosity of the two women. Chapter 122, The Training Results of Jiang Chuan. Everyone defies fate. Previously, I had a brief encounter with Xiaoyu and was acutely aware of what he should aim to hunt for his next soul ring. Thus, I merely need to inform you of the next steps to achieve our objectives, while simultaneously gaining access to the resources provided by the Spirit Hall. Would that not be the case? Jiang Chuan cast an indifferent glance at the two women, his expression devoid of emotion. Upon hearing his words, Hulina abruptly smacked her brow, deeming him utterly shameless. In his relentless quest for resources, he had concocted a plethora of justifications, as if it were entirely acceptable for him to act in such a manner. Truly impressive. Merely based on such a trivial remark, he believed he could extract a significant amount of resources from the Spirit Hall. It seemed that throughout the entire continent, only Jiang Chuan possessed the audacity to behave in this manner. Qian Rinxue, still unable to detach herself from Jiang Chuan's earlier statements, questioned whether he truly believed that merely from a few encounters with Xiaoyu, he could ascertain the most suitable soul ring for him. Observing the incredulous expression on Qian Rinxue's face, Jiang Chuan resolutely nodded, listlessly explaining, Xiaoyu's aptitude is hardly remarkable, and the soul beasts he hunts are not particularly difficult to slay. A 10,000-year beast is merely a 10,000-year beast. I could select any without concern. To Jiang Chuan, Xiaoyu's strength was limited and paled in comparison to the likes of Dai Mubai and Tang San, resembling a chasm that set them worlds apart. The notion of casually hunting any 10,000-year soul beast seemed trivial to him. However, unbeknownst to him, the Spirit Hall regarded Xiaoyu as a potential title de law, meticulously nurturing him with caution at every step. Such words, upon reaching the ears of the two women, nearly caused them to choke on their indignation. Qian Rinxue, in particular, found herself engulfed in silent resentment, thinking, is it truly appropriate to speak of others in such a manner behind their backs? Moreover, to do so in front of his sister, as if Xiaoyu were of no worth, akin to someone plucked from any random blacksmith shop on the Douluo Continent. Unable to contain herself, Hulaina erupted in fury, slamming her hand on the table and rising to her feet. She had long been provoked by the constant difficulties thrown her way, and now, to involve Xiaoyu, who was a figure she had revered and admired throughout her life, was an affront too great to bear. Her brother had merely been careless, resulting in a few losses at Jiang Chuan's hands, yet here he was, reveling in his arrogance. Was this not utterly outrageous? In that moment, Hulaina's eyes blazed a fierce crimson. Jiang Chuan was at a loss. He was merely speaking the truth. Yet he had somehow provoked the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall. It was utterly perplexing. A woman with such a temper ought to consume more tea for her well-being. If the soul beast I choose does not sufficiently correspond with the martial soul possessed by Xiaoyu, it is bound to create a sense of rejection, is it not? At that point, it would be entirely justifiable for you to doubt me. Do you comprehend my meaning? Jiang Chuan held little hope that they would comprehend the intricacies of his words. After all, those engaged in different fields often find themselves isolated from one another. These individuals were adept solely in cultivating their martial spirits, yet they remained oblivious to the nuanced interplay between martial spirits and soul rings. In simpler terms, within this realm, they were utterly ignorant. If it weren't for the allure of 1,000 gold soul coins in the octagonal xianbing grass, would he deign to squander his breath on them? Did they truly believe he had nothing better to do? Indeed, Qian Rinxue suddenly grasped the situation, her eyes reflecting contemplation. With a gentle flutter of her lips, she conceded, very well, I shall defer to your judgment. At this juncture, no one was inclined to mince words. He forcefully reminded Hulaina to prioritize the greater good before settling down calmly to heed Jiang Chuan's directives. This was precisely the right approach. The fervor of youth should not lead to reckless actions. Jiang Chuan leisurely savored a sip of the oolong tea, its fragrant essence lingering on his palate. Suddenly, an idea blossomed in his mind, and a playful smile curled upon his lips as he spoke. Let us choose the ancient armored turtle beast. This was not intended to harm Xiaoyu. If he were indeed able to absorb the armored turtle beast, Xiaoyu's strength would soar dramatically. Whether in blade techniques or soul skills, or even in overall capabilities, a substantial enhancement would ensue, akin to the pinnacle of the Martial Spirit Hall. But would Jiang Chuan be so benevolent as to serve the Martial Spirit Hall? He was not one to debase himself. Once the armored turtle beast was absorbed, Xiaoyu's offensive capabilities would significantly increase. However, he would simultaneously confront a critical flaw, the need for charge time when executing attacks. This deficiency would be fatal for Xiaoyu, as it represented his sole means of offense. Should his adversaries discover that he required time to accumulate power, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to exploit this weakness. Even those beneath him in soul power levels could turn the tide against him. In this regard, Jiang Chuan remained vigilant. Should he find himself in a precarious situation in the future, he could utilize this knowledge to counteract Xiaoyu, thus restraining him while simultaneously acquiring resources. How advantageous that would be. Armored turtle beast? Hulaina murmured softly. Very well, it is settled. If upon our return from the Stardow Forest we ascertain that Xiaoyu can indeed absorb such a cycle, we shall then provide you with the corresponding reward. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue rose, offering Jiang Chuan a gentle smile. Their negotiations had reached a conclusion. Both parties were merchants, leveraging one another for mutual benefit. Although an undercurrent of admiration and faith lingered in their hearts, the present moment was not the appropriate time for such sentiments. The two shook hands and departed. with Hulaina casting a threatening glance over her shoulder, as if to declare, "Be prepared for our next encounter." Jiang Chuan let out a bitter smile, feeling a sense of ennui as he paused at the tea house. Gently twirling the teapot, he raised it to his lips and took several sips, quenching his thirst. Upon stepping outside, he realized it was already evening. With a long sigh, he mused that the competition among those little monsters must be drawing to a close, though he wondered how far their duo tactics had progressed. After a series of rigorous training sessions, he hoped they would not suffer a humiliating defeat. In reality, the situation exceeded Jiang Chuan's expectations. The Shrek 7 had undergone relentless and fiery trials, facing a variety of foes in the Soto Great Soul Arena with remarkable ease. Their practical experience had soared, leaving both Flinder and Zhao Wujin profoundly astonished. The two exchanged incredulous glances, utterly speechless. This was indeed audacious. I even ponder whether the requirement for them to obtain the Silver Soul Badge and graduate is set too low, as it seems to belittle these young prodigies. Flinder earnestly remarked. Chapter 123, The Shrek Students Who Dazzled All. Brother Chuan said that my greatest shortcoming in battle is my impulsiveness. I must never strike unless I have accurately located my target, Ma Hongjun declared with a serious expression while standing on the 8th arena. Suddenly, seizing an opportunity, he faced an opponent who was also a 25th level soul master with an ultimate beast spirit and flight capabilities. The opponent's wings unfurled dramatically, unleashing a barrage of icy crystals that descended upon Ma Hongjun. The latter smirked, his fists clenched into a bow-like shape, and proclaimed, "First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line." The ice was instantly vaporized under the scorching flames. It is worth noting that the hefty one possessed an ultimate beast martial soul, capable of spewing forth intense flames, making it exceedingly simple to vanquish these impure bloodline martial souls. After all, the sheer potency directly dictated the outcome of the battle. What was there to hesitate about? Splendid! Zhao Wujin exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he leapt into the air, eyes gleaming with enthusiasm as he turned to Flinder. Did you see that, old ghost? Your disciple has surpassed a level to defeat his opponent. Flinder nodded appreciatively, neither affirming nor denying Zhao Wujin's words, but sincerely praising. This triumph is due to Jiang Chuan's guidance, which helped Ma Hongjun harness his pride and suppress the malevolent fire within him, rather than allowing it to flare uncontrollably. This not only greatly benefits Ma Hongjun's martial soul, but also minimizes the likelihood of similar malevolent outbursts in the future. Indeed, trusting Yu Shaojiang's recommendation has been the most astute decision for our golden triangle all along. Upon hearing that Ma Hongjun could restrain his own malevolent fire and strike his enemies with precision, free from external pressure, Zhao Wujie was overwhelmed with excitement. Raising a teacup from the table and drinking deeply, both men held deep admiration for Jiang Chuan. The challenges that had stumped them were effortlessly overcome by the training he provided over the past 2 to 3 months. It was nothing short of remarkable, and they hoped Jiang Chuan would continue as a mentor at Shrek Academy. With his guidance, these young prodigies would undoubtedly manifest even greater potential. Old Ghost Flinder. I believe that under Jiang Chuan's tutelage, this group of youngsters harbors extraordinary potential. It's entirely possible that one among them could emerge as a soul Douluo. Zhao Wujie's eyes sparkled with fervor, his words resonating with truth. Zhao Wujie, your vision is rather limited. I believe it's quite likely that among them several could attain the title of Douluo, Flinder retorted dismissively, observing Zhao Wujie's expression, which resembled that of someone unaccustomed to the world. This is all thanks to Jiang Chuan. Zhao Wujie eagerly concurred. Indeed, it is all Jiang Chuan's merit. The arena matches continued, and the astonishment brought to Zhao Wujie and Flinder by Tang San and his companions was profound. They had recently joined Shrek Academy, and in just 3 short months had undergone a remarkable transformation, feeling as though they were entirely different individuals. Aha, Daimubai, you possess a soul power of 31, while I boast 32. Furthermore, I specialize in countering your agility. Sooner or later, I shall wear you down. Pray tell, how do you intend to defeat me? Before them stood a curvaceous and enchanting woman, delicately holding an orchid, provocatively approaching Daimubai, her gaze laced with a hint of temptation as she playfully brushed against him. Yet, Daimubai felt utterly helpless, as though he were a giant fist striking a mere mosquito, causing no harm whatsoever, which left him feeling quite vexed. Damn it. I was able to land the white tiger light wave precisely. Why does she continue to evade my attacks? Frustrated, Daimubai slammed his fist down onto the arena floor, creating a noticeable dent, which somewhat alleviated his sense of regret. Boss, Don't act foolishly here. Have you forgotten what teacher Jiang Chuan pointed out as your flaw? Your impulsiveness. Think of a way to overcome it. Although she is a soul master who counters you. How can an ordinary beast martial soul compare to your evil eye white tiger? Ma Hongjun was the first to lean over the arena's edge, exclaiming in frustration at his friend's lack of progress. Silence. No disturbances shall be tolerated during the battle, commanded the referee, his black hair neatly combed. Raising a hand to dismiss Ma Hongjun. My flaw? Dai Mubai pondered. Indeed, he hailed from the royal lineage of the Star Luo Empire. Inheriting the continent's most advanced martial soul, the evil eye white tiger, boasting the purest bloodline. How could he possibly be defeated by an ordinary martial soul? What? The audacity of that chubby fellow to declare my martial spirit as worthless. Such insolence is akin to courting death. The woman, her brow furrowed in discontent, cast a lingering glance towards Ma Hongjun, etching his image into her memory. Jiang Chuan had pointed out all the flaws in Ma Hongjun. Yet one thing remained unalterable. His incessant chatter had earned him numerous foes. All right, White Tiger's manifestation. As soon as these words escaped his lips, Dai Mubai's muscles swelled as though inflated, tearing through his garments. With a powerful thrust, he propelled himself forward, akin to a tempest sweeping across the ground, blocking all avenues of escape for the woman before him. Ah, I thought this rotund individual had imparted some secret to victory. But it appears he merely resorts to aimless flailing. How tedious. Allow me to unleash my third soul skill and put an end to this. The woman's voice rang out with surprising clarity as a purple soul ring materialized at her waist, shimmering brilliantly like purple crystal. An unceasing surge of power propelled her soul force, transforming her right hand into a colossal crocodilian appendage, her third soul skill, Crocodile Rampage. With a graceful, serpentine motion, she darted towards Dai Mubai, her eyes glimmering with determination. Yet, Dai Mubai stood resolute, invoking his third soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation, alongside his first soul skill, White Tiger's Protective Barrier. Radiant light enveloped him, forming a solid shield that guarded him from all directions, impervious and seemingly impenetrable. As if not even air could breach its defenses, it appeared he intended to withstand her assault head-on. Fool, my third soul skill is not something you can obstruct. Even a relentless barrage of strikes would suffice to shatter your shield, the woman asserted firmly. As she spoke, the purple brilliance surged forth, crashing against Dai Mubai's barrier. Suddenly, her left hand seemed to be ensnared by an unseen force. Chapter 124, Cultivating Warriors for 1,000 Days, Utilizing Them in a Moment. The woman's expression shifted dramatically, bewildered by the turn of events. She blinked, only to discover that her left hand had been seized by Dai Mubai's powerful grasp, tearing through her barrier with an iron grip that was virtually impossible to escape. What is happening? Are you playing tricks? I believe you have yet to grasp the identity of your adversary. We have been trained by a formidable master, whose theories and practical skills have profoundly transformed us. You were destined to lose. Dai Mubai's voice carried a chilling undertone. When he lifted his gaze once more, the woman was startled to find that his eyes were imbued with an ancient, profound coolness, a chilling aura, and a murderous intent potent enough to obliterate all and incinerate everything in flames. Indeed, from the very outset, this was never a battle of equals. The advantage had consistently resided not with him, but with Dai Mubai, who had yet to awaken his true power. In truth, teacher Jiang Chuan's meaning was quite evident. My understanding of tactics had always been lacking. Hence, I had just cunningly synthesized a strategy regarding how a third party might navigate such circumstances, through deception. Dai Mubai spoke candidly, as if revealing an undeniable truth. As he activated his soul rings to defend himself, this 32nd level agile attack soul master would undoubtedly continue to harass him. Dai Mubai merely needed to create the illusion of defense and then strike decisively, effectively subduing this agile soul master, leaving no hope for survival. You would employ the cunning tactics of a control-type soul master against me? The woman found this approach surprisingly enlightening. She had vaguely heard the mention of their training under a master, a figure she had never encountered before. However, to produce such a disciple, one must be far from ordinary. This thought sent a shiver down her spine and filled her with profound astonishment. With a resounding crash, it felt as though a hammer had pierced her abdomen, the sharp, frigid sensation rendering her numb to pain, replaced instead by a profound suffocation. Her consciousness faded into a void, and she succumbed to darkness. Excellent, Zhao Wujie exclaimed, slapping his thigh, brimming with excitement. Flinder was in a state of shock, unable to contain his astonishment. What sort of training could possibly enable Dai Mubai, a soul master of the assault type, to prevail over an agile soul master? The revelation was staggering. At that moment, he wanted to exclaim, "Truly, Jiang Chuan, you always manage to achieve the extraordinary in ways that defy belief." Yet this was even better, perfectly aligning with his expectations. After all, Shrek Academy was a haven for nurturing extraordinary talents. If one were merely ordinary, what purpose would they serve here? The fact that Mubai had bested an agile soul master was a source of jest for Flinder. Let us speak no more of this. Wujie shall take charge of tonight's celebration. Zhao Wujie cast a scornful glance at Flinder, as if to say that even Flinder's miserly nature had found a moment of reprieve, clearly elated at the turn of events. Splendid. Truly splendid. The golden and weighty door was pushed open by a rough hand, revealing a bearded man who entered, clutching a well-worn black leather notebook, as if it contained some profound secrets. Xiao Gang. Upon seeing Yu Xiao Gang, Flinder was utterly elated. This fellow, once the strategist of the Golden Iron Triangle, now stood as the chief of Shrek Academy, the epitome of wisdom, a true gem. Were it not for his recommendation of Jiang Chuan, his own disciple would never have been able to break through the barriers they faced. Daimubai and Tang San would not have achieved such remarkable results. Without delving into other matters, just today alone, they earned a staggering 40 gold soul coins. It was enough not just for a lavish meal in Soto City, but even for a day's feast for all the teachers and students of Shrek Academy. I just witnessed it. And Yu Xiao Gang hesitated before murmuring in a solemn tone, "I admit, had I been the one to instruct the Shrek 7 monsters, I would not have achieved even half of Jiang Chuan's astounding results. He is nothing short of a miracle worker. Therefore, I propose that after completing the second phase of training, we entrust Jiang Chuan with the responsibilities of the third and fourth phases, and indeed any future training. Does anyone have objections?" Zhao Wujie was the first to shake his head, affirming, "I agree." After all, witnessing the innate talents of these young prodigies left him with little room for guidance, fearing that any misstep could tarnish these promising individuals, a burden he dared not shoulder. It must be noted that in terms of background, strength, potential, martial souls, and soul ranks, this group of young prodigies had already reached the pinnacle of the soul master realm. Should they find themselves obscured in any way, the consequences would be dire. Not to mention the other prominent families. Even a titled Douluo of the Haoyan lineage, with a rank above 90, could easily come over and crush him with a hammer, reducing him to mere pulp. Have I ever had any objections regarding Jiang Chuan's teaching? Flinder remarked, "Xiao Gang, such matters should be resolved between you and Jiang Chuan directly. Your decision is my decision. The future of Shrek will rest in your hands." He patted Yu Xiao Gang's shoulder affectionately, a smile gracing his lips. "Oh, you no longer oppose it?" Yu Xiao Gang retorted, aware that previously, when I chose Jiang Chuan, you had expressed considerable dissent, with public opinion claiming that he was unfit for the role. What has caused such a sudden and complete turnaround? Strength is indeed paramount. Jiang Chuan's exceptional teaching has yielded impressive results. I must admit, if I were in his position, achieving such outcomes would be a formidable challenge. After all, addressing each individual's needs is no easy task. Given his remarkable capabilities, he should persist in his endeavors. Flinder wholeheartedly concurred. The trio nodded in unison, observing as the small monsters on the stage had completed their challenges. Only Zhu Zhuqin faced an unfortunate defeat. The rest emerged victorious, amassing a considerable fortune in gold soul coins, much to their delight. Reflecting on Jiang Chuan's training, I once harbored a sense of disdain. But now I realize the folly of my superficial judgments. The adage to train soldiers for 1,000 days to use them for a moment rings true. Ma Hongjun, with his fists raised in triumph, wore an expression of unabashed pride. He boasted, "You all missed it. I turned that guy into a pig's head. He dared to provoke me, unaware that after relentless training under teacher Jiang, we have endured the harshest conditions." His icy words were merely a tickle to me. Chapter 125, The Absurd Flattery. Hearing Ma Hongjun's exuberant declaration, laughter erupted among the group. "What, fatty, do you still dare to look down on teacher Jiang? Haven't you received enough beatings?" Daimubai chuckled, a relieved smile on his face. "Fatty, you really ought to reconsider your big mouth. How many times have you suffered because of it?" At this, Ma Hongjun shivered, recalling how Jiang Chuan had effortlessly severed the phoenix evil fire from his grasp. Without the slightest hesitation, as if he were a deity descended from the heavens, the shadow cast by that encounter lingered in his heart. An indelible mark that was impossible to erase. More terrifying were Jiang Chuan's piercing eyes, which seemed capable of extinguishing life itself. This thought sent another chill down his spine. "Let us leave it at that," someone suggested. If Teacher Jiang hears this, Fatty is bound to face dire consequences. He might increase our training intensity by 50%. For the sake of your well-being, I suggest we keep a low profile. Oscar chuckled, covering his mouth in mock amusement. Ma Hongjun was left dumbfounded, standing there in a daze, entirely forgetting the victory he had just achieved in battle. Regardless of the harsh conditions, training continued as usual. As the small monsters emerged, Flanders strolled out with an air of composure, though internally, he was stirred by the potential of Tang San and the others. This is indeed the future of Douluo Continent. If these remarkable individuals can be nurtured, it would be an undeniable honor for both the Soul Master community and the continent itself. All of this success is attributable to Jiang Chuan. Thankfully, he chose to trust Yu Xiaojiang. Otherwise, a prodigious talent might have been overlooked, and Tang San and his companions would not have undergone such transformation. Flander, the esteemed dean. Dai Mubai's eyes brightened, and he gave a slight nod. Following closely behind him was a group of the Shrek 7 monsters, who were surrounded by Tang San and his companions. Flander, unable to contain his delight, grinned broadly and exclaimed, "You have all performed splendidly, my little monsters." Just now, as I watched alongside Zhao Wuji on stage, I could only describe it as breathtaking. Today, we have amassed a staggering number of gold soul coins. At this point, Oscar clenched his fists in excitement and slightly bent forward, displaying a look of exhilaration. Ma Hongjun, too, shook off his earlier gloom, his face radiating joy. "Director, let us treat ourselves to a meal. I am absolutely famished," he said, his tone slightly teasing yet weary. In truth, the true victor of this encounter was Teacher Jiang Chuan. Without her gentle guidance, achieving victory in this battle would have been exceedingly difficult. We might have even been left utterly defeated, to the point where merely surviving would have seemed a luxury. Surely, you are not oblivious to this reality? Daimubai, regardless of how the other 6 members of Shrek felt, recognized that victory was achieved through risk. Without Jiang Chuan, the outcome would undoubtedly have been a loss. He had successfully shattered his record of 100 defeats in the Iron Fighting Soul badge. What a relief it was to finally breathe easy. It was at this moment that Tang San, who had been silent, spoke up. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he remarked, "In truth, Brother Chuan has brought us far more than this. Beyond the practical combat skills, there is something even more invaluable, our perception." "Perception?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed, astonished. Jiang Chuan has truly become increasingly exceptional, leaving her feeling somewhat inferior. How can one pursue her? The opportunity seems non-existent. Indeed, Tang San spoke with unwavering conviction. Much like the esteemed Dailauda, his ability to stand out from the agile soul masters was not simply due to brute strength or cunning, but rather through a sudden comprehension of the teachings imparted by Teacher Jiang Chuan during a critical moment, allowing him to exploit the vulnerabilities of the agile soul masters. Without a doubt, Tang San, with his meticulous mind, uttered words of prophecy that instantly awakened everyone, leading them to a moment of realization. The very souls that could counter the agile type were none other than the control type soul masters. Zhu Zhiqing, understanding this clearly, remarked that the essence of control lies in adapting to change with steadfastness. At a pivotal moment, I unexpectedly grasped the truth. Teacher Jiang Chuan is a mentor I hold in high regard. Without him, I would not only struggle to win battles but would find it exceedingly difficult to advance at all. Daimubai, resolute against the backdrop of the setting sun, declared, "If I can truly undergo transformation here and return to my family, I shall repay Teacher Jiang Chuan handsomely." His tone was firm and resonant, and none doubted the sincerity of his words. Everyone understood that Daimubai had long harbored shadows in his heart, though the source remained unknown. His pain stemmed from an elder brother destined to become the crown prince. Should that brother attain absolute power in the future, he would surely send assassins after him. At that moment, Daimubai's studies were not solely for the sake of competing for the throne but also for self-preservation. However, the situation has changed. With the practical experience and extensive knowledge provided by Teacher Jiang Chuan, he felt as if he had been granted a second chance at life. Perhaps, in a low, contemplative voice, Daimubai sighed, "I might truly surpass my elder brother." Currently, the foremost sentiment shared among the Shrek crew is one of anticipation and boundless dreams for the future, igniting a fervent flame of hope within them. This not only shattered their internal barriers but also laid a solid foundation for what lies ahead. Perhaps, under Jiang Chuan's guidance, they could break through the long-standing restrictions of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the translucent, blue-glowing tile in her hand, exclaiming in an astonished tone, "I can feel that under continual refinement, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile is gradually undergoing some changes." Although it may not yet be applicable in battle, its quality is subtly evolving. As the crowd buzzed with activity, a figure suddenly burst forth. Gradually enlarging in their vision, Jiang Chuan, beaming with joy. I heard that Dean Flinder is treating us to a meal today. How could I possibly miss out? I intend to leave you utterly impoverished, Jiang Chuan quipped, unaware that in the eyes of the Shrek 7 monsters, he shone as brilliantly as the pinnacle of the clouds. With a glance of playful urgency, he urged, "Come on. Why are you just standing there?" A sudden chill swept through the air, and after a moment of silence, Flinder was the first to break the atmosphere. "All right, we won't return until we are thoroughly drunk. Jiang Chuan, I must toast you with several cups of beer later." Jiang Chuan was momentarily bewildered by Flander's words. It was quite perplexing that he suddenly wished to toast to him with a mug of ale. Had he done something outrageous? Chapter 126. Had the fat man met with misfortune? In a bear hug from Flander, Jiang Chuan was tightly embraced and led away towards the dining hall, leaving the latter in a state of confusion. The meal was delightful. Yet the oddity lay in the fact that Shrek's members were eagerly serving him dishes, flattering him, which only deepened Jiang Chuan's suspicions. As he remained utterly unaware of the situation, as everyone indulged in their feast, Jiang Chuan, patting his belly with a satisfied smile, was quietly pulled aside by Yu Xiaojiang. The latter's earnest gaze made Jiang Chuan feel something was amiss. "Jiang Chuan, from which school do you hail? This personal secret is not something I can elaborate on. But I wish to express that I mean no offense. However, there is a pressing question at hand." Yu Xiaojiang's expression softened. "If you were to design the third phase of training for Shrek Academy, what would your decision be?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan suddenly understood why both Flander and Zhao Wujin had been so flattering at the table. Initially, he suspected ulterior motives, but it became clear that they were anticipating his continued involvement in training Shrek students. Currently, he was in the midst of the second stage of training. He thought it best to defer the discussion until after this period. Jiang Chuan hesitated for a moment, but then, noticing the slight concern in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes, he spoke up. "My suggestion is to take a few days to rest and regroup after the second phase concludes, then continue simultaneously with the first phase. For Soul Masters, combat was life. There could be no pause. Considering the two phases, graduation from Shrek Academy was nearing, and at that point, each could assume their respective roles and proceed with their training." Yu Xiaojiang nodded seriously at Jiang Chuan's words, neither affirming nor denying, but recognizing the soundness of such a decision. It was crucial for students to possess a certain level of resilience and adaptability, ensuring they would not be overwhelmed by the abrupt introduction of the third phase. Excellent suggestion. Indeed, Jiang Chuan, your conclusion is correct. At the same time, Yu Xiaojiang gazed deeply at Jiang Chuan, feeling privileged to have encountered such talent and forged a bond. A youth like this would undoubtedly establish a school of his own in the future, rivaling even the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. His potential was limitless, and Yu Xiaojiang found himself anticipating what lay ahead. In truth, Yu Xiaojiang overlooked one detail. Jiang Chuan was of the same age as Tang San and the others. Yet subconsciously he regarded Jiang Chuan as a peer, no, perhaps as a senior. Even if I don't say it, you would eventually arrive at a similar conclusion regarding the third phase of training. Jiang Chuan shrugged nonchalantly, leaving Yu Xiaojiang perplexed. There was something peculiar about this statement. Could it be that Jiang Chuan possessed foresight? Soon, the meal was concluded with everyone in high spirits. To everyone's surprise, Ma Hongjun did not suggest seeking female company to relieve his desires, which brought great comfort to Flinder. It is well known that indulging one's desires is a simple matter. Yet exercising restraint is the true challenge, a lesson well imparted by Jiang Chuan. In the days that followed, the Shrek 7 monsters rested at the hotel, rising early to engage in intense battles at the Soto Great Spirit Arena. Under Jiang Chuan's guidance, their combat prowess saw remarkable enhancement, enabling them to confront enemies 2 levels above their own soul power. This progress reassured Flinder, allowing him to entrust the Shrek 7 monsters to Jiang Chuan's care. As night fell, Oscar lamented, "Oh dear, I'm utterly exhausted. Dai, when we team up for the pair competitions, could you possibly slow down a bit? I can hardly keep up." He collapsed onto the bed, wearied. Dai Mubai replied, "Alas, it is unavoidable. You know speed has always been my weakness. If I do not address it promptly, it could lead to complications. Hence, I must ask for your extra effort. However, in the future, should I increase my pace, I will inform you in advance to prepare a special mushroom sausage for me. After that, we can practice coordination together." Through countless days of training, not only had Dai Mubai's speed significantly improved, but his temperament had transformed as well. He was no longer impulsive. On the contrary, He now exuded an air of calm confidence. This metamorphosis was sparked by a crucial lesson from Jiang Chuan. Dragon among clouds, wind from the tiger. Stillness before action leads to decisive strikes. This wisdom awakened the noble bloodline within Daimubai. Oscar sighed, too fatigued to engage further, his eyes barely open. Where has the fatty gone? As the wooden door creaked open, Tang San entered, bearing the marks of fatigue. After months of trials, he appeared more mature, standing around 7 meters tall, indistinguishable from an adult. I wonder, Daimubai mused, stroking his chin, given his fighting speed. Fatty's record of 10 consecutive victories suggests he should have returned by now. Why is he still absent? Oscar, burying his head in the pillow, weakly chimed in. He must have gone in search of women. That seems unlikely, Daimubai countered. Teacher Jiang Chuan has imposed restrictions, urging him to exercise caution. Moreover, after 10 matches in a day, I, too, am utterly spent. How could he possibly have the energy for such pursuits? Though Tang San harbored a profound disdain for Ma Hongjuan's demeanor, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Considering that they were both members of the Shrek 7 monsters and would one day rely on one another. Indeed. Daimubai's eyes glimmered with contemplation as his dual pupils flickered back and forth. Suddenly, with a decisive motion, he brought his right fist down upon his left palm and asserted, "This is bad. The fat one must be in trouble. Daimubai, you are truly being overly cautious. What could possibly happen to the fat one? He possesses a formidable beast martial soul. Others might encounter difficulties, but not him," Oscar retorted with an air of dismissiveness. In response to Oscar's incredulity, Daimubai pressed his forehead, adopting a tone of unwavering conviction. "You know as well as I do that the fat one tends to speak too freely. If he stirs up trouble, it won't take an hour before he returns with several teams of soul masters." Upon hearing this, both Oscar and Tang San were instantly jolted awake. Realizing the gravity of the situation, as Daimubai had surmised, it was indeed likely that the fat one had run into trouble. Just as this thought crossed their minds, the wooden door was thrust open with great force, and Ma Hongjun staggered in, his body marred with bruises and blood oozing from his mouth, lamenting, "Oh dear. This pain is unbearable." Chapter 127, The Bridge-Breaking Fat One. "Fat one?" Oscar exclaimed in shock, seeing Ma Hongjun in such a dire state. He hastily retrieved a sausage from his sleeve and offered it to him, his voice laced with concern. "Fat one, where did you get yourself into such a predicament? Did you go and steal someone else's woman?" Oscar's tone, laden with accusations, only served to infuriate Ma Hongjun further. Noticing that Ma Hongjun appeared utterly exhausted, Daimubai lost all inclination to jest. He wrapped his powerful arms around the portly figure and inquired, "Fat one, stop gasping for breath. What exactly transpired?" "Well," Ma Hongjun panted, struggling to catch his breath, "did you forget about my 10 consecutive victories?" As the words left his mouth, Daimubai smacked his forehead in disbelief. At such a moment, he still sought to boast? Tang San and Oscar exchanged bewildered glances, both feeling an overwhelming sense of exasperation. How could he still be prattling on about such matters at a time like this? Sensing their expressions of misunderstanding, Ma Hongjun quickly clarified. "It was precisely because of my 10 consecutive victories that I inadvertently offended some individuals. When I exited the Soto Great Soul Arena, I was unexpectedly accosted by a rather unsavory man. He paused to regain his composure before continuing. Not only that, but he struck me with great ferocity, leaving me in this state. Had it not been for my formidable beast martial soul and the suppression of the Phoenix Fire line, I would surely have been beaten to death by now." The tone and demeanor of the other party did not suggest deceit. Moreover, the distressing sight they presented jolted Tang San and the others into alertness. They exchanged glances, their expressions revealing astonishment. It was not difficult to surmise that having displayed such prowess, one could hardly avoid attracting the attention of adversaries, leading to the possibility of incurring some enemies. It appeared that Ma Hongjun had indeed suffered an unjust beating. What? Although Daimubai often expressed disdain for Ma Hongjuan's style, there was no denying that the rotund fellow was cold on the outside yet warm-hearted within, making him exceedingly trustworthy. Furthermore, having achieved 10 consecutive victories in the Great Soul Arena through his own strength, only to subsequently be wronged, he could not simply let the matter rest. As the leader among the Shrek 7 monsters, if he could not resolve such issues, he might as well relinquish his title. "Fatty, let us go." "Indeed, Fatty. Where exactly did you suffer this beating? Take us there. Who dares to bully the Shrek 7 monsters?" Oscar, standing nearby, raised his hand in support of Daimubai. Among the Shrek 7, he shared the deepest bond with Ma Hongjun, hence he felt compelled to step forward. Witnessing the two of them, filled with righteous indignation and vowing to avenge him, deeply moved Ma Hongjun, leaving him at a loss for words, wiping away tears as he scratched his head, unsure of how to begin his tale. Oscar, with a nasal tone, exclaimed, "What's this, fatty? You're not pleased that Dai and I are willing to help you thrash that guy? Why the hesitance? Is it possible a female soul master did this to you? And you're reluctant to retaliate?" "Ah, no," Ma Hongjun replied, gingerly touching his swollen face and laboriously climbing onto the bed, gasping for breath. It seemed he was unsure of where to start. Tang San teased him before speaking, "Let us do this, fatty. I'll ask questions, and you'll answer." Ma Hongjun appeared as if he had been granted reprieve, confirming Tang San's suspicions. Yes, exactly. It's such a pleasure to converse with a clever person like Third Brother. It's both effortless and straightforward, making it easy to discern my thoughts. Fatty, you're a bit of a bridge burner here, implying that Dai and I are fools. Oscar playfully lunged at Ma Hongjun's forehead, wrestling with him. Hearing this, Tang San maintained an impassive expression. Fatty possesses an extreme beast martial soul, which can counter your soul masters. Surely, only agile attack type or control type soul masters could inflict such wounds upon you. From your injuries, it is evident that you have endured pressure from various angles, indicating a control type soul master was involved, and their strikes must have been formidable, akin to the grip of an eagle. Indeed, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, shoving Oscar away. His tone sharp as he addressed Tang San. "That's right. Third Brother, you have no idea how disgusting that guy was." He suddenly summoned a pair of pitch-black giant hands, smeared with a sticky substance. "I was nearly sickened to death before I could even be beaten. Moreover, that fellow possesses an overly affable appearance, bearing an unsettlingly lewd expression, with prominent teeth protruding and a dark hat perched atop his head." Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's incessant chatter, a spark of recognition ignited in Tang San's mind as he seemed to conjure the image of a familiar figure. However, having yet to encounter this individual in person, he could not definitively ascertain whether this was indeed the person he had in mind. "Eh?" Oscar exclaimed, taking a step back, pinching his nose in distaste. Unwilling to draw closer to Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai's lips twitched slightly, feeling as though his worldview had been irrevocably altered. He could not help but remark, "Fatty, what sort of person have you actually encountered? From your description, I would assume it to be a monster emerging from a foul sewer. You faced an ambush at the entrance of the Soto City Grand Soul Arena?" Tang San confirmed. "I wonder if we would still be able to find him if we went there now." He pondered the impracticality of the adversary, merely waiting in place for them to arrive to confront him. "Brother San," he continued, "this character is rather furtive. I have had my eye on him for quite some time. His name seems to be Douluo, and he is known to lecherously gaze at the female soul masters outside the Soto City Grand Soul Arena, clearly harboring sinister intentions. There are even rumors circulating that Douluo lies in wait to prey upon unsuspecting women. Should they consent, they would be escorted away the following day. But if they refuse, he resorts to coercive tactics. Such a scoundrel has emerged?" Dai Mubai exclaimed furiously, his fist shattering the nearby wooden table. His brows knitted tightly in indignation. To him, while he had indulged in romantic escapades in the past, they were always consensual, and he would provide some form of compensation afterward. He had never resorted to such coercive methods, which crossed a line for him, marking Douluo as a complete degenerate. In other words, even if Ma Hongjun had not been so grievously harmed today, Dai Mubai would undoubtedly pursue that villain, determined to eliminate Douluo by any means necessary. "Are you referring to Douluo?" Tang San mused, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he concluded, "It must be him. How unexpected that he has made his way to Soto City. I still recall the scene vividly. I encountered Douluo, a level 39, three-ringed control system soul master, who intended to take a young lady to a hotel today. Care to disagree? Then strike me first, you bunch of little rascals." Such words still reverberate in Tang San's ears, deeply impressing upon him the undeniable significance of strength in the Douluo Continent, where the strong reign supreme. Fortunately, with Jiang Chuan's intervention, a mere punch and kick sent Douluo fleeing in disarray, nearly resulting in his immediate demise. Witnessing Tang San's profound emotions left Dai Mubai and the others puzzled. It appeared as though he was acquainted with the adversary. Douluo, too, sensed their scrutiny and candidly remarked that he originally roamed with his team in Notting City. But unfortunate circumstances led to them abducting a female student from their academy one fateful night. In their helplessness, their soul power was no match for the enemy, but thankfully, Brother Chuan intervened and dispatched him with ease. At this juncture, Tang San suddenly recalled something and fixed his gaze on Ma Hongjun with a serious demeanor. "Isn't that Douluo missing an arm?" Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun immediately perked up and replied affirmatively. Yes, what of it? His mind raced with speculation. After all, teacher Jiang Chuan was known for never being at a disadvantage. If this was indeed his foe, losing an arm would be a light consequence. Tang San, meeting the eyes of the three, nodded slightly, neither confirming nor denying it. This ignited excitement in Daimubai, who clenched his fists. As expected from teacher Jiang Chuan, it was truly gratifying to see him punish this villain. He must not be spared. Oscar, seething with anger, stomped his foot in frustration over Bu Li's unrepentant audacity. Brazenly seeking to exert his influence at the Soto City Seoul Arena after losing an arm. We should take matters into our own hands and deal with him on behalf of teacher Jiang Chuan, he suggested, his eyes glinting ominously. Daimubai inquired, little Oscar. Are you suggesting we render him incapable of being a man? What else? All right, let us do it, Ma Hongjun declared, his spirit surging as he swung his right fist with vigor. Let us see if Bu Lu is still lurking outside the Soto City Seoul Arena. Remember, even before the battle commences, adhere to my commands regarding tactics to ensure our victory. After all, this Bu Lu is a soul master of over level 30. A challenge even for Daimubai to contend with. Caution is paramount to avoid any missteps that could tarnish our reputation, Tang San asserted solemnly. As they opened the door, they were greeted by the radiant smile of Xiao Wu, who was followed closely by Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Xiao Wu spoke first. The fatty just returned from his escapade. I noticed something was amiss. Regardless of the circumstances, the Shrek 7 monsters must not be absent. If you seek revenge, take us along. It would surely increase our chances of success. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing leaned gracefully against the column behind her. Her voice is cold as ice. Should we call Jiang Chuan? I believe it is best not to disturb Brother Chuan's slumber. With the few of us here, we can manage, but should we encounter an unpleasant team, it would indeed require teacher Jiang Chuan's intervention, Tang San murmured. I have heard that the friends of Bu Lu have all gone off to revel in various places, leaving him alone to wander around the Soto City Seoul Arena. Ma Hongjun interjected, clarifying for the group. Well then, let us set out, Ning Rongrong replied. Uncertain of the circumstances but emboldened by the knowledge that the Shrek 7 devils could handle the situation, she was determined not to remain overshadowed by Jiang Chuan's brilliance. She sought to prove her own worth, lest she find it too difficult to pursue him. Regardless, Jiang Chuan must return to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School soon. Outside the Soto City Seoul Arena, an exceedingly lascivious scene unfolded. A man with crooked yellow teeth and a narrow, leering face rubbed his hands together, drawing closer to the woman responsible for registering soul masters at the arena. Licking his lips, he leered, such a rarity, indeed. Today is my lucky day. How delightful it would be to spend a night of passion. You, the woman, teetering in her high heels, hurriedly made her way to the other end of the bridge, flustered and confused by the recent events. Ever since finishing her shift at the arena, she had felt a presence trailing behind her. Each time she glanced back, she was met with the grotesquely lewd face of Bu Lu, which made her stomach churn. Quickening her pace, she realized he was still closely pursuing her, a sense of dread washing over her. Panic surged as she began to run, only to discover that Bu Lu intended to make a move on her. Fear gripped her, knowing he was a soul master whose speed and strength far surpassed her own. Her pupils dilated in terror, her mind blank as she stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. The sound of his unabashed laughter and taunts sent her heart plummeting into despair. She feared she might lose everything tonight. Who are you? Stay away. I warn you. I am from the Soto City Seoul Arena. My dear lady, I am Bu Lu, a 38 level 3-ring control soul master. And I would like to invite you to my home tonight. Why are you so flustered? I want to harm you, he chuckled, and with a flick of his wrist, 3 soul rings appeared around him, manifesting into a pair of sinister black hands that lunged toward her from behind. Caught off guard, the young woman felt a chill run down her spine as if something had grasped her, her spirit sinking as she realized her dire predicament. Let her go. The voice was chillingly cold, imbued with a frostiness that seemed to keep others at bay, hinting at an air of aloofness. Yet, when this tone fell upon Bu Li's ears, it could only be described in 2 words, astonishment. Despite his extensive experience with women, he could discern from her voice that she was a beauty. Indeed, upon a sudden glance, he beheld Zhu Zhuqing, donned in a form-fitting combat suit. Her expression stark yet bearing the regal visage of a queen. Bu Lu was taken aback, his speech faltering and his eyes wide with excitement. The pupils that gazed upon Zhu Zhuqing were filled with ardor. Even after years of pursuit, he had never encountered such a maiden, flawless in both figure and countenance. Perfection reigned supreme, and in his moment of distraction, drool had begun to escape him, rendering him quite the sight. Zhu Shiqing, noticing Bu Li's demeanor, immediately frowned. Such individuals were the bane of her existence. With a swift motion, her delicate hands unfurled, revealing 10 glistening black claws that exuded an eerie aura, seemingly tinged with a chilling malice. Just then, another pair of hands pulled her back, preventing her from acting impulsively. A low, soothing voice whispered near her ear, "Shiqing, remain calm, the time for action has not yet arrived. When it comes, you shall have ample opportunity to unleash your fury." Turning to see who it was, she found it was Ning Rongrong. With a dismissive tone, Zhu Shiqing retracted her claws, crossing her arms defiantly. "To strike him would sully my hands." Suddenly, another woman appeared, her beauty rivaling that of Zhu Shiqing, igniting a fiery intensity within Bu Li's gaze. She embodied his ideal of innocence and purity, clad in a resplendent azure gown. Ning Rongrong exuded an air of freshness, her innocent visage nearly ensnaring his attention completely. "Heavens, what day is it?" Bu Li's voice trembled with excitement, overwhelmed by the unexpected presence of so many lovely ladies, wondering if they were all there for him. "Ha ha ha, Bulu, perish." Ma Hongjun could no longer contain himself, unleashing a torrent of blazing phoenix flames, trailing a thick plume of purple smoke as he launched a surprise attack behind Bulu. For the Shrek 7 monsters, regardless of the tactical approach, what mattered was the ultimate victory. Moreover, facing someone as despicable as Bulu, there was no need for honorable methods. Sensing the searing heat of the phoenix flames behind him, Bu Li's expression softened slightly. Upon hearing the familiar voice, he couldn't help but laugh. "Ah, it's you, little fatty. By the looks of it, you've brought a whole entourage to deal with me. I thought you'd be bettered for days after your last encounter. Humph, unlucky. Today shall be your downfall. How dare a defeated foe speak so boldly here? Watch as I leave you battered and bruised." The flames within Ma Hongjun intensified in response to the provocation. Although Unlucky was wary of the phoenix fire line emanating from Ma Hongjun, as a control-type soul master, he could not simply evade it. With a mere flick of his will, he erected a soul power barrier to buy himself a moment's respite. As expected, from behind him emerged a pair of inky black hands, seizing the stone bridge beneath him, lifting a massive boulder to collide with the phoenix fire line, resulting in a thunderous crash that shook the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Unlucky swiftly maneuvered away. The Shrek 7, ready for action, stood poised. Tang San, with arms crossed, surveyed the battlefield from above, and suddenly, a cluster of blue-silver grasses erupted from his left hand, leaving no chance for Unlucky to escape, nor any space to maneuver. By constricting the battlefield, he could effectively suppress the Control-type Soul Master kill. As a fellow Control-type Soul Master, he understood the inherent weaknesses of their craft, and thus, he adeptly ensnared Unlucky. What remained was merely the final struggle of a cornered beast. With a roar, the second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave, unleashed a blinding golden light that surged from the east, obliterating anything in its path, including tables and chairs, reducing them to mere splinters. With a resounding crash, Unlucky's sinister hands were shattered, the force penetrating through his palms to strike at his heart, leaving him bloodied and broken. Did you think this was the end? The blue-silver grass ensnared him tightly. Tang San, observing Unlucky's panicked expression as he attempted to flee, would not allow such an opportunity to slip away. Once he was here, there was no chance of escape. As imparted by Jiang Chuan, their combat philosophy dictated that no threat should be allowed to persist. A single strike must ensure a fatal conclusion. This sentiment resonated with Tang San, who, having been deeply influenced by the teachings of the Tang sect from a young age, understood that granting the enemy even a moment's reprieve was akin to leaving oneself with an irreparable flaw. Even Oscar and others, with increasing exposure to the outside world, felt the profound truth in Jiang Chuan's words, realizing they were not deceived. "Ah." Unlucky, suspended in midair, gasped with a grotesque expression, desperately searching for an escape. "Release me. I warn you, you would do well to let me go now and return those women to me. Otherwise, when my soul master friends return, you shall be faced with an insurmountable force." In a moment of desperation, Unlucky resorted to threats against Tang San and his companions. This individual, whom he had not seen for years, appeared just as repugnant as ever, eliciting disappointment. "Brother Chuan has broken your arms, yet you remain unrepentant? Not only do you oppress the populace, but you also persist in your tyrannical ways. It seems the only course is to render you powerless." As Tang San spoke, the blue-silver grass in his hand radiated brilliance. His breath was faint, and his deep gaze fixed intently on Bu Lo. With a gentle squeeze of his right hand, Bu Li's throat was tightly ensnared by the blue-silver grass, the surge of soul power nearly causing him to suffocate. Panic gripped Douluo, prompting his body to resist violently. However, ensnared by the relentless grip of the blue-silver grass, escape was utterly impossible. No, 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 I no longer desire those women. You may have them. Just release me now. If you kill me, my friends will surely retaliate, and they will annihilate your entire family. I am not threatening you. They are all from the Four-Ring Soul Sect. The members of the Shrek 7 monsters initially expected him to say something significant, but upon hearing Bu Li's tone of threat, they couldn't help but laugh. Ning Rongrong was the first to chuckle. It was absurd for some inconsequential soul masters to boldly declare they would invade her home, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Such a claim was nothing short of a grand jest, one that could provoke fits of laughter. Let us not even mention the capability of withstanding a single strike from her grandfather, the Sword Saint. The Four-Ring Soul Sect was merely a cadre of inner disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, hardly worthy of true recognition. Chapter 130. The Unsavory Man. Better to render him inert. Mu Bai shrugged, smiling nonchalantly. Their opponent was indeed audacious, should they truly attempt to invade his home. It would entail the slaughter of all citizens of the Star Luo Empire, including the royal family and nobility. True, such courage was commendable. But one could only wonder if they would be reduced to mere dust the moment they crossed into the Star Luo Empire's territory. The members of the Shrek 7 monsters were not afraid of retaliation, for they had nothing to lose, particularly Ma Hongjun, who was all alone. His demise would simply wipe out his lineage. Little did Tang San know, he was the one with the greatest backing, for behind him stood the formidable Haoyan Douluo, a soul master of level 93, wielding a strength-type battle soul. One could fear that a single strike from him could eclipse heaven and earth, let alone the insignificant Four-Ring Soul Sect, which was hardly a concern, except for Jiang Chuan. Such matters were beyond his concern for now. He ought to ponder how much longer he could survive, as Tang San relentlessly closed in, causing Bu Lu to break into a cold sweat. What are you still rambling on about? At this very moment, I can no longer endure his presence. Suddenly, a flash of pink rushed in from a distance, moving with an almost imperceptible speed. With a swift gust, the pink figure lunged forward, revealing a foot that struck him squarely beneath the chin. The sound of bones cracking resonating painfully clear. At that moment, he was barely clinging to life. Yet, this was far from over. From the swirling black mist emerged Xiaowu, her delicate face exuding an intensity that seemed to convey her frustration. Today, she could no longer hold back, declaring, "Let me show you my series of 8 consecutive throws. Perish. I'll assist you," Zhu Zhuqing interjected, raising her hand as her sleek, ebony claws shimmered ominously. She adopted a bow stance, launching herself into the air with a powerful leap, her gaze fixed upon the heavens. In a breathtaking display, the pink figure and the dark aura intertwined, their movements harmoniously synchronized, executing their strikes with lethal precision aimed at his vulnerabilities, rendering him utterly incapacitated. This shocking scene left Shrek and the others in disbelief, especially as they witnessed the despair etched on his face, a visage that spoke of suffering beyond endurance. At this moment, Ma Hongjun felt an unsettling chill in his lower regions. It became painfully clear that one should never provoke a woman to such extremes. The sheer destructive power they exhibited left him questioning how teacher Jiang Chuan would navigate this situation. Oscar observed the two women, his heart pounding with genuine trepidation, a feeling that stemmed from deep within. The wails gradually subsided, the tumultuous sky settling as the tumult of battle dissipated. With a resounding thud, he lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, his tongue lolling out as though he were on the brink of death. The first to land was Xiaowu, her braids framing a face still cloaked in a menacing aura, reflecting her deep-seated disdain for him. "This scoundrel truly infuriates me. How dare he bully girls? This is absolutely intolerable," she fumed, shaking her tiny fist at the lifeless figure before her. "Well, shall we eliminate him now?" Zhu Zhiqing inquired, her expression stoic as she retracted her claw, still adorned with remnants of fabric. Having witnessed countless deaths in the Star Luo Empire, she had never personally taken a life but found herself unperturbed by the prospect, especially given his lecherous demeanor. "What do you think, Tang San?" Xiaowu initially ignored Zhu Zhuqing's question, turning instead to seek the counsel of Tang San, the cornerstone of their team and a master of control. Ignoring his guidance would be folly. Yielding to Ma Hongjuan's opinion was simply ludicrous. Tang San stroked his chin, lost in thought. "Although killing him poses no challenge for us, it feels rather too lenient. Just consider the countless atrocities he has committed, the numerous lives he has ruined. He must not be allowed to escape so easily. Yes, Ning Rongrong is suitable for this task." since he has already been incapacitated by Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Why not display him at the entrance of the Soto City Grand Soul Arena as a warning to others? We might as well cripple his limbs as well. As Tang San uttered these words, a chill permeated his tone, evoking an involuntary shiver among his companions. It was surprising to witness such ferocity from the usually composed Xiao San. Truly deserving of the title thousand-handed Azura, Dai Mubai remarked, taking a couple of steps forward and patting Tang San on the shoulder. Little San, your methods are truly astonishing. I wholeheartedly support Third Brother's proposal. Let us proceed with this plan, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, the first to vocally agree. Among the Shrek 7 monsters, his composure was currently the most buoyant. Having not only played the hero in rescuing the fair maiden, but also having delivered a sound thrashing to this despicable man. It was utterly delightful. Indeed. I excel in such matters, I assure you. I can bind him so securely that he won't be able to escape for 3 days and nights. However, I have an even better suggestion, Oscar chimed in, his expression cunning as he leaned closer to the group, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. We could strip him of his clothing. Soon, everyone in Soto City will know that this scoundrel is nothing but a worthless wretch. Little Ao. Your laughter always strikes me as somewhat unsettling, Ma Hongjun remarked, grinning as he exchanged knowing glances with Oscar, clearly in agreement. Alas. We are merely considering the well-being of the women in Soto City, Oscar stated, his tone shifting to seriousness. If we do not take action, who would dare to linger outside at night? Particularly this fellow, who has tarnished the reputation of our Soul Master community, bringing disgrace upon our traditions. He is unworthy of the title of Soul Master. Such a person deserves to be punished. Before long, under the orchestrations of Ma Hongjun and Oscar, they carried the wretched man away, gradually disappearing into the secluded streets, while the remaining members of Shrek tidied up the damaged surroundings. Once everything was concluded, they departed in laughter. Chapter 131. A leopard cannot change its spots. On the following morning, under the guidance of Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San and his companions entered the Soto City Great Spirit Arena, their faces adorned with smiles as they trailed behind their leader. They were quite familiar with this place, greeted by numerous Spirit Master teams along their path. It was inevitable. The Shrek 7 were so illustrious that it was nearly impossible not to recognize them. Despite most of them wearing masks, achieving an extraordinary record of 10 victories in 10 battles was no small feat, naturally drawing attention from various quarters. Some merchants even contemplated sponsoring Shrek Academy. Teacher, did you not mention that there would be significant matters to announce today? Tang San inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity towards the enigmatic master. Indeed, you will naturally understand when the time comes, the master replied cryptically, leaving nothing more than those cold words. We come to the Soto City Great Spirit Arena, yet we are not permitted to engage in battles. I truly cannot fathom the purpose of this place, Ma Hongjun exclaimed. Could it be that the master intends to arrange a match for us? Ma Hongjun, having abstained from meat for several days, exhibited a rather eager demeanor, rubbing his hands together with a mischievous glint in his eyes. In response, Oscar rolled his eyes at him. Fatty, I believe I have come to understand a principle. What? Old habits die hard. Hey, Xiao Ao, you are not exactly a paragon of virtue either. You simply possess a frilier physique. You lack the courage to indulge as I do. If you were truly set free, who knows, you might even outdo me in reckless behavior, perhaps becoming the next mischief maker. What? Upon hearing this, Oscar immediately embraced Ma Hongjun, and the two became entangled in playful scuffles, their antics evoking both amusement and exasperation from onlookers. Enough of this nonsense. The master is here to discuss serious matters. You two are truly a handful. Daimubai, with a hint of impatience, pulled the two apart and continued to follow the master as footsteps, casting a glance at them with an expression that spoke of two lively treasures. Their childlike demeanor amused him greatly. Ning Rorong proudly lifted her chin, exposing her snow-white neck, and swept past Oscar without a glance, noticing the disdain in her gaze. Oscar's shoulders drooped as if he had been deflated. Let us calmly listen to the master's arrangements, said Xiaowu, her voice soothing, which gradually quelled the restless hearts of the group. As the noise faded, they were suddenly led by the master into a magnificent hall, where the first sight that greeted them was a throng of soul masters, a team boasting over 100 members, all vibrant and eager to engage. Tang San, sharp as ever, sensed something amiss from this scene. Follow me, the master said, pushing open one of the luxurious doors, ushering in the Shrek 7 and Jiang Chuan, before firmly closing the door behind them. In a serious tone, he declared, "This is a private VIP room, specially opened for us by Soto City. Here, you can rest. Enjoy tea and indulge in pastries. Whatever your needs, Chengdu can fulfill them, including companionship. At this point, Yu Xiaojiang raised a finger before him. Oscar burst into laughter first. Yu Xiaojiang's remark was clearly directed at Ma Hongjun, and the rest of the Shrek team soon followed suit with curious glances. Yet, upon meeting the master's solemn expression, they swiftly masked their amusement. Even the wealthiest of the Soto Great Soul Arena could scarcely provide such lavish benefits. If every Soul Master team were afforded such privileges, would the arena not be engaged in charity? Thus, it was clear, there must be ulterior motives behind such generosity. Do not jest. I expect you to display 100%, no, 120% of your strength in the upcoming battle, for your negligence could very well lead to your demise. Yu Xiaojiang warned. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong and the others lost their mirth, rising from the sofas with resolute gazes fixed intently on Yu Xiaojiang, visibly shaken. Yu Xiaojiang continued, therefore, Ma Hongjun, should you find it impossible to suppress the flame of desire within, I can request companionship from the Great Soul Arena right now. With an hour remaining before the next bout, there is ample time for you to indulge. Oscar, from this moment forth, consume 5 chicken legs to replenish your stamina. I have even arranged for beef jerky for you. As for you, Ning Rongrong, your task for the next hour is simply to eat, drink, and rest. The master is not a whimsical jester, rather, his words are often steeped in truth and necessity. This caused Oscar, who had just been smiling, to instantly withdraw his expressions, his heart feeling as though it had been struck by a hammer. Master, what is our next course of action? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her competitive spirit piqued by curiosity. What I need to convey is quite simple. Due to the urgency of time, I shall be brief. Over the past few days of practical combat, I have discerned the potential within each of you. Furthermore, the battles within your current tier pose no significant pressure. Therefore, Flander has accepted a bounty on your behalf from the Great Do Soul Arena in Soto City. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Dai Mubai's eyes widened in astonishment as he interjected, a bounty? Indeed, Yu Xiaojiang nodded at this point, taking a seat to the right of the chessboard. He subtly inquired, has anyone heard of the Frenzied Battle Team? The mere mention of the Frenzied Battle Team struck them like a thunderclap, leaving them momentarily dazed. It was Tang San, however, who remained the most composed, stepping forward resolutely. The Frenzied Battle Team consists of 7 main members, with no substitutes, each possessing an average strength exceeding level 20, equivalent to our soul power levels. Only their captain and vice-captain, the Spider Woman, are at the 30th level. This team is formidable. Defeating them would essentially mean conquering the strongest team within the Great Do Soul Arena. At this revelation, the others suddenly comprehended the situation. It appeared the master intended to lead them into a battle, specifically a 7-person team match, which filled them with trepidation. After all, they had never participated in such a 7-person team match before. While they had rehearsed their coordination multiple times, no one could guarantee that they would perform at their absolute best in a real combat scenario. Chapter 132, A Beautiful Encounter? Charge forward. Upon hearing the name Frenzied Battle Team, Jiang Chuan was the first to smile, calculating the timeline. It was indeed the moment when the Frenzied Battle Team would encounter the Shrek 7 monsters. However, this battle would be exceedingly brutal, primarily thanks to Tang San, who stood as their pillar. It was his 8 spider lances that led them to narrowly triumph over the Spider Woman. Otherwise, defeat would have been inevitable for Shrek, and it was uncertain whether they could even secure the bounty in gold soul coins, let alone safeguard their lives. Dai Mubai, Oscar, Tang San, and the others wore solemn expressions as Yu Xiaojing spoke. Indeed, the opponents you are about to face are the notorious Frenzied Battle Team. Their rampant behavior has caused significant losses in gold soul coins to the Great Do Soul Arena, prompting the arena to issue a bounty, hoping that our Shrek team can vanquish them and eliminate this crisis and threat. At this point, he raised an eyebrow and said, come in. At that moment, dozens of youthful maidens entered, bearing platters of food, fruit, beverages, and tea. Among them was a woman whom they were quite familiar with. She was the one responsible for registering Soul Masters for the Battle Spirit Badge at the Soto City Grand Arena. And she was dressed in a resplendent gown adorned with osmanthus petals. This sight left Ma Hongjun utterly mesmerized, and to his embarrassment, he drooled slightly. Please, do not hesitate to express your needs, for what you are about to face may exceed your expectations. I shall ensure that your provisions are as satisfactory as possible. Whether it be women or food, Master S' implication was clear. Today was about breaking all constraints, allowing them to revel in their best state for the 7-person team competition. In truth, given the level of danger involved, I believe Jiang Chuan should participate, regardless of what occurs. Your lives would remain secure as long as Jiang Chuan stands behind you, thus alleviating any concerns. With that, Yu Shaojiang gently raised his left hand towards Jiang Chuan, who lounged leisurely on the sofa, yet he frowned in return. However, if Jiang Chuan is present, it may be challenging for you to unlock your inner potential, hindering your growth. The frenzied battle squad. Jiang Chuan mused nonchalantly, crossing his legs. He noted with amusement that the monthly supplies he received from this squad had inexplicably increased, a consequence of the Grand Arena's desperate attempts to profit. Jiang Chuan, what are your thoughts on this matter? As a fellow educator at Shrek Academy, and given that Jiang Chuan was responsible for overseeing the training and coordination of Shrek students, Yu Shaojiang felt it necessary to solicit Jiang Chuan's opinion. Master, are we truly to engage in battle with that group of lunatics? Ma Hongjun managed to voice, his expression contorted in apprehension. Fatty, you were so bold just a moment ago. Why the sudden retreat? Dai Mubai raised an eyebrow playfully at Ma Hongjun, nudging him with his elbow, as if to tease him for his bravado. Indeed, but as the Shrek 7, we are not equipped to challenge any soul master, even if they are the frenzied battle squad, Ning Rongrong declared, her head held high, exuding a sense of righteous determination. This statement was also intended to showcase her strength before Jiang Chuan, yet he remained engrossed in devouring a perfectly roasted pork chop, paying little heed to Ning Rongrong's gaze. This situation is easily manageable, Jiang Chuan remarked, crunching into the crispy bone of the pork chop. Just designate me as a substitute. Should any issues arise, I shall take the field. Yu Shaojiang nodded, acknowledging Jiang Chuan's meticulous handling of the situation. Designating him as a substitute not only afforded the Shrek 7 monsters a moment to recuperate but also provided an immediate solution should anyone falter, allowing for a seamless replacement with Jiang Chuan. This arrangement ensured the operational synergy of the Shrek 7 monsters while alleviating concerns regarding casualties. I concur. Yu Shaojiang should proceed with this decision. At this juncture, there exists no alternative. Very well, with this settled, I can fully immerse myself in the task at hand. Daimobai's gaze fixated intensely on his right fist. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the ornate golden door was forcefully thrust open. Entering was a towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height, his muscular frame resembling a walking mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of strength. Following closely behind him were 6 soul masters, each casting sardonic glances over the Shrek contingent. While it was impossible to ascertain the exact ages of Tang San and his companions from their appearance alone, their physique indicated youth. Moreover, investigations revealed that the majority of the Shrek 7 monsters were merely in their 20s, with only one captain boasting a soul power exceeding 30 levels. Yet, what did that matter? They were up against 2 formidable soul kings and harbored no fear. Currently, they found themselves in a dire financial predicament, as the esteemed individual demanded a staggering sum of over 1,000 gold soul coins, plunging them into debt they could hardly sustain. In desperation, they resorted to frantically plundering the resources of the Sachuo City Grand Soul Arena to meet the exorbitant demands of their superior. Interestingly, this notable figure appeared to reside in proximity to the Shrek Academy, evidenced by the address provided during the dispatch of gold soul coins. Perhaps it was mere coincidence that this individual resided nearby. It was improbable that he was a member of Shrek, as their intelligence had not suggested any such details. Oh, is this the adversary we are to confront? It seems you are rather feeble. To oppose us is quite an audacious endeavor. However, worry not. I shall enlighten you on what it truly means to be a soul master. The fierce expression of Guangxi revealed his menacing white teeth. Prior to battle, they employed psychological warfare, instilling fear in their opponents, a tactic that had consistently proven effective for their berserker team. Haha, Captain, look. Those young ladies possess truly remarkable figures. I wonder what their faces conceal beneath those masks. The twin sheep cast a greedy gaze upon Zhu Qing, their eyes seemingly unable to blink. Upon hearing the words of the twin sheep, Guangxi immediately turned his attention to Zhu Qing. Indeed, judging by her figure, she surpassed their vice-captain, the Spider-Woman. An innate talent by several magnitudes. Chapter 133, The Allure of Beauty. Wait, who is he? Guangxi's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly captivated by Zhu Qing's extraordinary physique. Instinctively, he extended his right hand, drawn by an uncontrollable impulse to grasp her shoulder. The brazen intrusion of the Guangzhou team left the members of Shrek in a state of shock. When they witnessed the audacious advance towards Zhu Qing, their indignation ignited. Initially, there may have been a flicker of apprehension in their hearts, but it swiftly transformed into fury. as Guangxi had anticipated. The psychological pressure he exerted upon his opponents far outweighed any physical blows they could deliver on the battlefield. However, fate had dealt them a poor hand, for they had chosen the wrong adversaries. The Shrek 7, unyielding and fearless, embodied the spirit of the young and undaunted. Whether nurtured in privilege or having endured multiple trials and betrayals, these factors had instilled in them a sense of pride and the courage to persevere. The actions of their opponents were akin to pushing them to the brink of rage, nearly provoking Ma Hongjun into an explosive outburst. Dai Mubai stepped forward, his demeanor menacing as he fixed his gaze upon Guangxi, threateningly inquiring, "What do you intend to do? Are you seeking death? Do you believe I won't shatter your teeth right here? Oh, you must be Guangxi, the captain of the Guangzhou team, correct? No worries. If you wish to perish, I can oblige you now, sparing you the humiliation of being beaten to the ground later." "What did you say?" Guangxi's right hand was firmly grasped by Dai Mubai, his teeth clenched in a fierce expression. The tension between them sparked intensely as members from both sides emerged behind them, each poised for conflict, ready to engage in battle. "Seeking death, are we? What do you want from me?" Ma Hongjun retorted, his belly protruding as he shoved against the twin sheep, feeling unsatisfied and pushing again, forcing them to retreat 2 steps. Tang San observed the spider woman's frown and fierce glare directed at Ma Hongjun, as if she were about to strike. He swiftly stepped forward, blocking her path, stating, "Your opponent is me. Do not interfere with them." "Such audacity. You are truly courting death." The spider woman's eyes widened in rage, determined not to relent against Shrek. "Haha. Look at the weaklings in their spirit master team, cowering behind a woman. It's utterly laughable. They dare to challenge our Guangzhou team? They should return home and drink their milk." A man wielding a compass pointed his right index finger at Oscar's nose, laughing heartily. The crowd followed his gaze, spotting the timid Oscar, who had retreated behind Ning Rongrong, though they refrained from commenting, considering her status as a support-type soul master. "Do you still wish to make a move?" Guangxi chuckled at Dai Mubai's serious demeanor. Did he truly not possess any self-awareness regarding his own strength? He ought to consider the considerable disparity in soul power between them. While you two are a 3-ring soul master, you are several levels weaker than I. Do you genuinely believe you can overpower me? That notion is utterly absurd. Have you not yet awakened from your slumber? He mocked. I could easily eliminate you. Dai Mubai's eyes glinted with a sinister smile. It is crucial to recognize that he is the evil eye white tiger, renowned as the most perilous and fearsome of fierce beast martial souls. If he still harbored doubts or apprehensions, then he was indeed foolish to possess such a martial soul. It would be wiser to simply seek a tofu block to dash himself against. Young man, you might not fully grasp this, but our wild battle team operates on the principle of profit. Anything I, Guangxi, desire must belong to me. What do you intend by inserting yourself into our affairs? Are you not afraid of death? Indeed, if you were to hand over these few women for our amusement, perhaps we would consider sparing your lives in the arena. They taunted, the 2 goats provokingly lowering their necks towards them. Tang San, exasperated, approached them and indignantly exclaimed, "What do you think you are? You dare demand we hand over our own teammates? That is tantamount to courting death." As he spoke, Tang San did not merely engage in empty threats. Instead, he summoned the blue-silver grass in his hand, which radiated a vibrant golden light, its runes and markings erupting from his body. In an instant, the surrounding area was enveloped in blue-silver grass, poised to bind Guangxi and his companions at a moment's command, heralding the imminent outbreak of battle. "Eldest brother, these rascals dared to unleash their martial souls. They are about to strike," shouted Shuangho as he activated his martial soul. As the 2 factions clashed, the Shrek 7 monsters and the wild battle team simultaneously unleashed their martial souls, creating a massive soul power magnetic field that reverberated in the air. Poised on the brink of conflict, a crisp sound echoed, accompanied by a crunching that stirred one's appetite. The aroma of fragrant pork chops wafted through the air, causing the members of the wild battle team to unconsciously swallow. Guangxi, peering through the gap between Tang San and Dai Mubai, noticed a young lad blissfully indulging in a feast, savoring the meal, which tantalized everyone's taste buds. Guangxi was instantly enraged. Their group had come with drawn swords, intentionally seeking to provoke these individuals, yet this boy blatantly disregarded them, appearing utterly indifferent. What did this signify? Did he look down upon them? A confrontation is imminent. Yet he remains unfazed, calmly savoring his pork chop. It is sheer folly. Do they not recognize the presence of the mad warriors? I ask, do you dare to disregard us? With his right fist raised, the mad rhino strides forward, each step radiating heat from the ground. his fiery gaze fixated on the back of Jiang Chuan's head. Ma Hongjun, in a moment of panic, thrust his hands into his mouth, his expression betraying an indescribable terror. His concern for Jiang Chuan is overshadowed by the fear that, in this state, the mad rhino might very well be struck down by a single blow from Jiang Chuan. It is essential to acknowledge that his opponent is a being far more fearsome than the king of hell himself. Boom. The force of the mad rhino's punch halts just inches from Jiang Chuan's skull. His right hand gripping Jiang Chuan's arm with an unyielding strength that sends waves of pain coursing through him, threatening to draw tears from his eyes. Is this truly the power of a mere human? Can it be that he stands before a soul beast? At this moment, the mad rhino feels on the verge of tears. Chapter 134. The Bellowing of the Rampaging Rhino. Until now, he has only experienced such a sensation from one individual. That nightmare of a man who lingers in his memory, Jiang Chuan. Upon seeing this youth, clad in white, the mad rhino is engulfed by a wave of apprehension. Has he inadvertently crossed paths with the fabled Lone Star of Calamity? If that is indeed the case, he feels that his demise is imminent. It is over for him. Ma Hongjun gazes ahead, suddenly realizing the sheer audacity of the mad rhino. Daring to strike at Jiang Chuan. This is nothing short of a display of intellectual deficiency. It is a moment of respite, yet the clamor continues unabated. Jiang Chuan emitted a muffled hum, a prolonged resonance that caused the hairs on the back of Guangxi's neck to stand on end. He raised his clear, unburdened gaze, prompting an involuntary reaction from those around him. The first to exclaim was Shuanghe, who nearly sprayed his drink in shock, hastily retreating a few steps, eyes wide with astonishment. The Spider Woman, despite her lack of intellect, recognized Jiang Chuan's visage, one that she could never forget. The members of the Mad Battle team stood dumbfounded, with Dai Mubai being the first to express his disdain. What had transpired? Jiang Chuan, the man wielding the compass, elucidated the enigma, awakening the crowd from their stupor as their gazes fixated upon Jiang Chuan. They glanced at the Mad Battle team, wondering if the mere utterance of Jiang Chuan's name implied an acquaintance. My lord, Shuangyang was the first to kneel, his expression one of profound loss, evoking a striking visual impact. Shuangyang, kneeling? Surely, there must be some underlying connection. Such an exaggerated gesture could not be without reason, prompting speculation. Moreover, the manner of address had shifted. He referred to Jiang Chuan as my lord while adopting a subservient posture. Clearly, there was more to this than met the eye. What on earth has transpired? Exclaimed Ma Hongjun, aware of the implications. He suddenly realized that what Jiang Chuan had revealed was merely the tip of the iceberg. The others understood as well that what Jiang Chuan had shown them was likely only a fraction of the truth. Jiang Chuan could not possibly have any ties with the Mad Battle team, thought Ning Rongrong, perplexed. Just as the crowd was engulfed in doubt, Jiang Chuan spoke slowly. Why has the offering this month decreased? My lord, there are still over 1,000 gold soul coins, not a single one less. Guangxi's face bore a rare expression of bitterness. Indeed, there were over 1,000 gold soul coins, but Jiang Chuan pressed on, his foot firmly planted on the chair. Eyes locked onto Guangxi. But count the number of gold soul coins earned at the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. What benefits have you reaped? My lord, Guangxi interjected. Jiang Chuan cut him off. Setting aside the gold soul coins, the betting at the Grand Soul Arena alone should have filled your coffers. At this juncture, not only the Shrek 7 monsters, but even Yu Xiaojiang appeared bewildered. What was happening? The Mad Battle team provided Jiang Chuan with over 1,000 gold soul coins each month? What was the nature of this arrangement that they were oblivious to? But my lord, we need a living allowance. If the brothers cannot eat or dress warmly, 100 gold soul coins would suffice to purchase several hundred cattle. Is that not enough for your Mad Battle team? Jiang Chuan retorted. Do you think yourselves pigs? Jiang Chuan's face was contorted with fury. The audacity of tax evasion occurring right under his nose was astonishing. Had it not been for Yu Xiaojiang leading the Shrek 7 monsters to the arena, he would have remained blissfully unaware. Goodness, a monthly offering of gold soul coins? Added to the extortion from those Shanghue Academy students and the monthly contributions from Shrek. One could only wonder how much hidden wealth Jiang Chuan truly possessed. Ma Hongjuan's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to fathom the extent of Jiang Chuan's gold soul coins. It appeared that Jiang Chuan, whom everyone had presumed to be financially destitute, was indeed a genuine magnate. Yet, this magnate was remarkably discreet. Everyone assumed Jiang Chuan was in dire need of money, which justified the exorbitant tuition fees at Shrek Academy. Little did they know that Jiang Chuan also received offerings from the Spirit Hall. If they were aware of this, they might very well choke on their indignation. He seemed to have a knack for extracting funds from every major force in the Douluo Continent. In Jiang Chuan's words, extortion was too harsh a term. It should rather be called borrowing some money for expenditures. This sounded much more amiable, yet to Tang San and the others, it was even more grating than the former. Jiang Chuan was quite affluent, thought Xiaowu, a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. She suddenly realized how understated this hidden tycoon was. In comparison, Tang San was far more ostentatious. This is troubling. Ning Rongrong's expression turned vacant. Zhu Zhuqing, concerned, inquired, "What is it?" "I was initially contemplating using money to entice Jiang Chuan to accompany me back to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, but it seems that may no longer be feasible." Ning Rongrong replied without hesitation. "Meanwhile, on another side, you dare to embezzle?" Jiang Chuan delivered a forceful kick, his foot striking like a thunderclap, resonating with a deafening echo, embedding the ferocious beast into the crevice of the stone wall. No, the wild rhinoceros stammered. "Is there? Just a little. How much, precisely?" As Jiang Chuan observed the other party's obstinacy, he clenched his fists and advanced menacingly toward Quan Shi. The sight instilled a profound fear in Quan Shi, as if his life were in imminent peril. With merely 1,000 gold soul coins remaining, Jiang Chuan's intentions were unmistakable. Raising his fist, he contemplated the fatal consequences, asserting that a would-be assailant must be prepared to appease his wrath. No, please, Master Jiang Chuan, spare him. We still have a soul duel ahead," implored the Spider-Woman, the tactical leader of their team, realizing that hesitation could lead to dire consequences for Quan Shi. After all, Quan Shi was the cornerstone of their group, and it was unthinkable to witness his demise when he still had value to offer. In truth, the Spider-Woman bit her crimson lip, reflecting on their recent greed for nearly 2,000 gold soul coins. Upon hearing about the frenzied accumulation of wealth by the Mad Warriors, Tang San and his companions were astonished. After deducting the offerings made to Jiang Chuan, they still had a hefty sum of 2,000 gold soul coins remaining. Such potential for profit was indeed tantalizing, leaving Ma Hongjun feeling quite envious. In the next moment, a sudden impact struck Quan Shi's abdomen as if it had been mercilessly hammered, rendering him breathless and frozen in shock. 2,000 gold soul coins? Was that mere greed? It was clearly an act of robbery. With an overwhelming momentum, Jiang Chuan struck another punch at the abdomen of the frenzied rhinoceros. After enduring yet another blow, the rhinoceros could not help but spit out blood, filled with regret for having directed all his ire towards him. Why was he the sole target? With so many members in the crazy battle team, why did they fixate solely on him? With each punch, did they not fear the possibility of delivering a fatal blow? This was truly a tragedy, and he could only blame himself for having charged in too recklessly. Chapter 135, The Master's Anticipation. The twin monkeys trembled in fear, glancing back at the members of the crazy battle team, as if to express, "See, this is what happens to the one who sticks their neck out first. And how fortunate we are to have escaped unscathed. Lord Jiang Chuan, please leave some sustenance for your brothers. If it weren't for your relentless pressure, we wouldn't be scrounging for money in the Grand Soul Arena, would we?" The frenzied rhinoceros, his spirit waning, cast a rather unpleasant gaze towards Jiang Chuan, with streaks of blood at the corners of his mouth, looking quite pitiful. This sight almost made Tang San burst into laughter. The once arrogant rhinoceros now resembled a wilted eggplant, utterly subdued by Jiang Chuan, presenting an absurd spectacle indeed. I previously mentioned that the distribution of earnings would be based on your monthly shares, not merely 1,000 gold soul coins. Are you mocking my intelligence? Jiang Chuan let out a muffled grunt, placing a foot upon the chest of the wild rhinoceros, nearly crushing him to death. He began to comprehend why the wild battle team had been so frantically amassing wealth lately, even causing considerable damage to the soul arena of Soto City. It turned out they had intended to deceive him into earning soul coins, but fortunately, he had caught them in the act. "Lord Jiang Chuan, we shall not dare to be so arrogant again. Spare us this once, and we assure you there will be no next time." Upon seeing the pleading gaze of the Spider-Woman, Jiang Chuan couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "It seems you are under a misapprehension. Your arrogance, or lack thereof, is of no concern to me. This month's earnings of soul coins will be taken as your punishment, 100%. 100%. The gravity of his words struck the members of the wild battle team like a thunderclap, leaving them in a state of despair. "Are you saying that all our efforts this month were in vain? Lord Jiang Chuan, you cannot possibly take away our sustenance for the month." The man holding the compass struggled to maintain his composure, his expression resembling that of someone on the verge of tears. In an instant, the members of the wild battle team wore bitter smiles. Even the wild rhinoceros, lying on the ground, clutching his bloodied nose, or a grimace of resignation. The Spider-Woman suddenly barked an angry command, casting a threatening glance around the group. Within the Wild Battle Team, although the Wild Rhinoceros held the title of captain, true authority resided with the Spider-Woman, a controller spirit master. Her decisions compelled the team members to obey unconditionally. The Spider-Woman remained calm. This was not a moment for bargaining. Moreover, as Jiang Chuan had stated, it was they who had provoked him first, leading to the subsequent series of events. To quell the flames of Jiang Chuan's wrath would require more than mere supplication. Spirit masters require resources and soul coins. Without meeting these two essential conditions, all else becomes irrelevant. Lord Jiang Chuan, we are willing to surrender 100% of our profits, and we beseech you to spare us. The Spider-Woman revealed a surprisingly humble side. In the Douluo Continent, strength reigns supreme, the powerful command respect, and in such moments, one must bow low, lest death befall them. Had they not been so weak, incapable of inflicting any harm upon Jiang Chuan, he might have already extinguished them. Very well, be gone. Jiang Chuan, of course, could not bring himself to slay these wealthy patrons who offered tributes each month. With a swift kick, he sent the raging rhinoceros flying. While the members of the fierce battle team hurriedly lifted the creature and departed to the adjacent VIP room for recuperation. Oh, Master Jiang Chuan, you are truly remarkable. At this moment, the sycophantic Ma Hongjun was certainly not to be missed. With his robust fists clenched tightly and raised to his neck, he wore an expression of fervent excitement. Hasten your cultivation. Do you wish for me to arrange your funerals in the next competition? Jiang Chuan's expression was far from amicable, casting a glance that seemed to suggest impending doom. Jiang Chuan, I never imagined that the Mad Warriors were all your former subordinates, someone remarked. Flattery is unnecessary. You may leave. Very well, Daimu Bai and the others promptly assumed their respective roles, each prepared to face the impending battle with utmost readiness. Jiang Chuan, to be honest, did you have any previous interactions with the Mad Warriors? Why do they harbor such fear of you? Have you instilled terror in them? Ning Rongrong inquired with curiosity. Do you believe me or not? He replied with a chuckle. Enough with the laughter. Let's eat. Jiang Chuan lightly tapped Ning Rongrong's snow-white forehead, casting an irritated glance in her direction. Jiang Chuan, could you step outside for a moment? Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow and beckoned to Jiang Chuan. The latter responded with an understanding smile and followed Yu Xiaojiang out, closing the door behind them. It was then that they heard Yu Xiaojiang's voice, barely containing his concern. Jiang Chuan, do you think the Frenzy Battle Team will hesitate to go all out against the Shrek 7 Devils because of you? We must remember, this is our training, and we cannot compromise on its quality. Just as he was about to elaborate, Yu Xiaojiang noticed Jiang Chuan raising a hand to halt them. Master, you worry too much. Not only will they show no mercy, but they will also fight fiercely against the Shrek 7 Devils. It is imperative that they strive to defeat Tang San and the others with all their might. Jiang Chuan remarked, I am aware of your apprehensions. Consider this. I am coercing and enticing the war team for their golden soul coins. Now, finding myself in a precarious position, having uncovered their clandestine dealings, they will inevitably engage in a fierce battle with the Shrek 7 monsters, possibly to the death. Your implication is that Yu Xiaojiang is not foolish and can discern Jiang Chuan's intentions. Jiang Chuan's threats against the frenzied battle team were not mere outbursts of frustration, rather, they were intended to galvanize them into greater courage, thereby unlocking the latent potential of the Shrek Academy students. How could one regard this as the behavior of a mere teenager? In terms of temperament, even Tang San or Yu Xiaojiang would find themselves outshone. It is not that they lacked the capacity to conceive such thoughts, but rather that their soul power was insufficient to realize them. Understanding this, Jiang Chuan patted Yu Xiaojiang's shoulder and stepped into the VIP room. The opposing team was astute, unparalleled in the Douluo Continent, and there was no need for excessive clarity. They were not fools and could grasp the implications. Indeed, the magnitude of one's abilities is often matched by their control. It is formidable for a youth to earn such respect from Yu Xiaojiang, a feat not easily achieved. At the very least, even his cherished nephew, Yu Qianheng, had not attained such honor. Tang San had yet to receive such commendation, for it must be noted that Yu Xiaojiang's reticent nature was well established, rarely exhibiting varied expressions or words. Simultaneously, his expectations for Jiang Chuan were immense. Although the Shrek 7 monsters possessed extraordinary talents, Jiang Chuan was not among them, nonetheless. It was undeniable that he was a teenager, akin to Tang San and his peers, deserving of admiration. The meticulously arranged arena of the Soto Great Spirit Arena was now occupied by the two opposing teams, fully prepared for battle. Chapter 136, Burning Ships, blood oaths. Under the bountiful provisions of Yongzhu, Oscar and Ning Rongrong indulged in a hearty meal and seized the moment to enjoy a refreshing slumber, awakening with renewed vigor. In summary, the Shrek team was poised and ready, maintaining their optimal condition to confront their adversaries. Conversely, the frenzied battle team approached with an imposing demeanor, their spirits taut as they regarded Tang San and his companions as formidable foes. Should they fail to vanquish the Shrek 7 monsters, their reputation would be irreparably tarnished, and the losses incurred by Jiang Chuan would be beyond redemption, a conclusion they were desperate to avoid. Perhaps you paper tigers should concede quickly, Ma Hongjun taunted, raising his thumb to his nose in a mocking gesture. Beware, or my fiery wrath may turn you to ashes. At that moment, Dai Mubai, still resentful over his recent indiscretion with Zhu Shiqing, chose to ignore Ma Hongjun's provocations, allowing his actions to go unchecked. It was then that Tang San spoke, in a tone audible only to the Shrek 7 monsters. Fatty, your taunts may be playful, but do not underestimate the frenzied battle team. Otherwise, you may find yourself in a regrettable situation. Why is that, Brother San? One asked. Look at them, their faces lined with tension and fatigue. How could they possibly contend with us at our peak? In earlier times, I harbored a certain trepidation towards their domineering demeanor. However, now, with a nasal hum reminiscent of Ma Hongjun, I ponder, could it be that you, dear third party, have become excessively cautious? These reckless warriors have already reached the limits of their strength, being severely suppressed by Brother Chuan, and I fear they may lack even the courage to confront us. Little Wu, as a sole beast of 100,000 years, has yet to traverse the realm of humanity, thus remaining oblivious to human nature. She prides herself on her intellect, yet in comparison to Tang San, she resembles nothing more than an innocent girl in her teens. Not only Little Wu, but even Oscar concurs with this sentiment. Upon noticing the gazes of the others, Tang San shook his head in exasperation. We are indeed prepared, but we cannot possibly contend with a group of desperate warriors. Moreover, I must assert that Brother Chuan's recent actions will not incite the reckless warriors to show us mercy or refrain from attacking. Rather, they will surge towards us with a bloodthirsty fervor, eager to test our defenses against their initial onslaught. Hearing Tang San's words, a look of confusion swept over the group. Tang San felt compelled to elucidate. What I mean to convey is that the true challenge of their first wave of assault has only just begun, and Brother Chuan has merely opened the gates to our dire predicament. The extent of our learning depends entirely on how much we can absorb from what they have already done. At this juncture, Tang San tightly grasped the blue-silver grass in his right hand, appearing poised and serious, a countenance that had never before graced the remaining 6 members of Shrek, leaving them utterly perplexed. On what grounds can you assert that the reckless warriors are indeed in a desperate situation? Dai Mubai inquired, not with skepticism, but rather with curiosity. Should Tang San persist in his solitary resolve and prudently allocate resources, Dai Mubai would refrain from objections, recognizing him as the tactical core. In essence, a little caution bears no detriment. As the arena competition loomed imminent, Tang San, wary of any ambiguity, observed the expressions of the Shrek members, apprehensive of any potential missteps. Thus, he solemnly emphasized, if the reckless warriors fail to vanquish us, they will face dire consequences from Brother Chuan. It would not be surprising if he were to incapacitate one of them or sever their limbs, hence they will come at us with all their might. Furthermore, upon hearing this, the Shrek members were struck as if by thunderclaps. Not just the additional point, but even the aforementioned considerations were sufficient to awaken them. Each of them retracted their previous nonchalance, their faces now etched with seriousness. Witnessing their rapt attention, Tang San wasted no time. Should the reckless warriors fall before us, they will not only suffer disgrace but may find it impossible to survive within the Soul Master community, for their enemies are not few. And one must remember the terrifying reality of wallowing in defeat. Enough, Tang San, refrain from speaking further. I fear it may disturb the tranquility of our comrades. Dai Mubai swiftly interjected, raising his formidable paw to halt Tang San's words. He turned his gaze away, particularly emphasizing to Ma Hongjun, especially you, the plump lady. Do not recklessly disrupt our rhythm. The tactical core lies within Tang San's purview. From your previous remarks, you must realize the inadequacies in your considerations. Ma Hongjun yearned to retort, Dai, we were united moments ago. Why now do you turn the tables and cast blame upon me? Yet, upon meeting Dai Mubai's piercing gaze, he swallowed his words and acquiesced. After all, he was the leader, and his word was law. From this, it was evident to all that a team devoid of a figure like Tang San would be akin to a disarrayed mass, unable to endure, and susceptible to the machinations of adversaries. The weight of Jiang Chuan's expectations, compounded by the stakes of life and death, could only summon forth a ferocious primordial beast. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong did not hesitate to unleash her soul power, activating 2 soul rings. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first grants strength, the second speed. At this moment, as she summoned her soul power, Oscar found himself swept up in the momentum, his words escaping him in a spontaneous utterance. Despite knowing Oscar comprehended the gravity of the situation, Ning Rongrong reiterated, "Next, Shrek must present its utmost vigor, at least 120%. Even 150 may falter against a horde of primordial beasts. Their onslaught is likely to be unprecedented." The term unprecedented resonated deeply within Tang San, affirming Ning Rongrong's formidable battle awareness and strategic insight. Truly, as the princess of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, her experience was vast. "Third brother, I erred earlier. I apologize. I nearly led our Shrek team into peril. This is solely my fault," Ma Hongjun confessed, his head bowed in embarrassment. At that very moment, the referee's hand descended sharply. "Begin." Boom. A thunderous and explosive sound erupted as the 7 members of the frenzied battle team charged towards the Shrek 7 monsters like wild beasts. Their soul rings illuminating in a synchronized display, radiating a fierce, chilling light. Chapter 137. A clash of dragons and tigers. You chase, I pursue. All are prepared for battle. Unleash your martial spirits. Without excessive hesitation, and before Tang San could even accept Ma Hongjuan's apology, he immediately took the lead, casting forth a myriad of blue-silver cages that spread throughout the surroundings. The air resonated with the sound of blue-silver grass sprouting from the ground, rapidly growing at a visibly remarkable pace, with most of it advancing towards the rampaging rhinoceros. Cleverly, Yu Shaojing observed his proud disciple with a sense of satisfaction. Tang San's strategic awareness was commendable. The primary target for the frenzied team's charge was indeed the rampaging rhinoceros. If they could restrain it, the claims of invincibility surrounding the frenzied team would crumble without a fight. This would prove beneficial both psychologically against the enemy and tactically in the ongoing battle. However, it was important to note that Tang San was expending considerable energy. Although he had successfully thwarted the initial wave of attacks, their strategy remained primarily defensive, raising questions about how they would manage the ensuing combat. Jiang Chuan unexpectedly articulated his judgment, and his words were not without merit. Of course, from the very beginning, Jiang Chuan relied on his own prowess to carve an invincible path. The tactical assessments he brought forth were exceptionally refined, necessitating only consideration of team coordination, rendering any need to calculate consequences unnecessary. This was all possible due to his considerable strength. However, Tang San and his companions were not afforded such luxury. They had to meticulously attend to every detail, leaving nothing to chance, for the slightest misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Yu Shaojing understood this well, and he refrained from elaborating on Jiang Chuan's statements, choosing instead to maintain a contemplative silence. Beneath the arena, Oscar urgently called out, "Xiao San, I am in dire need of support. Please hold off this duel monkey for a moment. Its speed is too swift, and it is nearly upon me." With a gaze filled with trepidation, Oscar fixated on the approaching monkey, finding himself with no avenue for evasion and no retreat available. In contrast to the chaotic tactics employed by their adversaries, their own team comprised 6 formidable attack-type Soul Masters alongside a support-type Soul Master, allowing one to focus on eliminating the auxiliary Soul Master from Shrek's side. The agile dual-throated monkey was the prime candidate for this task, capable of delivering successive harassment against the Shrek 7, which incensed Tang San greatly. Reluctantly, Tang San activated his ultimate trump card, the second soul skill, Ghost Vine Parasitism. It was a necessary measure, as losing his trump card was preferable to allowing Oscar to be ensnared in peril. If Oscar found himself in danger, not only would they lack resources such as sausages for soul power restoration, but they would also face a deficit in personnel. Before long, the dual monkeys were firmly restrained, their hands and subsequently their entire bodies bound tightly, resembling a large dumpling. Now is not the time to hesitate. Act swiftly and do not grant the opponent a single moment of respite, Tang San urged, leading the charge with his blue-silver grass continually exerting control. In tandem with Dai Mubai's White Tiger Radiance Wave, catching the dual monkeys off guard. Goodness. A control-type Soul Master and a powerful attack-type Soul Master are ganging up on me? Have you no shame? Exclaimed the dual monkeys, on the verge of tears. It was evident to any observer that the Shrek 7 aimed to swiftly eliminate a key player from the frenzied team. The opportunity to hunt the Spider-Woman was slim, as she was a control-type soul master, closely guarded by numerous allies, making it difficult to strike. The frenzied rhinoceros, tough and resilient, posed a significant challenge. Although it had recently sustained heavy damage from Jiang Chuan, it remained a formidable soul master of over 30 levels, not to be underestimated. Thus, only the duel monkeys were left to contend with. Fight with all your might, roared Mahu, unleashing a piercing cry as he expelled explosive flames, effectively sealing the duel monkey's escape route. Another extreme manifestation of martial spirit? The expression on the faces of the twin goats was one of despair, utterly shameless. Suddenly, the enigmatic Zhu Zhuqing appeared behind them, unleashing a torrent of black ripples from her palm, ruthlessly directed at the twin goats, leaving them with no avenue for retreat despite their immense power. Damn it! The Spider-Woman could no longer stand idly by. She swiftly gestured, sending forth a strand of spider silk in an attempt to aid the twin goats. Yet, she was abruptly halted by a tendril of blue silvergrass. In the midst of this chaos, a man wielding a radiant star chart prepared to channel his soul power. Fate, however, was unkind, as a slender, pale leg swept toward him, though he did not fear for his life. He understood the pain that would accompany such an impact and hastily jumped back to evade the strike. Jiang Chuan had stated that support-type soul masters could also serve as battle soul masters, and for everyone present, that meant he possessed the strength of a battle soul master in their eyes. Ning Rongrong spoke confidently, yet her feet moved with fervor, the sound of her toes scraping against the air echoing as she delivered a series of swift kicks to the star chart, catching her opponent off guard. After a flurry of strikes, though she did not inflict severe damage, she managed to push him back several paces. Gritting her teeth, she raised her fair leg high and aimed a kick directly at the star chart's vulnerable area. Goodness! The members of Shrek Academy are remarkably ruthless. Despite his reluctance, the star chart could not afford to underestimate such lethal intent. A strike to his vulnerable area could have lasting repercussions. This seemingly innocent and sweet girl possessed an angelic visage, yet her ferocity in battle rivaled that of the most vicious of brawlers. Who had trained her to fight in such a manner? What was initially perceived as a feint turned out to be a genuine attack from Ning Rongrong, leaving the onlookers both embarrassed and astonished. Having witnessed countless matches in the Soto City Great Spirit Arena, none had ever seen a Soul Master team employ such a strategy to pressure their foes. If this were to become the norm, battles would undoubtedly become far more entertaining. I wager 3 golden soul coins that this lad's vulnerable area will be shattered. Such a tactic was undeniably ruthless. Many spectators shared their astonishment, remarking on Shrek Academy's audacity and apparent willingness to risk it all. Unbelievable. Is there more to come? The star compass evaded time and again, initially believing that the opponent would relent, only to be met with relentless aggression. His feet were precariously positioned at the edge of the platform, and with a mere push, he would tumble off. In a moment of desperation, he retaliated by seizing Ning Rongrong. The latter was taken aback, unprepared for such a fierce counterattack, and swiftly turned to deliver a punch to his face. It seemed unexpected for a young woman to strike. The man wielding the star compass was caught off guard, receiving a blow that left him with a bleeding nose and a dazed mind, struggling to regain clarity. Chapter 138. The battle gradually reaches its conclusion. The combat style of Shrek Academy was indeed peculiar and multifaceted, particularly the tactics employed by their female students, who devised such unorthodox methods as striking below the belt. Was there no sense of shame? Cursed be it, their approach was excessively underhanded. The double sheep found themselves besieged, and just as this thought crossed his mind, he was met with a brutal kick from Ma Hongjun, causing him to spit blood. How could he still concern himself with others in such a state? Humph! Dai Mubai scoffed, his right index finger crackling with energy as he unleashed the white tiger light wave. A sudden voice interrupted. Do you think we are invisible? The wild rhinoceros charged forward, meeting Dai Mubai's fist head-on, even using his iron skull to absorb the fierce light, resulting in bloodshed. The star compass, unable to even best a woman, was rendered useless. Did he wish for death? The Spider-Woman could not hold back her scorn. How pathetic to allow a little girl to press him so closely. The Spider-Woman, with indignation, remarked, "She keeps kicking me." The star compass was incapacitated. A change in strategy was needed. Double Monkey, if you're still alive, hurry and assist the star compass. The Spider-Woman commanded. All right, responded the Double Monkey, who was bound by the blue silver grass, suddenly springing up to control Ning Rongrong. Fatty, where's your fire? We need backup. If the wild battle team gains support, we will be in dire straits. Tang San, with a flick of his finger emitting a cold glimmer, aimed at the Spider-Woman. his intent not to kill an unrealistic goal, but merely to create a temporary hindrance. Here comes the fire. Triple Phoenix fire line. Ma Hongjun, engulfed in flames. Bit low as he unleashed a torrent of fire, targeting the double monkey's vulnerable spot. How shameless. How could you, the Shrek 7 monsters, resort to such tactics? The double monkey screamed, accidentally igniting himself. I'll send you down first. Ma Hongjun escalated his assault, the flames leaping several meters high, singeing the double monkey's fur. I can't take it anymore. I concede. I need to be replaced. The double monkey, scorched and unconscious, collapsed beside the platform, where medical personnel promptly carried him away. The Spider-Woman smirked. The wild battle team has always consisted of only 7 members. Where do you think the substitutes come from? Are you still asleep? However, upon witnessing the charred visage of the double monkeys, one could only concede defeat. No matter, let us not panic. With 2 support members on Shrek's side, the loss of the double monkeys does not preclude our victory. Now, heed my directives. Guangxi, assist me in subduing Tang San, for he is quite the nuisance. Daimobai has also imparted wisdom to you. Should you falter here, perhaps you ought not to bear the mantle of captain of this fierce team. The Spider-Woman spoke with an air of obligation. In an instant, she evaded the silent dagger in Tang San's hand. Star Compass, can you manage? The Spider-Woman's immediate concern was to rescue the Star Compass. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed a strand of spider silk that struck true behind Ning Rongrong. Be cautious, Rongrong. Oscar bears a pair of exuberant wings, his demeanor akin to that of a phoenix-tailed cockatrice. With a swift rush, she saved Ning Rongrong. Though Ning Rongrong had previously held the upper hand, she had not escaped unscathed from the clutches of the Star Compass. And a mere sausage would suffice to mend her minor injuries. What? They possess aerial soul skills? The information we received was erroneous. The Star Compass stood bewildered, pondering the nature of these formidable foes whose tactics seemed endless. Observing the purple soul rings adorning him, the Spider-Woman intuited, speaking in a hushed tone. This individual is also a soul master of the 30th level. What? Guangxi inhaled sharply. Let us not squander time, Dai, for Tang San may incite further trouble. Very well, Dai Mubai responded, bowing slightly as he charged forward, his feet cutting through the air like a shooting star. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhu Qing closely followed, her figure flickering like black lightning. Ghostly shadow dance. Unyielding, Tang San matched their pace, managing to keep up with his nimble footwork. The 3 formed a line, both delivering a kick that struck Guangxi's face. Ah, a contest of strength? Guangxi clearly showed no fear. Fool, Tang San gritted his teeth, as the blue silver grass in his hand swiftly morphed into a cage that ensnared Guangxi. Leaping into the air, Dai Mubai emerged, radiant with golden light, his power coalescing like a deep abyss, tripling his strength with the white tiger's radiant wave. Do you think this is sufficient? First soul skill, second soul skill, third soul skill. Guangxi, undeterred, let 3 soul rings cascade from above, his vitality and strength surging in an instant. With a mighty punch, he shattered the blue-silver grass, colliding with Dai Mubai's radiant light. Ethereal claw of the underworld. Zhu Zhuqing's form stretched like a strand of noodles as she furiously swung at Guangxi's neck, seeking death. Guangxi stomped his foot, unleashing a crimson shockwave that sent her flying. Yet it was not over. Pink lightning crackled forth, and in a mere 3 flashes, a pair of rabbit ears appeared. Let Sister Xiao take over. With a single strike to the neck of the frenzied rhinoceros, it appeared as though it had been struck by a jolt of electricity. Subsequently, it was confronted by the blinding waves of the white tiger's fierce light, leaving the rhinoceros in a daze. In a moment of desperation, it grasped tightly onto Xiao Wu, and neither managed to evade the onslaught of the white tiger's radiant waves, both being hurled off the stage. Despite Dai Mubai's intention to mitigate the force, it was already too late. Xiao Wu, Tang San bellowed in fury. The spectators, sensing his distress, were drenched in cold sweat. Worry about yourself, the Spider-Woman retorted, equally disheartened. With the dual defeats of the twin monkeys and twin sheep, and now the captain, the frenzied rhinoceros, having been vanquished alongside Shrek Xiao Wu. What a calamity this was. At present, the only combat power the frenzied battle team could muster was her alone. The Star Compass, utilizing its first, second, and third soul abilities, unleashed a torrent of crimson soul power as though it were inexhaustible, bestowing it upon the Spider-Woman and her allies. The overwhelming force rendered their eyes bloodshot, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Can we still fight? Tang San queried, his own eyes glistening with blood. No more, third brother. My voice is hoarse, and I can't unleash the Phoenix fire line, Ma Hongjun lamented. Then we must withdraw. Danger looms ahead, Tang San commanded, fearful that Ma Hongjin might suffer a grievous blow. Zhu Shiqing, what about you? Third brother, I am still able. Xiao Wu's predicament was an accident. I shall not dwell on it. I will avenge her, Tang San declared, furrowing his brow as he glanced at Ma Hongjun. Take care of Xiao Wu. I'm still capable as well, Dai Mubai added, though in truth, he was suffering from internal injuries due to the strain of suppressing the White Tiger's fierce light waves. His soul power waning significantly. The ensuing battle would be straightforward. They were all fatigued. The voice of the Spider-Woman carried an indescribable chill. Once the star compass is removed, the rest of you will engage with me. Tang San frowned. Xiao Ao and Rong Rong, you should also withdraw. Just moments ago, Oscar had endured a severe chase by the Spider-Woman while attempting to save Ning Rong Rong, his clothes tattered and his mental fortitude severely drained. Chapter 139, the battle concludes. Deposits soar. Only a handful remained in the arena, engaged in a desperate struggle. Such fierce combat was indeed captivating, was it not? Indeed. It is refreshing to witness the frenzied battle team being challenged. Such fervor is rarely seen, remarked Jiang Chuan, as he made his way toward the deposit house in Soto City. Jiang Chuan, where are you headed? Yu Xiaojiang inquired, perplexed. Even he had failed to discern the intricacies within the arena. How could Jiang Chuan appear so unfazed? Jiang Chuan turned his back to the crowd and waved his hand, declaring, of course, I will place my bets on the Shrek 7 monsters. It is a chance for me to profit. Yu Xiaojiang, having spoken, glanced at Jiang Chuan and then at the Shrek 7 monsters below the arena. With the Academy's funds being scarce, perhaps he too should place a wager. Trusting that Jiang Chuan was not mistaken. At the betting booth, he confidently stated, a lean camel is larger than a horse. I will bet on the frenzied battle team. The newcomers are promising as well. I will wager 100 gold soul coins on the Shrek 7 monsters. I bet 1,000 gold soul coins on Shrek. Upon hearing this, everyone involuntarily turned to look behind them. They saw a young boy approaching, holding a gold soul coin card. Some individuals, sharp-eyed, pointed out that the Sachuo City Bank card, which can only be issued to individuals with a certain identity and those who are sole masters of rank above. This remark caused many to turn back, gazing at Jiang Chuan with astonishment. 1,000 gold soul coins on the Shrek 7 monsters? Are you certain? Inquired the man responsible for the betting. Proceed with it, Jiang Chuan exclaimed, slamming the Soul Master card onto the table. Such extravagance. Although the Shrek 7 monsters exhibited certain capabilities through their battles, the stakes placed by the frenzied battle team were significantly greater. 1,000 gold soul coins? That amounts to the expenditure of a major sect over several months, he muttered enviously. I will also wager 500 gold soul coins. Yu Xiaojiang solemnly placed his card on the table. He held no belief in the Shrek 7 monsters. Who else would dare? After all, they were his own students. Though Jiang Chuan took the larger share of the bet, it did not mean he had not worked hard. The growth of Shrek to this point was also intertwined with his efforts. A group of onlookers stared at Jiang Chuan and Yu Xiaojiang as if they were fools. Indeed, it appeared that foolishness often accompanied wealth. Sachuo City had no obligation to guide their choices, and the bets were placed swiftly. Meanwhile, on the Shrek side, Daimubai and Zhu Shiqing had already eliminated 2 members of the frenzied battle team and found themselves at a dead end. At this moment, only Tang San remained on the arena, panting heavily. There was no choice. If victory was to be achieved, he could only unleash the secret techniques of the Tang sect. Jiang Chuan's wager rests on this very point. The existing strength of Shrek Academy is inevitably inadequate to rival the Mad Team. Yet, there exists a resurrected being, Tang San. Even if the Tang sect's ultimate skills are not at their peak, can they not assist him in transcending levels? That suffices. Young man, your fate is sealed. The Spider-Woman holds the advantage. The arena is ensnared by her webs, rendering Tang San utterly immobile. Leaves flutter by, severed in twain beneath the glistening strands. Ghostly shadows flicker. With a sudden lunge, Tang San propels himself across the stage, his gaze fixed intently upon the Spider-Woman. Seeking an escape? The Spider-Woman extends her hand, and the web of entrapment unfurls. Jiang Chuan, resolute, confronts the spider web with his Xianyu hand, and at the moment of contact, sparks fly from his palm, revealing the web's razor-sharp nature. He then declares with unwavering conviction, control the crane, capture the dragon. The web is flung towards the celestial compass above. Do you still possess any semblance of dignity? The celestial compass, taken aback, recalls how it had been struck below and now finds itself ensnared by the very threads it had once dismissed. How could a mere support-type character, standing still within the arena, possibly be compelled to flee? Oh, the Spider-Woman senses a hint of peril His hand bears an oddity, and astonishingly, it remains unsevered. Storm of pear blossom needles. 6 steel needles are unleashed, piercing through the air and thrusting directly towards the Spider-Woman's visage. The first soul skill, Web of Captivity. The third soul skill, Web of Binding. This dramatic scene unfolds as the storm of needles is ensnared by the spider's web, subsequently revealing a resplendent purple web that binds the Spider-Woman. With a forceful kick, Tang San propels himself towards the Spider-Woman, having struck the celestial compass marred by spider silk. What? How could you wield the web of binding? Is that truly so perplexing? Tang San shrugs nonchalantly. Do you believe this is the conclusion? The Spider-Woman emits a soft nasal tone, and with a series of sounds, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, manifest, encircling her arms and abdomen as dark energy envelopes her. The Spider-Woman breaks free from the web's grasp, slowly rising from the ground. At this moment, the arena is shrouded in darkness, visibility plummeting. Bang! The crimson gaze of the bear expands, and she gradually raises her brow, a hint of malice present. In that instant beneath the celestial compass, she employs her ultimate third soul skill once more. The Spider-Woman now stands fully revitalized. There is no recourse left. Tang San has reached his limits, gasping for breath, resolutely declaring, 8 spear bones. With a crack, purple, glistening spider legs erupt from Tang San's spine, growing in magnitude and presenting a formidable sight. What is this? The Spider-Woman stares in disbelief, articulating slowly. Why does she feel an overwhelming sense of suppression, emanating from her very core and bloodline? Whoosh! A spider's bony leg slides through the air with a swift motion. With a sickening thud, the Spider-Woman's left shoulder was pierced, purple venom spreading rapidly, rendering her instantly poisoned. There was no time for her to savor the moment. Tang San coldly inquired, "Do you concede?" Almost immediately, another bony leg plunged into her right shoulder. I concede, she gasped. The referee on the platform was left utterly astonished. It had been reported that the president of Soto City had personally approached the Shrek team for negotiations, hoping they could vanquish the frenzied warriors. To everyone's surprise, they had indeed triumphed. The Shrek 7 had emerged victorious. Upon hearing the referee's announcement, a man in the audience turned away in disbelief. This is winning? I thought the next round would be more exhilarating. Do you not understand? When masters clash, it occurs in an instant. What is the use of prolonged combat? Indeed, every move must be lethal. Do you think this is merely a showcase, exchanging blows in a formal duel? Look, the Spider-Woman is bleeding profusely. This match was not in vain. Tang San took a deep breath, retracting the 8 bony spears from his back, and proceeded to assist the Spider-Woman in detoxifying herself. We have actually lost? She murmured, seemingly in disbelief. The head of the betting commission at the Seoul Arena widened his eyes in shock. Thud, thud, thud. Jiang Chuan gently tapped the table, rousing the other party from their stupor. No dawdling. A wager of 1,000 gold soul coins. Let's settle this. Chapter 140. The Royal Combat Team. The matter concluded. Yu Xiaojiang also earned a significant profit. The most delighted among them was Flandra. You may not be at a loss, but I am certainly reaping the rewards. The Soto City Great Soul Arena directly dispensed gold soul coins, a straightforward and convenient process. In the opulent restaurant of Soto City, an array of dishes adorned the table. Ma Hongjun buried himself in the feast, oblivious to the world outside. Tang San attended to Xiao Wu, relieved that her earlier injuries were not severe. Fatty, do take your time. I feel these dishes may not suffice for your appetite. Oscar mumbled with a mouthful of cured meat. Xiao Ao, if your appetite is small, don't force yourself, Ma Hongjun quipped, snatching the beef from Oscar's hands and taking a hearty bite. Fatty, I won't let this go, chuckled Flandra, adjusting his glasses and watching the Shrek 7 monsters burst into laughter. These young ones truly exuded vitality. What about the next match? Yu Xiaojiang, not one to lament his fate, preferred to raise issues at the dining table for collective resolution. You shall handle the student allocations. I will assist in the soul ring acquisition and nothing more. Zhao Wujia, catching Flandra's gaze, quickly averted his eyes. Observing this, Jiang Chuan sighed deeply. He finally grasped why Zhao Wujia had remained a teacher at Shrek Academy for so many years without any salary increase, with no competition or pressure from Flandra. It was no wonder he merely engaged in idle chatter. Jiang Chuan, what are your thoughts? Flandra no longer regarded Jiang Chuan as a mere child, but rather as a partner in discussion. I have already briefed the master on the specifics. The rest is up to you. Oh, have you discussed this before? Flandra inquired with emphasis. Yu Xiaojiang was forthright in his response. Flandra, If we proceed with the first and second training combined for student development, would you agree? Upon hearing this, Flandre raised a finger. Xiaogang, I have reiterated countless times that you may discuss the training matters among yourselves. There is no need to report to me. I will only oversee the students' impromptu assessments. Very well, then let us settle on that. Yu Xiaogang nodded. Additionally, winning against the frenzied warriors does not mark the end. Several young prodigies have also earned their silver soul badge, thus for future team battles, you will ascend to the next level. Flandre was clearly hesitant, which did not escape the notice of those present. Director, please speak your mind without reservation, so we can prepare ourselves. I can assure you, if we endure a few more of these shocks, Ma Hongjun will undoubtedly be the most curious among us. In response to this, Flandre candidly remarked, there are a few teams on the second level, but each is composed of the finest elites. I am acquainted with one such team, known as the Royal Dough Battle Team. The mention of the Royal Dough Battle Team was striking, causing many to perk up in interest, particularly Jiang Chuan. The name was particularly vivid in his memory. Not only were they formidable rivals of Shrek at the Soto City Great Spirit Arena, but they would also emerge as one of Shrek's most formidable adversaries in the forthcoming Continental Spirit Master Tournament. The inclusion of Royal Dough in their name suggested that the team was composed of descendants of nobility. Are you referring to the Royal Dough Battle Team? Yu Xiaogang exclaimed softly, followed by a nasal hum. He had clearly come to realize who they were, an elite group formed under the auspices of the Royal Tiando Empire by his nephew, Yu Tianheng. However, upon reflection, his initial shock began to subside. The educational resources of the Royal Tiando Empire far surpassed those of Shrek Academy, yet the quality of their instructors paled in comparison. It was essential to recognize that in terms of ability, they were still leagues behind Jiang Chuan. In a direct confrontation with the Royal Tiando Empire, the Shrek 7 could very well hold their own. I hope you all approach this matter with a calm mindset. The Royal Dough Battle Team is not an impenetrable fortress, nor are they invincible. Should we encounter them, we will adapt and respond. We need not resign ourselves to defeat. Yu Xiaogang endeavored to bolster the morale of the Shrek students. Unexpectedly, the group shrugged off the concern, with Ma Hongjun being the first to speak up. Whether they are the Royal Dough Battle Team or the Yellow Bean Battle Team is of no consequence. Teacher Jiang Chuan has taught us that we grow stronger when faced with strength and weaker when faced with weakness. The frenzied warriors are still too weak for us. It would be rather dull if we could only face this so-called team of geniuses. Indeed, Dai Mubai chimed in. We are not afraid of this so-called Royal Dough Battle Team. Winning against them is the only way to truly honor the title of the Shrek 7. Don't you all agree? Dai Mubai, undoubtedly worthy of his role as the captain of the Shrek 7 monsters, inspires enthusiasm. He possesses profound insights and, within his heart, holds similar thoughts. Under Jiang Chuan's guidance, he has not only addressed his shortcomings, but now stands fearless, gazing into his own soul. Even with 10 ferocious rhinoceros ahead, he dares to charge forth and strike them down. Hesitation has never been the task of an assault-type spirit master. Very well, since you lack such determination, allow me to convey my message in its entirety. Flandre has just dropped a hint that tomorrow we shall accept the challenge invitation from the Royal Combat Team. I can state unequivocally that if you emerge victorious in this battle, each student will be rewarded with 20 gold soul coins. 20 gold soul coins? Ma Hongjun instinctively dismissed the news of the upcoming decisive battle with the Royal Combat Team, gripping the chair with both hands, his eyes wide as saucers. Flandre nodded towards him. The Royal Combat Team comprises a group of 7 spirit masters, each a 3-ring spirit venerable, celebrated as the elite of the elite. They are even preparing to compete in the next Continental Advanced Spirit Master Tournament, and their team boasts formidable strength and a daunting background. Background? Dai Mubai smiled faintly, unperturbed. To him, the significance of background had diminished. What could possibly rival the might of an entire nation like the Douluo Empire? Flandre understood Dai Mubai's sentiments well. He too felt the depth of the Shrek 7 monsters' background, each one a prodigy, an untouchable entity. Some even held the title of Title Douluo. Could it be the Royal Academy of the Heaven Dough Empire? The silent Tang San, stroking his chin, voiced his conclusion. Chapter 141, Revealing the Hidden Cards. Sharpening the spear before battle. Soon, the Shrek 7 monsters engaged in a series of rigorous training sessions. As Jiang Chuan remarked, sharpening the spear before battle may not be swift, yet it is effective. In the face of the Royal Combat Team, the current odds appear to be evenly matched. Considering their age, if the Shrek 7 monsters were granted a year of training, they would likely crush the Royal Combat Team without mercy. However, such words are often spoken by the timid. If it were truly a struggle among peers, then the Shrek 7 monsters would hardly deserve the title of monsters. In summary, the forthcoming period will still be under Jiang Chuan's tutelage until the soul battle with the Royal Combat Team concludes. Flanders, relieved, entrusted the Shrek 7 monsters to Jiang Chuan. Looking at him with gratitude, Brother Xiao Chuan, it is necessary for you to impart some lessons to these children. Today's inspection indeed lifted their spirits. Continue your efforts. Currently, Xiaogang and I are working on some benefits for you. If circumstances permit, benefits? Ma Hongjun, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, approached eagerly. Are we to have chicken legs every day? Eat, eat, eat. Fatty, how much food is actually stored in your head? Is it possible that, in your perception, our welfare consists solely of sustenance? Perhaps Dean Flander, noticing our profound solitude and desolation, might consider summoning a few female students. Oscar, renowned for his dubious association with Ma Hongjun, made a sardonic remark. TCH, how contemptible. Ning Rongrong, with her keen perception, cast a dismissive glance at the two. Flander had already advised against premature disclosures, especially since the chances of recovery remain rather bleak. The master reproached him and led Flander away. Presently, only the esteemed teachers Jiang Chuan and Zhao Wuji remained in the plaza of Shrek Academy. Jiang Chuan was well aware of what they were discussing, yet he paid little heed. Instead, he turned his attention to the training of the Shrek 7 monsters with an air of authority reminiscent of the King of Hell. Time swiftly passed, and before long, it was deep into the night. Teacher Zhao, he instructed, please take Dai Mubai and the others to practice for the next objective. Tang San, remain. I have matters to discuss with you. Jiang Chuan wore an expression that suggested a burdensome sense of duty. Observing this, Dai Mubai gently shook his head and sympathetically patted Tang San on the shoulder. Little San, do take care of yourself. I have a foreboding feeling about your upcoming circumstances. Initially, Tang San had been striving to maintain his composure, but upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, his expression immediately darkened. Dai Mubai, what are you prattling on about? Zhao Wujia reprimanded with a commanding tone, waving his hand to lead the 6 of them out towards the training ground. Brother Chuan, my intention in keeping you here is not trivial. Given your current situation, you must consider acquiring the next soul ring to attain greater growth potential. Furthermore, this demon blade, Qianren, is entrusted to you. It can be employed during the battle against the royal fighting team, but it is advisable to use it judiciously. Otherwise, should a calamity ensue, it would bring unnecessary trouble upon you, and there is truly no need for such extremes. Regard this battle as merely a training exercise. Tang San nodded in acknowledgement of Jiang Chuan's words. He certainly would not recklessly wield the demon blade upon entering the fray. After all, this exceptionally sharp long blade could even sever the phoenix fire line of the robust fatty, regardless of the adversary. Anyone who fell within his reach would meet their demise with a single strike. Additionally, I shall apply to be a substitute. Really? That would be splendid. Tang San felt a wave of relief wash over him. His concern was not primarily for the battle itself, but rather for Xiao Wu's safety, which had cast a shadow over his demeanor. It was crucial to note that during the earlier skirmish with the mad fighting team, Xiao Wu had sustained injuries, a lapse for which he felt responsible. He was determined not to witness such a misstep again, especially when confronting formidable foes like the royal fighting team. However, with Jiang Chuan standing behind him, he felt a sense of security, allowing him to compete with greater confidence. Jiang Chuan was acutely aware of the thoughts occupying the mind of his counterpart and chose to remain silent. Thank you, Brother Chuan, Tang San declared, preparing for a desperate gamble. He accepted the demon blade Qianren from Jiang Chuan's hand and deftly stowed it within the confines of the 24 bridges under the bright moon. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuan burst into hearty laughter, remarking that a desperate gamble was indeed a serious matter. If you were truly to unleash your full potential and employ every means at your disposal, I fear that not a single one among you Tianhing and his companions would stand a chance against you. Jiang Chuan spoke with utmost certainty, for this was indeed the truth. The techniques of controlling cranes and capturing dragons, the hammer of Haotian, and the chaotic wind hammering method, these trump cards had never once been employed by Tang San, indicating they were undoubtedly formidable weapons of his adversary. One must remember, as articulated in the ancestral teachings of the Tang sect, that an enemy whose intentions remain inscrutable poses the greatest threat. Reflecting on this matter, a smile almost escaped him. In the spirit hall, Tang San was known as the porcupine, for any movement he made was laced with venom or hidden weaponry, rendering opponents defenseless. Consequently, many soul saints and soul Douluo who had ambushed them in the Star Do forest suffered grievous injuries or perished. At that time, Relying solely on his title as a sole emperor, Tang San would not have been able to contend with such a formidable group. In other words, without his concealed weapons, survival would have been impossible, let alone attaining divinity. However, possessing a background is also a facet of strength, and this does not imply that Tang San resorted to deceit. If one were to speak of cheating, Jiang Chuan would concede to Tang San's son-in-law, Hui Yuhao, who was nothing short of a prodigious talent. Beginning with a million-year soul beast by his side, he had already acquired several million-year soul rings even before reaching divine status, making him a veritable favored child of destiny. His thoughts wandered. Clearing his throat, Jiang Chuan sought to organize his ideas. Yu Tianheng? Tang San did not appear dazed by Jiang Chuan's commendation. Rather, he donned a grave expression and interjected, "Brother Chuan, your tone earlier, do you perhaps know someone from the Imperial Battle Team?" How else could the adversary have uttered the name of the Imperial Battle Team so readily? He was suddenly struck with astonishment. Realizing that Jiang Chuan was the one who had concealed his knowledge most profoundly, possessing an intimate understanding of the Imperial Battle Team. If this were the case, Jiang Chuan could serve as a breakthrough, revealing information pertinent to the Imperial Battle Team, which would be advantageous rather than detrimental, thereby laying the groundwork for it. Noticing Tang San's gaze, Jiang Chuan could easily surmise his thoughts. He firmly reminded, "Regarding the Imperial Battle Team, I shall remain entirely silent. After all, this is your trial. Is that clear, little San?" His tone was resolute, devoid of any room for negotiation. Should he divulge Yu Tianheng's weaknesses, there would be no need for further soul battles. They could simply march forth and crush their opponents. Chapter 142, Shrek vs. Imperial Battle Team. Moreover, Jiang Chuan was well aware of the vulnerabilities and shortcomings of the majority of soul masters beneath the Douluo Continent. Should he disclose all their weaknesses to Tang San and the others? What purpose would they serve then? Jiang Chuan alone could bring the Douluo to divine status. Without further ado, dawn arrived swiftly, marking the moment of the decisive battle against the Royal Combat Team. The Shrek 7 monsters were fully prepared. Their confidence seemingly bolstered either by Jiang Chuan's guidance or by the infernal training they had endured the previous day. At the forefront stood the proud Ma Hongjun, whose expression bore a hint of scorn. He strode confidently into the arena, locking eyes with the Royal Combat Team's captain, Yu Tianheng. "Xiao San, do you not find something peculiar about this Yu Tianheng, the captain of the Royal Combat Team?" Dai Mubai's eyes widened as he suddenly focused on the injuries on Yu Tianheng's hand, wounds that appeared almost fatal, the origin of which remained a mystery. Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes unfolded, and he marveled inwardly. This was undoubtedly a formidable expert, one who struck with both ferocity and cunning. The nature of the injury evoked a sense of familiarity within him. If they were to discover that these injuries were inflicted by Jiang Chuan, one could only imagine their reaction. As if sensing their scrutiny, Yu Tianheng clenched his right fist tightly, concealing the wounds on his hand, and shot a threatening glance at Tang San. "So, he is but a half-wreck. I had expected more from the captain of the Royal Combat Team." Ma Hongjun's remark immediately provoked Yu Tianheng, alleviating his own concerns. For battling a half-wreck hardly warranted trepidation. "What did you say, fatty?" Before Yu Tianheng could respond, a striking young woman in a vivid green robe approached with fierce determination. Her flamboyant short hair framed a face that glared at Ma Hongjun as if to memorize his features for the impending contest. Humph. Though Ma Hongjun was typically swayed by beauty, the haughty demeanor of Dugu Yin had yet to capture his interest. It could be said that even before the battle commenced, intense sparks had already ignited between them. "Shrek? Peculiar? Isn't it? I advise you to choose your words carefully, otherwise you may not only face a grim fate but also be left utterly humiliated. Do you truly think that defeating a trash team like the Mad Warriors would place you on par with our Royal Combat Team?" A tall figure clad in a white brocade robe spoke, evidently a swift attack-type spirit master from the Yellow Beam team. "Silence, silence." The referee struck the table with a sudden force. The Soul Arena of Sodo naturally relished the sight of the Soul Masters teams igniting sparks of enthusiasm even before the battle had commenced. Such fervor not only stirred the emotions of the gathered crowd, but also promised a richer sensory experience and a more thrilling display of soul combat in the forthcoming clash. However, such exuberance must be tempered. Excessive fervor could spiral out of control. After all, in this realm of Douluo Continent, soul masters remain an unpredictable element. And should they slip beyond the bounds of control, the consequences could be dire. No one desires to witness such a scenario unfold. The soul battle was about to commence. The referee did not linger any longer. If they delayed further, it was evident that the Shrek 7 Devils would soon engage with the Imperial Battle Team. The Master, who had been at a loss for words, found himself in an unprecedented state of disarray before Jiang Chuan. After taking a few deep breaths to compose himself, he resolutely addressed his counterpart. Jiang Chuan, I entrust the upcoming battle to your capable hands. I shall await your news in the VIP room and strategize for the next steps of the Shrek 7 Devils. Jiang Chuan did not impede his opponent, allowing him to depart freely. On one hand, he was his own nephew, on the other, his most esteemed disciple. Even with Yu Xiaojiang, he found himself at a loss as to whom to support in this contest of victory and defeat. Thus, choosing to turn a blind eye and discreetly withdraw from the scene seemed a prudent decision. Yu Xiaojiang took a few steps towards the VIP room when suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he turned and inquired, by the way, Jiang Chuan, do you currently possess the Silver Soul Badge? During this interval, Jiang Chuan had participated in numerous battles, emerging victorious in every arena without a single defeat. He was likewise revered as a divine being. In fact, a president from the Soto Great Soul Arena had approached him multiple times, seeking to offer a substantial sum of gold soul coins in exchange for his assistance in resolving some complex issues. Though Jiang Chuan had managed to defer this request for the time being, the Golden Soul Badge, Jiang Chuan raised the golden badge in his right hand, briefly gesturing it towards Yu Xiaojiang before tucking it back into his sleeve. He was indifferent to the badge's rank, however. Such an emblem conferred upon him a status of identity, and more importantly, an incessant flow of resources and gold soul coins. What? In just a month, you have already attained the Golden Soul Badge? Yu Xiaojiang was rendered speechless, his face betraying a look of terror. He was acutely aware that Jiang Chuan frequently trained the Shrek 7 monsters and often observed them in the Soul Arena, implying that his participation in competitions was limited. Yet, even under such circumstances, the opponent had managed to secure the Golden Soul Badge. Truly, he was a youth adept at manifesting miracles for himself. One could only wonder how Flander would react upon learning of this development. Would he be equally astonished? Indeed, the Golden Soul Badge was on the cusp of ascending to the next level. However, it seemed that within the Soul Arena, no one was willing to engage with him in battle, and Jiang Chuan found himself disinterested. He shrugged nonchalantly. Well, Yu Xiaojiang responded dryly, still reeling from the shock. At that moment, the arena was alive with commotion as the Shrek 7 monsters prepared for their second-floor battle. I specifically came to witness the Shrek 7 monsters in action. Shrek is up against the Imperial fighting team. What do you think? What else can be said? Just watch. It will surely be thrilling. Why does it feel like recently there's a group of young individuals with such formidable strength, sweeping through and decimating various teams? What? Have you seen the true faces of the Shrek 7 monsters? No. But I can sense from their voices and heights that they are quite young. Regardless of them, I can see the Imperial fighting team making their entrance. They all look like students, and it's said they hail from the Royal Empire of Tiando, so they must have some background. Of course. Who enters the Royal Empire of Tiando without connections? Perhaps someone behind them is even a soul sage. Not to be trifled with, indeed. Chapter 143. Heavy Losses. Substitutes take the stage. Humph. Upon hearing this, Du Guyan scoffed derisively. What is a soul sage? My grandfather is a titled Douluo. Had it not been for my father's tragic demise from poison, he would have become the youngest titled Douluo on the continent. Such a lineage is incomparable to that of these Shrek 7 monsters. It was essential to recognize that the bloodline she bore was unparalleled, noble and revered, across the continent. The only one worthy of her regard was Yu Tianheng. Come on, bring it on, Ma Hongjun provocatively taunted. Seeking death? I've long found you displeasing. Yu Tianheng was the first to respond, his right hand forming a claw as blue lightning surged forth, striking Ma Hongjun squarely on the forehead. Seeking death? Your opponent is me. Daimu Bai would not remain indifferent. His fists unleashed a golden radiance as they collided fiercely with Yu Tianheng's lightning. The battle had unmistakably commenced. The clash of soul power crackled with a vibrant display of colors, dazzling and brilliant. The Shrek 7 exhibited an overwhelming offensive posture, akin to a tidal wave approaching. Were these individuals from Shrek mad? Such a reckless expenditure of soul power could lead to significant damage before the first soul battle even concluded. Shimo was abruptly struck by Tang San's consecutive kicks. Aha, do you not comprehend? We have substitute team members, he declared. Let loose. Teacher Jiang Chuan instructed us to unleash everyone's combat advantages. Ma Hongjun, unabashed, spewed forth flames reminiscent of a phoenix, relentlessly suppressing Yufeng beneath a fiery whirlwind. The intensity of the flames was overwhelming. This rotund fellow had gone completely berserk, demonstrating power exceeding threefold from earlier. Yufeng, troubled and dismayed, could not help but curse inwardly. Had he truly encountered a band of lunatics? They claimed to have substitutes as trump cards. Yi Lingling interjected. Regardless of their status, we must execute our coordination flawlessly. Chaos must be avoided. Yu Tianheng, undeterred, declared, "Leave this tiger to me. The rest will follow Yan Zi's lead." Suddenly, a shadow darted across the battlefield, swiftly approaching Yu Tianheng. Sensing impending danger, he swiftly summoned a yellow soul ring with his left hand. First soul skill, whoosh. To Yu Tianheng's left, a pink mist emerged, revealing the swift figure of a rabbit-eared girl, her speed rivaling his lightning. Still wishing to unleash your soul skills? You ought to consult Sister Xiaowu first. Xiaowu raised her long leg and delivered a powerful kick, landing squarely between Yu Tianheng's legs. Damn, as expected. The Shrek 7 truly fight viciously. They relish incapacitating their foes, Shimo expressed in shock. Yet, amidst the combat, there was no explicit rule against targeting below the belt. He mused coldly. 3 individuals encircled Yu Tianheng? The solitary and fierce Du Guyan gritted her teeth, her tightly clenched fists emanating traces of a subtle toxic gas that permeated the air. Understand him, Daimu Bai commanded through gritted teeth, first soul skill. White Tiger's radiant wave. With a bend of his waist, he prepared for the next move. Yu Tianheng initially evaded Xiaowu's vicious kick, sneering, "Ha! What a bunch of Navi children. There are 7 of you, yet you dare to send 3 to besiege me, while 2 are support-type soul masters. That leaves only 2 who can truly contend. If I can draw you out, my teammates will swiftly incapacitate the remaining 4. Is this truly the strategy of Shrek? It appears rather lackluster." After a moment of mockery, Yu Tianheng's expression shifted to one of fury. Thunder Dragon Claw. His hands gradually transformed into dragon-like claws, entwined with azure lightning, striking towards Xiao Wu, who was unable to withstand the force and was sent flying. A chilling voice emanated from Yu Tianheng as he slightly raised his gaze, seemingly descending from the depths of the abyss. The Phoenix fire line surged, intensifying as the fiery dragon spiraled, forcing Oscar to retreat incessantly, his body marred with wounds and blood, in a state of disarray. 9 Hearts Begonia. Yi Lingling could no longer hold back, presenting the sacred begonia blossom, its petals shimmering with the essence of soul power. "Stop her," Oscar exclaimed. But Yi Lingling had never encountered such aggression. The soul master she typically faced merely targeted her midsection, leaving her flustered. "Curse you." Ning Rongrong dealt a swift kick to Yi Lingling, causing her to stumble. The 3 support-type soul masters were entangled in a fierce struggle. "Othello, how brazen." Oscar's eyes flared with intensity as he charged like a cheetah towards Oscar, yet suddenly, a pair of wings resembling those of a phoenix-tailed chicken sprouted from his back, lifting him into the air, leaving Othello helpless. Xiaowu's fall from the arena ignited a fierce determination in Tang San. Yet he found himself momentarily restrained by the brothers Shuremo and Shuremo. Yu Tianheng is incredibly formidable. Daimu Bai had already unleashed his 3rd soul skill. Yet it seemed impossible to defeat Yu Tianheng, who unleashed lightning with abandon. "My soul power." Zhu Shiqing caressed her chest, feeling the immense drain on her energy and soul power. It was well known that the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex was one of the most potent beast spirits, renowned for its lethal prowess and swiftness, a veritable machine in battle. Zhu Shiqing had to not only attack but also evade the relentless lightning. Thunderous might. As this voice echoed, the surrounding air fell into a profound silence, enveloped by an aura of night. White Tiger Shield. Clearly, Daimu Bai intended to withstand this blow. Otherwise, Zhu Shiqing had no means of escape. Humph, Shrek's captain. Such tactics leave much to be desired. This was not the first time Yu Tianheng had mocked Daimu Bai. The thunderous might was too swift, grazing Daimu Bai's cheek before striking Zhu Shiqing in the chest, sending her stumbling out of the arena. Losing 2 team members in an instant? This was dire. Zhao Wujie struck the railing with a heavy fist, revealing his agitation. He turned to Jiang Chuan. "It seems I must trouble you to take action." Jiang Chuan held a blue and white porcelain teacup, nodding slightly as his gaze fixated on the arena. "I, fatty, can handle this bunch of weaklings all by myself." In truth, Ma Hongjuan's voice was nearly hoarse. Everyone could discern the raspiness in his tone. "Fatty, step down. There's no need to exacerbate our injuries. You've done your best," Tang San commanded. Despite Ma Hongjuan's reluctance to withdraw, he eventually left, his spirits low. For in their team, the commands of the control-type soul master took precedence above all else. "Hey, fatty, why aren't you continuing? Come on. What else with the cowardice?" Yufeng, ready to retaliate, glared at the retreating Ma Hongjun in furious indignation. "Black charcoal, you can entertain yourself," Ma Hongjun warned as he clenched his right fist. Yufeng's demeanor was quite comical. He truly resembled a piece of burnt charcoal. Chapter 144, the substitute strikes decisive measures. Keeping Ma Hongjun would merely add another casualty to their ranks. Yufeng, stop your incessant chatter. I must hurry to assist you Lingling in overcoming her predicament. Suppress those two support-type soul masters. If you cannot handle them, then don't bother returning. Du Guyan's anger was palpable. At such a critical moment, Yufeng still spouted reckless words. Was his mind filled with nonsense? With barely a moment to respond, a gust of wind surged forth and fiercely. Oscar did not pursue him, but instead lunged at Ning Rongrong. With a swift motion, he sent her flying out of the arena. Just as she was about to tumble out, Ning Rongrong shouted urgently, "Seven treasures turn out, glazed, 1 day strength, 2 days speed." 2 soul rings chimed melodiously, their sounds clashing as they unleashed a cascade of ethereal soul power, which flowed into the remaining 3 members of Shrek Academy. They were doomed. The battle's outcome was all but sealed. The Shimo brothers clung tightly to Tang San, even risking severe injury from the control-type soul master to restrain him. After all, facing 2 soul emperors, Tang San's energy was severely depleted. As for Dai Mubai, his plight was even more dire. With the combined strength of the 3, they could not crush Yu Tianheng outright. Now, left alone, it was evident he could not endure. It was not merely a matter of martial soul rank being inferior to Yu Tianheng's, but rather that Tianheng fought with unmatched ferocity, growing stronger with each confrontation. Although it was the soul battle competition, he fought as if his life depended on it, bolstered by his wild and immensely powerful martial soul. Daimubai was forced to retreat steadily. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex was indeed one of the mightiest beast martial souls within the Douluo Continent, and its mere potential was enough to instill a sense of dread. In summary, the situation was exceedingly precarious. Shrek was caught off guard and overwhelmed. Jiang Chuan still vividly remembers that Tang San narrowly triumphed by leveraging his concealed weapons and astute tactical acumen. Ha ha ha, the Shrek 7 monsters, your time is over. I am eager to witness what tricks you can still conjure at the end of your strength. Yu Tianheng, resolute and confident, already glimpses the dawn of victory. Just as he surmised, the remaining members of the Shrek 7 monsters are indeed at their wits' end, teetering on the brink of withdrawal, their soul power nearly depleted. Thud, thud. The resounding footsteps exude an undeniable presence, capturing the attention of the entire audience as Jiang Chuan steps onto the stage. Frankly, no one believes Shrek can stage a comeback. Even with substitutes, it is too late. With Jiang Chuan's arrival, only 4 members remain in the Shrek 7 Monsters team for the arena battle. Meanwhile, the Royal Combat team has suffered minimal losses, some members even fully replenished in soul power. Such as Yi Lingling. She can restore the team entirely, whereas the young girl from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has already fallen from grace. It is evident to even the most naive that the outcome of the forthcoming battle is all but decided, unless this substitute, whom the Shrek 7 monsters hold in such high regard, can single-handedly defeat 7 opponents. Upon witnessing Jiang Chuan's entry, Dai Mubai and the others displayed expressions of relief, their previously taut nerves now unwinding. For Jiang Chuan, this match is merely a formality. Overpowering the Royal Combat team seems almost effortless, as if he could achieve victory with the mere lift of a hand. The members of the Royal Combat team, not lacking in intelligence, discerned the sudden lightheartedness of the Shrek team and turned their gazes toward Jiang Chuan as if they had never heard of him before. Yet, upon observing the expression on Dai Mubai's face, it appeared as though this individual named Jiang Chuan possessed the capability to take on 7 adversaries. And these were the elite among the elite from the heavenly Do Imperial Empire. Are you all too jubilant too soon? Just one substitute has you in such high spirits? Sneered Dugu Yin, initiating the mockery. Yin, enough, Yu Tianheng swiftly retorted, directing a serious gaze towards Jiang Chuan. He felt an uncanny familiarity with the young man, though he could not pinpoint why, and inquired, "You are Jiang Chuan, the substitute for Shrek, correct? Given your physique, are you perhaps a powerful assault-type battle soul master? If so, we must prepare ourselves accordingly, as having 2 assault-type battle soul masters in a team is indeed formidable. Moreover, judging by the expressions of the Shrek members, this individual may not be simple. He could very well possess an extraordinary martial spirit." Yu Tianheng spoke candidly, prompting the others to regard him with due respect. Stemming from his esteemed lineage as a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, no one dared to dismiss Yu Tianheng's words, and they quickly regained their composure. Support-type Battle Soul Master, Chaos Green Lotus. Jiang Chuan did not conceal his intentions, gently raising his hand. The remaining Shrek students shall continue. You have not yet lost the match. Should the moment arise when you can bear no more, I shall intervene. As he spoke, Jiang Chuan crossed his arms over his chest and stood to the side, adopting a posture reminiscent of an audience member at a performance. What? An auxiliary spirit master? Du Guyan scoffed repeatedly, taking over from Yu Tianheng's words. So, he is merely an auxiliary spirit master. What is there to fear? Even if he could revive the Shrek students completely, what difference would it make? We stand here with Yi Lingling behind us. It merely cancels out their advantage. I was curious about their hidden cards, but it seems laughable. The White Tiger's fierce light wave. Dai Bai fought with all his might. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's command, he dared not defy it. However, his target was not Yu Tianheng, but rather he lunged towards Yi Lingling, landing a powerful blow that severely injured her. Unfortunately, he was inadvertently struck by the third soul skill of Yu Feng and was expelled from the arena, gravely wounded and unable to continue. Little San, dreamy mushroom sausage. Oscar tossed the purple sausage in his hand, aiming for Tang San, but it was intercepted by the swift Othello, who kicked it away, sending Oscar flying as well. Little Ao. Tang San had no time to rescue his companion and instead withdrew his magic knife, Chanren. With a resounding clang, he unleashed 3 strikes, slicing Othello's dreamy mushroom sausage into 3 pieces and leaving 3 deep gashes on Othello's chest, crimson blood seeping forth. What weapon is this? I cannot evade his blade. Othello was utterly astonished, lowering himself to clutch his chest while regarding Tang San with great trepidation. He had previously trained his speed, even rivaling the renowned blue lightning tyrant dragon. Yet, he never expected to be unable to evade Tang San's assault. It was truly unfathomable. Wait a moment. Where did that Shrek substitute go? How did he vanish from the arena? If not for Shimo's reminder, even the referee would not have anticipated Jiang Chuan's sudden disappearance. As everyone turned back and forth in confusion, Jiang Chuan's figure remained elusive. Whoosh. Thud. A shadowy figure flashed by. A massive hand struck Shimo's abdomen, and with a cracking sound against the green turtle shell, Shimo was sent flying out of the arena without hesitation. Ah! Chapter 145. 3 seconds to defeat the opponent. The wailing cries echoed far and wide. Since their acquaintance with Shimo, they had never witnessed him in such a dismal state. What just transpired? Be careful. Even if Yu Tianheng is somewhat naive, he undoubtedly comprehends the situation at hand. It is undoubtedly the mischief of that substitute player. The opponent's identity and strength are far from ordinary, possibly surpassing their comprehension of support-type soul masters. As the control-type soul master within the team, your temperament makes it challenging to maintain an overarching perspective. The repeated failures of the Emperor battle team in future skirmishes are inextricably linked to your influence. The enigmatic figure of Jiang Chuan materialized behind Du Guyan, gently raising a palm to rest upon her back. In an instant, without a moment's warning, Du Guyan spat blood, succumbing to exhaustion, feeling an intense burning pain in her spine. It was he, this Jiang Chuan. Shermo's words remained unspoken, and he found himself rendered speechless, suddenly feeling darkness envelop him as he collapsed onto the arena floor. At this juncture, it was not only the referee's comprehension that was in question. Even the onlookers struggled to discern when Jiang Chuan had made his move. How astonishing. It was as though anyone who met his gaze was doomed. Why was this soul master named Jiang Chuan so formidable? How had I never heard of him before? Wait, Jiang Chuan, that name sounds familiar. It is said he secured the Golden Soul Badge at the Grand Soul Arena in record time. The reason for the obscurity surrounding his name is that he participated in very few competitions, achieving a remarkable record of victories, and consequently, few dared to accept his challenges. Could it be? How did such a figure suddenly emerge from the Soto Grand Soul Arena without my knowledge? But he's an auxiliary soul master. Even if he played tricks, he should still be an auxiliary soul master. How then could he eliminate 2 formidable beast spirit soul masters in an instant? I do not know. Everything about this individual is shrouded in mystery. This battle caught the attention of Qin Ming in the VIP room. Jiang Chuan. I pride myself on being well-versed in the affairs of the Soto City Grand Soul Arena, thoroughly studying every extraordinary soul master, yet I overlooked him entirely. From the speed displayed a moment ago, he was clearly on par with a soul master of the soul sect level. Moreover, such strength could rival that of the most powerful beast spirits. How could someone like him be merely an auxiliary soul master? Is the Douluo Continent in chaos? Qin Ming was left speechless, astonished by the sheer peculiarity of the situation. He had never witnessed anything so bizarre. Truly, a monster among monsters. It is no wonder that Shrek Academy cultivates such exceptional individuals. It has been a while since I last paid a visit to Dean Flinder. Perhaps I should seize this opportunity to lead the students in a visit. On the arena, Jiang Chuan declared. I shall grant you 3 seconds to unleash all your soul rings and spirit abilities. The voice of Jiang Chuan was chillingly cold, as if he were merely discussing a mundane matter. His intention was not to offer the royal battle team an opportunity for victory, but rather to indicate that his actions could easily result in grave harm to others. In such circumstances, it would be prudent for them to activate their martial souls and soul rings to alleviate some of the impending pressure, thereby safeguarding their own lives. The pressure was formidable, and Yu Tianheng bore the brunt of it. He was enveloped by the overwhelming might of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, unleashing all his soul power. The first, second, and third soul skills activated in unison, as 3 soul rings illuminated his form. A fierce, frigid tornado of wind erupted from his being. Unable to contain himself, Othello brushed back his golden hair and dove towards Jiang Chuan, roaring, "You are utterly arrogant." Tang San, standing nearby, was rendered speechless. He had never envisioned that spirit battles could unfold in such a manner. It was indistinguishable from a mere formality. "Very well, you may proceed," he thought. Jiang Chuan moved with an elegance that defied the very laws of nature, his form flickering like a fleeting shadow. Othello's speed paled in comparison, rendered utterly insignificant as he delivered a powerful kick that sent his opponent tumbling off the stage. Next, with the force of a tempest, the Thunder Dragon's claw proved futile. As Jiang Chuan strode forward, he seemed utterly unfazed by the tempest of thunder and lightning surrounding him. With a swift motion of his hand, he sent Yu Tianheng sprawling, crashing heavily onto the arena floor in a rather intimate encounter with the ground. What? At this sight, Dugu Yin was left in a state of shock. Was this a battle of souls, or merely a harvest of chaff? It appeared that anyone who dared to touch Jiang Chuan was doomed, as even the formidable Yu Tianheng had been flung aside with a mere slap. Could there be anything more absurd? At that moment, Dugu Yin found herself at a loss for words. "This is bad," Yu Lingling exclaimed in alarm. Jiang Chuan's strike had occurred in an instant. In the brief span of merely 3 seconds, their team had already suffered the loss of 4 members, leaving her quite shaken. Clearly, this was not the time to ponder the source of Jiang Chuan's extraordinary strength. Immediate assistance was required for the remaining team members. 9 Heart Begonia. The power of 9 Heart Begonia surged forth, swiftly healing the injuries on Yu Tianheng's face and alleviating Dugu Yan's back wounds. My goodness, this is astonishing. Jiang Chuan is truly remarkable. The Yellow Bean team appeared as fragile as scarecrows before him. You should have seen Yu Tianheng's expression when he was sent flying. Drool spilling from his mouth, hilarious. Ma Hongjun, leaning against the railing, cackled in delight. Just as he had remarked, this dramatic scene indeed unfolded before the gathered spectators. But wait. What had transpired just moments ago? The referee quickly intervened, declaring, Jiang Chuan, the Golden Soul Badge. What? He possesses the Golden Soul Badge and thus cheated? A soul master capable of ascending to the 2nd tier should not possess such a high-level badge. Someone quickly interjected. Ladies and gentlemen, we have previously conferred with the president of the Soto City Soul Arena. Our student Jiang Chuan ascended the stage without employing any soul power, martial soul, or even soul skills. If, under such circumstances, you cannot defeat him and instead seek to disparage him, then I have nothing more to say. Zhao Wujia chuckled softly, continuously invoking the name of Shrek Academy to enhance its reputation, recognizing this as an invaluable opportunity for free publicity. This is outrageous. It has reached an unprecedented level of arrogance. To not use martial souls or soul skills, yet still treat the Yellow Bean team as mere fodder. Striking them down like straw men. Was it that the royal battle team was utterly inept, or was this individual simply too formidable? Chapter 146, an overwhelming display, the battle concludes. You wouldn't believe it. Just moments ago, I witnessed Yu Tianheng's thunderous strike, which, despite its grandiosity, was rendered utterly inconsequential in front of Jiang Chuan. It felt devoid of any intimidation, akin to a mere tickle. You are all mistaken. The royal battle team is not weak. Their recent performance against Shrek clearly demonstrated that their strength far surpasses that of their peers. It is simply that this soul master named Jiang Chuan possesses an unparalleled allure. What significance does it hold to return to the way things once were? Jiang Chuan's voice was remarkably soft, and before one could realize, he had silently approached Yu Lingling from behind. With a swift motion, he extended his right arm and embraced her, causing her body to shudder unexpectedly. The fragrant aroma of blooming flowers enveloped her, proving to be quite delightful. You should join me below. With a forceful push, Jiang Chuan sent Yu Lingling tumbling off the arena. It was evident that the gap between them was insurmountable. Victory was beyond her grasp. Tianheng, what shall we do now? Dugu Yin lamented. Although she had encountered formidable soul masters before, Jiang Chuan's prowess made her acutely aware that he existed on an entirely different plane of existence, far beyond their own. She was well aware that there were hidden masters within the continent, yet she had never heard of someone like Jiang Chuan, whose strength was nothing short of astonishing. Tianheng, this is not the time for bravado. What should we do? Yanzi stepped down. Despite her pride as a member of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, she declared, I will never concede defeat. Very well, I shall stand with you. It was merely a desperate struggle, devoid of meaning. No matter how hard they fought, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus would remain just that, unyielding. Jiang Chuan shrugged, choosing not to strike first, but instead raised an eyebrow at Tang San. Little San, these two are currently in a state of half-victory. They're already at a disadvantage. I hope you can provide me with a different outcome against such foes. Annihilating a group from the Imperial fighting team was remarkably simple for Jiang Chuan. Effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. Yet, he found no satisfaction in such a display. He intended to use the remaining two to train Tang San. What? How infuriating. He dares to treat us as mere sparring partners? Du Yin seethed. She, who had been revered by titled Douluos, had never faced such indignity. Even Soul Kings and Soul Emperors bowed before her, yet here she was, being utilized as a target. Fine. Tang San showed no hesitation, brandishing his magic blade, Qianren. And with the force of thunder, he charged at Yu Tianheng, declaring, I have yet to settle the score for the grievous injury you inflicted upon Xiaowu. Now, I shall avenge her. Dare to harm my sister, and your fate is sealed. Death awaits. With a swift arc, a solitary scar sliced through the air. And to the astonishment of all, the blue lightning in Yu Tianheng's grasp was cleaved apart by the blade. Shock engulfed the arena. The pride of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, their lightning, proved utterly feeble before this adversary's blade. Until this day, Yu Tianheng had endured numerous blows, leaving his spirit shattered and despondent. Tianheng, if you do not retreat, neither will I. Du Yin's heart remained steadfastly with Yu Tianheng. She unleashed two streams of poison towards Jiang Chuan and Tang San, cackling. To have forced me to this extent speaks volumes of your prowess as the Shrek Academy. This poison is of my own concoction. Anyone who dares to touch it is doomed. You should concede now while you still can. Yanzi. Qin Ming raised his voice in the VIP lounge, recalling that he had previously warned Du Yin against utilizing the toxin within her body. It was, after all, a creation of a titled Douluo of the 92nd rank, derived from the teachings of Shiqing. Such a substance was certainly beyond the tolerance of anyone of the same rank. Contact with it would be fatal. Jiang Chuan and Tang San are doomed. Such a venomous force is something even he greatly fears, let alone these two little ones. Who would have thought? The second soul skill, Sacred Shield. Jiang Chuan's index finger deftly pinched a minuscule, elusive soul ring. Tang San, you need only to charge forward. The remainder of the circumstances, including these toxins and external factors, are not your concern. Such audacity. In that moment, everyone seemed to forget that Jiang Chuan was an auxiliary soul master. Little did they anticipate that his martial spirit possessed an extraordinary resistance to toxins. This was truly invincible. With the ability to both attack and evade, coupled with formidable offensive power and timely support and resource adjustments, one must ask, how many teams in the entire Douluo Continent could boast of an auxiliary soul master of such caliber? Alas, Yu Tianheng was felled beneath Tang San's blade, tumbling off the stage in a disgraceful manner. Du Yin was left speechless, her lips murmuring incessantly, impossible, impossible, this is absolutely inconceivable. One must recognize that this is the poison of the biling snake, inherited through my grandfather's lineage. If you can unravel such a toxin. Suddenly, she found herself at a loss for words, her throat constricted as if choked by an unseen force, leaving her utterly speechless. Jiang Chuan's actions not only shattered the pride residing within Yu Tianheng's heart, but also pierced through the very belief of Du Yin. In essence, the Imperial battle team was left in tatters, blindsided by the sudden emergence of Jiang Chuan. Particularly, Othello, having merely suffered a kick from Jiang Chuan, remains incapacitated. Still unconscious in bed, likely haunted by this experience for a lifetime. Shrek Academy triumphs. The referee exuberantly declares, the substitute player from Shrek Academy, Jiang Chuan, has truly delivered a breathtaking soul battle, leaving us thoroughly exhilarated. Such a dramatic reversal in combat is rare. Congratulations to you, Shrek. Is that it? No way. Did we really just win? At the very least, let us witness how that young man executed his moves. The spectators buzzed with chatter, each lamenting that they had not seen enough, primarily because Jiang Chuan's strikes were executed with such swiftness that they barely registered. Just now, when you struck at Duguyan, you hesitated for a moment, Xiao San. You have never been one to waver, yet you faltered just now. In the arena of soul battles, the slightest miscalculation can lead to disastrous consequences. Do you believe that, had I not intervened, you would have emerged victorious in this battle? Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Tang San earnestly shook his head, acknowledging that without Jiang Chuan's timely intervention, victory would have been utterly unattainable. Chapter 147. Senior Qin's investment multiplied 100-fold. It was precisely due to your mismanagement that you felt secure holding the Demon Blade, Thousand Edges, believing you possessed an unbeatable trump card, which caused you to lower your guard and grant your adversaries an opportunity. If you had truly utilized the 8 Spider Lances and all your hidden cards, it would have been no challenge to eliminate the 4 members of the Imperial battle team. However, such measures would still have proven futile, for their team of Soul Masters included the formidable Yi Lingling, who wields the 9-heart begonia. Jiang Chuan succinctly articulated his thoughts. However, he chose to be discreet and refrained from elaborating further. He pointed out the flaws of the Shrek 7 monsters, which were merely a few remarks. Their issues were predominantly minor, and the rest relied on their own insights. Further elaboration would be futile. The matter swiftly reached its conclusion, as it had already ended. The Shrek 7 monsters emerged victorious, earning substantial soul coins and a generous bonus for their Soul Master team. Overjoyed, Flinder led his students to a luxurious hotel in Soto City, where they lavishly arranged a banquet. Ma Hongjun was beaming with delight as he indulged in the feast. Fatty, leave some for me. Xiaoao, with the dean footing the bill, why are you fretting? Why compete with me? He eagerly called for the menu, ordering spicy stir-fried shredded meat, stir-fried bamboo shoots, and lotus root and corn soup. Flinder raised an eyebrow, noticing that Ma Hongjun had ordered the cheapest dishes, and chuckled. As expected of my disciple, always mindful of my purse. To his astonishment, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, I don't want any of these dishes, and insisted on having all the dishes served. Flinder felt as if struck by lightning, and even the restaurant staff were taken aback, bewildered that these soul masters consumed the dishes as if they were mere appetizers. How long had they been starving? Xiao Chuan, what are your thoughts on the Emperor fighting team? Flinder pondered for a moment. Fortunately, each team has its respective shortcomings. However, they can still compensate for these deficiencies through the control-type soul masters who wield significant power. As for the Emperor fighting team, Jiang Chuan shook his head, expressing his lack of optimism. Is Duguyan inadequate? It is not a matter of inadequacy. Rather, it is impulsiveness stemming from her youth. Yet, they are indeed quite young. If they fail to recognize their roles within the team due to their age, leading to a loss in soul fights, then why engage in soul fighting at all? Would it not be better to cultivate at home? Jiang Chuan has always been straightforward. He couldn't be bothered to mention Duguyan, merely offering a few evasive remarks as he prepared to return to his training, readying himself for the pursuit of the 5th soul ring. So this is the newly appointed teacher from Shrek Academy? Truly remarkable. Dressed in a splendid, luxurious robe, Qin Ming emerged from behind the curtain, gazing at Jiang Chuan with admiration. Greetings, I am Qin Ming, also hailing from Shrek Academy. Jiang Chuan is well aware of the situation. Due to the interference of the Royal Tiando Empire, which sought to undermine Shrek Academy, he ultimately returned to Shrek Academy as a teacher, possessing considerable strength and talent. Teacher Qin Ming is the leader of the Royal Do battle team. Flinder remarked, Qin Ming, my boy, I truly did not misjudge you. Not only have you become a teacher for the Tiando Royal Empire, but your soul power is also nearly on par with ours. Zhao Wujia's voice boomed. The gentle teachings from the various teachers were etched in Qin Ming's heart. He humbly responded, what I did not expect was that the Shrek 7 monsters were trained by such a young individual. Quite remarkable indeed. Furthermore, I have witnessed your 1-against-7 arena match. Flinder chuckled. We were also surprised that the Shrek 7 monsters were trained so effectively under Jiang Chuan. Additionally, Qin Ming bowed deeply to Jiang Chuan, saying, I apologize that the Royal Do battle team did not perform well due to my actions. His implicit reference was to the incident involving the rampage of the Duguyan beast and the release of the biling snake poison. The methods of attack in the arena are, after all, varied and plentiful. Thus, such toxins are inconsequential to Jiang Chuan. It is not an exaggeration, merely a fact. Everyone understood that Jiang Chuan spoke the truth. After all, they had witnessed Jiang Chuan release his spirit rings, directly nullifying Duguyan's poison, a truly extraordinary feat. Hello, seniors, greeted Ma Hongjun and the others politely. Greetings, junior brothers and sisters, Qin Ming replied with a calm demeanor, though his heart surged with emotions. The Shrek 7 monsters, unmasked, appeared remarkably youthful, which was unexpected. I truly envy you, Qin Ming exclaimed. Senior Qin Ming, what do you mean by that? Oscar cleverly seized upon the intriguing phrase. Do the junior brothers and sisters not know? Qin Ming's words left everyone baffled. What was it that they should know? The next Continental Soul Master competition was about to commence, and this coincided perfectly with their arrival. Back in my day, I was from Shrek Academy. Yet I missed this grand tournament due to my age, Qin Ming reminisced. The Continental Advanced Soul Master competition? Tang San murmured to himself. Indeed. This is precisely what troubles me. To participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition, the Academy must possess the credentials of an Advanced Soul Master Academy. But Flinder's words were suddenly cut short. Shrek Academy has always been modest in means. To say whether it meets the qualifications of an Advanced Soul Master Academy is one issue, but even to continue is a question. Qin Ming immediately grasped Flinder's meaning and replied solemnly, Dean, Shrek Academy is the future of Soul Masters and a standard bearer of the Academy's ethos. It absolutely cannot close its doors. Certainly, we are aware that Zhao Wujie let out a resigned hum, turning his head away. Even if I were to forego the monthly subsidies of gold soul coins, Shrek Academy would still be unable to sustain itself. The two did not exchange many words. Gazing at the motley crew of little monsters within Shrek, it was evident that most were affluent, either possessing influential backgrounds or capable of producing vast sums with ease. Yet, as members of Shrek Academy, they held disdain for such actions. As for Jiang Chuan, although he received substantial sums monthly from Shrek, he was a person of cold demeanor but warm heart. Not only did he provide the young ones at Shrek with meat, but he also made time to train them personally. Jiang Chuan's actions left even Flinder with no grounds for reproach. Nevertheless, Shrek Academy found itself at an impasse. Firstly, there was a lack of funds. Secondly, there was an absence of a simulated training environment. Thirdly, it lacked the qualifications of a high-level Soul Master Academy. One could assert that Shrek had reached its limit. The teachers, with their vast experience, were coveted by the great empires. If it were not for the education of prodigies, why endure such hardship? Qin Ming spoke with conviction. I am willing to contribute all profits from the Imperial faculty to sponsor Shrek Academy. Chapter 148. A Fresh Perspective. Target Jiang Chuan. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Qin Ming, although Shrek is in dire need of funds, we cannot accept your sponsorship. Otherwise, the rules would be compromised, Flinder replied sternly. He acknowledged Qin Ming's goodwill but insisted that the established regulations must not be broken. In that case, I suggest the Dean seek sponsorship from the Tiando Royal Empire as a form of alliance. What do you think? The Tiando Royal Empire? Flinder pondered, briefly glancing at Yu Xiaojiang and Jiang Chuan. I advocate for an alliance, Master said, with a furrowed brow. Flinder, if you truly wish to realize your dream as a Soul Master, you must understand the necessity of compromise. You are well aware that if Shrek Academy cannot continue, what will become of the remaining students? What about their training? Yu Xiaojiang's inquiry left no room for evasion. Indeed, no one could deny the validity of his words, for they were rooted in reality. Flinder, for the sake of these children, you cannot be selfish. The name of Shrek endures, but you cannot afford to delay their futures, especially for such outstanding youths. Can you bear to let them down? Flinder found himself at a loss for words in response to Yu Xiaojiang's poignant reminder. He could only exhale deeply. Let us proceed as you have suggested, then. Dean? Qin Ming felt a deep reluctance. Well, for the sake of these little rascals, we have exerted considerable effort. This is indeed the only feasible solution at present. Qin Ming, please report the situation to Shrek Academy. We have concluded our training here and will seek an alliance with the Royal Imperial Academy of Tiando. Zhao Wujin took the initiative to take charge of the matter. All right. No problem. Qin Ming readily accepted Zhao Wujin's assignment. The matter was swiftly resolved, leaving no room for the Shrek 7 to interject. Jiang Chuan, what are your thoughts on this matter? Flinder still sought opinions. If our Shrek Academy could form an alliance with the Royal Imperial Academy of Tiando, your teaching salary might see an increase. Dean Flinder, Jiang Chuan habitually teased, time will provide you with a satisfactory answer. This was not merely feigned profundity, but rather, Jiang Chuan found himself at a loss for words. After all, it would be absurd to claim that your Shrek Academy would not face extinction and would instead be taken under Lu Erlong's wing, wouldn't it? All right. Zhao Wujin raised his mug and downed it in one go. Jiang Chuan also suggested they proceed, stating, there is nothing to lose. The group quickly reached a consensus. Although they were somewhat reluctant regarding this opportunistic idea, it at least ensured that the training of the students would continue uninterrupted. In the days that followed, everyone remained industrious. Despite becoming the Golden Soul Team, they persevered in participating in soul battles daily, supplemented by Jiang Chuan's rigorous and devilish training regimen. Late at night, Yu Xiaojing walked along the iron bridge, his expression solemn. Second uncle, a youth clad in luxurious brocade robes, exuding an air of nobility, approached him. Tianheng, why have you come looking for me instead of returning to the Royal Imperial Academy of Tiando? Yu Xiaojing sighed. His feelings towards this nephew were a mix of love and frustration, particularly due to the latter's haughty temperament. Second uncle, I heard you were the leader of the recent Shrek Academy team? The leadership belongs to another, Yu Xiaojing clarified. Second uncle, with your erudition, could it be that you are the chief advisor above the leader? Tianheng, the leader of Shrek is Jiang Chuan, whom you have seen with your own eyes. I am not worried about your jealousy. In terms of knowledge and understanding of soul beasts, Jiang Chuan surpasses me by 100-fold, Yu Xiaojing stated earnestly, leaving no doubt of his sincerity. What? He appears to be of our age. Yu Xiaojing met Yu Tianheng's gaze, replying, to be precise, he is younger than you all. Furthermore, the students of Shrek Academy should not be underestimated. Tang San is my direct disciple, and all the others possess exceptional martial souls. Second uncle, had it not been for Jiang Chuan's intervention, we would not have faced defeat. Only Tang San remains of Shrek Academy. Indeed. The command was a misstep on Tang San's part. However, Tianheng, if given another chance, the royal fighting team may not necessarily be able to counter Tang San. Just as you can unleash the poison of the biling snake, Tang San can likewise wield his demon blade, the Thousand Edges, in advance. At that moment, could the Shimo brothers still hold their ground? Yu Xiaojing explained. Suddenly, Yu Tianheng recalled the blade in Tang San's grasp, which could even slice through the lightning released by the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus martial soul, a thought that sent chills down his spine. However, the presence of Jiang Chuan plunged him further into a pit of incredulity. I know you wish to inquire about Jiang Chuan, yet even I cannot elucidate this individual. His background is likely more formidable than that of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus family. What? Yu Tianheng was utterly astonished. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed only natural. Such immense power. To attribute it solely to personal cultivation is indeed hard to believe. Second uncle, could you teach me? Or perhaps offer me guidance? Yu Tianheng gazed at the profound and sorrowful expression of Yu Xiaojing, slightly lifting his hand, only to let it fall again. Tianheng, your greatest flaw lies in your inability to relinquish the pride of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus family, coupled with your lackluster talent. Yu Xiaojing articulated with piercing clarity. Talent? Yu Tianheng was rendered speechless. This was undoubtedly one of the most tormenting periods of his life. First, he was defeated thoroughly, and now, his own uncle was declaring his talent insufficient? Indeed, do you believe your talent is exceptional? Honored by your family. Heralded as the next heir of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus family, yet the family still cannot escape the clutches of the top 3 sects. Cannot break free from the spirit hall, nor transcend the Douluo Continent. You remain confined within limitations. Yu Xiaojing's words were steeped in melancholy, and at that moment, a spark ignited in Yu Tianheng's mind, plunging him into introspection. Perspective. His vision had always been too narrow, confined to the notion that being among the top 3 sects was unparalleled. But what of the 2 great empires? In comparison to the Spirit Hall, when juxtaposed with the Douluo Continent, it appeared even more trivial. For years, I have grappled with a singular question: what is the ultimate limit of a soul master? Yet upon witnessing Tang San and his companions, I attained clarity. They embody the future of soul masters. If we were to compare talent, Tianheng, you would be considered merely average, while Tang San and his peers possess spirituality, perseverance, and creativity, destined for a path that is higher and further. As for perspective, I sensed it through Jiang Chuan. In his presence, what do the top 3 sects amount to? Have they achieved the pinnacle of soul mastery? What significance do the 2 great empires hold? If they have not reached the apex of soul mastery, then the journey remains eternally incomplete. Thus, Tianheng, you were mistaken from the very beginning. Chapter 149. The Celestial Claw emerges. As Yu Tianheng gradually lost himself in thought, he found himself ensnared by the piercing words of Yu Xiaojing, which struck at the very core of his being until he was rendered bewildered. Observing the expression on his opponent's face, Yu Xiaojing wisely chose to cease his discourse, for as Tang San aptly stated, excess can be counterproductive. Relentless inundation does not yield optimal results. Moreover, Yu Tianheng possessed his own unique methods of coping. The advice offered by Yu Xiaojiang was tailored solely for the extraordinary individuals of Shrek Academy, rendering it a mere distraction for him. Furthermore, within his family, Yu Tianheng was indeed regarded as the successor, and given his current potential, there was little doubt he could smoothly inherit the family legacy. Uncle, have I truly fallen so far behind? At that moment, Yu Tianheng reflected on the seemingly insurmountable prowess of Jiang Chuan, the young man who could effortlessly best him in the arena, and he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Fear could no longer find a place in his heart. Who would tremble before a deity? Such figures were merely perceived as unattainable. Yet, this sentiment was fleeting. He bore the weight of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Should any flaws manifest, not only would he fail to advance to the next level of soul master, but it could also jeopardize the strength of his martial spirit. This was the gravest concern. I believe our meeting should conclude here, Yu Xiaojiang declared, turning away without a backward glance. It was best to leave matters as they were. Uncle, Yu Tianheng found himself calling out to Yu Xiaojiang, yet the words caught in his throat, unable to escape. After all, any attempt to retain him would be futile. He was well aware of Yu Xiaojiang's temperament within Shrek Academy. Jiang Chuan was thoughtfully stroking his chin, his gaze reflecting profound contemplation. Could it be that my presence has hindered the manifestation of the fusion technique of the netherworld white tiger martial soul? Perhaps a different perspective is warranted. Is it not possible that I could compensate for the resurrection fusion technique employed by Ningrongrong and Oscar? The current state of the chaotic blue lotus is already capable of causing death and restoring the bones, without needing to attain the rank of soul Douluo. Possessing a resurrection ability seems feasible. Upon reaching the title Douluo level, he could hardly believe that a martial soul as extraordinary and supportive as the chaotic blue lotus would lack a soul skill to resurrect others. This implies that his emergence has already instigated a shift in the Douluo world. The extent of this upheaval remains uncertain, as it is beyond his control. In other words, the lack of the netherworld white tiger martial soul fusion technique incurs no loss. After all, with reliance upon him, every problem will be effortlessly resolved. Suddenly reflecting back, Tang San, leading the Shrek team, had heavily relied on the power of the netherworld white tiger to turn the tide in their fierce battle against the Imperial fighting team, ultimately achieving victory. Yet, the netherworld white tiger had not manifested, rendering the martial soul fusion technique merely a point of idle speculation. This necessitated his intervention for rescue. Perhaps this is merely the beginning. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. With a sudden bang, a wooden door in the Shrek Academy dormitory swung open, revealing Tang San's beaming face. A sharp weapon clutched in his hand, glinting ominously in the dappled sunlight. At last, success had been attained. Tang San was known for his stoic demeanor. The joy that now illuminated his face signified that he had accomplished something exceedingly challenging and of great worth. Upon seeing Tang San, the Shrek Seven felt an inexplicable warmth, gathering around him with cheerful exclamations of third brother. Xiao San, what have you created? They inquired, their faces alight with joy. You mustn't have secretly devoured a radish without us, right? Xiao's innocent and sweet smile broke into a giggle, her finger playfully resting at the corner of her mouth, her large eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. In terms of age, Xiao had existed for several 100,000 years, yet she had never ventured into the human world, having only been in the company of Taming and Ming, leading to a certain disconnection with the Douluo Continent. Xiao, to be fair, third brother is not particularly fond of radishes. From my recollections, he prefers meat, Ma Hongjun interjected. But what exactly has third brother created? I can hardly contain my eagerness to give it a try. Before Tang San embarked on his secluded training, Ma Hongjun persistently pestered him for some concealed weaponry. Unable to resist the sweet talking of his friend, Tang San reluctantly claimed that he was preparing to forge an extraordinarily powerful hidden weapon, and that Ma Hongjun would be the first to practice with it. He presented the newly crafted exquisite weapon, named the Flying Heavenly Claw. Tang San lifted his chin, offering the Flying Heavenly Claw to Ma Hongjun, who stared blankly at the small device in his hand, utterly perplexed. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, what is the name of this? The Flying Heavenly Claw, right? What exactly does it do? I feel like it can't even fly. Not only Ma Hongjun, but even Dai Mubai scratched his chin, momentarily unable to discern its intricacies. However, he was well aware that Tang San was not one to seek fame without merit. Whatever he crafted must possess corresponding efficacy and capability. Meanwhile, Oscar, standing nearby, teased, draping his hands over the plump one's shoulders. Hee, with a physique like yours, even a heavenly claw wouldn't lift you, let alone a flying heavenly claw. What? Little Ao, Are you openly belittling me? Ma Hongjun retorted angrily, gripping Oscar's throat tightly, continuing to apply pressure. At this moment, Dai Mubai, the elder brother, raised his hand towards Tang San with a smirk, saying, "Come now, no more riddles. We are all quite curious about the hidden weapon you've created, but since we cannot use it, please enlighten us." Without hesitation, Tang San deftly retrieved the flying heavenly claw from Ma Hongjuan's grasp, examining it closely, but finding no apparent mechanism. Fortunately, his gaze fell upon a towering tree several hundred meters away. He thought to himself, "This will do." Raising the flying heavenly claw towards the treetop, he released it. The arrowhead shot forth like an arrow released from a bowstring, embedding itself into the treetop with a resounding thud. Wow! Oscar was the first to be astonished, exclaiming, "This is incredibly sharp. Its piercing power rivals that of an attack-type soul master. How did you manage to create this, little San? Do you have any more? Would you consider gifting me one?" As the others chimed in with their praises, Tang San remained composed. He acknowledged that the successful creation of the flying heavenly claw was largely thanks to Jiang Chuan. "I must express my gratitude to Brother Chuan for this accomplishment," he stated. Upon hearing Tang San's words, everyone perked up, especially Oscar, whose eyes gleamed with interest. Is there more to the story of teacher Jiang Chuan? He wondered aloud. Could it be that he also possesses forging skills? After uttering these words, Dai Mubai regretted his statement, pursing his lips with a self-deprecating smile. If Jiang Chuan were incapable of wielding the art of forging, then from whence did the razor-sharp demon blade, Qianren, in her possession originate? Upon hearing Dai Mubai's jest, the onlookers could not help but surmise that his thoughts inevitably drifted towards Jiang Chuan's formidable weapon. The mere contemplation of the demon blade's unparalleled sharpness sent a shiver down Ma Hongjuan's spine. The phoenix evil fire, which he had always prided himself on, capable of incinerating everything, had been effortlessly cleaved in two by that extraordinarily sharp blade. What a cruel irony. In truth, even Tang San felt a twinge of astonishment. Although Jiang Chuan's forging techniques were imparted by him, the tools he crafted resembled a haphazard amalgamation. Yet, when it came to mastery of the art, Jiang Chuan undoubtedly surpassed him by tenfold, if not more. In all honesty, the enchanted blade, the 1,000 blades, forged by Jiang Chuan, could easily rank among the top 10 concealed weapons of the Tang sect. This alone speaks volumes of his unparalleled prowess. Brother Chuan is nothing short of a miracle in the realm of metallurgy. Tang San, initially awestruck, withdrew the extraordinarily sharp 1,000 blades from behind him and continued. As you can observe, the blade is adorned with myriad shattered shards, a manifestation of an exceedingly peculiar forging technique. Why employ the term peculiar? It is because there exists no weapon that is the sharpest. Rather, there are weapons that are indestructible. The 1,000 blades will mend itself even if fractured. Though I find it challenging to emulate Brother Chuan's craftsmanship, I have scrutinized the structure of the blade's wind edge, which evidently underwent incessant hammering, no less than 81 strikes, to achieve such brilliance. Ning Rongrong gasped in astonishment, her disbelief intensifying as she exclaimed, 81 continuous strikes? Who possesses the precision and stamina for such a feat? What an anomaly! Her words echoed the sentiments of the group. They had assumed Jiang Chuan merely possessed formidable combat skills, yet it was shocking to discover he was nearly at the pinnacle of forging as well. This realization left them in awe and doubt. Was Jiang Chuan truly a soul master of their age? Particularly, Tang San felt a jolt of shock, contemplating whether Jiang Chuan might be a fellow traveler from another world, much like himself. The once lively atmosphere fell into a momentary silence, eventually broken by Oscar, who cleared his throat and pressed Tang San for further elucidation on his creative process. It's quite simple. I could never achieve 81 continuous strikes. Even if I possessed the stamina, I would lack the precision. Therefore, I only managed 53 strikes on my own creation, the flying claw. To my astonishment, the outcome exceeded my expectations. The destructive power far surpassed what I had anticipated. According to Tang San's assessment, the destructive capability of my creation had eclipsed that of the top concealed weapons of the Tang sect, the flying claw, from my previous life. In terms of sharpness, speed, destructive force, and tensile strength, it surpassed the flying claw by more than threefold. This startling revelation left Tang San in shock. If such a remarkable creation were to be presented to the Tang sect, he would undoubtedly ascend to the status of a true disciple. Perhaps even a direct disciple of the sect leader. Alas, all of this remained a bittersweet longing, as he could never return to that Tang sect again. The most precise method of forging, as Jiang Chuan has come to realize, is not the relentless hammering of metal, but rather the meticulous control of the force applied during each strike. Contemplating this, Tang San gazed intently at the sharp blade of the demon blade Qianren, silently marveling at the fact that a masterpiece such as this may never be replicated. Moreover, he had crafted a celestial claw for each of his companions, an invaluable tool that could be employed in times of peril or against formidable foes. Tang San had always been generous to his teammates, and he had painstakingly prepared 7 celestial claws, reserving one specifically for Jiang Chuan, not because he anticipated that Jiang would require it, but as a gesture of goodwill. The exquisite craftsmanship of the celestial claw owed much to Jiang Chuan, and Tang San sought his feedback to identify any imperfections for further refinement. "Third brother," Ma Hongjun exclaimed, seizing upon the intriguing aspect of the celestial claw that could facilitate escape. "What do you mean by that? Does this celestial claw truly allow us to fly?" He pondered deeply, unable to fathom how a mere tool could enable flight. Ning Rongrong stifled a laugh at Ma Hongjun's bewilderment, finding amusement in his exuberant spirit. What had been demonstrated was but one of the many functionalities of the celestial claw. Should one pull the trigger, the device would propel its user to a location 300 meters away in an instant. If one were to swing on it, the potential for soaring even higher and further was evident. With a deft motion, Tang San pressed the trigger, and his form vanished like a delicate butterfly, only to reappear moments later atop a distant tree several hundred meters away. "Wow," Oscar gasped, his mouth agape in disbelief. "This tiny apparatus can transport someone 300 meters away. That's akin to my phoenix-tailed serpent's rapid flight." Everyone understood that the phoenix-tailed serpent could only be summoned for a minute, yet the celestial claw could be utilized indefinitely, proving to be an extraordinary tool for swift escape. Once the celestial claws were distributed, the group gathered to heed Tang San's counsel, emphasizing the necessity of training with the devices prior to use to avoid self-injury or misunderstandings during flight or combat. Jiang Chuan, upon receiving his celestial claw, felt a sense of gratification at Tang San's ability to envision the potential elevation of forging techniques inspired by the demon blade Qianren. The determination displayed by Tang San was commendable, showcasing remarkable ingenuity. When Jiang Chuan offered a few words of guidance, Tang San found them invaluable and promptly retreated to the forge to continue his crafting endeavors. Jiang Chuan leaned alone against the windowsill, contemplating with a thoughtful expression, his gaze fixed upon Dai Mubai and Zhu Xing. Their journey from engagement to the bond of brotherhood had been profound. In such circumstances, how could one possibly manifest the spectral white tiger? The crux of the matter lay in Zhu Zhuqing's affections being elsewhere, leaving Dai Mubai to acquiesce to her feelings. Chapter 151. Entering the capital of Sylphs. Zhu Zhuqing, often taciturn, was acutely aware of her desires. Yet, within her heart, a certain pride and solitude lingered. It mirrored Tang San's later intention to gift her the exquisite heartbreak red flower, only for her to decline, wishing to reserve such a precious bloom for Xiao Wu. Days swiftly passed, and soon the deadline for the gathering of the Shrek family arrived. All students and faculty assembled in the square. Coughing slightly, Flanders, the headmaster of Shrek Academy, found himself unable to evade the moment. Clearing his throat with a hint of awkwardness, he addressed the crowd. "Due to the research conducted by our esteemed teachers and the recommendations of the master, we intend to adopt a strategy of leveraging our resources. Thus, Shrek Academy would temporarily close its doors." Although many had anticipated this decision, the announcement still cast a pall over the crowd, their spirits visibly dampened. "It matters not. Dear teacher, even if Shrek Academy can no longer continue, I shall remain by your side to learn," encouraged Ma Hongjun. However, Flanders could not help but gently rebuke him. "Nonsense. Through Jiang Chuan's guidance, I have discerned a crucial element: recruiting talent. Ming and Jiang Chuan are indispensable teaching resources for Shrek. What you gain by following me is merely practical experience. We must amalgamate the strengths of many." "Enough of idle chatter, Flanders," he continued. "Our intent is straightforward. We seek to leverage our connections. We shall approach the Tiando Royal Academy for sponsorship, and our cadre of Shrek teachers will continue to instruct you, with no cessation of service. Furthermore, both Flanders and I are aging and find it increasingly arduous to persist. Perhaps it is time to conclude Shrek's chapter. Ming has already recommended us to the Tiando Royal Academy, where they warmly welcome our involvement as instructors." Zhao Wujie expounded all the thoughts that had resided within his chest in one breath. Yu Xiaozhang silently nodded. Every decision they made was for the sake of the next generation of Shrek. The initial consideration stemmed from a place of helplessness. As the intellectual cornerstone of the once golden triangle, Even he could not devise a solution and had to resort to this course of action. First, they settled the tuition fees for the current semester. A throng of people moved towards the capital of Silvis, not by carriage but on foot, both to conserve funds and to train the Shrek students in the process. As they neared Silvis, Yu Xiaojing turned to gaze at the group. Before we enter the Tiando Empire, I shall administer a final psychological assessment, which in essence serves as training. I hope you can prepare accordingly. Upon hearing these words, Tang San's heart skipped a beat, momentarily pausing as he sensed that his teacher was preparing to undertake something extraordinarily perilous. Considering the timing, it was indeed the moment to confront the fearsome team. However, during this interval, Jiang Chuan had already clashed with the fearsome team, and fortunately, they had managed to escape swiftly. Otherwise, they would have faced total annihilation, negating any necessity for the master to challenge the fearsome team here. Conversely, one could argue that without the fearsome team, even more formidable opponents could emerge, akin to the malevolent spirit masters a million years hence in Douluo Continent. They possess the ability to defy fate, utilizing some extraordinary power to absorb soul rings of a higher level and rapidly augment their soul power. Nevertheless, such matters were a million years into the future, and Jiang Chuan was disinclined to concern himself with them. The 6 members of Shrek harbored doubts but refrained from further troubling Tang San. Although they perceived from his gaze that he must have knowledge of certain factors, they pondered whether, even if they were forewarned, it would alleviate their need to confront the challenges ahead. It is evidently impossible. At this juncture, everyone has fortified themselves and prepared for the swiftest of contingencies. Little do they know that what lies ahead is a psychological conditioning far more terrifying than their worst fears. After all, this is a matter of life and death. The members of Shrek moved forward, undeterred and unhurried, cooperating seamlessly as they traversed through several thickets, soon arriving at the outskirts of Silves. Having trekked tens of thousands of meters, upon raising their gaze, they beheld the bustling splendor of Silves City. This city is characterized by its extravagant architecture. Yet the throngs of people on the streets are chaotic and disorderly. Some appear drowsy, collapsing lifelessly onto the pavement, while others, scantily clad maidens, engage in solicitation. A significant portion of the area exudes an air of decadence. The master could not help but furrow his brow, clearly disliking such an environment. However, in pursuit of training the psychological resilience of the students to ensure they possess both greater strength and fortitude when standing on the arena, they had no choice but to enter this black market. This is the fringe of Silves, where chaos is unavoidable once they step into the heart of Silves. It will be under the governance of the Imperial Army, where the public order is far more regulated. The reason for their arrival here is to enter a venue akin to the Grand Soul Arena. Yu Xiaojing exchanged a knowing glance with Flinder, who instantly understood, sighing reluctantly. Xiaojing, are we truly doing the right thing? Could this adversely affect the children's temperaments? Flinder, my heart is far more pain than yours, yet we have no alternative. If we do not proceed in this manner, would you be able to bear witnessing them on the battlefield, succumbing to nausea and dizziness at the sight of blood due to their lack of physical conditioning, jeopardizing their chances of survival? If such a scenario were to occur, would you not feel ashamed? The master, a master of debate, managed to silence Flinder, who could only sigh as he led the Shrek 7 into the Grand Soul Arena. I was expecting something grand, yet it merely turns out to be a visit to the Grand Soul Arena for a soul battle? You've made it sound so mysterious, remarked Ma Hongjun, who had participated in countless soul battles at this very arena and was quite familiar with it. It was merely a change of venue. Observing Ma Hongjun's nonchalant demeanor, Oscar patted his chest, feigning calmness as he exhaled slowly. In my view, the situation is far from simple, Taming observed, his eyes scrutinizing the arena. Silver chains crisscrossed everywhere, seemingly symbolizing chaos. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, and most notably, the scent of blood permeated the air, lingering in their nostrils. Considering the expressions of the master and Flinder, Taming surmised the gravity of the situation, feeling a chill run through him. Chapter 152, an invitation, the fearsome battle team. But what sets this battle arena apart from the others? Filled with such perplexity, the 7 heroes of Shrek, under the guidance of Jiang Chuan and their teacher Flanders, boldly stepped into the Silvis Grand Soul Arena. Upon entry, they were met with a fierce spectacle. A strikingly beautiful woman lay on the ground, sweat beading on her forehead, her severed right arm oozing with blood, having collapsed unconscious. Ma Hongjun, his mouth slightly agape, recalled the sensation he had just experienced. The woman's soul power was no less formidable than that of a third-ring soul master, perhaps even slightly superior. How then had she sustained such grievous injuries? The nature of her wounds suggested that they were inflicted by an overwhelming force. This unsettling scene sent shivers down the spines of many in the academy. What grave enmity could have precipitated such a bloody incident? What they witnessed was merely the tip of the iceberg. Had this female soul master not surrendered early, she might have lost her head entirely, leaving behind nothing but a mangled corpse. Enter. The figure of their teacher receded, revealing the grim reality within the Sylvis Grand Soul Arena, where the stench of blood hung thick in the air, refusing to dissipate. Severed limbs, shattered bones, and splattered blood were omnipresent. The arena was a veritable slaughterhouse. Echoing with the wails of the dying, yet passing soul masters ruthlessly dispatched the suffering. Tang San instinctively gasped in horror, fear gripping him. It was not only Tang San who was unsettled. Even the noble Dai Mubai and Zhu Shiqing merely furrowed their brows, unable to bear the sight. After all, they were still mere adolescents, their temperaments far from hardened. Sensing the gazes upon him, the teachers resolved to introduce them to the realities of the Sylvis Grand Soul Arena strengthened. If Shrek Academy were to nurture a cadre of invincible warriors, only for them to perish unexpectedly in battle or withdraw due to the brutality of the arena, what purpose would it serve? They could not simply be a showcase for the ultimate display of martial spirits. Such a notion was not only unrealistic, but utterly unreliable. The essence of a soul master lies in their innate warrior spirit, born to fight. Such scenes would abound in their future. And I hope you open your eyes and truly observe. The teacher's words were sharp and piercing, rendering even the vivacious Ma Hongjin silent. Upon reaching the registration area for battles at Sylvis, Yu Xiaojiang placed a multitude of gold soul coins upon the counter with determination. Addressing the staff with unwavering authority, which team here is the fiercest and most formidable? It is best to choose a team that is utterly devoid of mercy and steeped in infamy, a group that one might wish to see annihilated. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, the attendant chuckled lightly, shuddering for a brief moment, before accepting a tip from him. He then spoke, "Sir, at the Sylvis Grand Soul Arena, every team has engaged in combat where lives have been lost or grievously harmed. Who among them does not bear the mark of infamy? You may select any one of them. I desire the most ruthless," Yu Xiaojiang replied with unwavering resolve. Noting the seriousness in Yu Xiaojiang's demeanor, the attendant's expression shifted, and he gestured lazily towards the sign of the fearsome god team, saying, "The most renowned and vicious team in our Sylvis Grand Soul Arena is undoubtedly the fearsome god team. They have a notorious reputation for leaving nothing but carnage in their wake after countless matches, with outcomes that are either death or debilitating injuries. Moreover, their strength is formidable. All being foreign soul masters. I can inform you beforehand that they consist entirely of assault-type soul masters, employing a strategy of killing to conquer and achieving victory in every battle. Do you dare to challenge such a team?" The attendant, perceiving that Yu Xiaojiang did not possess extraordinary soul power, playfully adjusted his attire. "Very well, we shall take on the fearsome god team." Yu Xiaojiang pushed 100 golden soul coins towards the attendant, stating, "Our team is known as the Shrek 7 Monsters, and we also have a substitute named Jiang Chuan. Consider these 100 golden soul coins as a deposit. Please register us for the next match." As a substitute player, Jiang Chuan had communicated this in advance, after all. Yu Xiaojiang was not so audacious as to allow his students to engage with the formidable fearsome god team recklessly. Should any uncontrollable circumstances arise, he would naturally intervene to rectify the situation. Upon hearing that the master intended for them to face the fearsome god team, Zhu Shiqing's complexion paled, not out of cowardice, but rather from a lack of interest in the bloodthirsty atmosphere, which she found distasteful. Ning Rongrong, delicate as she was, clung to Jiang Chuan's right arm. Although she was the little witch of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, this situation made it difficult for her to act decisively. "This is a path you must traverse," Jiang Chuan said, gently pushing away Ning Rongrong's slender hand with a resolute demeanor. "I am merely the substitute player. There is no need for concern about any potential issues. My words are not meant to reassure you, but rather to encourage boldness in your offense and actions." However, the Shrek 7 monsters could not adopt Jiang Chuan's indifferent attitude towards life and death. Even the sight of blood would instill fear in them. Master had previously instructed that upon entering the arena, the Shrek 7 monsters were to use the concealed weapons bestowed upon them by Tang San, the Zhuge crossbow and the flying claw, to swiftly eliminate the enemy. The task was deceptively simple. Yet, to the ears of the Shrek 7 monsters, the word simple resonated like an ominous bell. "I cannot overcome this hurdle," Ning Rongrong insisted stubbornly, clinging weakly to Jiang Chuan, which allowed him to catch a whiff of her youthful fragrance. No one mocked Ning Rongrong. Such feelings were natural for a first-time participant. Even the usually aloof Zhu Zhiqing felt utterly helpless at that moment, her lips bit into a purplish hue. Suddenly, she felt a warm hand patting her shoulder from behind, which eased her tension somewhat. Bamboo Green, you are clever. You may escape it now, but such challenges will undoubtedly arise again in the future. Jiang Chuan encouraged. Acknowledging Zhu Zhiqing as the first among the Shrek's 7 monsters capable of taking decisive action, he did not imply that she was ruthless. Rather, he recognized her intelligence and her understanding of the pros and cons involved, all for her own good. Yes, thank you, Brother Chuan. Zhu Zhiqing expressed her gratitude sincerely. Soon, he had comforted the entire group before escorting them to the competition area of the Great Soul Arena in Shrivis. Jiang Chuan, Flinder waved from the VIP room. The students are in your hands now. He had placed complete trust in Jiang Chuan. Chapter 153, The Fearsome God Team as Astonishment. Someone has issued a challenge to the Fearsome God Team, specifically naming them, and I observed that the leader of the opposing team did not appear to be joking, even presenting over 100 gold soul coins as a wager against them, the Shrek team. What? Are they mad? Wait, did you say the Shrek team? Could it be the one from the Soto City Great Soul Arena, comprised of young soul masters? The man immediately became alert, as if he had discovered something noteworthy. In recent days, the reputation of the Shrek team has soared, and those who enjoy witnessing the battles between soul masters have heard whispers of their exploits. Soto City lies at a considerable distance from Sylves, and even if it were indeed the formidable Shrek team, what of it? One must remember that the Fearsome God Team exhibits no courtesy in their rituals, and their combat prowess is notoriously poor. How could such a group of young soul masters possibly withstand them? Ultimately, anyone who dares to challenge the Fearsome God Team is viewed as engaging in a futile endeavor, akin to striking a stone with an egg. They have borne witness to the team captain of the Fearsome God Team, who, with his bare hands, ruthlessly severed a woman's arm and slaughtered several powerful assault-type soul masters from the opposing team, leaving a trail of devastation. Meanwhile, the audience erupted in applause, their cheers echoing throughout the arena, for they sought nothing less than excitement. The brutal methods of the Fearsome God Team provided them with an exhilarating spectacle. Consequently, the stakes for the Fearsome God Team continued to rise, bringing a substantial influx of gold soul coins to the Sylves Grand Soul Arena. Considering this, Jiang Chuan's expression shifted slightly when he had defeated the Fearsome God Team outside the Stardow Forest. Why had he not thought to use them to earn gold soul coins for himself? It is important to note that this team could provide him with far more gold soul coins than what he received monthly from the combined offerings of the Shrek Academy and the rampaging team. This oversight weighed heavily on him. If the currently anxious and concerned Shrek 7 were to learn of Jiang Chuan's thoughts, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. Their reasoning astonishingly peculiar. Next, I would like to formally announce that a team known as the Shrek 7 has issued a challenge to the Fearsome God Team. Let us extend a warm welcome. The referee, clad in a black leather outfit reminiscent of a rebellious youth, with a glistening black iron ring dangling from his nostrils, spoke with fervent enthusiasm. The audience erupted in excitement, resembling a throng eager to leap over the railing, not out of anticipation for the outcome of the battle, but because they were about to witness the demise of 7 youthful souls. Humph! The newly appointed captain of the Fearsome God Team stepped forward, his legs sturdy as tree trunks, planting a foot firmly on the arena platform as he gazed at the Shrek 7 across from him. Only Daimubai, at the forefront, could barely hold his ground against their might. The rest were akin to withered branches, easily snapped. To vanquish them would require little effort. In fact, the captain had already envisioned the angles from which to eliminate them, contemplating how to heighten the audience's excitement even further. Let the battle commence. The rules of the Sylves Grand Arena are characterized by their very absence, regardless of one's readiness. If the spectators declare the commencement of a match, the arena will unconditionally comply. Just moments ago, Jiang Chuan wagered all of his remaining 1,000 gold soul coins on the Shrek 7 monsters. Whether stemming from trust in Tang San and his companions, or from the belief in their decisive role, the outcome of this battle was seemingly assured in favor of the Shrek 7 monsters. Their task was straightforward. They merely needed to simultaneously activate their Flying God Claws or Zhuge Divine crossbows and aim at one of the members of the Fierce God Battle Team. It was as simple as that. Yu Xiaojiang, of course, did not expect the Shrek 7 monsters to triumph over a team whose strength far surpassed theirs. Their soul training had focused on mental fortitude. What does it feel like to eliminate a formidable soul master? The Zhuge Divine crossbow trembled in their hands, soon replaced by the Flying God Claws, yet their hands remained unsteady. Among them, only Tang San and Dai Mubai managed to maintain a semblance of composure, while the others' legs quaked, particularly Oscar, who sank to the ground, eliciting raucous laughter from the fierce god battle team. Ha ha ha, that white-haired boy from Shrek Academy has turned weak. I wonder if he has already wet himself, ha? The audience erupted in laughter, fingers poking at Oscar's back, but he seemed devoid of any retort. Even breathing became a challenge. Kill. What are you waiting for? Did I not instruct you on the principle of striking preemptively during training? Jiang Chuan has always been a proponent of taking the initiative rather than waiting for a counterattack. He prefers to strike first, ensuring that control remains firmly in his grasp. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's fierce command, the Shrek 7 monsters felt as though they had been pricked by needles. They dared not defy the order. And the first to unleash their counterattack with the flying god claw was Tang San. The captain of the fearsome god team was charging toward him. Should he fail to act promptly, his demise would be inevitable. Do not grant them a moment to concede. These 7 must perish in the arena, commanded the fearsome god captain, his mind swirling with doubt about why he felt such trepidation towards the weapons wielded by these 7 diminutive adversaries. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp tips of the flying god claw swiftly shattered the protective barrier of the fearsome god captain, penetrating his chest with a single, lethal thrust. Immediately, weapons in the hands of the Shrek 7 monsters discharged in rapid succession, blood splattering forth as one after another of the fearsome god team members collapsed to the ground. As if witnessing a conjuration of magic, what was unforeseen was that due to Ning Rong Rong and Xiaowu's trembling hands, 2 of the fearsome god team members only sustained superficial injuries. Upon seeing their comrades grievously wounded by such concealed weaponry, their expressions became grave. Eliminate them. They roared as they lunged towards the Shrek 7 monsters. There was a staggering gap of over 10 levels in soul power and an additional soul ring between them, making it impossible for even the newly devised team strategies of Shrek to compare. In this perilous moment, Jiang Chuan stepped onto the platform, replacing Oscar. The substitute player Jiang Chuan was not something Sylvis would concern himself with. They only cared whether the ongoing battle of soul masters could incite their excitement. The substitution had been communicated in advance. Sylvis did not intervene, nor did the fearsome god team object. As the 2 initially charged toward Jiang Chuan, they were met with astonishment as they drew near, their expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost. Stunned, they halted in their tracks and fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 154. Who might this esteemed individual be? What has transpired? Flinder gripped the railing of the VIP room on the 2nd floor tightly, his hands clenched in anxiety. Jiang Chuan cannot possibly possess such formidable power that a mere glance could compel the members of the fierce god battle team to prostrate themselves in submission. Can he? It is not only Flanders who is bewildered. Even the spectators who have witnessed countless battles of the fierce god team express profound astonishment. What kind of tactics lead one to kneel before a battle has even commenced? The landscape appeared to smile enigmatically at the 2 individuals before him, their actions unexpectedly revealing the profound impression left by their previous beating. My lord, one of the members of the fierce god battle team tentatively inquired of Jiang Chuan. He swore that he could not have misremembered that face. Although the term my lord was uttered in a hushed tone, it resonated throughout the hushed Sylvis Grand Soul arena, creating ripples in the ears of every onlooker. Could it be a deception? The fact that a member of the fierce god battle team displayed such subservience, addressing this young lad as my lord, left everyone questioning their own senses. If one were to imagine hearing things, then surely everyone must have misheard, after all. What reason could there be to address this youth in such a manner? Moreover, judging by the countenance of the fierce god team member, it seemed as though they were preparing to grovel. The referee, clad in a rebellious leather outfit, felt his lip twitch slightly, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation that had unfolded before him, having previously looked down upon the Shrek 7 monsters. What manner of game is this? So it is you? Remarkably, you are still alive. Recognizing him, Jiang Chuan found no need to resort to violence. Allowing the enemy to self-destruct seemed far more delightful. Jiang Chuan responded. And it was not just the Shrek 7 monsters who understood. Even Flinder and others were well aware of the deep connections among them. Moreover, it appeared that Jiang Chuan had previously dealt with members of the fearsome god team. At that moment, someone from the audience remarked, I recall that the captain of the fearsome god team underwent a change a few months ago, rumored to be due to some upheaval. I initially thought it was a result of being hunted down by enemies to the point of death. Could it be that this young lad before us is involved? The observer hesitated, realizing the gravity of the implications. After all, jesting about soul masters was no trivial matter. It could lead to fatalities. Yet, his words had already conveyed enough to provoke the audience's imagination. My lord, is this your soul master team? I beg your pardon for any offense. The members of the fearsome god team prostrated themselves lower, displaying utmost humility. Another member cautiously raised his head, but upon meeting Jiang Chuan's impassive gaze, he quickly withdrew. Jiang Chuan gestured towards Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, his expression darkening. Are you not even brave enough to strike at the standing targets? The purpose of the Shrek 7 monsters' presence at the Sylvis Grand Soul Arena was to cultivate their resolve. Before Jiang Chuan, the fearsome god team members bowed in submission. Yet the lives and souls they had claimed were countless, leaving no room for sympathy. Execution was the only fitting outcome. The hearts of the two fearsome god team members sank at this realization. Their fear did not stem from the potential for the two women to attack them, but rather from the murderous intent that emanated from Jiang Chuan's words. It seemed impossible to resolve this peacefully. With that thought, a desire to retreat suddenly arose within them. Their gazes wavering, hoping to escape. Suddenly, they felt a profound weakness wash over them as they inadvertently met Jiang Chuan's piercing gaze, which seemed to suppress their very souls. What was this sensation? It felt as though even their spirits were not bound to the earth. One member of the fearsome god team, on the right, opened his mouth to speak, only to realize he had lost the very right to utter a word. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were not oblivious to Jiang Chuan's intentions. They understood he was acting for their benefit. Otherwise, why would he consistently create opportunities for them to take action? If it were not for maternal compassion, how could one be slain by a soul master? Cornered to the point of familial disintegration, Xiao Wu felt a pang of determination. When the time came to be ruthless, one must indeed transcend their own defenses, much like the Ming dynasty's fortitude. Without resolute measures, one could not hope to establish a foothold among the ranks of soul beasts. The Zhuge Divine Crossbow and the Flying Heavenly Claw were unleashed simultaneously, striking the formidable member of the fearsome god team before them. With a pained cry, the latter collapsed, blood spilling across the arena. Ning Rongrong had steeled herself. Deep within, she was reluctant to embody the delicate princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Yet she acted for the sake of her dignity. With a decisive flick, she released the 8 arrows of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, rendering the fearsome god team utterly incapacitated, sealing their fate for eternity. The Shrek 7 monsters stood on the arena, panting heavily, accepting the resounding applause and astonished gazes from the crowd. Xiao, my legs are numb. Could you lend me a hand? Ma Hongjun weakly glanced at Oscar, only to find him in a stupor, eyes closed. After a brief respite, the Shrek 7 monsters finally made their way to the resting area, where Flinder had been awaiting their return. Upon their entry, he first greeted them with a smile. Quickly turning serious, in a measured tone, he remarked, "Do you realize the magnitude of the trouble you have stirred today? You nearly led the Shrek 7 monsters to total annihilation. Fortunately, this is not a battlefield, and your adversaries, the fearsome god team, refrained from immediate attack upon seeing your youth, opting instead for mockery and carelessness." Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, Flinder continued, "Originally, I intended to reject Xiao Gang's proposal, but having observed today's events, I believe that such psychological resilience training must occur monthly. Additionally, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, do you comprehend that had Jiang Chuan not intervened, not only would you have perished, but the remaining members of Shrek would have faced the same fate? This is the essence of mercy towards the enemy. It is cruelty towards oneself. I hope you grasp this lesson. The Shrek 7 monsters are a cohesive unit. Do not let emotions cloud your judgment in battle." At this juncture, Yi Xiaojiang, with heartfelt concern, added a word of wisdom. The preceding events had indeed been perilous, leaving him with a sense of unease. Thankfully, Jiang Chuan's swift actions had averted disaster, executing the substitute process in mere seconds. Otherwise, the demise of Shrek's members would have been inevitable. "We were wrong," Ning Rongrong sighed, vowing that such an incident would not recur. "I do not seek anything from you. I merely hope you can appreciate the goodwill behind our teacher's intentions," Zhao Wujie remarked, casting a reassuring glance at the retreating figures of Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang. Chapter 155, Signing in at the Royal Academy of the Tiando Empire. To attain the vocation of a spirit master is to engage in battle. Not to mention that some among them may face the upheavals of a dynasty. However, contending with such formidable spirit masters leaves them utterly flummoxed. The adversary seeks your very life, yet they retreat time and again, ultimately rendering any extraordinary talents or monstrous abilities futile. Even possessing superior spirit power can easily lead to one's demise. The objectives of both parties are fundamentally misaligned. If the meticulously cultivated monstrosities are destined to hunt the feeble, what purpose do their creations serve? Was not the Shrek 7 also a jest? It was this consideration that led Flander to acquiesce to use Xiaojiang's suggestion. Little did they anticipate that such a simple trial would unveil the most significant flaw within their team. Even the Shrek 7 required a moment to catch their breath. After a brief respite, they finally ventured into a hotel in Sylves, though at this moment, even Ma Hongjun, upon sighting the chicken legs on the table, found his appetite completely extinguished. Having absorbed the teachings of their various instructors and the dean's directives, they once again quelled their racing hearts. After a trek spanning thousands of meters, they finally arrived at the capital of Sylves. The landscape was adorned with opulent buildings, with Western-style tea tables set up, and one could frequently observe couples engaged in affectionate banter over tea. Is this for real? Ma Hongjuan's eyelids quivered. The disparity between the capital of Sylves and its outskirts was staggering. One moment it felt like paradise, the next like hell. With sincerity, Ma Hongjuan remarked, his gaze fixated on a female employee at a tea house. Fatty, Oscar hastily nudged Ma Hongjun's shoulder, his eyes seemingly conveying a warning towards Jiang Chuan. Are you seeking death? Teacher Jiang Chuan has made it clear that if you cannot control your fiery spirit, you may seek him out. Upon hearing Oscar's words, Ma Hongjun immediately recoiled, especially when recalling how even the fearsome god team had groveled before Jiang Chuan, their demeanor utterly subservient. This thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he dared not provoke him. As they meandered along, the diverse scenery unfolded around them. At last, they arrived. Upon Flander's utterance of this phrase, all members of Shrek Academy instinctively gazed upward. Before them lay the Baishui Manor, an edifice of exquisite luxury, with serene towers standing tall and a breathtaking scene reminiscent of cascading sand waterfalls. Even from a distance, the air felt refreshingly invigorating, captivating to the senses. At the pinnacle, a grand sign bore the elegantly inscribed characters of the Tiando Royal Empire. Wow, Oscar's eyes sparkled with excitement, a palpable thrill radiating from him. The discomfort he felt from leaving the academy dissipated in an instant. It seemed rather appealing to be a student at the Heavendo Royal Empire. Ma Hongjun, too, uttered not a single word. Wherever they went, they were surrounded by youthful and radiant maidens, and for the next few years, their eyes would be feasted, free from the torment of wicked flames. Of course, this was not a matter of disdain for the poor, but rather an acceptance of their circumstances. If they were to seize opportunities, they would utilize the resources of the Heavendo Royal Empire to further promote the reputation of Shrek. As they stepped into the territory of the Heavendo Royal Empire, they were immediately met with dozens of scrutinizing gazes. Who dares to intrude upon the Heavendo Royal Empire? Have you a death wish? An audacious voice rang out, followed by the appearance of a man with a flamboyant demeanor, hands on his hips, clad in royal attire, haughtily reprimanding them. Trailing closely behind him were numerous young noblemen, smirking condescendingly at the Shrek group. Upon witnessing their demeanor, Jiang Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. Was this not Avalanche? Suddenly reminded, he recalled how Avalanche had taken on a dandy persona during this period. Whether genuine or feigned, Jiang Chuan could hardly be bothered. He was well aware that the Shrek 7 would soon be expelled from the Heavendo Royal Empire. His own presence here was but a futile endeavor. Arriving at the Heavendo Royal Empire, his purpose lay elsewhere. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the Heavendo Royal Empire Academy. Ding! You have received a soul ring with a duration of 10,000 years. Ding! You have obtained a Holy Knight's sacred sword. The rewards from the system were indeed fitting. Signing in for the most powerful sacred sword within the royal territory was a boon, its power rivaling that of the magic blade, Thousand Slices. At that moment, Avalanche, flanked by his entourage of noble youths, approached Dai Mubai and the others with an air of arrogance. Upon noticing this, Flinder displayed a hint of displeasure, criticizing the hospitality of the Heavendo Royal Academy. Moreover, why was the soul power of this group of nobles so woefully inadequate? Dai Mubai, weary of their provocations, raised his fist, his soul power surging forth, enveloping him in a golden glow reminiscent of smoke. Gathering strength, he unleashed a powerful punch towards a massive granite rock, which shattered like foam, cleaving into two. Witnessing this scene, Avalanche and his entourage, who had previously flaunted their dandy appearances, were rendered speechless. Avalanche stammered, his expression one of disbelief. Who are you? What do you seek here? Another nobleman pointed at Flinder and the others, gesturing for them to refrain from advancing. Go and report to your esteemed teacher Qin Ming. We are here to socialize on behalf of Shrek Academy, Flinder spoke calmly. Although his patience was waning, Flinder possessed his own sense of dignity. Although he did not boast formidable soul master abilities, he took great pride in educating his students. If the individuals he was to instruct turned out to be such imbeciles, he would rather perish. He had anticipated that the students of the Royal Tiando Empire would astonish him like the Tiando Royal Team, exhibiting extraordinary strength. Yu Tianheng, Yi Lingling, and Du Guyan, each was a powerful soul master, brimming with potential and opportunity. Yet, the few dandy young masters before him were utterly disappointing. Ha! Shueping burst into laughter. You wish to meet our teacher Qinming? Do you even dare to look at yourselves in the mirror? Do you think entering the Tiando Royal Academy is as simple as you imagine? Even though they were momentarily shaken by Dai Mubai's striking punch, it did not elevate them to the status of respected strongmen. To think they had the audacity to claim they wanted to meet teacher Qinming. Suddenly, an incongruous voice interrupted them. Apologies, Dean Flender. I am late. The respectful Qinming stood before them, bowing slightly to Flender and the others. Before reprimanding Shueping and his companions with fury, what are you still doing here? Do you dare obstruct our esteemed guests? Can you bear the consequences? This admonition from Qinming flustered Shueping and his fellows, causing them to momentarily freeze before retreating to the side. After all, Qinming was the leader of the royal fighting team, and provoking him would lead to dire repercussions. Moreover, Du Guyan had a titled Douluo grandfather backing her, which made even Shueping wary. Flender, momentarily at a loss for words, suppressed his remarks and ultimately followed suit. Yu Xiaojiang wore a worried expression in his recollection. Students of the Tiando Royal Empire Academy should possess the strength to take on 100 foes single-handedly, at the very least at the level of Yu Tianheng. Yet, the likes of Shueping and his friends could barely be considered competent soul masters, hardly distinguishable from the students of Tsanghui Academy. In an instant, the once ebullient Ma Hongjun and the others found their spirits deflated. They had harbored hopes of encountering formidable presences within the Royal Tiando Academy, fueled by a competitive spirit. Who could have anticipated such a disappointing reality? Jiang Chuan had anticipated this, his expression remaining unchanged. Xiaoming, is it truly the case that such splendid resources at the Royal Academy of the Heaven Do Empire have only managed to cultivate this lackluster group? Is your faculty severely lacking? Flander queried, voicing his concerns. Why else would the Royal Academy of Heaven Do accept this group of Shrek Academy instructors? Upon hearing this, Qinming appeared to have foreseen the question, letting out a wry smile before continuing. Dean Flander, the individual leading them is Shuepeng, the second prince of the Royal Heaven Do Empire. What? Ma Hongjun exclaimed in shock, his face falling. The prince of our Royal Heaven Do Empire is so inept? And a slacker at that? Reflecting on Shuepeng's unappealing demeanor, Ma Hongjun felt even more disheartened. Was this truly the future of the Heaven Do Empire? Such degradation. Good heavens, he is the second prince. Even Ma Hongjun, as well as the usually taciturn Tang San, felt a profound sense of disappointment. This was not a prince. He was merely a fool. How had it escaped attention that the princes of the Royal Heaven Do Empire had fallen into such disarray? Initially, I believed we could not reach the pinnacle of the Royal Heaven Do Empire, yet today's revelations have left me utterly disillusioned, Oscar remarked with a shrug. His sincerity evident. If a nation relies on such a prince, does it not spell doom? Tang San stated bluntly. Xiao San, Yu Xiaojing interjected promptly, trying to temper the truth. Though what was said was indeed factual, the eyes of many were upon them at the Royal Academy of Heaven Do. Unexpectedly, Qinming waved dismissively at Yu Xiaojiang, casting a cheerful glance at Tang San. It's all right, master. There are very few students at the Royal Academy of Heaven Do. Barely 100. Speaking candidly poses no issue. The Royal Combat Team I lead has chastised Shuepeng countless times to his face. Upon hearing Qinming's words, the members of Shrek Academy exchanged incredulous glances. Such a grand academy, with such rich resources, and yet fewer than 100 students. Zhu Zhiqing could not help but voice her astonishment. The Royal Academy of Heaven Do places an overwhelming emphasis on noble offspring, yet many of them are utterly uneducated, with a significant number repeating their years. To be honest, according to the teaching standards of the Royal Academy, we would not even meet the training objectives set for our first batch at Shrek Academy. Qinming sighed, regretting his decision to serve as a teacher here. But the abundant resources for faculty were undeniably enticing, offering a stipend comparable to establishing one's own enterprise. Wait, Flander interjected, raising his hand with a serious expression directed at Qinming. Xiaoming, speak plainly, what level is required to graduate from the Royal Academy? One merely needs to possess a third soul ring to attain the rank of Soul Master. However, despite such seemingly lenient requirements, each year a considerable number of students find themselves repeating their year, with some even relegated to external assignments. Qinming's complexion flushed slightly, indicating his reluctance to delve deeper into this topic. What? If one merely needs to become a three-ring soul master, does that not imply that all students of the Tiando Royal Academy could graduate effortlessly? Xiao Wu mused, gently tapping her chin with her index finger, her bright eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, Qin Ming offered no rebuttal. At this moment, even the composed Yu Xiaojiang found himself at a loss for words. However, esteemed teachers of Shrek, rest assured, upon arriving at the Tiando Royal Academy, I have already notified the three deans. They are most eager to welcome your presence and are willing to provide all necessary resources for the junior students. The role of a teacher shall remain yours to fulfill, albeit in a different setting, and you will receive the esteemed remuneration of the Tiando Royal Empire Academy. Qin Ming articulated candidly, voicing their shared sentiments. Oh, I cannot possibly entrust this group of little monsters to the teachers of the Tiando Royal Academy. They might ruin them. Flander thought grimly, envisioning the potential disaster should the inexperienced faculty mishandle his painstakingly nurtured Shrek 7. The qualifications of the teachers here are indeed commendable. Though these arrogant scions tend to be excessively domineering, Qin Ming explained, gesturing towards a resplendent central pavilion. We have arrived. The three deans have been awaiting your arrival with great anticipation. Upon hearing that the three deans awaited them, Flander's demeanor softened slightly, despite the simmering indignation within him. He momentarily suppressed it. Let us proceed, Xiaojiang. I shall require your insights shortly. Certainly, Yu Xiaojiang affirmed resolutely. The future development of the Shrek 7 was a matter of utmost importance. However, from the instant they entered the Tiando Royal Academy, Yu Xiaojiang had been surveying the surrounding architecture, particularly the simulated training facilities. It was undeniable that the resources of the Tiando Royal Empire were extraordinarily abundant. He had never encountered a simulated training venue so exquisite, rivaling even that of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. He remained exceptionally satisfied with the resources at hand. If we could continue to serve as instructors for the Shrek 7, then all other conditions would be of little consequence. This was his final assessment. Chapter 157. Have you given your all? As Shrek and the others stepped into the Imperial Academy, Shui Peng's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart sinking with trepidation. Shrek? He stammered, forcing out the name with great effort. The Prince of Avalanche regarded this ragtag group, clad in what appeared to be shabby attire, dismissing them as mere country bumpkins, hardly worthy of concern. The female student scoffed and retorted, Indeed, Shrek Academy? I've never even heard of it. It's likely that they don't even possess the right to register with the Spirit Hall. The young man sneered, unable to conceal his disdain for the impoverished Shrek. I shall seek out my royal uncle. Just you wait, Shrek. With that, Shui Peng turned on his heel and strode towards the noble mansion. Welcome. Welcome to our Tiando Royal Empire Academy, Dean Flandra, greeted an elderly gentleman draped in a noble cloak, his amiable smile revealing a hint of a black beard. Allow me to introduce this esteemed gentleman, who is a member of the Royal Tiando Academy S Board, Mengshenji, a control system spirit master. Qin Ming raised his hand in a gesture of introduction. It is our honor to receive a talent such as Dean Flandra, he added, as Flandra offered a courteous bow, feigning noble demeanor. No. It is our privilege to host someone of your caliber, Dean Flandra. I'm an 86th level control system spirit master. Mengshenji replied with a warm smile. Spirit Douluo? The crowd was taken aback, and Xiao Wu's ears slightly drooped as she discreetly moved behind Jiang Chuan. It was hard to fathom that at the Tiando Royal Empire Academy, led by a Spirit Douluo, the students were so lackluster. To cultivate a student as exceptional as Qin Ming, we have long been intrigued by Shrek, said a robust man with an expansive belly, eyes gleaming with excitement as he focused on Flandra. By Bashan, 85th level defense system weapon spirit master, I have the pleasure of meeting you, Dean Flandra. Following him, another member of the board appeared, slender and emaciated. Jilin, 82nd level control system spirit master, with the martial spirit of the sky blue vine. 3 spirit Douluos? Mahanjun gasped in disbelief. The crowd was equally astonished, not expecting 3 spirit Douluos to personally welcome them. The courtesy extended was rather commendable, which relieved Flandra. Yu Xiaojiang observed Jilin, contemplating. Such a control system spirit master would be perfect for Xiao San to learn from. Please, come in. Mengshenji glanced at Shrek and raised an eyebrow. Didn't Qin Ming mention that there would be 7 teachers and 7 students? This number seems inconsistent. Could it be that one of the most distinguished teachers had an unexpected engagement? Have you picked up an additional student along the way? Bai Baoshan queried with suspicion. Oh? Flandra and the others were initially taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Even Qin Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Let me formally introduce this individual. who serves as the tactical training instructor of Shrek Academy, Jiang Chuan, who is of the same age as the Shrek students. What? Jilin was the first to widen his eyes in disbelief. Are you joking? An academy would actually employ a teacher who is barely 20 years old, claiming to be a master of tactics? It is worth noting that Qin Ming's return has sent waves of excitement through Jiang Chuan, captivating their interest. It is said that the other party is relatively young, but I never expected them to be this youthful. This is beyond mere youth. They can be considered a child. How could it be possible for such a young child to possess an extensive knowledge of soul masters and soul beasts? Moreover, they are even tasked with teaching and training. Meng Shenji was taken aback, unable to fathom how Flandre could be so audacious as to employ someone so young, barely in their teens. Ha ha ha, Jiang Chuan's knowledge is indisputable. Even I seek his counsel, and his strength is exceptionally formidable, being an auxiliary soul master with a supremely refined martial soul. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Yu Xiaojiang intervened to alleviate the situation. Bai Baoshan wore an expression that suggested disbelief. This must be the master? Meng Shenji inquired with curiosity. Who is unaware of Yu Xiaojiang's remarkable background, being a descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. However, due to an unforeseen circumstance, his martial soul underwent a mutation, leading him to become a scholar. The fact that even he seeks guidance from Jiang Chuan, this child, is astonishing. This drew everyone's gaze towards the clean-cut youth. Esteemed members of the Education Committee, Jiang Chuan smiled, offering a greeting. Upon entering the opulent loft, desserts and fine tea were promptly served. Jiang Chuan savored his meal with great delight. Soon, I too shall seek the esteemed guidance of Master Jiang Chuan. Bai Baoshan chuckled. Noting that they were both support-type soul masters, the only distinction being that one excelled in defensive prowess while the other possessed healing capabilities. Jiang Chuan merely nodded, offering no verbal response. Shortly thereafter, Dugabo arrived, signaling that it was time for their departure. Hearing rumors of Jiang Chuan's formidable soul power, I felt compelled to test the waters, pardon my audacity. Jilin, while verbally acknowledging his transgression, did not hold back, channeling his soul power into a swirling emerald aura. He forcefully directed this pressure towards Jiang Chuan. Yet, the latter remained undisturbed, calmly sipping his tea without a flicker of concern. Bai Baoshan found this behavior exceedingly impolite. Initiating an attack so readily was hardly the manner of a gracious host. However, Jiang Chuan waved his hand in acknowledgement. Since the other party had agreed to a partnership with Shrek Academy, it was only fitting to seize the opportunity to experiment. Moreover, Jilin's soul power was far from sufficient to inflict any genuine harm upon him. It was worth noting that Jiang Chuan was currently adorned with 200,000-year soul rings and two 10,000-year soul rings. Such paltry soul power merely tickled him. Thus, Jilin was advised to exercise restraint. Meng Shenji also believed that one should not invest all resources in Shrek Academy, based solely on Qin Ming Esprit remarks. The potential of their faculty warranted scrutiny. Meanwhile, Jilin was in a state of despair, drenched in sweat as he rapidly expended his soul power. While Jiang Chuan remained as composed as ever. Levels 50, 60, 70, 80, Jilin's exertion was evident, leaving onlookers in awe, while Jiang Chuan leisurely indulged in pastries. Surely, there should be some impact, yet there was none. Well done, young lad, truly bringing honor to our teacher, Zhao Wujie proclaimed, hands clasped in satisfaction. Brother Chuan, you are astonishingly strong. Tang San observed the soul power surrounding Jiang Chuan, realizing that had he been present, he would have surely been overwhelmed. Little did they know. Jiang Chuan possessed dual martial souls, the human emperor bell. This level of soul power was insufficient even to summon the bell. The most amusing and absurd remark escaped Jiang Chuan's lips. Teacher Jilin, have you made your move? Upon hearing this, Jilin felt a pang of anguish in his liver. Had he not given his all? His soul power was draining away like water, sweat soaking his back. He felt as if he were being completely depleted. Meng Shenji, witnessing this, was taken aback. He had not anticipated Jiang Chuan's strength. Maintaining his composure despite Jilin's 82nd level soul power being unleashed. Chapter 158. Inviting Jiang Chuan, offering triple resources. Uft. Ma Hongjun could scarcely contain himself, covering his mouth to stifle laughter. Oscar joined in, unable to conceal his mirth. In matters of knowledge, particularly regarding soul masters and soul beasts, Jiang Chuan was unparalleled. Although Jilin was an auxiliary soul master, his prowess rivaled that of an assault-type soul master. To test the strength of such an opponent with soul power was akin to shooting oneself in the foot. This is impossible, Jilin shouted in a fit of desperation. his composure shattered. With an astonishing soul power of 83, one might assume that even the most exceptional support-type spirit masters, not to mention the finest beast spirit masters, would be brought to their knees. Yet, the individual remains unfazed, nonchalantly sipping tea. What could possibly account for such composure? Just how high is your soul power? Jilin could no longer contain his curiosity, his heart aching with anticipation. 43, came the reply. Jiang Chuan's words were astonishing, leaving the entire audience in a state of bewilderment. Not only were the members of the Tiando Royal Academy taken aback, but even those from Shrek Academy wore expressions of shock. What? Brother Chuan, weren't you only at the 30s? How did you reach the 40s? Tang San felt his heart skip a beat. Suddenly, Flinders sprang from his seat. His eyes wide as he stared at Jiang Chuan in disbelief. At merely a teenager, to be a soul master of level 43? My heavens! I have prided myself on traversing the Douluo Continent for many years, yet I have never encountered such a prodigy. It is utterly impossible. Mengshenji could no longer remain seated, and the most ludicrous sight was the Shrek group, each person gaping in astonishment, as if they were still unaware of the gravity of the situation. Teacher Jiang Chuan, when did you ascend to the rank of Soul Master? Oscar thought that with such an extraordinary mentor as a support, he could indulge freely outside. I have just recently ascended, Jiang Chuan replied modestly. However, those words detonated in the ears of everyone present. Just recently promoted to Soul Master, and already at level 43. This indicated limitless potential. Bai Baoshan's expression turned grave. Some Soul Masters flicker briefly, expending their potential only to reach an end. Yet, Jiang Chuan shone so brightly that it was difficult for them not to contemplate the implications. But to ascend and immediately achieve level 43 soul power? What does this signify? Teacher Jiang Chuan, you must stay with us at the Tiando Royal Academy, representing the Empire in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition. Mengshenji urged eagerly. Of course, the benefits you would receive are unparalleled, at 3 times the usual student rate. 3 times? Ma Hongjun stuffed his hand in his mouth, his expression exaggerated. Oscar's mouth fell open. How many resources would that entail? Yu Xiaojiang and the others said nothing. This was Jiang Chuan's personal choice. Regardless of his decision, it remained his freedom and right. Naturally, if Shrek Academy were to lose this scholar, it would be a significant loss. Are you willing? Unexpectedly, upon hearing Mengshenji's words, Jiang Chuan did not hesitate to refuse. No. Flender, upon hearing Jiang Chuan's outright rejection, felt a surge of joy, his heart elated. See, this is our Shrek Academy's teacher, sharing both glory and disgrace, a true brother. Mengshenji's brow furrowed as if a heavy burden rested upon him, and he quickly inquired, why? To his knowledge, Shrek Academy was barely surviving. Unable even to pay teacher bonuses, why would one choose to endure hardships alongside Flender? Could it be that these individuals truly were as dedicated to the next generation as they professed? Yet, Jiang Chuan is merely a youth. Everyone awaited his response, their hearts filled with anxiety. It was evident that the students of the Heavenly Royal Empire Academy were exceptionally dull, despite the abundance of resources the Academy provided. They had nurtured a group of inept individuals. My knowledge serves no purpose for them. Perhaps it will remain unutilized throughout my life. And I am unwilling to squander my time. The meaning of Jiang Chuan is quite straightforward and rather simplistic. It refers to a group of inept individuals who cannot be salvaged. What is there to teach? Ha ha ha. Ma Hongjun laughed heartily as Jiang Chuan spoke his mind. Although Ma Hongjun was also holding back a breath of frustration, he felt it was not the right moment to confront the student committee. Yet, Jiang Chuan's forthrightness was refreshing. At this moment, Dai Mubai was not merely admiring Jiang Chuan's prowess. He also held a deep appreciation for his candor. Ahem. Yu Xiaojiang feigned embarrassment as he cleared his throat, signaling that Jiang Chuan's words were rather harsh. The dream god machine wore a grim expression. However, what was said was indeed the truth. Did the avalanche group of incompetent individuals even deserve to hear Jiang Chuan's guidance? Our Tiando Royal Academy has a first team, while Avalanche and his companions are merely the second team. Bai Baoshan was eager to distance himself from the situation, fearing a misunderstanding from the student committee regarding my words. Jiang Chuan unexpectedly resumed speaking, leaving everyone bewildered. Was he intending to clarify something? I am not referring to the Avalanche. I mean the distinction between the students of the Tiando Royal Empire Academy and the instruction of the Seven Gods. It is not that Jiang Chuan considers himself to be divine. His words were already quite tactful. However, one must be resolute when rejecting others. It is a tangled web that cannot be easily unraveled. He might as well cut to the chase and close off the conversation entirely. Would he waste his breath explaining to Yu Tianhing and the others? Unless Jiang Chuan were foolish, it would be futile. How could they possess the spirit of the Shrek 7 monsters? A sudden chill swept through the air. At that moment, Flander wore an expression of approval. Yu Xiaojing sipped his tea delicately. Very well then. Jilin broke the silence. We consent to Shrek Academy's establishment within Tian-Do Royal Empire Academy. All resources shall be made available to you, all for the future of the empire. However, I have one request. What is it? Zhao Wujie, upon hearing the news of their admission to the academy, could not help but smile broadly. Our academy wishes to audit classes, specifically those taught by teacher Jiang Chuan. Would it be permissible for us to seek a few pointers? Of course, Jiang Chuan readily agreed to Jilin's request, eager to respond. After all, Shrek and the others would soon be ushered out by the old poison master. The matter of attending classes was mere frivolity. Zhao Wujie did not expect Jiang Chuan to agree so readily. It was somewhat out of the ordinary. Yet, perhaps he was considering the well-being of the Shrek Academy students. Was he not? At this moment, the atmosphere was harmonious, and they were about to commence a banquet. Suddenly, the grand doors swung open with a resounding crash, and several figures emerged from the golden sunlight. Here they come, Jiang Chuan remarked with an anticipated smile, chewing on a plum blossom pastry and speaking indistinctly. One must admit, the empire's cuisine was quite delightful. Fatty, eat more, Jiang Chuan said, patting Ma Hongjun's shoulder. Ma Hongjun, with a chicken leg in his mouth, furrowed his brow in confusion, seemingly puzzled by Jiang Chuan's bizarre remarks. Clatter. A battalion of royal guards clad in silver armor, brandishing long spears, surged forth, standing solemnly on either side. Who are the students of Shrek Academy? The voice was exceedingly gruff, imbued with an overwhelming aura of menace. Chapter 159. Shrek humiliated, labeled as beggars? Everyone turned to see an elderly man with a head of white hair and faint dark circles beneath his eyes. He moved with the swiftness of the wind, hands clasped behind his back, surveying those around him from a lofty perspective. You are. Meng Shenji, upon seeing the elder, was utterly stunned, stammering for a long while, struggling to utter even half a sentence. What formidable soul power! Tang San was silently astonished, his gaze fixated on the silhouette of Dugu Bo, as if he had plunged into an endless abyss. As Dugu Bo passed by a flower bed, the once vibrant and blood-red flowers withered instantly, a testament to the potency of the toxic aura surrounding him. How terrifying! Who on earth is this person, possessing such an overwhelming soul power? Ma Hongjun and Oscar exchanged glances, their expressions rife with astonishment, their breaths quickening in shock. Xiao Wu immediately sensed the formidable soul power emanating from the stranger, undoubtedly surpassing that of a soul Douluo, and likely being a tidal Douluo of over level 90. She quickly tucked herself behind Jiang Chuan, peering cautiously, fearful of being seen through by Dugu Bo. It is known that only soul masters above the level of soul Douluo could pierce through her concealment technique, rendering her utterly defenseless against such scrutiny. Flander furrowed his brow tightly. The more powerful the soul master, the more they could perceive the overwhelming aura radiating from the elder. He pondered if he had inadvertently offended this old man, hoping there had been no prior disputes. Why would he come specifically seeking out Shrek Academy? What on earth had transpired? Sir, I am the headmaster of Shrek Academy. Is there something you wish to discuss? Flander slightly inclined his body towards Dugu Bo, voicing his lingering doubts. Oh, a mere soul sage, so you're the headmaster of Shrek Academy. How arrogant. Dugu Bo snorted dismissively, his right foot coming to a sudden halt. Ding ding ding. 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black emerged in response, unleashing a terrifying radiance, causing the momentum of the Ruble Kingdom to surge dramatically, akin to ascending a ladder to the clouds. Dream Machine, by Baoshan, and Jilin all rose to their feet, respectfully stepping back. Their eyes reflected profound apprehension. There was hostility. Flander inwardly cursed, realizing that the other party was evidently prepared and seemingly harbored a grievance against Shrek Academy. He immediately became alert. Yet, facing a tidal Douluo, the pinnacle of soul masters in the Douluo Continent, he felt a sense of uncertainty. Sir Tidal Douluo, I believe there must be some misunderstanding between us. As this is our first encounter, Zhao Wujie tentatively interjected. The students he taught were either titled Douluos or princes of the Star Luo Empire, possessing formidable backgrounds, and thus it seemed improbable that they could be suppressed by a single title Douluo. Step aside. This is not a place for you to speak. Dugu Bo's expression was one of righteous indignation as he looked up at Dream Machine. I suggest Chairman Ming first clarify the matter regarding the Avalanche Prince. Upon hearing the name of the Avalanche Prince, A chill immediately gripped the hearts of the crowd. Undoubtedly, the individual had arrived due to the recent altercation. It was unexpected that such a simple act of intimidation would compel this formidable figure to reveal his powerful card, highlighting his exceedingly narrow-minded nature. Tang San's heart brimmed with resentment as he drew forth the proud Zhuge divine crossbow from his sleeve, ready to unleash lethal force should circumstances take a turn. Then, entering the scene was a middle-aged man draped in an aristocratic cloak, leaning on a golden cane, casting a disdainful glance at Flander and the others, exuding an air of haughty superiority. "Uncle, this group from Shrek Academy, particularly that yellow-haired leader, dares to threaten me. They must be shown their place. They are utterly ignorant of the law and the vastness of the world. If they dare to intimidate me today, tomorrow they may betray the Heaven Do Empire. It is not impossible that they are lackeys of the Spirit Hall. I have investigated their backgrounds, and many have received substantial rewards from the Spirit Hall in the form of gold spirit coins." The Avalanche Prince spoke with exaggerated flattery and an air of authority. "So that is the case. If I discover the truth, he will certainly pay the price," he mused. The uncle, emboldened by the presence of the title de Dugubo, regained his confidence. In ordinary circumstances, Flander would have dismissed such insolence, but with the title Douluo present, he found himself in a precarious position. He had already devised the worst-case scenario, and if matters escalated, he would at least ensure the safety of his students. "Title Douluo Dugubo?" Yu Shaojiang murmured, pondering this name, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation as if recalling a significant figure. In the realm of Douluo Continent, only a select few could attain the rank of title Douluo, and he had indeed heard of the notorious Dugu clan, known for their mastery of poison. It could only be the poison Douluo. It was astounding that these young prodigies would encounter a title Douluo in the Heaven Do Imperial Empire. One could not discern whether it was a stroke of fortune or a stroke of misfortune. His fists clenched tightly, Yu Shaojiang's right palm turned a shade of dark blue. His students must not come to harm, especially Jiang Chuan, who had the potential to become a title Douluo or beyond in the future. However, he furrowed his brow, suddenly noticing Jiang Chuan indulging heartily, munching on a bunch of grapes. One could not help but remark on the audacity of his heart. Or perhaps, he was composed and self-assured. "My heavens, teacher Jiang Chuan, a title Douluo has arrived, with 9 spirit rings. Stop eating." Ma Hongjun gasped, raising an eyebrow at Jiang Chuan, his heart racing at the thought of the peril they faced. A title Douluo could easily crush their Shrek 7 monsters with a mere slap. Jiang Chuan harbors a certain disdain for Avalanche. It is difficult to fathom that. In the aftermath, Tang San would still be willing to become Avalanche's national master, though intended to deceive Qian Renxue for the sake of self-preservation. One cannot help but question whether such behavior lacks a touch of arrogance. "Esteemed Prince of the Snow Star, your sudden arrival here carries what significance?" Chairman Ming respectfully bowed towards him. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the Snow Star, wielding a golden cane, struck it against the ground. "I say, Chairman Ming, do you not regard us nobles with any respect? You casually admit beggars into the academy without consulting us. Have you already resolved to declare yourself king?" His words were laden with disdain, immediately branding the Shrek members as beggars. This indignation left Zhao Wujie seething. As the unmoved king, he was unaccustomed to such humiliation. Chapter 160. The Threat of the Title Douluo. As Zhao Wujie prepared to retort, Flanders placed a calming hand on his shoulder and cast a cold glance. "Do not jeopardize our efforts. At times, violence may resolve issues, yet one must also learn to endure humiliation." "Old Ghost Flanders," Zhao Wujie hissed through clenched teeth, choosing instead to close his eyes in resignation. "Your Highness, the Snow Star, you may have misunderstood. The Dean of Shrek Academy and his students are remarkably gifted. Their talents comparable to those of Yu Tianhing from the Royal Academy of the Tiando Empire. You may not be aware, but in the recent battle at the Soto City Seoul Arena, Shrek emerged victorious." Before Chairman Ming could finish, the bloodthirsty prince, in a fit of rage, shattered a porcelain teacup beside him with a loud crash. "Chairman Ming, I summoned you here to instruct students, not to form alliances. What right do you have to allocate resources from the Royal Academy of the Tiando Empire to this group of beggars? Moreover, you have injured my nephew." The Snow Star raised his hand, pointing at Avalanche's face, clearly intent on extorting Dai Mubai. However, it was merely intimidation, lacking any actual attack. "Such nonsense. I did not injure him at all. If he had truly taken my punch, he would have been utterly incapacitated." Dai Mubai stepped forward, assuming responsibility. Mubai stepped back. Flanders admonished, fearing that things would escalate. "Oh, Shrek Academy truly excels in its teachings. How dare a mere commoner reprimand us nobles in public? This is hardly a place for your insolence. It is sheer recklessness. The Snow Star declared, his anger palpable, even emanating a murderous intent. Young man, you appear quite arrogant. Dugubo smirked wickedly. Do you realize that with a mere flick of my palm, your soul would scatter and your flesh would decay? Daimubai found himself unable to voice his shared noble lineage, for if calamity were to befall him, it was unlikely that any formidable figure within the Starry Empire would come to his aid, such as the lament of a prince in decline. His fists clenched tightly, resembling a raging lion. Even should he take action, the avalanche of consequences would be unequivocally attributed to him. Prince Xuesheng, is it truly necessary for us to escalate matters due to the trivial disputes among the younger generation? Dream Machine spoke with utmost sincerity, accompanied by a rare smile that softened the atmosphere. Who is truly pleased here? Retorted Prince Xuesheng, dismissing Dream Machine's words without hesitation, leaving no room for negotiation. Dream Machine was momentarily at a loss for words. The prince was notoriously protective of his kin. It would be unreasonable to abandon the promising students of Shrek Academy due to mere grievances among the youth. Most importantly, they could not relinquish Jiang Chuan. His knowledge, strength, and potential foretold a brilliant future. I have made my position clear. I will not agree to this. You may leave from whence you came. If you seek to beg for favors, do so elsewhere. Should you continue this incessant prattle, I would not hesitate to resort to force within the Royal Academy of the Tiando Empire. Prince Xuesheng enunciated the phrase resort to force with deliberate clarity, intensifying the tension in the air. Oh, not satisfied are we? Then become a powerful soul master and defeat me. Dugubo provocatively challenged the Shrek Seven, his gaze predatory and mocking. You are crossing the line. Ning Rongrong was the first to step forward, unafraid of any background. As the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, with two titled Douluos at her side and a father who possessed the strongest auxiliary martial spirit on the continent, she held no fear of opposing forces. Seeing her comrades in distress, she charged in without hesitation. Not to mention, her doting grandfather with his formidable sword could easily subdue this old poisoner. Little girl, if you are willing to stay, I wouldn't mind, provided you withdraw from this so-called Shrek Academy. Xuebing grinned mischievously. Amidst the charged atmosphere, a series of crisp chewing sounds unexpectedly broke the tension. Everyone turned to see Jiang Chuan, nonchalantly holding a piece of fried chicken, his mouth glistening with grease. I must say, this is quite absurd. If you wish to bully someone, at least have a reason, he remarked. He immersed himself in his feast, oblivious to the apprehension of his companions from Shrek Academy. In such a tense atmosphere, how could one still possess an appetite and indulge with such delight? What fortitude must his heart possess? Gulp. He tipped his head back to take a sip of tea, cleansing the grease from his palate. If he were indeed gravely injured, it should manifest in this manner. At some point, Jiang Chuan had mysteriously vanished from his original position. The next moment, a resounding crack echoed through the air. With a powerful eruption, a mouthful of crimson splattered forth, 3 teeth shattered, and he collapsed with a thunderous crash. Delightful. Ma Hongjun clenched his fist. A look of exhilaration etched upon his face. Truly, Jiang Chuan is a man of vengeance, unyielding and resolute, wielding such formidable strength. One cannot help but admire him. Oscar wore an expression that spoke volumes of admiration. While the rest of the Shrek group could only silently gasp in disbelief, Jiang Chuan stood apart, undeterred by any force. Not even a single slap could you withstand. How have you trained so ineptly? How can such a fool dare to claim the title of prince? Jiang Chuan, seizing the opportunity, stepped forward, leaving 4 distinct shoe prints. What are you doing? How dare you lay hands on a prince of the heavenly royal empire? Exclaimed Prince Xuesheng, rising abruptly, his face a mask of astonishment. Who is this uncouth peasant? So disheveled and lacking decorum. In my decades on the Douluo Continent, I have never encountered such an individual. To strike before the royal family, to slap the face of the empire. Who is he? Who stands behind him? How dare he act with such audacity? How has he survived until now? Dugubo advanced a step, his presence imposing as he bore down on Jiang Chuan. Yet, to his astonishment, the latter remained utterly unfazed, displaying not even a hint of discomfort. You, young man, where do you hail from? Dugubo's eyes widened in disbelief. 70-level soul power, 80-level soul power, 86-level soul power, pushing all the way to 89-level soul power. Jiang Chuan remained unfazed, standing firm against the onslaught of the avalanche. Chapter 161. Do you think you have the empire behind you? The crowd watched as the tumultuous waves of energy surged forth, yet Jiang Chuan remained indifferent, seemingly untouched by the chaos. Jeline, astonished, recognized that his spirit power could not compare to that of the titled Douluo, who was over 90 ranks. And yet Jiang Chuan showed no signs of fatigue. What peculiar strength does this boy possess? Who are you? Prince Xuexing could no longer contain himself. Fixated on Jiang Chuan's silhouette. Quickly, Senior Dugubo, save Xuebong, or he will truly be killed. As Xuebong lay on the brink of death, bloodied and battered, Prince Xuexing's patience waned. You, boy, I care not from which rural village you hail, nor your ignorance of royal protocol. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Dugubo advanced with relentless determination, personally stepping forward, convinced that he would easily subdue this young man. The expressions of Shrek and the others grew grim. They had expected the titled Douluo, due to his age, to refrain from bullying Jiang Chuan. To their dismay, he was willing to take matters into his own hands. How could Jiang Chuan possibly stand a chance? The situation escalated perilously. This is bad. It seems Xiao Chuan is in trouble. Flanders and Zhao Wujin moved in unison. No. Senior Dugubo, he is a genius of the empire. How can you bear to extinguish such potential? Even Meng Xinji and the others pleaded, their eyes filled with tears. Dealing with your royal family requires different measures, indeed. As Jiang Chuan raised his smile like a spring breeze, he exclaimed, my royal friend is also arriving. Unexpectedly. Ning Rongrong stepped forward, declaring, let us see who dares to act recklessly. If you have the courage to lay a finger on Jiang Chuan, I assure you, you will regret it. A fierce protector emerged, with Ning Rongrong brandishing her weapon, resembling a mischievous little witch. Who is this child to dare cause a ruckus before me? This is tantamount to courting death. On the palm of Dugubo, layers of emerald green poison coiled, subtly reaching towards Ning Rongrong. Just as she prepared to shatter the token within the Seven Treasures Glazed tile to summon the sword Douluo and others, the golden door burst open once more. A throng of royal guards composed of soul masters surged in. Among them stood a young man clad in luxurious golden attire, his right hand poised nonchalantly. Is there truly someone in the Heaven Do Empire who dares to lay hands on my esteemed guest? Are they seeking death? The arrival of Xuexing immediately captivated the attention of all present, the air growing abruptly cool. Xuebong, already dazed, gasped in astonishment upon seeing his elder brother. How had he appeared here? Moreover, what did he mean by esteemed guest? Xuebong held a deep-seated fear of his brother, the crown prince, whose power was formidable enough to crush him as easily as one would an ant. I have heard that some wish to strike against Shrek Academy. Such hospitality in the empire is bound to dishearten some talented individuals. The voice, though gentle, carried an undercurrent of indignation. With each measured tap of a diamond-tipped cane upon the ground, a refined gentleman entered, his brows furrowed in concern. Prince Xuexing, are you not also undermining the power of the Heaven Do Empire? And Prince Xuebong, do you not understand the principle of inclusivity and tolerance? Shrek Academy, as I understand it, is an institution of great potential, yet you choose to pour salt on their wounds. This is an affront to the empire and a violation of the lessons learned by the Heaven Do Royal Empire. Such individuals do not deserve the title of royal. Ning Fengji rarely exhibited anger, unless provoked beyond measure. The appearance of these two significant figures silenced the crowd. Even old Poison hesitated momentarily. The Heaven Do Royal Empire was not devoid of titled Douluo. With just these two present, they could summon 4 titled Douluo, all above level 95. Should a conflict arise, he would surely take a step back. However, the sudden appearance of these two was utterly bewildering. Brother, Xuebing called out weakly, hastily kneeling before Xuexing. Bowing his head in reverence, Jiang Chuan communicated through the soul hall token left to him by Xuexing. The latter, well aware of Jiang Chuan's presence at the Royal Academy of the Heaven Do Empire, understood the predicament he had encountered, prompting him to lead his troops forth. As Jiang Chuan had previously stated, royal matters should be resolved by the royals themselves. He was indifferent to whether Xuexing was Qianren Xue or if Xue Lang merely feigned collapse. In any case, if he faced hostility, it was up to the royal authority to address it. Brother Jiang Chuan, I did not anticipate such a swift reunion. On behalf of the Royal Academy of the Heaven Do Empire, I extend my sincere apologies for our noble family's lack of decorum, Xuexing said. Bowing deeply to Jiang Chuan, his words earnest. What? Nearly everyone exclaimed in unison. The esteemed prince of the Heaven Do Empire, a figure akin to the heir apparent, was to become the next emperor, yet he bowed to a mere countryman and addressed him as brother? This revelation bewildered all, particularly Xue Lang, who felt as though struck by lightning. Who was he? Flinder and Zhao Wujin had not met him before, though they were both esteemed soul saints. They had yet to fully recognize the royal entourage. However, seeing Shui Lang and Prince Xuexing rendered speechless by Jiang Chuan's presence allowed them to infer his identity. It turns out he is of royal descent, capable of summoning such a multitude of guards? Flinder mused. He had assumed Xuexing was merely an uncomplicated imperial prince. Yet, if he so desired, he could mobilize the entire army of the empire, for he was the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire, and thus the future sovereign. As Yu Xiaojiang emphasized with a weightier tone, to think Jiang Chuan wielded such influence, capable of forming a brotherly bond with the ruler of the Heaven Do Empire. This background was enough to instill fear. What? The heir apparent? Zhao Wujin exclaimed involuntarily. Calm down, Wujin, Flinder reassured, patting his shoulder while casting a cheerful glance at Jiang Chuan. He hadn't anticipated that the prince would come to their aid, showcasing his usual audacity. How could Brother Chuan possibly be acquainted with the prince? What other secrets does he harbor? Tang San pondered, feeling that Jiang Chuan's secrets surpassed his own. What a false alarm. I thought I would need to step in for you. Ning Rongrong sighed in relief, her gaze settling on Jiang Chuan. Chapter 162. The Imperial Prince comes to the rescue. The old poison master exerts pressure. Teacher, this is the Jiang Chuan brother I often mentioned to you, who ventured alone into the Star Do Great Forest. A true young hero, Xuexing remarked, raising his hand in Jiang Chuan's direction, his tone gentle. Oh, Jiang Chuan, it is indeed you. Upon hearing that Qinghe had made a brotherly acquaintance on the road, I presumed it to be a mere coincidence of names. Yet it is truly you. Ning Fengji nodded at the well-acquainted Jiang Chuan. Observing this, Meng Xinji and the others were utterly perplexed. This young prodigy, Jiang Chuan, not only mingled with the crown prince of the Heavenly Do Empire, but also shared a notable connection with Ning Fengji? Who exactly is this individual? Oh, you know him? Xuexing inquired with curiosity. Indeed, this esteemed Jiang Chuan is a distinguished guest of our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. He was the one who healed the injuries of the sword Douluo. Ning Fengji's words, though slightly embellished, held a kernel of truth. For it was indeed Jiang Chuan who utilized the Chaos Blue Lotus to mend the sword Douluo's wounds, allowing for a gradual recovery without a drastic deterioration. Upon hearing this, Diggybo immediately etched the term healing deeply into his mind and fixed a penetrating gaze upon Jiang Chuan. This was of paramount significance to him. A support-type soul master capable of healing a tidal Douluo-level powerhouse. What could his martial soul possibly be? Could it be even more formidable than the Nine-Heart Sea Flower? What? He can heal the wounds of a tidal Douluo? Bai Bashan's puffy visage quivered in shock. He recalled the prior mention of wanting to exchange insights on support-type martial souls with Jiang Chuan, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. When had Jiang Chuan healed a tidal Douluo? Flinder was utterly bewildered, unaware of such developments. He knew that his soul power had stagnated due to the grievous injuries sustained in that fateful battle. Had he received assistance, he would have undoubtedly ascended to the rank of Soul Douluo and possibly even brushed against the realm of tidal Douluo. Little did he know that Jiang Chuan already possessed a heroic history, having once rescued the sword Douluo. How admirable! Xuexing had chuckled slyly, well aware that he would soon enlist Jiang Chuan's aid once more. I, as the crown prince of the royal Heavenly Do Empire, hereby decree that all resources of Shrek Academy shall be supported by the Imperial Academy, and all collaborations will be approved in due course. All for the future of our empire. Xuexing's proclamation garnered considerable goodwill from those present. This was the demeanor of a sovereign. It was unexpected that such a youthful emperor possessed such a mindset. The future of the Heavenly Do Empire appeared secure. Even Zhao Wujia couldn't help but express his admiration. Flanders silently nodded in agreement. The reason Xuexing had been designated as crown prince, and even as the heir apparent at such a tender age, was inextricably linked to his exceptional abilities. The entire royal family held him in utmost esteem, which was why he garnered such significant attention from the Heavenly Do Emperor. Reputed to be an extraordinary talent of unparalleled magnitude, Yu Xiaojiang's eyes lit up. Having witnessed him today, he indeed stood out from the ordinary. Prince Xuexing, you must engage in self-reflection and strive for self-improvement, so that you may assist your elder brother in the future. Ning Fengji, filled with a sense of frustration akin to iron not turning to steel, gently patted the shoulder of Xuebang. Indeed, Master Ning is correct, Xuebang nodded repeatedly, shedding his previous despondence. At that moment, Prince Xuexing's face flushed a deep shade, reminiscent of liver, as he felt a dull pain in his abdomen. How could Xuexing place him, one of the foremost at the Royal Academy of the Heavenly Do Empire, in such a position. Yet, he could only endure in silence. If it came to matching the number of titled Douluo, Shuqinghe could immediately summon two to bolster his stance. Jiang Chuan, at this moment, felt a surge of resentment, gripping his golden scepter so tightly that it creaked ominously. How could the discerning and perceptive Shinji accept the situation with a smile? No. As one of the foremost at the Royal Academy of the Heavenly Do, I could permit Shrek Academy to be manipulated, but I would never allow any form of alliance. Prince Shuqing was exceptionally resolute in this regard. Utilizing the Empire's resources while participating in the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition under the banner of Shrek Academy was something he vehemently opposed. Prince Shuqing, are you defying my wishes? Shuqing's tone was gentle yet firm. Very well, after this clash, Shrek Academy shall withdraw. Flanders understood that further argument would yield no fruitful outcome and prepared to lead his students away. Though Shuqinghe wielded greater authority than Prince Shuqing, he had yet to seize power, and the assets of the Imperial Academy indeed belonged solely to Prince Shuqing surely. The Crown Prince would not resort to directly imprisoning his royal uncle. Prince Shuqing, however, was obstinately persistent, displaying an unwillingness to relent. At that moment, it would be wiser to depart discreetly. The intervention of a noble prevented Douluo from taking action against them, a significant achievement for Jiang Chuan, who dared not hope for further favors. Wait, have I granted you permission to leave? A dissonant voice rang out as Douluo fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Chuan, intent on capturing him to see if his auxiliary spirit could aid in alleviating his granddaughter's affliction. Mr. Douluo, Shrek Academy is my ally. Do you truly intend to act against them? As soon as Shuqinghe uttered these words, a guard clad in golden armor emerged from behind him, poised for confrontation. Mr. Douluo, what is the purpose of this animosity at your age? Must you persist in opposing the students of Shrek Academy? Ningfengji shook his head with a wry smile. Staunchly supporting Shrek Academy, especially since his daughter was among them. I shall only unleash my soul power, if you can withstand it. What harm is there in letting you go? Do you dare? Douluo was evidently addressing Jiang Chuan. Without waiting for Jiang Chuan's consent, he unleashed his soul power at the level of a tidal Douluo, directing it straight towards Jiang Chuan. This overwhelming surge of energy reverberated throughout the entire hall. Not to mention young soul masters. Even a soul Douluo-level powerhouse would find it utterly impossible to withstand such a wave of soul power, as they would be crushed to the point of fragility, reduced to mere remnants of flesh. No, Ningfengji bellowed in fury. Jiang Chuan is not merely a genius soul master. He embodies the future of the Empire and is also an indispensable figure within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Who could have imagined this? Jiang Chuan, however, stood leisurely in place, exuding an aura of tranquility that captivated the attention of all present. Even Shuqinghe felt a pang of anxiety in her heart, yet she was taken aback by the calm demeanor of the other party. Jiang Chuan, are you certain you are unharmed? Ning Rongrong, holding the radiant Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, whispered softly, I have even summoned the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. And you present me with this? Chapter 163, the 10,000-year soul ring, victory assured. What could possibly be amiss? Jiang Chuan subtly nudged Ning Rongrong, signaling her to maintain a respectful distance. Otherwise, the soul power equivalent to that of a tidal Douluo could render her utterly extinguished. Level 91 soul power. Jilin could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming loudly. The scene before them was nothing short of breathtaking. Earth and stone erupted, buildings crumbled, and even a slab of dark iron was contorted into a concave shape. Yet Jiang Chuan stood unwavering like a pine. Level 92 soul power. Dream Machine nearly uttered an expletive in disbelief. What a jest! How could this young man withstand such formidable soul power? He must possess extraordinary strength, or perhaps his soul ring configuration is exceptionally high, enabling him to resist the onslaught of soul energy. Jiang Chuan, my dear brother, you truly delight me with your surprises. Shuqinghe's admiring gaze spoke volumes. This shouldn't be possible, even if an auxiliary system soul master possesses a certain level of resilience. It is utterly inconceivable that they could withstand such potent soul power. Yu Shaojiang pondered, realizing he still knew too little about Jiang Chuan, whose vast depths concealed countless secrets. You clever boy, you have successfully provoked my ire. Douluo bellowed, his mane of white hair billowing in the wind. His voice gradually succumbed to the roaring waves of emerald soul power surging towards Jiang Chuan. Dingling. Yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 9 soul rings fell in response, radiating a dazzling brilliance as they encircled Douluo's hand, causing his soul power to surge abruptly under Jiang Chuan's left palm. For soul rings of red and black floated ethereally, accompanied by a cold smile. 100,000-year soul ring, even a single one, is sufficient to withstand the cunning of the old poison master. Naturally, Jiang Chuan exerted tremendous restraint over the aura of the 100,000-year spirit ring. Otherwise, its power would have undoubtedly caused the very ground beneath to crumble. He managed to keep the existence of his spirit ring concealed from all. This young man possesses an extraordinary physical constitution, remaining utterly unperturbed at the level 92 spirit power? What kind of monster is this? Duel was profoundly shaken, questioning whether Jiang Chuan was human or ghost. Ning Fingji initially believed that Jiang Chuan had undergone a complete metamorphosis, but upon closer observation, it became evident that he had been reborn from the ashes. To withstand the suppression of a level 92 tidal Douluo's spirit power is nothing short of miraculous. Who are you? Which sect do you belong to? Duel could not suppress his curiosity and inquired. From the moment he had witnessed Jiang Chuan's actions, he sensed the youth's peculiarity, which sparked a deep interest within him. Jiang Chuan, he replied, turning away without paying heed to Duel's spirit power suppression, leading the Shrek team out the door. An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Duel did not linger either. He propelled himself forward with a sudden burst of energy. Look at how much of our empire's main forces you have cost us due to your narrow-mindedness. To have such a person associate with the Tiando Royal Academy is an honor for us. Prince Xuexing, do you believe that if Shrek had sufficient funds to create a simulated training environment, he would have come to the Tiando Royal Academy for collaboration? Xuexing cast a disdainful glance at the oblivious Prince Xuexing, who had been rendered speechless by the earlier spectacle. It shattered the limitations set by spirit masters. A youth barely in his teens managed to withstand the spirit power of a tidal Douluo exceeding level 90? Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Prince Xuexing would have doubted his sanity. Your Highness, if this is the outcome you desire, to destroy the backbone of the empire, then there is nothing more for Meng Xinji to say. I resign, Meng Xinji declared gracefully, bowing slightly before vanishing several hundred meters away. You speak of hindering the empire's development, yet it has always been you who have diminished the empire's combat strength. Shrek represents an undeniable potential that must not be overlooked. Severing our own limbs will only lead to a loss of talent. In the end, Your Highness, will your position still be secure? Ning Fingji's voice was gentle. Yet he sighed deeply. Fortunately, the Tiando Royal Empire was not under the control of Xuelang. Otherwise, his Seven Treasures Glazed Sect would also have to seek refuge elsewhere. At this moment, Xuexing was his sole pillar. Nurturing the true emperor of the empire was essential for its glorious development. The spirit hall was stirring restlessly. It was time to prepare for defense. What have I done? Xuelang stammered, his body trembling uncontrollably. He had pretended to be a prodigal royal prince and inadvertently angered the empire's genius. If his father were to find out, would it not lead to his utter ruin? The Shrek gang had ceased to concern themselves with the happenings at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, wandering aimlessly in the capital of Sylphs. Dean Flander, amid the persistent calls from behind, noticed Qin Ming hastily pursuing him, burdened by a single bag that contained all his possessions. Xiaoming, why did you follow us? Return at once, Flander gestured dismissively, sensing Qin Ming's intentions. Dean Flander, I am willing to share in Shrek's fate. Since the Heaven Do Royal Academy cannot accommodate us, I shall accompany you. I shall no longer serve as an instructor there, Qin Ming stated resolutely, leaving no room for rebuttal. Good lad, you are truly loyal. I did not misjudge you, Zhao Wujuan exclaimed, joyfully embracing Qin Ming with hearty laughter. Zhao Wujuan, this is absurd. We are barely managing to feed ourselves, and now you wish to involve Xiaoming? Return now. Do not follow us. Flander firmly refused, turning his head away, though warmth spread in his heart. Like teacher Jiang Chuan, I have nothing left to impart at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Allow me to join Shrek Academy. The younger students are so exceptional. I do not wish to miss out, Qin Ming insisted, displaying a tenacity that suggested he had made up his mind. And I know of a place that will accept us. What? Everyone turned to him in unison. Xiaoming, do not jest. Sylphs is the capital of the Heaven Do Empire, and ordinary establishments only accommodate nobles, Flander said, disheartened by the state of the empire. No, no, no. Qin Ming shook his head repeatedly. There exists a peculiar academy within Sylphs that only accepts impoverished soul masters. No nobles are permitted. What? Such an academy exists? Yu Xiaojiang was the first to respond, his eyes reflecting contemplation. Indeed, it is called the Blue Tyrant Academy, and it is said that its dean hails from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Seeing the interest of the group, Qin Ming elaborated. I believe they will not refuse our entry, especially with such outstanding teachers among us. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Xiaojiang. It seems we must rely on you this time. Flander nudged Xiaojiang's shoulder, speaking in a tone of persuasion. Can you guess who established the academy? Chapter 164, The Beautiful Duo in Jiang Chuan, the role model. Xiaojiang shook his head, indicating his uncertainty. Members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family are often elusive. And while many have established academies, I am not sure who it might be. However, I am hesitant to meet them, yet for the sake of Shrek Academy, I shall have to put on a brave face. Xiaojiang sighed deeply, steeling himself for what lay ahead. What do you think, Jiang Chuan? Flander inquired earnestly. Have we made the right choice in selecting this academy? I believe that everything is acceptable. After all, the teacher is still one of us. There are no significant alterations. And no one can guarantee that their choices are invariably correct. It is merely a matter of mutual needs being met. Jiang Chuan hurriedly entered the Blue Tyrant Academy, fully aware of who the dean was. Well, let us give it a try. Flander led the group of students inside. It must be said that Blue Tyrant Academy was exceedingly grand. The opulent decor left them in awe. Look, that must be the simulated training ground. How wealthy must they be? Is the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan truly this affluent? Ma Hongjuan's eyes sparkled with wonder, as even the statues within the academy appeared to be meticulously crafted at great expense. Oscar wandered about, touching everything with delight, exclaiming, "This is no less than the Royal Imperial Academy of Tiando." Moments later, a middle-aged man with black hair emerged from the teaching building. He was not tall but bore a kind expression. "Greetings, may I inquire about the dean of this academy? We are from Shrek Academy, seeking to establish a connection and become teachers here." Xiaojiang, as the leader of the group, engaged the man in conversation. "Oh, I see. The dean has been out of touch with the world for some time, and I am responsible for all matters of the academy. Since you wish to connect, please follow me to assess your soul master abilities, which will determine the resources you may receive here." The middle-aged man replied succinctly, leading the Shrek teachers into the spacious soul master testing room. Reluctantly, Flander and his companions felt compelled to comply. "I shall go first. Level 63, 6-ring dragon pattern staff. Assault-type battle soul, Li Yusong. Excellent." The acting steward was taken aback by Li Yusong's prowess, realizing that Blue Tyrant Academy was indeed superior. Level 72, food system soul saint. "Shao Xian," he declared, shaking his hand to reveal a dazzling display of soul power. Zhao Wujia, level 73, 7-ringed assault-type battle soul, with the martial soul of the mighty golden bear. Four-eyed cat eagle, Flander, level 78, 7-ringed agility-type battle soul saint. Upon hearing this, the acting steward gulped in astonishment. "What on earth is this? Are you all soul emperors or soul saints? Is this acceptable?" Flander inquired. "Absolutely, most certainly. You are all even more powerful than our academy's teachers. However, I must report this to the dean. Please accompany me." The steward wiped the sweat from his brow. Having assumed that Flander's strength would be lacking due to the academy's financial troubles, only to discover they were a group of soul saints. How had Shrek Academy fallen into bankruptcy? "Very well, please lead the way." Xiaojiang expressed a desire to converse with the representative of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, hoping that some old ties might lead to their acceptance. Flander exchanged a knowing glance with Xiaojiang, recognizing the importance of the wisdom of this golden triangle in critical moments. "Flander, what if we fail again this time?" Zhao Wujia asked urgently. "Then it will truly be the disaster of Shrek." Flander found himself in a predicament. "Director, you cannot simply abandon us," Ma Hongjun exclaimed in despair. They had all paid their tuition. It was inconceivable to suggest expelling them all. After a winding journey, the group arrived at the back garden of the Blue Tyrant Academy, a veritable paradise adorned with fragrant herbs and blooming wildflowers. A woman clad in a black dragon scale attire tended to the plants with a watering can, feeling a sudden chill from the breeze behind her. As she turned around, familiar faces came into view. "You all," Flander interrupted her words with excitement. "Lu Erlong." After so many years, she remained as stunning as ever. "Flander?" Lu Erlong scanned the crowd, her astonishment evident. Xiaogang, Dai Mubai, and the others, upon realizing that their director was an old acquaintance of Flander, breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, they would have been left to wander aimlessly. "What brings you here?" Lu Erlong's expression shifted dramatically as she fixed her gaze on Jiang Chuan, her cheeks flushing with a hint of pink. Jiang Chuan, how do you know each other?" Flander inquired, perplexed, his voice tinged with curiosity. Jiang Chuan refrained from discussing the matter of the Dragon Knight, merely offering a vague response. "Fortuitously, we encountered each other in the Stardow Forest, where, under his guidance, my student unexpectedly soared in strength. At this juncture, Lu Erlong found himself profoundly impressed by Jiang Chuan's insight. Returning to the matter at hand, Flayer, how did you manage to find this place? Moreover, I just overheard the acting steward mention that you represent Shrek Academy for this gathering? Lu Erlong inquired with a furrowed brow. Dean, we have traveled for an entire day and are utterly famished, Mo Hongjun lamented, clutching his swollen belly, which appeared as if it might burst. Very well. Let us feast while we converse. It has been many years since we last met, and today we shall indulge in heartfelt discussions, Lu Erlong exclaimed, revitalized. As he beckoned the acting steward to prepare a banquet, casting a glance at Yu Xiaojiang. Resignedly, the two, bound by blood, found their relationship stagnant. Yu Xiaojiang nodded with an open heart, saying little, though a subtle unease stirred within him. Firstly, he would never transgress the moral fabric of human relationships. Any efforts from the other party would be in vain. The banquet extended into the night, with guests and hosts reveling in merriment. Particularly, Mo Hongjun, having partaken in meat for the first time in a while, could hardly contain his appetite, stretching his leather attire to its limits. What? A slender hand slammed onto the table, the impact resonating with such force that it rattled the bowls, even sending Lu Erlong's glass of water flying. The Tiando Royal Academy dares to demean you as beggars? How audacious! I am well aware of which Prince Shueshing it is, but despite his noble title, he commands no soldiers. Such an affront to you, Flayer, is utterly infuriating. Lu Erlong bellowed, striking the table in fury. Alas, the world has fallen into decline. The Tiando Royal Academy has become such a corrupt entity, Flanders added with a sour tone. Were it not for Jiang Chuan's intervention in summoning the Tiando Empire's prince, I fear that this group of little monsters and our teachers' lives would be in peril. Just recalling that scene sends shivers down my spine. Had Dugubo acted, only our demise would have awaited us. Chapter 165, The Reckoning of Teacher Erlong. Flanders' words rang true, had it not been for Jiang Chuan. It is likely they would have met their end. Who could have imagined that Jiang Chuan concealed such formidable backing? Furthermore, it was evident from Shueshing's expression that he admired Jiang Chuan. With the Tiando Empire's crown prince as his ally, Jiang Chuan's future held immeasurable potential. Lu Erlong cast a scornful gaze at Jiang Chuan, who was engrossed in his soup, contemplating, I never imagined this young man possesses such a background. Unfazed by honor or disgrace, I find myself somewhat admiring him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the tranquil visage of Jiang Chuan appeared particularly serene, captivating one's gaze. Suddenly, a memory surged forth, being pinned beneath the other, exposed and vulnerable. Her cheeks flushed crimson in an instant, and she shyly turned her head away. I say, Erlong. Flander interjected unexpectedly, casting a mischievous glance towards the silhouette of Yu Xiaojiang outside the door, before continuing in a hushed tone, what do you both intend to do? Upon witnessing Flander's demeanor, the ears of the Shrek group perked up, each brimming with curiosity. Could it be that this esteemed elder, Lu Erlong, shared a past with Yu Xiaojiang? What else is there to do? Lu Erlong shrugged dejectedly, then resolutely declared, let it be. There is no need to be tethered together. It would suffice to return to our golden triangle, lest we sever even this meager bond. Her words, however, carried a hint of melancholy. She had awaited Yu Xiaojiang for many years, remaining unmarried, yet all she received in return was his cold indifference. Bound by blood, she lamented, for he could not overcome this hurdle, and she was powerless to change it. Jiang Chuan paused slightly with his spoon while drinking soup. He recalled how Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang clung to each other relentlessly, yet the latter never laid a finger on the former. It is undeniable that such a stunning beauty was, through sheer force, coerced by Yu Xiaojiang into remaining a pure maiden until her dying day. Now, Lu Erlong's emotions were shifting. Could it be that a mere meeting with him gave rise to some inexplicable bond? Lu Erlong, proud and aloof, found herself with an urgent desire regarding matters of love, for such is the nature of physiological needs. Otherwise, she would not have wreaked havoc upon her adversary, Yu Xiaojiang, in the Stardow Forest, avenging the disruption of their plans by the forest's formidable king. With such a temperament, her desires would only intensify. The reason for her continued restraint lay in the absence of a second person who could capture her heart. Once that person appeared, all her dilemmas would be effortlessly resolved. Very well, Erlong, you are not a child anymore. Seize the opportunity when it arises. At this juncture, Flander, melancholic, took a hearty swig of strong ale. He exhaled deeply, his gaze fixated on the vibrant blossoms outside, overwhelmed by sentiment. Flander, do not concern yourself with my affairs. Let us return after this meal. Upon hearing this, The previously jovial Shrek members immediately fell silent, their expressions solemn as they turned their gaze towards Lu Erlong, sensing a palpable aura of menace in her voice. Cough, cough. Flander could not contain himself and sputtered the ale that had lodged in his throat. You intend to go to the Heaven Do Royal Academy? What of it? When have we, the Golden Iron Triangle, ever endured such humiliation? Even if he is a titled Douluo, could we not overcome even a reinforced escort with our soul fusion techniques? Lu Erlong declared confidently, her slender, fair hand clenched tightly in the air as if to emphasize her resolve. That may not be wise. With Chairman Ming's departure and the royal factions in disarray, shall we add fuel to the fire? Zhao Wujing interjected, cautioning her. Erlong, we have regained our dignity by relying on Jiang Chuan. There is no need to exacerbate the situation. Though Zhao Wujing held grudges, he could discern the gravity of the situation. Charging in recklessly would mean enmity with the entire empire. Indeed, yet I must express my gratitude to the Heaven Do Royal Academy for not accepting us into Shrek. Otherwise, how could we gather here? Lu Erlong responded. All right, my little monsters, you have heard enough idle chatter. Return to your rest. Tomorrow we commence the third phase of training. Flander issued an eviction order, silently tapping the table, urging Tang San and the others to leave one by one. Lu Erlong was not one to cling obstinately. She nodded in silence, saying, very well, since you, Flander, have arrived, the school is now entrusted to you. With a generous gesture, she produced the dean's token from her bosom and handed it to Flander, adding, once this matter concludes, we shall transfer the dean's authority. The Lamba family shall henceforth be known as Shrek Academy. How to train the students or utilize simulated training will be entirely at your discretion. Flander, holding the dean's token with a stammer, felt a peculiar sensation akin to being pampered. No need to jostle, Flander. We, the Golden Iron Triangle, are family. There's no distinction between us, Lu Erlong asserted resolutely, giving the table a firm slap to seal the decision. Suddenly confronted with such a substantial academy, Flander found himself somewhat flustered. Having finished his meal, Jiang Chuan swallowed the last sip of matsutake soup. You there, don't leave. We Haven Tea settled the score from last time. Lu Erlong blurted out, her delicate fingers grasping Jiang Chuan's right arm. She was taken aback by the strength of his grip. Even with her soul power, she could not break free. Flander, still in a state of shock, furrowed his brow in confusion and hesitantly asked, do you know each other? His mind raced. Who in the Douluo Continent could Jiang Chuan possibly not know? Oh, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about that debt, Jiang Chuan replied with a mischievous smile. The last match had concluded with an agreement that the loser would become the servant of the victor. Lu Erlong, meeting Jiang Chuan's sly grin, suddenly recalled that she indeed owed him a debt. But was she truly prepared to fulfill such an obligation? Flander felt superfluous in that moment, as his words went unacknowledged. A seasoned individual, he easily discerned the blush of shyness on Lu Erlong's face. Flander, how is this fellow associated with you? Upon hearing this, Flander straightened up from his seat and cleared his throat, formally introducing, allow me to present our tactical guidance master at Shrek Academy, an expert in soul master knowledge, a trainer for soul masters, and a mentor for soul master teams. Moreover, he is also a reserve member of Shrek, prepared to tackle any uncontrollable dangers. He could not resist adding, he is also the highest paid teacher, earning nearly 1,000 gold soul coins each month. If it weren't for inheriting Lamba Academy, Flander would genuinely feel daunted by Jiang Chuan's teaching fees. Chapter 166, Granting Jiang Chuan Triple Rewards. Lu Erlong, however, calmly nodded, teasingly remarking, this fellow is indeed extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Flander's expression darkened. It had been years since Lu Erlong had ever acknowledged anyone. Noticing Flander's demeanor, she evasively muttered, Flander, have you forgotten what I mentioned earlier? One of my female students, having received merely a few words of guidance from this young man, has unexpectedly acquired a soul ring that is far more suitable for her, resulting in a remarkable surge in her strength. It is undeniable that the insights from a master in selecting soul rings and refining one's skills make a significant difference. Indeed, it saves one from traversing numerous unnecessary paths. Flandre stated with unwavering certainty. One should consider how much gold soul coins were spent to invite such a master. As Erlong spoke of this young man, I felt compelled to interject. Even Xiaogang follows him day and night to seek the opinions of many soul masters. Whenever Xiaogang visits my chamber, he wears an expression that signifies immense benefit. Flandre laughed heartily, adjusting his slightly drooping spectacles. I have never seen Xiaogang so joyful, laughing like a child. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong felt a sudden pang in her heart. This young man possesses such astonishing talent that even Yu Shao Gang humbles himself to seek his guidance. The more she delved into Jiang Chuan's qualities, the more astonished she became. The dean is praising me. Jiang Chuan pointed at Flandra and chided. You, my fine young man, shall one day serve as a guiding master for our Shrek Academy. Reluctantly, I replied, 7 is already my limit. Jiang Chuan did not succumb to flattery simply because the other party was a beautiful woman. Indeed, he paid little heed to Ning Rongrong's half-hearted persuasion. I will enhance your reward by 30% in gold soul coins. I am a woman of my word. Money is of no concern to me. As long as I can summon all the students from my Shrek Academy, your resources will be guaranteed, declared Lu Erlong with an air of determination. You may consider it. But do keep in mind that if your students are of little merit, I shall not be held accountable. That will not be the case, Lu Erlong replied, shaking her head. Even if they merely receive a modicum of your guidance and benefit from your blessings, it will be more than enough for them to reap lifelong advantages. Jiang Chuan awkwardly cracked a smile, silently amused. Such trust in oneself? Yet, it is hardly surprising. In this realm of Douluo, there truly exists no other who understands better than he does. You may rest assured in entrusting this young lad with significant responsibilities. Do not underestimate his abilities due to his age. A century hence, Shrek Academy shall undoubtedly belong to him, Flander asserted with unwavering conviction. He had been repeatedly humbled by reality for underestimating Jiang Chuan's youth. Well, since the esteemed Flander has spoken thus, the Academy students will certainly be entrusted to Jiang Chuan. Though we shall not burden him excessively, Lu Erlong remarked in a tone of deliberation, imploring Jiang Chuan to stay. I have stated that I will consider it. But I shall not assume the role of principal at Shrek Academy. Jiang Chuan resolutely declined. Flander, with a cold snort of disdain, expressed his frustration at Jiang Chuan's lack of ambition and strength. If the previous Shrek Academy had been entrusted to you, I would have felt some reluctance, perhaps even a sense of injustice. However, the current Shrek Academy has seen its prestige soar to unprecedented heights. What could possibly deter you from becoming the esteemed headmaster of such a prestigious institution? Flander, growing increasingly agitated, contemplated the prospect of Jiang Chuan overseeing Shrek Academy for a millennium and in turn, reaping the corresponding honors and boundless wealth. Lu Erlong had already handed over the academy to Flander, leaving the management to his discretion, as she held no objections. I simply do not wish to become the next Moon, he concluded firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. Jiang Chuan could foresee that the 183rd president of Shrek Academy, Moon, after 1,000,000 years, had yet to attain godhood, toiling day and night within the confines of Shrek, thus missing the opportunity for divine ascension. Similarly, it was a scar upon his chest that had left him afflicted, preventing his elevation to divinity. This was not to undermine the noble ideals of Moon, this ancient dragon. Nor was it that Jiang Chuan was incapable of defeating formidable foes from 1,000,000 years hence. Rather, it was the complexity of the endeavor that deterred him. He had come to pursue godhood, indifferent to other matters. Moon? Flander pondered this name, which rang a bell, yet could not restrain himself from inquiring of Jiang Chuan. Who is Moon? Lu Erlong exhibited a similar curiosity, though the demeanor of Jiang Chuan suggested he was not one to speak frivolously. Ultimately, Flander relinquished the topic. Recognizing Jiang Chuan's reluctance to discuss Moon further, I shall not concern myself with this matter. After a century, Shrek Academy will be yours, he huffed, slumping into his chair, feigning weariness. His academy, which he had meticulously nurtured to rival the Royal Academy of the Tiando Empire, seemed to hold little value in Jiang Chuan's eyes. More crucially, entrusting the academy to Jiang Chuan meant placing it in hands he was uncertain of. Lu Erlong's gaze lingered on Jiang Chuan's retreating figure, interpreting his actions as not taking advantage of the situation. With a sudden push, the door creaked open, revealing Tang San and the others, who had been eavesdropping. Caught off guard by Jiang Chuan, they exchanged awkward chuckles. It appeared that everyone was well-fed and brimming with energy this evening. I hereby declare the commencement of the 3rd phase of training, effective tonight. We shall depart from the academy and run 20 laps around the surrounding forest. Without a moment's respite for breath, nor any support of fresh water, he declared with a chill in his voice that brooked no dissent. Wait, Jiang Chuan. We just finished dinner, and it's nighttime. Could we not begin tomorrow instead? Ma Hongjun, having long endured Jiang Chuan's rigorous training, immediately began to plead. Hearing Ma Hongjun's lamentations, Dai Mubai felt a pang of concern, realizing the gravity of the situation. Very well, let us increase the distance to 25 laps, continuing until dawn. At Shrek, we share both fortune and adversity. Thus, all of you shall run 25 laps. Come to my room tomorrow morning, he commanded resolutely. Jiang Chuan gently raised his hand and strolled to the riverbank, leisurely resting his hands behind his head. A half-smile gracing his lips as he observed the bitter expressions of the Shrek 7 monsters. With a sense of resignation, the group could only trudge off to run their 25 laps. As time ticked away, the air suddenly turned crisp. A flurry of peach blossoms brushed against Jiang Chuan's eyelids, revealing the striking figure of Lu Erlong. The gentle drizzle by the riverside stirred emotions deep within. Ah, young lad. The punch you delivered to my abdomen last time has yet to be avenged. It seems today fate is turned in my favor. Lu Erlong approached with an air of reproach, casting a threatening glance at Jiang Chuan. I have no interest in a spar. You cannot best me. Jiang Chuan sensed an exceedingly terrifying aura emanating from the depths of the forest, rendering him disinterested in engaging in banter with Lu Erlong. Chapter 167. Confronting a tidal Douluo. Our transaction. In the heart of the forest, a faint noxious mist coiled about. The chaos Qinglian flickered, dispersing the toxic gas and shielding itself. Jiang Chuan realized it was the work of the old poison master. He had witnessed the relentless pursuit of the adversary during the day. He never anticipated such a swift follow-up. It was evident that tidal Douluo had already roamed the Douluo Continent, looking down upon the world with an arrogance that allowed for reckless abandon. Within the shadowy thickets, the Shrek 7 monsters were panting heavily, especially Tang San, who was gasping for breath. Was this a suppression of soul power? Someone is employing soul power suppression against me. Could it be that Brother Chuan is testing me? Upon reflection, Tang San shook his head, swiftly dismissing this notion. If it were teacher Jiang Chuan, he would never strike from the shadows. Could it be that Shrek is under attack from an external foe? With this thought, Tang San deliberately slowed his pace, signaling Dai Mubai and the others to advance ahead. In a fleeting moment, a brilliant green light flickered before him. You must be Tang San. I've heard you dealt a severe blow to Yin Yin in the Soul Arena of Soto City. Very well. I shall take this opportunity to settle both new and old grievances today. The aged voice was both domineering and perilous, an eerie chill enveloping the air. Tang San, with keen sensitivity, recognized the voice and the accompanying aura. It could only belong to the tidal Douluo known as Poison Douluo from that day. So, the elder has come seeking retribution for the events at the Soul Arena. In competitions, there are victories and defeats, and each relies upon their own skills. Who can bear a grudge over such matters? Breathing heavily, Tang San gathered his courage to argue back. Your eloquence mirrors that of your teacher. Senior, you cannot harm us. Otherwise, the Tiando Imperial Empire will not let you go. Do you think I care? Surprisingly, Dugubo remained unfazed. Upon hearing this, Tang San silently cursed his misfortune, contemplating an escape. Suddenly, a swirling green mist appeared, revealing an elder with a full head of white hair, wrinkled skin, and resilient yet lightweight emerald armor. His piercing eyes glimmering with a faint green hue. Dugubo, you dare to injure Yin Yin? I shall make your existence a living hell. Dugubo's foot slipped as he lunged forward, seizing Tang San's neck from several meters away, tightening his grip mercilessly, causing Tang San's face to flush as he gasped for breath. Ugh! Tang San, feeling the constriction of his throat, inwardly lamented his plight and managed to utter. Even if you kill me, it will not alter the fact that Dugu Yin was defeated by my hand. Moreover, should you take my life, my teacher will undoubtedly seek retribution. That Jiang Chuan? I admit he surprised me with his soul power, but a soul master merely in his teens? I am not so easily intimidated. Spare me your futile threats. Dugubo maintained a serene expression, his eyes narrowing slightly. Unfazed, a prolonged voice filled the air, interrupting Dugubo's negotiations. Beneath the moonlight, Jiang Chuan had donned a sleek black attire, his fresh visage exuding vitality. Noticing Dugubo's demeanor, Jiang Chuan offered a subtle smile. Senior Poison, there is no need to feign surprise. The very essence of your poison has drawn me here. Ha ha, indeed a prodigy, Dugubo chuckled noncommittally. To withstand my poison unscathed is impressive. Jiang Chuan, you are precisely who I seek. Is it because I can cure the toxins you release? Jiang Chuan feigned ignorance, fully aware of the implications. Indeed, Dugubo replied succinctly, viewing Jiang Chuan as a fish caught in a net. Very well, we can strike a deal, Jiang Chuan proposed. What do you mean? This time, it was Dugubo who appeared taken aback, as the initiative unexpectedly shifted to Jiang Chuan. The toxins within you require my assistance to cleanse, and in return, you possess a treasure I desire. Hence, I propose we negotiate. How could you possibly know about the toxins in my body? I can only assure you that I can eliminate the toxins you bear. As for how I came to know, that is not within your purview. Very well, Dugubo replied, his spirit invigorated. In my many years, I have never encountered someone quite like you. Ha ha ha. If you wish to negotiate with me, you must prove your worth. With a flick of his wrist, Douluo cast aside Tang San, his interest now wholly fixed on Jiang Chuan. Shall we test it? Douluo challenged. Let us indeed test it, Jiang Chuan affirmed. Jiang Chuan did not refuse. Instead, he gently nudged Tang San, signaling him to maintain his distance. The autumn breeze whispered through the air, and neither of them made a move. They simply exchanged profound glances. I shall refrain from utilizing my soul power or any offensive techniques. You need only to counteract the venom of the emerald-scaled serpent emperor upon me. Should you succeed, our agreement can be fulfilled. Aware that Jiang Chuan was a support-type weapon soul master devoid of any offensive or defensive capabilities, Douluo naturally refrained from employing overwhelming force against him. Otherwise, Jiang Chuan would be unable to withstand even a single blow from him. No, Senior Poison Douluo, you may unleash your full might. I shall withstand it all. In Jiang Chuan's hands, a translucent green lotus blossomed, exuding a vibrant life force that shimmered like jade. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan audaciously suggest that the poison Douluo should launch an attack, Tang San was taken aback. However, understanding Jiang Chuan's character, he knew that the man was far from reckless. Could it be that he possessed some hidden strength? Is this your martial spirit? Douluo inhaled deeply, the fragrant aroma of the lotus wafting through the air, subtly alleviating the toxins within him. What do you say? Jiang Chuan remained steadfast. Young man, I could easily knock you unconscious with a single strike and take you away. Douluo's voice lingered in the air as his figure suddenly flashed before Jiang Chuan. Striking out with a palm, the world falling into silence. An astonishing scene unfolded. Douluo's right hand was firmly restrained. Wow! A golden wave of energy surged forth from within, the ancient bloodline rune sprawling across Jiang Chuan's body, extending to his face, bestowing upon him an imposing demeanor. Since he was to face the title Douluo, Jiang Chuan would not hold back. Ancient bloodline. With a powerful thrust of his right hand and a series of left punches, he pushed the still-dazed Douluo back a step. What is this power? Something is amiss. You are not right. Douluo's mind was in turmoil, deeply shaken by this sudden turn of events. Ancient bloodline. Jiang Chuan clenched his colossal fist, striking down upon Douluo's brow like a mighty hammer from the heavens. Such formidable combat prowess. Douluo grasped Jiang Chuan's right fist, his scrutinizing gaze fixed upon his opponent. To his astonishment, this young man possessed not only auxiliary spirit abilities, but also formidable offensive techniques. The clash of their battle reverberated through the forest. What continued to astonish Douluo was that each encounter with Jiang Chuan's right fist felt as heavy as a mountain. Realizing this, he unleashed his first soul skill, the Azure Scale Illusion. With a show of fury, Douluo summoned a yellow soul ring from his hands, which suddenly transformed into his serpentine head lunging towards Jiang Chuan, intent on devouring him whole. Chapter 168, The Bewildered Old Poison Master. Young man, if you can withstand this move, I shall acquiesce to our agreement. Douluo had held back during his assault, yet even so, Jiang Chuan tore through the emerald serpent's head, leaving him utterly astonished. For his third soul skill, he invoked the Azure Lotus Shield. A magnificent emerald lotus bloomed, effectively isolating the toxic miasma. After a moment of hesitation, Douluo managed to utter, "Is this your soul skill?" However, recalling that Jiang Chuan's martial spirit conferred a degree of immunity and mitigation against his Azure Scale serpent's venom, Douluo found some solace. His third soul skill, the true form of the Azure Scale Serpent King, was summoned with an icy command, releasing a purple ring that shimmered with vibrant purple light, resonating with a continuous hum. Suddenly, a colossal azure serpent surged forth. Supreme Heavy Eye, 10,000-year dragon bone of the right leg, 10,000-year purple crystal wing of the right arm. Preparing to confront a titled Douluo, Jiang Chuan ensured he was in peak condition, combining the 10,000-year soul bone with the Supreme Heavy Eye to attain a state of exhilaration and fervor. As a titled Douluo of over 90 levels, Douluo could not overlook the dramatic shift in Jiang Chuan's aura, which had transformed entirely, as if he were unrecognizable. Swift as the wind and gentle as the forest, Jiang Chuan glided forward, reaching Douluo in an instant and unleashing a punch imbued with a tremendous purple wave aimed directly at Douluo's head. What a lethal strike! Douluo exclaimed in pain, his right arm entwined with 5 soul rings of yellow and purple as he retaliated with equal force. What manner of being are you, that you can withstand my 50-plus level soul power? Let us conclude this swiftly. Jiang Chuan did not linger. The skill of his right arm's soul bone erupted, propelling Du Gubo away like a locomotive. The sounds of fierce combat resounded continuously, the violent clashes causing trees and stones to vanish into nothingness, carving a vast chasm beneath their feet. Such formidable combat prowess was truly terrifying. Tang San marveled in astonishment, struggling to fathom that Jiang Chuan possessed the qualification to contend with the title Douluo. He had indeed underestimated Jiang Chuan's potential. The right arm soul bone? Du Gubo was utterly astounded, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Chuan's right arm. It was evidently impossible to conceal the existence of his soul bone from a title Douluo. However, Jiang Chuan made every effort to obscure the reality of his right leg soul bone. It was worth noting that it was at this moment that Tang San also revealed his second soul ring and the 8 spider lances on his body. In the face of formidable adversaries, one should refrain from feigning weakness, otherwise one might truly become the prey, as stated in the Xian Tian Bao Lu. The Emperor's Bell. Jiang Chuan removed his left hand and formed a virtual grip, producing a series of crackling sounds. Subtle strands of lightning etched themselves into fragments of runes. And with a resounding boom, the Emperor's Bell seemingly materialized in Jiang Chuan's left hand as if by magic. What entity is this? Upon seeing the Emperor's Bell, Du Gubo's eyes narrowed in alarm. He sensed an immense threat emanating from it, one potent enough to challenge even the might of his title Douluo. Is this your second martial spirit? Your second martial spirit? Du Gubo had not felt such astonishment in a long time. Today, he unexpectedly emphasized those 2 phrases. In the entire Douluo world, those possessing twin martial spirits are scarcely more than a handful. Yet today, he had witnessed one. The Bell of the Emperor. The Emperor's Bell. Good heavens, you are utterly mad. To elevate your martial spirit to the status of Emperor? What audacity and rebellion. A name that disregards even the heavens. Upon hearing the title of the Emperor's Bell, Du Gubo felt as though his heart had been struck a heavy blow. His mind was in a state of acute clarity. In the realm of Douluo, who would dare to name their martial spirit with the word Emperor? Even Du Gubo, who was known for his unconventionality, had never been so brazen. With a resonant sound, the Emperor's Bell rang, stirring up a cloud of dust, evoking an atmosphere of profound stillness. 5th soul skill, Radiance of the Azure Scales. A black soul ring materialized upon Du Gubo's palm as he twisted abruptly to the right, unleashing a burst of emerald light that collided with the Emperor's Bell. Ding, ding, ding. The chime resonated endlessly, reverberating through the void. Du Gubo felt a heaviness in his innards, unsettled by the vibrations of the Emperor's Bell. 100,000 years of the purple crystal wing soul bone on his right arm. With a powerful shout, Jiang Chuan summoned 2 eternal soul rings from his palm, which transformed into a radiant purple hue. The silver claws of the 100,000-year soul bone granted his right arm the ability to morph. What? 2 eternal soul rings. The consciousness of Du Gubo was utterly shattered, leaving him in a state of numb disbelief. If Jiang Chuan possessed 2 eternal soul rings, then his opponent must be at least a soul emperor. Was this not a fantastical notion? A mere teenager could not possibly be a 6-ringed soul emperor. Such a possibility was inconceivable. At that moment, Jiang Chuan appeared as a mythical figure, wielding the Emperor's Bell, crackling with lightning in his left hand. His right hand, adorned with the crystalline wings of the soul bone, shimmered with divine brilliance, encircled by 2 drifting black eternal soul rings that swayed and danced in the air. With a refreshing visage, his tousled black hair billowed wildly, and his eyes astonishingly displayed a dual-toned black and white. Divine martial prowess. How remarkable. Unbeknownst to me, such an extraordinary talent had arisen within the Douluo Continent. If all goes well, perhaps the title of Douluo is merely your starting point. No wonder you have issued a challenge to me. It seems you regard me as a sparring partner to help refine your newly ascended soul power. Du Gubo was oblivious to the origins of Jiang Chuan's soul rings, yet he noted that the displayed soul power was merely at the 43rd level. Poison Douluo. Let us each unleash a move. Very well, for the sake of fairness, I shall also employ 43rd level soul power. The 7th soul skill, Martial Soul Avatar. For any soul master at a particular stage, the Martial Soul Avatar represented their greatest trump card, allowing them to fully unleash their martial soul's might. Suddenly, a magnificent and extraordinary green phosphor snake emperor emerged from behind Du Gubo, its tongue flickering, and its imposing forehead was enough to instill terror at a mere glance, rendering one as still as a frozen cicada. Du Gubo's gaze shifted subtly, replaced by admiration. Go! Roar! The green-scaled snake emperor unleashed a roar akin to that of a celestial dragon, leaping fiercely towards Jiang Chuan. It must be said that even though this titled Douluo was using only 43rd level soul power, it was sufficient to defeat a soul emperor level adversary with a single strike. Chapter 169. Astonishment. Jiang Chuan can also detoxify? Dugubo found it increasingly difficult to strike down the young man before him, named Jiang Chuan. He was merely contemplating how far he could push Jiang Chuan after unleashing his martial soul avatar. Little did he expect, a stunning spectacle was about to unfold. Jiang Chuan did not flinch or evade, boldly confronting the true form of the emerald-scaled serpent emperor. With the fusion of the human emperor bell and the 10,000-year-old purple crystal-winged spirit bone on his right arm, he unleashed a breathtaking display reminiscent of a startled swan. Crack! As the clouds of smoke dissipated, a deep crater was etched into the ground, with tendrils of faint black mist swirling upwards. It appears that this was a battle that had yet to determine a victor. Jiang Chuan took the initiative to clarify the matter, simultaneously retracting the soul rings adorning his form. To refer to Dong Gubo as the wealthiest titled Douluo on the Douluo Continent would be an understatement. One must acknowledge that the recent medicinal pill he produced is derived from rare herbs that are thousands of years old. These herbs not only significantly benefit soul masters, but also possess the potential to induce mutations in their martial souls. Each specimen is worth its weight in gold. Engaging in trade with him is undoubtedly the most suitable course of action. If he could induce another transformation in his chaotic blue lotus or elevate the Emperor's bell to a higher echelon, just how formidable would he become? Jiang Chuan has never considered himself to be a person of meager worth. However, he is acutely aware of the truth that there are always greater mountains beyond the ones we see. Before advancing, he must utilize the medicinal herbs of Dugubo to enhance his potential. His gaze will not waver in its resolve. Furthermore, he has the opportunity to sign in at Dugubo's private garden, where there is a substantial likelihood of discovering something valuable. Thus, how could he possibly forego such a splendid opportunity? I accept your proposition, but first, you must elucidate the extent of the price you seek. Dugubo is not intimidated by Jiang Chuan. However, in order to cure the poison afflicting his granddaughter, he must rely on Jiang Chuan's expertise. Should the latter fail to provide proper treatment or resort to deceit, it would be a regret he would bear for a lifetime. Jiang Chuan succinctly stated, I merely require the selection of a few rare herbs from the garden of the esteemed poison elder. Rare herbs have always been Dugubo's Achilles heel, each one being extraordinarily precious. Nevertheless, considering the urgency of his granddaughter's life, he is capable of discerning what is of greater significance, and relinquishing a few would not be an insurmountable sacrifice. Moreover, the consumption of these celestial herbs is not excessive. The limit for a soul master is merely a handful of exceptional floral specimens, while his garden boasts thousands. Thus, Dugubo resolutely declared, We have reached an agreement on this trade. Very well, but I also require the inclusion of another individual. Jiang Chuan cast a glance back at Tang San, who was several hundred meters away, and gestured for him to approach. It was this young lad who had the audacity to bully Yin Yin in the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City. The sight of Dugubo in a fit of rage was enough to make one scoff and turn away. Brother Chuan. The battle scene I witnessed just now was utterly surreal, Tang San exclaimed, as if he had been graced by the presence of deities. Jiang Chuan, just moments ago, resembled a resurrected deity of martial prowess, radiating brilliance and exuding an ethereal presence akin to that of a celestial sovereign. However, he had yet to discern what lay within his left hand, leaving him unaware of the opponent's possession of the second martial soul, the Emperor's bell. Little 3. If I were to offer you an opportunity to craft an unparalleled concealed weapon, would you be inclined to accept? The condition, however, is that you would need to share half of this weapon with me. Jiang Chuan's words were persuasive and enlightening. He had set his sights on the soul-devouring mother and child talisman and one of the 10 celestial treasures, the King of Hell's seal. At Shrek Academy, it was no secret that Tang San could craft hidden weapons. He had already informed Jiang Chuan about the names of several exceptional weapons and the materials required for their creation. Upon hearing of the opportunity to forge an extraordinary weapon, Tang San's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Jiang Chuan required no method for crafting hidden weapons. He only sought half the interest, which did not contravene the Tang sect's principles. Very well, Tang San readily acquiesced, nodding resolutely. He understood all too well that without Jiang Chuan's support, the creation of several paramount hidden weapons would be utterly unattainable. Moreover, given the perilous circumstances enveloping the Douluo Continent, akin to the uncontrollable chaos witnessed in the Sylvis Grand Soul Arena, he must arm himself with hidden weapons post-haste. In a sense, Jiang Chuan had bestowed upon him a rare opportunity. Since you were so determined, follow me, said Dugubo, leading Jiang Qing and Tang San. In an instant, they leapt and arrived deep within the Stardow forest. He gestured lightly towards the dense mist ahead, dispersing it. while simultaneously handing 2 pills to the duo to shield them from the toxins of Douluo's garden. Upon entering, an intoxicating fragrance of flowers and herbs enveloped them, shimmering with golden hues, resembling a celestial paradise. Is that the 8 treasures ice grass? And the Qilua tulip? At this point, Tang San could hardly contain himself. His eyes fixed on the radiant flowers, his voice thickening with emotion. The heartbreaking red, the supreme flower king. To his astonishment, he had believed such floral treasures to be nearly impossible to find. Yet here they were, cultivated by someone in this world, and they had been maturing for millennia. This garden surpassed even the grandeur of the Tang sect's own. Tang San had uncovered a rare treasure. His eyes sparkled with disbelief. With these floral wonders, not only could he create the 10 ultimate hidden weapons chronicled in the Xiantian treasure record, but he even had confidence in producing the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus. Granted sufficient time. I didn't expect you to possess such discerning eyes. Indeed, this is my garden, a place where ordinary folk cannot tread. Each plant here is either 10,000 or several tens of thousands of years old, exceedingly precious. Douluo remarked with a hint of pride at the mention of his herbs. Of course, some of the ones I do not recognize were taught to me by Brother Chuan. I had previously been enlightened on various floral treasures. Tang San humbly acknowledged Jiang Chuan's contribution. Douluo nearly bit his tongue in surprise. Oh, you are not only a teacher at Shrek Academy and a tactical master, but you also possess such profound understanding of these flowers. Which school or sect do you belong to? Do not deceive me. I have made it abundantly clear. I belong to none, Jiang Chuan wearily explained. Then, since you are without sect, why not join my ranks? I would not mind passing this garden on to you as an inheritance. How does that sound? Such an honor is bestowed upon few, especially since I am a titled Douluo. My insights and expertise would greatly benefit your education. Douluo raised his forehead with a self-satisfied demeanor and offered a slight nod towards Jiang Chuan. If he truly sought to find a disciple worthy of inheriting his legacy, this young man before him would be the most fitting choice. Not only was he exceptionally gifted, but his comprehension abilities were remarkable, grasping concepts with remarkable ease. He would serve perfectly as a bearer of the lineage. Even Tang San believed there was no reason for Jiang Chuan to decline. To be mentored by a titled Douluo, what an immense honor that would be. Chapter 170. This place is filled with treasures. No. Perhaps it would be wiser to reserve your wealth for your beloved granddaughter. Jiang Chuan's unexpected refusal came with a calm demeanor. What? You dare to reject me? Is not becoming a disciple of a titled Douluo far superior to your current state of being unanchored and without support? Remember, should you encounter adversaries beyond your capabilities, you can always summon me, the old poison, to lend you my support. No, you have nothing of value to impart to me. Jiang Chuan remained resolute in his refusal. It would be prudent for us to address the matter at hand first, he added, as he produced a translucent, resplendent chaos blue lotus, directing it towards Douluo's chest. With a gentle release, a vigorous wave of life energy surged forth. Douluo inhaled deeply, his voice transformed. How many years has this venom resided within me? I cannot even fathom. To receive such an inquiry today is remarkable. Even the leader of the 9-star begonia could not counteract my poison. It appears I have not misjudged your worth, old poison master. Furthermore, I can enlighten you. Your lineage has been practicing such a cultivation method since antiquity. So it is no surprise that poison would arise. You were fortunate enough to hastily ascend to the rank of titled Douluo, barely able to contend with the toxins. However, your granddaughter is not so fortunate. She is destined to perish before reaching the age of 20. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Douluo, unable to savor the comfort of the retreating poison, let out a terrifying roar. What? 20 years old? No, absolutely not. Why the haste? I have not yet finished. As part of our agreement, I can detoxify your granddaughter and assist in elevating your soul power. But the Flower Kings here are ours to utilize. Very well. As long as you can fulfill your promises, take these Flower Kings, Douluo, in a state of urgency. Acquiesced. After all, there were only the 2 of them. Consuming 5 or 6 premium Flower Kings was the absolute limit. There was nothing to lament. Generous, Jiang Chuan said, lightly patting Douluo's armored shoulder with a knowing smile. Might I inquire about the nature of your martial soul? I fear it has transcended the understanding of Douluo Continent. Douluo queried with keen interest. It is called the Chaos Blue Lotus. The rest is of no concern to you. Its efficacy is surely evident. And you have felt it firsthand. As long as the remedy is effective, knowing too much may not be in your best interest. Jiang Chuan deftly sidestepped the topic. And upon noticing that the other party was unwilling to clarify, Douluo refrained from probing further. Shall I summon Yin Yin now? You can alleviate her affliction with your expertise. I bear no responsibility for the toxins. A fond smile illuminated Douluo's face at the mere mention of Yin Yan's name. Do not be hasty, Jiang Chuan chuckled at Douluo's urgency. The toxins within you have lain dormant for many years. Even the Chaos Qinglian would require at least 4 treatments to significantly mitigate them. To achieve a complete cure, another soul bone must be procured. Do you grasp my meaning? What you imply is... Douluo hesitated, prompting Jiang Chuan to take over the conversation. By infusing the toxins into the soul bone, I can utilize the Chaos Qinglian to cleanse the residual toxins throughout your body. Consequently, not only will your soul power surge dramatically, but your family's secret techniques may also continue to be passed down. How do you know that our family's cultivation methods are swift? Douluo blurted out, unable to contain himself. His family had always relied on a method involving a toxin-laden garment for accelerated enhancement. However, regarding Yin Yan's father, it was highly probable that he would have become the youngest titled Douluo on the continent had he not met an untimely demise. The reason for this tragic fate was that the family's cultivation technique acted like a curse, where any nearing the threshold of becoming a titled Douluo would be slain by the toxins. Upon hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Douluo experienced a moment of enlightenment. So it was all due to the cultivation methods. Very well, he nodded in agreement, asking, when can we commence? The toxins within you are somewhat formidable. Tang San and I will need to concoct a special pill, supplemented with auxiliary medicines, which will take at least a month to prepare. Jiang Chuan cast a knowing glance at Tang San, imbued with a hint of profundity. What? He can concoct an antidote pill as well? Douluo gazed at Tang San, his voice tinged with astonishment. Do not underestimate this student of mine. There are several formulas that require his substantial support to come to fruition. With that, Douluo seemed to sense the tremors of battle from the outside world. And with a powerful push of his legs, he sprang forth. Jiang Chuan and Tang San sat on the ground. Brother Chuan, you truly possess remarkable skills to have deceived the titled Douluo, Tang San remarked with admiration. As you have heard, that old poison master has already stated that we can freely utilize the Flower King here. Jiang Chuan pointed at the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Speaking earnestly, I recall having imparted its wondrous uses to you. It harnesses the essence of the world's spiritual energy. You may greatly enhance your potential and soul power here. We shall take turns crafting detoxification pills for the old poison master, while the remaining time can be devoted to refining ourselves within the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Additionally, I hope you can spare some time to create a few of the hidden weapons from the Xiantian treasure record, producing as many as you can. All right, no problem. Tang San replied without hesitation, eager to embrace Jiang Chuan's proposal. This place, which he deemed a treasure ground, had long stirred his ambition. Deep within the Stardow forest, 3 figures dashed forward, their steps swift and their expressions grave. If anything happens to Xiao San and Jiang Chuan, I will fight that old poison master to the bitter end, one of them declared. Both of these individuals have substantial backgrounds, and should a mishap occur, it would undoubtedly incite a monumental conflict. Not only would the Heaven Do Empire be thrown into chaos, but it could even disrupt the entire world of soul masters. Flender emphasized resolutely, ere long, are you certain that Jiang Chuan and Xiao San were captured by the poisoned Douluo in the Stardow forest? Indeed. How could my eyes deceive me? Lu ere long responded, without elaborating on why he had gone to meet Jiang Chuan. His expression tense as if he would burst with anxiety. I believe it is highly likely to be the poisoned Douluo, considering we offended him during the day. And Jiang Chuan dealt him a severe blow. In the world of soul masters, the poisoned Douluo is known for his vengeful nature. It is entirely possible he has come to retaliate, though I did not expect him to arrive so swiftly, catching us off guard, Yu Xiaojiang explained hastily, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Setting backgrounds aside, the potential of Jiang Chuan and Tang San alone is enough to elevate them to towering pillars in the future. Such prodigious talents cannot afford to falter. Their significance transcended mere expectations. They represented a groundbreaking validation in the history of soul masters. Chapter 171. Seeking Justice. Who could it be? Ah, it turns out to be you old fellows chasing after me. Ha ha ha. Very well. Today I shall capture you all in one fell swoop. Douluo looked down from his elevated position, surveying Yu Xiaojiang and the others, 2 soul saints and 1 great soul master, whose levels were significantly inferior to his own. In ordinary circumstances, he would not take them seriously, even sparing them a glance. Having accepted the trust placed in him by Shuebing to rise within the Heaven Do Imperial Empire, he would not turn a blind eye to their actions. In his memory, not only was Jiang Chuan the instigator, but Yu Xiaojiang and the others also bore considerable responsibility. Douluo, Do you understand what these two individuals represent? I advise you to release them at once. Otherwise, the consequences could be unimaginable. Yu Xiaojiang declared with righteous indignation, summoning his martial soul, the three-headed cannon, to confront Douluo. Are you speaking of those two boys, Jiang Chuan and Tang San? They have already become mere remnants in the grave, slain by my fist. By now. I fear their blood has grown cold, Douluo replied mockingly, his demeanor one of disdain towards Yu Xiaojiang and the others. Douluo, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Flinder seethed with fury, leaping into the air as a pair of translucent purple wings sprouted from his back, propelling him to Douluo's side in an instant. The battle on the brink of eruption. Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang did not remain idle, following suit to converge on Douluo from 3 different angles, applying pressure upon him. How intriguing. Is this the martial soul fusion technique that your golden iron triangle has always held in such high regard? Yu Xiaojiang witnessed a golden holy dragon descending from the heavens, its presence imposing, its divine aura emanating in waves of brilliance, creating a scene of grandeur. With a roar, Flinder, with 7 soul rings, Lu Erlong, also with 7, and Yu Xiaojiang with 3. Together, they manifested a total of 17 soul rings, encircling the three-headed cannon like a series of constricting collars around its neck. In a blaze of bamboo flames, the three-headed cannon transformed into gold, the holy dragon descending, its spirit surging as if a true dragon from the primordial age had arrived. With a thrust, Douluo swiftly unleashed his true form, the Emerald Phosphor Snake King, to clash against it, the collision generating a tremendous uproar. The outcome hung delicately in the balance. Douluo, a titled Douluo of over 90 levels, was not easily overwhelmed by the martial soul fusion of Yu Xiaojiang and the others. The confrontation proved to be quite troublesome. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang continued to insist on the significance of Tang San's lineage. You have stirred a great disturbance against the forces behind Little San, forces you cannot hope to withstand. Surely you have already realized his second martial soul, the Haotian Hammer. He is indeed a descendant of that man. Should you provoke him? Should he learn that you were the one who killed his child, not only I, but he would ensure your demise without a burial place. The words of Yu Xiaojiang are not threats, but rather a declaration of fact, fueled by an inner resolve. He hopes that Douluo merely spoke in anger when he eliminated Jiang Chuan and Tang San. If so, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Douluo, do you comprehend the magnitude of the mess you have created? Await your demise, for you will soon face a tempest of relentless pursuit. I am not threatening you. As Flander spoke, he directed the golden sacred dragon to continue its chase after Douluo. The golden sacred dragon had nearly perished from the force it encountered, but fortunately, the trio harnessed their formidable soul power to stabilize the situation. In the entire Douluo Continent, who could possibly pose a threat to me? You feign bravado, seeking a pretext to eradicate me, yet you ought to consider your own capabilities. Since you care so much for those 2 poison-laden youths, I shall now send you to meet them. Douluo unleashed a surge of potent poison, causing the 3 to lose their spirit and bend low, gasping for air. Douluo, you should slay me first. Their fate is unrelated to my own. These 2 students are under my tutelage, and if you wish to blame someone, it is I. No. The true culprit is my Shrek Academy, for it is I who orchestrated the actions of the poisoned Douluo. I care not whether you will be hunted by the Haotian crown or ostracized in the Tiando Empire, nor targeted by the remnants of Jiang Chuan's forces. Today, all the evil originates from me. If you still consider yourself a man, then direct all your attacks toward me. I, Flander, will bear them all. Flander, having reached a breaking point, fought back fiercely. What of it? As long as I remain deep within the Stardow Forest, no one can pose a threat to me. This is a splendid domain, my territory. You remain woefully inadequate if you seek to intimidate me. Regardless of Douluo's thoughts, he clearly held Flander in contempt. Seeing that his adversary remained unfazed, Flander felt powerless. Meanwhile, he contemplated Flander's words deeply. It was evident that the 3 had not come here merely for a meal. Moreover, Tang San's Haotian hammer had already sparked his awareness. It was likely linked to that great figure. In truth, no matter the nature of the connection between the 2 and the Haotian crown or their background, as long as they are preserved, they could not only cure the long-standing curse upon the Douluo family, but also hold untold potential for the future. At merely a decade and a few years of age, they already stood toe-to-toe with the titled Douluo, inspiring visions of Jiang Chuan's promising future. Douluo sensed that they might very well be the catalyst to alter the entire paradigm of the Douluo Continent. You dare speak of heroism and camaraderie while remaining fixated on those 2 youths? If that is the case, I shall now eliminate you and send you to meet them. Douluo raised his hand, truly intending to strike at the weakest among them, Yu Xiaojiang. Flinder wished to intervene, but was swept aside by an overwhelming force. Wait. It seems inappropriate for you, Senior Poison Douluo, to act in such a manner. Allow them to depart. Otherwise, I shall not assist you in concocting the antidote. Nor will I disclose how to lift the curse afflicting your Dugu family. This voice emanated from afar, gradually approaching. Jiang Chuan. Lu Erlong, quick-witted, recognized the voice of a familiar acquaintance. They were indeed alive. Dugu Bo had deceived them. Flinder beamed with joy. The safety of his students and teacher was his utmost solace, as he could not face the Haoyan Douluo otherwise. Chapter 172, The Supreme Flower King as Sustenance. Soon, the figures of Jiang Chuan and Tang San came into view, appearing in good condition, indicating that Dugu Bo had not mistreated them. In light of this, Senior Poison, we have previously offended you. I hope you can bear with us. I shall take these two students and leave. Flinder, seeking to seize the opportunity, prioritized the safety of his students, postponing their grievances for another time. Did I allow you to leave? Dugu Bo would certainly not permit Flinder to take Jiang Chuan and Tang San under his very nose, as it concerned the safety of his granddaughter and potentially breaking the long-standing curse on the Dugu family. Am I being excessively unreasonable? Do you wish to engage in battle once more? We have been exceedingly tolerant, yet your actions have crossed the line. Lu Erlong struggled to rise from the ground, glaring fiercely at Dugu Bo, seemingly prepared for a life-and-death confrontation. Very well, Dugu Bo shrugged. I was not yet satisfied with my previous engagement. I have only exerted a fraction of my strength. I shall see how you meet your demise at my hands. Enough. Jiang Chuan interjected firmly. Senior Poison, please cease your aggression. This is a teacher from our Shrek Academy. Dugu Bo, poised to strike, paused at Jiang Chuan's words, snorting in disdain as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Flinder, I have been training with Xiao San in Dugu Bo's garden for several days. Though he may be somewhat reclusive and peculiar, there has yet been a threat to our lives. Therefore, you may return with peace of mind. As for the third phase of training for Shrek Academy, I have prepared a detailed outline, which is on my desk for you to collect directly. Jiang Chuan elucidated to Flinder, emphasizing the necessity of clarity to avoid future complications. Tang San nodded slightly, assuring his mentor that there was no cause for concern regarding his safety. The environment here was splendid, and Master Poison occasionally imparted wisdom on cultivation. Tang San was genuinely reluctant to depart from this auspicious locale, abundant with exquisite flora, the ice and fire yin-yang eye, and the invaluable 8 treasures Xianbing grass. It would be folly to relinquish such treasures, for they were the very foundation upon which he could forge the King of Hell's seal and the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus in the future. Little San, are you speaking the truth? Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback by the notion that Dugu Bo had chosen Jiang Chuan for rigorous training while simultaneously mentoring Tang San. If both students were under Dugu Bo's tutelage, their potential would indeed be exponentially enhanced. Rest assured, everything here is under my watch. No mishaps shall occur, Jiang Chuan reassured, casting a glance backward to see Dugu Bo already engrossed in the rear garden. Even if he cannot defeat me, he can certainly escape. Taking little San with me poses no risks. Flinder had witnessed Jiang Chuan's speed firsthand, and Lu Erlong had experienced it as well, both exchanging knowing nods. Noticing that Yu Xiaojiang seemed poised to speak, Flinder interjected, affirming that with Jiang Chuan's presence, no unforeseen events would arise. Given that they had attracted the attention of the poisoned Douluo and received his guidance, there was no need to undermine their own strengths. Yu Xiaojiang, though astute, lacked Flinder's open-mindedness, yet he nodded in agreement, sensing the rationale behind the situation. Little Chuan, are you certain? Lu Erlong pressed, hastily producing a token from her sleeve and placing it in Jiang Chuan's hand. Should you perceive any threat, immediately submerge. We will come to your aid. Very well. Jiang Chuan accepted the token without hesitation and plunged into the toxic rear garden with Tang San. Let us hope all remains tranquil, Lu Erlong mused. The temperament of the poisoned Douluo was notoriously eccentric, and for their 2 students to gain his favor was indeed extraordinary. However, the unpredictability of his character called for caution regarding his motivations for mentoring Jiang Chuan and Tang San. Everyone understood that training under Dugu Bo's watchful eye was akin to walking a treacherous path. You two must refrain from any antics here. Diligently craft the elixirs for me in yin-yin. I trust you will emerge alive, but should I discover any trickery on your part, believe me, I will ensure your existence here becomes unbearable, leaving you to regret being born on Douluo Continent. Dugu Bo warned Jiang Chuan, his gaze laced with concealed menace. Yet, Jiang Chuan remained unfazed by the palpable threat, responding with a smile, "Very well, I shall return in a week to assess your progress, and when treatment is required. I will bring Yin Yin for your careful observation." As Dugubo was about to depart, he was suddenly restrained by Jiang Chuan. "I addressed the poisoned Douluo, stating, Senior, your weekly visits to oversee your garden hold little significance for me. While they are permissible, I kindly request that you tread lightly. We require tranquility for our alchemical practices, and any disturbance could thwart our efforts, rendering them futile. Furthermore, your precious rare herbs and exquisite flora would also be at risk of destruction." Jiang Chuan, burdened with countless admonitions, feared the sudden appearance of the enigmatic Dugubo, caught in an impasse where neither retreating nor confronting seemed feasible. With a decisive utterance, he transformed into a colossal python and vanished. Brother Chuan, Tang San chuckled, his gaze fixed upon the hundreds of exquisite flower kings, his heart swelling with excitement. Just 3 days prior, the two of them had discovered suitable flower kings for cultivation. Intending to absorb their essence before hastily venturing into the ice and fire yin-yang eye, they aimed to concoct detoxifying pills, preventing the old monster from advancing in power. This arrangement constituted a transactional alliance. They would assist in saving his granddaughter, and in return, he would pave their path to becoming formidable warriors. "Very well, go forth," Jiang Chuan instructed, nudging Tang San onward, while his attention was drawn to a splendid Kira tulip at the corner of his eye. He plucked it and consumed it, his soul power surging dramatically. His martial soul, the chaotic blue lotus, seemed to quiver with an urge to undergo a transformation. Previously, he recalled how Ning Rongrong had experienced a martial soul mutation due to a single flower king, evolving from the 7 treasure glazed tile to the 9 treasure glazed tile. Could his own martial soul also undergo a similar metamorphosis? Perhaps due to the influence of certain herbs? Intrigued by this notion, Jiang Chuan began to discern the nature of his martial soul, the chaotic blue lotus, and sought out related flower kings. If one was insufficient, he would consume 2. At the very least, they were not lacking in flower kings, having recently feasted upon them as sustenance. Fortunately, the taste was agreeable, causing no discomfort for either of them. Chapter 173. Turning the tide of battle. Brother Chuan, the deadline set by the old monster is fast approaching. Which direction should we take to craft our detoxifying pills? As a disciple of the Tang sect, Tang San was familiar with pharmaceuticals, yet he was uncertain about how to formulate the detoxifying pills Jiang Chuan mentioned. Lacking both direction and clarity, should they target a specific toxin? Based on his recollection, it should pertain to the poison of the Emerald Lizard King, right? Indeed. Jiang Chuan replied affirmatively. However, the pills we intend to create are merely to alleviate the poison of the Emerald Lizard King, not to completely suppress or eradicate it. If we were to eliminate it entirely, the poisoned Douluo would be rendered powerless, and his formidable cultivation would collapse. In a world where figures like the titled Douluo attract numerous enemies, who among them is without adversaries? I care not for the old monster's fate. But should he lose his strength, the exquisite flora in his backyard would be lost as well. True, Tang San acknowledged, understanding that the old monster's family relied on this particular toxin for their formidable powers. Without it, they would likely be reduced to nothingness. Yet, how could they alleviate the poison of the Emerald Lizard King? Where would the detoxification lead? Should it be expelled? Tang San pressed further, his mind conjuring images of such a detoxification method. Soul bones. Jiang Chuan raised a finger, indicating the solution. Soul bones? Tang San hesitated but ultimately accepted Jiang Chuan's suggestion. Suddenly, he recalled that his 8 spirit bones possessed toxicity. However, his martial soul, blue silvergrass, could neutralize this poison. While the toxicity of the 5th ring posed no threat to his own safety, a realization dawned upon him. Brother Chuan, are you referring to? Indeed. Jiang Chuan recognized Tang San's sharp intellect and ability to grasp concepts swiftly. Moreover, he was acutely aware of his own position as a beneficiary of this matter, fully understanding its feasibility. Then let us commence promptly. As for the soul bone, surely the old monster, despite being a rank 93 titled Douluo, would not be incapable of providing a soul bone for his granddaughter. That would truly be an underestimation of him. Tang San nodded in agreement, and the two immediately began refining the medicinal pills. During this process, the old monster appeared mysteriously behind Jiang Chuan and his companions several times, yet merely observed without interrupting. His hesitation stemmed from a fear that these two might wreak havoc upon his precious and rare medicinal herbs, particularly the exquisite Flower King. Although in plentiful supply, their value remained undeniable. Fortunately, the two remained relatively prudent, even though they had consumed 4 or 5 exquisite Flower Kings over the past few days. They had no choice but to accept the consequences, as this was the agreement they had previously established. Day after day passed. During the period between Jiang Chuan and Tang San, they successfully crafted an antidote and instructed the old poison master on how to channel toxins into the soul bones. As time passed, the poison afflicting Du Guyan was significantly alleviated, and the old poison master experienced a palpable enhancement in his strength, which filled him with immense joy. Knowing that the trust placed in the two was not in vain, regarding the precious flower king they consumed, they decided to take it in stride. Tang San honored his agreement with Jiang Chuan and commenced the refinement of the Yama seal. As a disciple of the Tang sect, he possessed a singular ambition for the creation of hidden weapons, having no intention to carry any with him. Moreover, this locale was a veritable treasure trove, an ideal site for refining Tang sect's concealed armaments, making it impossible for him to let such an opportunity slip away. He immediately began an arduous process of forging day and night. Meanwhile, Jiang Chuan ventured alone into the realm of ice and fire, continually attuning himself to the potent forces coursing through his limbs, invigorating his entire being. His soul power grew steadily day by day, and even the age of his soul rings subtly increased. Notably, both the chaotic blue lotus and the Emperor's bell exhibited slight mutations, progressing in a favorable direction. The members of Shrek Academy also commenced their third phase of rigorous training, particularly Ma Hongjun and others who entered a simulated training environment, exhausting themselves to the brink of breathlessness. Their relentless dedication to training was fueled by the teachings of their instructor, Yu Xiaojiang. With the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master competition approaching, Yu Xiaojiang urged them to amplify their training intensity to more than triple. He had already registered them under the name of Shrek Academy, heralding it as the Academy's finest hour. If they emerged victorious, their futures would be boundless. He implored everyone to intensify their training and make a mark in the competition, showcasing to the world the prowess of Shrek Academy's extraordinary talents. Following Dean Flinder's motivational words, he turned and departed. Meanwhile, the master elaborated on the requirements and standards of the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. This opportunity was exceedingly rare, especially for the Shrek 7 monsters to participate under such a prestigious name. The fortune bestowed upon these young prodigies was indeed remarkable. He introduced the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition, a prestigious event drawing participants from the Heaven Do Empire, the Spirit Hall, and the Star Luo Empire, where all would compete for significant rewards and the chance to be ennobled. Is it true that participating in the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition could lead to nobility? Oscar's eyes brightened, and his mind buzzed with possibilities. Indeed, irrespective of your age, the Empire will confer nobility upon you. However, I must emphasize that the competitors are all unparalleled geniuses from various factions, including secret weapons from esteemed families. You will encounter talents from the 4 elemental academies, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and the elite of the upper 3 sects and lower 4 sects, Yu Xiaojiang candidly explained to the group. Furthermore, there will be the illustrious Golden Generation from the Spirit Hall and formidable individuals meticulously nurtured by the Royal Academy of the Heaven Do Empire. Are you referring to Yu Tianheng? Ma Hongjun unexpectedly inquired. Fatty, at this moment, do not underestimate our opponents. Although they have been defeated by you, they are still formidable opponents from Jiang Chuan. As substitutes on our team, they will not reveal their true strength unless faced with an extraordinary crisis. Thus, one must be aware of their own limitations. Yu Tianheng and his comrades will only grow stronger. They possess the advantage of age. After all, you are among the youngest soul masters participating in the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition, lacking several years of experience. However, this is an unavoidable circumstance. You must seize this exceptional opportunity. Even a slight display of your capabilities could yield unforeseen rewards in the future. The master, fearing Ma Hongjun might take the situation lightly, immediately interjected with advice. Indeed, fellow students, you are not only gifted but also fortunate. Qi Ming emerged from a wooden cabin, casting a meaningful glance at the remaining members of Shrek. Chapter 174, The King of Hell's announcement. The group had long heard Qin Ming speak of the previous Shrek team, which was among the most outstanding of the 7 monsters, possessing extraordinarily powerful beast martial souls. Unfortunately, due to unfavorable circumstances, they had missed the chance to participate in the last Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. This lingering regret was a scar in Qin Ming's heart, a wound that had not yet healed. If his knowledge and skills could not shine in the competition, what was the point of training? A life without brilliance felt worse than death. It is essential to understand that Qin Ming was exceedingly rigorous with himself, both within and outside the academy. He trained day and night, Otherwise, he would not have reached the level of a Soul Emperor, comparable to Flander and others. Master, we understand, Ma Hongjun nodded. Fully aware of the seriousness of the situation, he dared not exhibit any negligence and swiftly departed for the training grounds. Additionally, I must inform everyone that it is unnecessary to concentrate solely on the internal environment of Shrek Academy. You can also utilize your own resources, for instance. Consider venturing into the perilous jungles of desolate areas for trials. I suggest Dai Mubai take a stroll around the periphery of the Death Canyon. Upon returning, you will undoubtedly experience a different life. Ning Rongrong, you can return to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School for your unique training environment. This will not only accelerate your soul power, but may also lead to an unexpected transformation. Yu Xiaojing merely recounted the third training method left by Jiang Chuan. Soon, everyone began to take action. Master, do you think Xiao Chuan and Tang San are safe? It has been over 10 days without a word. Something seems amiss. And I genuinely feel uneasy, Zhao Wujie inquired. In response to Zhao Wujie's concern, Yu Xiaojing answered truthfully to ease his worries. In this situation, the absence of news is the best news. Additionally, Zhao Wujie, you should also consider enhancing your soul master rank. Be cautious not to be surpassed by our students. It is hardly conceivable that, apart from Jiang Chuan, a master could surpass my wedding in just a few months. Even Jiang Chuan himself is unlikely to achieve such a feat. I must acknowledge that the threshold for soul masters below level 40 is a significant barrier. And crossing from level 40 to 70 presents yet another formidable challenge. The reason I have not yet reached the realm of soul Douluo is due to the profound nature of this relationship, which should not yield any unforeseen circumstances. Zhao Wujie firmly believes that it is implausible for Jiang Chuan to surpass him in such a short span of time. As Yu Xiaojing articulated this, the matter at hand pertains solely to Zhao Wujie. He was merely a messenger. Oh, Lu Erlong, please refrain from making such a commotion. I am at a loss. The gluttonous fire of the fatty is simply uncontainable. Although Jiang Chuan has imposed certain restrictions, it has proven to be quite effective. In the past, the fatty would require a visit every 10 days. Now, thanks to Jiang Chuan's training, he only requires blood once a month. Such control over the fire is indeed a significant victory, yet I am powerless against physiological needs. Flender, with his head in his hands and brows furrowed, faced Lu Erlong's inquiries with unease. Flender, your physiological needs are your own concern. You are an adult. However, you must not tarnish the reputation of our academy. Have you considered the doctrines and regulations of the academy while taking that chubby boy to such places? How can we command respect if this continues? Lu Erlong found it difficult to comprehend that Flender had taken Ma Hongjun to such establishments, indulging in nightly revelries. Flender was reluctant to discuss such matters with Lu Erlong. Yet he felt he had no choice. The gluttonous fire is indeed a force that can only be restrained, not eradicated. What alternatives exist? If he were to employ other methods to completely remove the gluttonous fire from Ma Hongjun, it would also strip him of his inherent powers and abilities, rendering his previous efforts futile. We must wait until the conclusion of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament before devising any solutions. I do not care, Flender. You must address this matter appropriately. I have already mentioned it to you 3 or 4 times, Lu Erlong asserted, tapping the table with a threatening tone. While she could empathize with physiological needs given her own, it was indeed difficult to fathom bringing a child of merely a decade into such environments. Fine. I shall strive to assist the fatty in curbing his urges, but should he reach a critical point, I too will be powerless, as this will affect his training. Regardless, our Shrek Academy's philosophy is simply to ensure our students can grow stronger by any means necessary. Flander's utterance bore no hidden meaning. Rather, the training at the academy in recent years had become sufficiently relaxed. Aspirants were cast into the Douluo Forest, where those who survived would continue their journey as disciples of Shrek Academy, while those who perished would become mere echoes of history. This method was deemed essential for nurturing true monsters. Fortunately, the students who arrived at Shrek Academy this term possessed exceptional talent, and even such rigorous training allowed them to emerge unscathed, much to Flander's profound relief. The significance of the Shrek 7 monsters soon became apparent. Meanwhile, deep within the Douluo Forest, in the secluded Garden of Removal, dark mist swirled as Guiding emerged, his face illuminated by flames akin to hellfire paper. Tang San's visage radiated joy, and he expressed his exhilaration while simultaneously calling out to Jiang Chuan, within the ice and fire yin yang I, Brother Chuan. I have forged the King of Hell's talisman. Upon hearing of Tang San's remarkable achievement, Jiang Chuan promptly emerged from the ice and fire yin yang I. his gaze fixated upon the ominous talisman shrouded in dark mist that he held. Well, he began, Brother Chuan. It is not that I am unwilling to bestow such a concealed weapon upon you, but your lack of specialized training renders you incapable of handling this talisman. Otherwise, even a sole master of the tidal Douluo realm would be susceptible to its poisonous miasma. To illustrate, if that old toxic creature merely grazed this talisman, the poison would instantly reduce it to a pool of blood. Tang San spoke earnestly. It matters not, Jiang Chuan replied nonchalantly, stretching out his hand to grasp the talisman. Not only did he possess the formidable chaotic and green lotus martial souls, which could dispel toxins, but he was also adept in the techniques of Yin Hand, rendering him unconcerned about any potential poisonous affliction. Observing Tang San effortlessly clutching the King of Hell's talisman without any adverse effects, a sense of encouragement blossomed within Tang San's heart. How formidable is Jiang Chuan's martial soul, capable of even isolating the deadly poison of the King of Hell. Synopsis: by a stroke of fate, Jiang Chuan arrives in the Douluo Continent, burdened by a useless martial soul and devoid of soul power. Just when he believed his life would be a perpetual state of despair, he binds himself to a divine-level signing system. Ding! Congratulations on signing in at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. You have received innate full soul power. Ding! Congratulations on signing in at the Little Demonish Chamber. You have acquired the Yin Hand. Ding! Congratulations on signing in at Shrek Academy. You have obtained the mightiest martial soul, the Emperor's Bell.